A sweet, almost unreal woman's voice rang in his ears. "Dear Captain, welcome to the multiverse flight survival game." Lin Feng's consciousness was forcibly pulled out from a chaotic haze. He suddenly opened his eyes. What came into view was not the familiar ceiling of his rental apartment, but a metallic cabin roof, gleaming with a cold, hard sheen. Underneath him was a soft, cushioned seat, and the cold metal floor beneath his feet vibrated slightly, accompanied by a continuous, low hum. Am I on a plane? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He clearly remembered that he had been up all night working on a design draft. How did he wake up on a plane? Kidnapping? A prank? Before he could sort through his thoughts, the sweet female voice rang out again, now with a procedural tone that brooked no argument, starting the announcement. Loading game rules. Rule 1, you are the sole captain of this survival flight. The plane is bound to your soul. Abandoning the plane, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, will incur the punishment of return to void. Rule 2, every 24 hours, the plane will perform a spatial jump to a new unknown stop. Rule 3, each stop will last for 3 hours. During this time, you may choose to leave the plane, explore the stop, and collect supplies. Rule 4, you have a 3-day beginner safety period. During the safety period, no external creatures can enter the plane, and no attacks can damage the plane. Rule 5, whether to leave the plane is up to you. Please note, risk and opportunity coexist. Rule 6, collecting specific supplies can be used to upgrade your plane, unlock more functions and spaces, and increase survival chances. Rule 7, survive. The sweet voice, reminiscent of a beloved teacher stored in Lin Feng's hard drive, now felt like an icy dagger, stabbing him awake from his dreamy confusion. He shivered, goosebumps instantly rising on his arms. This isn't a dream. Lin Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He raised his head and began to observe the environment around him. When he saw it, he froze. This so-called survival flight was less of a plane and more of a capsule? The space was shockingly cramped. Aside from the relatively comfortable seat beneath him, there was almost nothing else in the cabin. The walls surrounding him were within arm's reach, and he even suspected that he could kick the opposite wall if he straightened his legs. His first ever flight, and he got a mini version? Lin Feng's mouth twitched as he couldn't help but mock silently. He stood up and took a turn in the limited space. There was no cockpit, no bathroom, not even other seats. In front of him was a small, integrated central control panel, with a black screen embedded in it. On either side, there were oval-shaped windows, and outside, thick white mist filled the air, obscuring the sky and the ground. It felt as though the entire world had vanished, leaving only this endless white. An overwhelming sense of loneliness and oppression hit him head-on. Lin Feng walked to the control panel, attempting to touch the black screen with his finger. The screen lit up instantly, its soft glow illuminating his slightly uncertain face. What appeared on the screen wasn't a complex operating system but rather an interface similar to a chat app. At this moment, the interface was refreshing at a crazy speed. Captain 3975, what the hell? What's going on? Can anyone tell me where I am? Wasn't I sleeping at home? Captain 1124, what's this, a giant prank show? Or a VR game? The technology is too realistic. I pinched my thigh, and it really hurts. Captain 3301, the person above me, I also think it's a game, but this game is too stingy, just one seat? There's not even space to stretch my legs. How to make the plane shake? Bad review. Captain 0777, stop shouting. Did you hear what Sister Jiling just announced? Some survival game, it doesn't sound like a good thing. Captain 4256, the key is the last 3 words, stay alive. Why do I feel a chill down my back? Captain 2503, everyone, don't panic. We might not be in the original world anymore. Look outside the window, it's just clouds, nothing else. This is not normal. The urgent thing is to figure out what's going on. By the way, has anyone found anything under their seat? I felt a box. Lin Feng's pupils shrank slightly. A box? He immediately turned around, bent down, and reached under his seat. His icy fingertips soon touched a hard, square object. His heart stirred, and he pulled it out with force. It was a silver-white metal box the size of a suitcase, smooth surface, no patterns or words, only a small groove in the center. Lin Feng looked at the groove and, feeling a sudden inspiration, pressed his thumb on it. Click. With a light sound, the box opened. A soft white light spread from inside the box, then disappeared. Inside the box, it was not the weapons or food he imagined, but quietly lay several piles of different materials. At the same time, a virtual panel appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. Congratulations! You have received a newbie gift pack. Received, Steel X 10 units. Received, Plastic X 10 units. Received, Wood X 10 units. Received, Fabric X 10 units. Received, pure water x 1 liter. Received, compressed biscuits x 3. Looking at the panel that appeared out of nowhere in the supplies in the box like game items, Lin Feng's last bit of hope completely shattered. This is real. He really had been dragged into a strange survival game. He reached for a square piece of steel, feeling its heavy texture and the metal's unique coldness. He picked up a piece of wood, smelling its clear woody fragrance. Everything felt extremely real. Lin Feng silently put the materials away and pushed the box back under his seat. He returned to the control console, eyes scanning the chat channel still scrolling wildly. Online users, 5134/5134. More than 5,000 trapped like him in this strange mini-plane. Lin Feng no longer looked at the chat full of panic, confusion, and jokes, but reached for the close button in the corner of the screen. The chat disappeared, replaced by a few simple icons. Plane details, personal info, manufacture, trade. He first clicked, plane details. A stream of data appeared on the screen. Survival plane, unnamed. Captain, Lin Feng. Level, LV.0. Structural strength, 10 out of 10. Energy core, basic, 100/100. Current module, passenger area, LV.0. Size, length 3m, width 2m, height 2m. Functions, none. Upgrade requirements, alloy X1 unit. Jump countdown, 1 hour 41 minutes 12 seconds. Docking points, none. Flight route, none. Destination, none. Lin Feng's gaze fixed on the last 3 lines. Docking points, none. Flight route, none. Destination, none. A plane, with no route, no destination, drifting in the endless sea of clouds, performing a random jump every 24 hours. This is not a vehicle, it's a moving prison. A chill rose up his spine. He forced down the unease in his heart and clicked, personal info. Name, Lin Feng. Identity, independent captain. Level, LV.0. Physical, 5, normal adult male standard 5. Mental, 7, normal adult male standard 5. Status, healthy. Special ability, fusion, special. The previous data was clear, his mental strength slightly higher than normal, probably from long-term staying up late drawing. But the last special ability made his heart jump. Fusion? Special? Lin Feng immediately reopened the chat channel, fingers flying over the screen, searching for relevant keywords. Soon, he found it. Captain 1314, brothers, have you seen your personal information? I seem to have a talent called dynamic vision, what the hell is this? Captain 0098, mine is acceleration, seems like it can let me run faster for a short time. Captain 2233, I cried, my talent is called Master Chef, can this ghost place open a new Oriental? Captain 3841, don't cry above, mine is plant affinity, where should I find plants? Hugging compressed biscuits for photosynthesis? Sure enough. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Most people had talents, but they seemed to be all kinds, with different effects. And his own fusion had a special suffix. Does this mean his talent was different from others? Lin Feng's heartbeat started to speed up, a bold thought appeared in his mind. He closed the chat channel, his gaze fell on the manufacture icon. He clicked it, inside was gray, showing no available blueprints. He was not discouraged, but turned his gaze to the box under the seat with novice supplies. Fusion. If this word was literal. He took a deep breath, took out 1 unit of steel and 1 unit of plastic from the box. In his left hand was a cold hard iron block, in his right hand a light floating piece of plastic. Lin Feng closed his eyes, focused all his mind, silently recited in his heart. Fusion. The next second, a sudden change happened. The iron block and the plastic piece in his hands, as if pulled by an invisible force, floated in the air. Then, the surfaces of both started to glow, the iron block gave off red light, the plastic piece pure white light. The light grew stronger and stronger, finally intertwining into a dazzling light ball. Lin Feng could feel some energy inside him, flowing along his arms, endlessly into the light ball. Sweat beads appeared on his forehead, the consumption of mental power made him feel a slight dizziness. Just when he could barely hold on, the light suddenly withdrew and vanished instantly. Clang. A crisp sound. A brand new object dropped into his palm. Lin Feng opened his hand. It was a fist-sized block, dark silver all over, with a metallic texture. Its weight was between steel and plastic, yet far harder than steel. At the same time, a new line of prompt appeared clearly before his eyes. Fusion success. Obtained, ordinary alloy X1 unit. Lin Feng looked at the alloy in his palm, felt its warm and solid touch, and his slightly rapid breathing from tension finally calmed. He succeeded. He could really fuse different materials into completely new things. This was his talent. A godly ability to create new materials from nothing, ignoring blueprints. Before he could recover from the huge surprise, a prompt box popped up on the control screen, with a crisp ding. Detected key material, Alloy X1 unit. Meet the upgrade requirement for guest area, LV.0, upgrade immediately? Chapter 0002 Upgrade, first docking point. Fusion. Ignore blueprints, create from nothing. Lin Feng's heart felt like an invisible hand gripped it hard, then suddenly released. Blood rushed to his brain, bringing a brief dizziness from wild joy. This talent was simply godlike. In this unpredictable survival game, it was undoubtedly a trump card that could change fate. He looked at the upgrade prompt on the control screen, almost without hesitation. Yes. Lin Feng silently recited in his mind. The next second, the entire small cabin lit up with soft white light without warning. This light did not come from any source, but seeped from every inch of the metal cabin walls, gentle and not glaring. The floor beneath his feet began to tremble slightly, a strange crackling sound, like bones growing, came from all around. Lin Feng stared in wonder at everything happening before him. The cabin walls that were once within reach seemed to turn into soft, flowing metal, expanding, stretching, and reshaping at a speed visible to the naked eye. The space was getting bigger. The capsule space, originally only 3 meters long, was stretched to nearly 6 meters. Its width and height also more than doubled. The whole process lasted less than 10 seconds. When the light faded and the sound calmed, Lin Feng found himself in a completely new space. It was no longer the oppressive capsule, but a roughly shaped, real airplane cabin in the truest sense. The floor was still cold and hard metal, but the area was many times wider. The cabin ceiling was high enough for him to stand straight, even jump a few times. The previously lonely seat was now fixed at the very front of the cabin, and the integrated control panel ahead had also grown larger, with screens as big as a laptop. Behind the seat was a roughly 10 square meter open area. What surprised Lin Feng most was that the cabin walls now had 2 larger oval windows, and even a row of small, built-in storage cabinets appeared. Lin Feng couldn't help but stretch his lips into a big smile. Although still simple, at least, there was now space where a person could move normally. Just like some captain said, at least there was now space in case of turbulence. He returned to the control panel, and the airplane details on the screen had already refreshed automatically. Survival airplane, unnamed. Captain, Lin Feng. Level, LV.1. Structure strength, 20/20ths. Energy core, basic, 99/100. Current module, cabin area, LV.1. Size, length 6 m, width 4 m, height 2.5 m. Functions, carry people, store items. Upgrade requirements, Alloy X15, Glass X5, Cabin Upgrade Card X1. Warp countdown, 0 hours 15 minutes 45 seconds. The structure strength had doubled, and the energy core had used a bit due to the recent fusion. Most importantly, the upgrade requirements had increased many times. Alloy? Glass? These were ordinary materials. Lin Feng's gaze finally fell on the words Cabin Upgrade Card. Was this a card-type item? If the materials were hardware, could this upgrade card be some special blueprint or program? A thought, uncontrollable, sprang from the depths of his mind. If he could use his fusion talent to combine this upgrade card with other things, what would happen? Fighter jet upgrade card? Transport plane upgrade card? Even Cosmic Star Destroyer upgrade card? Once this idea appeared, it spread through his mind like wildfire, instantly consuming all his thoughts. Lin Feng felt his breathing become somewhat rapid. He forced himself to calm down. Although the possibilities of the future were tempting, the immediate priority was still solving the survival problem in front of him. At that moment, the sweet, programmed female voice rang out again in the cabin. Flight notice, the plane is about to reach the first stop. Stop name, Eternal Internet Cafe. Duration, 3 hours. Captain, please prepare. Stop countdown, 10, 9, 8. Internet Cafe? Lin Feng was stunned. He had imagined countless possibilities, such as abandoned cities, dangerous jungles, even alien bases. He never expected that the first stop would be such a small, lively place. As the countdown ended, the plane felt a slight sense of weightlessness and began to descend slowly. The thick clouds outside were parted by the plane's body, revealing the scene below. It was an endless gray space. The thick fog rolled like a pot of never-boiling thick soup, covering the whole world. In this dead, gray fog, a straight runway made of metal suddenly appeared. At the end of the runway, a 2-story building stood alone. Above the building, a huge neon sign glowed even during the day, its blue light piercing through the gray mist, making it particularly noticeable. Eternal Internet Cafe. Apart from this runway and the Internet Cafe, there was nothing else around. The gray mist seemed like a wall that surrounded the world, and what lay beyond the wall, no one knew. A strange and deep sense of eerie loneliness hit him full force. The plane landed smoothly on the runway, skidding for a while before coming to a firm stop. The cabin door opened automatically, and a metal staircase extended to the ground. Arrived at the docking point, countdown begins, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Looking at the oppressive gray mist outside the staircase, Lin Feng's vigilance rose to its peak. But he had no choice. The 3-day newbie safety period was his biggest support, and these 3 hours of exploration time were his only chance to gather supplies. Risk and opportunity coexisted. He took the 3 compressed biscuits and a bottle of water from his starter pack and stuffed them into a storage locker, then took a deep breath and stepped off the plane. His feet touched the cold concrete runway, and a chill spread through his body from the soles of his shoes. The air carried a damp smell, a mix of dust and moisture. It was very quiet. Apart from his own faint footsteps and breathing, the entire world was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Lin Feng didn't dare to step even a single foot off the runway. The thick gray mist gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, as if something terrifying lurked within. He quickly walked along the runway towards the lonely internet cafe. The front door was made of glass and tightly shut, but the lights inside were on. Lin Feng stood at the door, listened for a moment, and heard no sound from inside. He tentatively pushed on the door. Ding dong, welcome. A crisp electronic welcoming sound echoed in the deathly silence of the surroundings, startling Lin Feng. He waited for a few seconds before entering the internet cafe. A familiar smell of instant noodles, cigarettes, and air conditioning rushed into his nose. The internet cafe was empty. However, everything here seemed perfectly normal. The computer screen at the cashier counter was lit up, displaying the billing system interface. Dozens of computer screens were glowing, flashing with colorful desktop wallpapers, and the fans of the computer cases hummed softly. Beside the bar counter, on one of the customer seats, a bowl of instant noodles was still steaming, and beside it was a half-smoked cigarette, the ash still intact. It was as if the people here had suddenly vanished into thin air just a second ago. Lin Feng's gaze was quickly drawn to the shelves behind the cashier. Bread, sausages, chips, instant noodles, bottled water, various drinks, a dazzling array. From yesterday until now, he had only eaten a few bites of compressed biscuits, and was already parched and famished. He no longer hesitated and directly twisted open a bottle of mineral water. Glug glug glug. The cold liquid slid down his throat and into his stomach, quenching his thirst and calming his nerves. After finishing the bottle, Lin Feng felt as if he had come back to life. He tore open a pack of bread and wolfed it down. He had never realized that plain bread and mineral water could taste so much like heaven. A huge sense of satisfaction and safety filled his heart. After eating and drinking to his fill, Lin Feng's mind quickly regained its clarity. He began to take action. First, he packed up all the food and drinks from the shelves. These were the basic necessities for survival. Then, he found a janitor's card in a corner and began a thorough search of the entire internet cafe. Apart from the 100 or so computer towers, the most valuable places here were the bathroom and the adjacent storage room. In the storage room, he found a large quantity of toilet paper, towels, soap, shampoo, and body wash. There were even several boxes of unopened disinfectant and cleaning supplies. In a post-apocalyptic world, these things were worth no less than food. Lin Feng did not hesitate, putting everything useful onto the handcart. Soon, the handcart was piled high like a small mountain. He looked at the hundreds of computer towers in the hall, frowning slightly. These things were made of steel, plastic, silicon chips, and other materials, definitely valuable resources. But they were too big, even running back and forth several times would not move them all, and dismantling them would take time. Merge. A bold idea formed in his mind. He walked to a computer, stretching out both hands, placing them on the case and monitor. He closed his eyes and concentrated. The familiar feeling of energy consumption came, and the computer and monitor, along with all their parts inside, were instantly wrapped in a blinding light. The light faded. Clang clang clang. Several dark silver blocks of different sizes, shining with metallic luster, fell to the ground. Merge successful. Obtained, ordinary alloy X3 units. Obtained, glass X1 unit. Obtained, small amount of impurities. It really worked. Lin Feng felt greatly encouraged. He no longer hesitated and began a frantic big cleaning. He was like a diligent street sweeper. Wherever his hands touched, computer towers and monitors turned into neatly stacked piles of alloy and glass. This process was extremely mentally draining. After merging 10 computers, Lin Feng had to stop to rest for a few minutes, drink water, and eat something to regain strength. Time passed second by second. When Lin Feng cleared the last area on the second floor of the internet cafe, the control console's alert sounded in his mind. Remaining stranded time, 3 minutes. He dared not delay, immediately pushing the handcart full of supplies and alloy, running out of the internet cafe, racing back to the plane. After moving everything into the cabin, he almost tumbled and rolled inside. The moment he stepped into the cabin, the boarding ramp retracted automatically, and the door closed tightly with a click. A strong pushback hit him suddenly. The plane took off, shooting into the sky, returning to the endless sea of clouds. Lin Feng sat on the ground, gasping heavily, drenched in sweat, but his face was full of the joy of harvest. This adventure had brought huge gains. After resting a moment, he got up and walked to the control console, skillfully opening the chat channel he had not had time to check. As soon as the interface popped up, a series of latest messages, full of blood and tears, flashed wildly. Chapter 0003, Selling Body and Modification Cards. On the control console screen, the chat channel flooded like a breaking dam, refreshing at a hysterical speed. Lin Feng leaned in his seat, quietly flipping through the messages while nibbling small bites of bread. The food and water he scavenged from the internet cafe gave him the confidence to observe this chaos. Captain 0419, ha. I got it. My stop is a large warehouse supermarket. Brothers, I achieved zero-cost freedom. Instant noodles, ham, cola, take whatever you want. Under this message, hundreds of envious and angry replies immediately appeared. Captain 3975, damn. Why? My stop is a godforsaken desert. The wind is so strong it could blow a person away, let alone supplies. I haven't even seen a single thing. Captain 1124, yours is good, mine is a swamp. In the gray mist something seems to move. I dare not get off the plane. Almost peed myself. Captain 2233, who is worse than me? My stop is at the mouth of a volcano. The outside smells of sulfur. It's as hot as a steamer. I suspect I would be roasted if I go out. The survivors' joys and sorrows did not connect. Lin Feng quietly watched, categorizing all these messages. The environment at each stop is completely random, ranging from heaven to hell, all depending on luck. Supermarkets, deserts, swamps, volcanoes, the so-called flight through all worlds, lands and worlds strange and full of unknowns. His gaze, without thinking, swept over a number at the top right of the screen. Online players, 4087/5134. Lin Feng paused slightly as he chewed. He clearly remembered that before arriving at the internet cafe, this number was full. In just 3 hours, more than 1,000 people were gone. Dead? Or did they log off for some other reason? Lin Feng leaned toward the first possibility. Perhaps they encountered unknown danger while exploring, or maybe they failed to return to the plane in time. This cold number, like a bucket of cold water, extinguished the survivor's small relief and sank Lin Feng's joy from his harvest. This is not a game. People really can die here. An invisible pressure made the chat channel suddenly heavy. After a brief silence, the channel erupted with a more primal, naked desire. Captain 4999, does anyone have extra water? I'm dying of thirst. I'll trade 10 units of wood from my beginner pack for a bottle of water. Please. Captain 0821, I'll trade 10 units of plastic for a piece of bread. Anything edible will do. I found nothing at the last stop. Captain 3105, who has water? I'm dehydrating. I can give you anything. Really, anything. In the face of survival, all restraint and decency became fragile. Food and water became the hardest currency. Lin Feng opened the trade module, which was already filled with all sorts of trade requests, mostly exchanging basic materials from beginner packs for survival supplies. But responses were few. No one was foolish. Before understanding the situation, no one would easily give up food that could save their life. Soon, even more shocking trade messages appeared. A woman with the ID, Captain 1024, sent a photo. In the photo, a pair of black silk legs stretched straight toward the camera. Captain 1024, brand new, unopened stockings, those who understand will understand. Only trading for 1 bottle of pure water and 2 compressed biscuits, message me if interested. This message hit the male-heavy chat like a bomb. Captain 3301, beautiful lady, let me see. I don't have water but I have a strong body. Captain 0777, suck up, go away. Miss, 10 units of steel, is it okay? Captain 1024, go away. Water and food, nothing else. Then, more female captains, under huge survival pressure, began to imitate this. Various photos were sent, trying to trade for a chance at life. The chat was full of howls and insults, like a chaotic online market. Most were just watching for free or making noise, no one actually offered food to trade. Lin Feng scrolled through these messages without expression. He felt neither pity nor contempt. This was just human nature in an apocalypse. When survival is the only goal, morality and dignity are the first to be abandoned. He only realized even more how huge a fortune the hundreds of pounds of food and water he scavenged from the internet cafe really were. Just as he was about to close the channel and organize his supplies, a new trade message made his pupils shrink suddenly. Captain 1989, trade. 1 passenger area upgrade card for 5 bottles of mineral water and 6 packs of instant noodles. No scammers or freeloaders. Deal as promised. Passenger area upgrade card. Lin Feng's heartbeat skipped a beat. This was exactly the key material he needed to upgrade his plane from LV-1 to LV-2. He didn't expect someone to get such a rare item so quickly. And the price offered was simply a bargain. For Lin Feng now, 5 bottles of water and 6 packs of instant noodles were less than even a fraction of his stock. He had no hesitation at all, immediately searched by ID, and sent a private chat request to the other party. The request was approved instantly. The other person's avatar was a delicate girl, looking just over 20, though her face was a bit pale, with a hint of stubbornness and caution in her eyes. Captain 1989, here to talk nonsense again? Let me be clear, no payment, no wasting my time. Her opening words carried a strong smell of gunpowder, clearly she had been harassed badly. Lin Feng did not waste words, directly placed 5 bottles of 330 milliliters mineral water and 6 packs of braised beef noodles of different flavors neatly together on the central console. Speaking with facts is always more powerful than any words. Lin Feng, the goods are here. Check, is this what you need? The other side was silent for more than 10 seconds. Captain 1989, you really will pay for these? Her reply carried a trembling tone of disbelief. Lin Feng, yes. If you agree, we can trade right now. Captain 1989, agree. I agree. So great. Really so great. A string of exclamation marks showed how excited she was at that moment. Before initiating the trade, Lin Feng asked one more question. Lin Feng, can I ask, where did you find this card? Captain 1989, sure. Of course. My docking point was an abandoned fortune-telling house. There was no food inside. I was just flipping through the bookshelf, and in a book about constellations, I found this card in a layer. She seemed very honest, even a little eager to please Lin Feng. Captain 1989, oh. Big brother, I also found another small card at that time. With this transformation card, do you want it? Just consider it a gift. She sent a photo while saying that. In the photo was a black card, the size of a credit card, material unknown, with strange silver patterns on the surface outlining a Scorpio constellation map, extremely delicate workmanship, clearly not ordinary. Lin Feng's heart began to race uncontrollably. With the transformation card together. Found in a constellation fortune book. His intuition told him this card was definitely not simple. Lin Feng, okay. I will trade a box of 9 bottles of mineral water and a box of 9 instant noodles for this card. He did not take advantage of the other person. In this environment, a stable supply with rare items is worth far more than a box of water and a box of noodles. Investment requires seeing further ahead. The other side fell into silence again. After a long time, she sent a message with a sobbing voice. Captain 1989, big brother, you are a good person. Boo-hoo, my name is Su Qingju, thank you. Really thank you. Lin Feng could imagine, on the other side of the screen, a girl on the verge of despair, how excited she must have been to see this sudden fortune. Lin Feng, you're welcome, fair trade. He initiated the trade request. Quickly, the trade completed. Trade successful. You lost, mineral water x14, instant noodles x15 foot. Trade successful. You gained, passenger area transformation card x1, constellation card, Scorpio, x1 foot. Looking at the 2 cards in the storage locker, Lin Feng's mouth finally curved into a smile. Su Qingju, big brother. I already added you as a friend. Please accept. If I find anything good later, I will contact you first. Lin Feng, okay. He accepted Su Qingju's friend request. Su Qingju, big brother, where did you find so many supplies? Amazing. Lin Feng, just lucky. Lin Feng said no more, just simply asked a few more details about the fortune-telling house. Su Qingju told everything she knew, holding nothing back, even wanting to tell Lin Feng how many cockroaches were in the house. She described in detail the cover, thickness of the constellation book, and which page the 2 cards were placed. Lin Feng quietly noted all of this. It seemed that the world's material refresh was not only limited to treasure chests or drops in the traditional way. Many precious items are hidden in corners that seem unremarkable. It requires sharp observation and great care. After finishing his chat with Su Qingju, Lin Feng turned his attention back to the black constellation card. He first searched using keywords like constellation, Scorpio, and card in the chat channel and trading market. But the result was empty. Clearly, the only person who currently had this card was Su Qingju. He picked up the card. The card was cold to the touch, with a peculiar texture that seemed to combine metal and jade, heavier than he had imagined. The surface was pure matte black, as if it could absorb light. On it, a Scorpio star map was outlined in an unknown silver material, not printed simply, but 3-dimensional. When touched with his fingertips, he could clearly feel the raised and recessed star paths. In the very center of the star map, at the heart of Scorpio, the star named Antares was replaced by a small, dark red crystal the size of a grain of rice. The entire card was filled with a mysterious and unknown aura. Lin Feng tried to extend his mental power into it, but it was like a mud bull entering the sea, with no response. What exactly is this thing for? He rubbed the card, lost in thought. Upgrading the plane requires a transformation card, but the function of this constellation card was completely unknown. But his intuition told him this was definitely a good thing. He shifted his gaze to the remaining basic materials in his beginner's pack. Steel, plastic, wood, cloth. A bold thought surged uncontrollably in his mind. Chapter 0004, I want to have everyone's urine. The urgent task was to upgrade the plane's level. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the screen of the control panel. Survival plane, unnamed. Level, LV.1. Upgrade requirements, Alloy X15, Glass X5, Passenger Area Transformation Card X1. For others, this might require several stops and risking their lives to gather these massive resources. But for him, it was nothing but a small task. A confident smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips as he walked to the pile of loot. The hundreds of computer towers and monitors scavenged from the internet cafe were now lying quietly in the corner of the passenger cabin. Without hesitation, he stretched out his hands and placed them on 2 computer towers. Fusion. His mental power surged out like a burst dam, flowing fiercely. Bright light flashed again, casting shadows on his focused face. This time, the target of his fusion was no longer a single computer, but a complex assembly of more intricate components. The consumption of mental power was several times faster than before. Sweat beads slid down his temples, dripping onto the cold metal floor. The light faded. Clang. Several larger pieces of dark silver alloy and pure glass fell to the ground. Fusion successful. Gained, common alloy X6 units. Gained, glass X2 units. Gained, a small amount of impurities. Efficiency doubled. Lin Feng's spirit lifted as he ignored the fatigue his brain was sending, continuing to throw himself into the demolition project. Just 3 minutes later, the 15 units of alloy and 5 units of glass needed for the upgrade were neatly piled at his feet. He walked up to the control panel and inserted the passenger area transformation card into an inconspicuous card slot at the bottom of the screen. Click. The card was precisely drawn in. Detected sufficient upgrade materials. Do you want to immediately upgrade the passenger area to LV.2? Yes. White light reappeared. In the familiar crackling sound of bones growing, the cabin space expanded once again. This time, the expansion wasn't large, only about a meter in both length and width, but the layout inside the cabin changed drastically. The originally empty back section of the area, the walls automatically shrank and reorganized, unexpectedly separating out an independent small room of about 2 square meters. The metal door of the room automatically slid open. Lin Feng stepped forward and saw a scene that left him breathless. A toilet with a water tank, a shower head hanging on the wall, and a small sink. A bathroom. A truly modern, standalone bathroom. Lin Feng quickly walked up to the control panel, and the airplane details screen refreshed. Survival aircraft, unnamed. Captain, Lin Feng. Level, LV.2. Structural integrity, 30/30ths. Energy core, basic, 90/100. Current modules, passenger area, LV.2, independent bathroom, LV.1. Dimensions, length 7 meters, width 5 meters, height 2.5 meters. Functions, transport, storage, sanitation. Upgrade requirements, reinforced alloy X5. Reinforced alloy? Lin Feng looked at the new upgrade requirement, and instead of a solemn expression, a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. He immediately took 2 regular alloys from the material pile and pressed them together with both hands. Fusion. This time, his goal wasn't to fuse different materials, but to purify and strengthen the same material. His mental energy was draining rapidly as the 2 regular alloys melted and compressed in his palm, emitting a dazzling red light, as though they were being hammered repeatedly like a hot iron. When the light faded, a new alloy, darker in color and higher in density, appeared in his hand. Fusion successful. Obtained, reinforced alloy X1 unit. It works. His talent didn't just allow him to fuse all things, it could also purify and enhance a single material. This was practically the ability of a creator god. Lin Feng suppressed the wild joy in his heart, and without any pause, he immediately started crafting the materials needed for the upgrade. 10 minutes later, when the last unit of reinforced alloy was created, a sharp, needle-like pain shot through his brain, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. His mental energy had hit rock bottom. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily, but when he saw the upgrade prompt light up again on the control screen, he gritted his teeth and confirmed. Upgrade, now. This time, there was no change in the cabin. All the light and energy converged by the control panel. Critical materials detected, reinforced alloy X5, proceed to upgrade aircraft to LV.3? Yes. The white light flashed one last time, lighting up the entire cabin as if it were daytime. When everything calmed down, the data on the control panel finally settled. Survival aircraft, unnamed. Captain, Lin Feng. Level, LV.3. Structural integrity, 50/50ths. Energy core, basic, 75/100. Current modules, passenger area, LV.3, independent bathroom, LV.1, manufacturing table, LV.1. Dimensions, length 8 meters, width 6 meters, height 3 meters. Functions, transport, storage, survival, basic manufacturing. Upgrade requirements? The upgrade requirements were now a string of question marks. And beside the original control panel, a new metal operation table, complete with various slots and interfaces, slowly rose from the floor. This was the manufacturing table unlocked at LV.3. But Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to study it now. He dragged his exhausted body, swaying as he entered the brand new bathroom. He eagerly stripped off the sticky clothes that had become damp from sweat during the fusion process and turned on the shower. A stream of warm water poured down from above. The hot water washed over his body, taking away his fatigue and all the tension and anxiety since his journey here. Lin Feng closed his eyes, letting the water flow over his face. This was the warmth of civilization. This was the feeling of coming home. At this moment, he truly felt alive. He stood under the water for 10 full minutes, until he felt every pore in his body open up, then reluctantly turned off the faucet. Using a clean towel he found in the storage room, he dried himself off and changed into fresh clothes, feeling like a completely new person. The mental fatigue was mostly washed away by this hot shower. He hummed a tune as he walked out of the bathroom, in a great mood. However, when his gaze unintentionally swept over a semi-transparent panel on the wall beside the bathroom door, the smile on his face instantly froze. It was a simple water usage display panel. A blue scale bar clearly displayed. Initial water tank capacity, 100 liters. Current remaining, 87 liters. Taking a shower used 13 liters of water. All the bottled drinking water he scavenged from the internet cafe adds up to less than 50 liters. Each sip of drinking water is one less for survival, using it for a shower is an outrageous luxury. The overwhelming happiness he had just felt was instantly shattered by an incredibly real problem. Water. In this enclosed mobile cage, water is the true source of life. Lin Feng furrowed his brows tightly. Just then, a sudden realization flashed in his mind. That's right, the notes on the modification card. He quickly walked to the central control panel and took out the guest area modification card that he had traded from Su Qingzhu. This card is the key item for upgrading from LV1 to LV2. After use, it doesn't disappear, it just turns gray, and the upgrade notes can still be viewed. Its purpose is far more than just being a key. Lin Feng inserted the card into the card slot of the manufacturing table. Beep. A light sound, and the manufacturing table screen lit up. No longer simple airplane data, but an interface filled with technological sense, resembling a 3D modeling software. In the center of the interface was a 3D perspective view of the plane. On the right side of the interface, a row of new, glowing blueprints was unlocked. Blueprint 1, Infinite Water Tank, Non-Drinking. Function, by absorbing free water molecules from the space, it automatically generates 500 liters of non-drinking water daily. Required materials, reinforced alloy X20, filtration core X3, natural water X3 tons. Blueprint 2, small hydroponic plant rack. Function, can be used for soilless cultivation of specific crops inside the cabin. Required materials, alloy X100, tempered glass X20, plant nutrient liquid X10 liters, special lamp X1. Blueprint 3, external environment detector. Function, can scan the environment at the landing point before the plane lands, analyzing atmospheric composition and danger levels. Required materials, high precision sensor X5, signal transmitter X1, alloy X30. Blueprint 4, energy efficiency optimization module. Function, enhances energy core efficiency, reducing daily energy consumption by 15%. Required materials, energy circuit board X10, cooling liquid X5 liters, reinforced alloy X20. Blueprint 5, external storage compartment. Function, adds an extra 5 cubic meters of storage space to the exterior of the plane. Required materials, space stabilizer X1, alloy X200, docking ring X1. Lin Feng's breathing became a bit rapid. His gaze was fixed on the first blueprint. Infinite water tank. Automatically generates 500 liters daily. Although it was labeled non-drinking, this was enough to solve all his water needs for bathing, cleaning, and other daily activities. This meant he could completely achieve toilet freedom. In this damn survival game, this was practically a divine treatment. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement and carefully reviewed the materials required for the blueprint. Reinforced alloy, filtration cores, these things, he could either create directly with his fusion talent or acquire through trade. But the last one left him stunned. Natural water, 3 tons. 3 tons, that's 3,000 liters. Where could he find so much water? With this question in mind, Lin Feng nibbled on his bread to regain some energy and opened the long-forgotten chat channel. Just moments ago, his mood was filled with joy from the upgrade and the hot shower, but now it was instantly ruined by the overwhelming smell coming from the channel. In the channel, it was no longer the initial panic and confusion, but a more specific, disgusting despair that had taken over. Captain 1204, ugh. I can't take it anymore, I'm about to suffocate. Can someone tell me how to survive? Eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom, it all happens in these few square meters. What's the difference between here and a cesspool? Captain 3677, I haven't dared to eat for 3 days, just drinking a bit of water. I really can't think about it. If I go again, will I just suffocate from my own waste? Captain 0988, the guy above, you're lucky. My water's almost gone. Now I'm dying of thirst. Looking at the urine I just passed, I really can't hold it anymore. Captain 1024, Blackstocking sister, is there anyone with extra materials? I'll trade with my selfie. Please, I want to upgrade the plane, I just want a bathroom. I'm willing to give everything. The channel is filled with desperate cries. The shortage of food and water, coupled with the terrible sanitation, is relentlessly destroying everyone's sanity and dignity. Lin Feng flipped through it expressionlessly. He once again clearly realized how much ahead he was compared to these people. While they are still struggling to survive and preserve their dignity, he is already thinking about how to achieve water freedom. The information gap and resource gap are the world's strongest barriers. A clear plan quickly formed in his mind. He needed materials, massive amounts of basic materials, to merge and manufacture the parts required for the infinite water tank. And these people needed food and water to survive. This was a perfect trade. Lin Feng did not hesitate for a second and directly posted a brand new, explosive trade offer in the trade channel. Seller, Lin Feng. Trade content, unlimited supply of bread, compressed biscuits, purified water. Items wanted, metals, plastics, wood, cloth, and all other basic materials. Trade ratio, 1 compressed biscuit equals 10 units of any material, 1 bottle of water equals 20 units of any material. Large quantities are preferred, private messages welcomed. This message, like a nuclear bomb, created a huge wave in the stagnant trade market. In an instant, Lin Feng's friend requests and private messages flooded the screen. Captain 3975, damn. Big shot. Is that you, Big Shot? I'm not seeing wrong, right? Unlimited supply? Captain 1124, Dad. You are my real dad. I'll trade all my newbie materials for 1 bottle of water. Please. Su Qingju, Big Brother. Is that you? I was the first. Lin Feng directly enabled the Do Not Disturb mode and first passed Su Qingju's trade verification. He set the trade permissions to automatic processing, so as long as the other party placed enough materials, the trade would instantly be completed. In the next hour, the amount of materials on his control panel started rising at a terrifying speed. Steel, 100,200,500. Plastic, 80,200,300. Wood, 100,300,500. The food and water scavenged from the internet cafe were rapidly transformed into the industrial foundation Lin Feng needed for his upgrade. 1 hour later, Lin Feng looked at the mountain of various materials in his storage locker and nodded in satisfaction, closing the trade panel. He now had enough raw materials to merge and manufacture the reinforced alloys, filter cores, and other parts needed for the infinite water tank, and still had plenty left over. Now, there was only one last thing left. 3 tons, natural water. He searched through the entire chat channel and trade market, but there were no sellers of natural water, not even 1 liter. Everyone was struggling over drinking water. Who would sell such a thing? Natural water. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, lost in thought. From a literal perspective, rainwater, river water, lake water should all count. Even. He glanced at the toilet in the bathroom, and an absurd thought popped up. Urine could also be considered natural water, as it contains salt and impurities, right? Unfortunately, even if my kidney function were strong, I'd have to wait until this survival game ends to pee out 3 tons. Even if all the captains of the flight worked together to accumulate it, it still wouldn't be enough. And who knows if there are viruses or something inside, it might ruin the water tank. He chuckled self-mockingly. It seemed this key material could only rely on the next stop. At this moment, the sweet, almost unreal voice of a woman suddenly echoed in the cabin, interrupting his thoughts. Flight notice, the plane is about to arrive at a new stop. Stop name, Sweet Forest. Stop over time, 3 hours. Captains, please prepare. Countdown to landing, 10, 9, 8. Chapter 0005, Uninvited Guest. The clouds and mist outside the window scattered away, and a boundless green ocean appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. The plane was going down smoothly, passing through layer after layer of thick tree crowns. Below, there was a huge primeval forest so wide that no end could be seen. Sunlight passed through the cracks in the branches and leaves, throwing broken and colorful spots of light onto the dark green ground. In the air, there even seemed to spread a wet and fresh smell that belonged to grass, trees, and soil. Flight notice: the plane is about to arrive at a new stopping point. Stopping point name: Sweet Forest. Staying time: 3 hours. Please let the captain get ready. Stop countdown: 10, 9, 8. Sweet Forest. Lin Feng's eyes instantly became unbelievably bright. His heart started beating faster because of some strong feeling deep inside him. Water. Natural water. This name, this sight, every single thing was telling him one fact: there was hope for the missing 3 tons of natural water he needed. With a light shake from the plane, the landing gear touched the ground firmly. Through the window, Lin Feng saw the plane stop on a simple runway surrounded by thick forest. This runway was made from packed dirt. On both sides, knee-high wild grass had grown everywhere. It was clear that this place had been abandoned for a very long time. The stopping point has been reached. Stay countdown begins, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Lin Feng did not hesitate for even a second. Time was precious. Not even 1 second could be wasted. He quickly walked to the corner of the cabin. There, a handcart was standing quietly. Yesterday, he had traded 2 packs of compressed biscuits for it from a survivor in a hardware store at one stopping point. On the cart, more than 10 large plastic basins were stacked neatly. They were also the result of his trade. Everything was ready. Only the east wind was missing. Now, the east wind had come. The cabin door slid open by itself, and the metal stairs stretched down to the ground. A smell mixed with dead plant leaves and wet soil rushed straight at his face. It was fresh, but it also carried a little wildness from the deep forest. Lin Feng pushed the empty rattling handcart down from the plane, his feet stepping onto the soft dirt runway. He did not rush into the forest at once. Instead, he stood where he was, narrowed his eyes, and quickly looked around at the land nearby. The forest was too huge. If he ran around like a headless fly, he would only lose his way within 3 hours. He needed a clear target. Water flows down to low places. Then the source must be in a high place. This was the most basic common sense of physics. He carefully looked at the small rises and falls of the land around the runway, and very quickly locked onto one direction. The land over there was slowly rising upward at a gentle angle. I will start from there. Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He adjusted the direction of the handcart and quickly walked along the edge of the runway toward the high place he had chosen. The wheels rolled over the wild grass and muddy ground, making a creaking sound: creak, creak. In this silent forest, it sounded especially clear. Everything around him was too quiet, so quiet that it felt strange. There was only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the leaves, and the scattered cries of some unknown birds. Lin Feng raised his guard to the highest level. While pushing the cart, he carefully watched everything around him. Not even the smallest movement could escape his eyes. He walked for nearly 20 minutes. The land became higher and higher, and his breathing also started to become fast. The thick tree crowns blocked most of the sunlight, and the forest was not easy to see through. He stopped, leaned the handcart beside a big tree, and then used both his hands and feet to climb onto a rock beside him that was half the height of a man. Only by standing high could he see far. He looked into the distance, his eyes passing over layer after layer of treetops. Suddenly, his pupils shrank a little. To the northwest, about 2 kilometers away, there was one area of forest whose color was completely different from every other place. The trees around it were all deep dark green. But that area showed a bright warm color, mixed with yellow and orange. That is... A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. The tree species born from the love of water. Only along river banks or streams where water is extremely abundant will such unique colors appear in this season. Found it! Lin Feng's heart uncontrollably raced. He leaped down from the rocks, not even bothering to brush off the dust on his body, pushed the handcart, and rushed towards that direction at full speed. It turned out that the direction he initially chose had a slight deviation. The real water source was actually not too far from the plane. As the distance shortened, a subtle, yet incredibly clear sound reached his ears. Splash! Splash! It was the sound of water. At this moment, the sound was like a melody of heaven in his ears. He pushed aside the last huge fern blocking his path, and an image that almost brought him to tears opened up before him. A crystal-clear stream, about 3 to 4 meters wide, was winding through the edge of a yellow-orange maple forest. The stream sparkled under the sunlight, reflecting shimmering waves like a field of broken diamonds. The pebbles at the bottom of the stream were colorful and clearly visible. Lin Feng dropped the handcart and rushed to the stream in a few steps, crouching down. He extended his hand, slowly dipping it into the icy cold water. A refreshing chill spread from his fingertips, instantly spreading throughout his body, dissipating all the heat brought on by his rapid running. He scooped a handful of water and splashed it onto his face. It was crisp and sweet. Whew. Lin Feng let out a long breath, as if he wanted to expel all the pressure and anxiety accumulated since his crossing. A huge sense of joy and satisfaction filled his chest. After a brief moment of excitement, he immediately sprang into action. He took each plastic basin off the handcart, placing them by the stream, and then began his seemingly insane transportation work. 1 basin. 2 basins. 10 basins. He filled each basin as quickly as possible and then carefully stacked them back onto the handcart one by one. Soon, the once light handcart became unbearably heavy. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, his arm muscles bulging, using all his strength to push this treasure full of hope, struggling to turn around and head back the way he came. The return journey was 10 times harder than the way there. The heavy load caused the wheels to sink deep into the soil, with every step requiring immense physical effort. Sweat slid down his forehead, soaking his clothes, but he didn't feel a hint of fatigue. All he felt was an intense heat in his heart. When he finally pushed the cart back onto the makeshift runway, nearly an hour had passed. He moved all the water into the cabin and then walked up to the manufacturing platform. The platform had basic weighing and analysis functions. He placed a plastic basin on it. Item: natural water. Weight: 501.2 kilograms. Lin Feng looked at the numbers on the screen and his face broke into a brilliant smile. This cart weighed half a ton. In other words, with just 5 more round trips, he could gather 3 tons of natural water and completely achieve toilet freedom. He didn't dare waste any time. He loaded the empty basins back onto the cart, drank a few sips of water to replenish his energy, and rushed back into the forest. With the first experience behind him, the second, third, each trip became smoother. When he returned with the 4th cart of water, there was just a little over 30 minutes remaining. The time was more than enough. Lin Feng's mood was more relaxed than ever. He even had the leisure to hum a little tune as he embarked on his 5th and final water trip. The fruits of victory seemed just within reach. However, just as he was pushing the final cart full of water, about to leave the forest and step onto the familiar runway, a strange sound suddenly came from the direction of the plane without any warning. Roar woo. It was a deep, low sound. The air was filled with the furious sounds of roars, mixed with the heavy thuds of metal being struck by a blunt object. Lin Feng's footsteps abruptly halted. The smile on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by extreme vigilance. He immediately pulled the cart behind a large tree, then softened his steps, crouched down, and cautiously moved toward the edge of the runway, using the thick shrubs as cover. He pushed aside a leaf, and his pupils instantly contracted. There, at the plane's door, stood a massive creature. It was a gigantic brown bear. The bear, standing on all fours, had a shoulder height of over 1.5 meters. Its brown-black fur stood up like steel needles, and its thick limbs were as wide as an adult's waist. At this moment, it was standing on 2 legs, wildly slapping the plane's door with its bare paw, which was as big as a fan. Bang! 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 Each strike made the sturdy alloy door emit a dull sound. Lin Feng's heart immediately jumped to his throat. He saw that the brown bear's nose was twitching constantly, clearly drawn to the smell of leftover instant noodle cups and food wrappers in the cabin. This beast wants to break in. Just as Lin Feng was about to suffocate from tension, an astonishing scene unfolded. The enraged brown bear suddenly took several steps back and let out an ear-splitting roar. Its massive body charged toward the plane's side like an out-of-control truck. However, just as its body was about to make contact with the aircraft's fuselage, a nearly imperceptible, water-like transparent ripple flashed across the plane's surface. Boom! A dull, earth-shattering sound echoed. The brown bear seemed to crash into an invisible, indestructible wall. Its enormous body was thrown back by a powerful force, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop. It shook its massive head, got up from the ground, and its eyes filled with confusion and even more violent rage. Lin Feng let out a long breath. The safety period for beginners. In the first 3 days, the plane is in an invincible state. The plane is temporarily safe. But, the next problem quickly arose. The enraged brown bear had no intention of leaving. It was pacing restlessly around the plane, occasionally letting out a threatening growl, its vicious eyes fixed on the only door. It was guarding the entrance. Lin Feng glanced at the cart full of water by his side, then at the massive creature glaring at him from a distance, his brows furrowing tightly. The countdown for the delay had less than 10 minutes remaining. What now? How can I go back? Chapter 0006, is this food? And that one too? With each tick of the countdown, Lin Feng's heart tightened. He remembered clearly that just yesterday, someone in the chat channel had mentioned a topic. A friend's pilot had also arrived in this survival world. His landing site was a scenic lakeside manor, as safe as a resort. That friend completely relaxed his guard, indulging in a feast in the manor's wine cellar, drinking heavily, then falling into a deep sleep on a soft velvet bed, missing the takeoff time. He never returned to the flight's chat channel. When the delay time ended and the plane left, his avatar turned permanently gray. Had he died? Or had the system erased him in some way? No one knew. But everyone understood one thing: missing the return time was not as simple as a game over. It was a complete, utter disappearance from this world, as if evaporated. Lin Feng shifted his gaze from the clock and looked at the cart before him, filled with hope. The cart, weighing over 500 kilograms, had its wheels deeply pressed into the damp soil. It is impossible to get 500 kilograms of natural water through trading. Even 50 kilograms is impossible. Water is too precious. Sweat had already soaked Lin Feng's back, and every limb of his body was protesting with soreness. After several round trips of carrying, his strength had been drained to the limit. Not to mention pushing this cart forward, even just standing now made his legs tremble slightly. The wind blew from deep in the forest, carrying the fresh scent of plants. It also carried the deep, impatient roar of the brown bear. It was attracted by the smell of food scraps, but blocked by an invisible barrier, making its irritation grow visibly. In Lin Feng's mind, a movie scene flashed uncontrollably. The character played by Leonardo DiCaprio. Torn apart by a giant bear in the icy snow, surviving only through incredible will. He didn't think he had that kind of luck or protagonist aura. In front of a huge beast of this size, any risky move was suicide. Give up the last cart, the most critical half-ton of water? The thought flashed, but he immediately crushed it. No! The blueprint for the infinite water tank was right there, and 3 tons of natural water was the only key to start it. This was not just water, it was freedom of water, the foundation of civilized life, a strategic resource that could give him a decisive edge over other survivors. Lin Feng forced himself to calm down, his brain working at high speed under pressure. Bear food scent. Right, the scent. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly lit up. An incredibly bold, yet seemingly only possible plan formed in his mind like lightning. He remembered the fruit-laden forest he had passed on the way here. Without hesitation, Lin Feng let go of the cart. He looked deeply at the precious water, as if engraving its place in his heart, then spun around and dashed back along the way he came as fast as possible. His feet crushed dry leaves, making a rustling sound. He had only one thought now. Fast. In less than 3 minutes, the pear forest, heavy with golden fruits, reappeared before him. Lin Feng barely had time to breathe, and ran straight under the fullest pear tree. He didn't waste time climbing but used all his strength to kick the trunk hard. Crash. With the violent shaking of the leaves, a dozen ripe yellow pears fell like rain. He quickly took off his sweat-soaked shirt, spread it on the ground, and rapidly picked up the yellow pears into it one by one. Soon, a simple yet heavy bundle was ready. Lin Feng tied the sleeves of the shirt tightly in front of his chest, holding the full ammunition close. The sweet, slightly sour fruit aroma filled his nose, making him even calmer. Holding the pears, he stealthily returned to the edge of the runway bushes, observing carefully. The brown bear seemed tired from tossing, no longer hitting the plane, pacing impatiently by the door like a moving mountain of flesh. The moment was not yet right. Lin Feng suppressed the slight anxiety in his heart, waiting patiently like an excellent hunter. Time ticked second by second. Countdown, 5:12. 4:33. Just as the countdown was about to drop below 4 minutes, the opportunity came. The brown bear seemed to realize it couldn't chew the metal can, roared in frustration, and walked to a grass patch about 10 meters from the door, sitting down heavily, seemingly ready to nap and wait for prey. Now! Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply, his muscles tensed instantly. The next second, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. He dashed out suddenly from behind the bushes. His target was not the cart, but the open door of the plane. Roar! The brown bear on the grass was so startled by this sudden noise that it stood up sharply, a hint of confusion flashing across its huge bare face. It seemed unsure how such a tiny thing dared to charge into the bear's mouth for food. Although its mind was confused, the beast's instinct quickly overcame the hesitation. In its eyes, this two-legged creature was a moving meal, fresh protein. Roar! With a deafening roar, the brown bear pushed hard with its limbs on the ground, its massive body bringing a wave of foul wind, charging straight at Lin Feng. The ground seemed to tremble slightly. Facing this terrifying charge like an out-of-control truck, Lin Feng showed no fear on his face. His eyes were terrifyingly calm. Just as the distance between him and the brown bear closed to less than 10 meters, and the strong smell of the beast almost suffocated him. He moved. Lin Feng suddenly hugged the shirt bundle in his arms tightly, using all his strength to throw it hard at the brown bear's head. The bundle burst open in midair. Dozens of golden pears scattered like a goddess sprinkling flowers, forming a dense rain of bullets that slammed toward the brown bear. Smack! 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 The pears hit the bear's thick fur and huge head, bursting everywhere. Sweet juice sprayed in all directions. The intense, overwhelming fruit fragrance instantly exploded the bear's sense of smell. Its charging steps suddenly paused. The huge head of the bear shook, and its not-so-smart brain seemed to fall into brief confusion. Why was more, even better-smelling food being thrown at it from this food in front of it? In that moment of hesitation, Lin Feng's figure became a blur, rushing past its side. He leapt forward, rolling clumsily into the plane's doorway. Boom! A dull, heavy sound came from outside the door. The bear, regaining its senses, used its massive body to crash against the air barrier, sending a ripple through the transparent wall. Lin Feng lay on the cold metal floor, breathing heavily, sweat and dust covering his face. He could clearly hear his heartbeat, pounding like a drum. Survived. Safe. He slowly got up, walked to the window, and looked outside. The brown bear had already moved away, sniffing the smashed pears on the ground with its big nose, making satisfied grunts. Nearby, the cart filled with natural water stood quietly. Like a mountain of gold waiting to be mined. A curve formed at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Since he had returned safely. Was it time now to think about how to bring the gold mountain back too? He thought for a moment, then turned to the control panel and opened the trade module. There was no need to look at the chat channel, only a new wave of cries or some lucky people showing off. For him, time should be spent in more valuable places. In the trade market, there were still requests to exchange basic materials for food and water, but also some strange items. Seller, Captain 0831. Item, Fire Axe X1, 90% new. Request, Compressed Biscuit X5? Lin Feng glanced, then swiped past. The fire axe was good, a tool for cutting humans, but too short, not enough damage. Close combat with that brown bear? He wasn't ready to die yet. Seller, Captain 2501. Item, Handmade Slingshot X1, with 20 steel balls. Request, Pure Water X1. Not powerful enough. Lin Feng did not doubt that the steel balls shot from this slingshot could not even pierce the bear's thick skin. He flipped through quickly, like a starving scavenger searching for food in a trash heap. His fingers suddenly stopped. A trivial trade message made his eyes light up. Seller, Captain 1444. Item for trade, Broken Iron Mop Handle X1. Note, docked at the school storage room, found no food, only this. The handle is very solid, just broken in the middle, about 1.5 meters left. Any kind soul willing to trade for compressed biscuits? I'm starving. Request, Compressed Biscuits X2. Broken mop handle? 1.5 meters long? Iron? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Chapter 0007. This taste is tangy and sharp. His fingers flew across the trading panel. Without any hesitation, he immediately sent a private message. Almost instantly, an automatic reply filled with strong resentment popped up. Captain 1444, auto reply 2 biscuits for a 1.5 meter iron rod, take it or leave it. Don't bother me again. Curse all your family if you scold or bargain. Lin Feng's eyebrows twitched slightly. It seemed this captain had been pushed to the edge of collapse. In this aviation survival world where eating and drinking are a problem, 2 compressed biscuits were almost equal to several days of life. Using them to trade for a broken mop handle that seems useless to others would surely make one look crazy or like a liar. Lin Feng did not reply with any words. Action is always stronger than words. He directly placed 2 well-packaged compressed biscuits into the trade panel, then clicked confirm. Beep. The moment the trade request was sent, the other side reacted. It was a private message full of disbelief and extreme caution. Captain 1444, what do you mean? Are you kidding me? Lin Feng still did not type. He exited the private chat, directly went to the trade market's public channel, found the mop handle posted by 1444, and selected trade match. The trading system automatically displayed the compressed biscuits he placed in the trade panel. Captain 1444, are you really trading? Are you sure? Don't trick me. Lin Feng calmly replied with a few words. Lin Feng, look at the handle, take it if it fits. The other side immediately responded, humble like a servant. Captain 1444, okay. Okay. Big brother, I will take photos for you right away. Please wait. Soon, several photos from different angles were sent. The background was a narrow, dim cabin. The mop handle was carefully placed on the only seat. The handle was iron, covered with a dark gray paint, some parts rusted, showing the metal underneath. The broken end was irregular, like it was forcefully snapped, sharp like dog teeth. The seller even measured the thickness with his hand and took close-up photos of the break. Each photo revealed a humble fear that the buyer might be dissatisfied. Captain 1444, big brother, see, absolutely solid. I tried it, swung it against a wall, made a dent, but the rod is fine. 1.5 meters, completely fair. Lin Feng, After a simple confirmation, 1444 sent another message. Captain 1444, big brother, do you have any questions? About the compressed biscuits. Seeing the humble tone, Lin Feng could imagine the man on the other side of the screen waiting eagerly for him to click trade, like waiting for a god's blessing. He had no hesitation. The next second, the trade success sound rang clearly. Trade successful. You lost, compressed biscuits x 2 foot. Trade successful. You gained, broken iron mop handle x 1 foot. Almost at the same time, Captain 1444's private messages flooded in like a bursting dam. Captain 1444, what the hell? Captain 1444, done? Really done? Captain 1444, brother. Big brother. You are my real brother. Captain 1444, I am not dreaming, right? Lin Feng could guess that somewhere in an unknown cabin, a starving man was holding those 2 biscuits, trembling with excitement, even with tears in his eyes. Captain 1444, big brother, you are truly my living bodhisattva. I have nothing to repay you, but if you don't mind, add me as a friend. My name is Zhang Yunxian. If there's ever a time you need your little brother, just say the word, I'll go through fire and water for you. Lin Feng clicked agree. More friends, more paths, though with this friend, the chance to meet was slim. Closing the chat channel, Lin Feng's eyes fell to the control console beside him. That mop handle, stained with rust and the scent of despair, lay quietly there. Lin Feng grasped it in his hand, the cold metallic touch sending through his palm, instantly calming his chaotic thoughts. Its weight was heavier than imagined. Lin Feng walked to the porthole and looked outside. The brown bear was still on the grass, its huge head buried in the bushes, chewing happily on the smashed yellow pears. Less than 20 meters away, the cart carrying 3 tons of hope stood like a lonely island, quietly waiting for rescue. The sweet scent of the pears had for now captured its attention. But that wasn't enough. It needed a stronger, more irresistible bait. A bait that would make this beast lose all reason, completely diverting its focus from that area. Lin Feng's eyes slowly scanned the cabin. Finally, they landed on the pile of food scavenged from the internet cafe. His gaze passed over cookies, bread, and instant noodles, settling on an unremarkable tin can. It was a flat, palm-sized tin, its red label showing 2 lifelike fish and 3 large words, fermented black bean fish. A bold plan quickly formed in Lin Feng's mind. Since this bear had a keen nose and was greedy, he would play to its liking. Using the industrial flavors of the civilized world, he would give this beast, who only knew the taste of raw fruit, a lesson in gourmet food. He walked to the can, picked it up, and pulled the metal ring. SSSHH. With a faint hiss of air escaping, an indescribable, aggressive smell burst from the tiny opening, sweeping through the cabin. It was a complex scent, a mix of the salty aroma of fermented black beans, the fishy smell of meat, and heavy oiliness. For humans, this smell was too strong, even pungent. Many girls on picnics had smelled this kind of can carried by boys and vomited on the spot. But for a brown bear, spending its days among plants and berries, this was the strongest, most intense fragrance in the world. Roar! Outside, the brown bear paused in mid-chew. Its huge head lifted from the grass, nostrils twitching violently, eyes small but filled with confusion. In the air, a completely new scent appeared, one it had never smelled before, making its soul shiver. What was it? Richer than the sweetest honey, more tempting than the ripest berries. Its mouth opened, a piece of pear still in mid-chew dropped to the ground with a plop. It didn't care anymore. Like an activated statue, it stiffly turned its neck, following the scent inch by inch. Finally, its gaze locked tightly on that strange tin box emitting a metallic smell. The fragrance came from there. Inside the cabin, Lin Feng's face showed no expression. He went to the open hatch, crouched, and placed the fish can with its magical smell steadily at the very edge of the metal floor. Just one step, and the can would fall onto the grass outside. Sunlight glinted off the oily juice of the can, reflecting dazzling light. That rich scent, like an invisible hand, gripped the brown bear's throat and ignited the primal greed in its genes. Saliva, flowing uncontrollably from the black corners of its mouth, dripped down, leaving behind a shimmering thread on the fur of its chin. It saw clearly. Right at that door, the place it had never been able to get close to before, sat the most wonderful thing it had ever smelled in its life. At this moment, its sanity completely snapped. What invisible wall, what strange tin box, all of them were thrown out of its mind. It now had only one thought. Eat it. No matter the cost, eat it. Roar. a roar so violent it shook the forest. The massive body of the brown bear suddenly crouched low, its thick limbs pushed forcefully against the ground. Mud and grass flew in all directions. Its weight, over half a ton, erupted in a speed completely unmatched to its size, like an out-of-control heavy truck, rushing towards the cabin door with a gust of foul wind. The ground trembled slightly. The unstoppable momentum seemed like it would crush everything in its path into powder. Its eyes, focused only on that small, glistening tin can. The dull thud made the entire cabin wall tremble lightly. Boom! The brown bear, whose sanity had been completely triggered by the smell of the fermented soybean fish can, slammed its massive body into the air wall, creating a visible ripple. The violent impact caused its huge head to spin slightly. But the overbearing scent in its nostrils had utterly destroyed the last bit of caution left in its beastly mind. It didn't understand why the food so close could not be reached. It only knew that it had to eat it. Roar! The brown bear let out a roar filled with both pain and greed. Its massive paw started wildly slapping and scratching at the invisible barrier, making sharp, tearing sounds as if it were ripping the air apart. It even stood up. In order to get closer to the source of that smell, its entire massive body stood upright, exposing its brown-black chest and soft throat, defenseless in the air. All its attention focused solely on the small tin can. Inside the cabin, Lin Feng's eyes were as cold as glaciers in that moment. He was like a sculpture, ready to strike, kneeling on one knee, his body slightly leaning forward, both hands gripping tightly the 1.5-meter-long iron mop handle. Through the layer of air wall, which was constantly rippling, he could clearly see the brown bear's chest, where the fur was thinner and fluctuated with each breath. That was where the heart was. Now! Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, and the power from his entire body surged into his arms and waist. No roar, no extra movements. He was like a bow drawn taut. In the instant the string was released, sending the simple spear in his hand flying forward. Thud! A dull, teeth-grinding sound rang out as the sharp, dog-tooth-like broken end of the mop handle entered the brown bear's chest without resistance. Time seemed to slow down in that moment. Roar! The brown bear, standing upright, suddenly froze. Its violent roar abruptly cut off, turning into a short, confused growl. It slowly lowered its massive head, and for the first time, confusion appeared in its violent eyes. An unbearable pain, one it had never experienced before, swept through its nervous system like a tidal wave. Then came the cold and weakness, as if its life force was rapidly draining like a burst dam. Thud! The massive creature crashed backwards, its heavy body slamming into the ground, creating a shallow pit, stirring up a cloud of dust and grass. Its thick limbs twitched a few times unconsciously. The hiss-hiss sound of air leaking from his mouth was heard, blood mixed with internal organs fragments, gushing out from the wound, quickly staining the land beneath him. The once violent eyes were rapidly dimming, their light fading away. Lin Feng slowly stood up, his chest heaving, letting out a long exhale. It's done! But he didn't relax for a moment, his gaze fixed coldly on the brown bear outside that had collapsed, still as calm as ever. In movies and TV shows, the villains always die because they talk too much. And the main characters, they always die because they don't strike the final blow. He didn't want to be the kind of fool who barely survives 3 episodes. Lin Feng clenched his fists, confirmed that the air wall of the newbie protection still existed, then stepped out of the cabin. He walked over to the still twitching brown bear, not looking at the fatal chest wound, but locking his cold gaze on its chest. He raised his foot. He used all his strength. He stomped hard on the exposed end of the mop handle. Crack! With a clear sound of bones cracking, the mop handle pierced through from the bear's back, dragging a large stain behind it. The brown bear's massive body finally shook violently, then completely stopped moving. Lin Feng still wasn't satisfied. He pulled out the iron rod covered in hot blood and fat, aimed it at the bear's eye socket, and stabbed it hard, repeatedly. Until that giant head was reduced to a mushy mess, he finally stopped. After doing all that, he tossed the weapon aside and sat down where he was. As the adrenaline wore off, he felt his whole body go weak. The relief of surviving the ordeal and the extreme fatigue made him almost want to lie down right there. But it wasn't time yet. From the corner of his eye, Lin Feng caught a glimpse of the cold digital number on the cabin wall. Stay countdown, 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Only 3 minutes left. He quickly stood up and sprinted toward the nearby handcart. He reached the cart, gripped the cold handle with both hands, gritted his teeth, and put all his weight onto it. Lift! He forced the word through his clenched teeth, his arm muscles bulging to the limit, veins popping out like coiled dragons. The heavy wheels let out an unbearable groan as they sank into the moist soil. Slowly, inch by inch, it moved forward. The journey back was harder than ever. Every meter felt like trudging through a swamp. Sweat blurred his vision, dripping from his chin into the soil. His lungs roared like a bellows, each breath bringing a searing pain. Lin Feng put all his strength into it, pushing the handcart unsteadily as he stumbled toward the cabin door. After all this, he was so tired he could barely stand straight. The countdown only had 2 minutes left. 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Lin Feng didn't collapse onto the seemingly soft chair, his gaze immediately falling on the brown bear's carcass, a thought uncontrollably flashing through his mind. This is all meat. In this world where food is life, a complete, fresh wild animal carcass like this was worth more in trade than half a ton of water. Give up? That thought flashed through his mind but was immediately snuffed out. A flash of determination passed through Lin Feng's eyes. He rushed out of the cabin again, grabbing the brown bear's blood-soaked front paw. Ha! He let out a low growl, using all his might to drag it backward. The bear's body didn't budge. It was too heavy. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Time passed second by second. Lin Feng immediately gave up on dragging its limbs, instead moving to the back of the brown bear, pressing his shoulder against its fat rear, his feet digging into the ground, creating deep pits, pushing forward like an ox pulling a cart. Inch by inch. The brown bear's corpse was finally scraped inch by inch toward the cabin door. 32 seconds. The cold countdown sound echoed in his ears like the death knell. Content is blocked. Lin Feng let out a roar from his throat, using his shoulder to make one final charge. The massive bear's head finally slid past the threshold of the hatch. He staggered and tumbled into the cabin. At the same time, the heavy alloy door slammed shut behind him with a dull thud. Bang! Immediately afterward, the familiar sensation of slight weightlessness came over him. The delay time has ended, the flight is starting to take off. We are glad to see you, Captain. We wish you a pleasant journey next time. Lin Feng lay on the cold metal floor, sprawled out like a puddle of mud, not even wanting to move a finger. He breathed in deeply, the air in the cabin mixed with the smell of blood and earth, his insides aching as if they were being torn apart. But he smiled. Looking at the cabin, filled to the brim with the bear's corpse and water basins, this trip was definitely a big harvest, far ahead of other captains by several levels. It could be said he had gained a cliff-like advantage. After about 10 minutes, Lin Feng felt like he was alive again. He crawled up and walked to the control panel, his fingers quickly tapping away. Soon, a line of data appeared. Item, black brown bear, corpse. Weight, 387.4 kilograms. 387 kilograms. If eaten sparingly, it could last almost 2 months, maybe even longer. After the joy, Lin Feng realized a new, practical problem. There was no refrigeration equipment on the plane. So much fresh meat, in the cabin environment, would spoil in a day or two at most. By then, forget about eating it. If he didn't make himself sick, it would be lucky if he didn't cause a plague. It was impossible to cook it all at once either. Just cutting it into small chunks that could be properly cooked was a huge challenge. And there was simply no fire source or equipment for that. He didn't know how to cure the meat, nor had the tools or materials. Lin Feng began pacing the cabin, thinking things through. After a moment, he stopped and directed his gaze at the control panel. Problems he couldn't solve didn't mean others couldn't. Lin Feng wasn't an arrogant person. Using other people's wisdom was the easiest way to go. While other captains were still worrying about food, he was already thinking about preserving it. If that didn't work, he could sell it. Meat was precious in this world, so it would definitely fetch a good price. He walked to the control panel and skillfully opened the chat channel. Chapter 0009, This woman seems to have a problem. After the channel opened, he intended to see if anyone had posted any messages looking to buy large quantities of meat or searching for methods to preserve food long-term. However, when the channel interface appeared, what greeted him was not the peaceful trading information he had expected, but a flood of intense arguments, like the shells of two countries roaring like rain. Captain 3344, are you done? Like a crazy dog, chasing and biting? I'll say it again, it was an emergency situation. Is it our fault for not saving your damn seawater? Captain 3355, exactly. Mo, don't be so shameless. If it weren't for us, you'd have been torn apart by those beach crabs. And now you bite back at us? What a joke. Captain 0007, shut up, you trash. Just 4 words, but they seemed to carry a cold air, instantly making the previous 2 frantic curses seem like a clown's performance. As expected, the other side immediately exploded. Captain 3344, who are you calling trash? M.O. Yoli. You better explain yourself clearly. Captain 0007, selling the transformation card for a few pieces of bread, what else could you be if not trash? The argument continued, but Lin Feng's attention was no longer on it. His finger gently tapped on the screen, beginning to scroll up through the chat history. A few key words, like spotlights in the dark night, instantly captured all his focus. Collaboration exploration? Lin Feng's eyes became focused, and he quickly scanned through the dozens of previous posts, reading every word carefully. Soon, the full picture clearly appeared in his mind. It was just the last time, during the second flight stopover, that the system seemed to trigger some special mechanism, causing a portion of the captains to land in the same area. The two men with IDs 3344 and 3355, and the woman named Emoyoli with ID 0007, met at that time. They landed on a vast black mudflat, surrounded by endless ocean. According to the chat records, the mudflat was covered with highly aggressive mutated crabs, the size of small cars. Under the pressure of survival, the three chose to temporarily team up. The point of conflict arose in resource distribution and strategic choices. The two men, having had bad luck during the first exploration, found almost nothing. So, in their second cooperation, they traded a passenger area modification card they found, without hesitation, for some compressed biscuits and a bottle of water through the trading market. At the final stage of the exploration, when they finally found a relatively safe reef area, the woman named Emoyoli asked them to help her collect as much seawater as possible and fill it in the folding bucket she was carrying. The two men thought it was a waste of time. Seawater couldn't be drunk or used, and risking being surrounded by giant crabs to do such a futile task was insane. So, they decisively refused and chose to return to the plane early. In the end, Emoyoli held out until the last moment alone outside, but didn't bring back what she wanted. Thus, the current argument across flights arose. The two men felt that the other party was ungrateful, they saved her life, but she blamed them in return. Emoyoli's attitude was very clear: different paths, no collaboration. In her eyes, those two men were short-sighted, petty, and only cared about immediate benefits, useless fools. Interesting. Lin Feng gently tapped his fingers on the screen, closing the chat channel. He leaned back against the cold metal chair, his eyes half closed, but his brain was running at high speed. This argument, to him, was even more valuable than the dead brown bear's corpse. It at least revealed three extremely crucial pieces of information. First, this survival world has the possibility of cooperation. Captains are not always strangers behind the screen, they might meet at a certain stopover. This means the future world will be much more complicated than he imagined. People are always harder to predict than beasts. Second, short-sighted people don't last long in this world. The two men's behavior of trading a precious modification card for a few biscuits seemed incredibly stupid to Lin Feng. They would probably never know what kind of earth-shattering changes would occur after upgrading the passenger area to LV.3. And the third point, the most important one. Seawater. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a clarity in them. What would ordinary people think of seawater? Salty, bitter, undrinkable, full of microorganisms and impurities, almost useless except for providing salt. During the critical and dangerous exploration time, spending huge amounts of energy to collect seawater was itself full of doubts. Unless. The collector knew very well that this thing had value far beyond food and ordinary drinking water. Immediately, the blueprint he had just obtained flashed in Lin Feng's mind. Infinite water tank. What were the conditions to activate it? 3 tons of natural water. Seawater, without a doubt, belongs to the category of natural water. A bold guess took shape in Lin Feng's mind, lightning fast. The woman named Emoyoli, ID number 0007, she very likely also knew about the existence of the infinite water tank. This guess made Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. What did this mean? It meant that this woman had at least upgraded her passenger area to LV.3. And the crafting table was unlocked. While most people were still worrying about their next meal, she was already running on almost the same leading track. Maybe, she even had some special talent or ability, allowing her to handle seawater more easily than others, turning it into usable freshwater. Otherwise, her nearly obsessive collecting behavior could not be explained. Lin Feng's fingertips unconsciously brushed over the metal surface of the console. For the first time, he felt strong interest and high alert toward a stranger he had never met. It was not because of gender, but came from a keen instinct toward a peer who could see the situation clearly and plan ahead. Those two men called her a mad dog. But to Lin Feng, this woman was a real lone wolf, sharp in scent and knowing how to lie in wait. She was 100 times more dangerous than those two men who only complained and cursed. Thinking this, Lin Feng reopened the trading market. He did not search for ways to preserve food, that problem had been temporarily pushed aside. Compared to how to handle over 300 kilograms of bear meat, he now wanted to confirm one thing. He typed the 2 words, seawater, into the search bar. The search results quickly popped up, very few in number. Most were just complaints from newcomers. Wanted, fresh water. Who has extra fresh water? I landed on an island surrounded by seawater, dying of thirst. Can any expert teach me how to turn seawater into drinkable water? Waiting online, urgent. Lin Feng ignored these meaningless messages, his gaze precisely locked onto a listing. Seller, Captain 0007. Item for trade, high concentration salt water X 100 ml. Requirement, iron block X1. Note, already filtered and purified by high-temperature evaporation, not for drinking, can be used for pickling or special purposes. It was her. Lin Feng's pupils slightly contracted. This woman not only collected seawater, she had even started processing and selling it. Although 100 milliliters of concentrated saltwater for one iron block was a very low-value exchange, because concentrated saltwater could become fresh water by distillation, it still proved her thinking was frighteningly clear. Was she testing, making plans? Was she using this method to filter out other captains who also needed natural water or knew its value, those in the first tier? Lin Feng's fingers hovered over the trade button, but after a moment, slowly moved away. Rushing to contact her did not seem wise. He did not want to expose his leading position. Before that, he should collect some information about the woman. After all, her recent stir was big and surely someone was talking about her. Just as Lin Feng reopened the chat channel, an avatar caught his attention. Chapter 0010, Something Interesting. Lin Feng opened the chat channel. His eyes quickly scanned the record list and precisely found that familiar avatar. Captain 1444, Zhang Yunxian. Lin Feng immediately initiated a private chat. Lin Feng, are you there? Almost instantly, the reply came, carrying a hard-to-hide excitement and flattery. Zhang Yunxian, here. Here. Big brother, what orders do you have? Lin Feng wasted no words and went straight to the point. Lin Feng, that 0007 who argued in the channel just now, Mo Yoli, do you know her? Zhang Yunxian, Mo Yoli? Oh, that woman. Yes, just now she was like an iceberg. Those two men were broken by a few sharp words, really amazing. Big brother, why are you interested in her? Between Zhang Yunxuan's words, there was a mix of respectful distance toward Mo Yoli and curiosity toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng, have you had any contact with her before? Zhang Yunxian, no way. Big brother, I am timid, I just guard my little space around the plane, I have hardly seen anyone. That woman looks hard to mess with, I barely had time to avoid her. Big brother, are you lacking any supplies? I've also got a lot of screws and metal sheets. If you need them, just say the word and I'll trade them to you right away. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. It seems that I won't get any valuable information from Zhang Yunxian. This person's survival mode is typical of someone who is too cautious, not wanting to take any risks. It's hard for him to get involved with the core circles and secrets. Lin Feng, no need, keep them for yourself. He replied casually and closed the chat box. There's no point in saying more. Lin Feng, without much hope, found another avatar in his friend list. Pilot 1989, Su Qingju. The girl who almost starved to death at the first docking point. He thought, as a rookie, she probably wouldn't know any insider information either, but his fingers still subconsciously clicked on her profile. Lin Feng, I have a question. Do you know Pilot 0007, Mo Yoli? After sending the message, it took more than 10 seconds for her to reply, seeming somewhat hesitant. Su Qingju, I know her. Lin Feng's finger paused. Su Qingju, we added each other as friends. When we docked last time, our landing spots were very close, and she helped me a bit. Su Qingju, but she's a bit strange. Lin Feng, how so? Su Qingju, she doesn't seem to care much about collecting food and water. Instead, she keeps wandering around the beach and even asked me if I had any large containers. Later, those two men came back and said that she almost got surrounded by crabs while trying to collect seawater. I think, maybe she's been without water for too long and is overreacting. Between the lines, there was sympathy and confusion from Su Qingju towards Mo Yoli. But what Lin Feng caught was another layer of information. Lin Feng, do you have her as a friend? What level is she at now? Su Qingju, LV.2, I checked on purpose. She doesn't seem very good at collecting supplies, and even food is scarce for her. LV.2? Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the cold central console. A LV.2 pilot, struggling even for food, yet taking the life-risking chance to collect seawater, which has no direct value. Something is off, and there's always a reason for strange behavior. This woman's actions are full of oddities. The only explanation is that she knows the potential value of seawater very well, and that value even surpasses the food she's currently lacking. Lin Feng, got it, thanks. He closed the chat and his thoughts became unusually clear. Since I can't directly inquire, I'll use the simplest method. He opened the trading market and entered saltwater in the search bar. It didn't take long before he found the familiar trading information. Seller, Pilot 0007. Trade item, high concentration saltwater X 100 ml. Requirement, iron block X1. Lin Feng's lips curved into a slight smile. He directly chose to match the trade, then place the iron block he got after the first landing into his trade bar. It was a piece fused from a computer case in an internet cafe. Almost the moment the trade request was sent, a private message window forcibly popped up. It was an automatic reply set by the other party. Pilot 0007, auto reply: if you're here to watch the show, eat melon seeds, or haggle, you can leave. The cold text carried a sense of irritation, warning people to stay away. Lin Feng chuckled. He could imagine how badly this woman must have been harassed. He didn't reply but directly clicked on the confirm trade button. Trade successful. You lost iron block x 1 foot. Trade successful. You gained high concentration salt water x 100 ml. The next moment, a friend request notification sound went off. Pilot 0007 has requested to add you as a friend. Lin Feng clicked agree. He immediately opened the other party's profile, and the personal information clearly appeared. Pilot 0007. Name, Mo Yoli. Level, LV.2. As expected, LV.2. Lin Feng's doubts grew even deeper. This woman is hiding secrets. But he wasn't in a rush. Even though he had added her as a friend, she clearly didn't want to talk about the seawater matter. She didn't even send a single message, completely different from the attitudes of Su Qingzhu and Zhang Yunxian. It wouldn't be wise to try to force the issue right now. There is a chance to slowly explore. Putting the salt water aside casually, Lin Feng's eyes fell again on that brown bear corpse, like a small mountain. The smell of blood mixed with the beast's stench, filling the entire cabin. Handling this corpse was a big job, not something that could be done quickly. In comparison, another task had a higher priority. Lin Feng's gaze turned to the crafting table. He walked to the cart full of water basins, took a deep breath, and started his carrying work. One by one, he carefully took the basins full of clear natural water off the cart, arranging them neatly around the designated circular area of the crafting table. Soon, the cart was empty. But the area still had large empty spaces. Lin Feng opened the plane's built-in water tanks, transferring water bucket by bucket into spare basins. The whole cabin was filled with dozens of water basins, large and small, the water shimmering, reflecting sparkling waves under the lights, a spectacular sight. When the last basin was placed, 3 tons of natural water completely filled the designated area. A sudden change occurred. Detected sufficient natural water meeting upgrade conditions. Detected core upgrade component, cabin remodeling card, universal. Infinite water tank blueprint begins activation. The surface of the crafting table lit up with a soft white glow. The water in the basin seemed pulled by an invisible force, forming thick streams that shot upward, gathering in midair into a huge, constantly spinning blue water sphere. The cabin remodeling card Lin Feng placed on the table floated up, turning into a streak of light, merging into the water sphere. Click. A crisp breaking sound. The remodeling card disintegrated into countless light points the moment it merged, disappearing completely. Immediately, the huge water sphere began to shrink rapidly, solidifying, finally becoming a silver metal cube about 1 meter on each side, its surface flowing with water ripples, slowly landing in the center of the crafting table. Congratulations! Infinite water tank successfully crafted. Function: absorbs free water molecules from the space, automatically generates 500 liters of non-drinkable water daily. Lin Feng walked to the silver water tank, reached out, and lightly touched its cold surface. A gentle water vapor flowed along his fingertips. Once placed in its original position, opening the faucet would let water flow endlessly. Free use of water was finally achieved. Suppressing the joy in his heart, he immediately opened the plane's details panel. New upgrade requirement information had refreshed. Survival plane, unnamed. Captain, Lin Feng. Level, LV.3. Upgrade to LV.4 requires 5 tons of fuel, 100 reinforced alloy, cockpit remodeling card, rare, X2. Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. The type of remodeling card had changed. From cabin to cockpit, the suffix changed from universal to rare. And the required quantity increased from 1 to 2. A thought surfaced uncontrollably in his mind. The remodeling card was one of the core materials for upgrading the plane. But it was more like a key. After each plane upgrade, the system gave an extra chance to choose a blueprint, allowing a new device to be unlocked and crafted at the current level's crafting table. So, if he could get more remodeling cards, could he unlock more devices at the same level? For example, at LV.3, could he craft both device A and device B? The thought flashed and was immediately rejected. It seemed unlikely. If it were true, then with enough remodeling cards, one could arm the plane fully at a low level, making the cards immeasurably valuable, completely breaking the balance of this survival world. A more reasonable explanation is the level of the plane limited the total number of modules that could be installed. Upgrading required 1 modification card for each module slot. If you wanted to install 2 modules at LV.3, the plane's own level had to support it. Lin Feng's thoughts became clearer and clearer. These were only guesses, but they already gave him a deeper understanding of the rules of this world. He refocused his attention on the upgraded feature list. Among the requirements to upgrade the passenger area to LV.4, besides the space expanding again, the most eye-catching was a completely new unlocked function. Central Console Portable Operation Panel. Lin Feng's breath paused the moment he saw these words. He almost instantly understood the value of this thing. A portable central console that could access the trading market and chat channels anytime, anywhere. This meant that even if he left the plane, while exploring the dangerous docking points, he could still get real-time information, make trades, and even call the plane for support. This was no longer just a simple tool. It was practically a divine artifact. Chapter 0011I, Wealthy in Capital. After reading the LV4 requirement details, Lin Feng's gaze returned to the silver cube quietly floating in the center of the fabrication platform. Infinite water tank. Now, it was time to celebrate after the war. He walked to the central console, fingers swiping quickly across the trading market panel. Soon, he found things he could take out and sell. They were some low-quality alloys that had mostly lost their value to him after the upgrades. These materials, once treated as treasures, could no longer be used to strengthen the core structure after the passenger area was upgraded to LV.3. Rather than let them occupy precious space, it was better to exchange them for items for the celebration. Seller, Captain number 4198. Trading item, large plug-in oak bathtub X1, includes shampoo and body wash set. Requirement, ordinary alloy X1. Note, I landed in a primeval forest, wood is everywhere, but no food, no water, and not a bit of metal. Someone, please, trade with me. Lin Feng did not hesitate and chose the trade directly. Then, in the same way, he exchanged another alloy for a brand new electric pot. With a flash of light, a huge bathtub over 1.5 meters in diameter, smelling of fresh wood, along with an electric pot, appeared out of thin air on the cabin floor. After finishing all this, Lin Feng pushed the infinite water tank against the bathroom wall, 2 meters away, and opened the valve below. Splash! Clear, clean water gushed out like an endless waterfall. He guided the water into the bathtub, then plugged it into the plane's built-in socket. Soon, the whole cabin was filled with warm, moist steam. At the same time, he filled the electric pot with water, plugged it in, and boiled it for disinfection, not wasting any bath time. Lin Feng took off the clothes covered in blood and sweat, almost hardened into a sheet of iron, and stepped into the bathtub without hesitation. The warm water immediately wrapped his whole body. An indescribable, bone-penetrating comfort made him feel so good he almost moaned. Every inch of tense muscle slowly relaxed under the soaking hot water. The fatigue and soreness left from fighting a brown bear seemed to peel away bit by bit from his body. He squeezed shampoo into his hands, worked up rich foam, and scrubbed his hair and body hard. Rinsing off the foam, the sticky feeling mixed with blood, dust, and sweat completely disappeared, replaced by a fresh soap aroma. It felt like he was about to ascend to heaven. He leaned against the tub wall, closed his eyes, and let out a long breath. This was what life was meant to be. In this apocalyptic world, being able to take a hot bath without restraint. This luxurious indulgence is probably enough to make 99% of captains jealous to the point of madness. After a few minutes, Lin Feng felt every pore of his body open up, and he felt completely rejuvenated. He dried his body, changed into a clean set of clothes, and felt as though he had been reborn. Hunger, just at the right moment, began to rise from his stomach. Lin Feng walked over to the massive corpse of the brown bear, using a small knife to laboriously cut off a large, tender piece of lean meat near the rib rack. He sliced the meat into thin pieces and threw them into the already boiled and sterilized electric hot pot. Sizzle! The meat slices touched the scorching hot pot, instantly emitting an enticing sound. A rich, primal meat aroma, mixed with the smoky scent of the fat being roasted, powerfully rushed into his nostrils, wildly stimulating his taste buds. Lin Feng's Adam's apple uncontrollably bobbed up and down. He couldn't remember the last time he had smelled this scent. The meat slices quickly cooked, their surface turning an irresistible golden brown. He picked up a slice with chopsticks, too impatient to blow on it, and quickly popped it into his mouth. Hot, tender, and chewy. That pure, long-lost flavor of meat exploded in his mouth, and a wave of happiness instantly overwhelmed all his senses. At this moment, life was filled with flavor. He devoured the food, finishing an entire plate of roasted meat in a windstorm-like manner, and only stopped when he felt a solid sense of fullness in his stomach. Full and satisfied, Lin Feng leaned back in his seat, his eyes inadvertently glancing at the broken mop handle he had discarded beside him. It was this simple weapon that helped him take down that massive creature. He reached out and picked it up. The broken end of the mop handle had become somewhat dull from piercing through flesh and bone. An idea popped up uncontrollably in his mind. Since ordinary alloys were useless on the LV.3 body, why not make use of waste? Every previous fusion had come with immense mental exhaustion and anxiety about the unknown, so he never had the chance or energy to carefully test the limits of his ability. Now, it was the perfect time. Lin Feng placed the mop handle in front of him, then took a few pieces of ordinary alloy. He closed his eyes and focused his mind. Fusion. The familiar light flickered, and the mop handle and alloy pieces floated together, merging and reassembling in the dazzling light sphere. Clang. The light dissipated, and a brand new spear fell into his hands. It had a deep, dark silver color, its surface smooth, with the cold, metallic texture unique to metals. The originally rough breakpoint had been transformed into a sharp, conical tip that gleamed with a cold light. Lin Feng gripped it, his wrist sinking down forcefully. So heavy. This brand new alloy spear weighed at least 1.5 times more than before. He weighed it in one hand, and his arm muscles tensed slightly to firmly grip it. Lin Feng recalled the moment he killed the brown bear and felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't fuse immediately. In his exhausted state at the time, it would have been difficult to strike accurately. This discovery gave him a deeper understanding of his abilities. Fusion was not simply 1 + 1 = 2. It altered the properties of the material, enhancing its performance, but at the same time, it could bring new usage thresholds. After the meal, Lin Feng fully entered the mode of a mad scientist. He began using all kinds of non-core materials he could find in the cabin to conduct bolder fusion experiments. He fused a plastic sheet with the alloy spear. With a flash of light, the back half of the spear was wrapped in a layer of tough and lightweight black plastic, forming a grip better suited for exerting force. The weight was slightly reduced, but the grip had greatly improved. He then fused a stainless steel basin. A piece of wood and a metal strip merged. The result was a reinforced basin with a thickened bottom, wooden heatproof layers on the sides, and a handle. In a crisis, it could even barely serve as a shield. Clothes and plastic sheets merged into a simple raincoat with a waterproof coating. 2 old t-shirts of different styles merged into a new shirt with thicker, more durable fabric. Lin Feng was endlessly delighted, like a child with a new toy, his eyes shining with the light of exploration. He definitely would not dare use food for experiments. If something inedible resulted from the merge, it would really be a loss for his grandmother's house. After he had almost tried every movable miscellaneous object, his gaze suddenly fell on the airplane's built-in private bathroom. An extremely bold idea began to grow wildly in his mind. What if he tried to merge parts of the airplane itself? What would happen? He did not dare touch core devices like the infinite water tank. But it was just a wash basin, it should be fine, right? No hesitation. He acted immediately. Lin Feng walked into the bathroom, stretched out his hand, pressed it on the shiny, new ceramic wash basin, and placed an alloy piece beside it. Merge. He focused his mind and issued the command. However, the expected light did not appear. The alloy lay quietly, and the wash basin did not move at all, as if his power had sunk into the ocean without causing a ripple. Lin Feng froze. Not believing it, he pressed his hand on the toilet. The result was the same. A cold warning finally appeared before his eyes. Warning: talent abilities cannot affect the aircraft's main body or upgrade modules. As expected, it did not work. Lin Feng leaned against the doorframe, and instead of disappointment, he exhaled a long breath, his mind clearer than ever. This limitation was fair and reasonable. If he could endlessly enhance the airplane with his abilities, it would be like opening an invincible backdoor, completely breaking the core meaning of upgrades. Rules must be obeyed. But he had found a loophole in the rules. He could not directly strengthen the airplane, but he could use the most basic materials to merge and create the rare resources needed for upgrades, things others would not even dare to imagine. While other pilots worried over a piece of iron or a screw, he already had the ability to turn stone into gold. This was his true, cliff-like lead advantage. Chapter 0012, Bear, oh Bear, what to do? By the end of the experiment, Lin Feng was utterly drained, both mentally and physically. He slumped in the cabin seat, breathing heavily, sweat from his temples running down his cheeks and dripping onto the cold floor. The cabin was a complete mess. The floor was scattered with all kinds of strangely shaped, failed fusion products. The most eye-catching was a bizarre creation made from a stainless steel basin and an old t-shirt merged together. It curled in a corner, twisted, with the stiffness of metal and the wrinkles of cloth. Overall, it looked like a de-skinned, twisted, deformed kangaroo. If someone wore this out, it might trigger a revolutionary avant-garde art scene at Milan Fashion Week. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the pile of waste, yet a trace of understanding appeared on his exhausted face. After an afternoon of non-stop, almost insane testing, he had completely grasped the underlying logic of the merge ability. First, merging followed some law of mass conservation and recombination beyond his understanding. It seemed to work on the atomic or even more microscopic level, dismantling and reconstructing matter with unimaginable precision. Second, the shape was crucial. If the objects to be merged had clear forms, the final product would take an intermediate value between their shapes. But if the morphological differences are too large, like between a basin and clothes, the result is disastrous. It will only lead to a pile of useless artistic trash. Finally, and most importantly, fusion consumes both mental and physical energy. This is a double overdraft. In a state of extreme exhaustion or mental fatigue, forcing the use of abilities is likely to result not in creation, but in self-destruction. He closed his eyes, feeling the sharp pain, like needles, deep in his brain, and the aching weakness spreading through his limbs and bones. This was the sternest warning his body could give. He needed rest. In this sleep, Lin Feng slept like he was in another world. He didn't wake up until the light outside the cabin completely dimmed, and the night fell, when an intense hunger slowly pulled him out of sleep. The exhaustion in his body had almost faded, and the mental fatigue had also eased quite a bit. He moved his stiff neck and walked to the electric hot pot. Skillfully, he cut off a large piece of bear meat, roasted it, and devoured it quickly. The heat and protein rapidly replenished the body's deficit, making him feel alive again. After filling his stomach, he finally had the energy to deal with the mess in the cabin. After cleaning up the failed artworks, Lin Feng leaned back comfortably in his chair and opened the central control panel. First, he traded 2 unimportant pieces of ordinary alloy in the marketplace for a home water purifier. He connected the purifier's inlet pipe to the outlet of the infinite water tank, then poured the purified water into the electric hot pot to boil. Soon, a steaming cup of clear, crystal clear, absolutely safe drinking water appeared in his hand. Lin Feng sipped slowly, feeling the warm water flow down his throat, moisturizing his internal organs. From this moment on, the most basic yet deadly problem in this survival world, drinking water, was completely solved by him. He now had unlimited, inexhaustible, and safe drinking water. This comfort gave him a strange sense of detachment, as if he had been transported to another world. Holding the cup, he idly clicked on the chat channel, casually scrolling through it like he used to when life was still safe. The channel was still noisy. Thousands of pilots were building a cyberspace full of anxiety, fear, and despair through text. Pilot 4911, hungry, so hungry. Does anyone have extra food? I'll trade all my screws. I can't hold on much longer. Pilot 2077, help. The place I landed is full of purple poisonous mist. I don't dare go out, my supplies are running out, am I going to die here? Pilot 0831, has anyone seen mushrooms as big as mountains? They can even walk. I just saw a companion swallowed by one of their mushroom umbrellas. What kind of hellish place is this? Pilot 1254, water and bread in the trading market are getting more expensive. Those with supplies are literally sucking our blood. How are we unlucky ones supposed to survive? Desperate wails were the main theme of the channel. Of course, there were also a few upper-class people having higher-level exchanges. Pilot 0078, looking for blueprints for high-quality or above weapons or finished products, prices negotiable, food, water, and basic materials guaranteed. Pilot 3344, damn it, I landed in an abandoned chemical factory, the air smells like acid. After searching for a while, I only found a few rusty steel pipes, damn it. Pilot 3355, you're right, it's worse than last time's mudflat, although dangerous, at least there was meat to eat. Lin Feng saw these 2 familiar IDs and a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looks like these 2 heroes weren't doing too well either. The entire chat channel was like a miniature human society. 99% of people were struggling to make ends meet, worrying about whether they could still open their eyes tomorrow. The remaining 1% had already begun to plan for the future, talking about equipment, blueprints, and more long-term strategies. But no one, like he does now, has turned this life and death survival game into a reality show that can be paused and watched at any time. He even had the leisure to think about how to maximize the resources at hand. This feeling is pure, simple, and the kind of happiness that belongs to a capitalist. After regaining enough energy, Lin Feng shifted his gaze to the large brown bear carcass that resembled a small mountain. The smell of blood filled the air, constantly reminding him that this grand project could no longer be delayed. Over 300 kilograms of bear meat, if it spoiled, would be a huge waste. But before getting to work, he needed some expertise. He opened his friend list and privately messaged Su Qingzhu and Zhang Yunxian. Lin Feng, are you there? I need to ask, do you know any methods for preserving large amounts of fresh meat in the wild? Su Qingzhu almost immediately replied, her words full of urgency and enthusiasm. Su Qingzhu, brother Lin Feng. Did you find a lot of meat? That's amazing. I'm not very familiar with this. I only know you can make jerky or salt it a lot to preserve it. As expected, it was a beginner's answer. Lin Feng politely replied with a thank you, then turned his attention to Zhang Yunxuan's chat box. As a former tour guide, Zhang Yunxuan's message was clearly more professional. It took about a minute for him to reply, clearly having thought it through. Zhang Yunxian, brother. Did you manage to get the big guy? Impressive. There are many ways to preserve meat in the wild, it depends on your specific conditions. Zhang Yunxian, the most common methods are air drying or smoking. You cut the meat into strips and hang it in a well-ventilated area to dry, or you can light wet plants and smoke it. Smoking preserves the meat the longest and also prevents insects. Zhang Yunxian, if it's really cold where you are, you can freeze it directly, like a natural freezer. Zhang Yunxian, there's also a rough method, which is to find a clean stream with fast-flowing and cold water, wrap the whole piece of meat in something, and submerge it in the water. Flowing water keeps the temperature low and blocks most bacteria, so it can last several days. But the water must be really clean, the kind you can drink directly, otherwise, if the meat gets soaked, it's ruined. Zhang Yunxian sent several messages all at once, packed with information. Lin Feng read each message carefully, quickly analyzing the feasibility in his mind. Smoking? Smoking in a sealed cabin would be like asking for trouble. This plan was immediately ruled out. Freezing? His plane had no refrigeration equipment. As for the final method, submerging it in water. Lin Feng's gaze involuntarily drifted to the infinite water tank by the wall. It could generate 500 liters of water daily, but whether the water flow was enough was not the point for now. The system clearly indicated that this was non-drinkable water. Using this water to soak the bear meat, who knows what kind of chemical reactions would happen? If it turned the meat into a deadly biochemical weapon, that would be a disaster. Purifying it first and then trying the flowing water method would also be a hassle. The water amount wouldn't be enough, it would be too wasteful, and the temperature wouldn't be low enough. Even if it worked, should he really find a guinea pig to test it? Not necessary. Once the reputation of poisonous bear meat spread, he could forget about trading in the market. Reputation is priceless at any time. All conventional methods seemed unworkable. Lin Feng closed the chat box, leaned back in his chair, and absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the console desk, making a light tap, tap, tap sound. His eyes moved back and forth between the massive brown bear carcass, the full storage compartments, and the manufacturing table quietly standing in the corner. The conventional paths were blocked. So, the idea still had to return to quickly dealing with the bear meat and making it as valuable as possible. Chapter 0013, The Capitalist's Feast. Lin Feng's fingertips stopped tapping on the cold console desk. His thoughts turned toward a more direct, and also more overbearing, path. Since it could not be preserved effectively, he decided to let this bear, at its most valuable moment, become what he most needed. He opened the trading market. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng walked to the massive brown bear carcass, and with his phone, took several photos of the giant beast like a small mountain from different angles, full of visual impact. In the photos, the bear's enormous body filled the entire frame, dark red blood mixing with deep brown fur, full of a raw and wild sense of oppression. He created a new trading link. Seller, Captain 4198. Item for trade, whole brown bear carcass X1, over 350 kilograms, can be sold in parts. Requirements, food, drinking water, various reinforced alloys, weapons, blueprints, rare materials. All valuable items can be discussed privately, highest price wins. Note, only this one, first come, first served. After editing, he clicked publish. The whole process flowed smoothly, without any delay. After doing all this, Lin Feng leaned back leisurely in his chair, lifted the warm cup of drinking water, and took a small sip. He did not check the chat channel. He knew that what he had just dropped was not a bear carcass, but a deep water bomb. Now, he only needed to wait quietly. Wait for the fish to float to the surface from lack of oxygen. Chat channel. The previously noisy text stream fell into a strange, absolute silence lasting 3 seconds, the moment Lin Feng's trading information was broadcast by the system. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button. Thousands of captains saw the message at the same time, saw the photo of the brown bear full of blood and power. 3 seconds later. The silence was completely broken. The entire chat channel went crazy. Captain 3975, what the hell? A bear? A whole bear? I didn't see wrong, right? Captain 1124, 350 kilograms of meat. My god. Did this guy kill Godzilla? Captain 0831, 4198. This ID again. It's him. The mysterious big shot who always trades food. Captain 2077, boss. Boss, please adopt me. I can do anything. I don't want to chew tree bark anymore. Captain 4911, meat. I want meat. I will trade all my screws and iron sheets for a piece of meat. Just a small piece. Please. Captain 1254, it's over. We are still worrying about a sip of water, and he has already started eating bear meat. The gap between people is bigger than between humans and dogs. Despair, shock, frenzy, jealousy, flattery. All the most primal emotions turned into a tsunami of words, instantly drowning the whole channel. Lin Feng's control panel emitted a sharp, continuous alert sound. It was the buzz of private chat requests. Beep 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 beep. At the bottom right of the screen, the private chat icon flashed at a near breakdown speed, the number changing from 1 to 99 plus in less than a second. Lin Feng casually clicked it, and the message stream, like a broken dam, instantly filled the whole screen. Zhang Yunxian, big brother. Awesome. You are my real brother. I don't want anything, just want to ask how you killed this huge guy? Su Qinju, brother Lin Feng, you actually hunted a bear? You are not hurt, right? You must be careful. Captain 0078, brother, give a price, I want the bear skin and bear gall, I guarantee you will be satisfied with the price. Captain 3344, buddy, let's do something practical, 10 pieces of bear meat for this fire axe I just got, deal? Lin Feng's eyes quickly scanned, most of it was useless information. Just as he was about to close the window and start sorting valuable trades, a special private chat request forcibly popped up, with a video call request. The other party seemed to use some expensive permission tool. Captain 7777, handsome, want to chat? Lin Feng had some impression of this ID, seemed active in the channel, avatar was a finely made up, hot-bodied woman. He clicked reject, then typed a reply. Lin Feng, if you have something to say it. I'm very busy. The other person seemed to have anticipated his response, not discouraged, and immediately sent another message. Captain 7777, don't be so cold, my name is Luing, I'm a small streamer. I know you're not lacking basic resources, but I can show you something good. The next second, an encrypted video file was sent. Almost simultaneously, a wail suddenly erupted in the public channel. Captain 1888, damn. Luing. How could you do this? You actually private messaged the 4198 big shot? Captain 2580, ing. My goddess. How could you do this for a few pieces of meat, my heart hurts. I was once your top supporter with rockets. Captain 3355, damn, in this world, with meat, you can do anything. Lin Feng looked at these messages and immediately understood what the video contained. It was nothing more than some things that in a civilized world, you would need to pay for or unlock the governor's privilege to see. He didn't even need to watch it, he could imagine how those men must be tearing their hair out, their faces contorted with jealousy. Unfortunately, he had no interest in it. In this world where death could come at any moment, dopamine was the cheapest and most useless thing. What could make him release adrenaline was only stronger equipment and rarer resources. Lin Feng, not interested. He replied with 3 words, preparing to block the other person. On the other side of the screen, Luing seemed completely stunned. She probably never imagined that the capital she was so proud of had no effect on this man. After a full 10 seconds, her message came again, this time with a hint of gritted teeth. Luing, you're ruthless. Men are all big pigs. Luing, but I guess, you must be interested in this. A picture followed immediately. Lin Feng instinctively clicked on it. In the center of the image, there was a coin. It lay quietly in a fair hand, the entire coin radiating a deep, almost light-absorbing color. The material was neither metal, iron, stone, nor wood, unidentifiable. The most bizarre thing was the surface of the coin. There were no numbers, no portraits, just a swirling, constantly changing nebula pattern. The nebula was deep and vast, as if it contained a real universe, making one feel almost drawn into it with just a glance. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply the moment he saw that nebula. His fingers holding the water cup paused imperceptibly for a moment. This material, this pattern. It was identical to the zodiac card, Scorpio, he had previously obtained. Although his expression showed no change, that brief micro-expression was precisely captured by the woman on the other side of the screen, who was extremely skilled at reading people. Luing, humph, I knew it. Her tone carried a trace of triumphant satisfaction. Luing, you're really interested, right? Don't try to pretend, your reaction has already betrayed you. This thing is definitely not ordinary, if you want to take it cheaply, no chance. Lin Feng's eyebrows slightly lifted. A little sharp. This woman wasn't just about looks and body. Lin Feng, tell me your conditions. Since he had been seen through, there was no point in pretending anymore. Luing, it's simple. I want 2 bare paws. They must be complete and properly clean front paws. Lin Feng, deal. But one additional condition, tell me the origin of this coin, every detail without missing anything. Luing, deal. The concise, decisive words showed the woman's decisiveness. Luing immediately sent a friend request, which Lin Feng accepted instantly. He walked over to the bear carcass, used a knife to precisely cut off 2 large, thick bear paws, quickly processed them, and directly initiated the trade. Transaction successful. You lost 2 brown bear front paws. Transaction successful. You gained 1 nebula coin. A flash of light, and the cold, mysterious coin appeared in Lin Feng's hand. The nebula coin. A strange, heavy feeling, as if it originated from the very universe itself, washed over him. At the same time, the long message that Lu Ying had edited was sent over as the transaction completed. Lin Feng didn't immediately look at it. His priority now was to deal with the remaining bear meat. He temporarily set Lu Ying aside and threw himself back into the feast of capitalists that he had started with his own hands. For the next hour, Lin Feng almost became the god of the entire trading market. Half a bear rib, in exchange for 50 units of reinforced alloy. A bear leg, in exchange for 500 kilograms of fuel. 100 kilograms of bear meat, in exchange for 50 servings of long-term storable military rations. Each of his trades was made with an undeniable stance, crazily harvesting the most precious resources that other pilots had accumulated. The rare materials that others would consider their trump cards, to him, were just chips to secure a meal. Many cursed him for taking advantage of the chaos, calling him a blood-sucking demon. But more people, while cursing him, were frantically selling their valuables, just to get a piece of meat that could help them survive. When the last piece of bear meat was traded away, Lin Feng's storage space had undergone a drastic change. The originally empty space was now packed to the brim. Compressed biscuits, military canned food, and dehydrated vegetables piled up like a mountain. Drinking water reserves had reached a terrifying number. Most importantly, the requirement for LV.4 upgrade had already been nearly halfway completed. Reinforced alloy, 53/100. Fuel, 2.8 tons/5 tons. This frenzy had allowed him to skip over the long process of primitive accumulation, rising straight to the top. The lack of a cockpit modification card was expected, but the next stop would likely provide some clues. Satisfied, he closed the trading market, and the cabin finally fell silent. Lin Feng ate a steaming can of military beef, took a hot shower, and finally had time to deal with the mysterious nebula coin and the message from Lu Ying. He projected the message onto the central control screen and began reading it word by word. It wasn't complicated. Lu Ying had landed in a cave and, while using the light to illuminate the surroundings, saw the reflected coin in the pool beneath the stalactites. But the nebula coin had no more information than that. No matter if she used the central control or checked the chat box, no further data could be found. It seemed she didn't know about the constellation card. That night, Lin Feng slept unusually soundly. The next day, he was woken by the morning sunlight, feeling more energetic than ever. After a simple breakfast, just as he was about to study the nebula coin, a familiar, gentle electronic voice, like an older sister, slowly echoed in the cabin. Flight reminder, space jump imminent. Next stop information preview. Flight reminder, space jump imminent. The familiar electronic voice echoed again in the cabin, but this time, the following announcement made Lin Feng slowly sit up straight from his seat. Next stop information preview. Stop name, Cold Moon Villa. Mode, cooperative exploration. Exploration duration, 12 hours. Warning, the environment at this stop is extremely harsh, danger level is high, pilots are advised to act cautiously. Cooperative exploration. Lin Feng's fingertip lightly tapped the cold central control desk. Sure enough, a series of detailed rule explanations unfolded on the screen like a waterfall. Cooperative exploration mode rules are as follows. 1. This exploration will be participated by multiple pilots. All participants will be automatically marked as temporary teammates by the system and cannot attack each other. 2. All basic resources found in the exploration area, such as food, drinking water, and common materials, will be. The system will calculate the total amount and distribute it evenly among all participants. 3. Explore the special supplies found in the area, such as blueprints, modification cards, special tools, advanced materials, etc. The finder has priority to pick them up. After picking up, the item will bind to the finder, and the rest of the teammates cannot snatch it. 4. The exploration lasts 12 hours. When the captain leaves the plane and enters the exploration area, the countdown starts. Returning to the plane pauses the countdown. The captain can choose to return to the plane at any time, ending personal exploration early. 5. The total stay time for this stopover is 24 hours. After 24 hours, regardless of whether individual exploration time is used up, all planes will take off forcibly. 6. If the captain dies during exploration, their personal exploration time will be zeroed, and they cannot get any basic supply distribution. Their plane will enter a 24-hour unmanned custody state, then take off forcibly. 7. In the Cold Moon Villa area, the captain can use personal special abilities normally. Lin Feng's eyes scanned each rule word by word, his mind racing. 12 hours of exploration time is 4 times the past, which itself means the difficulty and reward of this trip will be unprecedented. And these rules are full of hidden traps everywhere. The basic supplies are evenly distributed, seemingly fair, but it completely prevents someone from creating huge advantages by hoarding basic supplies. This also indirectly encourages everyone to put energy into finding special supplies. But the contradiction is exactly here. Special supplies, whoever gets first keeps them. Lin Feng almost immediately thought of the quarrel between Mo Yoli and those two men. Obviously, that passenger area modification card was first picked up by those two men and then sold for a few cookies, which triggered Mo Yoli's anger. This rule is the cornerstone of cooperation and also the cradle of betrayal. When supplies valuable enough to change fate appear, how reliable can so-called temporary teammates be? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He also thought of another person, Su Qingzhu. She had also experienced a cooperative exploration before. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng opened the friends list and directly started a private chat with Su Qingzhu. Lin Feng, are you there? I want to ask you something about cooperative exploration. The message was almost instantly replied. Su Qingzhu, big brother Lin Feng. I'm here. Are you going to join cooperative exploration? That mode is so scary. Between the lines, there was a lingering fear. Lin Feng, tell me in detail, what did you encounter last time? Su Qingzhu, last time we landed on the beach, there were huge crabs everywhere. At first we were 7 or 8 people, everyone helped each other and found a lot of food and materials. Su Qingzhu, but, later, someone found a weapon blueprint. To fight for the priority pick, 2 people quarreled, which attracted the crabs, several people died. Su Qingzhu, after that, no one dared to walk together anymore, everyone went their own way, very scared. As expected. Human nature is fragile in the face of interest. Lin Feng's fingers tapped lightly on the screen. Lin Feng, one more question. At that time, did anyone return to the plane early before using up exploration time, not coming out again? Su Qingzhu, yes. Many. I remember very clearly, at that time we explored less than half the time, several people suddenly turned back. I felt they were very strange, outside was dangerous, but supplies were many, and the time was so long, why give up so early? Su Qingzhu's doubt was exactly the key point of Lin Feng's thinking. Leaving early? In a survival world where every second counts, giving up hours of exploration actively is itself extremely unreasonable. Unless staying is more dangerous than leaving. Or leaving early can gain some hidden benefit. Lin Feng looked at this problem dialectically. The later it gets, the fewer teammates there are, and exploring indeed becomes lonely and helpless, with danger rising sharply. But on the other hand, fewer people also means fewer competitors, and no one will stab you in the back. If one's own strength is enough, the late stage is actually the best time to monopolize special supplies. Those people who choose to quit early must have deeper reasons. A reason he cannot yet understand. Rule 7. Lin Feng's gaze fell back on that seemingly ordinary rule. 7. In the Cold Moon Villa area, the captain may use personal special abilities normally. This rule feels like nonsense. When would his abilities ever be unusable? Why would the system emphasize this specifically? Unless, in some places, abilities are restricted. While he was deep in thought, the plane shook violently. The aircraft had begun descending, piercing through thick clouds. The scene outside the window made Lin Feng's pupils shrink slightly. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless silver-white expanse. The raging snowstorm, like billions of sharp blades, cut madly through the sky and earth. In the distance, black mountains like giant skeletons appeared and disappeared in the storm, their peaks capped with glaciers that never melted, reflecting a pale, cold light. This place was a deathly frozen wasteland. And within this desperate land, several tiny black dots, just like him, fell from different cloud openings toward the foot of the snow mountains below. They were other survival planes. Lin Feng quickly counted, including himself, there were 5 in total. As the distance closed, he noticed one plane seemed different. That plane was clearly shorter than his LV.3 aircraft, and its body looked worn, obviously low level. But under its short wings, 2 dark, metallic cylindrical devices hung menacingly. The design of the devices was aggressive, with what seemed to be some kind of launcher at the front. Weapons? A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind like lightning. Planes could fire too? This discovery sent a chill through his heart. All this time, he thought planes were just moving safe houses and transport tools. But if the plane itself could fight, the rules of this survival world were far harsher than he imagined. Would teammates in cooperative exploration, after leaving the docking point, become enemies hunting each other? Even more curious, how did a low-level plane get equipment that clearly belonged to a high-level module? Blueprints? Or some special encounter? Boom! With violent shaking, the plane crashed heavily onto thick snow, sliding dozens of meters before finally stopping. Outside the window, everything was white, and the howling wind and snow hit the body like ghosts and wolves screaming, creating a dull pounding sound. Visibility was extremely low. Lin Feng immediately took out the military high-power binoculars he had traded for with bear meat, pressing them to the window to observe outside. The 5 planes finally landed at different positions on this broad mountain foot, with an average distance of about 5 kilometers between them. Through the binoculars, he could clearly see the tail numbers of the 3 planes closest to him. Captain 0314, Captain 1024, Captain 0005. The plane numbered 0005 was the one he had noticed earlier with the weapon module. Does an earlier number have special meaning? Emoyoli was 0007, seemingly knowing higher-level information in advance, while this armed plane was 0005. A confusing thought spun around in Lin Feng's mind. At that moment, on the central control panel, a private chat group invitation suddenly popped up. Captain 1024 invites you to join the temporary chat group, Cold Moon Villa Assault Team. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and nodded in agreement. As soon as he entered the group chat, everyone's ID and numbers appeared clearly. Group owner Captain 1024, welcome, everyone. I'm Zhang Luyan, the initiator of this collaborative exploration. It's fate that we are all together in this group, and it's convenient for sharing information and helping each other out. This haunted place looks like it's tough to handle, so let's stick together, it can never hurt. Captain 0314 agreed, it is a joint exploration after all. Captain 4198, I'm Lin Feng. Captain 2287, 4198? Could it be the same 4198? Captain 0005. After Lin Feng briefly introduced himself, the group fell into a brief silence. Then, the group owner, Zhang Luyan, sent a message full of astonishment. Captain 1024, ah. Really? 4198? You're the big shot who sold bear meat yesterday? This message hit like a huge stone, splashing into the calm lake. Captain 0314, what? The big shot who sold an entire bear? My apologies. Big shot, hello? Do you need any trinkets? The kind that can shout 666? Captain 2287, hello, big shot. For a moment, the atmosphere in the group became lively and subtle. There was flattery, awe, and hidden wariness under the silence. Lin Feng's name had long spread among all the captains due to that nearly insane transaction, becoming a near-legendary symbol. It represented absolute strength and an overwhelming capital that could leave people in despair. Captain 1024, having you here, big shot, means our exploration is half secured. If you have any ideas, feel free to share. Following you, we can't go wrong. The group owner Zhang Luyan lowered her tone even further, even adding a hint of flattery. Lin Feng didn't respond, but his gaze stayed locked on the ID that hadn't spoken a word from beginning to end. Captain 0005. A captain flying a low-level aircraft, carrying weapons, but with a very high number. The silence of this person stood out especially in this noisy conversation. Chapter 0015, having a high number seems to be special. Messages in the group chat quickly scrolled across the screen. In response to various remarks and questions, Lin Feng casually replied a few times and then stopped paying attention. Captain 1024, everyone, judging by the size and format of this mansion, it doesn't look like modern architecture. I suspect there may be cold weapons or some kind of ancient traps inside. Be extra cautious. Captain 0314, got it. The group owner's analysis is on point. Captain 2287, Zhang Luyan tried to steer the conversation, establishing her authority as the group owner. Lin Feng's fingers had already swiped across the screen, leaving this slightly noisy temporary group chat. These speculations held no value for him. His attention was precisely focused on that silent ID from beginning to end. Captain 0005. He quickly pulled up the central control interface, opening both the trading market and the historical chat records search function. He entered the other person's number. The search results were almost completely empty. In the transaction records, there were only 2 entries, once using a few pieces of wood to exchange for a bottle of water, and once using a small bag of salt to exchange for half a loaf of black bread. Both transactions occurred during the first docking period when the new captains were at their most desperate. After that, there were no more traces. The public channel speech records were even cleaner than a blank sheet of paper. This Captain 0005 seemed like a ghost, existing in this world but leaving no trace to analyze. This itself was the biggest abnormality. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, his fingers absent-mindedly tapping on the cold table surface. A survivor can be cautious, can be silent, but it's impossible for them to have no needs. Especially during the first 2 docking periods, when everyone knew nothing about this world, and the resources were extremely scarce. Not engaging in transactions or seeking information only left 2 possibilities. Either he was unbelievably lucky, and every landing point he hit was rich with resources. Or, he had abilities far beyond the ordinary. He could easily solve survival problems, and had no interest in low-level material exchanges with ordinary captains. Lin Feng preferred the latter. A thought rose uncontrollably in his mind. He deleted 0005 from the search box and entered 0001 instead. Blank. 0002. Blank. 0003. Still blank. He patiently checked numbers from 0001 all the way to 0009. The result made the light in his eyes sharper. Except for 0007 Moyoli, who left a lot of messages because of arguments, the other 8 single-digit numbered captains were like 0005, almost non-existent ghosts. They were like huge beasts lurking in the deep sea, never surfacing easily, only coldly watching the ordinary fish struggling desperately for a few small fish on the sea surface. The top 10 captains are all special. This guess instantly raised Lin Feng's understanding of this cooperative exploration to a new level. This was not just a simple team treasure hunt. It was more like an informal meeting of top players. At this moment, 2 new trade messages appeared in the public channel. Captain 0314, urgent. Cotton coat. Snow boots. Thermal underwear. I trade all my iron and copper for them. I'm freezing to death. Captain 2287, buying food and antibiotics, I seem to have a fever. These were the 2 teammates this time. Their planes were parked closest to the only mountain path. Sure enough, not long after the trade was completed, Lin Feng saw through the telescope 2 bear-like figures, one after the other, push open the cabin doors and step into the vast snow, struggling toward the distant villa. Then, group leader Zhang Luyan also walked out of the plane. Lin Feng did not move. He leisurely leaned on his chair, watching the outside through the window while making final supplies in the trading market. His capital was strong enough to make anyone despair. Trade successful. You lost, military beef connects 2, gained, top grade down jacket X1. Trade successful. You lost, compressed biscuits X5, gained, military special snow combat boots X1. Trade successful. You lost, reinforced alloy X1, gained, self-heating thermal insoles X10 pairs. Trade successful. You lost, pure water 1L, gained, high-energy military chocolate X3. When the cabin door of the 0005 plane with weapon modules finally opened, a silent figure stepped into the snow, and Lin Feng slowly stood up. He placed a military hot water bag full of boiling water into his chest and put on the hood of the jacket, leaving only a pair of calm eyes visible. The time had come. Click. The cabin door opened. A wild wind mixed with ice crystals rushed in like an invisible beast. Lin Feng did not hesitate and stepped out. Put. The soft snow instantly covered his calves, reaching his knees. A biting cold spread up his pants. In the distance, the captains who had set off earlier were swimming in the snow in a very miserable posture. Each step was extremely hard, as if sinking into quicksand, consuming great energy. The man numbered 2287 had to stop and cough violently every few steps, bending over as if to cough out his lungs. Lin Feng's steps were steady and calm. The military snow boots' excellent waterproof and grip allowed him to step firmly with every step. Beneath his feet, 10 pairs of self-heating insoles continuously provided warmth, keeping the cold completely out. The hot water bag in his chest was like a small stove, warming his entire upper body. He was like a tourist on a snow mountain vacation, walking leisurely, forming a sharp and cruel contrast with the struggling companions around him. He was the last to set off. He deliberately kept his distance from everyone else. Not too close, not too far, he followed the one with number 0005, like the most patient hunter. The mountain path was harder to walk than imagined. When the group finally reached the gate of the mountain villa, gasping for breath, more than an hour had passed. At that moment, everyone's central control panel received an urgent message from the group leader Zhang Luyan. Captain 1024, come to the restaurant. Everyone. Quickly. Her tone carried a kind of uncontrollable excitement and urgency. Restaurant? Could it be there was food? This thought instantly hit everyone's nerves. Those few already exhausted captains, as if injected with a shot of adrenaline, exploded with their last strength, stumbling into the villa, following the signs, rushing toward the restaurant. Lin Feng followed last, slow and steady. When he pushed open the heavy, elaborately carved wooden door, a wave of strong meat and food aroma hit him. The restaurant was brightly lit. A huge long table that could fit 20 people at once was filled with all kinds of dishes. The golden, shiny roast whole lamb sizzled, the skin crispy, the meat aroma overflowing. Braised pork elbow was stewed until tender and falling off the bone, the reddish sauce thickly coating every inch of meat skin, reflecting a tempting shine under the lights. Steamed base, white-cut chicken, green stir-fried vegetables, and a large pot of steaming mushroom soup. This was simply a feast in the apocalypse. My God! Food! So much food! The 2 men who rushed in first instantly had red eyes. They let out beast-like roars from their throats, madly lunging at the table. Don't move! A sharp shout came from Zhang Luyan standing at the head of the table. Her voice made the 2 men, who had already reached out for food, freeze instantly. do you want to die? Zhang Liuyan's face was pale, but her eyes were extremely serious. Who knows if these things are poisoned? At my last landing spot, I saw 3 wolves eat food, and in less than 10 minutes, they foamed at the mouth, their bodies turning purple and dying. Next to them were several poisoned wild animal corpses. These words, like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguished the fire above everyone's head. The restaurant fell into complete silence. Only the heavy breathing and the sound of frantic swallowing filled the air. The strong food aroma, at this moment, was no longer temptation but the cruelest torture. Hungry beasts locked in a cage, outside was the flesh they most desired. Time passed second by second. The sick man numbered 2287 swayed, his face pale, lips cracked. His stomach made a thunderous gurgle, sounding especially clear in the dead silence. Finally, he could not bear it. Damn! I will die full if I die. He let out a desperate roar, like a starved mad wolf, lunged at the table, grabbed the nearest piece of white-cut chicken, and shoved it into his mouth. Everyone's eyes focused on him. He devoured it, chewing with big bites, his Adam's apple moving wildly. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes passed. He was not only fine, but his pale face gained a bit of color from the food. It's okay. The meat is good. He shouted unclearly. This shout was a signal to charge. With a boom, the rest could no longer hold back, crazily rushing to the table, starting in nearly savage plunder. Only 2 people were exceptions. Lin Feng slowly pulled out a chair, sat down, picked up a clean bowl and chopsticks, took a piece of the plainest-looking fish, and put it in his mouth, savoring it carefully. His attention? It was not about the food at all. His gaze, like the most precise scanner, swept across every face at the dining table. Zhang Liuyan, the female group leader, though also eating, did so with restraint, her eyes always carrying a trace of alertness, clearly a person with will and depth. Those 2 men devouring food, on the other hand, were like starving beasts. One ate until his mouth dripped oil, the other ate so fast he choked, tears and snot flowing freely, not caring that his thin clothes were stained with grease. And the last one, Captain 0005. He was eating too, but like Lin Feng, his movements were calm, not rushed. More importantly, he was observing. His gaze also roamed across the others at the table. At a certain moment, their eyes met in midair without any warning. The air seemed to freeze for an instant. Lin Feng's eyes were calm as water, showing no emotion. But Captain 0005's pupils slightly contracted at the moment of their gaze meeting, barely noticeable. Immediately after, he turned his head away as if pricked by a needle, lifting his soup bowl to bury his face in the rising steam, never glancing at Lin Feng again. This reaction was extremely unusual. In this survival world, encountering a captain like Lin Feng, obviously wealthy and powerful, most people's first reaction should be to make friends, to show goodwill, or at least test the waters. But his reaction was avoidance. An avoidance tinged with caution. Chapter 0016, The Hint of Rules. After the feast, the long table was a mess. The golden roasted lamb was reduced to bones, the thick pork knuckle soup had solidified at the bottom of the plate. Yet nearly a third of the dishes remained untouched, enough for those left to have another full meal. After discussion, everyone decided to evenly divide and pack the remaining food. The 2 men who had eaten like beasts, 0314 and the sick 2287, were the first to stop. They had eaten too fast, and now slumped in their chairs, rubbing their round bellies, faces blank with food-induced stupor. Burp. 0314 let out a loud, satisfied burp and said, "Anyway, the plane won't deduct exploration time, I'd better take some food back to lie down. Who knows what will happen next in this damn place." Exactly, 2287 weakly agreed, the food giving him some strength. We still have 3 days of newbie protection, the plane is the safest. No need to waste time here. Without hesitation, they ignored the strange looks from others and clumsily used their jackets to scoop up pieces of meat and buns, packing them. Are you crazy? Group leader Zhang Liuyan suddenly stood, her face full of disbelief. The wind and snow outside are so strong. We just ate, we are at our strongest, we should split up and explore, searching this manor completely. This is the most efficient way. 0314 curled his lips, indifferent. Explore what? What if there's danger? I'll go back and hide first, once you figure it out, I'll come out, it's not too late. With that, he helped the sick 2287, heading toward the restaurant door without looking back. Zhang Liuyan's face turned dark with anger, chest heaving violently, yet helpless. Lin Feng watched coldly, silent. Foolishness is a disease that cannot be cured. The moment the 2 pushed open the heavy door. Who? A wind, several times stronger than before, carrying snow like goose feathers, burst in like a roaring white beast. The warm air inside the restaurant was instantly torn apart, candle flames flickered violently, almost going out. A cold swept through to the bone, raging across the entire space. The 2 men were blown off balance, nearly falling, struggling with all their strength to close the door again. Outside, the sky darkened visibly by the minute. The sky, once just a grayish hue, had now turned into a deep ink blue color. The wind no longer howled, but had turned into a sharp, piercing shriek, as if countless vengeful souls were wailing outside the window. The snowflakes no longer gently fell, but instead, they were like countless white blades, fiercely striking the window, making a series of sharp cracking sounds. Lin Feng walked to the window, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Terrifying. As far as the eye could see, there was only a raging, roaring white storm. Between heaven and earth, there was no boundary, completely swallowed by this furious snow curtain. Not to mention an airplane 5 kilometers away, even the courtyard wall of the villa, just 10 meters away, had completely disappeared from sight. The way back had been cut off. In a blizzard of this level, trying to continue traveling would only lead to one outcome. Lost direction, exhausted, and ultimately frozen into an ice sculpture. It's over, Zhang Liuyan's voice trembled, her face pale. This collaborative exploration mode, the system gave us a full 12 hours. How could it be that easy? She spoke hurriedly, as if trying to convince herself, or perhaps warning the others, this is definitely something we need to accomplish together. If we act separately, something will surely go wrong. As soon as her words fell. Ding! A light sound. On everyone's phone group chat panel, the list of temporary members changed. The gray avatar belonging to Captain 2287 completely darkened and disappeared from the group chat. He was dead. In less than 3 minutes. The restaurant fell into a deep silence. The air seemed to freeze into blocks of ice, so heavy that it was hard to breathe. No one knew what had really happened to him. Had he been swallowed by the snowstorm? Or had he encountered a monster lurking in the darkness? The unknown fear was more suffocating than the known danger. At that moment, Lin Feng's peripheral vision caught a detail. The always silent Captain 0005, who seemed to be indifferent to everything, had the first major change in his expression. His lips were tightly pressed, his face turned from a normal color to a dark, bluish hue. In his eyes, there was no longer the calm of an ancient well, but a fleeting flash of anxiety. He was worried. And it seemed like he knew something. In the stagnant atmosphere, Lin Feng broke the silence first. His voice was as steady as ever, as though the death of the person just now was nothing more than a trivial matter. Staying here is just a waste of time. Let's go back to the lobby, take the circular staircase to the second floor, and split up to explore. 1 hour later, we'll meet in the lobby and decide what to do next. His words were like a stone thrown into still water, pulling everyone out of their fear. Zhang Liuyan's face clearly changed. She understood Lin Feng's underlying meaning. Deciding what to do next already hinted that tonight, they would most likely have to spend the night in this eerie villa. A trace of extreme unease showed in her eyes. The group returned to the empty lobby. The cold air made everyone much clearer. Following Lin Feng's suggestion, the three decided to split up to speed up the exploration. Zhang Liuyan chose the left corridor. Captain 0005 said nothing, walking straight to the stairs leading to the third floor. Lin Feng took a step and walked toward the deep corridor on the right. On both sides of the corridor, some faded landscape oil paintings hung on the walls, and the wooden floor underfoot creaked slightly with each step, the sound standing out in the silence. The corridor wasn't long, and at the end appeared a row of neatly arranged doors. Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. This was actually the housing area. Lucky. If they were really going to spend the night here tonight, getting a sense of the layout and the condition of each room would undoubtedly give them a huge advantage. He started with the first room. On one side of the corridor, there were 5 guest rooms in total, and a public restroom located in the middle. The room numbers were marked in gilded letters on the door plaques. Rooms 1, 2, and 3 were all smaller single rooms. Rooms 4 and 5 were larger, with wider doors, and a sign below the plaque reading private bathroom. At the very end of the corridor was a door that was different from all the others. That door was much heavier than the guest room doors, made of some dark solid wood, with no number, only a brass nameplate carved with 2 words. Butler's room. Lin Feng's eyes lingered on it for a moment, then he reached out and gently knocked on the heavy door. Knock, knock. The sound was dull, as if absorbed by some material behind the door. There was no response inside. He tried turning the doorknob, but it did not move at all. Clearly, it was locked from the inside. A locked, soundproof, special room at the end of the corridor. What was hidden inside here? In Lin Feng's mind, the seemingly redundant 7th rule flashed uncontrollably. 7. Within the Cold Moon Villa area, the captain may normally use personal special abilities. An extremely bold idea grew wildly in his mind. Could this be a hint? A hint that here, when ordinary methods fail, he should try using his innate ability. His ability was fusion. Since he could dismantle and reconstruct different materials at the atomic level, then could he possibly just melt this heavy door directly? Chapter 0017, Crouching, Waiting for You. Lin Feng's fingertips were less than a centimeter from the heavy butler's room door. In the air, invisible energy particles seemed to stir with his thoughts. His mental power was highly focused, his talent, fusion, ready to unleash. Just as he was about to touch the door and attempt that bold idea. Boom! A heavy sound, like a battering ram hitting a city gate, suddenly came from the hall. The wooden floor of the entire corridor shook violently. Lin Feng's action stopped abruptly. His pupils trembled twice in an instant. Without hesitation, his body turned into a blur and silently dashed back to the corridor entrance. He pressed against the wall, only peeking half his head out, his gaze cutting like a blade toward the first floor hall. The scene before him made his breath freeze for half a second. The villa's huge wooden door, strong enough to withstand wind and snow, had been kicked open from the outside with brute force. One door panel had even come off the frame, leaning crookedly on the ground, wood chips mixed with snow everywhere. The raging wind and snow poured in furiously through the huge gap, stirring up dust and papers, rampaging through the hall. At the center of the chaos, a figure staggered in and then fell heavily to the ground. It was number 0314. The man who had been satisfied not long ago, packing food to go back to the plane and rest. Now he was in the worst state imaginable. His clothes were soaked through by melting snow, clinging wetly to his body, looking like he had just been pulled from a glacier. He shivered violently, not from cold, but from a fear that came from the depth of his soul. His chest, the jacket torn in a savage gash, dark red blood seeping through, spreading across the gray fabric in a horrifying stain. The most terrifying was his face. All color had drained, leaving a deathly pale mask. His eyes were wide and blank, filled with indescribable terror and despair. Save, save. His lips moved, but only weak, broken sounds came out, then his head tilted, and he completely fainted. Something's wrong. Zhang Liuyan's cry of alarm came from the left hallway, and she and number 0005 rushed over to the scene. Upon seeing the tragedy in the hall, her face instantly turned as pale as the man's. Lin Feng said nothing, darted out in a flash, and quickly dragged the man away from the wind blast. He then issued the simplest orders to the other two. Close the door. Check his wounds. The three of them immediately sprang into action. Lin Feng and number 0005 worked together to block the broken door back in place, bracing it tightly with a dining bench. Zhang Liuyan, in a panic, hurriedly removed the man's clothes to check the wound on his chest. The wound wasn't deep, it seemed to be from some kind of sharp claws, but blood loss and extreme fear were the main reasons for his unconsciousness. Number 0005 took a small first aid kit from his backpack, skillfully cleaned the wound, sprinkled some powder, then pried his mouth open and fed him a black pill. Throughout the process, he said nothing, but his movements were precise and efficient, completely unlike a regular survivor. Lin Feng watched it all, and his doubts deepened. After a quick treatment, they carried the unconscious number 0314 into room 3 and laid him on the bed to rest. The remaining three gathered in a study at the end of the left hallway. This was a place Zhang Liuyan had discovered earlier. The air in the study smelled of old paper. On a huge desk, there was an open, yellowed map of the manor, drawn with a brush. Look here. Zhang Liuyan's finger pointed to a marked location on the map. This is the main building of the manor, and we are here right now. About 200 meters behind the main building, through a garden, there's a separate building. The map marks it as a warehouse. Her voice carried a trace of excitement she couldn't suppress. A warehouse. Such a place must have good stuff. I suggest we go check it out right now. She looked towards Lin Feng and number 0005, her eyes full of anticipation. No. A cold voice directly rejected her suggestion. It was number 0005. He stood in the shadow of the desk, half of his face hidden in the darkness. His voice had no emotion at all. You've all seen the situation outside. Number 2287 just died, and now number 0314 is severely injured and unconscious. Going out rashly means certain death. Zhang Liuyan's brow immediately furrowed. Wait? Wait for how long? Wait for the blizzard to stop? That could take ages. Our exploration time is only 12 hours. Wait for him to wake up. Number 0005's gaze shifted towards room 3. I gave him a powerful recovery drug. He will wake up in at most 6 hours. When he wakes, we'll ask what happened outside and then decide. 6 hours? Zhang Liuyan's voice suddenly shot up, full of disbelief. Are you kidding? 6 hours. Half of our exploration time will be wasted. For a stranger we've known for only a few hours? Is it worth it? It's worth it. Number 0005's answer was firm and decisive. I don't want to see anyone else die. Zhang Liuyan stared at him intently, her eyes full of scrutiny and suspicion. Do you know him? No. Then what's your connection with him? None. Then why waste our time for a stranger? I told you, I just don't want to see anyone else die. Number 0005's tone remained calm, but there was a stubbornness that brooked no argument. Lin Feng stood by the side, never speaking. He acted as the most composed bystander, observing this strange argument. Something was off. There must be something strange going on. This number 0005 had acted like a lone wolf from the start, cold, efficient, and self-serving. He was definitely not the type to sacrifice his interests for a stranger. Yet, he stubbornly insisted on waiting 6 hours, even willing to have a direct conflict with Zhang Luyan, the group leader. This behavior was completely out of character. Behind it, there is absolutely a reason that cannot be spoken, a crucial one. Wasting 6 hours exploring, for him, seems much safer than risking the warehouse. Zhang Luyan, seeing she could not convince 0005, anxiously cast her gaze at Lin Feng. Boss, say something. We can't just wait like this. Lin Feng's eyes moved away from 0005's face hidden in the shadows, and he spoke slowly. Minority obeys majority? His voice was very calm, as if stating a fact. Zhang Luoyan's face stiffened instantly. She understood Lin Feng's meaning. Now it was 2-1. If she forced to go, neither 0005 nor neutral Lin Feng would go with her. Facing that area shrouded by the shadow of death, she did not have the courage to go alone. Her chest rose and fell violently a few times. Finally, like a deflated balloon, she collapsed against the desk. Oh, okay. I will wait. She gritted her teeth, almost squeezing the words out through her teeth. 6 hours. After 6 hours, whether he wakes or not, we must go to the warehouse. This is my bottom line. Okay. 0005 nodded in agreement. Seeing the two reach an agreement, Lin Feng turned and left the study. Let's assign the rooms. Room 4 and 5 are big rooms with private bathrooms, each of you takes one. 0005 spoke first, seeming to want to ease the tense atmosphere just now. I will take the small room too. He really spared no effort to make everyone wait. Lin Feng did not hesitate and went directly to the farthest room 5. 10 minutes later, boiling hot water gushed from the shower, washing the body, also taking away the accumulated cold and fatigue. In the private bathroom of room 5, there was even hot water supply. This discovery gave Lin Feng's slightly tense nerves a moment of relief. He quickly finished showering, changed into dry clothes, and then lay on the soft big bed. But he did not sleep. He took out his phone from his pocket, set a 3-hour alarm with vibration only. Closing his eyes, he began to replay everything that happened today in his mind. Blizzard, isolated villa, feast, death, map, warehouse, and 0005's extremely unreasonable insistence. Every link carried a kind of indescribable strangeness. Time slowly passed in quiet waiting. VZZ, VZZ. The vibration of the phone on his wrist woke Lin Feng from light sleep. 3 hours, it had come. He immediately sat up, without any delay. Tiptoeing to the door, he pressed his ear against the cold door panel, carefully listening to the outside movements. The corridor was completely silent. He gently, with almost no sound, turned the doorknob, opening the door a tiny crack. Cold air slipped in through the gap. He turned sideways, like a raccoon, silently sliding out of the room. His target was the locked, mysterious butler room, to explore it during the deep night while everyone was asleep. However, just as he had closed the door and turned around. Click. A light sound. The door of room 2 diagonally across also opened in response. A shadow poked out from the darkness behind the door. It was 0005. He seemed not to have slept at all, just waited behind the door. Those eyes shining in the dark, staring straight at Lin Feng. Half of his face in the dim corridor light looked somewhat grim. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat violently. This was absolutely not a coincidence. The other side had been on alert, and precisely captured his actions. Where are you going? 0005's voice, like two cold stones rubbing, sounded especially piercing in the dead silent corridor. He stepped forward, coming out of the room's shadow. I warn you, do not act on your own. His tone carried an undisguised threat. This time's cooperative exploration was supposed to be very simple. But if someone else goes offline, things will get messy. Someone else goes offline? Lin Feng sharply caught that sentence. He instinctively asked, what will happen? The moment the words left his mouth, the expression on number 0005's face changed twice, from black to white, from white to black. He seemed to instantly realize he had slipped, and immediately shut his mouth, the vigilance in his eyes becoming even stronger. He stared at Lin Feng tightly, for a full 10 seconds, before squeezing out a sentence through his teeth. Don't go seeking death. After saying this, he no longer gave Lin Feng any chance to ask further, suddenly turned around, and retreated into the room, slamming the door with a bang. Lin Feng stood in place without moving. The hallway returned to dead silence. But under his calm expression, a storm was already raging inside him. He slowly turned, went back to his room, and closed the door. Leaning against the cold door panel, Lin Feng closed his eyes. Scenes, one after another, details, one by one, flashed through his mind rapidly, connecting and recombining. Zhang Liuyan's extreme unease after number 2287 died, her insistence that everyone act in unison. Number 0005 would rather waste 6 hours than lose a stranger, that almost obsessive persistence. And just now, that slip of the tongue, if someone else goes offline, things will get messy. An absurd, yet perfectly logical deduction struck his mind like lightning tearing through the night sky. Each of them had different rules. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, recalling word by word the 7 cooperative exploration rules, examining them over and over. When he recalled the third time the rule that seemed most ordinary, his heart uncontrollably pounded. 7. In the Cold Moon Villa area, the pilot may normally use personal special abilities. That's it. Rule 7 was not some general clause at all. To Lin Feng, this was an utterly normal statement. But if for others, the content of this rule could be completely different? For example, in the Cold Moon Villa area, the pilot cannot use personal special abilities. Or, more cruelly, in the Cold Moon Villa area, acting separately increases danger. In the Cold Moon Villa area, if more than 2 teammates die, cooperative exploration is declared a failure. This thought made all of Lin Feng's blood seem to instantly burn. He finally understood. He possessed a huge, unique advantage that no one else had, enough to overturn the whole situation. Chapter 0018 Plunder. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, gray-white daylight had already seeped through the window. He did not get up immediately, but quietly lay in bed, sorting through the chaotic information of the past few hours in his mind, reaffirming that he had a very unique advantage that could not be revealed to anyone. The 6-hour rest period was about to end. Knock knock knock. A hurried knock came at the door. It was Zhang Liuyan. Boss. Number 0314 woke up. Lin Feng turned over and got out of bed, opening the door. In the hallway, Zhang Liuyan and number 0005 were already standing there, both with slightly serious expressions. Everyone quickly moved to room 3. The man numbered 0314 was already sitting up, his face still pale, but his breathing was much steadier. Clearly the pills from number 0005 had worked. He leaned against the head of the bed, his eyes empty, his body still trembling slightly uncontrollably. Outside, there are monsters. Seeing everyone enter, the first words he said instantly dropped the room's temperature to freezing point. Monsters? Zhang Liuyan asked urgently, what kind of monsters? Did you see clearly? Number 0314 shook his head hard, extreme fear showing on his face. Can't see anything. His voice became sharp from agitation. The wind and snow are too strong, visibility is less than 5 meters. I and number 2287 had just left the villa gate, not far. Something feels wrong. In the wind, something is moving in the wind. Number 2287 was walking in front. He suddenly screamed. I looked back, and only saw a huge, blurry black shadow pounce. He held his head with both hands, his body shaking like a sieve. I didn't see anything clearly. I only heard the sound of bones being crushed. Then that black shadow rushed at me. I ran back with all my strength. Black shadow? How big? The voice of 0005 came from the darkness, cold and restrained. I don't know, very big, like a wall. Number 0314 stammered. I only remember its claws. When it grabbed my chest, they were like iron hooks. The room fell into deadly silence. A heavy shadow covered everyone's hearts. A huge monster, unrecognizable, hunting in the blizzard. This information was enough to wipe out anyone's thought of leaving before the storm ended. Damn it! Number 0314 weakly punched the mattress, his face full of post-survival fear and anger. If my ability could still work, would I be in such a mess? I tried as soon as I woke up. In this cursed place, my ability just wouldn't activate. He complained furiously. Hearing this, Zhang Liuyan's face also darkened. Clearly she had tried too and got the same result. Lin Feng stood at the back of the crowd, expressionless. But his peripheral vision caught the fleeting look of relief on 0005's face. Exactly as he thought. His guess was fully confirmed. Not being able to use abilities was a rule for them. But he was the only exception. This information gap was his greatest trump card. Let's not talk about this now. Lin Feng stepped forward and pulled open the curtain. After a night of rampage, the blizzard outside had clearly weakened. Although the sky was still gloomy, the wind was no longer fierce, and the snowflakes floated gently. Most importantly, visibility had returned to at least 100 meters. The outlines of the distant garden and the separate building behind it were now clearly visible. The path back was open. Staying or leaving became free, at least they would not be ambushed by the monster easily. The storm is almost over, what now? Zhang Luyan looked at everyone, her eyes asking, go straight back to the plane, or... Her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the warehouse. No one was stupid. Risk and opportunity coexisted. A mansion occupied by monsters, with hidden supplies inside, the value was absolutely incalculable. We're already here. Number 0314 gritted his teeth and was the first to speak. He struggled to stand from the bed, eyes full of ruthless determination. Number 2287 didn't die for nothing. Even if I have to crawl, I will take something back from this cursed place. Revenge was fake, greed was real. I agree. 0005 said concisely. Seeing everyone agree, Zhang Luyan stopped hesitating. Good. Then let's go to the warehouse. After a simple preparation, the four left the main building. The early morning air was icy and piercing, mixed with the fresh scent after snow. Through the snow-covered garden, the separate warehouse building soon appeared before them. The warehouse had a heavy double iron door, with a huge, long-rusted copper lock hanging on it. Zhang Luyan walked up and shook it twice, the lock clanging. Locked. Zhang Luyan frowned, we need tools. The four immediately scattered in the garden, searching under the thick snow for anything useful. Soon, Zhang Luyan dragged out a half-broken iron shovel from a collapsed flower shed. 0005 found an octagonal iron hammer for smashing stones in a rock formation. He lifted the iron hammer, walked to the door, aimed at the huge copper lock, and struck with all his strength. Clang! A deafeningly loud noise. The copper lock shook violently, leaving only a shallow white mark on it. So hard? Number 0005 frowned slightly, lifted the hammer, and struck fiercely, one blow after another. Beside him, Zhang Luyan didn't rest either. Every time there was a pause, she would add another shove, alternating with him to save strength. Clang! 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 The harsh sounds of impact echoed through the quiet garden. Lin Feng stood by, hands in his pockets, watching coldly. If he wanted to, with just a thought, he could make that copper lock disintegrate into a pile of useless metal dust at the atomic level. But he didn't. Concealing one's strength is the wisdom to live longer. When Zhang Luyan was out of breath, her arms numb, number 0314 silently took over the hammer. He weakly lifted the hammer, every swing almost requiring all his strength. Crack! Finally, after the 13th strike, the lock core, unable to withstand the pressure, made a crisp sound and completely broke. The gate opened. A mixed scent of dust and metal oil rushed out from the darkness behind the door. The four of them exchanged glances, and almost simultaneously rushed in. When their eyes adapted to the dim light inside the warehouse, everyone's breathing froze at the same time. The scene in front of them made each person think they were seeing an illusion. Crazy. This world must be crazy. Inside the huge warehouse, tall shelves were neatly stacked in rows. On the shelves, there were no instant noodles, no chips, no bottled water. What there was enough to drive any pilot mad. Barrels of dark green military fuel, stacked like small mountains, clearly labeled in white letters high-purity fuel. Bundles of silver-gray metal strips, tightly bound with steel straps, the familiar texture and sheen were the core materials for upgrading aircraft reinforced alloy. Next to them were boxes stacked like mountains. The boxes had labels on them. Military single-soldier rations, high-calorie type, X50. Broad-spectrum antibiotics and first aid kits X100. Portable water purification tablets X1000. Weapon maintenance tool kits X20. General mechanical parts kits X50. This was no longer treasure. This was an arsenal. A strategic reserve base. My God. Zhang Luyan's voice trembled, her eyes wide open, staring at those fuel barrels as if she wanted to melt them with her gaze. We've made it, we've struck it big. Number 0314 let out a beast-like roar from his throat, unable to suppress his wild joy, and crazily rushed toward the reinforced alloys, trembling hands caressing the cold metal as if it were a lover. The so-called collaborative exploration rules had, at that moment, become a useless scrap of paper. No one mentioned distribution anymore. In everyone's eyes, only the most primitive, naked greed remained. Lin Feng also walked swiftly toward the shelves. He didn't hesitate for a second. He directly found several iron handcarts used for transporting goods in the warehouse corner. His goal was extremely clear. Fuel. Reinforced alloys. All kinds of advanced materials. Like the most efficient worker ant, he frantically loaded barrel after barrel of heavy fuel, bundle after bundle of thick alloys onto the handcarts. He knew that these things were the real hard currency that could make a difference. With enough fuel, he could upgrade his aircraft, live a better life, and have stronger self-defense capabilities. With enough alloys, he could turn the aircraft into a true mobile fortress. The entire warehouse echoed with the heavy breathing of the group and the metallic clashing sounds of the materials being moved. This was a feast of plundering production materials. An hour and a half later, the four finally stopped. Not because they didn't want to take more, but because they literally couldn't carry any more. Each of them had their handcart piled high, teetering dangerously above their heads. They pushed their spoils forward. Back in the mansion hall, everyone instinctively piled their belongings into a corner of the hall, keeping a wary distance from each other. At this moment, the snowstorm outside had completely stopped. A long mist, warm beam of sunlight pierced through the clouds, shining down on the floor of the hall, illuminating the dust floating in the air. The weather was clear and sunny. It was as if the deadly blizzard from the previous night was just a nightmare. "I'll leave first." Number 0005 was the first to speak. He didn't know where he had found a few strong ropes, but he tied 2 carts piled with supplies together, pulling them behind him with incredible strength, while also pushing 2 more in front. He didn't even glance at the others as he left the mansion, walking out the door without looking back. The cold, efficient, self-interested lone wolf had returned. The previously caring good guy, who had insisted on waiting 6 hours for his teammates' safety, seemed as though he had never existed. "I should leave too." Number 0314 followed closely behind, pushing his spoils and hurriedly leaving. Boss Lin Feng, Zhang Luyan walked up to Lin Feng with a sincere smile on her face. "It was a pleasure working with you on this exploration. If we have a chance in the future, I hope we can collaborate again. Here's my personal contact info, stay in touch." She handed over a note. Lin Feng nodded and took it. "Until we meet again." Zhang Luyan also pushed her cart, turning and leaving. In the hall, only Lin Feng remained. He stood still, not moving, quietly watching the backs of the 3 people disappear around the corner. Once he confirmed they were far enough away, Lin Feng's calm expression disappeared in an instant. His body suddenly lowered, his legs pushing with force, and he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, making no sound as he blurred into a shadow, racing toward the 2nd floor. His goal was clear, and it was the only one. The butler's room. Chapter 0019, another visit to the butler's room. The heavy, dark wooden door stood silently in the darkness of the 2nd floor corridor, like a silent guardian. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand, fingers spread, and steadily pressed it against the cold door panel. "Fusion," he silently recited in his mind. Physical strength and mental energy, like 2 rushing streams, surged through his arm, flooding into his palm. The surface of the door began to visibly change. The dark wood grain twisted and dissolved, as if thrown into an invisible furnace. There was no flame, no high temperature, just an eerie, molecular-level disintegration in complete silence. The wood was decomposing. The metal elements in the air were forcibly extracted and gathered by an invisible force. A high-pitched, subtle buzzing sound rang in Lin Feng's ears. The whole process lasted less than 10 seconds. When the familiar dizziness hit, Lin Feng immediately cut off the flow of his power, halting the fusion ability halfway, so that the disintegration would occur on the microscopic level but without starting to reorganize. In other words, he was completely destroying the creation. The scene before him had completely changed. The once heavy door had disappeared. In its place was a twisted metal block, its surface uneven and incompatible with the doorframe. Fusion failed. Acquired, scrap X3 units. Lin Feng didn't even glance at the distorted creation before him, sidestepping and stepping directly into the darkness behind the door. A mixture of musty books and faint incense filled the air. The sight inside the room caught him by surprise. It was much larger and more luxurious than he had imagined. The floor was covered with a thick, dark red carpet that made no sound when stepped on. Along the walls were rows of towering bookshelves that reached the ceiling, crammed with various leather-bound books. In the center of the room stood a large office desk made of ebony wood, with copper ink bottles neatly arranged on its surface. A quill and an extinguished kerosene lamp. This place was not like a butler's room, it looked more like a scholar's study. Time was pressing. Lin Feng did not bother looking through the books, his eyes were like the most precise scanner, quickly sweeping across the entire room. Wardrobe, bedside table, bookshelf. His movements were as fast as lightning, every drawer was violently pulled open, its contents quickly scanned, then discarded. Nothing. All were clothes, documents, and daily items, completely unimportant. Behind doors that were hard to open, there was no way nothing important was hidden. Finally, his gaze locked onto the massive black ebony desk. He stepped forward quickly and pulled the main drawer in the center of the desk. It did not move at all. On the drawer, there was a small brass keyhole. A cold curve lifted the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. He joined his index and middle fingers, precisely placing them on the brass keyhole. Merge. Mental power surged again. This time, the energy spent was minimal. The delicate brass lock core, along with its complex internal mechanics, instantly turned into a twisted, meaningless lump of metal, dripping from the keyhole. Click. A light sound. The drawer automatically opened a crack, and Lin Feng pulled it fully open. Inside the drawer were only 3 items. A thick diary wrapped in deep brown soft leather. 2 cards lying quietly beside the diary. The card on the left was a deep dark color, its surface dotted with countless star-like points slowly flowing, forming a vast nebula pattern. Lin Feng's heart began to race uncontrollably. It was it. The constellation card. The card on the right had a purple glow along its edges, similar in style to the guest area transformation card, with the back printed with the airplane's head, the texture delicately raised. He did not immediately take the 2 useful cards. Instead, he first reached for the thick diary that gave no clues. He opened the diary to the first page. The paper had yellowed, bearing the marks of time. In the center of the clean page, a pattern was clearly drawn with a pen, stroke by stroke. The Virgo constellation chart, a girl holding wheat. Next to it, a neat line of handwriting, like printed text. 7th observation record: when the death count exceeds half the team, they will awaken. Lin Feng's pupils trembled, and his face seemed frozen in that moment. Death count exceeding half. He finally understood. He finally understood the real reason behind 0005's abnormal behavior. That guy was no saint. He did not want to save anyone, he was just scared. Scared of team losses. Because in his rules, once the death count exceeds a threshold, a terrifying punishment mechanism is triggered. While his own rules allowed him to use abilities. This game, from the beginning, had given each participant a completely different, even possibly conflicting, script. This was a cruel elimination game based on information asymmetry. Got it. This time, he had truly found a treasure. This constellation card, and the diary clearly paired with it, were worth far more than all the basic supplies in the warehouse. This was the real, special material. Just as he was about to turn to the second page to see more, his phone suddenly vibrated lightly. It was the countdown alert for exploration time. The 12 hours of exploration time were almost over. The fire in Lin Feng's eyes instantly cooled, and he regained absolute calm. He snapped the diary shut, no longer looking at the second page, and shoved it into the innermost pocket of his jacket, pressed tightly against his chest. Then, he carefully reached out his hand and took the constellation card and the transformation card from the drawer. As he held the cards, he felt different strange textures. Special item found, constellation card, Virgo. Special item found, driving area transformation card, rare. Rule 3 activated: you have priority pickup rights, the items are bound to you. Lin Feng put the cards into his arms as well, together with the diary, without delay. He gave the luxurious study one last glance, feeling no attachment, then turned and strode out quickly. Back in the first floor hall, he did not stop for a moment, moving Zhang Luyan and the materials left by number 0314 onto his cart as fast as possible. Then, he rushed into the dining room and used his fusion ability to turn the huge table that could fit 20 people into composite wood. He stacked the sturdy wood-like building blocks on his 6 carts, creating a simple but solid frame. This allowed him to pile the materials higher than ever before. After finishing all this, he began tying them with ropes. 2 carts at the back were tied at his waist, like a strong hauler. 4 carts in front, he pushed with all his strength. As he pushed the 6 carts of materials, like small mountains, out of the villa gate, sweat ran down his forehead. The physical strain was immense. But compared to the immeasurable reward soon to be in hand, his heart pounded like war drums. The way back was even harder than coming. Soft snow, heavy materials, each step felt like fighting the whole world. When the familiar plane numbered 4198 finally came into view, Lin Feng was almost exhausted. He loaded the last batch onto the plane, slammed the hatch shut, and collapsed in the pilot seat, his chest heaving violently. Flight alert: all captains have returned to the plane. Exploration time exhausted. Remaining delay time, 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, all planes will forcibly take off for spatial jump. The familiar electronic voice echoed in the cabin. Panting, Lin Feng took the thick diary, transformation card, and constellation card from his arms and placed them on the console. At that moment, in the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of light outside the window. Lin Feng stopped moving and immediately raised his telescope. 100 meters away, in the plane numbered 0005, a figure stood quietly by the window, looking at him across hundreds of meters. It was number 0005. The person seemed aware of his gaze and did not look away. Lin Feng's brow slightly furrowed. He was certain that his last return to the plane had aroused that person's suspicion. So late. And bringing back far more materials than normal. Any sane person could guess he must have found something after they left. But so what? Lin Feng's face showed no extra expression. He simply stared calmly at the other. In this cruel world, suspicion had no meaning. Unproven guesses were just the impotent rage of the weak. As their eyes silently clashed in the air, the jump alert sounded again. Spatial jump countdown, 10, 9, 8. Number 0005's brow suddenly tightened. His gaze was no longer only scrutiny and doubt, but also confusion and a heavy seriousness Lin Feng could not understand. It was as if he saw not just a captain returning loaded with goods, but an anomaly who had broken some rule. 3, 2, 1. Jump start. The frozen snow outside twisted and stretched in an instant, finally turning into a brilliant and chaotic stream of light. Chapter 0020 Insufficient Permissions. The massive push pressed Lin Feng tightly into the pilot seat. The ice and snow whirled outside the window rapidly shrank in the field of vision, eventually replaced by an endless sea of clouds. The plane penetrated the clouds, and the violent turbulence disappeared, making the flight smooth again. The sense of peace, surviving a disaster, finally arrived at this moment. Lin Feng exhaled a long breath, feeling his bones relax all over his body. He walked into the private bathroom, and hot water poured down from his head, washing away the exhaustion and chill in his body, as well as the faint scent of blood that had clung to him. After changing into a dry and comfortable pajamas, he dug out a velvet blanket from the storage compartment, an extravagant item he had exchanged for several packs of instant noodles early on. Spreading the blanket over the driver's seat, Lin Feng sank into it, the soft touch greatly easing his tense mind. He tore open a high-calorie instant sausage and chewed it slowly. Only in such an absolutely safe environment could he completely relax. After eating, he did not rest but refocused his attention. He carefully took out the 3 trophies from the butler's room from his pocket. A thick diary, a purple-bordered card, and a dark-colored card with swirling nebulae. He first picked up the modification card with a purple glow. Driving area modification card, rare. The card felt smooth to the touch, its quality far superior to any general modification card he had seen before. Lin Feng aligned it with the slot on the center console and gently inserted it. Beep. The central control screen lit up, and a stream of fresh new information poured out. Detected rare upgrade material, driving area modification card. Beginning to read card data. Data reading successful. 2 unlockable blueprints found. On the screen, 2 new blueprint shadows appeared, but they were in a dim, locked state. Blueprint 1, Basic Autopilot Module. Function, allows setting a fast flight route, using precise autopilot to arrive at the landing point early, freeing the pilot from long hours of control. Blueprint 2, Energy Core Overload System. Function, in an emergency, forces the energy core to operate beyond its limits, leaving the landing point early. Cooling time, 48 hours. Lin Feng's breath immediately became a little faster. Autopilot, arriving early. And a system to leave early. The former would give him valuable rest and operation time, while the latter was a surefire lifesaver. The 3-day novice protection period would end tomorrow, which meant that the value of any blueprint far exceeded anything he had obtained before. Only being alive was the most important. However, under the blueprints, there was a line of glaring red text. Warning, your aircraft level is insufficient, LV.4, access restricted, unable to unlock blueprints. Lin Feng's brow furrowed. He extended his hand, popped the modification card out of the slot, and carefully put it away. It seemed that in order to turn these 2 ace blueprints into reality, he first needed to level up the aircraft to level 4. Then, he turned his attention to the other 2 cards. In his left hand was the Constellation card, Scorpio, from the transaction with number 3344. In his right hand was the Constellation card, Virgo, he had just found in the butler's room. Aside from the different star maps drawn on the front, both cards were identical in terms of material, weight, and the nebula-like patterns on the back. He picked up the Virgo card and inserted it into the slot. Detected special item, Constellation card, Virgo. Warning, insufficient permissions, unable to read. Lin Feng swapped it for the Scorpio card, and the result was exactly the same. Permissions. He leaned back in the chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. This word had already appeared 3 times today. Unlocking rare blueprints requires aircraft level. But what about unlocking the Constellation cards? What does that require? Is it a higher aircraft level? Or the pilot's personal strength? Or perhaps a module had been added to the aircraft? Or maybe... is it something completely beyond his current understanding, a hidden system that surpasses all levels? Lin Feng had a vague premonition that the secret hidden behind these 12 Constellation cards was probably even more shocking than he had imagined. He put away all his thoughts and brought up the airplane details panel. To upgrade to LV.4, there was already more than enough fuel, and the enhanced alloys piled up like a mountain. Now, only one more cockpit renovation card, rare, was needed. Everything was ready, just waiting for the right moment. He was very clear that, in this stage where they were about to leave the beginner protection phase, being the first to upgrade the airplane to level 4 meant something significant. It wasn't just getting a step ahead, it was stepping directly into another dimension. He had to quickly get the second cockpit renovation card and gather both. Lin Feng took a deep breath and opened the public channel on the central control screen, using the information gap to exchange for the most precious resources. However, the moment the chat channel interface popped up, the scene that greeted him made his pupils shrink slightly. The entire channel had completely erupted. There were no more jokes or trading information. Instead, it was filled with endless cries of despair and curses. Captain 2333, damn. Cooperative exploration is a pitfall. I barely escaped with my life. My teammates are all dead. Captain 4011, damn it, who would have thought the low difficulty exploration point would spawn a monster like a meat mountain? Has the system gone crazy? Captain 1987, I'll pay a high price for healing items. Anything will do. My left arm is broken, I'll die if it doesn't stop bleeding. I'll trade fuel. Captain 0542, our squad encountered the natives of the world at the landing point, and we fought over supplies. The people in this survival world are scarier than the monsters. Captain 3678, lost big time. Didn't grab any supplies to survive. This exploration was a waste. The blood-soaked messages were shocking to the eye. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the online number in the top right corner of the channel. His expression froze uncontrollably, and then his mood sank sharply. Current online, 3,127. From an initial 5,000 plus people, after only the third exploration, the number had already sharply dropped to just over 3,000. One exploration had eliminated nearly 1,000 people. This death rate was terrifying to the extreme. It seemed that in the cooperative exploration of Cold Moon Villa, they were very lucky. At least, their squad returned with 4 members still alive, and brought back a large amount of supplies. Other captains at different landing points clearly didn't have such good luck. The price of medical supplies had soared to sky-high levels in the trading channel. A roll of bandages could even be exchanged for a barrel of fuel. Just as Lin Feng was quickly sifting through the massive amount of information, trying to find any clue related to the cockpit renovation card. Ding! 2 message notifications popped up in the bottom right corner of the screen. The first one was a friend request. Captain 1024, Zhan Luyan, requests to add you as a friend. Lin Feng remembered the note she left, one that allowed him to unilaterally add her as a friend. It seemed she was a bit anxious because he hadn't responded for so long. He casually clicked to agree. But the second message immediately froze his gaze. It was a number he absolutely didn't expect. A cold, aloof figure, like a lone wolf in the night, appeared in his mind. Chapter 21, Some Things Must Be Said Face to Face. Captain 0007 sent you a message. Lin Feng's finger paused on the screen. Mo Yoli. That mysterious woman whom he had judged as dangerous. He didn't open it immediately. Instead, he first handled Zhang Liuyan's friend request and casually replied a few words. After finishing all of that, he focused completely and clicked on the message from 0007. On the screen, there was only a short, cold line of text, yet with an undeniable, commanding force. Mo Yoli, I need 3 filtering cores, 2 tons of natural water. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. These 2 things are the materials needed to create the infinite water tank. It seems she didn't have a chance to collect everything at the previous landing point. Lin Feng's fingers swiped across the screen, about to ask what she had to offer in exchange. The next second, the second message from the other side popped up, as if she had anticipated his question. Mo Yoli, reward, driver's zone upgrade card, rare, X1. Boom. Lin Feng's brain felt like it had been hit hard by an invisible sledgehammer. Driver's zone upgrade card. Rare. It was exactly the core material he was missing to upgrade his LV.4 plane. He forcefully suppressed his wildly beating heart, instinctively tapping Mo Yoli's avatar. Personal information appeared clearly. Captain 0007. Name, Mo Yoli. Level, LV.3. She had reached level 3. Countless chaotic thoughts collided and connected in Lin Feng's mind like flashes of lightning. Although she had leveled up, before the infinite water tank was built, she could not possibly have known that 2 rare driver's zone upgrade cards were needed to reach level 4. Even if she had been fortunate enough to get this card at the previous landing point, she wouldn't have been able to trade it so precisely. The only explanation was that she had known this information in advance. She also knew that this card was useless to her at the moment, just a high-level waste occupying space. She urgently needed to trade this waste for something that could immediately bring her a huge upgrade, the infinite water tank. This woman found him and made the trade with this card. Her thinking was terrifyingly clear. Every step she took was on the most crucial node. Lin Feng forced himself to calm down, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. Several questions that had been circling in his mind resurfaced. First, the captain's number. Were the 4-digit numbers random, or did they represent some potential qualification? Was the number 0007, ranked so high, a sign of some initial advantage? Second, the source of the information. How did she predict the value of the seawater during the second stop? And now, how did she accurately figure out that he needed the driver's zone upgrade card? Coincidence? No. Once is coincidence, twice is inevitable. She must have some special channel to obtain advanced information. This channel is likely her innate ability. The value of this information far exceeds that of the upgrade card itself. Lin Feng opened his eyes, his gaze clear. He didn't respond immediately. Instead, he slowly typed out a few lines of text. Lin Feng, the trade is acceptable. Lin Feng, but in addition to the materials, I want something else. The response came almost instantly, with just one word. Mo Yoli, speak. Lin Feng, information. I want to know the source of your information, all the news you know. Do you understand what I'm saying? Lin Feng, for example, does a higher ranking captain number have any special meaning? Why did you collect seawater in advance, and how do you know the demands of higher levels when you're at a low level? After sending the message, there was a long silence from the other side. It was a full 3 minutes before a new message finally arrived, as if the other party had been waiting for just the right moment. Mo Yoli, okay. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. He knew he had made the right bet. This woman's desire for the infinite water tank surpassed everything. The 3-day newbie protection period was like a hurdle. If she didn't build it in time, she would fall into an extreme disadvantage. Lin Feng, words are not enough, let's make a formal agreement. After speaking, he directly brought up a hidden feature that most people didn't even know about on the control panel. Contract agreement. He entered the materials for trade, the reward, and the additional information clauses into the contract, word for word, generating a virtual, but system-bound electronic agreement. Then, he sent the agreement over. This time, the silence on the other side lasted even longer. This time, Lin Feng could clearly feel. The woman on the other side of the screen was definitely not as calm inside as she appeared. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, Mo Yoli's reply carried a subtle, almost imperceptible ripple. Mo Yoli, you are good. These 2 words were not praise, more like a re-evaluation. Mo Yoli, I have read the agreement, the terms need to be revised. She sent the agreement back. Lin Feng opened it and found she had only changed one clause. About the information source, that is the innate ability clause. She deleted Lin Feng's demand to unilaterally obtain information and replaced it with a new one. Additional clause, both parties must disclose their innate abilities to each other in this transaction. Neither party shall conceal or lie. A test. Lin Feng's fingers tapped lightly on the table. This was an open strategy. Either both parties reveal their cards and establish initial trust, or the deal collapses, and both go their separate ways. Lin Feng did not hesitate for long. In this cruel world, an ally who is equally at the forefront and clear-headed is invaluable. Sometimes, proper exposure is to gain greater benefits. He picked up the agreement and modified it again. Additional clause, both parties must disclose their innate abilities to each other in this transaction. Neither party shall conceal or lie. Both parties must promise that under any circumstances, they will not reveal the other party's ability information to a third party in any form. Violators will face the system's highest level punishment. He sent the revised agreement back. This time, Mo Yoli almost immediately clicked agree. Contract agreement is now effective. The cold system alert sounded, meaning the deal was now protected by the rules. Lin Feng did not hesitate, immediately sending the filter cores from the warehouse and 2 tons of natural water, filled in all containers, through the transaction system. Almost at the same time. Transaction successful. You lost, filter core X3, natural water X2 tons. Transaction successful. You gained, driver area upgrade card, rare, X1 foot. Transaction successful. You gained, unfinished confidential information X1, requires the other party to write, please wait 60 minutes. The card, glowing with a purple halo, quietly appeared on Lin Feng's console. Done. He suppressed his wild joy, waiting for the other party to follow the next step of the agreement. Mo Yoli, my innate ability is called Prophecy Fragment. Here it comes. Lin Feng's mind instantly focused. Mo Yoli, at midnight every day, random fragments of images flash in my mind. They might be about myself, a docking point, or an object. Mo Yoli, the image fragments are not necessarily related to the next landing point. Every time I try to observe carefully, I get a headache and cannot study deeply. Anyway, I will tell you whatever I know. Emoyoli, the value of seawater is the hint given to me by prophecy fragment. I see. All of Lin Feng's doubts cleared at this moment. It was not precise foresight, but random, blurry images. This explained why she knew seawater was important, but not the exact use, having to explore herself, even selling saline to test. This ability, strong as it is, also has great limits. Emoyoli, your turn. Emoyoli's message urged him. Lin Feng replied calmly. Lin Feng, my innate ability is fusion. Lin Feng, consuming physical and mental energy, I can decompose different materials at the atomic level and recombine them into entirely new materials. This time, it was Emoyoli who fell into a long silence. Fusion ability. Clearly, the shock she felt was far greater than Lin Feng had imagined. After a long while, she sent a message, her tone carrying complexity. Emoyoli, I see no wonder you can produce so many supplies. Emoyoli, I will finish the rest of the information and send it all at once, then the agreement will be considered fulfilled. She seemed to want to end this conversation. But Lin Feng did not plan to let her go just like that. Lin Feng, the plane is probably not just a carrier to transport the captain to the drop point, right? I've seen someone's plane with weapons on it. Emoyoli, yes, and no, it's complicated. I'll write it to you later. Lin Feng, one last question. Emoyoli, go ahead. Lin Feng, you said before, I'm very good. You seem not surprised by the contract agreement function? This was the point Lin Feng cared about the most. He had discovered this hidden function by getting to level 3 much earlier than others and having enough time to observe the trading module. How did Emoyoli know it? She had just reached level 3, previously lacked even basic supplies, surviving was hard, how could she study a useless function? The power of prophecy fragment is brief and vague, it could not hint even this detail. Emoyoli, some things, talking through the control console is not safe. Her answer avoided Lin Feng's question and instead said something more alarming. Control console, not safe? Emoyoli, I can only tell you, this world is far more complex than what we see. Emoyoli, that's all I will say. She tried again to end the communication. But Lin Feng seemed not to see it, he typed the last question. Lin Feng, could we meet? This time, Emoyoli's reply was amazingly fast. It was as if she had been waiting for this question. Emoyoli, of course. Emoyoli, very soon. Emoyoli, then we can talk face to face, about many unknown things of this world. Her tone was certain, as if stating an established fact. Lin Feng stared at the last line on the screen, not moving his eyes for a long time. This woman, like a prophet. She seemed to have already seen some possible future. A kind of possibility where captains could meet offline. Closing the chat box, Lin Feng placed 2 identical cockpit upgrade cards, rare, side by side on the control console. He took a deep breath and opened the plane details panel. Chapter 0022, Financial System, Natural Market. The plane details panel appeared as a data list before his eyes. Fuel, sufficient. Reinforced alloy, piled like a mountain. Cockpit upgrade cards, complete. All conditions for LV.4 upgrade, at this moment, fully met. Lin Feng hesitated not at all, pressing the screen firmly. Confirm upgrade. Detected upgrade conditions met. Consume, fuel x 5 tons, reinforced alloy x 100, cockpit upgrade card, rare, x2. Plane starts upgrading, estimated time, 1 minute. The moment the words fell, the whole plane began to shake violently. Boom. That was not the roar of the engine, but a loud sound from the plane's structure itself, like bones growing. Lin Feng grabbed the armrest of the pilot's seat tightly to stabilize himself. Before his eyes, the cabin was undergoing visible, incredible changes. The walls, like living fluids, extended and spread wildly in all directions. The ceiling was lifted by an invisible force, the originally cramped space instantly becoming wide and tall. The metallic feeling of the floor faded, replaced by a thick, soft dark gray carpet. The cold white lights went out, replaced by warm embedded ceiling light strips. To his left, a new alloy door matching the guest room style smoothly grew from the wall, fitting perfectly. Another independent cabin was added. Now Lin Feng had 2 cabins and 1 bathroom. After 1 minute, all shaking and roaring stopped abruptly. Lin Feng stood, looking around. The interior size of the plane had increased significantly. Length over 10 meters, width nearly 8 meters. The cold metal cabin had completely disappeared. In its place, luxurious interior like a top wealthy private jet. Leather sofas, alloy side tables. Hidden storage cabinet everywhere exudes a kind of low-key luxury. At that moment, above the central console, the light particles left from consumed materials had not completely faded. They gathered together, forming a ball of liquid metal-like light, floating in front of Lin Feng. The light ball quickly stretched and deformed, finally turning into a fully black wristwatch with a matte texture, landing steadily on his wrist. The strap tightened automatically, fitting perfectly. A cold touch spread through. Congratulations! You have unlocked LV.4 feature, Portable Central Console Operation Panel. Lin Feng raised his wrist. The watch screen lit up instantly, projecting a pale blue light screen, forming a miniaturized operation interface in front of him identical to the central console. Trading market, chat channels, plane details, all functions, complete. Even in the center of the light screen, there was a real-time 3D blueprint of the plane's interior structure. A divine tool. This is absolutely a divine tool. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement and immediately began operating on the panel. 2 rare modification cards detected, starting to randomly generate unlockable blueprints. On the light screen, 7 new blueprint holograms appeared. Blueprint 1, Basic Defense Turret. Function, can deploy an automatic target-seeking turret outside the plane, effective against small to medium air or ground units. Blueprint 2, Advanced Energy Recycling System. Function, recovers waste heat from devices, increasing energy core efficiency by 30%. Blueprint 3, Optical Camouflage Coating. Function, when activated, makes the plane visually blend with the surrounding environment, entering stealth mode. Blueprint 4, Gravity Stabilizing Anchor. Function, can be activated after landing, firmly fixing the plane to the ground to resist strong winds or impacts. Blueprint 5, Advanced Material Decomposer. Function, can break down waste or low-grade materials into basic elements for resource reuse. Blueprint 6, Emergency Ejection Escape Pod. Function, in critical moments, can eject the entire cockpit, providing a chance to escape. Warning, this action may damage the plane, use cautiously. Blueprint 7, Solo Pilot-Powered Exoskeleton. Function, when worn, greatly enhances pilot's strength, speed, and defense, powered for 60 minutes. Lin Feng's gaze swept back and forth over the 7 blueprints, his breathing growing heavier. Each one was a trump card. Especially the Basic Defense Turret. Lin Feng recalled the weapons under Wing 0005, this turret he got looked even stronger, almost tailor-made for the imminent, danger-filled formal exploration phase. Together with the 2 items unlocked from the single cockpit modification card Basic Autopilot Module and Energy Core Overload System, a total of 9 items, 2 of which could be built. But he didn't choose immediately. Now, there was something even more important to confirm. His eyes turned to the very front of the cabin. There, the alloy wall that once blended with the cabin had now become a thick isolation door with a round porthole. Cockpit. Finally, he could enter. Lin Feng walked quickly forward, pressing his palm on the door's recognition panel. Beep, identity confirmed. The isolation door silently slid to the side. A unique smell of precision instruments and circuit boards hit him. The sight behind the door made Lin Feng's pupils shrink. The cockpit space was not large, but packed full with an overwhelming number of dazzling devices. Directly ahead were 3 huge, spliced panoramic windows, offering over 180-degree perfect view. The pilot and co-pilot seats were made of some memory fiber, full of sci-fi feel. Around the pilot seat, countless buttons, knobs, and levers were densely packed. Above, the top panel was covered with dozens of switches. In front of him, there were the control flight stick and throttle lever. On the dashboard, various traditional instruments and LCD screens were interspersed, the complexity far exceeding that of any commercial aircraft. Lin Feng sat in the pilot's seat, extended his hand, and tried pressing a button marked engine start. There was no response. He tried to toggle a lever. It didn't budge. The entire cockpit, except for the lighting system, was locked in a state where none of the equipment could be operated, and there was no interaction with his personal control panel. It was like an exquisite model that could be seen but not touched. Is someone else flying the plane? An absurd yet incredibly real thought flashed across his mind. At that moment, he noticed the main display screen in the center was lit up. On the screen, various core parameters of the plane were displayed in real time as a data stream. Current flight speed, 8,500 km per hour. Current altitude, 31,000 meters, stratosphere. Space jump engine, cooling. Energy core output power, 12%, cruising mode. External temperature, minus 55 degrees Celsius. Aircraft structure integrity, 100%. Lin Feng stared at the data on the screen, his back breaking out in a thin layer of cold sweat. For the first time, he clearly realized that the vehicle he was on was far from an ordinary aircraft. And the one flying this super aircraft was definitely not him. There was an unknown entity, a system or AI, holding the highest control of the plane. And he, the so-called captain, was merely a passenger. This discovery shattered his perception of the survival world once again. He forced himself to calm down and exited the cockpit. It was meaningless to dwell on things he couldn't control until he figured out the situation. He refocused his attention on the personal panel on his wrist. Just as he was about to close the panel, an unfamiliar icon in the corner caught his eye. It was an icon shaped like a money pouch. He instinctively clicked on it. A completely new interface popped up. Personal wallet. Current balance, 1 Nebula coin. And below the balance, there were 2 options. Value conversion. Currency explanation. Lin Feng's heartbeat skipped a beat, and he immediately clicked on value conversion. An item list, similar to a trading market, appeared. He tentatively focused his mind on a piece of iron block in his storage space. The next second, the icon for the iron block appeared in the item list, with a conversion result popping up beside it. Iron block X1 equals Nebula coin X 0.001. He tried another one. Ordinary alloy X1 equals Nebula coin X 0.0001. Reinforced alloy X1 equals Nebula coin X 0.001. Military ration X1 equals Nebula coin X 0.01. High purity fuel X 1 ton equals Nebula coin X 0.05. Lin Feng's breath stopped for 2 seconds when he saw this series of conversion results. Nebula coin. He suddenly remembered the strange coin he had traded for with Captain 7777, Luing, the female host, after the last exploration, the one with a nebula pattern flowing on its surface. So it wasn't some special token. It was the universal currency of this survival world. He immediately clicked on currency explanation. Nebula coin, the only universal hard currency in this world, can be used for system shopping mall, special auctions, cross-region transactions, and other advanced privileges. Tip: all regular items below LV.4 can be converted through the personal wallet and directly exchanged for Nebula coins. The conversion process is irreversible. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa, his brain working at lightning speed. Details that had previously crossed his mind but were ignored were now all connected. A stable, unified currency system. A system that can accurately convert the value of a massive variety of materials. A trading platform with advanced functions like shopping malls and auctions. All of this pointed to a conclusion that made him shiver. The market in this world. It is absolutely impossible that the captains, who started with 5,000 and are now down to only 3,000, make up the entirety of this group. This trading volume can't possibly support such a sophisticated financial system. The only explanation is, this group is just a part of this vast survival game. In fact, a very small part. In the higher dimensional world they can't see, there exists a huge trading network made up of countless captains and countless beginner villages. And the Nebula coin is the only key to unlocking all areas. Wait. Lin Feng looked at the 1 balance in his wallet and muttered to himself. Are we just the lowest level of players in this brutal world? After researching all the changes brought by the new upgrade, Lin Feng heard a ding sound and raised his wrist. The black wristwatch screen lit up, projecting a faint blue light screen. He thought for a moment and opened the intelligence that he had just traded from Mo Yoli. It seemed that she had already finished it. Text appeared line by line. 1. About the captain number, I can't remember all of it, but the single-digit numbers do have a special significance. I often feel that I have not experienced all this for the first time. A lot of knowledge seems to be locked in a foggy room. I can feel their existence, but as soon as I try to think about them, my head hurts like needles. Lin Feng's pupils shrank slightly. Sure enough. This woman really has something wrong. Not the first time? This is a lot of information. He suppressed the shock in his heart and continued reading. 2. About us. Our batch started with just over 5,000. But this is definitely not all. There are many other batches just like ours in this world. How many there are, I also can't remember, it gives me a headache. But I know one thing, if the number of captains in a batch exceeds half of the total, something very terrible will happen. Lin Feng had it just as I thought feeling in his heart, and then a chill ran up his back. Captain number 0005's near-sacred behavior at Hanyu Manor was also triggered by the extreme fear of unknown events when the team's numbers fell below a certain threshold. It seems that whether it's for cooperative exploration or in the plain survival world, there's always this half-line. 3. About the levels. There are several key nodes in the levels that trigger qualitative changes. At LV.3, you will receive the blueprint for the infinite water tank, which completely solves the problem of life water. This information suddenly appeared in my mind when I leveled up to LV.2. The next node, I vaguely feel, is LV.5, but what exactly will happen is still a mystery. LV.5. It's not far from Lin Feng. 4. About the plane. Your guess is correct. The plane is not just a home, it is also a weapon. In this world, there are special drop zones that encourage mutual killing. I have seen fragmented scenes. They are very real and very cruel. I suggest you plan your armament as soon as possible, and don't waste precious materials and modification cards on things that are purely for enjoyment. At this point, a cold smile curved at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. An old saying uncontrollably appeared in his mind. When the neighbor stores grain, I store guns, and the neighbor is my grain warehouse. In this brutal world, this joke will probably become a bloody reality. 5. About the gap. Once the gap between levels is widened, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. I can think of at least 3 points. First, exploration time. High-level captains can stay longer at the same drop zone and have more freedom to choose their time period. This means more opportunities for exploration and looting. Second, landing area. The system will place captains in different resource densities and danger levels based on their levels. The first group eats meat, the second group drinks soup, and the stragglers might not even be able to grab leftovers and will have to face the highest level of danger. Third, exclusive missions. After reaching a certain level, exclusive mission chains and trading channels will be unlocked, ones that ordinary captains would never have access to. That's where the real core resources can be obtained. The intelligence ends here. Lin Feng turned off the holographic screen and leaned back against the soft leather sofa, his mind racing. The information provided by Mo Yoli answered almost all his speculations, and even threw in more profound secrets. This woman, indeed, is not simple. But he still had one last, most crucial question. Lin Feng raised his wrist, and the holographic screen lit up again. The control experience from his personal terminal was much smoother than he had expected, with clear tactile feedback from the virtual buttons and no delay whatsoever. He directly used a private message and typed a line of text. Lin Feng, the plane and equipment are getting stronger, but what about the captain himself? Will our physical strength, or rather our personal abilities, improve as we level up? This question goes straight to the heart. If only the equipment improves, then the captain will ultimately just be a slave to the equipment. But if the person themselves can evolve, then the nature of the game would be completely different. After the message was sent, there was silence for a long time from the other side, possibly because they didn't know, or maybe because there was something being hidden. Just as Lin Feng thought the other party would take a long time to consider, Mo Yoli's message suddenly popped up. Mo Yoli, you're very perceptive. Mo Yoli, it seems that choosing to establish a preliminary friendly relationship with you might not have been a bad deal. Mo Yoli, your guess is correct. It will happen. But how exactly it improves, what conditions are needed, I can't quite recall at the moment. If I think any further, my head is going to split open. Just as expected. Lin Feng was certain in his heart. After finishing these formal questions, Lin Feng casually started typing. Lin Feng, so, you get frequent headaches? This time, Mo Yoli replied quickly. Mo Yoli, to be accurate, it's every time I try to recall those things I shouldn't know, my head hurts. It feels like there's a part of my brain that's being covered by something. She seemed to want to lighten the mood a bit and added something else. Mo Yoli, it could also be that I have a tumor in my brain. After all, headaches are one of the main symptoms. This cold humor, however, didn't make Lin Feng laugh. He thought back to the dead captain from the Cold Moon Manor, who had been showing symptoms of a severe cold from the start. The weakness of the body undoubtedly had a huge impact on survival rates in such a dangerous landing spot. Lin Feng, your talent causes severe headaches. I have some painkillers and basic medical supplies here. If you need, I can trade them to you. He didn't mention giving them as a gift. For a woman like Mo Yoli, charity would be much harder for her to accept than a trade. However, the response from the other side was as cold and short as expected. Mo Yoli, no need. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and typed another line. Lin Feng, just in case. Mo Yoli, I don't need it. 4 words, full of determination that left no room for rebuttal. Lin Feng looked at the screen and suddenly smiled. He retracted the personal terminal and didn't continue pushing. She has guts. He muttered softly to himself. This woman would rather endure the brain-splitting pain on her own than accept any help that might be seen as weakness. She was like a snow lotus growing on a cliff, proud, tough, and full of thorns. If they could cooperate, she would be the best ally. If they were enemies, she would be a terrifying foe. Shaking off his thoughts, Lin Feng stood up and looked around the entire cabin. The upgraded luxurious interior was now a complete mess, filled with all kinds of materials, looking like a warehouse that had been robbed. Various tools, parts, metals, wood, and a massive amount of military supplies and miscellaneous items brought back from Cold Moon Manor filled the spacious space, leaving almost no room to step. It's time to clean up. Chapter 0024, Clean the House, this is what it feels like to be alive. Lin Feng raised his wrist, the black watch screen lit up, casting a faint blue operation light. He clicked on the blueprint at the back of the cabin, the alloy door leading to the new space. Command, open cabin 2. Hiss. The alloy door silently slid to the side, revealing a new, empty compartment that was similar in size to the main passenger cabin. There were no luxurious decorations here, just plain, durable metal walls and floors, with rows of standardized buckles and slots on the walls, clearly designed for storage and equipment installation. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. From nothing to something, from something to thriving. Now, it was time to separate the living area and the storage area completely. He walked over to the massive manufacturing table occupying a corner of the passenger cabin. Scan target, manufacturing table. Command, move to cabin 2, coordinates, X3, Y4. The moment the command was given, a ring of anti-gravity blue light appeared around the base of the heavy manufacturing table, causing the entire device to float up half an inch. Then, as if gliding on ice, it smoothly and quietly passed through the door and stopped precisely in the center of cabin 2. Next, came the pile of miscellaneous items, tools, and so on. He used the same method to categorize and neatly stack these items in the corners of cabin 2. Then came the alloys, wood, various parts, and tools. Countless things began to be moved around the cabin, and the entire process flowed like a smooth stream. In just 10 minutes, the once messy cabin was cleaned up spotless. Lin Feng then moved the control panel from its original position near the cockpit door to the edge of the cabin wall in cabin 2, making it space-efficient and convenient to operate. After doing all this, he stood in the now refreshed cabin, nodding in satisfaction. Cabin 1, a pure living area. Cabin 2, a storage and manufacturing area. Perfect. Not sure how long it had been. Gurgle. An untimely sound came from Lin Feng's stomach. Since returning from Cold Moon Manor, he had only eaten a quick sausage. After the intense physical exertion and mental tension, hunger surged in like a tidal wave. He glanced at the wall. After upgrading to LV.4, several universal power outlets with dust covers had appeared on the interior walls of the cabin. The circuits were also automatically planned quite well. In a good mood, Lin Feng opened the trading market directly on his personal panel. He wasn't lacking in materials, what he lacked was quality of life. He didn't feel like browsing through the scattered listings, so he directly used the bulk purchasing function. Purchase request, 10 household kitchen items, including but not limited to a refrigerator, egg steamer, electric soup pot, air fryer, microwave, cutting board, kitchen knife, fruit knife. Requirements, brand new or 90% new, fully functional. Offer, total price, reinforced alloy X10 or regular alloy X100. This price was extremely tempting for an ordinary captain at the current stage. Sure enough, as soon as the purchase request was sent, the transaction matching notifications began to sound continuously. In less than a minute, Lin Feng had gathered a complete set of kitchen utensils. He placed the steaming egg cooker on the alloy side table, then found a few shrimp dumplings and luncheon meat cans. After thinking for a moment, he decided to toss them into the microwave to thaw first. While waiting, he casually browsed the trading market again. The cabin had become so big that he couldn't keep sleeping in the pilot seat. His gaze locked onto a listing for a large Simmons mattress. The seller was a young woman, seemingly landing in a luxury hotel, exchanging various luxury goods for food and fuel. Lin Feng didn't haggle and directly used a small barrel of fuel to trade for the 2-meter-wide bed, along with a matching redwood dining table and a comfortable backrest chair. Command, fix the furniture. He fixed the large bed in the innermost corner of the cabin, while the dining table and chairs were placed by the window. The entire cabin instantly felt like a home. Ding! The microwave's notification sound rang. Lin Feng took out the thawed shrimp dumplings, skillfully sprinkled the spice packet he traded for from Zhang Luyan, and then threw them into the air fryer. Soon, a rich meat aroma, mixed with the spiciness of the seasonings, began to fill the entire cabin. He poured himself a glass of pure water, sat at the brand new dining table, watched the clouds rushing past the window, and then looked at this comfortable space he had built with his own hands. A feeling of unprecedented satisfaction arose. He thought of the place he lived before coming to this world. These days are so much better than that rented room of mine. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile at himself. It was a 10 square meter single room in a village inside the city, a tiny place. After squeezing in a bed and a wardrobe, there was only space to turn around. Now, he owned 2 separate, nearly 80 square meter spacious cabins, arranged however he liked. That old broken room had walls as thin as paper. He could hear every argument, makeup, and card game of the young couple next door, with no privacy at all. Now, this plane was a moving fortress in the sky, never mind soundproofing. Even if missiles flew outside, inside it was as calm as a mountain. Before, he worried every month about water and electricity bills and next month's rent. Once he got his salary, he had to first cover these expenses. Now, he had mountains of supplies, enjoyed water freely, and never worried about being kicked out by a landlord. Before, the landlord strictly forbade putting a nail in the wall, fearing damage to his fine decoration. Now, never mind a nail, even if he wanted to hang his bed from the ceiling, it was just a thought away. Most importantly, the old life had a clear end in sight. Squeezing in the subway to go to boring work every day, the future was like a dead pond, without ripple. Now, though dangers lurked everywhere, life was uncertain, but every landing was full of unknown challenges and endless possibilities. This feeling of holding fate firmly in one's own hands was addictive. Sizzle. The sound of the air fryer pulled Lin Feng back from his thoughts. He stood up, opened the fryer, a wave of hot aroma rushed to his face. The luncheon meat had been roasted until fat continuously seeped out, making tempting sounds. He put it onto a plate, steamed a few eggs, and placed them on the redwood dining table. Outside the window was a dazzling starry river, inside the cabin warm light and tempting food. Lin Feng picked up a steaming shrimp dumpling and bit hard. The skin was smooth and tender, the filling soft and springy, rich gelatin melting in his mouth. The taste was more wonderful than any delicacy he had ever eaten. This was the taste of being alive. Chapter 0025, A Chill on the Back. While eating, Lin Feng opened the heavy diary he found in the butler's room. He first compared the pattern on the first page. A girl holding a wheat ear. A Virgo constellation chart. No mistake, it's the diary that goes with that constellation card. Lin Feng was sure and began reading down. The diary was written less than halfway, with 40 or 50 blank pages left, handwriting neat and delicate. The beginning was ordinary. The diary's owner, a woman named Bai Yuan, recorded her experience as an ordinary traveler, coming to Han Yu Villa for vacation with 6 strangers. 7 people in total. But on the afternoon they arrived, the villa was completely sealed by a sudden terrifying blizzard. All contact with the outside world was cut off. Reading here, Lin Feng slowed his chewing. This beginning was almost exactly the same as the situation his own group had faced. He recalled that blizzard, coming without any warning. It stopped extremely abruptly, completely unlike normal, natural weather. The descriptions in the diary confirmed his feelings. Bai Yuan wrote in the diary that snow, as if someone had pressed a switch, came when it came, stopped when it stopped, carrying a hint of evil. Things changed in taste from the moment the blizzard began. The blizzard lasted for 3 full days with no sign of stopping. The 7 travelers trapped inside began to run short of food and water. They had no choice but to use their own supplies, meant for vacation, to trade with the villa owner for food and room stays. At first, the villa owner was still polite. But over time, his attitude grew cold, and the meals he supplied became worse, from rich dishes to coarse black bread and vegetable soup. Finally, on the 10th day, 2 people's supplies were completely used up. After starving for 2 days, they could not endure anymore and decided to risk rushing into the blizzard to walk down the mountain for help. Then, they never came back. In the diary, Bai Yuan wrote with certainty, "I confirm, they are dead." Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Confirm? How can one confirm? For this group, they can only be 100% sure someone was dead when a teammate's 2287 avatar went gray and offline in the chat group. How can an ordinary person trapped in the villa be so certain without seeing the bodies? He suppressed his doubts and continued reading. The deaths of those 2 completely shattered the remaining 5's mental defenses. They dared not have any thought of escape, only staying in the villa, watching their supplies diminish day by day. In the end, everyone ran out of resources. To get a bite to eat or a bed to sleep on, they had no choice but to work for the villa owner. Cleaning, chopping wood, repairing the house from guests, they completely became servants. The villa owner's attitude toward them turned from cold to openly harsh and mean, giving endless heavy work every day. Until one day, the villa owner seemed to finally tear off the last disguise, revealing his true nature. He pulled out several sheets of parchment smelling of ink and threw them in front of everyone. It was a servant contract. Once signed, they would forever become slaves of the villa, serving generations without betrayal. No one could endure this anymore. The 5 refused on the spot, and immediately the angry villa owner, holding a hunting rifle, drove them out of the warm main building, back into the endless blizzard. Traveling in the white hell with visibility less than 5 meters, one person disappeared. It was at this moment that they saw the monster. The diary's description of the monster was vague, only using words like huge, black shadow, inhuman roar. After a massacre, only Bai Yuan and 1 seriously injured man survived. Reading to this point, Lin Feng stopped turning the pages. He put down his chopsticks and leaned back in the chair. Something was wrong. Too wrong. This monster appeared at a way too convenient time. Not early, not late, but appearing when they were driven out of the villa and one person had gone missing, at their most desperate, like an executioner carrying out an order. Lin Feng continued flipping the pages. Under the threat of death, Bai Yuan and the injured companion finally signed their names on that humiliating servant contract. And the moment they signed, the blizzard that had raged for over 10 days, seemingly endless, miraculously began to weaken. In less than half a day, it completely stopped. The injured man did not last long. On the 3rd day after signing the contract, he died from his severe injuries on the wooden bed in the servant room. Of the 7 people, only Bai Yuan remained. To survive. She began to disguise herself, concealing all of her hatred, and did her best to play the role of a qualified servant, step by step rising to the position of housekeeper, trying to please the moody master of the manor. The latter half of the diary was filled with repression and despair. Until the last few pages, the tone of the writing suddenly changed. I have tried to escape countless times. Each time, just as I was about to leave the range of the manor, an invisible force pulled me back. That contract, like an invisible shackle, locked me tightly here. I cannot imagine that a mere 5 kilometers of mountain road has become an insurmountable chasm for me. Upon reading this, Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. His heart uncontrollably began to race. 5 kilometers? Escape failed? A contract? A chasm? An absurd thought, so terrifying it made his scalp tingle, struck his mind like lightning. This Bai Yuan is not a native of this world at all. She is a pilot. A person who got stuck at this stop during an exploration, and could never return to the plane, a poor soul. That so-called servant contract is not some paper contract, but a higher dimensional constraint, similar to a rule. Without a plane, she could not resist this rule at all. Lin Feng's breathing became slightly rushed at this moment. For the first time, he truly felt that, in this survival world, besides monsters and natural disasters, there exists a more terrifying unknown force, the rule. He forced himself to calm down and flipped to the last page of the diary. I can't wait any longer. I used a special method, one that required a huge price, to lock my 3 most important things in this room. I will use them to exchange for the final and only chance to break free from the shackles. If any future visitors find them, please be sure to keep the Virgo constellation card safe. It is the token I left behind. If we have the chance to meet again, with this card, I will tell you the most core secret of this world. The diary abruptly stopped here. There were no details about how she escaped, how she fought against the monsters and the manor owner. Since the manor is now empty, the escape plan most likely succeeded. But a huge wave had already stirred in Lin Feng's mind. He closed the diary and placed it next to the 2 cards on the table. The seriousness of the situation was far beyond his imagination. The pilot really could be trapped at the landing point. Moreover, this woman called Bai Yuan was obviously a high-ranking pilot. She had a constellation card, a rare pilot modification card, and seemed to have adventurous methods to resist the rules. But even so, after losing the plane, she was still completely manipulated by a simple rule, with no power to resist. This diary had sounded the loudest alarm in his mind. The plane is the only reliance in this world. It absolutely must not be lost. Lin Feng's gaze slowly swept over the 3 items. He suddenly became intensely interested in Bai Yuan's method of escape. The diary was extremely secretive about the final escape process and did not mention the fate of the people in the manor at all. This in itself was very suspicious. Lin Feng recalled the empty manor, yet it still showed traces of life. He thought back to the perfectly timed feast. A bold guess began to form in his mind. In that manor, there were not only exploring pilots, but also other people? Thinking about how he had slept for 6 hours in such a place, and intentionally lagged behind to explore the housekeeper's room alone, Lin Feng felt a chill running down his back. Chapter 0026, New Changes Brought by the Pilot Area. Lin Feng closed the diary. He leaned back in his chair, exhaling, but his back felt a chill running down his spine. Luck. This was the only thought in his mind at the moment. A high-level captain named Bai Yuan, a powerful figure with a constellation card and a rare modification card, had been trapped in the Hanya Manor, and in the end, had to pay a huge price to escape. If he had made any mistake back then, his fate might not have been much better than hers. This diary, more than any monster threat, made him feel the most alert. Lin Feng carefully put the diary, constellation card, and the rare modification card into the deepest part of the cockpit. These things could not be exposed for now. He tidied up the dining tray on the table and made the entire cabin orderly. At that moment, time silently passed midnight. A sweet but cold system prompt suddenly echoed throughout the cabin. All captains, please pay attention. The 3-day beginner protection period has officially ended. The World Flight Survival Game, official stage, now begins. Lin Feng froze in his actions. Here it comes. Warning, from this moment on, the aircraft structure will endure real physical damage. Please drive and dock with caution. Warning, the air wall outside the cabin has been removed. Any non-captain affiliated creatures or objects can now enter the cabin. Warning, the mutual attack restriction between captains has been lifted. Warning, takeoff and landing will impose higher requirements on terrain, wind speed, and environment. Forced takeoff and landing may cause severe damage to the aircraft. Warning, some landing points will have extreme environments such as strong acid, radiation, high pressure, etc., which can directly corrode the aircraft's outer armor. Warning, the resource guardians at landing points will be more aggressive and dangerous. Warning, the system will no longer provide free basic repairs for lightly damaged aircraft. All repairs will require materials. We wish all captains a pleasant journey. 7 cold warnings, like 7 heavy hammers, struck fiercely on the nerves of the more than 3,000 surviving captains. Silence. After a brief silence, the world chat channel exploded instantly. Captain 2844, damn. It's over. I'm only level 1. My plane is like an eggshell, one bump and it'll break. Captain 1999, shit. I remember that damn place. If it weren't for the newbie protection, I would have been torn apart by those monsters. How the hell do we play now? Captain 3571, help. Who has alloy? Reinforced alloy. I'll trade food. I'll trade water. Whatever you need, I've got it. Captain 0888, don't panic. Everyone stay calm. As long as we stick together. Captain 4111, stick together my ass. Now we can attack each other. How can you guarantee the person sleeping next to you is human and not a ghost? The chat was filled with wails. Panic spread like a plague. Countless people recalled the dangerous situations they had encountered in the first 3 days, their cold sweat immediately soaking their backs. They finally realized that they had survived not because they were strong, but purely because the system had given them an invincible shield. Now, this shield was gone. The trading market instantly went crazy. All materials related to defense, upgrades, and repairs had tripled in price within a minute and were still continuing to soar. Captain 4888, I'm willing to offer 5 bottles of water for 5 reinforced alloys, that's the highest price I can offer. Captain 0038, instant noodles for glass, 1 bag for 1 piece, hurry up and get it, this price was never possible before. Captain 3154, what the hell, are you crazy? Raising the prices like this, the stuff I have in my hands is worthless now. You guys won't be any better off. Captain 0038, I don't care about your problems, now the only thing that matters is upgrading the plane, everything else is secondary. Being hungry is better than dying directly on the next exploration. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa, calmly watching all of this. He also remembered the brown bear in the sweet forest. If it weren't for the newbie protection at the time, that furious giant beast would have probably smashed the porthole, torn the cabin walls apart, and charged into the cockpit. At that time, the small space would have been occupied by the brown bear. Unable to return to the cabin in time, the chances of survival were slim. Even if he could drive away the grizzly bear, the plane could still be destroyed. Just as the entire world channel fell into chaos, that sweet system prompt sounded once again. But this time, only Lin Feng could hear it. Detected that Captain Lin Feng has unlocked the cockpit, permissions upgraded. Planning the next flight route for you. Route planning complete. You now have the following 2 landing options. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Choice. Option 1, solo exploration point, silent mine. Type, safe. Environment, abandoned mine, complex terrain, dim lighting inside, resources mainly basic minerals with a small amount of rare veins. Estimated arrival time, 5 hours and 17 minutes. Option 2, multiplayer free exploration point, chemical death valley. Type, dangerous. Environment, large abandoned chemical park, harsh conditions, some areas have toxic gases and chemical corrosion residue, abundant resource types, with opportunities to discover high-value industrial products and blueprints. Estimated arrival time, 13 hours and 22 minutes. Lin Feng's heartbeat skipped a beat. Not only could he choose, but there was also the exact estimated time of arrival. This meant he could rest in advance, adjust his condition to the best, and never again worry about that damn temporary broadcast. This was the advantage of being ahead in level. His gaze fell on the new entry, multiplayer free exploration point. His finger tapped on the central control, and the detailed explanation appeared. Multiplayer free exploration mode, this mode has a large landing area range, and the captain entering will be randomly deployed to different areas. Rule 1, no mandatory cooperation, no mandatory tasks. Rule 2, exploration time extended to 12 hours. Rule 3, killing other captains allows you to take their carried supplies. Rule 4, can forcibly break into the opponent's cabin. Tip, high risk and high reward coexist. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened as he looked at the explanation. Killing, taking supplies, breaking into cabins. These rules were like the whispers of a devil, blatantly encouraging mutual slaughter. He remembered the intelligence from M.O. Yoli, recalling that phrase, the neighbor stores food, I store guns, the neighbor is my granary. In this world, this phrase would likely become a bloody reality. Go to the silent mine, mine peacefully, no risk, but limited rewards. Go to the chemical death valley, danger everywhere, not only facing environmental threats but also needing to guard against the other captain's black hands. But the rewards could be explosive. The experience at Cold Moon Villa told him, the more people gathered in one place, the richer the resources would be, beyond imagination. For a weak captain, it was hell. But for him, walking at the front, it was paradise. Lin Feng raised his wrist, and the light screen projected out. 9 blueprints glowing with different lights quietly displayed on the light screen. Basic defense turret, advanced energy recycling system, optical camouflage coating, gravity stabilizing anchor, advanced material decomposition machine, emergency ejection escape capsule, single soldier power exoskeleton, basic autopilot module, energy core overload system. Each one represented a leap in the aircraft's combat power. And the materials required to create them were all kinds, absolutely not something a safe, silent mind could gather. Wealth must be sought in danger. Lin Feng's gaze became extremely determined in an instant. He needed a big gamble. If he won, he would solidify his position in the first tier, and even directly challenge LV5 to unlock new unknown domains. If he lost, no, he wouldn't lose. He looked at the 2 options on the light screen, without hesitation. His finger pressed heavily on the option emitting a dangerous aura. Confirm selection, multiplayer free exploration point Chemical Death Valley. Chapter 27, The Consensus of Fools. At the same time that Lin Feng made his choice, the more than 3,000 surviving captains also received mandatory notifications for their next landing points. No choice. Where the system throws you, you must go. The World Chat channel, which had been silent for a moment, was once again flooded with a tsunami of messages. Captain 1734, Rotting Swamp? Single-player exploration point? Are you kidding me? I'm terrified of snakes. Captain 3011, Haunted Amusement Park, the name alone freaks me out. Looking for a team. Any brothers going the same way? Captain 0952, my point is, abandoned military base, any pros willing to take me along? I'll provide the supplies, I'll offer everything. The panic was more intense than ever before. The newbie protection period was over, the plane was no longer an invincible fortress, and everyone had become a raft drifting in a storm, ready to be shattered by the next wave at any moment. At that moment, a message stood out amid the chaos. Captain 2222, brothers in the multiplayer free exploration point, Chemical Death Valley. Gather. Don't go solo. Everyone I teamed up with last time survived and made a fortune. This time will be the same. Unity is strength. As soon as this message appeared, it quickly received a number of responses. Captain 3845, Captain 2222 is right. I'm in the Death Valley. Looking for a team. Captain 1599, count me in. Last time, I regretted not following the main team. I won't miss out again this time. Lin Feng leaned against the sofa, watching the heated discussion on the screen, a cold, mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Fools. He softly muttered 2 words in his heart. Cold Moon Manor required forced cooperation, and the rules forced everyone to unite and fight against the manor owner and the monsters together. But this time it was a multiplayer free exploration point. The key here was the word free. The system had already made it clear that mutual attacks were no longer restricted, meaning people could steal supplies and even forcibly invade others' planes. This was no longer cooperation, it was a hunting game in a dark forest. That Captain 2222 was trying to force last time's experience into this situation, it was like offering his neck to someone else's knife. Without the constraints of rules, so-called teammates could stab you in the back at any moment. Lin Feng stayed silent. He chose to lie low. In the channel, Captain 2222 had successfully formed a 3-person team and was still excitedly discussing tactics. Lin Feng was almost certain that, besides these 3 fools who jumped out, there were surely more captains who, like him, had landed in Chemical Death Valley, lurking in the shadows and coldly watching everything. They were the true hunters. The public chat channel continued to be noisy for a long time, but Lin Feng didn't participate in any discussion. Buzz. 2 minutes later, a slight vibration came from the black watch on his wrist. Several private chat messages popped up continuously. It was Su Qingzhu, Zhang Luyan, Luing, and Zhang Yunxian. Su Qingzhu, Lin Feng, Big Boss, where is your landing point? If it's the same, let's team up. I'll take 30%, no, 20% works. Zhang Luyan, Lin Feng, bro. Where are you? Take me along. I'll listen to you on everything. Last time we successfully explored Cold Moon Manor, let's do the same this time. Luing, Lin Feng, brother, have the landing points been set for next time? Zhang Yunxian, Feng, bro. Please take me. Even the usually aloof Mo Yoli had sent a very brief message. Mo Yoli, location? Lin Feng quickly scanned them, feeling a slight sense of regret. None of his familiar contacts had landed in Chemical Death Valley. It seemed that he was destined to fight alone this time. He suddenly noticed that both Luing and Zhang Liuyan's landing points were the same, Forgotten Harbor. One was a bold and fierce female streamer, and the other was a thoughtful and gentle young housewife. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then lightly tapped the light screen with his finger. Lin Feng, your landing points are the same, I've pushed you two to each other. The place sounds not simple, two people together, having someone to look out for. The message was sent, and almost immediately, there was a reply. Luing, Thank you, brother Lin Feng. I love you to death. Muah. Zhang Luyan, thank you so much, brother Lin Feng. Really? I was almost crying from worry. Lin Feng smiled and turned off the private chat. He opened the trading market and exchanged a few pieces of reinforced alloy for a military crossbow, a multifunctional Swiss army knife, a telescopic folding baton, some wire cutters, military boots, and a powerful flashlight, along with other practical gear. After doing all this, he checked the time. There were still more than 10 hours before arrival. He needed to rest, to adjust his state to its peak. Lin Feng walked to the center of the cabin, where a 2-meter-wide Simmons mattress, exchanged from the trading market, was placed. He lay down on it. The soft mattress perfectly conformed to his body, and the silk-covered blanket felt cool and smooth to the touch. This feeling. He thought back to his rented room before crossing, that 10-square-meter space, with a mattress that had been sagging after years of use. It was the difference between heaven and hell. Lin Feng raised his wrist, and with a thought, he issued a command. Command, turn off the main light source of the cabin, keep the floor lights. Command, close all the porthole shades. The cabin lights instantly dimmed, leaving only a soft, warm glow around the edges of the floor, creating a peaceful and secure atmosphere. No more waking up with blurry eyes to grope around and press the switch on the wall. He also set an alarm on the central control for 10 a.m., then took an eye mask and earplugs from the storage cabinet and put them on. Absolute silence, absolute darkness. Lin Feng fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, exactly at 10 a.m. A gentle and regular vibration on his wrist woke Lin Feng from his deep sleep. He took off the eye mask, stretched lazily, feeling full of strength throughout his body. He walked into the spacious private bathroom, first taking a warm shower, then standing in front of the mirror, using the newly acquired hairdryer to dry his hair. Next, he took a chilled men's facial mask from the storage cabinet, tore open the package, and carefully applied it to his face. The cool sensation instantly refreshed his mind. After finishing all this, he walked slowly to the living area of the cabin. The upgraded airplane now had a small built-in refrigerator. He opened the fridge, which was filled with various fresh ingredients, milk, eggs, toast, bacon. These were luxuries in the apocalypse, but now they had become his daily routine. He skillfully fried 2 eggs and several slices of bacon, toasted 2 slices of bread, and heated a cup of milk. When the delicious breakfast was ready, the mask on his face had also reached its time. Lin Feng removed the mask, casually throwing it into the trash can, then applied toner and sunscreen. The whole process was smooth and effortless. He carried the meal tray to the table, sat down, and while eating breakfast, he glanced at the countdown on his wrist. There were 20 minutes left before landing. The plane began to gently shake, slowly descending in altitude. When the plane passed through the thick clouds, a prompt tone suddenly sounded from the direction of the cockpit. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately focused his attention on the light screen on his wrist. Detected that the captain has unlocked the cockpit area. Permission upgraded, new functions activated, regional radar scan has been turned on. The next second, the operation interface of the light screen suddenly changed. A radar scan map, centered on the plane with a radius of 5 kilometers, clearly appeared. Green lines outlined detailed terrain, and white squares marked all building distributions. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This was like unlocking the God mode view. While others were still in the dark, relying on luck and their legs to explore, he already had a complete regional map. His gaze was locked tightly on the radar map, his brain racing at full speed. This was a huge, abandoned industrial park built along a valley, with an extremely complex structure. He quickly pinpointed the 4 most obvious targets. Target 1, Central Refining Tower. Located at the center of the park, it was the tallest building, like a steel giant bamboo pole piercing the sky. It was likely the energy core of the entire park, continuously refining crude oil. Target 2, Underground Sewage Comprehensive Pipeline Tunnel. Located on the east side of the park, it consisted of several huge above-ground exits arranged neatly. The underground world there was surely rich, but resources may not be abundant. Target 3, Chemical Plant. At the lower end of the park, several huge rectangular modules emitted a peculiar chemical odor. Since it was a chemical plant, the environment must be harsh, but places like this often hide vast amounts of materials and processed goods. Target 4, Pharmaceutical Factory. Built next to the river on the upper end of the park, it seemed to be in a place of serene mountains and clear waters. Target 5, Laboratory. Located in the suburbs, almost isolated from the world, you could feel a spirit of striving for excellence, undisturbed by the outside world. Lin Feng's gaze quickly swept over the key buildings on the map, then over the scattered secondary buildings, finally resting on the edge of the park, beside a road close to the mountain wall. There, the terrain was relatively independent, backed by a steep cliff, perfectly preventing any surprise attack from behind. The road seemed to be in good condition, making it easy to drive away at any time, assuming there was a vehicle. The most crucial thing was that, right by the side of the road, the radar map marked a building that took his breath away. A gas station. And beside the gas station, there were several clear white dots representing vehicles. Chapter 28, while others are still picking up trash, he is already worrying about what to throw away. The plane suddenly lurched. It was passing through thick clouds, and the violent turbulence made the entire cabin groan under the strain. At the same time, above the chemical death valley, 7 planes with different paint jobs, like stones tossed from the sky by a giant hand, pierced through the clouds one after another. All the pilots stared out of the windows, their faces tense. The rookie protection period was over. Now every landing was a matter of life and death. At that moment, one of the planes made a move that stunned everyone. It drew an extremely bizarre, completely defying aerodynamics, curve in the air, shifting nearly 100 meters to the west before stabilizing its position and continuing to descend. It was like a chess piece being moved by an invisible hand. In a private 3-person chat group, the conversation exploded instantly. Captain 2222, damn. Did you see that? The plane just now. How did it do that? Captain 3845, I saw it. Was that a drift? Drifting in the sky? Is it cheating? Captain 1599, stop arguing. The altitude's dropped, quick, look at the number. The group owner, Captain 2222, a woman named Zhou Qian, immediately picked up her binoculars, locking onto the unique plane. When the black numbers on the plane's tail came into view, her breath stopped for a second. 4,198. This number, she would never forget. It was the one that had posted a sky-high price for bear meat on the trading market, stirring up a storm, and had ignored her private chat invitation. Zhou Qian's face alternated between pale and flushed, her fingers gripping the binoculars tightly. The last time she landed at the Sandstorm Castle, the team she gathered had achieved great success, establishing her considerable reputation among the surviving captains. But this 4198 was like a stone in a latrine, foul and hard, never giving her any face. Captain 3845, so, Zhenjie? Did you see it clearly? Who's this godly person? Zhou Qian took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in her chest, and put a confident smile back on her face. Captain 2222, it's number 4198, that big shot with the bear meat. Captain 2222, looks like he actually has some skills, but it's fine, the more these lone wolves there are, the easier it is for them to fail when exploring in a group. When we land, if the opportunity comes, we can try to approach him. If we can get him on board, it's always good to have one more strong ally. If not, we have the numbers to handle things. She acted casually, as if she had never cared about the previous disregard. But the other 2 team members, however, sensed something strange in her words. They remained silent, each secretly harboring their own thoughts. At this moment, on another plane, a middle-aged man, wearing a baseball cap, was holding an unlit cigarette in his mouth, expressionless as he stared out the window at the rapidly passing scenery. For about 10 seconds, his pupils displayed a strange, almost as if made of countless streams of data, colorful glow. After 10 seconds, the glow faded, and his pupils returned to normal. The man's brow furrowed tightly. This place. I feel like I've been here before? A vague thought flashed in his mind, but he couldn't quite grasp it. He instinctively picked up the binoculars and began searching the sky for traces of other planes. His gaze quickly locked onto the most eye-catching number 4198. The straight-line distance between the 2 planes was less than 5 kilometers. Too close. The man flicked the cigarette butt from his mouth, and his expression became serious. He didn't know who the other pilot was, but he instinctively felt that it was a huge variable. He had to avoid him. While other captains were wary of plane number 4198, Lin Feng was completely unaware of everything happening outside. He just calmly watched the radar map on the light screen, his understanding of the driving zone becoming even deeper. The 2 options for the journey were given in advance. Before landing, the 5-kilometer radius Godview map was activated. He could also select his starting point with pinpoint accuracy, as if playing a real-time strategy game on the map. These 3 functions, when combined, gave an overwhelming advantage. He was no longer just ahead at the starting line, he had practically completed the first lap while others were just hearing the starting gun. The plane landed smoothly on an open space next to a gas station, kicking up a cloud of dust. The current cabin configuration made Lin Feng feel no vibration whatsoever. After the plane came to a stop, he didn't immediately exit. Instead, he walked to the independent bathroom, stood in front of the mirror, and put on a new set of gear. Combat boots, multifunctional tactical pants, a quick-dry t-shirt, and finally, a scratch-resistant jacket. He slung a military crossbow over his shoulder, a retractable folding stick on his left belt, and a military water bottle filled with water on his right. In the side pockets of his pants, he stuffed a multifunctional Swiss Army knife and a high-powered flashlight. Finally, he strapped on a hiking backpack filled with food, water, and first aid supplies, and hung the binoculars around his neck. Armed to the teeth. After doing all this, he walked to the door, took a deep breath, and pressed the button to open it. Shoo! The door opened, and a mixture of oil and dust filled the air. Lin Feng hesitated not at all, quickly ducked out, crouched low, hid behind an abandoned jeep, and lifted the binoculars to cautiously scan the surroundings. After confirming it was safe, he sneaked into the convenience store of the gas station at full speed. The glass door of the convenience store was covered with thick dust. When he pushed it open, the shelves inside were scattered all over, but the items on them were perfectly preserved. Cookies, chips, canned food, bottled water, various drinks, the shelves were full. In the warehouse, there were even crates of motor oil, fuel additives, and several brand new car batteries along with a complete set of repair tools. The fuel pumps outside had been tested, and in the underground oil storage tank, there were still at least several tons of gasoline and diesel. This was a huge treasure. Just as Lin Feng was calculating how to move these things back to the plane most efficiently, his black wristwatch on his wrist suddenly vibrated slightly. Detecting that the captain is in a safe environment, and surrounding supplies are abundant. Personal control function activated, material directional transfer is now enabled. Function description: you can scan any unclaimed item in your line of sight and directly transfer it to the designated cargo hold of the plane, without the need for manual handling. Lin Feng's actions froze in an instant. His eyes grew wider and wider. What the hell? Even with his usual calm, he couldn't help but curse silently in his heart at that moment. Isn't this a personal space? And it even has an automatic pickup function. The huge surprise swept over him like a tsunami, and Lin Feng's heart pounded wildly. He almost immediately raised his wrist and pointed the black watch at a whole row of bottled water on the shelf in front of him. Scan. Transfer. A light blue scanning frame appeared on the screen, instantly locking onto all the water bottles on the shelf. Confirming transfer target: 124 bottles of purified water. Designated cargo hold number 2. Starting transfer. The next second, the entire shelf of bottled water vanished into thin air right before Lin Feng's eyes. There wasn't even a light or shadow effect, it just vanished suddenly, illogically. Lin Feng immediately checked the three-dimensional blueprint of the plane inside the watch. He saw that on the floor of cargo hold number 2, the 124 bottles of water had materialized out of nowhere, neatly stacked in a pile. It really worked. Lin Feng's breathing became slightly hurried. He no longer hesitated and immediately began a crazy sweep. Scan. Transfer. Biscuits, canned food, chocolate, gone. Scan. Transfer. Engine oil, coolant, repair toolkits, gone. Scan. Transfer. The fuel nozzle outside aimed at the oil storage tank, gasoline, diesel, were extracted by an invisible force, transformed into data streams, and directly filled the spare oil barrels in cargo hold number 2. The whole process flowed smoothly, impossibly fast. While others were still panting as laborers, he had turned into a light-speed vacuum cleaner. Just 10 minutes. The entire gas station, from the convenience store to the warehouse, and even the underground oil storage tank, was emptied by him alone. Lin Feng stood in the empty convenience store, staring at the nearly overstuffed icon of cargo hold number 2 on the wristwatch screen, falling into a dilemma of happiness. There was too much stuff. Just the high-calorie junk food alone took up almost half of the cargo hold. What if he found more valuable rare materials and tools somewhere else? Would he have to painfully throw away these supplies he had just acquired to make space for better ones? He shook his head helplessly. Others were risking their lives to explore for a meal or a bottle of water. And here he was, already worrying about which supplies to discard in order to make space for more advanced materials. Sometimes, the gap between people can be bigger than between a person and a dog. Chapter 29, Oh no, the police station. Lin Feng walked out of the empty convenience store. In his hand, he held a slightly yellowed, easy-printed map that he had found under the cashier's counter. It felt like starting a single-player game with the official strategy guide right from the beginning. He strolled to the parking lot outside the gas station. There were a few dusty abandoned cars scattered here and there. He needed a vehicle. In this dangerous place, measuring the land with his legs was the most foolish choice. Lin Feng flicked his wrist, and the black folding baton whooshed out, transforming into a half-meter-long hard short stick. He didn't hesitate at all, walking up to the most appealing sedan, aiming at the side window, and smashing it hard. Bang! The glass shattered with a crisp sound. He reached in to pull open the car door. He rifled through the car for a moment, found nothing. Next. Bang! Another window shattered. He followed the same method, smashing the windows of 4 or 5 more cars in a row, his movements sharp and clean, without any hesitation. Finally, in a half-old pickup truck, when he pulled down the sun visor above the driver's seat, a key with a car logo fell, landing right in his palm. Lin Feng weighed the key in his hand and couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Just like in the movies, there's always someone who likes to hide a spare key in these old, tired spots. He opened the car door, got into the driver's seat, and inserted the key into the lock. A turn. V-room rumble. The engine, silent for who knows how many years, roared in anger, the car body shaking violently a few times, and finally stubbornly started running. Lin Feng pressed the accelerator, the pickup let out a roar, rushing onto the empty asphalt road. He even had the leisure to turn on the car radio. Only a messy static hiss came from it. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away, on a hillside high ground, Zhou Qian was holding a telescope, nervously observing the chemical plant area below with her 2 temporary teammates. Be careful, the newbie protection period is over. If monsters appear, they will be harder to deal with than before. Let's find a high point first, understand the situation, then act. Her tone was steady, like an experienced team leader. Captain 3845 nodded repeatedly. Sister Qian is right, safety first. Captain 1599 also agreed. Yes, we have many people, step by step, we can definitely. Before he finished, his voice suddenly stopped. A roar of an engine, approaching from far to near, broke the silence of Death Valley. The 3 froze at the same time, looking toward the sound. The next second, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. On the road below, a pickup truck was driving leisurely, not fast, like a stroll after a meal. Driving a car? Zhou Qian almost dropped her telescope. She fixed her eyes on the pickup, and when the familiar figure in the driver's seat appeared, her face instantly turned pale. It was him again. Number 4198. Captain 3845's mouth opened wide as if to fit an egg. What the hell? What is happening? We are still here starving, and he is driving around? Captain 1599 felt his worldview shatter. How did he do it? How long since landing? 10 minutes? He already got a car? Zhou Qian bit her lips tightly, saying nothing. Her face burned hot with anger. Just now she emphasized step by step, but he drove straight in. This is not step by step at all. He drove the car to sweep up supplies, and they were left eating dust behind? The difference between people, how could it be this huge? On another hill farther away, the middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap had the data stream in his eyes flashing wildly again. His vision, like a satellite map, instantly locked onto the moving pickup. Data streamed across his retina at high speed. Target, Captain 4198. Behavior analysis, vehicle obtained, entering core of the park. Threat level assessment, extreme. Recommendation, move away immediately, replan exploration route. The light in his pupils faded, returning to normal. He silently put away the telescope, said nothing, and turned to walk in the opposite direction from Lin Feng. His intuition and that strange ability were telling him. Stay away from that monster. Lin Feng had no idea that his simple act of driving into the city had completely dumbfounded 2 other groups. He spread the simple map on the passenger seat, slowly driving while focusing on studying it. The entire chemical Death Valley, rather than being an industrial park, was more like an abandoned town built around a cluster of factories. On the map, several key buildings were marked with thick lines. Central Refinery Tower, Chemical Plant Number 3, Biotech Laboratory, First Pharmaceutical Factory. These 4 places, without a doubt, are the richest in resources and also the most dangerous areas. Besides these core production zones, the map also marked a living area covering nearly 50 square kilometers. Inside were small supermarkets, auto repair shops, staff dormitories, canteens, and so on. Lin Feng drove the car leisurely through the town's broken gates, his gaze switching between the map and the outside scenery. His mind was rapidly planning the most efficient robbery route. 12 hours of exploration time, with a car, wasn't too urgent, but he couldn't waste it casually. Food? Water? These things, to him, were already meaningless. The number 2 cargo hold was almost full. His only goal now was to find the rare materials needed to make those 9 advanced blueprints, and anything that could help upgrade the plane again. The pickup truck drove slowly on the empty street. Just as he was about to turn at the end of the residential area, something seemed to catch his eye from the corner of his vision. Screech! Lin Feng slammed the brakes suddenly. The huge inertia made him lurch forward, then his back of the head bounced back hard against the seat, sending a sharp pain through him. He ignored the pain and immediately shifted into reverse, backing the car to the corner. He turned his head, looking out the right side window. There, a neat 3-story building, white and blue, stood quietly at the street corner. Although the letters on the sign were weathered and peeling, the words were still clearly readable. Industrial Town Police Station. Lin Feng froze. Then he reacted. Of course. Since this was a fully functional small town, how could it not have a police station, a standard violent institution? A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. What would be in the police station? Files? Archives? No. Inside, there were guns. Ammunition. In this monster-filled, treacherous world of plain survival, the value of firearms was self-evident. Lin Feng's lips uncontrollably curved into a malicious grin. He looked at the quiet building like a hungry wolf seeing a naked, defenseless sheep pen. Found treasure. Chapter 0030. Any fear comes from lack of firepower. Bang! The car door closed lightly, and Lin Feng's figure slid silently into the industrial town police station like a ghost clinging to the wall. Though it looked long abandoned, he didn't need to take risks. He abandoned the front door and went around to the side, using his folding stick to smash an inconspicuous window, flipping inside. Landing silently. The air was filled with a strange smell of moldy paper and dust. He did not act immediately but pressed his back against the cold wall, holding his breath, heightening his hearing to the extreme. Silent. Dead silent. Except for his own heartbeat, nothing else. Sure enough, no one was there. After confirming safety, he began to move, his steps light like a cat. This was an office, desks and chairs were toppled, papers scattered on the floor. Lin Feng did not waste time on these scraps, his target was only one. He walked down the corridor and quickly found a room marked changing room. The door was locked. Lin Feng lifted his folding stick and smashed down hard on the lock. Bang! A crisp metallic sound, and the lock broke. He slipped inside, rows of gray metal lockers stood neatly against the wall. Lin Feng grabbed his folding stick, ignoring keys, and smashed one of the locker door locks. Clang! With just one hit, the locker door deformed. It was violently yanked open by him in one brutal pull. Inside hung a wrinkled police uniform and nothing else. Next one. Bang! The second locker was opened. Inside, other than a pair of stinking socks, it was completely empty. Lin Feng's face did not change. He went on to the next one. When he smashed open the fifth locker, his movement stopped. Inside the locker, a black holster hung there in silence. Inside the holster was a pistol with hard, cold lines, shining with a metal glow. In the small space beside it, there were also 2 magazines filled with bullets. Lin Feng's heart suddenly jumped hard. He reached out his hand and held that gun in his hand. The icy touch, the heavy weight, brought a feeling he had never had before, a feeling called power. He pulled out the magazine and checked it. It was full. He pulled the slide, and the sharp sound of the gun mechanism echoed through the silent changing room. Click. The bullet was loaded into the chamber. Only at this moment did the slightly tense nerves of Lin Feng finally relax completely. The corner of his mouth spread open. The carefulness from before was gone without a trace. In its place was an absolute confidence. In this damned end-of-the-world world, while other people were still beating each other with wooden sticks and kitchen knives, he already had a hot weapon in his hand. This was no longer a fight on the same level. This was what people called nuclear deterrence. He stuck the pistol behind his waist and strode out of the changing room. He no longer had any fear in his actions. Police office, file room, interrogation room. He kicked open the doors one room after another and searched wildly. Sadly, he did not find a detailed building map of the whole police station. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Lin Feng looked at the time on the watch on his wrist. The exploration time limit was a full 12 hours. Spending 1 or 2 hours to turn this whole building upside down was absolutely a huge gain with no loss. He went straight to the 3rd floor. This was the area of the leader's offices. The chief's office door was a heavy solid wood door. Lin Feng kicked it twice, but it did not move at all. He simply backed up to the end of the hallway, ran forward, then his whole body was like a cannonball, crashing hard into the door. Boom! The whole door, together with the doorframe, crashed down with a thunderous sound. The good food and sleep of these past days had filled Lin Feng's body with strength. He patted the dust off his shoulder and swaggered inside. Very soon, inside a locked drawer, he found a bunch of keys. On one of the brass keys, there was clearly a tag hanging from it. On it were written 2 words, weapon storage. Lin Feng's eyes lit up in an instant. Holding the key, he rushed straight to the 1st floor. In front of an iron door under the stairway that looked completely unimportant, he found the matching keyhole. The key went in and turned. Click. After a dull unlocking sound, Lin Feng pushed open that heavy iron door with force. A strong smell of gunpowder rushed right into his face. The weapon storage room was not big, but the things inside made even Lin Feng's breathing stop for a moment. On the wall to the left hung rows and rows of riot shields, bulletproof helmets, and bulletproof vests. On the shelves to the right were all kinds of guns. Although most of the gun racks were empty, clearly because the weapons here had already been taken in large numbers long ago, what was left was still enough to drive anyone mad. 3 Type 95 automatic rifles, 2 mini submachine guns, 1 shotgun, and more than 10 pistols. In the boxes on the bottom level were hand grenades, flash grenades, and smoke grenades. In the corner, there were even a few army green boxes with labels on them, night vision devices. Lin Feng stood where he was, looking at this whole room of killing tools, and could not stop himself from laughing in a low voice. This was the taste of freedom. He raised the black watch on his wrist and aimed it at the whole weapon storage room. All fear comes from not enough firepower. Scan. Teleport. The scanning frame on the light screen instantly expanded and covered the whole weapon storage room. Confirmed teleport target, Type 95 automatic rifles X3, magazines X30, bullets X1200. Confirmed teleport target, bulletproof vests X8, bulletproof helmets X8, riot shields X5. Confirmed teleport target, high explosive hand grenades X20, flash grenades X20. Smoke grenades X20. Confirming transmission target, night vision goggles X3. Designated cargo hold number 2. Start transmission. The next moment, all the equipment in the entire armory vanished into thin air. Lin Feng looked at the empty room, nodding in satisfaction. While other captains were still stuck in the Stone Age, he had already taken a step into the Industrial Age. When leaving the police station, Lin Feng even switched his ride. That broken pickup truck was casually tossed by him at the side of the road. What he was driving now was a black police riot vehicle parked in the police station's backyard. The body of the car was covered in heavy armor, and the tires were also special bulletproof ones. The whole vehicle looked like a moving steel fortress. The most important thing was that at the back of the vehicle, there was a huge, closed compartment capable of carrying a large amount of supplies. The feeling of safety immediately surged to the max. Lin Feng sat in the driver's seat and spread out a simple map. The next target, factory number 3. According to the requirements of 9-module blueprints, he needed large amounts of metal, parts, industrial acids, catalysts, rare metal coatings, and more. Those things could only be found in a chemical factory. Lin Feng stepped on the gas pedal, and the riot vehicle let out a dull roar as it raced towards the chemical plant. At the same time, just as Lin Feng set off, a brief but bloody battle had just ended at the entrance of factory number 3. Zhou Qian stepped on a man's chest, looking down at him with a cold smile of satisfaction on her face. The supplies, hand them over. Behind her, 2 of her team members were tying up another female captain who had been knocked unconscious on the ground. These 5 people had almost arrived at the factory at the same time. No probing, no communication. The battle erupted as soon as they saw each other. Zhou Qian's 3-person team, relying on their numerical advantage and well-coordinated teamwork, efficiently dealt with the 2 unlucky lone wolves. The man underfoot coughed up a mouthful of blood, glaring at Zhou Qian with hatred. "You won't have a good end." Bang! Zhou Qian's teammate, Captain 3845, smashed a club into his left cheek. The man screamed in agony, his face covered in blood, unrecognizable. "Qian Jia, why waste words with them?" Zhou Qian withdrew her foot and looked at the small pile of food and water that had been looted, wrinkling her nose in disgust. Poor fools. Captain 1599 ran over excitedly, shouting, "Qian Jia! Come look! I've found a good place." The 3 of them followed him and quickly found the central monitoring room of the chemical factory. Dozens of screens covered an entire wall, most of them showing static, but there were still 7 or 8 cameras working properly, covering most of the key areas of the factory. On the desk, there were also several walkie-talkies that could still be used. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. Heaven is helping me. She immediately made a plan. 1599, you stay here in the monitoring room, keep watch and coordinate. 3845, come with me, we'll split up and explore, let's completely empty this factory. All right. The 2 responded loudly. Zhou Qian picked up a walkie-talkie and glanced once more at the female captain who had been dragged into the monitoring room and tied to a chair. The woman was very beautiful. Although she was unconscious, her charming figure and delicate face were still eye-catching. A flash of jealousy passed through Zhou Qian's eyes. She snorted coldly, then turned and left with 3845. In the monitoring room, only 1599 and the 2 tied-up captives remained. 1599 sat in front of the monitoring console, but his eyes kept glancing toward the unconscious female captain, a wicked gleam in his eyes. He rubbed his hands together and grinned as he walked over. He reached out, intending to touch the woman's face. At that moment, the woman slowly regained consciousness. Seeing the approaching man, she turned pale with fear and desperately tried to retreat. "You, what are you going to do?" 1599's smile turned even more lewd. "What am I going to do? Hee hee, little sister, scream all you want. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you." He grinned cruelly and lunged at the woman, ready to force himself on her. The woman's eyes were full of despair and fear. Beep 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 beep. The shrill alarm rang out across the monitoring room without any warning. 1599 froze in his movements, turning back in shock. On the wall, a monitor labeled Factory Gate was flashing with a dazzling red light. On the screen, a black armored vehicle was slowly stopping at the gate. Someone was coming. 1599's face changed immediately, and he grabbed the walkie-talkie. Sister Qian. Someone is coming. An armored vehicle. Right at the gate. Through the walkie-talkie, Zhou Qian's urgent voice came instantly. How many people? Just one. Just got out. On the other end, Zhou Qian and 3845, looting in a warehouse, both changed expressions. They rushed to the warehouse door and looked toward the gate through the gap. The car door opened, and a fully armed figure stepped out. Though the face was unclear, the skill and calmness they exuded instantly pressed down on them like a huge weight. It's him. Zhou Qian said through gritted teeth, it must be that 4198. 3845's eyes also turned serious, damn, he came too. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhou Qian's eyes. He must not get in. People like this are too dangerous, leaving him alive is a disaster. She immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie, lowering her voice, speaking extremely fast as she gave orders. 1599. Listen. As soon as he steps through the gate, I will count 3 to 1, you close the gate immediately, then cut off the entire factory's power. 3845 and I will circle around from the side in the dark and take him out. Received. 1599's voice carried a trace of excitement. Zhou Qian watched Lin Feng step toward the small door serving as the entrance, her eyes full of killing intent. Chapter 0031, Close the door, kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng had just stepped less than 20 meters into the main chemical plant workshop. Behind him came a heavy, piercing bang. Boom clang. The huge electric rolling door of the factory fell without warning, slamming heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Immediately after, came a continuous series of clack sounds. The metal shutters on the high surrounding windows were being forcibly closed by mechanical devices. Finally, the emergency lights above, which had just turned on a few seconds ago, flickered twice, accompanied by the buzzing of electrical overload, and went out completely. The entire space was instantly swallowed by absolute darkness, where one could not see a hand in front of them. A unique silence, born from complete power loss, enveloped everything. This was no accident. Lin Feng stood still in place. He could even hear in the darkness, people deliberately holding their breath, their hearts racing with excitement and tension. Someone had rushed ahead and wanted to trap him here, like a frog in a jar. In the darkness, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth curved into a cold smile. Closing the door to hit the dog? He chuckled lightly in his heart. Just don't know who the dog is. He raised his hand, moving slowly, gently pulling down a device on the top of his tactical helmet. Click. A pair of night vision goggles settled steadily before his eyes. The whole world was instantly covered by an eerie, extremely clear green. The scene in front of him nearly made him laugh. Less than 20 meters to his side, 2 figures were sneaking out from behind a row of huge reaction tanks. Each held a steel pipe in one hand, a crowbar in the other, bending over, tiptoeing, thinking they moved lightly and perfectly. But in Lin Feng's night vision, their movements looked ridiculous, like 2 clumsy ducks. One was so nervous, his footing unstable, almost tripped over pipes on the ground, making a muffled sound, and his companion quickly pulled him back. The other kept swallowing, his Adam's apple moving up and down clearly in the green vision. Nervousness, greed, excitement. Every emotion was exposed completely. Lin Feng could even see the flush on their faces from the adrenaline surge. He stood at ease, as if watching a clumsy silent play. The two paused for a few seconds, and only after confirming Lin Feng was not alarmed did they gather courage to creep toward him again. 15 meters. 10 meters. 8 meters. They exchanged a glance, seeing cruelty and greed in each other's eyes, and simultaneously raised their weapons. They were ready to strike at about 4 meters, to smash this lone guy into meat in the fastest way. Just as they stepped forward again, leaving only about 5 meters. Lin Feng felt it was about time. At this distance, even as a gun novice, he could hit the target with casual aim. He moved. Without any warning, his right hand shot inside the jacket and pulled out a cold, death-filled black pistol. The muzzle raised, aimed at the 2 shadows still charging in the dark. Bang! 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 Sharp, rapid gunfire roared like death itself in the closed factory. The echo made eardrums ache painfully. Lin Feng fired for the first time, not expecting such strong recoil. The huge shock traveled up his arm, his palm numbed and painful, barely holding the gun. Damn, this thing is powerful. He cursed in his heart, deciding he must practice his shooting. Opposite, the two excited men creeping forward froze with smiles still on their faces. The next second, one man's head exploded like a watermelon hit by a hammer, spraying blood. Red and white splashed on his partner. The partner hadn't even realized what happened, just stood there, chest bursting in blood, falling like a pile of mud, twitching twice, then silence. 5 shots, 3 missed, 2 hit. 1 shot exploded the head. Lin Feng looked at his result, shook his numbed hand. Looks like I have some talent. He walked like strolling in his backyard, leisurely toward the 2 corpses. His footsteps echoed in the dead darkness, clear and oppressive. He reached the corpses, squatted down. He roughly searched them, finding some biscuits and bottled water. Lin Feng didn't even look, tossing them to the ground. This trash, he didn't even want to put in his cabin. The steel pipe and crowbar were kicked aside with a clang. Soon, his eyes fixed on a walkie-talkie on one corpse's waist. This was a good thing. He grabbed both walkie-talkies, sent one back to the plane through his control, held the other. He checked the channel, pressed the talk button. A cold, emotionless voice went through the airwaves to the other side of the chemical plant. 10 seconds. Come out. Or the next one dead is you. Central Control Room. Captain 1599, a man named Li Wei, stared at the screen. When the gunfire started, he was scared out of his mind. He watched as number 4198 in total darkness lifted a hand like a ghost, then his 2 companions fell in blood. Fear, like icy water, instantly drowned his heart. That was not human. That was a devil. How could he see in the dark? Just as Li Wei shivered, almost collapsing, the walkie-talkie at his waist suddenly carried the devil's voice. 10 seconds. Come out. Or the next one dead is you. Li Wei jolted. The walkie-talkie in his hand almost fell to the ground. He scrambled and rolled to grab the walkie-talkie, and within just 2 seconds, he screamed in a voice trembling to the extreme, with a hint of crying. No! Don't kill me! I surrender! I surrender! His mental defense completely collapsed the moment he saw his comrade killed in an instant. What cruelty, what plans, in front of absolute firepower, are all jokes. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Lin Feng's voice remained icy cold. Good. Now, tell me everything about this chemical plant, where the supplies are, where the materials are. Say one wrong word, and I will blow your head off. I'll say everything. Li Wei dared not hide anything, like dumping beans from a bamboo tube, shouting out everything he knew. This is chemical plant number 3, with a total of 2 floors. The first floor is the production area and warehouse, the second floor is the office area and lab. Materials. Materials are all in warehouse B. There's a large amount of industrial acid and catalysts. The finished product storage area has a lot of packed metal coatings. I just saw it on the monitors. Lin Feng listened, sliding his finger over his watch, recording each location the other spoke. Anything else? There's Li Wei racked his brains, suddenly remembering something, like grasping a lifeline, and quickly flattered, oh right. Boss. We also caught 2 prisoners. They're locked in the monitoring room. One is a woman, very pretty. Good figure too. If you like, then I can give her to you. You can do whatever you want. As soon as he finished speaking. In the corner of the monitoring room, the female pilot tied to a chair, her mouth stuffed with rags, trembled violently. She struggled desperately, a woo-woo-woo of hopeless wailing coming from her throat. Her beautiful eyes were filled with endless fear and humiliation. Just out of the wolf's den, yet into the tiger's mouth. Chapter 0032. Who plays who is not certain yet. On the other end, Li Wei's voice was ingratiating to the bone. Lin Feng held the walkie-talkie, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. A woman? A knife over lust. In this world where human life is worse than a dog's, thinking with your lower body leads to the fastest death. He had no interest in such things. Shut up. Lin Feng's voice, like shards of winter ice, traveled through the radio. I am not interested in women. Bring those 2 here, I will question them myself. Then he directly cut off the communication. In the monitoring room, Li Wei held the walkie-talkie, his body frozen in place. A chill ran from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. Cold. Too cold. This 4198, there was not a hint of warmth in his voice. He not only looked down on the supplies on the 2 comrade bodies, he didn't even react to the beautiful woman handed to him for free. Cold sweat instantly appeared on Li Wei's forehead. He was scared. From the other's tone, he could hear absolute indifference. A top predator's attitude toward low-level creatures. He had no doubt, once this 4198 found he had no use, he would not hesitate to snap his neck. Like crushing an ant. If it were him, he would do the same. Li Wei's breathing became rapid, his eyes darted wildly, his mind raced under fear. His gaze swept over the huge chemical pools on the monitor, bubbling with yellow foam. A crazy thought, like a venomous snake, crawled out from his heart. Take a gamble. This is the chemical plant, his turf. As long as he could get this 4,198 into the chemical pool, no matter how many guns or cannons he had, he would instantly become a puddle of blood. Then, the supplies of the two comrades, this 4,198 supplies, even his seemingly invincible armored vehicle. All would be his. And that beautiful female pilot. Li Wei's Adam's apple rolled up and down, a flash of greed and lechery in his eyes. Once this thought appeared, it could never be stopped. He took a deep breath, picked up the walkie-talkie again, forcing a smile more ugly than crying on his face. Boss. Don't be angry. I'll bring them to you right now. Where should I hand them over? Wait right there. Lin Feng's voice came, without any emotion. A few minutes later, Lin Feng arrived at the monitoring room. He leaned against the hallway wall, playing with the black pistol in his hand, calmly watching Li Wei crawl and roll out of the room. Behind Li Wei, a man and a woman followed. Their hands were tied behind their backs, rags stuffed in their mouths, clothes covered in dirt, eyes full of terror. The female pilot's clothes were torn and ragged, barely covering key areas, showing large patches of pale skin, looking utterly miserable. Li Wei ran over, a fawning smile plastered on his face. Boss, I brought them to you. Lin Feng's gaze passed over his flattering face, then fell on the two captives, and finally returned to Li Wei. He said nothing, just stepped forward and pulled the rags from the two's mouths. Cough. 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 They coughed violently, breathing in the fresh air in big gulps. Number, rank, supplies, why are you here? Tell me everything you know, don't make me ask one by one, it's troublesome. Lin Feng spoke, a string of questions hitting them, not a single word extra. The male pilot caught his breath, answering shakily, I am Wang Hao, number 3117, level 1 supplies, all the supplies were taken by them, I just wanted to find some metal parts. The female pilot spoke timidly, her voice a little hoarse, I am Yu Shuling, number 2890, also level 1 I just wanted to find some medicine. Their words basically matched Li Wei's testimony. Lin Feng nodded. 2 level 1 rookies, no real threat. He looked at Li Wei, pointing the gun at him. You, lead the way to the finished goods storage area. Then he looked at the two captives. You two, go in the middle. Follow Li Wei. Lin Feng himself walked at the back, slow and calm, gun pointed down, entering a posture of absolute control. Li Wei's heart leapt, he quickly nodded and bowed, leading the way. The group passed through a complex pipeline area, soon arriving at a long narrow passage suspended in midair. It was a suspension bridge made of metal fences pieced together. Below the bridge were 7 or 8 huge round chemical pools. Yellow-green liquid boiled in the pools, huge bubbles forming, making a glug-glug sound. A sharp sour smell mixed with hot steam hit their faces, making throats dry and eyes sting. Lin Feng stopped, frowning. No other way? Li Wei immediately turned, nodding confidently, Boss, no. Just this way. The raw material area and finished goods area are connected only by this bridge. It used to carry big hydrogen tanks, very sturdy. Lin Feng stared at the bridge for a few seconds. Then he looked at Li Wei's sincere face. Go. Hearing this word, Li Wei's heart pounded wildly. It worked. His plan worked. He forced down his wild joy, stepping onto the bridge first. Creak. The metal bridge made a sound as if it could not bear the weight. 4 people, 1 front, 2 middle, 1 back, spaced 3 meters apart, walked on the narrow bridge. Li Wei's hand quietly slipped into his pocket, gripping a cold remote control with several buttons. His palms were sweaty. Once he reached the middle of the bridge, he would press the red button. The whole bridge would break in the middle. Number 4198 would fall into the pool of strong acid that could instantly dissolve a person down to nothing but bone fragments. Getting closer and closer. Li Wei's breathing became rapid. He quietly turned his head to glance back. The killer was lowering his head, as if fiddling with the black wristwatch on his arm. Heaven is helping me. Li Wei roared wildly in his heart. He could already imagine himself sitting on top of all the supplies, with the beautiful female captain pinned beneath him. Just 2 more steps, and he would reach the center of the trap. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was at the back, suddenly stopped. His position was perfectly aligned with the edge of the broken suspension bridge, not a single step off. Li Wei was stunned and also stopped, looking back at him in confusion. He saw Lin Feng lift his head. A cold, mocking smile appeared on his calm face. The dark gun barrel silently rose, aiming straight at the center of his forehead. Your performance is very clumsy. Lin Feng's voice was light, yet it was like a heavy hammer, smashing hard into Li Wei's heart. Li Wei's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints. Boss, what did you say? I don't understand. The blood drained from his face in an instant, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Lin Feng raised his left wrist and gently shook it. Did you think I let you walk in front for no reason? A light flickered on his wristwatch screen. It was a three-dimensional radar map of the area, and the structure of the suspension bridge was highlighted in glaring red, with the separable mechanism in the middle clearly visible. The central control scan could not only be used to transfer supplies, but also to precisely identify objects. Lin Feng's gun barrel remained as steady as a rock. Also, what's that remote control panel in your pocket? Boom! Li Wei's mind went completely blank. He was exposed? How could he be exposed? He had acted flawlessly. The performance had been seamless. A wave of intense fear and incomprehensible shock instantly shattered all his nerves. A warm liquid flowed down his pants, and the stench spread immediately. His legs went limp, and he collapsed directly onto the suspension bridge. Bang! The gunshot rang out suddenly. With the gunshot, the bullet precisely pierced through Li Wei's forehead, creating a bloody hole on his face frozen in terror. His body jerked back violently, flipping off the edge of the suspension bridge. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as his body crashed into the yellow-green liquid below, and in less than a second, he was completely dissolved into a pool of blood, along with his ambition and fear, melting away in the pungent acid. Ah! A scream pierced the silence of the factory. Wang Hao and Yu Shuling, who were following Lin Feng, were so startled by the sudden scene that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. Wang Hao's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, shaking like a sieve. Yu Shuling's face turned pale, letting out a short cry, her whole body slumping, and she had to support herself on the cold metal bridge surface to avoid collapsing completely. Lin Feng expressionlessly put away the gun, as if he had just done something trivial. He didn't even glance at the chemical pool below, and walked past the two collapsed figures. He reached the other end of the suspension bridge and picked up a black remote control panel from where Li Wei had stood. He turned around, looking at the two still collapsed on the ground. This bridge has more than one trap. The cold voice made Wang Hao and Yu Shuling's bodies stiffen at the same time. Only then did they realize they were still in danger. Lin Feng furrowed his brows, took out a multifunctional Swiss Army knife from his pocket, flicked the blade open, and walked back. He squatted down and swiftly cut the tightly bound ropes around their wrists. If you want to die, just stay here. After saying that, he stood up and, without looking back, walked toward the gate at the opposite end of the suspension bridge. Wang Hao and Yu Shuling shuddered, and their survival instincts finally overcame their fear. They scrambled to get up from the ground, content is blocked. Staggering, he followed Lin Feng's steps. Yu Shuling looked at the tall figure walking ahead, her eyes full of the most complex emotions. Fear, gratitude, awe. All sorts of feelings intertwined together. This man was the number 4198 who had caused countless storms on the World Channel. Cold, powerful, unfathomable. Yet at the most critical moment, he had saved her life. Creak boom. Lin Feng used the control panel to open the roller door of the finished goods storage area. When the gate fully rose, revealing the scene inside, Wang Hao and Yu Shuling, following behind him, instantly held their breath. Their eyes widened more and more, their mouths uncontrollably opened, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. What met their eyes was a huge warehouse the size of a football field. Rows of towering shelves, neatly arranged, stretched endlessly. On the shelves, various supplies packed in wooden boxes and metal barrels were piled up. Brand new industrial parts, packaged rare metal coatings, barrels of catalysts and industrial acids. Even in the corners of the warehouse, a few brand new industrial robots, not yet activated, were parked. Here, the supplies piled up like mountains. Forget a single airplane, even a fleet of aircraft carriers might not be able to clear this place. Wang Hao looked at everything before him, trembling with excitement, his lips quivering, unable to say a single word. Yu Shuling was also completely shocked by the scene, her mind blank. Just when the two were overwhelmed with shock, Lin Feng's voice came calmly. What are you waiting for? The two snapped back, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. He was allowing them to take these supplies? Boss, these we really can. Wang Hao's voice trembled. Lin Feng did not answer, only showing his attitude through action. He turned and walked toward the depths of the warehouse. A surge of overwhelming joy instantly flooded Wang Hao and Yu Shuling. They exchanged a glance, seeing gratitude and excitement in each other's eyes. They no longer hesitated, immediately rushing into the huge treasure trove, frantically searching for tools to carry things. Soon, Yu Shuling drove a yellow electric forklift, speeding over, followed by another identical one. She stopped the vehicle in front of Lin Feng, jumped out of the driver's seat, her face showing a faint, pleasing blush. Boss Lin Feng, this is for you. Lin Feng looked at her but was not polite, directly sitting in the driver's seat. He took two walkie-talkies from his pocket and threw them to them. One for each, keep in touch. These were the spoils he had taken from those two unlucky guys. After finishing this, he started the forklift, weaving through the shelves. Wang Hao and Yu Shuling, full of gratitude and tears, grabbed the walkie-talkies and immediately drove the other forklift toward the areas with the supplies they needed most. While driving the forklift, Lin Feng used the control panel in his hand to open the giant unloading channel on the other side of the warehouse. The heavy gate slowly rose, revealing the open cargo yard outside. Li Wei had indeed lied, saying there was only the suspension bridge route. Excited shouts came from the walkie-talkie. Wang Hao and Yu Shuling were driving the forklifts, carrying supplies needed to the unloading platform trip after trip. Lin Feng ignored them. He drove the forklift to a secluded corner and stopped. Leaning back in the seat, he raised his wrist, projecting a light screen. The 9 glowing blueprints appeared again. While checking the materials required by the blueprints, he locked his vision on the supplies on the distant shelves using the portable central control scanning function. Now. His intention pressed heavily on the light screen. Target area detected with sufficient manufacturing materials. Designated blueprint, primary defense machine turret. Primary autonomous driving module. Start manufacturing. In the next moment, Lin Feng's consciousness seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, instantly connecting to an aircraft located 10 kilometers away. In his vision, the manufacturing station inside the plane roared to life. In the warehouse, those metals, parts, and circuit boards that he had locked onto disappeared from the shelves in an instant, transforming into streams of data invisible to the naked eye, crossing space and directly flooding into the manufacturing station inside the plane. The surface of the manufacturing station lit up with dazzling blue electrical sparks. Countless parts and materials were disassembled and reassembled in the light, rapidly taking shape in a way that surpassed all human technological understanding. It was a feast of industrial aesthetics, filled with a brutal beauty. Lin Feng felt his heart pounding wildly. He felt like a god of creation, witnessing the birth of a miracle with his own eyes. Only 30 seconds. The light faded away. 2 brand new, sci-fi-like creations appeared in the cockpit and under the wings of the aircraft. Congratulations! Basic defensive turret has been completed. Congratulations! Primary autonomous driving module has been completed. Lin Feng's consciousness returned to his body, letting out a breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, the wristwatch vibrated again. Detected that the aircraft's level has reached LV.4, and 2 modules have been completed. LV.5 upgrade permissions unlocked. Materials required for upgrade: high-strength alloy X500, advanced energy core X1, advanced aviation fuel X 10 tons, composite fiber X30, advanced cabin modification card X1. Lin Feng looked at the long list of materials and couldn't help but smile. High-strength alloy? Advanced energy core? Fuel? Fiber? He glanced at the piles of ordinary alloys and primary energy cores in the warehouse. For others, low-level basic materials wouldn't meet the needs, but for him, all basic materials could be of value. He closed his eyes and activated his ability. Fusion. In the distant place, the materials in the aircraft's second cargo hold were being consumed, reorganized, upgraded, and loaded at a terrifying speed. A few minutes later, except for the advanced cabin modification card, all the upgrade materials were fully prepared. Such a pity. A slight regret flashed in Lin Feng's heart. He had no idea where to find this card. However, the fusion and manufacturing just now consumed a massive amount of materials, which freed up quite a bit of space in the nearly full second cargo hold. He glanced at the 2 people in the distance still happily unloading goods, shaking his head. In order to not expose his secret, he also had to put on an act. Lin Feng started the forklift, picking up a whole pallet of metal parts, and slowly drove it toward the unloading area. Chapter 0034, Coordinates of the Real World. Next to the chemical plant was a large unloading area, where countless trucks were parked in their spots. Lin Feng and the others quickly found the 3 trucks with keys, and in less than 10 minutes, they used the flatbed truck to transport goods, filling the truck beds to the brim. Wang Hao and Yu Shuling looked at the scene in front of them, unable to suppress their ecstatic joy, their breaths becoming heavy. They were rich. Lin Feng, bro, where do we go next? Wang Hao suppressed the excitement in his heart, looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of awe and dependence. Yu Shuling also looked at Lin Feng with longing, her beautiful face flushed with excitement. Now, 12 hours of exploration time had only passed halfway. Should they return to the plane with these supplies, or continue exploring? This vast chemical death valley still had large areas left unexplored, perhaps hiding even more astonishing treasures. But carrying 3 trucks of goods everywhere. There is no doubt that the words "I'm so fat, come and grab me" were written on his forehead. Lin Feng leaned against an armored vehicle, fiddling with the control panel, while also pondering this issue. At that moment, Zla. A sharp, grating electrical noise suddenly erupted from the loudspeakers scattered around the town. Then, a calm, piercing male voice echoed throughout the entire Death Valley. All surviving captains, please pay attention. I am Captain 0888. I propose that everyone immediately cease meaningless infighting and gather at the outskirts of the town, at the biotech laboratory. This landing zone is much larger and more dangerous than we imagined. Going solo, it's a 1 in 10 chance of survival. We must cooperate, share supplies and information, in order to survive and leave this place. As soon as the voice finished speaking, whoosh boom! A red flare shot up from a distance, exploded in the gray sky, and slowly drifted down. That location was exactly where Lin Feng had marked the biotech laboratory on his map. Wang Hao and Yu Shuling were left stunned. Wang Hao stood frozen for a few seconds, then scoffed disdainfully. Cooperate? Share? This guy must have had his brain kicked by a donkey. He glanced at the 3 trucks behind him, then at the gun in Lin Feng's hand, full of confidence. We have big shots, we have guns, vehicles, and supplies. Why should we share? That poor fool should be praying we don't mess with him. Yu Shuling nodded in agreement. She had just escaped the nightmare of betrayal and captivity, and was deeply suspicious of the word cooperation. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He couldn't even be bothered to comment on the suggestion. Naive. On the first day after the newbie protection period ended, wanting to establish some utopia where everyone works for each other? It was a joke. It was lucky he didn't shoot the captain who broadcasted that. Back to the plane first. Lin Feng made a decision in his mind. Placing the supplies and modules safely was the most reliable choice. All surviving captains, please pay attention. I am Captain 0888. The broadcast began to repeat itself for the second time. Another flare launched from the same location. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to listen again and turned to head back to the truck. But just as the broadcast was about to repeat the third time, that calm male voice suddenly added a brand new segment. I know this proposal is abrupt, and many of you might not believe it. But please listen to the last sentence I have to say. I know this place. Before being dragged into this survival game, I had come here for work. This sentence was like dropping a deep-water bomb into a calm lake. Wang Hao's sneer froze instantly, and his mouth opened wider and wider. Yu Shuling covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. The real world? This place really existed in the real world? They had always believed that these landing zones were all made up by the system, another dimension, another world. Lin Feng's action of opening the truck door also paused in midair. His pupils slightly contracted. The value of this information was extremely high, even comparable to 3 truckloads of supplies. It completely overturned their understanding of this survival game. If the landing zones were all real places, did that mean they had a chance to find a way back? Lin Feng's breath faltered for a moment. He turned around, looking toward the direction where the flare had risen, his gaze growing sharp. This biotech laboratory, he had to go. 30 minutes later. The 3 heavy trucks and 1 black armored vehicle attached to the back of a truck formed a small convoy, slowly driving into the parking lot of the biotech laboratory. There were several old cars parked here, and 1 brand new vehicle stood out, looking particularly out of place. Obviously, someone had arrived before them. Boss, what do we do? Rush in directly? Wang Hao asked, holding a crowbar. Palms sweaty, he asked nervously. Yu Shuling also leaned out from the passenger seat, looking at the quiet white building with worry. What Lin Feng did not expect was that they didn't need to think at all. The glass door of the laboratory was pushed open. A middle-aged man of medium build, wearing a baseball cap, walked out alone. He carried no weapons, hands in his pockets, walking steadily, boldly exposing himself under Lin Feng's gun. Wang Hao was stunned. This guy, is he crazy? He dares to come out alone? Not afraid we'll shoot him? The baseball cap man seemed not to hear him, walking straight to 3 meters in front of Lin Feng's truck. He lifted his head, the eyes under the brim calm and sharp, looking past the hood straight at Lin Feng in the driver's seat. The next second, he said something that made Lin Feng's breath pause. I know what you want. I have a advanced cabin upgrade card. I want to exchange it for all the supplies in your truck, and we make a system contract, no attacking each other until this exploration ends. Boom. Wang Hao's mind went blank. Advanced cabin upgrade card. He didn't know exactly what it did, but the name alone sounded top-notch. But he wanted to trade for all the truck's supplies. That's 1/3 of what they gained this time. Lin Feng's supplies couldn't be touched, only what the 2 pilots had could be taken. This deal was a total loss. He was about to speak when he saw Lin Feng's expression. There was no surprise on Lin Feng's face, only a playful smile. What he needed most now was this card. As for the supplies? As long as the plane could upgrade, he could get more any time. The condition this man offered hit him right where it mattered. How do you know I need this card? Lin Feng asked calmly. The baseball cap man smiled. Bear meat, armored vehicles, hot weapons, you've always been ahead. LV.5 upgrade threshold is no secret to you. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. This man was smart. He not only guessed his level, but also knew he desperately needed this card. Deal. Lin Feng hesitated less than 3 seconds before saying the word. Boss. Wang Hao shouted in shock. Lin Feng raised his hand to stop him. Wang Hao saw the unshakable look in Lin Feng's eyes and swallowed the rest of his words, full of pain and confusion. The baseball cap man seemed to expect Lin Feng's agreement. He nodded and pointed at Lin Feng's wrist. The black watch. You are now LV.4 with a personal control panel. Using this system for verification is easiest. He clearly stated Lin Feng's ability, with no detours. Lin Feng understood. This guy probably had some special detection ability too. He raised his wrist, and a light screen projected. Captain 0888 initiates, supplies exchange and peace contract. Exchange, advanced cabin upgrade card, X1 for specified supplies X1 truck. Contract, during remaining exploration time, no attacks, trade fully complete after exploration ends. Do you agree? Agree. Lin Feng moved his mind. Contract established. Verified by system, violators will be severely punished. A faint light shone from Lin Feng's watch and quickly disappeared. The baseball cap man exhaled, relaxing completely. He sent a purple glowing card to Lin Feng through the watch. Lin Feng didn't hesitate, using his control panel to transfer ownership of all supplies in Wang Hao's truck to the other party. Trade complete. The baseball cap man finally turned to leave. He made a pleased gesture toward the laboratory door. Come in, my name is Chen Manao. I will tell you the detailed situation of this place. He led the three of them into the laboratory, walking through a bright corridor, his voice carrying a hint of reminiscence. This was once my workplace. Once a workplace? The three of them were shocked. Chemical Death Valley is what the outside world calls it. Its real name is the South American United Industrial Center. It was completely abandoned after a massive chemical pollution accident 30 years ago. Chen Mada's words hit like a huge stone thrown into calm water, stirring enormous waves in Wang Hao and Yu Shuling's hearts. The crowbar in Wang Hao's hand clanged to the ground, but he did not notice at all, only staring fixedly at Chen Mada's back, his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Yu Shuling covered her mouth tightly with her hands, her eyes full of uncontainable shock. This place really existed in the real world. Not a scene made up by a game. This realization overturned all their imaginations of this survival world, bringing an indescribable fear and a faint glimmer of hope. Lin Feng's expression remained calm, but the hand in his pocket had knuckles slightly whitening. The value of this information was immeasurable. Chen Mado seemed not to notice the two behind him losing their composure. He continued, that advanced cabin modification card was also found in a safe in the deepest part of the laboratory. No one knew about that place except a few core project leaders from back then. He led the three to a heavy metal door. There was a small electronic identification screen on the door. Chen Mado pressed his palm on it. Deep identity verified, Dr. Chen Mado, welcome back. A cold electronic voice sounded. Hiss. The airtight door slowly slid open to both sides, a wave of air mixed with nutrient solution and the fresh scent of plants, warm and humid, hit them. Behind the door was a whole new world. This was an enormous indoor plant cultivation base. The dome was made of translucent glass, filtering the weak sunlight outside into soft light. Countless silver metal pillars rose from the ground, supporting layer upon layer of soilless cultivation racks. Transparent pipes spread like a spider web across the entire space, with pale green nutrient solution flowing through them. Above each plant hung LED growth lights emitting red, blue, and purple light, making the entire laboratory look dreamy and unreal. In the air, there was only the faint, rhythmic buzzing of the nutrient solution circulation pumps. This place was full of life. A life created by technology, extremely efficient. Our department is responsible for soilless cultivation, targeted catalysis, and genetically modified plant research. Chen Mada's voice carried a hint of pride as he pointed to a row of cultivation racks in front, with tomato vines heavy with fruit. Ordinary tomatoes take 2 to 3 months from sowing to fruit. These are our fast grow number 7. Their vines are genetically improved, and with enough nutrient solution and light, they can complete this process in 10 days. With special catalysts, they can even ripen directly. He pointed to another side, to potatoes larger than winter melons, and layers of cabbage stacked like small trees. Their growth speed is more than 10 times that of ordinary crops. Wang Hao and Yu Shuling were completely stunned. They looked at the exaggeratedly growing vegetables and fruits, their throats moving uncontrollably. Food. Endless food. In this post-apocalyptic world, what this meant was obvious. Chen Mado ignored them, his gaze always fixed on Lin Feng. These things are the top strategic resources in this game. But to take them away, it requires a huge space and a stable growth environment. In other words, only a few pilots with high enough plane levels have the chance to enjoy these results. For example, you, who will soon have an advanced cabin. Chen Madao's gaze was sharp like a knife. Lin Feng, I want to form a long-term alliance with you. He finally spoke his ultimate goal. I sense that in the late stage of this game, you absolutely can't manage alone. It's just the beginning, and already there are multiplayer exploration points like ours. In the future, captains will inevitably form forces big and small, competing and consuming each other. I value you highly, so I chose to invest early. Otherwise, I could just hide in this lab, gather enough supplies, and safely wait until the exploration time ends. No need to risk having my head shot off by you, just to meet you. His words were honest to the point of cruelty. Lin Feng looked at him and suddenly smiled. This Chen Madao was very much like him. Calm, rational, with foresight beyond normal people, and daring enough to gamble for it. He didn't say any extra words of waste, directly took out the key to the black armored car from his pocket and casually tossed it to Chen Madao. The movement was decisive and clean. Chen Madao instinctively reached out to catch the key, stunned. He had imagined countless reactions from Lin Feng, suspicion, testing, bargaining. But he never expected the other to be so straightforward. So straightforward that it caught him off guard. Looking into Lin Feng's calm eyes, Chen Madao suddenly smiled and tightened the car key in his hand. Happy to cooperate. Happy to cooperate. On the way back, Lin Feng sat on the truck driven by Chen Madao, with the armored car hanging behind. Their plane landing points were very close, just along the same route. The two added each other as friends. The atmosphere in the cab was not dull. Simply in terms of supplies, this landing point can already solve our food and clothing needs for the next 1 or 2 months. Chen Madao said while driving. Basic survival is no longer a problem, and since you got the firearms, you have an overwhelming advantage. Right now, we should be the steady first echelon, with free time to study deeper things. Lin Feng nodded, showing agreement. Chen Madao glanced at the abandoned buildings flying past outside the window, his gaze becoming deep. I suspect this Wanjia flight survival game connects countless different dimensional planes. Some may be magical worlds or immortal worlds we can't understand, and some. He paused, lowering his voice a few tones. Even our original world. This guess was the same as Lin Feng's when he learned this was the South American Industrial Center. The car reached a fork in the road, not far from Lin Feng's plane. I will get off here, Lin Feng said. Chen Madao stopped the car. Okay. He looked at Lin Feng, see you again if fate allows. Lin Feng opened the car door, one leg already stepping out. Hearing this, he suddenly turned his head, showing a meaningful smile. Not long. Maybe within 3 days, we will meet again. Chen Madao was stunned. Before he could ask, Lin Feng closed the door and walked toward his plane without looking back. Chen Madao sat in the driver's seat, watching Lin Feng's figure disappear into the night, frowning. Within 3 days? What did he mean? A few seconds later, Chen Madao suddenly realized something, his pupils shrinking sharply. He shook his head with a wry smile and restarted the car. He was very glad about the decision he made today. Making friends with this number 4198 was the best thing he had done since entering this survival world. The metal cabin door closed behind him, cutting off all the noise from outside. Welcome back, Captain 4198. A sweet electronic voice sounded inside the cockpit. Now when Lin Feng heard this announcement, he actually felt a sense of home comfort, completely different from the first time he came to the plane survival world. The plane slowly took off and quickly reached a stable cruising state. Lin Feng leaned back in the pilot seat, exhaling a long breath of stale air. He raised his left wrist, and the black watch projected a faint blue screen. The plane's detail panel floated before his eyes. The advanced cabin upgrade card, glowing with purple light, lay quietly in the inventory. All upgrade conditions had been met. A hot spark flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Now. His mind pressed hard on the upgrade button on the screen. All upgrade materials detected. LV.5 upgrade procedure starting. Boom. The whole plane let out a low roar at that moment. Violent vibrations spread from all over the body, as if a sleeping steel beast was waking up. Lin Feng gripped the seat handles tightly to stabilize himself. In his view, the 3D blueprint of the plane showed the structure behind Cargo Bay 2 being frantically scanned, deconstructed, and rebuilt by blinding red lights. Outside the plane, sharp sounds of metal scraping and stretching could be heard. The originally smooth tail of the plane visibly extended backward. Blocks of dark silver high-strength alloy appeared out of thin air, like building blocks, precisely joined together to form a brand new cabin about 10 meters long. The whole process was filled with violent industrial aesthetics. In less than a minute, the shaking suddenly stopped. Congratulations! The plane has been upgraded to LV.5. Congratulations! You have obtained a brand new special function cabin. Special function cabin attributes are being randomly determined. Determination complete. Obtained attribute, constant temperature and humidity, best environment for plant growth. Lin Feng stared at the last line of the prompt, stunned. The next second, immense joy instantly broke through the dam of his calm. He jumped up from the pilot seat and rushed toward Cargo Bay 2. At the end of the cargo bay, a brand new airtight door had appeared. Lin Feng pressed the switch. Hiss. The door slid open to the side. A wave of fragrant, fresh air blew over him. Behind the door was a bright, clean, and life-filled new space. The dome was made of soft light panels, and the air temperature and humidity were precisely controlled to the most comfortable range for humans. Damn! Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. Constant temperature and humidity, sterile environment, isn't this the ultimate plant greenhouse any farmer dreams of? He immediately brought up the panel, naming it, Farming Cabin Number 3. While he excitedly planned what to grow here in the future. A piercing broadcast, echoing through the entire survival world, suddenly exploded in every captain's ear without warning. Server announcement. Congratulations to Captain 4198, the first captain on this server to upgrade his plane to LV.5. As the first achiever, rewarded with the title LV.5 Master, and priority communication rights with special item NPCs. Announcement over. The announcement was short but hit like a nuclear bomb, stirring massive waves in the dead chat channel. After 5 full seconds of silence, the entire world chat went completely crazy. Captain 3975, holy shit? LV.5? I didn't see it wrong, right? I haven't even gathered LV.3 materials. Captain 1124, 4198, this guy again. This guy must be cheating. He is definitely cheating. Captain 0777, people compared to people, it makes you angry. We are still worrying about a bite to eat, and he already has a LV.5 plane. How can we even play? Captain 3301, big shot. Absolute big shot. Need a leg attachment? Cute and warm bed type. Captain 2588, image, big shot, look at me, good body, sweet voice. As long as the big boss guides me, I'll do anything. Attached is a photo of a beautiful girl wearing a revealing bikini. In an instant, the entire channel went crazy. Countless female captains began frantically sending their revealing photos, various hints, just hoping to grab onto Lin Feng's leg, the #1 big shot in the world. Lin Feng only glanced at it, then expressionlessly turned off the world channel. Are you kidding? You think you can get resources just by acting cute? Do you really think it's still the peaceful era where you can live off your looks? He opened his friend list. Zhang Yunxian and Su Qingzhu's messages almost came in immediately. Zhang Yunxian, damn. Big brother Lin Feng. Awesome. You are my god. Su Qingzhu, brother Lin Feng, congratulations. Lin Feng smiled and directly transferred some resources to the two of them. Mainly food and water, along with some basic parts that he had no use for. Lin Feng, take it, don't die too early. Zhang Yunxian, whoa, big brother, you're like my real brother. I'll work for you like a horse. Lin Feng didn't bother responding to his antics. This gift wasn't given for free, Lin Feng. He was about to contact Chen Madao and Mo Yoli to see if he could trade something useful with them. At this moment, a grander, more majestic system announcement rang through the sky once again. Urgent server-wide announcement. Because the first level 5 captain has been born, the special mechanism transfer hub has been activated. All surviving captains please take note. In 24 hours, exactly at 12 p.m. tomorrow Beijing time, all planes will be forced to make a collective space leap. The target landing point, public airport number 0. The rules of public airport number 0 are as follows. 1. The airport interior is an absolute safe zone, any form of attack will be prohibited. 2. The airport is equipped with official trading markets, repair centers, intelligence trading posts, and other public facilities. 3. All captains must return to their respective planes before midnight tomorrow. Failure to return on time will be considered voluntary abandonment, with consequences at their own risk. 4. This journey is mandatory, all surviving captains will participate, without exception. 5. During the stay, captains can freely communicate and exchange resources. 6. The airport strictly prohibits false reporting, fraud, and malicious transactions. Violators will be severely punished by the system. 7. The most important point, at public airport number 0, all captains' virtual images will be temporarily lifted and interact with their real appearances. When rule number 7 appeared, the entire world channel fell into an eerie silence. 3 seconds later, the wails and complaints, 10 times stronger than before, instantly flooded the screen. Captain 1444, what the hell? Real appearance? A large-scale offline meeting? Captain 3975, damn it. I just posted a photo of my 8-pack abs. I'm a fat homebody weighing 180 pounds. I'm finished. I'm going to socially die. Captain 2588, system. I protest. I seriously protest. Please give us a beauty filter function. Even if it's paid, I'll take it. Captain 0777, ha ha ha. This is killing me. The sisters who posted sexy photos earlier, I hope they don't turn into foot-scratching big guys tomorrow. Captain 3301, it's over, I've been telling the number one big brother that I'm fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. Tomorrow, won't I be exposed on the spot? Can I delete my account and start over? Looking at the world channel filled with chaos and wailing, Lin Feng couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth into a playful arc. He looked out the porthole at the vast universe. A large-scale meetup, huh? His fingers gently tapped the control panel. Exactly, he also wanted to see for himself what kinds of strange creatures were hidden among the remaining 2,000 or so people. Chapter 37, The Self-Cultivation of a Farmer. The World Channel had already exploded due to the offline meetup news. Countless photo manipulators and tank drivers were wailing. Lin Feng glanced at it and directly closed the channel. He didn't have time to join this madness. Compared to fooling around with a bunch of ghosts and demons online, he had more important things to do. Here, cabin number 3. A spaceborne specifically for life. The empty cabin waited for its owner to arrange it. Taking a deep breath, the air with constant temperature and humidity, carrying the scent of plants, hit him. Lin Feng felt all the pores of his body relax. Isn't this exactly the top greenhouse that every farmer dreams of? With a thought, he took from his portable control panel the culture boxes that carried various genetically modified crop seeds, brought from Chen Madao's lab, one by one. Fast-growing number 7 tomatoes, giant potatoes, multi-layer cabbage. Looking at these little things that carried future hope, Lin Feng felt troubled. He could shoot, drive, fight, even fly a plane. But damn it, he didn't know how to farm. Professional things still need professional people. Lin Feng swiped open his friend list and sent a video call request directly to Chen Madao. The call was almost immediately answered. On the screen appeared Chen Madao's face without the baseball cap, no longer serious like at the landing point, now looking very casual, the background seeming to be his airplane cockpit. You're ready to start so quickly? Chen Madao clearly guessed his intention. Yes, but I'm a beginner, I need your special guidance. Lin Feng got straight to the point. He pointed the camera directly at the culture boxes on the ground. Also, I lack professional temperature and humidity sensors and spectrum sunlight lamps. Do you have extras? I can trade supplies for them. Chen Madao looked at cabin number 3 through Lin Feng's camera, his pupils shrinking slightly. He was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled. Lin Feng, you are a person who does big things. I have the stuff, all lab grade. Keeping them doesn't help me much. No need for supplies, consider it me investing early. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. I don't like owing favors. Without further words, he used the trading system to transfer 5 boxes of canned beef and 2 large barrels of purified water. This is the technical guidance fee and equipment fee. Chen Madao on the other side looked at the transaction success notice, completely stunned. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so straightforward, and to give so much. In this world where food and water are hard currency, this supply could let an ordinary pilot live securely for a month. Chen Madao opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Don't suspect people, trust people. Lin Feng's voice was very calm. Let's start, Dr. Chen, my time is precious. Chen Madao looked at Lin Feng's calm face, suddenly shook his head and laughed. He was completely convinced. Working with this kind of person, you never have to worry he will take advantage of you, because he has his own pride. Good. Follow my instructions. Chen Madao immediately entered work mode, his voice becoming serious and professional. Take out those cultivation racks, adjust them to leafy vegetable mode, increase humidity to 75%, set light frequency to maximum blue light. Put the multi-layer cabbage seeds in, remember, every seed must be at least 30 centimeters apart. Under Chen Madao's remote guidance, Lin Feng began his first ever scientific farming. The whole process was 100 times more complicated than he imagined. Stop. 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 Just as Lin Feng was about to put the giant potato seed blocks into the constant temperature culture liquid, Chen Madao's roar exploded from the intercom. Do you want them to rot on the ground? That thing needs low temperature dormancy activation. Put them in the -5-degree refrigerator first, let them dormancy for 30 minutes. Lin Feng's hand froze in midair, a cold sweat forming on his forehead. Almost deleted the save with one click. He clumsily followed Chen Madao's instructions, and his respect for the doctor grew even more. Without him, these precious seeds of mine must be completely destroyed today. More than an hour later, all the seeds finally found their homes on their respective cultivation racks. Lin Feng sat down on the ground, drenched in sweat, feeling even more exhausted than after a fight. Dr. Chen, could you share the real-time environmental data of Cabin 3 with me? Chen Motao's voice carried a hint of hope. Sure. Lin Feng opened the permission. On the other end, there was a long silence lasting over 10 seconds. Then, Chen Motao suddenly gasped. Constant temperature, constant humidity, sterile temperature error rate below 1000, humidity controlled to 2 decimal points. My god. Chen Motao's voice was full of unbelievable shock. Lin Feng, your cabin? No, this is not a cabin. This is a mobile, top-level, military-grade biological laboratory. Its value is immeasurable. Hearing this, Lin Feng wiped the sweat off his face and couldn't help but smile. The praise from a professional really felt good. However, Chen Motao's next words poured cold water on him. The initial planting is complete, and your cabin environment is near perfect. But next is the real challenge. Chen Motao's tone grew extremely serious. These genetically modified crops are complete gluttons. Their terrifying growth speed is built on massive consumption of nutrient solution. Ordinary nutrient solution is like plain water to them. They need specially formulated high-energy nutrient solution made from various materials to meet their growth needs. Lin Feng frowned. Is there ready-made nutrient solution like this? No way, Chen Motao said with a bitter smile, it must be freshly made. The formula requires dozens of trace elements, some of which can only be extracted from specific geological environments or living organisms. The stock in my lab isn't enough to feed your precious ones even once. Lin Feng felt his heart sink. So, after all, it's like buying a top sports car but not being able to afford fuel? What kind of situation is this? Any solutions? 2 ways, Chen Motao said. First, we gather the materials ourselves and make the solution. But that needs luck, no one knows if the next landing site has what we need. Second, we buy from other captains. Tomorrow's, Public Airport 0, is the best chance. There will be at least 2,000 captains there at the same time. Maybe someone will have the materials we need, but not know their value. Lin Feng nodded. Tomorrow's large fan meetup is an opportunity that must be seized. After ending the communication with Chen Motao, Lin Feng wearily returned to the living area. He rushed into the bathroom and took a hot shower, washing away all his exhaustion and sweat. After changing into clean clothes, he entered the simple kitchen to make something to eat as a reward for himself. At that moment, his black wristwatch gently vibrated. It was a new private message. Lin Feng swiped open the light screen and froze when he saw that cold avatar. It was Mo Yoli. Mo Yoli, meet me at Airport 0 tomorrow. Her messages were always so concise. Lin Feng, something wrong? Mo Yoli, important. Lin Feng, what is it? Mo Yoli, not convenient to say here. Lin Feng rubbed his forehead with some helplessness, looking at the short dialogue. This beauty sometimes made it hard to tell if she was cold or just couldn't chat well. He was about to close the chat window, unwilling to argue with her. Yet, on the screen, her typing status suddenly appeared, flickered for a few seconds, disappeared, then appeared again. It seemed she was hesitating. A few seconds later, a brand new message finally popped up. Mo Yoli, I'm Lin Feng. Mo Yoli, can you lend me some money? Lin Feng froze completely in place. He stared at the line of text on the screen, reading it 3 times to confirm he wasn't hallucinating. Lend money? The aloof, mysterious, and top-ranked number 7 female ice queen in the whole server is asking to borrow money from me? Lin Feng's mind went blank. Is this like a plane hijacking situation? Is this some new kind of telecom scam? Chapter 0038, Early Landing. Lin Feng stared at that line of text on the light screen again, reading it 3 times. Mo Yoli, can you lend me some money? He even exited the chat to check the avatar, confirming that the Ice Queen's avatar was correct. Then, he fell into a 10-second silence. I'm not seeing things, right? Lin Feng was completely stunned. What's going on here? The number 7 boss, that cold and wise Ice Queen who seemed like an AI, is asking me for money? This isn't right. This script doesn't match. Is it like a hijacking situation? Did her account get hacked? Are we playing a Wanjia flight version of a telecom scam? Hello, I am Mo Yoli. Actually, I didn't die. I'm trapped at Airport 0, and I'm 100 units short on supplies to restart the plane. Once I get back to the top of the rankings, I will repay you generously. My account number is. In Lin Feng's mind, the whole scam process was already auto-completed. He rubbed his temples and decided to test the waters a bit. Lin Feng? A question mark. Brief and to the point. The typing indicator on the other side blinked for a long time, as if Mo Yoli was gathering her words. Mo Yoli, my special ability, lets me see fragments of some scenes. Mo Yoli, about tomorrow's Airport Zero. Mo Yoli, there will be a special currency called Nebula Coin circulating there, and this currency, at the beginning, will have unimaginable value. Mo Yoli, through Nebula Coins, I can obtain the materials I urgently need. Nebula Coins. Lin Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. Nebula Coins were something traded with Luing, never mentioned to Mo Yoli. Mo Yoli should only know about the Zodiac cards. But when you think about it, though the materials and patterns of Nebula Coins and Zodiac cards have slight differences, the manufacturing process and the general feel are identical. It gives off the vibe of being made by the same factory. He immediately understood what Mo Yoli meant. This Zero Airport is definitely not just a flea market for captains to trade goods. It has official NPCs. It has official shops. And Nebula Coins are the game's official certified hard currency. The information Mo Yoli saw in fragments is extremely valuable. Lin Feng, how much do you need? What are you offering as collateral? Mo Yoli, I can pledge all my supplies. I need a lot. Lin Feng looked at the screen and smiled. She must have foreseen a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one that could leverage Nebula Coins for massive profits, which is why she was willing to bet everything, even swallow her pride, and ask me for money. But Lin Feng lightly tapped the edge of the control panel with his fingers. To lend, or not to lend? If I lend it, it's just a favor, and I could exchange it for a lot of supplies I don't currently need. If I don't lend, there's no loss. After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Feng typed a reply. Lin Feng, let's talk in person. On the other side, there was silence. After a full minute, Mo Yoli's message finally came through. Mo Yoli, okay. Mo Yoli, after landing tomorrow noon, let's pick a place. Don't ghost me. The last sentence even carried a hint of warning. Lin Feng closed the chat window, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. This so-called big online meetup hasn't even started yet, but the undercurrents are already surging. The next morning. Zzz, the air fryer hummed as several pieces of marinated bear meat roasted to a golden brown, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Lin Feng finished washing up, holding a cup of hot water, and habitually walked into the cockpit. He leaned against the captain's seat, waiting for his breakfast while pulling up the aircraft's navigation panel. There are only 2 hours left until the forced jump. Just as he was about to watch the crying of those photoshopped freaks on the World Channel, a brand new system prompt suddenly popped up in the corner of the navigation panel. Detected that the plane has installed the basic autopilot module. Detected that the destination is public hub. Special permissions activated. You can consume 100 energy units to arrive at public airport number 0, 1 hour earlier. Would you like to start immediately? Lin Feng paused with the cup of water in his hand, frozen in midair. 1 hour earlier? What the heck, there's even a VIP cutting-in service. He didn't hesitate at all. What are we waiting for then? Go! His mind firmly pressed on the start immediately button. Boom! In the next second, an incredibly violent push of force slammed him hard into his seat. The whole plane let out an ear-splitting roar, as if a giant iron beast was waking up from its slumber. The scene outside the cockpit instantly transformed into countless twisted, stretched lights, speeding backward. On the dashboard, the number representing energy reserves was plummeting at a visible speed. 150, 120, 80. Finally, the number steadily stopped at 50. In just a few seconds of acceleration, a whole 100 units of energy were consumed. The cost was terrifying. But Lin Feng looked at the magnificent light tunnel outside the window, which had stabilized, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Feels like flying a rocket. An hour's head start was enough for him to figure out the entire layout and rules of the airport. That 100 units of energy? Totally worth it. When the plane exited the space transition channel and slowly landed on the tarmac, Lin Feng was completely stunned by the view outside the window. This was an airport so huge it was abnormal. A single runway, at least a kilometer wide, and its length was beyond sight. Forget about landing planes, even letting a whole aircraft carrier fleet drift on it would be more than enough. In the distance, the airport terminal was less of a building and more like a future city made of pure white metal and dark blue glass. It was grand, spectacular, filled with an unreal sense of science fiction. Everything here far exceeded the imagination of human civilization. At this moment, a sweet electronic voice rang out inside the cabin. Welcome Captain 4198, arriving at public airport number 0. Detected that the captain holds the special title LV.5 Great Achiever. Detected that the captain holds the special item NPC priority communication rights. Multiple permissions triggered. A dedicated reception manager is being dispatched to assist you. Just as the voice finished speaking, a jet-black, sleek, and soundless shuttle bus quickly drove from the direction of the terminal. The shuttle bus smoothly stopped in front of the airplane door. The door opened upwards. A woman in a sharp black business suit and silver mask stepped down from the bus. She was tall and elegant, with her soft black hair neatly tied into a bun at the back of her head. Though her face was hidden, the competent, professional aura, even carrying a bit of an imposing presence, immediately hit him. The woman walked to the airplane door, paused, slightly bowed, and spoke in a flawless, both respectful and distant tone. Honored LV.5 grade achiever, Captain 4198. I am the reception manager of this station, number 001. Welcome to our airport. Before other captains arrive, you will have 1 hour of exclusive service time. 10 minutes later, the jet-black shuttle bus silently parked inside the terminal. The door slid open, and the mask-wearing female manager made a gesture, inviting him in. Captain 4198, please follow me. Lin Feng followed her out of the car, his feet stepping on the terminal's pure white, seamless material paved square, stretching endlessly before him. This is the right vibe. VIP exclusive customer service. Lin Feng complained silently in his heart, then followed the masked woman into the absurdly grand terminal. Inside the hall, it was frighteningly tall, the dome a flowing, starry skylight deep blue light screen. The air carried a faint fragrance, refreshing the spirit. As the first captain to arrive at this station, you will receive a first arrival reward. The masked woman led Lin Feng to a deserted reception desk. She placed her palm on a scanner, and a light screen popped up. Identity verification, reception manager 001. Permission confirmed, issue first arrival reward. A metal tray slowly rose from under the counter, quietly holding a card glowing faint gold and a small heavy cloth bag filled with dark coins. Reward contents, airport number 0 Platinum VIP card, X1, Nebula coins, X3. The Platinum VIP card lets you enjoy 95% of the price at all official airport stores. The masked woman handed the items to Lin Feng, her tone plain, as if giving nothing more than a supermarket coupon. Lin Feng picked up the 3 Nebula coins, identical to the one he had before. Giving 3 at the start, isn't that a bit stingy? But considering the value conversion system he had seen on the portable control, Nebula coins could rival BTC. Next, during your 1 hour exclusive service time, I will introduce the station's facilities in detail. The masked woman turned and started guiding Lin Feng through the futuristic city-like airport. This is Business Area A, mainly providing aircraft-related hardware services. She pointed to a row of brightly lit huge shops on the left. Wandong Power specializes in selling aircraft energy cores, from basic entry-level cores to the special jump type 3 requiring permissions, all available. Lin Feng's eye scanned the hologram at the store entrance. A lowest grade, entry-level energy core, price, 5 Nebula coins. Forge provides aircraft structure upgrades, external armor customization, weapon module installation services. If you can pay and meet level requirements, they can even turn your aircraft into a small destroyer. The price list at the door showed the cheapest, hull coating reinforcement service, starting at 10 Nebula coins. Over there is Singularity Warehouse, selling module blueprints of all specifications and finished functional cabins, only available if your level meets requirements. Lin Feng saw a blueprint of a small hydroponic plant rack, priced at 1 Nebula coin. He had originally obtained the real object with Chen Mata from a secret lab, and here the blueprint alone was so expensive. Although everything was expensive, prices were clear, fair to all. Besides hardware, there are software services. The masked woman led him to another area. Information Exchange sells detailed intelligence of various landing points, including resource distribution, danger level, hidden tasks, etc. Of course, price depends on value. Logistics Center, if you obtain overly large materials during exploration, you can pay to transport them back to your aircraft or store them temporarily. Even, Gene Lot Clinic can enhance captain's physical abilities, regenerate limbs, or induce awakening of special abilities. Lin Feng stopped at a store entrance. The store sign was strange, called Mangpo's Tea Shop. Here is. It provides memory deletion and emotion correction services, explained the masked woman. Some captains experience 2 cruel events during exploration, causing mental breakdown. Here, they can choose to forget that pain. Lin Feng was silent. This survival world was more complete than he imagined. It not only provided ways to make you stronger. There is also a backdoor to escape, like an ostrich burying its head in the ground. The two of them walked along, looking all around. Lin Feng realized that this place almost covered everything from survival to enjoyment. There was the goddess of plenty grocery selling basic food and water, prices so cheap they were almost free. There was also the Dionysus restaurant offering top-class food and wine, the most expensive wine costing hundreds of Nebula coins. There was even an entertainment area, with holographic cinemas, simulated fights, anti-gravity climbing. The total staying time here is 24 hours, the voice of the masked woman sounded nearby. Within these 24 hours, the airport is an absolute safe zone, captains can treat it as a rare vacation. She paused, then suddenly changed the tone. Of course, if you wish, you can also choose to stay forever. Lin Feng's steps stopped. He turned his head to look at the masked woman. Stay? What do you mean? Literal meaning. The masked woman's tone remained calm, but Lin Feng could feel that her gaze under the silver mask was fixed tightly on him. As long as you are willing to give up your plane and transfer ownership to this station, you can obtain permanent residence at public airport number 0. Here, you will have safe housing, enough food, and no need to struggle to survive in dangerous worlds. Her voice carried an indescribable temptation. Do you want to stay? Captain number 4198? Lin Feng looked at her, then suddenly laughed. Back home, this would be like saying, hello, I am Qin Shi Huang, I didn't die, send me 50V, and after revival I will make you a general. This kind of sky-falling pie, appearing in a high-death rate survival world, is itself the biggest trap. I don't want to. Lin Feng's answer was straightforward. The masked woman seemed stunned for a moment, her whole aura froze briefly. That unusual feeling of expectation disappeared like a receding tide. Very regrettable. Her voice carried a strong sense of loss that even surprised Lin Feng. I just feel that giving up the plane is too big a price, Lin Feng explained casually. After all, there are many possibilities on the plane that this place doesn't have. He originally meant that unique functions like the number 3 cabin cannot be replaced. However, the masked woman seemed to misunderstand something. Her body stiffened slightly, speaking in a strange tone. Captain, you misunderstand. This station is a junior public hub and does not provide any form of physical comfort services. Such services only appear at advanced public stops like Paradise Island, triggered when a plane reaches LV.10. Lin Feng. He opened his mouth, for a moment not knowing how to respond. Good heavens, cyber pimps have arrived too? This multiverse flight really has a wide range of services. Lin Feng cleared his throat twice, forcing the topic change. I understand most things, now the problem is, I have no money. He shook the wrist-held control. Only 4 nebula coins, not even making a sound in his pocket. He had thought that looting a whole cabin's supplies made him the richest among low-level captains. Now it seemed he was just a poor guy who just entered the city. I understand. The masked woman seemed to have expected this, pointing to the automatic escalator hanging at the edge of the hollow corridor in the distance. The 6th floor is the financial center, especially for captains like you, with great potential but insufficient initial capital. You have 2 choices. First, Multiverse Airline Bank. You can use your plane and personal potential as collateral to apply for a nebula coin loan from the bank. The benefit is your current supplies are kept for emergencies. Second, Endless Pawn Shop. You can pawn any of your current supplies, blueprints, or items directly to the pawnshop, exchanging them for nebula coins. The benefit is no repayment pressure. Immediate cash. But for your supplies, it's a huge test. Lin Feng listened and had no hesitation at all. Loan? Even dogs wouldn't lend. In my last life, working 996 as a corporate slave, working hard for 30 years, wasn't it all just to pay that suffocating mortgage? Those days of working for banks, opening my eyes to see debt, I never want to live like that again this life. I choose the pawnshop. Lin Feng said firmly. Chapter 0040 Large netizens meet in person. The two were about to go to Endless Pawnshop, when a huge shadow began to cover the entire airport. Lin Feng stopped, looking up through the floor-to-ceiling glass. He saw that simulated starry sky, the dark blue dome, now pierced with countless holes. One after another, huge space ripples appeared from nowhere, like waves on water. The next second. Boom! Countless airplanes, like dumplings dropping, shot out of the ripples. The scene was extremely spectacular. A massive number of planes tore through clouds, whistling sharply, diving toward the endless tarmac below. Meteor shower. Even Lin Feng was stunned seeing this. This scene, anyone not knowing might think a war had started, shells flying everywhere. At the same time, the wrist control on his hand began to beep DDD, almost crazily. The chat channel exploded. Pilot 3975, it's coming. I see the airport. Wow. So big. Pilot 1124, my god. Look at the sky. So many planes? Like locusts passing. Pilot 0777, I see so many weird-shaped planes. That all-black one, like an alien warship, whose is it? So cool. Pilot 3301, look at that pink one. It even has a paper girl drawn on it. Which man drives it? Such unique taste. Pilot 2588, picture, you guys think that's something? Next to me is a flying iron lump, no windows, How can anyone survive? Pilot 1444, jealous. My plane still looks like a broken van, are yours all this cool now? For a moment, the World Channel turned into a huge airplane show. Some pilots excitedly took screenshots to show off their cool planes. Some pilots jealously complained, envious of others' luxurious planes. As planes kept lowering, getting closer to the ground. Finally, someone noticed something wrong. Pilot 3975, wait. Look at the tarmac. The middle spot. Pilot 1124, wow. There's already a plane parked there? Pilot 0777, let me see the number on the body is 4198. Pilot 3301, 4198? Pilot 0777, it's that guy again. The whole channel fell into eerie silence in an instant. All pilots landing, unconsciously, turned their eyes to that central spot on the tarmac. There, a smoothly lined, dark silver plane sat quietly. Its shape was not exaggerated, but perfect industrial design and size far beyond normal planes silently showed overwhelming power. Among thousands of planes, it looked like an emperor ruling the world. The channel was silent for more than 10 seconds. Then, cries 10 times fiercer than before. Pilot 3975, damn. The gap between people, how is it bigger than between humans and dogs? Pilot 1124, this bee is definitely GM's own son. Early entry, VIP spot. I'm reporting. Pilot 2588, big shot, my god please, help a newbie, I don't want to work hard. In the terminal. Lin Feng expressionlessly closed the chat channel. He could even imagine those people hitting their chests in despair. Calm, just normal operation. He turned to look at the masked female manager beside him. No need to take me there. Lin Feng said directly. Send me the contact details of the pawn shop and the bank, along with a detailed financial price list. I'll go grab something to eat first. The masked woman hesitated for a moment, seemingly not expecting him to react this way. In the face of a financial center that could change his destiny, this man actually chose to go eat first? But she still professionally bowed slightly. All right, Captain. The information has been sent to your portable control center. Enjoy your meal. After she finished speaking, her figure, like when she appeared, quietly melted into the shadows and disappeared. Lin Feng swiped open the light screen, confirmed the files were received, and then headed straight to the dining area. Alone? Pawning? No rush. Man is iron, food is steel, even the biggest issues can wait until the stomach is full. Besides, he had an important online meeting to attend. He found the luxurious Dionysus restaurant with its signature sign and pushed the door open. The interior decor of the restaurant was filled with a blend of classical and sci-fi beauty. Lin Feng casually chose a seat deep by the window, with a perfect view that allowed him to take in the entire bustling apron. He swiped open his friends list, directly created a temporary discussion group, and added all the familiar people like Chen Matao, Zhang Yunxian, Su Qingzhu, Mo Yoli, etc. Lin Feng, Terminal 0, Dionysus Restaurant, my treat. Hurry up. As soon as the message was sent, the list exploded. Zhang Yunxian, damn. Big brother. I'm on my way. My plane hasn't even landed, I'm jumping off and running straight over. Chen Matao, got it. Looks like you're doing well, having spare cash to spend at places like this. Luing, Lin Feng, big brother. Wait for me for a sec, I need to touch up my makeup, must look beautiful to meet you, flying kiss. Zhang Luyan, coming right now, I'm hungry anyway. You Shuling, Mr. Lin Feng. I'm on my way. Su Qingzhu didn't speak, only sent a cute panda emoji with the message received. But Lin Feng could almost imagine that the girl must be blushing, with her heart pounding in excitement. The most surprising reply, however, came from Mo Yoli. She actually responded almost instantly. Mo Yoli, alright. Only one word, direct and to the point, in line with her usual style. But Lin Feng could read a subtle urgency in that word. Looks like she really is in a hurry. Lin Feng closed the chat box and looked out the window at the planes slowly landing one by one. The airport, which had been silent just an hour ago, suddenly became bustling. A few minutes later, inside Dionysus restaurant. Lin Feng leaned back in a corner booth, his fingers swiftly sliding over the light screen projected by his portable control center. He didn't choose to take a loan from the bank. The kind of life where your throat is squeezed and you wake up with mountains of debt, he had enough of it in his past life. Instead, he directly opened the endless pawnshop remote transaction interface. The interface was simple and crude, with only an item column and an appraisal button. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and tossed in all the useless surplus materials he had scavenged from various landing points. Ordinary alloys, basic components, a few mediocre standard-issue pistols, and even a few boxes of neatly packed snail noodles. Item being inspected. Comprehensive appraisal, for Star Cloud coins. Confirm to pawn? Confirm. Lin Feng made a mental command. Transaction complete. Your account balance is 8-star cloud coins. Looking at the number, Lin Feng couldn't help but curl his lips. After scavenging materials from several worlds, it was worth just this little bit of money. Even capitalists would cry if they saw this. But it was enough. He closed the pawnshop interface and, in front of him, hovered the virtual menu. He casually ordered a few of the most expensive dishes. The sizzling A5 grade Wagyu beef, golden caviar, and deep blue strong liquor. Anyway, someone was treating, so why not indulge? If he was treating himself, that was fine too. After placing his order, he casually picked up a brochure about the airport's facilities from the table, flipping through it absent-mindedly, while using the magazine to cover most of his face. No way, the first arrivals were too flashy. He didn't want to be the monkey in the zoo everyone stared at, and by now several scattered captains had gradually come in to order. At that moment. Snap. The restaurant's glass door was pushed open roughly. A wave of noise poured in. 7 or 8 people, grand and overwhelming, flocked around a man and walked in. The scene made one think some gang boss was on patrol. The leading man looked about 30, with slicked back hair, wearing a flashy tight outfit, a self-satisfied smile on his face as if the whole airport belonged to him. Brother Chang is awesome. I heard Captain 4440 has a terrible temper, didn't expect he'd still give you face. Of course. Don't you see who Brother Chang is? In the survival world of planes, what matters? Connections. Got it? The man called Brother Chang puffed out his chest with pride, speaking not too loud but enough for half the restaurant to hear. Keep it low-key, low-key. Just had a drink or two with some big shots during the co-op exploration. He scanned the room, enjoying the curious and respectful gazes from the other captains, his vanity greatly satisfied. When his eyes passed over Lin Feng in the corner, he merely glanced casually and looked away. A guy in ordinary casual clothes, hiding his face behind a tattered magazine, either a native NPC or a poor nobody who couldn't appear on stage. Not worth mentioning. Lin Feng flipped through his magazine, but his ears caught every word of their conversation clearly. What era is this, and people still believe this I have lots of friends bullshit? Lin Feng almost laughed out loud. Connections? In this survival game where human life is worth less than a dog, ready to die at any moment, instead of upgrading planes or strengthening oneself, they go call a bunch of drunk friends brothers? This mindset is truly bizarre. Lin Feng silently mocked in his heart, giving their behavior a precise label. Turn on the lights in the toilet asking for death, shit. Time ticked by, second by second. The captains in the restaurant grew more numerous. Some alone, exuding a stay-away aura like lone wolves. Some in 2s or 3s, obviously small groups traveling together. Most, like Brother Chang, pulled together a team of over 10, loud and boisterous, afraid others wouldn't know they were many and powerful. Brother Chang was obviously a social butterfly, seeing a familiar ID or someone with some reputation in chat, he would proactively greet them, forcing a familiar face. Ah, isn't this Brother Lu with tons of alloys? Long time no see. Sisterly, I'm your fan. I love the photo you posted last time. He strutted around the restaurant like a peacock spreading its tail, flaunting his cheap connections, a smug look on his face that made Lin Feng feel embarrassed for him. Just as Brother Chang enjoyed the flattery, real or fake, feeling on top of the world. The light at the restaurant door suddenly dimmed. All the noise seemed muted at that moment. 2 figures walked in, one after the other. Every man's eyes were fixed on them, forgetting even to breathe. In front walked a woman with an extremely stunning figure. Her striking big waves of hair and a fox-like enchanting face, in tight red leather that outlined her exaggerated S-curve perfectly. Every step she took felt like stepping on the hearts of all men, exuding lethal hormones from head to toe. It was Lu Ying. Half a step behind her was a woman of completely different aura. If Lu Ying was burning fire, she was a quiet orchid. She wore a well-fitting white long dress, which accentuated her slender figure and graceful demeanor. Her face was a standard oval shape, and although not overly experienced, there was an undeniable calmness and gentleness in her gaze that brought peace to those around her. It was Zhang Luyan. 2 completely different yet equally stunning beauties appeared in the same space, creating a visual impact powerful enough to be likened to a nuclear explosion. Brother Chang's eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets. He instinctively swallowed his saliva, almost drooling. He suddenly pushed away his underling beside him, took 3 steps in 2, and flashed what he thought was his most handsome smile, striding forward. Ahem. Are you 2 beauties here for a meal at Dionysus Restaurant? My name is Lu Wanchong, Captain number 0048. I've sold over 4,000 hardware parts, and many pilots know me. He puffed out his chest and proudly stated his name, his tone oozing with self-importance. The food here is decent. If you ladies don't mind, how about sitting down and having a drink together? My treat. He confidently extended the invitation. In his mind, with his transaction record, the number of contacts in his phone, and his generous attitude, becoming friends with these two gorgeous women would be a piece of cake. However, Lu Ying's seductive peach blossom eyes didn't even linger on his face for more than a fraction of a second. Zhang Luyan didn't even bother to look at him, merely giving a polite nod before turning away. The two completely ignored Lu Wanxiang, who was frozen in place. Their gazes, like the most precise radar, quickly swept across the entire restaurant. The next second, both their gazes locked on the corner at the farthest end of the restaurant. Then, Lu Ying, whose face had originally held a hint of distant charm, suddenly blossomed into a smile so radiant that it could melt an iceberg. Zhang Liuyan's gentle face also shone with a soft glow, like the spring water's tender warmth. It was a joy that came from the heart, completely unmasked. Everyone followed their gaze, and all eyes were focused on the man in the corner who had been hiding his face behind a magazine the entire time. Lu Wanxiang's smile completely froze. One of his underlings, who had been staring intently at Lin Feng's back, looked at his understated yet exquisite casual outfit, and his face turned extremely strange. That figure, that outfit, damn. It was as if he had remembered something terrifying, his voice trembling. Could it be him? Chapter 0042, This is what true connections look like. Lu Ying and Zhang Luyan, however, seemed to have not seen Lu Wanxiang blocking their way at all, effortlessly walking around him. Their steps were light, their faces filled with unhidden joy as they briskly made their way to the booth in the deepest corner of the restaurant. Lin Feng, big brother. Lu Ying's voice was sweet to the point of being syrupy, carrying a seductive charm that could burrow deep into one's bones. Zhang Luyan also smiled gently, her voice soft. Mr. Lin Feng, we're not late, are we? Whoosh. The entire restaurant instantly erupted. Everyone stretched their necks, staring fixedly at that corner. Under the focus of dozens of gazes, the man finally put down the magazine that should have been dead and buried. He raised his head, revealing a face that wasn't exactly breathtaking, but was undeniably clean and pleasing to the eye, with a subtle, barely perceptible smile at the corner of his lips. Not late, the dishes have just been ordered. Boom. Holy shit. It's him. Number 4198. The first one to reach LV.5, that big shot. My god, he's alive. I'm seeing the real 4198. One of Lu Wanxiang's underlings turned pale, his legs going weak, almost collapsing to the ground. He thought back to how his boss had just made a fool of himself trying to flirt, and then looked at the affectionate attitude the two beauties had towards Lin Feng. It's over, boss has really hit a steel wall this time. No, it hit the titanium plate outside the atmosphere. Lu Wanxiang himself was completely petrified at this moment. His mind went blank, his face burning hot, as if someone had slapped him in public a dozen times. The connections he was proud of, the invitations he thought were generous, in front of others, were a complete joke. In the corner, Lin Feng didn't care at all about the surrounding commotion. He pointed to the seat opposite. Sit. Thank you, brother Lin Feng. Lu Ying sat down right next to Lin Feng without hesitation, almost pressing against him. Zhang Luyan sat across with restraint. Mr. Lin Feng, thank you so much this time. Zhang Luyan said sincerely. Last time at the free exploration landing point, if you hadn't pulled us into a group in advance and given us each other's contacts, Lu Ying and I might really not have made it out. Lu Ying nodded repeatedly, still shivering, patting her full chest. Yes, that ghost place was full of poison gas and mutant monsters. 2 girls going in was like starting in hell. Luckily we could watch each other, barely gathering enough upgrade materials. As she spoke, her tempting peach blossom eyes stuck to Lin Feng, seductive as silk. Brother Lin Feng, you are the lifesaver for the two of us. From now on, anything, just one word from you, even if it's climbing a knife mountain or walking through fire, we will. Alright, stop. Lin Feng waved his hand, cutting off her enchantment. It was nothing, no need to make it like a guardianship. Order whatever dishes you like first. His straightforward words made Lu Ying laugh, swaying like flowers in the wind. The surrounding captains watched this scene, their eyes turning red. Envy, jealousy, hatred. A big shot is a big shot. Not only overwhelming in power, even in attracting women, he's on a different level. Look at his style. Saved 2 stunning beauties, and didn't even bother with a polite word. For a moment, several captains gathered courage and walked over holding their wine glasses. Big brother Lin Feng, I've long heard your name, I toast to you. Big brother, here's my contact. If you ever need anything from your junior, just ask. Lin Feng just nodded lightly, neither warm nor cold. Even so, the captains, like receiving an imperial edict, happily retreated one by one. On the other side, Lu Wanxiang's face had changed from pale to the color of pig liver. He slunk back to his seat, hearing the fearful discussions of his followers, feeling his dignity being rubbed into the ground repeatedly. Brother Chang, that's number 4198. Yes, didn't expect someone so young. Lu Wanxiang slammed the table, lowering his voice. To save his pitiful pride, he began forcing a defense. You guys understand nothing. I've seen people like him. Thinking a small early advantage makes them arrogant. Look at him, plain as anything, probably put all resources into the plane, typical top-heavy. Also, for some supplies and materials, he made announcements that angered everyone and made enemies everywhere. Is this what a smart person would do? Remember the bear meat thing? How many people were slaughtered and grinding their teeth? Surviving in a plane, fighting, killing, that's secondary. Most important is knowing people and ways of the world. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he himself was the wise one who knew survival. Humph, just two beauties following him around? What connections are those? Only dealing with women, what big things can come of that? Such a small vision. His followers exchanged glances, though they felt Brother Chang's words were sour, they dared not oppose, only nodded timidly. Brother Chang is right. Only Brother Chang sees clearly. However, just as Lu Wanxiang finished speaking. Snap. The restaurant door opened once again. Big brother. I'm here. I ran over at full speed as soon as my plane stopped. A noisy figure rushed in. It was Zhang Yunxian. Behind him, followed a man wearing a baseball cap, calm and steady, it was Chen Madao. After entering, the two moved with clear purpose, not glancing at anyone else, heading straight for Lin Feng's booth. Big brother Lin Feng. Zhang Yunxian leaned over with a face full of flattery. Chen Madao just nodded coolly, a greeting, then pulled out a chair and sat down on his own. The aura of professional authority he carried, calm but commanding, clearly marked him as no ordinary person. Lu Wanxiang and his table of underlings were stunned again. Damn, how did two more come? And this time, they were two big men. Especially the one with the baseball cap, though his face was hidden, the calm and steady air made him look like a boss. Lu Wanxiang had just said, dealing with women will get you nowhere, and now that slap hit him back hard, making stars burst in his eyes. His face flushed red, fists clenching under the table with a crackling sound, yet he could only stubbornly stay silent. What are you looking at? It's just two more friends? A mob. We. His words stuck in his throat again. Because the restaurant door was pushed open once more. This time, the air in the whole restaurant seemed to freeze. 3 women walked in one after another. Each one, breathtakingly beautiful. At the front was Yu Shuling. Her skin was whiter than snow, eyes like autumn water, the look so pitifully tender, it could instantly stir a man's desire to protect. Following her was Su Qingzhu. She wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, yet her clear and elegant aura could not be hidden, like an orchid in a silent valley, untouchable. The beauty of the two women had already caused a wave of swallowed breaths in the restaurant. But everyone's gaze ultimately focused on the last woman to enter. She wore a sleek black tight outfit, tall and icy-faced. Her long black hair tied simply at the back, her cold eyes sweeping the room, with an indifferent superiority, as if everyone there was nothing but air to her. Mo Yoli. Pilot number 0007. It's her. That ice-cold female devil. Damn. She's here too? A burst of uncontrollable exclamations rose from the crowd. Mo Yoli's reputation was thunderous among all survivors. She was not only a top 10 regular on the ranking list, but also had set 2 shocking records at the last free landing point. First, she drew a safe map of the poisonous swamp alone and sold it for a high price, making a fortune. Second, alone, she directly defeated a small team of 2 strong men, dismantling all their plane parts. She was a true, top of the food chain, absolute strong person. Under the awe, fear, and curious eyes of everyone, Mo Yoli did not even lift an eyelid. She ignored everyone, including Lu Wanxiang, who had raised his hand to greet her. She walked straight to the deepest part of the restaurant. In the unbelieving eyes of all, she pulled open the empty seat next to Lin Feng. She sat down with calm elegance. The whole process flowed like clouds and water, as if the seat had always been hers. Click. Lu Wanxiang's jaw almost dropped to the floor. He felt his worldview completely crushed at that moment. Lu Wanxiang had always claimed to have wide connections, but now the top connection seemed to be with Lin Feng, who cared little for relationships. Clap. 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 He felt his face hurting. Chapter 0043, A Big Move. Not long after Mo Yoli sat, a waiter quietly pushed a silver dining cart to the table. As each cover was lifted, rich aromas instantly filled the air of the whole restaurant. Sizzling, giving off the smell of milk, a 5-grade Wagyu beef. Piled like small mountains, glimmering with golden dots, caviar. And delicacies made from deep-sea creatures whose names cannot even be spoken. Each dish, exquisite like a work of art. Around them, the pilots gnawing on compressed biscuits and drinking nutrient fluids, stared wide-eyed. The food in their hands instantly lost its appeal. Gulp. Someone swallowed saliva hard. The sound was especially clear in the restaurant, where you could hear a pin drop. Some eyes subconsciously fell on Lu Wanxian's table. His previously bragged connections and flaunted status were crushed by the luxurious lineup at Lin Feng's table and this extremely extravagant feast. Lu Wanxian's little brothers didn't dare to breathe, their eyes looking at him with subtle changes. Why does this guy know everyone? And is so rich? Lu Wanxian's heart roared violently, jealousy burning almost out of his eyes. Besides anger, he was terrified. Those sour words just now, if heard by this number 4198 big shot, his plane might be torn into parts and sold in 2 days. Thinking of this, he could not sit still anymore. He gobbled 2 mouthfuls of rice and stood up suddenly. I'm full, let's go. His voice was dry and rough. Without looking back, he almost ran away from the restaurant in panic. The remaining little brothers looked at each other, quickly dropped their utensils, and shamefully followed. The farce ended just like that. Lin Feng didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. Small mind, huh, brother? He raised his wineglass, smiled slightly at the handsome men and beautiful women around the table with different expressions. Stop staring, let's eat. The atmosphere at this table was indeed a little strange. Except for sisters Lu Ying and Zhang Luyan, others were basically meeting for the first time. But no one was a fool. Everyone could feel the gold content of this table, frighteningly high. Lu Ying's fairy-like charm, Yu Shuling's pitifully delicate face, Su Qingzhu's pure and refined temperament, Zhang Liuyan's gentle and virtuous elegance. Just these 4 stunning beauties with different styles sitting together was already a bomb. Not to mention, there was also Mo Yoli with an icy face and aura so strong the surrounding air seemed to freeze. On the men's side, Chen Matao, though wearing a cap, showed a calm, professional presence, obviously a tech expert. Zhang Yunxian, though loud and boisterous, had solid muscles and openly admired Lin Feng, showing he was no fool. Unconsciously, a full-star lineup gathered. Lin Feng silently complained in his heart. Zhang Yunxian was obviously the mood lifter at the table, he raised his glass, face red. Big brother, you're awesome. I Zhang Yunxian have never obeyed anyone, but I obey my big brother Lin Feng. Come, I toast first. He drank the strong liquor in one gulp, coughing from the spiciness. Lu Ying giggled, her charming eyes looking at Lin Feng like silk. Brother Lin Feng, you're hiding too while calling all of us here, what's the plan? Open a harem? At her words, Su Qingzhu and Yu Shuling's faces instantly turned red. Zhang Luyan helplessly rolled her eyes at her. Lin Feng ignored Lu Ying's teasing and pointed to the people beside him to introduce. This is Chen Matao, Dr. Chen, a top talent in biotechnology, my partner. Chen Matao nodded coolly to everyone. Mo Yoli, number 0007, no need for me to say more. Mo Yoli just glanced at everyone lightly, a greeting. But no one at the table dared to underestimate her. All the rumors were the best business card. Su Qingzhu, Yu Shuling, Zhang Luyan, Lu Ying, friends met at the previous landing spot. As for this, Lin Feng pointed at Zhang Yunxian. I recently took him in as a subordinate. His job is to shout 666. Big brother is right. Zhang Yunxian puffed out his chest, looking proud. The crowd. After the introductions, everyone at the table had different thoughts. Chen Matao's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to unite so many captains of different styles in such a short time, especially with someone like Mo Yoli, who was top-notch in strength. Even Mo Yoli's icy face showed a rare fluctuation. She looked at Lin Feng, her gaze now filled with curiosity. She had thought Lin Feng was just a lucky, strong lone wolf, but now it seemed he was unknowingly building a force that no one could ignore. Lu Ying and the others were both surprised and delighted. They were glad they had made the right choice in sticking with this big shot. Being close to Lin Feng not only meant they got to eat well, but they also met so many strong people, this was like a blood profit. Lin Feng raised his glass. All right, everyone's introduced. I won't waste time with unnecessary pleasantries. Anyone sitting at this table is one of our own. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The crowd became serious, each person raising their glass. Ding! The crisp sound of glasses clinking echoed. Cheers, to us. Lin Feng said. Everyone drank it all down. After putting down their glasses, it was naturally time to eat. After such a long flight, everyone was starving and could eat an entire fridge. Zhang Yunxian was the fiercest among them, with the plates by his bowl quickly piling up with a small mountain of bones. 20 minutes later, after eating and drinking to their fill, the atmosphere at the table reached its peak. Lin Feng felt the timing was right, wiped his mouth, and got straight to the point without any pretense. I arrived here an hour earlier than all of you. As soon as he said that, everyone, who had been resting with their backs against their chairs, suddenly fell silent. Because these words were like a bombshell. Everyone stared at Lin Feng with eyes as though they were looking at an alien. Big brother, you're joking, right? Zhang Yunxian stammered, isn't the system supposed to force a uniform transition? How could you be early? Chen Mado pushed up his duckbill cap, his gaze sharp as a knife under the lenses. Mo Yoli's eyebrows shot up sharply. They immediately realized the massive implication hidden behind this statement. An hour earlier. This meant Lin Feng had access to some special privileges they didn't have. Lin Feng shrugged. Nothing's impossible. My VIP queue jumping service cost me 100 units of energy. Hiss. A sound of everyone gasping in shock echoed at the table. 100 units of energy. Just to be 1 hour early? What kind of financial power was this? Mo Yoli's pupils contracted slightly, almost imperceptibly. She suddenly understood why Lin Feng reacted so indifferently to the matter of StarCloud coins. This man had far more cards up his sleeve than she had imagined. Lin Feng ignored everyone's shock and knocked on the table, drawing everyone's attention back to him. I didn't waste that hour. His voice became deep and magnetic, with a persuasive power that couldn't be questioned. I got some very interesting information from an NPC called Reception Manager 001. He paused, scanning the room. Seeing the faces full of curiosity and expectation, a playful smile appeared on his lips. I have a proposal. If things go well, maybe we can take advantage of this opportunity. Pull off a big job and make a huge profit. Chapter 0044, We're going to be capitalists. Lin Feng's casually spoken words were like a deep sea bomb that exploded on the dinner table. Everyone stopped their movements. Zhang Yunxian, his mouth full of wagyu, stared wide-eyed, his voice muffled as he shouted, What? Big brother, what did you say? Reception Manager 00 Demon? He quickly swallowed the meat, almost choking. Is there a dedicated customer service? When I came in, I didn't. The scene was like fighting for tickets during the Spring Festival, people pressed together, almost squashing me into a photo. Forget about a dedicated customer service, there wasn't even a guiding robot. Zhang Yunxuan's words instantly resonated with everyone. Lu Ying clutched her chest, her face showing exaggerated fear. Exactly, there were so many people, I was really afraid my baby would be damaged. Yu Shuling also whispered in agreement, the terminal is too big, I searched for a long time to find this place. Their experiences were the true picture for the vast majority of pilots. Like headless flies, they were thrown into a strange and huge future city, confused, helpless, only able to rely on signboards and their own exploration. But Lin Feng actually had personal reception, and it was a one-on-one VIP service. The gap between people was shown in the most vivid way. Chen Mado pushed his cap, the light in his glasses flickering like data. 1 hour early, exclusive reception manager Lin Feng, the 100 units of energy you spent, bought you not just time, but an information advantage. He spoke with precision. Mo Yoli's icy eyes also fixed tightly on Lin Feng's face. She understood better than anyone, in this survival world, information was the most precious wealth. Lin Feng smiled, raised his glass and took a sip. Exactly, it's the information gap. He put down the glass, his fingers lightly tapping the table, drawing everyone's attention. This Zero Airport is essentially a huge money-draining pit. The shops you see, Wangong Power, Forge, sell high-level things, and extremely expensive. He swiped his portable control, pulled up several screenshots, projected them on the center of the table. Item, Primary Energy Core. Price, 5 StarCloud coins. Service, Shell Coating Reinforcement. Starting price, 10 StarCloud coins. Blueprint, Small Hydroponic Plant Rack. Price, 1 StarCloud coin. Seeing each glaring price, the table was filled with gasps. Damn! They're robbing us! Zhang Yunxian shouted first, I scavenged so many landing points, not leaving a single hair, by pawnshop estimate, not even 0.5 StarCloud coin. How the hell can we live? Lin Feng nodded, basic supplies are not sold here at all, and using them as collateral is extremely cheap. The price difference between high-level supplies and basic supplies is geometric. The settlement currency is only 1 StarCloud coin. Here's the problem. Lin Feng looked around, throwing out a core question. Among over 2,000 pilots here, except for me who got 3 for the first arrival reward, who has StarCloud coins? Who has high-level supplies to pawn at high prices? Everyone looked at each other, shaking their heads in unison. Forget StarCloud coins, they didn't even know what a StarCloud coin looked like. That's right. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. A market without circulating currency is a deadlock. So the airport offered 2 official solutions. He raised 2 fingers. First, go to the 6th floor Wanjia Aviation Bank, use your planes as collateral for a loan. The interest is not low, if you can't repay, the plane is gone. Hearing the word loan, many people's faces changed slightly. The suffocating days of debt no one wanted to experience again. And in this world, it wasn't as simple as peaceful times. If the interest became too high to repay, who knows how terrifying it would be to lose your plane. Second, go to endless pawnshop, sell your supplies, blueprints, and items directly, exchange them for StarCloud coins. The good part is no debt, the bad part is. A playful curve appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. The prices the pawnshop gives are so black you'll want to curse. Monopoly is the first productivity. Lin Feng silently complained in his heart. Zhang Yunxian scratched his head, his face full of worry. So isn't this a dead cycle? No money means selling things is still not enough to upgrade, in the end still a poor guy. So? I just said, we should make a big move. Lin Feng's voice carried a sense of confidence and certainty. The officials have provided a free trading function between players, so there's room for us to operate. We can bypass the banks and pawnshops and establish our own trading channel. I want to buy resources from other captains. At these words, everyone was shocked. Chen Mo Tao's breath briefly stopped for a moment. Lu Ying's seductive peach blossom eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted, as if she couldn't understand what Lin Feng meant. It was still Mo Yuli, whose iceberg-like face showed clear signs of confusion for the first time. Her brows furrowed tightly, and her voice became even colder than before. Buying resources? Not earning StarCloud coins, but rather spending them? Yes, spend StarCloud coins first, and then earn them back. Lin Feng saw the confusion on everyone's face and explained, I have a way to make money using the resources. As for how I'll do it, that's my personal secret, but I guarantee it will work. Not even mentioning how to make money from the large quantity of resources, Mo Yuli immediately noticed the key issue. Your idea has a fatal flaw in its logic. She stared at Lin Feng, bluntly pointing out the problem. What are we going to use to buy their resources? Who's going to pay? If it's bartering, it doesn't make sense. This question hit the nail on the head. All eyes were now focused squarely on Lin Feng, waiting for his answer. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. He didn't speak, instead slowly raising his hand, extending his index finger, and lightly tapping his chest in front of the confused gazes of the others. The movement was small, but the meaning of who else but me was so domineering it couldn't be ignored. Damn! Zhang Yunxian was the first to react, jumping up from his seat, his face full of disbelief. Big brother, you mean, you're going to buy it? The entire booth instantly fell into a deadly silence. Everyone stared at Lin Feng as if he were crazy. One person, buying over 2,000 captains' resources? That's a huge claim. Mo Yuli's brow furrowed even deeper, feeling like her brain was not enough to process this. Lin Feng's logic was jumping to a dimension beyond her understanding. Your StarCloud coins are only enough to buy 1 or 2 basic energy cores. She coldly reminded, how are you going to support such a massive acquisition plan? No, I won't use all my own StarCloud coins to buy, Lin Feng shook his head. Then I don't understand even more, Mo Yuli's eyes grew sharper. I will use the StarCloud coins from the financial center. Lin Feng smiled faintly. My buying price will be slightly higher than that of Endless Pawnshop. And I will only buy those basic materials that you all look down on, like common alloys, basic parts, and even food and water. In large quantities, enough to fill the need. While buying, I will contact the pawnshops, simultaneously pledging the materials to the pawnshops, ensuring that the cycle continues forever, and there will always be money on hand to buy, until all the basic materials from over 2,000 captains are consumed. Lin Feng's words left everyone at the table in complete silence. Zhang Yunxian was holding his head, feeling as if the world was spinning around him. Big brother, wait, let me catch my breath. He painfully rubbed his temples, trying to understand Lin Feng's business logic. Using StarCloud coins to buy worthless low-level materials from others, offering a price higher than the official channel, and then pledging it to the core pawnshop. Big brother, are you too rich, rushing to become a philanthropist? This business, even with your eyes closed, you can tell it's a surefire loss. Chen Mo Tao also set down his glass, his face, hidden beneath the shadow of his cap, showing a rare serious expression. He stared intently at Lin Feng, the data flow in his mind running wildly, trying to build a reasonable model to explain Lin Feng's behavior. But no matter how hard he calculated, the conclusion is the same as Zhang Yunxian's. No return on the investment. The girls, like Lu Ying and the others, were completely confused, feeling like Lin Feng's plan sounded like a fantasy. Seeing the shocked, confused, and worried expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Feng only smiled calmly. He didn't explain further. Because what he was about to do was far crazier than they could ever imagine. He wasn't aiming to be a businessman. He planned to take advantage of the information gap in his unique abilities before anyone even realized, forcibly swiping all the pilot's money at this number 0 airport. He was going to be the capitalist of this beginner village. Whether we lose or not, it's too early to say. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa, relaxed, yet exuding an air of control over the situation. You just need to tell me, do you want to do this, or not? His gaze slowly swept over each person. Of course, I'm sure some of you think the risk is too high, even fearing that we'll lose everything. So, I won't force anyone. If you want to quit, you can leave right now. This meal is on me. But he didn't say that this would mean no longer being friends in the future. He wanted to use this event to filter out those who were trustworthy. For those who want to stay and play together, hand over all your unused basic supplies to me, and I'll manage them all. You won't lose a single Star Cloud coin. He paused, his voice carrying an unquestionable tone. In return, all the profits from this operation will be shared among everyone here. Now, make your choice. Lin Feng finished speaking and said no more, simply staring at them, waiting for their answers. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Zhang Yunxian was the first to break the silence. His face turned red as he slammed the table. Let's do it. You saved my life, big brother. Don't even say losing everything. If the plane explodes, I, Zhang Yunxian, won't even blink. Where big brother points, I'll strike. Lu Ying giggled and playfully gave Lin Feng a flirtatious look. Lin Feng, since you said it like this, can we sisters run away? We were already tied to your pirate ship long ago. Zhang Luyan, who was by her side, gently nodded, showing her support. Su Qingzhu and Yu Shuling didn't speak, but their determined eyes said it all. They had an almost blind trust in Lin Feng. Everyone's gaze finally landed on Chen Mato and Mo Yoli. They were the true brains and top combat power of this team. Chen Mato was silent for half a minute. Suddenly, he smiled. He took off his baseball cap, revealing a refined and handsome face, his eyes gleaming with a kind of fervor. I'll join. He looked at Lin Feng and said each word clearly. Because, I suddenly realized something. Your goal isn't those basic materials. You're betting on the value system of this airplane survival world. Though I'm not clear on the details, I know you wouldn't do something without confidence. Challenging the system is very thrilling. When I was doing research, I often told my team to break the norms and trust the truth, not intuition. Moreover, if I give you the basic supplies, you'll still give me Star Cloud coins, no loss. Now, only Mo Yoli was left. This icy beauty hadn't said a word from the start, only quietly staring at Lin Feng with eyes that seemed to see through people's hearts. Just when everyone thought she would reject him, she suddenly spoke. I can give you all my basic supplies. I have only one question. Her voice was as cold as ever. What makes you think your plan will definitely succeed? Lin Feng looked at her and suddenly smiled. He slowly raised his wrist, revealing the black control device he always carried. Just because. He pointed at the control device on his wrist. My special ability. A special ability called Fusion. Chapter 0045Q, Q. The free trading zone on level -1 buzzed with voices. This place was less a trading zone than a huge underground square. The ceiling simulated blue sky and white clouds, and the light was bright. Countless captains ran around like headless flies, some looked around curiously, while others sat on the ground with a few shabby items in front of them, hoping to trade for food. Big brother, why does my heart feel all jumpy? It's like going to the execution ground. Zhang Yunxian walked while nervously rubbing his hands. He felt everyone's gaze on him like searchlights. Lu Ying giggled, giving Lin Feng a flirtatious glance. Brother Lin Feng, if we lose, you better pay with yourself. Lin Feng ignored the two jokers. He had just done another big bleed on the remote trading interface of Endless Pawnshop. He packed and pawned all the industrial products and semi-finished products scavenged from Chemical Valley last time, except the core components. Transaction complete. Your account balance is 20 Nebula coins. Looking at the number, Lin Feng felt nothing. To him, this money was only starting capital, a sickle for harvesting, bait for fishing. He stopped, glanced at the all-star lineup behind him, and spoke calmly. Follow the plan, spread out, keep more than 50 meters between each stall. Remember, don't talk much. If someone asks, answer as I taught you. Leave the money part to me. Everyone had different expressions but nodded seriously. With a feeling of witnessing history, or possibly losing everything, Zhang Yunxian, Chen Mato, Mo Yoli, Lu Ying's sisters, and others walked to different corners of the square. Soon, 8 simple stalls quietly appeared in the huge trading zone. They did not lay out a dazzling display of goods like others. In front of their stalls, it was empty. Only a holographic sign flickering with faint light, projected from a personal central control, displayed 2 giant characters. Acquisition. Yes, not selling, but acquiring. These 2 characters, like fireflies in the dark, instantly drew all nearby captains' attention. Acquisition? I didn't see wrong, right? At this moment, someone is spending money to buy things? Are they crazy? Too many Nebula coins to spend? When they saw the dense acquisition list under the sign, the whole trading zone gasped. Long-term large-scale acquisition of the following materials. Common alloy, basic parts, standard screws, copper wire, iron ore, wood, fabric, plastic, compressed biscuits, purified water, antibiotics, bandages, lighters, low-grade fuel. The list included over 30 materials. Each one was the most basic, most common, even worthless trash in their eyes. Taking these to a pawnshop, dozens of units would only exchange for 0.1 Nebula coin, almost like giving them away. Within 2 hours, the value of Nebula coins and the cheapness of basic materials had spread through the chat channels throughout the airport. And now, someone had the nerve to openly acquire this trash by name? Soon, someone noticed the highlight. Look at the price. Common alloy, pawnshop values 100 units at 0.5 coins, here 80 units give 0.5 coins. Basic parts, 2. Pawnshop 20 pieces only 0.1 coin, here 15 pieces give 0.1. Still cheap, but higher than official price. The chatter spread like wildfire. More and more people gathered, pointing at the strange stalls, whispering. This can't be a scam, right? Such a good deal. It must be a trap. They want to cheat all our basic materials. Then sell it to us at a high price. The capitalist trick, I get it. But he's offering Nebula coins, isn't that something that can't be faked? Doubt, greed, wariness, all sorts of emotions intertwined among the crowd. Finally, a young man who looked somewhat down on his luck gritted his teeth and squeezed through the crowd. He walked straight to the stall of Zhang Yunxian, the one closest to him. Hey, buddy, the young man pointed at the sign, his face filled with suspicion. Are you, for real? Are you really buying at this price? Zhang Yunxian was feeling nervous inside, but when he remembered Lin Feng's calm face, he forced himself to stand tall and wore a look of you have no experience, following Lin Feng's instructions, and began speaking nonsense with seriousness. Of course. Why would I lie to you? He cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound steady and reliable. Let me tell you the truth. We need to create something very crucial, and we need a massive amount of basic materials. But as you can see, this damn airport sells everything, except these basic things. There's no choice but to get them from the free trade zone. This explanation made sense, seamless and flawless. The crowd's suspicion began to fade slightly after hearing this. Indeed, the high-end shops in the airport wouldn't bother with these basic materials. The young man was still not convinced. He carefully took out 30 basic components from his storage space. I just want to buy a blueprint for a small hydroponic plant rack, but I'm short 0.3 Nebula coins. He cautiously asked, could I trade these 30 basic components for 0.2 Nebula coins? Zhang Yunchuan's heart skipped a beat, but he still remained calm on the outside. Of course, no problem. With a big wave of his hand, he initiated the trade. You initiated a trade, compressed biscuits x 30. The other party pays, Nebula coin x 0.2. Confirm? The young man stared at the holographic screen, his heart racing as if it were about to leap out of his throat. Trembling, he pressed confirm. The next second. Trade successful. Your account balance increased, 0.2 Nebula coins. Looking at the increased balance on his control screen, the young man's eyes went wide. The next second, he let out a wild roar that didn't sound human. Damn! It's real! He really gave me the money. This roar was like throwing a bucket of cold water into a boiling pot of oil. Boom! The entire trading area exploded in an instant. All the onlooking captains went wild at this moment. It's real! Someone is actually paying for garbage. Quick! Sell him all the useless stuff you have. If you wait, it'll be too late. Don't push. I spotted this stall first. The crowd surged towards the 8 stalls like sharks smelling blood. The scene nearly spiraled out of control. Some even started shoving each other to get ahead, almost turning it into a real-life brawl. Everyone stopped pushing. Form a line. One by one. At a critical moment, Zhang Luyan stepped forward. Her soft voice now carried an undeniable authority. Our boss said, we need a huge amount. Whatever you have, we'll take it. As long as it's on the list, no one will be turned away. Line up properly. Anyone who tries to cut in or mess things up will be blacklisted and never traded with again. Her words immediately calmed the scene. When people heard, whatever you have, we'll take it, they breathed a sigh of relief, and the wild excitement of fearing they'd miss $1 billion gradually subsided. Under Zhang Liuyan's seasoned leadership, long lines quickly formed in front of the 8 stalls. The trading officially began. On the other side of the plaza, a few captains who had just come down from the 6th floor stared at the scene in front of them, which was as chaotic as the Spring Festival train ticket rush, and they were left dumbfounded. The man in the lead held a freshly issued, steaming loan slip from the Wanji Aviation Bank in his hand. The little brother beside him looked completely confused. Chang, what's going on? Why is everyone selling stuff? The man called Chang. It was Lu Wanxiang, who had been slapped in the face by Lin Feng in the restaurant earlier. He stared intensely at the acquisition lists floating in the air above the stalls, then looked at the loan receipt in his hand. Loan amount, 10 Nebula coins. Collateral, 50% ownership of aircraft number 4440. Interest, 0.5% per day. For these 10 Nebula coins, he had mortgaged half of an aircraft to the bank. But now, this group of people had easily traded their worthless junk for Nebula coins, a sight he couldn't even be bothered to look at. Put. Lu Wanxiang felt a sweet taste in his throat, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. He had lost. He had lost so badly, it felt like going to his grandmother's house. Chapter 46, this is called a perpetual motion machine. On the 6th floor's financial center, the escalator leading to the Wanjia Aviation Bank was nearly empty. A few captains, who had just come down in despair, were knocked around by a stream of people rushing upward before they could even figure out what was going on. Make way. Get the hell out of the way. Don't block the road. I'm rushing to get rich. Bro. First floor, trading area. Someone's paying high prices for junk. Hurry. Who the hell touched my ass? The captains who had just taken out loans, hearing these words, were instantly stunned. High price? Buying junk? They looked at each other, their faces filled with the philosophical question, who am I? Where am I? What did I just do? Then, as if realizing something, their faces turned pale. Holy shit! No way! One person screamed, not caring about his manners anymore, turning around and running with the crowd, sprinting down the stairs at full speed. When they were going up, their steps were heavy, as if every step was on their future. But coming down, they moved like the wind, afraid they would miss out on a fortune by slowing down even a little. The entire terminal turned into a real-life version of Fast and Furious. Meanwhile, inside the Jinla clinic, the air was filled with a faint mixture of disinfectant and nutrient solution. It was quiet here, so quiet that one could hear their own heartbeat, unlike the noise from the outside world. Lin Feng was sitting in an ergonomic white medical chair, eyes closed, his brow furrowed, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. There was nothing in front of him. But the portable control on his wrist was flashing wildly. It was the materials list being synchronized in real time from the 8 stalls by Zhang Yunxian and the others. Received materials from stall number 001, 1,200 units of ordinary alloy, 3,000 units of basic parts. Received materials from stall number 003, 50 barrels of low-quality fuel, 800 units of iron ore. A massive data stream swept by like a waterfall. Lin Feng didn't go to the stalls. His face, along with the 4198 identification number, was now the brightest thing at the airport, like a moving spotlight. Once he showed up, his behind-the-scenes mastermind identity would instantly become suspicious. By then, anyone could guess that this huge game was set up by him, which would undoubtedly cause complications. Making money quietly in the background was the way to go. Lin Feng silently repeated in his mind. His mental energy was highly concentrated as he immersed himself in the cockpit linked to his control system. There, the basic materials he had just acquired, piled up like a mountain, lay quietly. To others, this was a pile of worthless trash. But to Lin Feng, this was a gold mountain, waiting to turn to gold with the touch of his hand. Fusion. With a thought, he activated his core ability. In the second cockpit, an invisible force began to surge. 1,000 units of ordinary alloy and 2,000 units of basic parts were instantly broken down into the most primitive particles, with red and pure white light interweaving to form a huge, rotating ball of light. Lin Feng's face visibly turned a little pale. The intense mental strain made him feel dizzy, like he had stayed up for 3 consecutive nights. But his will was as firm as steel. The light ball suddenly contracted inward, finally condensing into 100 metal ingots, gleaming with a metallic luster and far surpassing ordinary alloy in texture. Fusion successful. Obtained, high-strength alloy X 1,000 units. Done. Lin Feng did not pause for a moment, immediately opening the remote trading interface of Endless Pawnshop. He directly threw the freshly made high-strength alloy in. Item detecting. Total estimated value, 20 Nebula coins. Confirm pawn? Seeing this number, a smile curled at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. He had spent less than 2 Nebula coins acquiring these raw materials. After one fusion, the value directly multiplied 10 times. This was no longer huge profit, this was damn like opening a money printer in the airport rules. Confirm. Transaction complete. Your account balance is 60 Nebula coins. At that moment, a strong wave of fatigue hit like a tide. Lin Feng's vision went black, his body shook, almost falling from the chair. A cold, soft hand timely supported his arm. Pilot number 4198, detected your mental power wave dropped below 30% safety threshold, bodily function slightly disordered. A pleasant but emotionless synthesized female voice sounded. Lin Feng opened his eyes, seeing an NPC doctor in white nurse uniform, with a standard smiling mask on her face. In her hand was a needleless syringe filled with emerald green liquid. According to your VIP privilege, the clinic will provide a free rapid mental power replenishment service. The masked doctor gently moved the syringe to Lin Feng's neck. Put. A cold liquid instantly injected. Lin Feng only felt a cool current rushing along his spine straight to the crown of his head. His previously foggy brain instantly became extremely clear, as if downing a whole bottle of ice-cold cola on a hot summer day, every brain cell cheering. The previously depleted mental power was not only fully restored, but even subtly improved. Stamina, 5. Mental power, 7.1. Good grief, isn't this the legendary pay-to-restore blue service? Lin Feng cursed madly in his heart. Still an NPC chasing to give you injections, just afraid you die. This service deserves a 5-star rating. He moved his neck, nodded to the masked doctor. Thanks. Serving you is my honor. The masked doctor bowed slightly, stepped aside, returning to a statue-like stance. Lin Feng looked at the skyrocketing balance in his console and his fully replenished mental power, a terrifying glint flashing in his eyes. Perpetual motion, achieved. He alone was a perfect closed-loop industrial chain, from raw material purchase to high-end product processing to sales collection. He would not be a merchant. He would be the airport's underground central bank. Continue. Lin Feng closed his eyes again, throwing himself into the crazy money printing business. Low-quality fuel, industrial wastewater, fuse, purify, become high-grade aviation fuel. Ordinary cloth, damaged fibers, fuse, restructure, become high-grade composite fiber. He was like a tireless machine, constantly turning materials all pilots considered trash into the pawnshop's most sought-after high-value goods. And his account balance began to rise at a terrifying speed. Account balance, 180 Nebula coins. Account balance, 350 Nebula coins. Account balance, 570 Nebula coins. Basement level 1 trading plaza. 8 long lines had formed, stretching out of sight, even turning several corners. Zhang Yunchuan's throat was hoarse from shouting, but his face was ecstatic. Get in line. Everyone get in line. Stop looking. This is the price. Our boss said, take as much as you want. If we don't collect all your trash today, we don't leave. Next to him, Luing maintained order while throwing flirty glances at the male pilots making faces. Oh, handsome, don't push, you almost broke my waist, want to trade? Then line up nicely. She looked both pure and tempting. The men in line, one by one, acted like they were pumped full of adrenaline, yet the order of the line somehow became even better. Chen Mato and Mo Yoli were like two emotionless trading machines, calmly and efficiently handling every single order. Inside them, stormy waves had long since risen. They kept receiving private trade requests from Lin Feng, emptying the materials they had just gotten, while also receiving huge transfers of Nebula coins from Lin Feng as funds for the next round of acquisitions. This cycle flowed as smoothly as a computer program. Mo Yoli looked at the Nebula coins she handled, growing in enormous amounts, and for the first time, a trace of emotion appeared on her iceberg-like face. The vague images brought by the prophecy fragments in her mind became incredibly clear at this moment. She saw Lin Feng sitting in the clinic, crazily merging the materials. She saw the constantly jumping, terrifying numbers in Lin Feng's account. So it's like this. She finally understood the source of confidence behind Lin Feng's crazy plan. This man possessed a godlike ability capable of overturning the entire world's economic system. He wasn't doing business. He was exploiting loopholes in the rules to plunder. And they were all accomplices in this plundering feast. Thinking of this, Mo Yoli didn't feel fear, instead, she felt an unprecedented excitement. This is what it means to do something big. At this moment, Lin Feng's private message popped up again. Lin Feng, funds have arrived. Also, notify everyone to prepare to close in half an hour. Chapter 0047, Crazy Profits. Nearly 3 full hours later, the noisy trading area on the negative first floor finally returned to calm. The last batch of captains drained the last unit of trash in their warehouses, happily exchanged it for a few fractions of Nebula coins, cursed, and left in high spirits. The leaks had been cut completely. In the business district, inside a quiet, stylish coffee shop private room. Big brother, I'm here, I'm here. Zhang Yunxian was the first to push the door open, face red with excitement, walking with energy, looking like he had just won 5 million in the lottery. Behind him, Chen Mato, Luing, Zhang Luyan, and others arrived one by one, each face glowing with excitement they could hardly contain. The last to arrive was Mo Yoli. She still had that iceberg expression, but looking closely, one could see a faint, barely noticeable ripple in her cold eyes. Lin Feng was already seated leisurely at the main seat, a steaming cup of coffee in front of him, looking as relaxed as if on vacation in his backyard. Sit down. He smiled. Everyone took their seats, but no one was interested in drinking. A dozen or more eyes all focused sharply on Lin Feng, burning like they could ignite him. Ahem. Zhang Yunxian cleared his throat, rubbed his hands, looking so impatient it was as if "Give me the money now" was written on his face in big letters. Big brother, this time how much did we actually get? The moment he spoke, everyone held their breath. For the past 3 hours, they had been like tools on an assembly line, receiving, trading, transferring, receiving. The amounts of nebula coins they handled kept growing, until they were all numb. They only knew that money surged in like a tide, and was pulled away by Lin Feng like a tide. As for the final profit, only Lin Feng knew. Lin Feng lifted his coffee, blew on it gently, and did not answer directly. He just looked at Zhang Yunxian, the corner of his mouth curling in a playful smile. Guess. Classic moment, showing off time. Lin Feng silently gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Seeing Lin Feng so calm and confident, Zhang Yunxian felt like hundreds of cat paws were scratching his heart, making him itch unbearably. He extended a finger, tentatively asking, 100 nebula coins? That number was already the limit of what he could imagine. 100 nebula coins, enough to buy 20 basic energy cores. However, Lin Feng just smiled, then slowly shook his head. Not enough. Boom. These two words exploded in the room like a bomb. What the hell? Zhang Yunxian jumped straight out of his chair. Lu Ying's captivating peach blossom eyes widened, instinctively covering her red lips. Zhang Luyan and Yu Shuling also looked completely stunned. Chen Mado pushed his baseball cap, the light in his eyes flashing with terrifying brilliance. Not enough? 100 nebula coins is just a fraction? TH 300? Zhang Yunxuan's voice began to tremble. Lin Feng still shook his head, smiling without change. Keep going. 500? Not enough. Say 700? When the number left Zhang Yunxuan's mouth, he felt his heart almost leap out of his throat, darkness clouding his vision, a happiness so intense it was dizzying. 700 nebula coins. This was no longer just getting rich, this was like leaping to the sky, total financial freedom. A single nebula coin could buy massive amounts of basic supplies. 700, what a concept. They couldn't even imagine it. The entire room was deathly silent. Everyone stared at Lin Feng, forgetting even to breathe. But Lin Feng remained calm, serene, slowly shaking his head once more. Still not enough. This time, no one spoke. Not because they didn't want to, but because their brains had completely crashed, losing all ability to speak. Zhang Yunxian stood with his mouth open, like a dehydrated fish, completely stunned. At that moment, a fragrant breeze swept past. Su Qingzhu had somehow stood up and walked a few steps to Lin Feng's side. Her delicate face blushed from excitement, her big watery eyes staring at Lin Feng with a mix of pleading and admiration. She reached out her small hand, gently grabbing Lin Feng's arm, and shook it. Lin Feng, don't keep teasing, please tell us now. Her voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of coaxing. This intimate action made Yu Shuling bite her lip subconsciously, a faint trace of pain flickering in her eyes. Even Mo Yoli, usually expressionless, paused her icy gaze on the two hands touching for half a second, her brows subtly furrowing. Wow, the invisible battlefield is most deadly. Lin Feng thought, enjoying the soft touch on his arm, finally deciding not to tease them any longer. He cleared his throat, and under everyone's most eager gaze, slowly extended one finger, then 5. No, a whole hand. 1,500. His voice was not loud, but like a thunderclap, exploding in each person's ears. A full 1,500 nebula coins, no less, not even bothering with the small change. The room froze for a full 3 seconds. The next second. Holy sh. Zhang Yunxian let out a wild roar, slapped his thigh, jumped onto the table, waving his arms and legs like a madman. I'm rich. I'm rich. Lu Ying screamed too, rushing over and hugging Lin Feng tightly, her full chest pressing shamelessly against his arm. Brother Lin Feng. You're a god. I love you to death. Everyone else completely exploded. Cheering, screaming, slamming the table, almost lifting the cafe's roof. Even the usually calm Chen Mada took off his cap, his face red from excitement, muttering non-stop, unbelievable, this is a miracle. Amid all the chaos, Mo Yoli sat quietly in the corner. She watched the crazed celebration, then looked at Lin Feng surrounded by beauties, calm as ever, her eternal icy face slowly. A faint smile, so delicate yet enough to captivate a city, slowly blossomed on her face. No wonder. No wonder when she had asked him to borrow money back then, he had that look of someone who had everything figured out, as if he held all the cards. Turns out, to him, those few dozen nebula coins were hardly even money. She suddenly felt incredibly fortunate. Fortunate for the choice she had made back then. More importantly, now, she wasn't borrowing, she was earning. Through her own hard work, she had rightfully become one of the shareholders in this grand capital feast, not only saving face but also making a fortune. This favor was too great. Mo Yoli looked at Lin Feng's side profile and silently made a decision in her heart. This man, from now on, whenever he needs help, she will definitely assist. Chapter 0048, Temporary Strategic Alliance at Airport Zero. In the private room of the cafe, the festive atmosphere gradually began to calm down. Everyone's gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Feng, their eyes full of awe, like followers gazing at a miracle. Lin Feng lifted his coffee cup, his expression calm. Total profit, 1,537 nebula coins. He set the cup down and spoke in a low voice. Now, let's discuss the distribution plan. He scanned the room and continued, in this operation, everyone has contributed. As per our prior agreement, I will convert all the initial materials invested into nebula coins at the highest market price and return double the amount. The remaining pure profit will be evenly distributed among everyone here. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yunxian was the first to jump up. Big brother. This isn't right. We're just the messengers, you're the one who made the miracle happen. How can we split it evenly? Chen Mato also nodded, his voice deep, that's right, the core technology is in your hands, that's the means of production. We're just the executors. Splitting it evenly isn't fair. They knew it clear as day, without Lin Feng, they would still be worrying over 2 or 3 nebula coins, let alone talking about dividing up profits. I haven't finished speaking. Lin Feng waved his hand, a playful smile forming on his face. After splitting the pure profit, as the overall planner, sole capital provider, and core technology provider for this operation, I will take 10% from each of your profits as a technology service fee. The crowd froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Big brother, you should have said that earlier. You scared me. Zhang Yunxian slapped his thigh, don't even talk about 10%, if you wanted half, I wouldn't bat an eyelash. Lu Ying laughed even harder, her body trembling with giggles. She leaned in closer to Lin Feng's ear, her breath soft like orchids. Lin Feng, you're so bad. This plan made everyone fully convinced. It not only ensured fairness within the team but also established Lin Feng's unshakable core position in a near-mocking manner. This is what they called vision. Lin Feng silently gave himself a thumbs up and casually started operating the light screen. The next second, everyone's personal control panel simultaneously made a sharp ding sound. Transaction reminder, your account has received a transfer from Captain 4198, 135 nebula coins. Looking at the 3-digit balance on the control panel, Zhang Yunxuan's eyes instantly turned red, and his breathing became heavy. 135. I can't believe it. He shakily slid his finger across the light screen, repeatedly confirming the number, terrified that he was seeing things. The others weren't much better off. Even Mo Yoli, usually so cold, had her hand tremble slightly while holding her cup when she saw her own account balance. Alright, now we have money. Lin Feng stood up, brushed off his clothes. Let's go, let's spend. The group walked out of the cafe, their presence now completely different. If they were adventurers filled with unease before, now they were the domineering CEOs inspecting their own empire. No more pretending, no more hiding, we are billionaires. Especially Zhang Yunxian, walking at the front with his chest out, his hands behind his back, strutting like a crab, his eyes full of arrogance. Anyone who dared to block his way would. He used his gaze to push the other person back. This guy, is he addicted to acting as the tomato-rich tycoon? Lin Feng followed behind, cursing wildly in his mind. The commercial district is divided into 2 zones. A and B Zone A mainly deals with aircraft hardware, while Zone B focuses on software, intelligence, and personal enhancement services. The crowd, now holding vast fortunes, had only one thought on their minds. Buy. 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 Wow. Brother Lin Feng, look. This energy core from Wang Gong Power is so beautiful. Lu Ying pointed at a holographic projection, her eyes full of little stars. The weapon module from Forging Factory is also pretty good. Can it fit a laser cannon onto my little plane? Yu Shuling also mustered the courage to ask softly. Su Qingzhu and Zhang Luyan were more interested in the blueprints of various functional modules in the Singularity Warehouse, chattering excitedly. Once the women went into shopping mode, their combat power was terrifying. Their cheerful laughter and stunning figures became the brightest scenery in this cold airport hub, making the passing pilot stop and stare, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. And in a corner where they didn't know, in a private temporary chat group, the atmosphere was tense. 0th Airport Temporary Strategic Alliance, August 8th. A pilot with the ID, Thor 0048, let out a wail. Thor 0048, again, it's those guys from 4198. They're haunting us. I just saw them outside, Wang Gong Power, walking around like they own the place. This person was Lu Wanquan, who had been slapped in the face so fiercely at the restaurant earlier. Black Widow 0111, didn't they just spend all their money collecting junk? They should be broke now. How do they still have the mood to shop? Pretending to be rich? Hawkeye 0256, image. A high-definition photo was thrown into the group. The background of the photo was the counter at Forging Factory. On the counter, a pile of dark-colored nebula coins was stacked into a small mountain, and across from the counter, Mo Yoli's cold side profile was clearly visible. She was paying. The entire chat group instantly fell into dead silence. After a full half-minute, the group leader, a man with the ID, Tyrant 0013, sent a series of ellipses. Tyrant 0013. Tyrant 0013, I don't get it. I really don't get it. Where did the money come from? He's almost cleared out all the basic supplies at the airport, where is he getting the money from? Did he print it? His words voiced the thoughts of everyone. This is completely illogical. At that moment, a private message suddenly popped up on Tyrant 0013's screen. The sender was a high-level player, Prophet 0027, who rarely spoke in the group but was level LV.4. Prophet 0027, have you ever considered that he might have some kind of special ability that we don't know about? Special ability. Those two words hit Tyrant 0013's chaotic thoughts like a lightning strike. He suddenly stood up from his chair, his face pale. He remembered that the system had indeed mentioned that a very small number of pilots would awaken unique special abilities. He had always thought it was just a legend. But what if Lin Feng's ability has something to do with material conversion? A terrifying thought began to form in his mind. He wasn't collecting those junk to hoard them, but to process them. He was turning trash into gold. Thud. Tyrant 0013 was drained of all strength and sat back down in his chair, feeling like all his energy had been sucked out. He raised his trembling hand and typed a line in the group. Tyrant 0013, I understand now. All the pilots have been schemed against. We've been schemed from the very beginning. Tyrant 0013, his goal wasn't to collect supplies, he's using those junk we look down on to create an absolute cash advantage. Once they leave here, their team will directly become the first tier, leaving all of us behind. The group exploded instantly. Black Widow 0111, what do we do now? Just watch him get big? How are we going to play this game? Thor 0048, damn it. We have to find a way to take him down. Otherwise, we'll all just be stepping stones for him. The crowd was in a frenzy, everyone feeling anxious. However, Tyrant 0013 surprisingly calmed down. He looked at the panicked discussions on the screen. He slowly leaned back in his chair, a flash of cold, snake-like venom flickering in his eyes. He raised his head, and the once defeated look on his face reappeared, replaced by a cruel, bloodthirsty smile. He calmly typed 2 sentences in the group chat. Tyrant 0013, what's the rush? Tyrant 0013, there's more than just him with special abilities. Chapter 0049, the enhancement choice. At the end of Commercial Area A, was the Forge Factory. On the huge holographic sign, a flaming hammer repeatedly struck a glowing red ingot, each strike causing deafening roars and sparks flying everywhere. The air was filled with a scorching smell of metal, oil, and ozone. This was the dreamland for all pilots, but also the hell for their wallets. 460 nebula coins. Lin Feng stared at the balance on his central control panel, lost in thought. This huge sum was enough to leave 99% of the pilots behind for an era, but how to spend it was a tricky skill. Money shouldn't be wasted. Chen Mato pushed his cap back, the colorful data stream under his lenses surged once again. I quickly analyzed the product systems of all the stores at the airport. Right now, we have 2 main upgrade directions. He raised one finger. Enhance the pilot. For example, go to the Gene Lock Clinic to buy gene optimization fluid, or go to the bookstore of all laws in Area B to buy personal skills. The advantage is that it enhances individual combat ability, but the downside is, the plane itself is still fragile. He raised a second finger. Enhance the plane. Upgrade the plane's modules, such as energy, weapons, and armor. The advantage is that it directly boosts our survival rate and combat power in the air. The downside is that, at low levels, the number of advanced modules the plane can carry is limited. Mo Yoli's cold eyes also turned to Lin Feng. The plane is our shell. Without the shell, no matter how strong the person is, it's useless. Her viewpoint was simple and direct, consistently applying the survival-first principle. Lin Feng nodded, agreeing with Mo Yoli's words. In this world, where planes determine survival, at low levels, the plane is the foundation. What's more, he had just checked and found that the LV.5 manufacturing station could only unlock the manufacturing authority for 1 advanced module. Previously, at LV.4, it could unlock 2 low-level modules, but now, after the upgrade, the permissions were even stricter. This damn planner was clearly forcing players to spend money at the airport. Enhance the plane. Lin Feng made his decision. His gaze turned to the dazzling service list at the Forge factory. Service list. Weapon modification, laser turret module, price, 80 nebula coins, electromagnetic railgun module, price, 120 nebula coins, hive-style mini missile pod, price, 150 nebula coins. Power modification, overload engine booster, price, 90 nebula coins, energy core expansion, price, 110 nebula coins. Defense modification, bastion composite armor coating, starting price, 200 nebula coins, basic energy deflector shield, price, 300 nebula coins, ghost radar stealth coating, price, 450 nebula coins. Damn. Damn. Zhang Yunxuan's eyes instantly widened, saliva almost dripping down, and he jumped in front of the holographic screen like a monkey. He pointed at the largest, longest, and seemingly most powerful electromagnetic railgun module, excitedly reddening his face. Big brother. Buy this. Just buy this. He spat with excitement, gesturing wildly. Electromagnetic railgun. When this thing fires, the kinetic energy will go straight through any plane. The range is long. Isn't this the romance of men? He then pointed at the nearby missile pod. And this? Hive. Just listen to that name, once it fires, dozens of missiles will chase and bite their rear. Who can resist that? Absolutely worth it. Big brother, we've got money now, we must upgrade to the best. Max out the firepower. Anyone who dares mess with us will get a full volley and be sent to heaven. Zhang Yunxian looked like a hyped-up arms salesman. One love after another, wishing to load all weapons onto Lin Feng's plane. Luing and Yushuling, along with the other girls, were also attracted to the cool weapon models, chattering about which one looked the coolest. Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. Fear of insufficient firepower is a disease, and it needs to be treated. He silently watched Zhang Yunxian, who had fallen into madness, and shook his head internally. This guy's thinking is the typical, as long as I take out the enemy in one shot, I don't need any defense. It sounds great. But the reality is, you never know what cards your next opponent has up their sleeve. Lin Feng's thought process was very clear. Whether it's an electromagnetic cannon or a missile, the final goal is to take down the enemy's plane. From the results, it's no different from the basic defense gun turret he currently has equipped. His turret, after the beginner's safety period, was already more than enough to deal with planes of level 5 and below, as everyone was at a low level and didn't have strong defense capabilities. No matter how strong the firepower, any excess damage at this stage is purely a waste. What he wanted wasn't to instantly kill others. What he wanted was to survive when being ambushed, surrounded, or even targeted by higher-level enemies. Only by staying alive can he deal damage. Yun Xian. Lin Feng's calm voice interrupted Zhang Yunxuan's passionate speech. Zhang Yunxian turned around, his face full of anticipation. Big brother, have you decided? Should we go with the railgun or the missiles? Lin Feng shook his head. Weapons, I'm not buying. Ha? Zhang Yunxian froze, not buying weapons? What are we doing here then? Are we just accompanying the girls for a shopping trip? Upon hearing this, Luing kicked him quietly from behind. Lin Feng ignored him and walked directly to the defense modification sections list, carefully observing it. His finger slowly skimmed over those outrageously expensive defense modules. In the end, it stopped on one particular option. Everyone's gaze followed his finger. Special Custom Service, reinforcement of the aircraft's dragon bone structure. Description: replaces the aircraft's original core load-bearing structure with high-density dragon bone alloy, significantly improving the structural strength, impact resistance, and module load-bearing capacity of the aircraft. This is a deep-level modification, with both risks and rewards. Base cost, 200 nebula coins. Note, the price may fluctuate depending on the aircraft model and the depth of modification. Zhang Yunxian opened his mouth, staring at the 200 price tag, then at Lin Feng, feeling like his CPU was about to burn out. Big brother, you're not kidding, are you? His voice was trembling. 200 coins. Just to reinforce the frame? With that money, we could buy 4 railguns. 4 of them. We could turn our plane into a hedgehog. Luing and the others also covered their mouths, their faces filled with disbelief. 200 nebula coins. That was 1/7 of their total profit, earned through blood, sweat, and tears. For something invisible and intangible, without any cool special effects, just structural reinforcement? Wasn't that a waste of money? Chapter 0050, bald, but stronger. Facing the various expressions of the crowd, Lin Feng didn't explain. His finger firmly pressed down on the option with the steep price of 200 nebula coins. Confirm choice, Special Custom Service Aircraft Dragon Bone Structure Reinforcement? Confirm. Damn. Don't, big brother. Zhang Yunxian let out a strange yell, jumping straight up from the ground, rushing to Lin Feng with 3 quick steps, his expression more tragic than if his father had died. 200 coins. 200. Just to replace a frame? He pointed at the sparkling weapon modules on the screen, saliva flying. Big brother, look again. Electromagnetic railgun. Honeycomb missiles. Any of these would make our plane unstoppable. This is the romance of a real man. What's the deal with changing the frame? Are we going to crash our planes into people in a fight? Luing and Yashuling were also stunned, covering their mouths, their beautiful eyes filled with the words wasteful spender. That was 200 nebula coins. Just for this insignificant skeleton module? It seems less helpful than other modules at the same price. This money feels wasted. However, Lin Feng just calmly stared at Zhang Yunxian, who looked frustrated, saying nothing. Insufficient firepower is a problem, but an unstable foundation is deadly. With this little money, the firepower you can pile up is just an upgraded squirt gun, useless against tough opponents. But a good chassis can decide how much you can install on this broken car in the future. You can't explain this to a reckless guy like Zhang Yunxian. Just as Zhang Yunxian wanted to continue persuading, trying to save Lin Feng from his wasteful action, a hand landed on his shoulder. Chen Mado had no idea when he had walked over and simply dragged Zhang Yunxian aside. Come over here. Hey. Old Chen, what are you doing? I have to persuade big brother. He's going down the wrong path. Zhang Yunxian struggled. Chen Mado pushed the cap on his head, and the colorful data stream under his glasses flickered. He looked at Zhang Yunxian like he was an idiot, in a tone like a lab mentor teaching a newbie. Do you understand what a basic structure is? Zhang Yunxian was stunned. What thing? The skeleton of a machine, the aircraft's basic structure. It decides the plane's structural strength, impact resistance, and most importantly, the module load limit. Chen Mado's voice had no emotion. Buying a bunch of weapons now is like trying to put a tank turret on a small car, the frame will collapse first. What Big Brother is doing is replacing the small car's chassis with a heavy truck's. In the future, don't say tank turrets, you could install an aircraft carrier's island on it, theoretically, as long as there's money, it's possible. Zhang Yunxian was dizzy from the string of terms, his mouth open, stunned for a long time. So what you mean is? He scratched his head, face twisted like he had constipation. Lin Feng spent 200 coins just to buy a stronger mount, so he can hang more stuff on it later? Chen Matao took a deep breath. Actually, the skeleton had more functions, but for a naive person who only knew saying more would be useless. He finally gave up explaining and patted Zhang Yunxian on the shoulder. For example, Lin Feng is the skeleton, you are an accessory, so don't think too much. Lin Feng ignored that academic exchange over there. He had already connected his portable control to the central transformation platform of the Forge factory. Machine skeleton structure reinforcement, start execution. With a cold electronic sound, several huge mechanical arms slowly descended from the Forge factory ceiling. At the ends of these arms were not traditional clamps or welding guns, but precise energy emitters flashing with pale blue arcs, like surgical knives. A pale blue energy field instantly enveloped Lin Feng's plane model docked in the virtual hangar. Inside the energy field, countless nanobots finer than dust, like a silver storm, instantly covered the entire body. They drilled into every seam of the plane, starting atomic-level disassembly and reconstruction of the core load-bearing structure. On the light screen before Lin Feng, the plane's 3D blueprint changed astonishingly. The gray lines representing ordinary alloy were quickly replaced by lines flashing dark gold. The golden lines, like the human nervous system, ran from the nose through the whole body, spreading to the wings and tail, finally forming a perfect and strong new skeleton. High-density skeleton alloy injection 10%, 30%, 70%. Warning, machine shape will be fine-tuned according to new aerodynamic model. Transformation complete. Structure strength upper limit increased, 250-400. Module load capacity increased, 20% higher upper limit. New feature, high G-force overload protection. Done. Lin Feng could clearly feel that his plane was completely different from before. If it was like a tin can before, now, it felt like a solid, heavy steel ingot. That sense of indestructible weight, transmitted clearly through the soul binding, made him feel incredibly at ease. But when he looked at the final product on the 3D blueprint, his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The overall lines of the plane had become smoother, but the originally slightly angular nose now appeared unusually round and smooth. Looking at it as a whole, it looked like a bullet head with its edges smoothed out. Put. Zhang Yunxian, who had just finished studying, came over and nearly spit water out when he saw the new design. He pointed at the screen, laughing uncontrollably. Holy crap! Big bro! Your plane! How did it turn into a space shuttle? He laughed while mimicking the shape. Look at that round head. It's bald. but also stronger. Lin Feng's face darkened. Can this guy not speak for once? I think it's pretty cute. Su Qingju leaned over, blinking her big, watery eyes, and said softly. Chubby, looks solid, feels very reassuring. On the other side, Yu Shuling, who had remained silent, blushed slightly, her eyes glinting with a strange sparkle. She was also staring at the round plain nose, her mind starting to run wild uncontrollably. If this round head were painted pink, and then two big eyes and a smiling mouth drawn on the front, wouldn't it then become a cartoon spaceship that only appears in animated films? Thinking of that image, Yu Shuling's lips couldn't help but curl into a sweet little smile. Chapter 0051, You three are truly dirty. The modification was nearing its end. Big bro, it seems like we're being watched. Zhang Yunxian, who had been shouting and making noise earlier, suddenly leaned back lazily against the shelf, pretending to stretch his neck, but his eyes locked on a shadowy corner across diagonally through the glass reflection. His voice was lowered, just enough for the people around him to hear. Oh? Lin Feng didn't even lift his eyelids, still staring at the slowly forming airplane model on the central platform of the forge. What's their background? Not sure. Zhang Yunxuan's tone was serious. They've been acting suspiciously, pretending to admire the view, but they've been glancing at us for almost 5 minutes. He had been a tour guide before, leading border adventure teams, and his skills in reading people and counter-tracking were ingrained deep in him. They thought they were hiding well, but to someone like him, they were no different from fireflies in the night. Want me to go over and greet them? Zhang Yunxian cracked his knuckles. Right now, he had over 100 nebula coins in his pocket, feeling as strong as ever, looking at everyone like they owed him money. No need. Lin Feng finally looked up, glancing in the direction Zhang Yunxian pointed, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Let them look. Huh? Zhang Yunxian froze. Big bro, we just let them look? What if they sell our intel? Lin Feng smiled. Yunxian, you've misunderstood something. He extended a finger and gently shook his head. Right now, the ones who should be afraid aren't us, but them. We spend money, we upgrade, we do everything openly. But they can only hide in the shadows and secretly watch. What does that mean? Lin Feng's gaze swept over everyone, his voice not loud but heavy with certainty. It means we're already ahead of everyone. We become the threat in others' eyes. We become the existence that they must look up to and fear. Being envied is the lament of the weak. Being feared is the privilege of the strong. In Mo Yoli's cold eyes, there was also a flash of agreement. Scaring the snake with a stick is meaningless. Let him see, let him guess, let him go back and report. Disturbing their minds is the most beneficial. Chen Motto pushed his duckbill cap, and a flash of colorful data streams passed under his lenses. He calmly added. We can even turn this around and use him. He raised 2 fingers. We can deliberately leak some mixed truths and falsehoods to mislead their judgment. For example, make them think we've invested all our money in defense, ignoring other areas. In addition, we can use him as a moving coordinate. Through him, we can trace back to the team behind him and even analyze their base and operating patterns. Listening to the conversation of the three, Zhang Yunxian opened his mouth, feeling that his brain was a little overwhelmed. Lu Ying and Su Qingju also looked at each other, seemingly having a black line above their heads. Goodness. A simple case of being followed has escalated here to strategic deception and reverse infiltration. This mind, it's just too dirty. Mo Yoli and Chen Modao, it's a shame they don't join the black organization. Lin Feng silently complained in his heart, while feeling extremely satisfied with the reactions of Chen Modao and Mo Yoli. It's not the godlike opponents that are scary, it's the pig-like teammates. It seems that the core members of this makeshift team all have their IQs in line, and one is smarter than the next. This team can work. Just as they were conspiring, a crisp prompt sounded in the center of the forge. Ding! The reinforcement of the aircraft's dragon bone structure is complete. A dazzling golden light erupted from the core of the plane model, instantly sweeping through the entire virtual blueprint. The originally gray fuselage seemed to be coated with a layer of dark golden flowing light, and the lines became more solid, heavy, and full of explosive power. Especially the rounded nose that Zhang Yunxian had been frantically complaining about. At this moment, under the dark golden light, it no longer appeared ridiculous but instead gave off an indestructible and domineering air. Structural strength upper limit increased, 400-1000. New feature, structural resilience, passive. When receiving a single attack exceeding 20% of the structural strength upper limit, there is a chance to negate part of the damage. New feature, energy conduction optimization, passive. All module energy consumption is reduced by 5%, and performance output is increased by 5%. Looking at the data that popped up on the light screen, the expressions of the group gradually became distorted. So powerful. Zhang Yunxian screamed, his eyes wide open like copper bells, staring firmly at the 1000 value. 1000 structural strength? Did they make this with vibranium? Luing also covered her red lips, her face full of disbelief. This is already a very high-level strength, right? We're only LV.5. 200 Star Cloud coins. Previously, they thought it was a bit of a waste. But now, it's clear this is no waste. This is a huge profit. This is no simple reinforcement, this is directly transforming a cheap car into a main battle tank. Lin Feng's face also showed a satisfied smile. This money was well spent. However, before the group could recover from the shock, a new prompt popped up on the central control screen. Detected a qualitative change in the aircraft's core structure, automatically unlocking the LV.6 upgrade conditions. Materials required for LV.6 upgrade. High-strength alloy X 500 units. Advanced energy core X3. Advanced aviation fuel X 10 tons. Advanced composite fiber X 50 units. Advanced cabin modification card X2. Looking at this long list, the group, who had just been so excited, immediately calmed down. Advanced energy core? I just saw it at Wangong Power, one costs 40 Star Cloud coins. Su Qingju whispered. Advanced cabin modification card is even more expensive, I remember it costs 80 coins each, and it's in limited supply. Zhang Luyan added. Zhang Yunxian counted on his fingers, and his expression immediately collapsed. How much does all this add up to? More than 300 coins? Brother, are you about to go bankrupt? The cost of upgrading instantly extinguished the enthusiasm that was there before. However, just when everyone was sighing and lamenting, Lin Feng looked at the list and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bankrupt? He shook his head, casually swiping a few times on the holographic screen. In an instant, dozens of colorful electronic flyers, each with different store logos, appeared in front of everyone. These were the advertisements they had been forcefully handed when they were shopping earlier. Did you forget? We're not poor anymore. We're the high-quality customers that others are fighting to attract. Lin Feng's fingertips quickly tapped through the flyers. Wangong Power, S Advanced Energy Core, with a VIP coupon, 75 coins. Singularity Warehouse, S Upgrade Card on sale, 50 coins. United Mining, S High Strength Alloys, they're running a promotion, buy 400, get 100 free. And fuel, fibers, these small things, together, won't cost much. His fingers danced across the screen, and with each click, a series of cold system notification sounds echoed through the team channel. Transaction reminder, your account spent 75 Nebula coins. Transaction reminder, your account spent 90 Nebula coins. Transaction reminder, your account spent 50 Nebula coins. Zhang Yunxian and the others were left dumbfounded, staring at Lin Feng. They watched him standing there, casually doing a remote shopping spree that seemed crazy. The expensive materials that, in their eyes, seemed out of reach and would take a long time to save for, were now like common cabbage in the market to Lin Feng, who added them to his shopping cart without hesitation. In just about a minute. Lin Feng stopped his hand. On the holographic screen in front of him, all the materials on the upgrade list had turned into green square root. All upgrade materials have been collected. Lin Feng's gaze landed on the flashing, enticing button at the bottom of the screen. Start upgrade. He raised his head, glanced at the completely dumbfounded crowd, and smiled slightly. I'm about to welcome my new ride. Before his words even finished, his finger had already pressed down hard on the button. Buzz. A massive energy fluctuation, 100 times larger than when the dragon spine was upgraded before, instantly erupted from the central platform of the forge. The entire commercial area seemed to tremble slightly. Boom! A visible energy shockwave, with the central platform of the forge as the core, violently spread out. The lights in the entire commercial area were flickering crazily, and the holographic signs of countless shops instantly turned off and then back on. This was a phenomenon that only occurred when there was a massive expenditure across multiple stores, accumulating to an enormous amount. On the platform, Lin Feng's airplane model had completely changed. The originally smooth nose of the aircraft had been elongated, taking on a more aggressive streamlined shape. On both sides of the fuselage, two short wings, like blades, extended outward. The engine nozzles at the rear had gone from a single one to two side by side, with a dim blue flame swirling inside, full of power. The dark golden dragon spine structure traced mysterious and strong patterns across the surface of the fuselage. This was no longer just an aircraft. This was a steel giant about to awaken. Ding! Congratulations! Your airplane has successfully upgraded to LV.6. Structural strength limit increased, 1000-1100. Energy core output power increased by 5%. Unlocked new area, engine area. New function added, jump speed control. A series of system prompts, like heavenly music, echoed in Lin Feng's ears. He didn't even have time to carefully check the skyrocketing stats, his gaze immediately locked onto the last two lines of text. Engine area. Jump speed control. His mind shifted, and a brand new operation interface instantly unfolded on the central control screen. It was a radar-like circular interface, filled with densely packed scales. A bright red pointer. It was steadily pointing to the exact center. And at the bottom of the interface, there was a clear comment. Jump transition speed control. You can fine-tune the engine output power by plus or minus 30% before the aircraft jumps, which will change the time needed to reach the next docking point. Adjustable time range, 6 hours. Lin Feng stared at the comment for a full 3 seconds. The next second, an overwhelming joy, like a volcanic eruption, instantly surged to the top of his head. It was done. This was the real purpose of his gamble, spending over 300 Star Cloud coins. With the previous plane, the transition time could only change slightly. For example, when going to the public hub, he could only arrive an hour earlier, using up 100 units of energy. But now, he had 6 hours of free control time. What does this mean? This means that while all the other captains are still like rolling dice, blindly heading toward the next landing point, he could already choose to cheat. He could choose to arrive earlier, seize the opportunity, and snatch the first wave of resources. Or, he could choose to arrive later, avoid potential dangers, and even wait for others to scout the way, and then reap the benefits. Strategically, he was already ahead of everyone by 1 dimension. So cool. Zhang Yunxian let out a strange shout and directly leaned his head over. When he saw the content on the light screen, his eyes instantly bulged bigger than a cow's eyes. 6 hours of free time? Am I seeing things? He rubbed his eyes hard, looked again, then slapped his thigh, his whole body shaking with excitement. Big brother. This is amazing. He was so excited that he became incoherent, grabbing Lin Feng's arm and shaking it wildly. Choose your own instance to enter. How do we even play now? This isn't fair. Chen Motto also pushed up his cap. The colorful data stream beneath his lenses surged more wildly than ever. His voice held an uncontrollable shock. This is not a tactical advantage, it's a dimensional strike. From this moment, we are no longer on the same track as those more than 2,000 captains. Mo Yoli's cold eyes also stared at the light screen. She didn't speak. But her slightly trembling fingertips and the sudden, rapid breath she took exposed the turmoil in her heart. A step ahead, every step ahead. The so-called snowball effect. He had directly drawn a new track for himself. Big brother. Zhang Yunxian suddenly released his hand, took 2 steps back, clenched his right fist to his chest, his gaze extremely fervent. I've got it. Lin Feng's mouth twitched fiercely. Where did this guy learn this dramatic ceremony from? This is so embarrassing. He silently cursed in his heart but still kept a calm expression on his face. Alright, stop acting. He looked around, seeing everyone's excited expressions, and his own heart was filled with ambition. From today on, his ragtag team had truly gained the capital to stand out above the crowd. At that moment, Lin Feng's gaze landed on a staff member wearing a white smiling face mask nearby. He had an idea and walked directly over. Hello, I have a question. Hello, how may I assist you? The masked staff member bowed slightly, his voice calm and unaffected. Everyone perked up, curious about what Lin Feng would ask. Lin Feng glanced at the others behind him and calmly asked, Can I create an organization or a guild? As soon as he spoke, Zhang Yunchuan's eyes instantly lit up. Yes. A guild. If he could fully bind with Lin Feng, what would he need to worry about for survival? Just lie down and enjoy the good life, eating and drinking with Big Brother, punching the old folks' home in the south, kicking the kindergarten in the north. How wonderful would that be? However, the masked staff member shook his head. Sorry, guest. According to Article 117 of the 10,000 Realms Flight Code, only when the captain's level reaches LV.10 can they apply to establish an official flight guild at the airport hub. LV.10? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes, the clerk explained, after founding a guild, you will get an independent guild base, guild warehouse, guild mission system, and an exclusive guild tech tree. The benefits are many. But the specific details can only be unlocked once you reach the required level. These words carried a huge amount of information. Lin Feng nodded, thoughtful. He understood, this was another trick by the greedy planners. Using the huge guild benefits as bait, forcing all pilots into a crazy competition to grab the first LV.10 slot. They want him to be the king of competition, huh? Fine, he accepted the challenge. Lin Feng had already set the first to reach LV.10 as his next core goal in his mind. 3 hours later. Everyone gathered again at the cafe in the commercial district. All their faces were full of the satisfaction of getting rich overnight, their equipment and aura completely renewed. Lin Feng glanced around and was very satisfied with the team's strength improvement. Mo Yoli successfully reached LV.5 and unlocked a new module. She still had that icy appearance, but her whole aura became sharper, like a blade drawn from its sheath. Without a doubt, she was the second strongest in this team, right after Lin Feng. Chen Motto also reached LV.5. But his luck seemed a bit worse, he did not unlock a module. However, he seemed to have found something good in the intelligence shop in Area B, the data streams under his lenses flickering faster than before. Zhang Yunxian reached LV.4, also did not unlock a module. This guy spent most of his money on modifying weapons, adding a laser cannon to his plane, now crossing his arms and grinning like a child with a new toy. Zhang Luyan and Yu Shuling both reached LV.3 and unlocked modules. They chose directions leaning toward logistics, one strengthening the manufacturing table, the other expanding the warehouse. But the most surprising to everyone was Su Qingzhu. This girl, usually quiet and speaking softly, had now reached LV.4. And also unlocked a new module. Qingzhu, little sister, you are amazing. Lu Ying's peach blossom eyes blinked, she leaned over and pinched Su Qingzhu's cheek, quiet all the time, didn't expect a hidden expert. Su Qingzhu blushed a little, feeling shy. I was just lucky, opened a box and got a modification card. Everyone gasped. Lin Feng looked at her, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This girl looked soft and weak normally, but was different inside. Under the little white rabbit appearance, there might be a heart of a big gray wolf. Interesting. He liked teammates with contrast. Chapter 0053 Landing Battle. Server Merge. After spending the money on upgrades, Lin Feng still had over 40 nebula coins left on the control console. The others also had around 10 to 20 coins, enough to deal with emergencies. Getting rich overnight, then returning to square one the next night. Life's big ups and downs, only measured in sizes, a little thrilling. Big brother, what do we do next? There are over 7 hours left before the 24-hour stay ends. Zhang Yunxian rubbed his round belly, full of satisfaction. Just now in the commercial district, he had eaten a luxurious meal worth 1 nebula coin alone, burping repeatedly from being full. Lin Feng glanced at everyone. After continuous tension, shopping, and upgrades, everyone's spirit was a bit tight, faces showing a trace of fatigue. Rest, he said concisely. I checked, Area B has a leisure service center, prices are not high. Let's go, my treat, the whole package. Hearing the words whole package, Zhang Yunchuan's eyes lit up instantly, like 2,000-watt light bulbs. Big brother, generous. He rubbed his hands, smiling, leaning close to Lin Feng's ear in a low voice. Big brother, is this serious? Lin Feng expressionlessly pushed away his big face. Use your brain less for useless colored thoughts. Pack some other serious stuff too. Half an hour later, at the leisure service center. This place was truly a paradise for captains. Holographic VR game rooms, high-concentration nutrient-soaked chambers, deep sleep therapy rooms, everything was here. Lu Ying and Su Qingzhu, along with a few other girls, without hesitation chose the collagen repair SPA, happily going for beauty treatments. Chen Motto, with a serious face, walked into a brain activation massage chamber, claiming he needed to organize his database. Mo Yoli remained unique, picking the quietest spa room and staying there alone. When it was Zhang Yunchuan's turn, the guy looked at the service list, drooling almost. He pointed at a golden shining option, waving his hand boldly. This one. Authentic Thai traditional massage. I want the therapist to open all my meridians. Lin Feng looked at him, a man who seemed naive about the world, and quietly chose the simplest deep sleep service. He had a feeling something would happen to this guy. Sure enough. In less than 10 minutes, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly came from the next deluxe room. Ah! The sound was so piercing it felt like 100 strong men had taken turns ravaging his backyard. No! No! Stop! Stop! I was wrong. I really was wrong. Immediately after, came an emotionless electronic voice. Guest, the service is not finished, please do not move to avoid affecting the therapy results. I don't want results. I'm going to be ruined. Help! Lin Feng lay in the sleep chamber, his mouth twitching sharply. If you don't seek death, you won't die, the ancients did not lie to me. 6 hours later, everyone gathered in the rest area, refreshed and energetic. Except for one person. Zhang Yunchuan's face was pale, his legs trembling, walking while holding the wall, looking like he had been beaten badly. A thin wisp of white breath drifted slowly from his open mouth. Zhang Yunxian, what's wrong with you? Su Qingzhu asked, worried as she looked at his exhausted state. Zhang Yunchuan's lips trembled, he couldn't speak for a long time, only shakily giving everyone a thumbs up. Then, his eyes rolled back, his soul leaving his body. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Lu Ying laughed so hard her whole body shook, lying directly on Lin Feng's shoulder. Brother Lin Feng, he got his dragon tendons caught, right? He. After enough fun and enough rest. The time limit ended, and the group left the commercial area, returning to the terminal. Passing by the central information desk, Lin Feng noticed a long queue, the atmosphere heavy. What's going on? Why is everyone lining up? Collecting eggs? Zhang Yunxian had recovered a bit, curious, and walked closer. Relying on his heightened size, he squeezed next to a captain in line, patting his shoulder. Brother, can I ask, what's this line for? The captain looked back at him, eyes dull, sighing. Registration, giving up captain status. What? Zhang Yunxuan's voice instantly jumped 8 octaves, give up? Why? The captain gave a bitter smile, pointing at a holographic board next to the information desk. Airport 0 Permanent Residency Application Rules. Captains who voluntarily give up their status and the ownership of survival aircraft can mortgage their aircraft to the airport management office in exchange for permanent residency and basic living support. Zhang Yunxian read every word, his whole body dumbfounded. Use your own future to trade for a stable cage? He couldn't understand. Some people simply can't hold on. Lin Feng came over without anyone noticing, his tone calm. Not everyone has the courage to face unknown danger. For them, living safely here is already the best ending. Everyone looked at the captains in line, their expressions blank, feeling a mix of emotions. The cruelty of the future, for the first time, appeared so directly before them. Different paths, no mutual plans. Lin Feng turned around, no longer looking back. Let's go. The group returned to their respective planes, engines starting. Accompanied by a slight tremor, the survival planes lifted off from the tarmac one by one, merging into the steel tide leaving the port, eventually disappearing into the deep sky. Cruise mode activated. Lin Feng sat back in his seat, letting out a long breath, shifting his mood. He was preparing to research the jump speed control feature. Suddenly, in the cockpit, the familiar, unusually sweet broadcast voice echoed through all the captains' minds, without warning. Emergency notice for all servers. Emergency notice for all servers. Due to the number of players on server 127 being below 2,500, which severely deviates from the normal ecological threshold, in order to ensure the continued operation of the survival world, the system will initiate the server merging program. Merge targets, server 127 and server 128. Merge method, landing battle. The landing battle will officially begin 24 hours from now, at 12 o'clock noon tomorrow. Lin Feng's pupils contracted, his mind instantly becoming highly focused. He heard the sweet voice continue broadcasting. The rules for the landing battle are as follows. Rule 1, all captains from servers 127 and 128 will be forcibly teleported to the designated battlefield, the Lost Starport. Rule 2, this landing battle will be organized by servers as factions, with captains automatically assigned to the red team and blue team. Rule 3, there are 5 signal stations on the battlefield. Capturing a station will continuously provide points for your faction. Rule 4, destroying enemy faction captains will allow you to steal 50% of their points. Rule 5, advanced supply crates will randomly spawn on the battlefield, opening them grants a large amount of points and rare rewards. Rule 6, the landing battle will last for 6 hours. The faction with the highest points at the end will be the winner. Rule 7, the victorious faction's captains will gain the War Blessing buff for 24 hours. The defeated faction's captains will suffer the Failure Curse debuff for 24 hours. Rule 8, during the landing battle, captains can truly die. If a plane is destroyed, you can choose to eject and escape, but you will permanently lose ownership of the plane. The broadcast finished. The entire world seemed to quiet for a second. The next second, the public chat channel, which had been silent for so long on the central control screen, exploded like a nuclear bomb had been thrown in. Captain 3975, what the hell? Server merge? Landing battle? Is this going to be World War? Captain 1124, fight with people from another server? We're screwed. What if they're all experts? Aren't we just going to deliver food? Captain 0777, Luing, what's there to be afraid of? Just do it. Fortune favors the brave. Win and we all get the 24-hour buff. Captain 3301, the beautiful lady up there is right. What's there to be afraid of? I just swapped to a rocket launcher, been looking for a place to use it. I'll take on however many come from the other side. Captain 4256, calm down everyone. Did you read the rules? People can die. This is no joke. I've decided, tomorrow I'm just going to find a corner and hide, like a coward, and survive till the end. Captain 0013, tyrant, a bunch of useless people. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The resources, technology, and points from the other server are ours for the taking. We have to win this. Everyone, go all in. The channel instantly split into 3 factions. The pro-war faction, the surrender faction, and the coward faction argued fiercely. Lin Feng leaned back in the pilot's seat, quietly watching the chat scroll across the screen, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest. There was no tension or excitement on his face. Instead, he wore a playful smile. A landing battle, huh? Just right, to test how tough my new plane really is. Let's see what level my current strength is at. Chapter 0054, Who's in favor? Who's against? Meanwhile, in a private channel made up of 8 IDs, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. Temporary Strategic Alliance of Airport Zero. The channel was dead silent. After a long while, the avatar of Tyrant 0013 lit up. Did you all see this? Lu Wanxiang opened his voice, his tone low, carrying an oppressive force yet unable to hide his restlessness. Server merge, landing battle. This is our chance. The avatar of Black Widow 0111 flashed, a seductive female voice sounded. Chance? Tyrant, you mean the chance to deal with that number 4198? Or else? The tyrant snorted coldly. Let him keep growing? Another public hub, and all our money will be sucked dry by him alone. This landing battle, chaotic battlefield, people dying, nothing unusual. Hawkeye 0256, I agree. If this child is not eliminated, he will become a serious threat. We cannot give him any more snowball opportunities. Prophet 0027, seconded. The landing battle is the best cover. For a moment, everyone was stirred, all in the channel expressing agreement. Killing Lin Feng seemed to become their only consensus. The tyrant was very pleased with this atmosphere of shared hatred, and continued, since everyone agrees, let's discuss division of labor. This time, we must strike to kill. The landing battlefield is vast, we need someone skilled in reconnaissance to lock number 4198's location at any time, and avoid other threats in advance. Hawkeye 0256 immediately responded, reconnaissance and intelligence are my strengths, leave this to me. Very good. The tyrant nodded. We also need someone to handle the front, attract his fire and attention. This person must be strong, able to withstand his first wave of attacks. The channel instantly fell silent. Everyone knew, the first to rush in would be cannon fodder. Lin Feng's plane, high level and heavily armed, they had seen it at the airport. After more than 10 seconds, a burly man with ID, Thor 0048, finally spoke in a muffled voice, my plane is equipped with heavy armor, can give it a try. But I need logistics support. Black Widow 0111 giggled, logistics and battlefield coordination can be left to me. I may not do much else, but I can keep accounts. The tyrant's gaze swept over the remaining IDs. Hawkeye handles intelligence, Thor handles main tank, Black Widow handles logistics, still missing the most crucial one. His voice turned grim. Who will handle the final harvest? When he is distracted and shows a flaw, deliver the fatal blow. The channel fell into deadly silence again. Everyone knew, this harvester sounded glorious but would attract the most hate. Once failed, they would face Lin Feng's wildest revenge. No one wanted to be the top target in the little notebook. Everyone waited for someone else to speak first. In this awkward silence, 2 IDs that had been silent suddenly lit up for the first time. The 2 IDs were 0004 and 0009. 0009, a bunch of trash. Cold 3 words, like 3 slaps across everyone's face. 0004, your plan is full of holes, execution is 0. Rely on you, still want to kill number 4198? The tyrant's face instantly turned iron blue. What do you mean? 0009, it means your alliance is a joke. By the time you decide who goes to die, the day is over. After speaking, the 2 avatars went dark again, silent. Bastards! The tyrant slammed his fist on the control console, shaking the entire cockpit. A temporary, makeshift team, hearts divided, everyone wanted advantage, no one wanted loss. How could this battle be fought? On the other side, Lin Feng's 7-person private chat had a completely different atmosphere. Lin Feng, everyone finished watching? Zhang Yunxian, finished. Big brother. Landing battle. We're going big. Just beat them. Luang, hee, brother Yunxian is still so hot-blooded. But Rule 8 is written, could really die. Mo Yoli, Rule 8 is key. Shen Madao, data insufficient. The other servers captain average level, equipment, usual tactics all unknown. In this battle, information gap decides victory. Su Qingju, can we win? Yu Shuling, I believe in Mr. Lin Feng. Lin Feng watched his teammates' reactions, fingers lightly tapping the armrest. No rush. We have the greatest advantage. He did not say it directly, but everyone understood without words. 6 hours of jump speed control time. Lin Feng himself could enter early, or enter late. He could, like a ghost, choose the most advantageous moment on the battlefield to strike. The initiative was in his hands from the very start. Just then, Zhang Yunxian suddenly yelled strangely. Zhang Yunxian, whoa! Whoa! Big brother! Go check the public channel. Someone is causing trouble. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, immediately switching to the public chat channel. Just one glance, and everyone's face changed. In the public channel, the topic had somehow gone off track. It started with some captains who had the jump speed control module, discussing whether to take a risk in the 20+ hours before battle, to enter a landing point and grab supplies to strengthen themselves. This was originally a normal pre-battle preparation discussion. But as they chatted, the topic was maliciously steered toward Lin Feng. Captain 2144, Shadow Hunter, strengthen? Easy to say. The nebula coins we worked so hard for, most of it was taken by certain people. How can we strengthen ourselves now? Captain 3821, what do you mean? Who took your coins? Captain 2144, Shadow Hunter, who else? Don't be fooled. Number 4198, on the -1 floor doing some high-price buyback, it's not welfare at all. He immediately sold our materials to the airport shop for a huge profit. We all became stepping stones for his wealth. As soon as these words came out, the channel exploded. Captain 1733, whoa. Really? I wondered why he was so kind. Turns out he's just a middleman. Captain 4012, damn. So shady. I thought I met a living saint. Turns out he was playing us for fools. Captain 2144, Shadow Hunter, he alone sucked blood from over 2,000 of us, now who knows how fat he's become. Landing battle, we fight with our heads, isn't it unfair? For a while, emotions ran high, countless captains who didn't know the truth began to join in blaming Lin Feng. They tried to stir public opinion, to push Lin Feng to everyone's opposition. However, before this anger could flare up, a different voice appeared. Captain 3301, are you all crazy? Lin Feng gave a higher price than the pawnshop, don't you realize that? The trade was voluntary, how is it sucking blood? If you have guts, go be a middleman too. Captain 0777, Luing, exactly. Eating someone else's meat and then cursing them? Some people are really stupid and bad. Without brother Lin Feng, how many nebula coins could you get from your trash? Captain 1989, Su Qingzhu, Mr. Lin Feng is a good person. At this moment, Zhang Yunxian could no longer hold back. He directly started attacking in the channel, full force. Captain 1444, Zhang Yunxian, at Captain 2144, Shadow Hunter, screw you. You sneaky bastard, what rhythm are you trying to lead here? Captain 1444, Zhang Yunxian, do you think everyone is stupid? My big brother earned it with skill. You also try to sweep a landing point. Can you? Useless. Captain 2144, Shadow Hunter, who are you insulting? Captain 1444, Zhang Yunxian, you. Don't think I don't know who you are. At the forge, sneaking in the shadows to spy on us, wasn't that you, bastard? Zhang Yunxuan's words, like a thunderclap, exploded in the channel. Captain 1444, Zhang Yunxian, guilty conscience, doing shameful deeds, now seeing my big brother amazing, trying to stir public opinion and cyberbully? Don't even look at yourself. Your little dirty deeds, enough for me to expose cleanly. As soon as these words came out, the Shadow Hunter instantly went silent. His ID avatar, from anger, turned into a glaring blood red. In the cockpit, a man with a dark face stared at the screen, chest rising violently, fists clenched until the knuckles were white. He could not understand, no matter how hard he tried. How could he have been discovered when he had hidden so well? Exposed in front of thousands of people, directly revealing his secrets. That feeling was worse than being stripped naked and thrown into the street. Ah! The man let out an unwilling roar and slammed his fist hard onto the central control panel. Bang! The sturdy alloy control panel was actually dented by his fist. As Lin Feng watched the chaos on the public channel, a playful curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. He sent a message. Lin Feng, Yun Xian, well done. Lin Feng, you've already dug out a clear enemy. Chapter 55, this isn't a tough battle, it's just an appetizer. Lin Feng glanced at the verbal sparring in the public channel and turned it off. Wasting words with a bunch of idiots fighting among themselves was meaningless. However, the topics they were discussing did remind him. Before the landing battle, it was time for another sweep. That idea wasn't bad. Lin Feng stroked his chin and directly asked in the private chat with the 7 members. Lin Feng, Chen Madao, Mo Yoli, you two unlocked the pilot area, send out the available landing points. Chen Madao's reply came almost immediately. Chen Madao, I have 2 options. Option 1, abandoned orbital elevator, type normal, resources mostly industrial materials. Option 2, underground fungus kingdom, type dangerous, complex environment, with unknown creatures. Then, Mo Yoli's avatar lit up, and the message was as brief as always. Mo Yoli, Option 1, Sunken Ship Graveyard, Type, Dangerous. Option 2, Gigantic Structure in the Eye of the Storm, Type, Extremely Dangerous. Lin Feng's fingers lightly tapped on the light screen, bringing up his own flight path selection screen. Option 1, Solo Exploration Point, Forgotten Sky Garden. Type, Safe. Option 2, Group Free Exploration Point, Meteor Furnace. Type, Dangerous. Option 3, Group Free Exploration Point, Gigantic Structure in the Eye of the Storm. Type, Extremely Dangerous. Oh. A match. Lin Feng's eyebrows slightly raised. He and Mo Yoli actually selected the same extremely dangerous landing point. This could get interesting. Without hesitation, he made a decision in the private chat. Lin Feng, Yoli, let's go to Gigantic Structure in the Eye of the Storm. Lin Feng, 2200 hours tonight, land simultaneously. He had jump speed control, which meant he could theoretically leave now and arrive a few hours ahead. But Mo Yoli couldn't. Considering the landing battle was imminent, the core combat strength of the team had to remain in the best condition, so Lin Feng chose the most reliable cooperative approach. Mo Yoli's reply was just one word. Mo Yoli, okay. Zhang Yunxian immediately started making noise in the channel. Zhang Yunxian, damn. Boss, you're going off to a special mission again. Take me with you. I want to see what an extremely dangerous place looks like. Lin Feng replied with a blank expression. Lin Feng, you haven't unlocked the pilot area, you can't keep up. Stay put and wait for tomorrow's landing battle to get beaten up. Zhang Yunxian. After finalizing the plan, Lin Feng directly stood up and walked toward the cockpit. On the radar-like circular interface, he skillfully locked the target as Gigantic Structure in the Eye of the Storm, and then precisely adjusted the arrival time to exactly 2200 hours tonight. Flight path set. Estimated arrival time, 7 hours and 34 minutes. After doing all this, Lin Feng stretched and felt relaxed all over. With over 7 hours until departure, it was the perfect time to completely relax. First, he opened the trading area light screen, and like browsing Taobao, he picked a set of lightweight tactical vests and a pair of high-top military boots for himself, also buying some portable high-energy field rations. Trading goods, now he wouldn't even blink an eye. Having money was that simple and unpretentious. Next, he leisurely walked into the bathroom, took a satisfying hot shower, and washed away all his fatigue. Finally, he lay on the soft sofa in the guest area, eating a luxurious meal while browsing the ridiculous comments from the pilots on the public channel. It's just like watching a monkey show. When I get a little tired, I take a nap. When I wake up, I feel refreshed and full of energy. When the electronic clock on the wall precisely turns to 21:59, Lin Feng stood up from the sofa and stretched his muscles. His joints let out a series of crisp popping sounds. It's here! Almost at the same time, the whole fuselage suddenly jolted. The familiar sensation of weightlessness hit, the plane was rapidly descending. Lin Feng rushed to the window, looking out. Outside the window, it was no longer the calm stratosphere, but a sea of terrifying thunderstorm clouds, black as ink and swirling with endless lightning. Boom! A thick lightning bolt, as thick as a dragon, exploded less than 100 meters from the plane, lighting up the whole world in a blinding white. The terrifying force caused the whole plane to shake violently for a moment. The plane broke through the heavy clouds, and the view ahead suddenly opened up. Lin Feng's pupils contracted instantly. He saw they were in the middle of a massive, seemingly never-ending super hurricane's eye. In the center of the eye of the storm, a gigantic, indescribable steel structure was quietly floating in the air. It looked like an upside-down city, countless metal towers, intertwined pipes, and energy nodes flickering with ghostly light, creating a postmodern industrial aesthetic miracle. Outside the wind wall, there was a devastating thunderstorm. But inside the eye of the storm, there was an eerie calmness. This was the titanic structure in the eye of the storm. However, what concerned Lin Feng wasn't the shocking scene before him. His gaze swept around. As the plane was descending, in every direction within this airspace, there were 7 other blinking lights with navigation lights, also emerging from the clouds, rapidly approaching the massive structure in the center. One of the planes, Lin Feng recognized it was Mo Yoli's jet, pitch black from top to bottom. The other 7 were all unfamiliar faces. Looks like there are quite a few people here hoping to make a fortune. Mo Yoli's cold voice echoed in Lin Feng's private channel. Her tone carried a slight seriousness. It's not just us, there are 7 more. Looks like there's no avoiding a fierce battle tonight. Fierce battle? Lin Feng looked at the approaching lights outside the window. Instead of feeling tense, the corner of his mouth curled into a playful smile. No, this is not a fierce battle. He turned around and walked confidently towards the cockpit door, which had always been tightly shut. This is just an appetizer. He whispered and eagerly typed in his private chat. Lin Feng, perfect, let's start a reduction plan before landing. Before the words even finished, he had already plopped down into the sci-fi-inspired pilot seat. His fingers gently pressed a hidden button on the armrest. Buzz, the two new, glowing crimson holographic operation panels slowly rose on both sides of the seat. On the left panel, there was the radar and enemy detection system, clearly displaying the real-time location, distance, and speed of the other 8 planes. On the right panel, a complex weapon operation interface appeared. Main weapon, GAU-8 Avenger 30mm 7-barrel Gatling gun. Ammunition type, depleted uranium armor-piercing shells. Ammunition capacity, 1200/1200. Looking at the exaggerated ammunition capacity, Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips. This firepower would be enough to arm a whole Marine battalion, right? He licked his lips, excitement flashing in his eyes as he firmly gripped the joystick in front of him. The red launch button at the top of the joystick, covered by a protective cap, seemed to be calling him, tempting him to press it. Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the plane closest to him, which was descending without any defense. He grinned. Chapter 0056, Friendly Negotiation, Physical Persuasion. The violent turbulence woke Li Guo from his contemplation. He gripped the armrest of his seat tightly. Steady your body, and sweep your sharp eyes toward the storm clouds outside the porthole. As a cadre-level member of the Temporary Strategic Alliance, he was already used to this feeling of shuttling through danger zones. The plane broke through the clouds. The upside-down steel city in the eye of the storm instantly filled his entire view. This is too magnificent. Li Guo sighed, but his hands did not stop moving. He immediately activated the regional scan radar, scouting all the piers in this airspace. Soon, 8 moving light points appeared on the radar screen. One of them was completely black, extremely recognizable. Number 0007, Mo Yoli. Li Guo's eye twitched. He had noticed this woman at the airport, her aura dangerous, like a lone wolf. His gaze kept moving, and when it passed over another light point, his breath suddenly froze. It was a plane fully dark gold, its lines filled with explosive power. The nose was extremely aggressive, short wings on both sides like blades, and at the tail, 2 deep blue engine nozzles side by side. This design. This paint scheme. Li Guo suddenly pulled up the onboard camera feed and zoomed in to the maximum. When that extremely clear serial number, 4198, appeared, Li Guo felt his heart skip a beat. Damn, it really is number 4198. A chill ran up his spine straight to his head. His luck was just too bad. He comes here, and there's a very famous teammate too? No time to think, Li Guo's fingers frantically tapped on the light screen, opening the top private channel at full speed. Temporary Strategic Alliance Subordinate Unit at Airport 0. Li Guo 2144, Emergency. Emergency. Everyone get out. Li Guo 2144, I found number 4198. Right at the giant structure in the eye of the storm. After the message was sent, many avatars in the channel started to jump. Tyrant 0013, what? Are you sure? Hawkeye 0256, images. Send a few shots. Black Widow 0111, he, what a narrow path for enemies to meet. Brother Li Guo, be careful, don't get swallowed by him. Li Guo watched the rapidly updating messages, his palms covered in cold sweat. He quickly shared his radar scan with the channel. Li Guo 2144, absolutely true. Besides him, Mo Yoli is also there. 9 planes in total. Silence hung in the channel for a few seconds. Obviously, all the big shots were analyzing the radar map. After a moment, Tyrant's voice directly came through in deep, oppressive audio. Li Guo, listen. This is an opportunity, a once-in-a-thousand-years chance. The landing battle is imminent, we must understand his cards. His weapon setup, flight performance, tactical habits, this intelligence is more important than any supplies. Hawkeye 0256, also send a text, your plane is modified with optical refraction camouflage, most hidden. This mission is most suitable for you. Black Widow 0111, go with confidence, brother. As long as you bring back valuable intel, after the landing battle, I will guarantee you enter the core circle. Listening to the continuous instructions from the big shots, Li Guo's breath grew rapid. Fear, excitement, greed, all kinds of emotions tangled in his chest. He knew, this was his chance to reach the top in one step. If he could finish this, he could move from a peripheral member to truly enter the server's highest power circle. Understood. Li Guo closed the communication, his gaze becoming extremely sharp. Let's do it. He took a deep breath and began analyzing the situation in front of him. Lin Feng's plane was flying straight toward the central giant structure in an extremely stable posture, without any evasive moves, no acceleration or deceleration. That posture, arrogant as if walking in one's own backyard. Too arrogant. A smirk curled at Li Guo's lips. He quietly controlled his plane, lowered the altitude, and activated optical refraction camouflage. The surface of his plane rippled like water, then perfectly blended into the storm clouds surging behind. Almost impossible to see with the naked eye. This is his trump card. As long as he doesn't fire, his plane on the radar is just a moving, faint background noise, extremely hard to lock onto. His plan is simple. The giant structure is wrapped in a wind wall. The moment the plane enters, it will inevitably bump and lose stability because of the fierce airflow. That moment is when the defense is weakest, it cannot change direction. What he has to do is, like a snake lurking in the shadows, at the instant Lin Feng enters the wind wall, strike from his side and rear with a big gift. A ghost bomb. This thing is silent, without heat, made specially to sneak attack. Even if it can't seriously hurt him, blowing up 1 or 2 modules is enough to test the depth of his turtle shell. Li Gui licked his dry lips, staring at the approaching Lin Feng, his heart pounding like crazy. 5,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 1,000 meters. Lin Feng's plane has reached the edge of the wind wall. Li Gui could even see the plane's body slightly shaking because it was close to the wind wall. Now! A flash of madness crossed Li Gui's pupils. He even felt that this bomb might directly send number 4198 away. What test? Today I want a solo kill, to create a miracle. His finger slammed heavily onto the bright red launch button. However, at this critical moment, a sudden change. The dark golden plane that should have plunged into the wind wall, without warning, made a terrifying maneuver completely against aerodynamics. Buzz. The plane suddenly tilted sharply to the left, almost a 90-degree right angle, as if hit by an invisible huge hand. The whole plane, brushing the edge of the world-destroying wind wall, carved an unimaginable sharp arc, instantly moving out of Li Gui's attack path. The movement, smooth without a hint of smoke or fire. Li Gui was dumbfounded. His finger froze above the launch button, his mind blank. What the hell? How did he? What kind of freakish flying is this? Such a big plane, you treat it like a kite? Turn whenever you want? The plan instantly collapsed. His position now, awkward as hell. Advance, attack angle gone. Retreat, already close to the opponent's side. While Li Gui was puzzled, not knowing what to do, suddenly a window popped up on his central screen. Ding! Captain number 4198 invites you to join a temporary group chat, pre-battle friendly negotiation meeting. Li Gui? Negotiation? Negotiation my ass. 10,000 thoughts flashed through his mind, yet he ended up clicking, agree, as if possessed. He wanted to see what this famous number 4198 Lin Feng had up his sleeve. The screen switched, showing a chat channel with 9 people. Captain number 4198, Lin Feng. Captain number 0007, Emoyoli. Captain number 2144, Shadow Li Gui. Captain number 4355, Captain number 2187. A long list made Li Gui's heart sink. Lin Feng already knew the landing points and all the captain's numbers? The next second, Lin Feng's message slowly appeared in the chat box. Captain number 4198, Lin Feng, ahem, number 2144 and the other friends hiding in the clouds, stop hiding. Captain number 4198, Lin Feng, let me introduce, number 0007 is my partner, Emoyoli. Captain number 4198, Lin Feng, we just briefly assessed the situation. Captain number 4198, Lin Feng, now, I officially announce. Captain number 4198, Lin Feng, you 7 are already surrounded by the 2 of us. Captain number 4198, Lin Feng, put down your weapons, surrender, I promise to take only money, not harm anyone, not destroy the planes. Li Gui stared at those lines on the screen, dumb for more than 10 seconds. He blinked hard, looked again. Confirmed he wasn't seeing things. Then, only one thought remained in his mind. This guy. Is he crazy, or did a donkey kick his brain? Chapter 57, One-on-One or Group Fight. Others have 7 planes, Lin Feng and his group have only 2. In circle? Are you wrapping your head around this? Don't you even know how to solve a basic elementary math problem? This guy must be out of his mind. Li Gui stared at the few lines of arrogant text on the screen, his brain froze for a full 3 seconds. After a brief silence, the temporary group chat channel erupted instantly. Captain 4355? Captain 2187, dude, did you just wake up, are you joking? Captain 3512, I've lived for 30 years, and this is the first time I've heard someone call 2 against 7 an encirclement. What a talent. Captain 2144, Li Gui, Lin Feng. Stop talking big here. Who do you think you are? Li Gui's anger exploded like gasoline being poured on fire. He felt completely tricked. What seemed like Lin Feng's brilliant maneuver in turn earlier was not a prediction at all but rather pure luck, just an accident. This made him feel worse than being shot by Lin Feng. Captain 2144, Li Gui, brothers. Don't be fooled by him. He's just bluffing. Even if he and that 0007 are super strong, can they really eliminate all 7 of us in an instant? Captain 2144, Li Gui, let's go together. Let's take him down. He's definitely loaded with riches. Once we take him down, we 7 will split the gear and star cloud coins. Li Gui screamed in the channel, rallying the others. He didn't care about the mission anymore, he just wanted to tear apart Lin Feng's arrogant face and his dark golden plane into pieces. However, the atmosphere in the channel turned strangely weird. No one responded to him. The other 6 captains chose silence. Are you kidding? Everyone knows the rule of not sticking your neck out. They came here to make a quick profit and strengthen their position for tomorrow's landing battle, not to risk their lives with someone on the server's leaderboards. What if Lin Feng really has something up his sleeve? The first one to rush in would become the scapegoat, right? Let Li Gui test the waters first, they'll follow behind to pick up the leftovers. For a moment, a very absurd scene appeared in the eye of the storm. The 9 planes that were supposed to rush toward the central giant structure now circled like a group of wild people dancing around a campfire, maintaining a delicate distance as they began their bizarre circular patrol in the air. No one went first. No one made a move. No one wanted to give up leaving. Each plane locked onto the other 8, the atmosphere tense and delicate. Li Gui watched the scattered situation, his face turning black with anger. If all 7 of them attacked at once, there was an 80% chance Lin Feng would fall, but no one dared to make a move. If they missed this chance, there might never be another one. Everyone continued to wait, waiting for Li Gui's next move, waiting for Lin Feng's response. But no one expected. The one who started all of this, Lin Feng, wasn't even looking at the busy group chat. His central screen displayed his private communication interface with Mo Yoli. Lin Feng, how's it going? Any sensations from your precognition? Mo Yoli. Mo Yoli, yes. Her voice was still cold, but if you listened carefully, you could hear a trace of helplessness. Although Lin Feng hadn't known Mo Yoli for long, it seemed like he had already figured out her abilities completely. This kind of observation had nothing to do with special powers, it was just pure personal skill. Even if Lin Feng didn't know fusion and just awakened a more ordinary ability, he could still do quite well with his sharp mind. Just now, when that 2144 was rallying everyone to attack you, the images in my mind became clear. Mo Yoli closed her eyes, sensing the fragments of her precognition, as she described what she saw. His name is Li Gui, and his ability is optical refraction camouflage. He belongs to an organization called Temporary Strategic Alliance. Lin Feng's eyebrows slightly raised. Sure enough. The fish has been fried. This alliance is not just the rabble the tyrants pulled together at the airport. Mo Yoli's tone grew serious. Their gathering seems to hide a great secret. I saw some images, someone suddenly did something, then became extremely powerful, it's vague, but definitely not trivial. Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. At first, he didn't take those who opposed him seriously, but now things were interesting. Behind the little fish was a shark, and behind the shark seemed to be a deep-sea blue whale. It seems this Li Gui is an important thread, we can't just see him as a small player. Lin Feng touched his chin, a slight smile on his lips. Not bad, Yoli, your ability is even stronger than I imagined. If only there were less headache. After speaking, Mo Yoli cut off the communication. Lin Feng then slowly switched the interface back to the 9-person group chat. Looking at the still tense atmosphere in the channel, he smiled and began typing. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, alright, everyone, the small talk ends here. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, that was just a little joke to lighten the mood, don't take it seriously. Upon seeing this, everyone in the channel froze. A joke? Big brother, your joke nearly gave us a heart attack. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, except for 2144, everyone else can go in now. There must be a lot inside, I don't need to risk fighting you. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, just think of it as making friends, everyone takes their own. As soon as these words were said, the atmosphere in the channel changed sharply. After over 10 seconds, someone cautiously asked. Captain 4355, boss, are you serious? Captain 2187, no other conditions? This happiness came too suddenly, for a moment, they couldn't believe it. This is an extremely dangerous landing point, and the rewards inside are terrifyingly high. Lin Feng actually said no competition? Lin Feng's reply was simple and bold. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, with my reputation, Lin Feng wouldn't lie for this little thing, and would never betray to secretly attack. These words worked better than any threat. The 6 hesitant captains instantly made their decision. Almost at the same time, 6 aircraft engines roared, no longer circling, turning into 6 streaks of light, rushing headfirst into the wind wall surrounding the giant structure. In an instant, only 3 planes remained in the airspace. Lin Feng's dark gold vehicle. Mo Yoli's pure black fighter. And Li Gui, left alone at the edge of the storm. Li Gui looked at the suddenly empty surroundings, a chill shot from his feet to the crown of his head. He felt like a lone antelope removed from its herd, surrounded by cold and hungry wolves. Crap! Alarm bells rang in his mind. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, alright, now it's quiet. Lin Feng's message appeared slowly on the light screen. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, 2144, Mr. Li Gui, right? Since you so want to fight, I'll satisfy you. Li Gui's pupils shrank suddenly. He knows his name? Captain 4198, Lin Feng, don't be nervous, I'm very democratic, I'll give you 2 choices. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, do you want a one-on-one or a group fight? Li Gui stared at the question, stunned. His mind raced. One-on-one? Although he didn't know how he knew his name, Lin Feng definitely didn't know his full hand. Once optical refraction camouflage is activated, he can attack or defend. If he loses, he can escape. Who can catch an invisible plane? Group fight? 2 people on their side, 1 on his side, isn't that suicide? No choice needed, it's basically a free point. Captain 2144, Li Gui, one-on-one. He typed the 2 words without hesitation, afraid Lin Feng would change his mind. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, good, gutsy. Lin Feng praised, then slowly typed the next line. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, then we'll go with your choice. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, you challenge both of us. Li Gui? He stared at the screen, blinking hard, doubting whether his Chinese was bad. He challenged both Lin Feng and Mo Yoli? Is this what they call a challenge? He froze for 5 seconds before finally reacting, his face turning the color of liver, his fingers trembling violently as he frantically pressed the screen. Captain 2144, Li Gui, no. No. I picked wrong. I choose a group fight. Group fight. Captain 2144, Li Gui, I can team up with other captains for a group fight. Lin Feng's reply came quickly, with a smiley face emoji. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, no problem. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, since you chose a group fight, we'll follow the rules of a group fight. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, the 2 of us will group fight against you. An eerie atmosphere spread through the channel. The captains who had just rushed into the megastructure but were still secretly watching the chat, all pressed their lips together, some of them nearly bursting out in laughter, their faces red with the effort. What a guy! In Lin Feng's rule, a challenge meant Li Gui was challenging both Lin Feng and Mo Yoli. A group fight meant Lin Feng and Mo Yoli would group fight against Li Gui. That's a heart so dirty it's oozing pus. Chapter 0058, Don't be too proud too soon. Li Gui's lungs were about to explode with rage. He stared hard at the screen, where it said, the 2 of us, group fight against you. He felt like his intelligence was being rubbed in the dirt. Is this democracy? Is this a choice? This is basically mocking him. I choose your grandmother's leg. Li Gui roared in his heart, the flames of humiliation and anger almost burning through his skull. Buzz. A harsh alarm sounded suddenly throughout the cockpit. On the radar screen, a huge red targeting box locked onto his plane. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, looks like you made your choice, so the game begins. Before the words were even finished, outside Li Gui's window, the dark golden, menacing fighter jet side wing suddenly revealed a black, gaping cannon muzzle. In the next second, a steel storm of tracer rounds, composed of countless glowing projectiles, roared through the air. Da 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 da. The GAU-8 Avenger cannon let out its first furious roar in this world. The sound wasn't a gunshot, but the terrifying roar of an electric saw cutting through steel. Damn, so strong. Li Gui's pupils contracted to the size of needles. Without thinking, he slammed the energy output lever to the max, while frantically pushing the control stick down. The entire plane groaned under the strain, diving rapidly downwards. Boom! The deadly rain of bullets swept over the top of his fuselage, instantly turning a floating asteroid behind him into cosmic dust. Warning! Energy consumption rate increased by 300%. Warning! Aircraft structure is bearing extremely high G-force, minor damage detected. The central control screen was flashing blood-red warnings. Li Gui felt like he was being crushed into the seat, his organs feeling like they were all out of place. But he couldn't relax for even a second. Because the radar showed that Lin Feng's plane, like a bone-piercing parasite, was firmly stuck on his tail, with the distance between them closing bit by bit. Da 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 da. Another round of gunfire. This time, Li Gui couldn't completely dodge. Dozens of depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds slammed into his left wing. Bang, bang, bang. Blinding sparks exploded, and the alloy armor was easily torn apart, exposing the complex wiring and pipelines underneath. Warning. Left wing damaged by 17%. Structural integrity reduced. If this goes on, I'll be killed. Li Gui's eyes were bloodshot, cold sweat soaking his back. He could feel that Lin Feng was like a cat playing with a mouse, enjoying the chase. That wasn't a lethal attack, it was a weapon test. He was being used as a live target. I can't keep being passive. A flash of determination passed through Li Gui's eyes. He aimed at a turn in the wind wall ahead, his teeth clenched tight. Activate. Optical refraction camouflage. Whir. The surface of his plane. A ripple like the one in water rose. The next second, the entire plane, like a drop of ink falling into clear water, quickly faded and twisted, finally blending perfectly into the storm clouds churning behind it. On the radar, his signal instantly turned from a clear red dot to a faint, almost negligible environmental noise. In Lin Feng's cockpit. Seeing the suddenly disappeared target, his brow raised. Oh? Stealth? Interesting, I thought it was a rookie, but it seems like there's some skill. He didn't panic, instead, he became intrigued. At that moment, Mo Yoli's private communication came through. Optical refraction camouflage. By distorting light and radar waves, it achieves a camouflage effect. In the fragments I saw, there's its weakness. This ability consumes huge amounts of energy, and the duration will not exceed 30 seconds. During activation, it cannot attack. To maintain the stability of the force field, it cannot make sharp turns. Lin Feng listened to the communication, and a playful curve appeared on his lips. Mo Yoli's analysis was very professional. He cut off the communication, gripped the control stick again, and couldn't help but laugh inside. No attack, no sharp turns, 30 seconds. This isn't called stealth, it's called a live target with a new skin. As long as the weaknesses were known, Lin Feng already had 100% control. On the other side. Successfully entering stealth, Li Gui finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the radar, seeing Lin Feng's plane spinning in place like a headless fly, a sneer of surviving flashed on his face. Idiot. You really thought I was a soft persimmon? Optical refraction camouflage, this was the core module he had exchanged with all his savings from a special landing spot. It was his lifeline, the trump card that allowed him to accept alliance missions. As long as the camouflage was activated, he was the deadliest ghost on the battlefield. He could launch surprise attacks from any unexpected angle, and after a successful strike, escape thousands of miles away, leaving the enemy unable to even smell his exhaust. Before getting the free drop, it was through this method that he killed enemies stronger than him. Wait until I get close, it's your death. Li Gui's heart hardened, controlling the plane, ready to use the wind wall's cover to circle behind Lin Feng. He had already thought it through, his next attack would use his ultimate weapon, the ghost bomb. However, just as this thought rose in his mind, a coldness that made his scalp tingle suddenly shot up his spine. He instinctively looked up at the radar. He saw the dark golden plane, which should have been spinning in place at this moment, was rushing straight towards him at an unbelievably precise angle. That posture, as if his stealth camouflage was nothing but the Emperor's new clothes. What the hell? How did he find me? Li Gui's eyes nearly popped out, his mind went blank. This is not scientific. This completely went against his understanding of this module. Does he have X-ray vision? Seeing the distance between them rapidly shrinking, Li Gui's survival instinct overwhelmed everything. He couldn't care about anything else anymore. In the moment of passing the wind wall corner, he suddenly pressed another launch button. A diamond-shaped bomb, all black with no energy reaction, silently slipped out from beneath his plane, using the wind wall's air current as cover, drifting towards Lin Feng's path. Ghost bomb. Silent, invisible, no heat source. It was the weapon assassins dreamt of. After doing all this, Li Gui didn't even look at the result, desperately accelerating to escape. He believed, this time, Lin Feng absolutely couldn't avoid it. However, the next second, the dark golden plane made a move that Li Gui would never forget for the rest of his life. Just a second before it was about to collide with the bomb's flight path, it elegantly and lightly slid to the side. The fuselage was almost touching the edge of the bomb's explosion range, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. The whole process was smooth and effortless, as calm as kicking a stone out of the way while taking a walk. Boom! The ghost bomb exploded in the empty space, creating a silent ripple of energy. Li Gui watched the scene, his hands and feet turning icy cold, as if falling into an ice cavern. Prejudgment? No. This wasn't a prediction. This guy seemed like he could see through his very thoughts. Every step, every thought, was calculated in his mind. How can I fight like this? Ding. The notification sound from the temporary group chat was like a death sentence. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, Li Gui. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, this is your last chance. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, immediately disarm, shut down the engine, and float in place. Otherwise, the next bullet will directly penetrate your cockpit. There was no trace of mockery in Lin Feng's voice, only the cold chill of death. Li Gui shuddered, a massive fear gripping his heart. He knew Lin Feng wasn't joking. Surrender? Handing over his life to such a devil? No. Absolutely not. Besides, ever since joining the temporary strategic alliance, that possibility no longer existed. He had signed an agreement. A flicker of madness flashed in Li Gui's eyes. He suddenly opened the pinned, secret channel representing the highest authority of the temporary strategic alliance, his fingers wildly tapping on the light screen as he sent an encrypted message. Coordinates, the massive structure in the eye of the storm. Target 4198 has appeared. Requesting highest level support. Activating Sacred Protection Plan. Message sent. Li Gui stared at the approaching golden light, a sickly grin spreading across his face. Lin Feng, you're indeed powerful enough to crush other captains of the same batch. But you have no idea what kind of organization you're really facing. Don't get too cocky. Li Gui's fingers, still trembling slightly after sending the message, remained frozen as he stared at the dark golden dot on the radar, his heart racing, veins bulging on his forehead. The next second, a cold mechanical voice rang directly in his mind. Detected that member 2144 has issued a highest level support request. Request meets the activation condition for Sacred Protection Plan. Approval granted. Sacred Protection Remote Energy Infusion, starting. Hum. A wave of energy invisible to the eye ignored space and distance, crossing the entire thunderstorm cloud sea, and precisely injected into Li Gui's plane. Li Gui only felt the entire plane shake violently. Inside the cockpit, all the indicator lights instantly turned into dazzling gold. The harsh alarm sound abruptly stopped, replaced by a deep, powerful engine rumble. He looked down at his hands, the central control screen showing rows of data frantically refreshing. Warning. High energy infusion detected from the outside. Aircraft structure strength temporarily increased by 300%. Energy core output power temporarily increased by 300%. Temporary module obtained, Holy Shield Field, can withstand one fatal strike. Temporary module obtained, Windwalker engine, ignores 50% environmental resistance. Temporary module obtained, Weapon Amplifier, all weapon damage increased by 100%. An unprecedented sense of power flooded through Li Gui's limbs and bones. He could even clearly feel that the aircraft, once struggling under high-speed maneuvers, now felt as solid as a rock. The hurricane outside that could tear through steel now felt like a gentle breeze on his face. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Li Gui froze for a second, then let out a mad, uncontrollable laugh. This is the trump card of the temporary strategic alliance. This is the reason he was willing to bet everything to get into this circle. A terrifying force that could instantly change the course of battle. Lin Feng. The fire of revenge burned in Li Gui's eyes. He suddenly pulled the control stick, and the plane that was struggling to escape instantly turned direction. To steer at high speed, he actively deactivated the optical refraction camouflage. He wanted Lin Feng to see with his own eyes. See how he would be crushed into dust by this absolute power. VZZZ. The plane with the Yi Windwalker engine, activated, became a silver streak, moving several times faster than before. He did not charge straight, but drew a huge arc, slicing from the side at Lin Feng at a very tricky angle. He wanted to use absolute speed and power to show Lin Feng what dimensional crushing really meant. And Lin Gui's target, Lin Feng, was calmly looking at the cockpit controls, the atmosphere as calm as having tea. On his central control screen, what was displayed was not the external battle at all, but a private communication interface with Mo Yoli. Lin Feng, Yoli, confirm, in the fragments you see, that thing called divine support, does it have a time limit? Mo Yoli's voice came quickly, still cold, but with a hint of fatigue. Obviously, continuous precognition took a lot out of her. Mo Yoli, yes. Energy infusion is very unstable, can last at most 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, planes receiving aid will enter at least 10 minutes of energy depletion. Lin Feng stroked his chin, looking at the bright dot on the radar drawing a huge arc, closing in on him, his expression slightly curious. 3 minutes of real manpower? Some ability, but the cost is huge, a double-edged sword. He switched back to the main interface, looking at Lin Gui's plane glowing gold, fierce, and could not help but comment in his heart. Turns out, that so-called alliance was formed by pay-to-win privileges, a purely interest-based organization. Lin Feng had no tension, instead he thought with interest. From Lin Gui's performance this time, he roughly understood the bottom line of the so-called temporary strategic alliance. An organization with some remote support technology. This technology is strong, but has big limitations. Simply put, in group fights, it can temporarily give some charging member an invincible boost. Sounds scary, but once you know the details, it is no more than a paper tiger. Also, the underlying logic of this organization is fragile. Talk about interests, there is no human feeling. Like a castle built of sand, looks big, but a wave can wash it away quickly. Weakness, he had found. Lin Feng, okay, intelligence gathering is almost done. Appeasement is impossible, Mr. Lin Gui is completely carried away. Mo Yoli, no need to appease, he is not part of the core circle. Lin Feng, right, there will be no more value on him. Yoli, rest first, leave the next part to me. Mo Yoli, okay. Cutting off communication. Lin Feng's gaze finally became serious. He looked at the radar, that golden streak was less than 3,000 meters away. The opponent's speed was indeed very fast, beyond what a plane of this class should have. Lin Feng lightly pressed a hidden groove on the armrest with one hand. VZZZ. Under the central control panel, a hidden bright red energy throttle slowly rose. This was the true throttle of this plane. All previous maneuvers were just using cruise power, just playing with Lin Gui. The cat and mouse game was over. Lin Feng grabbed the throttle and pushed it forward to the end. Boom! At the rear of the plane, the two dark blue engine nozzles flared up instantly. The originally quiet blue turned in an instant to blazing, as if burning everything, platinum white. The whole plane, like an awakened ancient beast, let out a deafening roar. The next second, the plane vanished from the spot. Inside Li Gui's cockpit, he was fully focused on locking onto Lin Feng, ready to launch his power-amplified ghost bomb the instant he reached optimal range. But, just as he was about to press the launch button, that red lock frame on his radar suddenly disappeared. Not vanished, not invisible. But it broke free from his radar's scanning range at a speed he could not comprehend. What? Li Gui's mind went blank, his eyes nearly popping out. He suddenly looked up at the window. A dark golden streak of light, moving in a trajectory completely defying the laws of physics, cut a Z-shaped line across his sight. That speed. That maneuvering. It was not a plane. That was a lightning bolt. Li Gui's detector could not even keep up with the opponent's tail flames. It could only capture a series of blurry afterimages. A bone-chilling cold shot straight from his feet to his skull. He finally understood. From start to finish, Lin Feng had never used full power. He had been testing him all along. Like an adult watching a 3-year-old holding a water gun, bragging and showing off. The so-called chase, the so-called surrender plea, the so-called slightly better than the current batch of pilots. All just a performance. He felt like a clown, proud and thinking he had a winning card. No, impossible to win, how could I win? Tremendous fear and humiliation instantly shattered Li Gui's mental defenses. He could not even think of running. Because, by the time he realized it, it was too late. That absolute blind spot in his vision, the space seemed torn apart. That dark golden, terrifying fighter suddenly detached from its sublight state, appearing like a ghost. Da-da-da-da-da. The steel storm roared again. This time, the depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds were no longer aimed at the wings, but at the cockpit. Boom! A huge fireball erupted in the deadcom of the wind eye. The golden, holy shield field only lasted 0.1 seconds before shattering like glass. The blast wave completely swallowed the remains of the plane. Chapter 0060. This big shot can be trusted. In the temporary group chat channel, the avatar representing Li Gui dimmed. Gray. Dead gray. Immediately, the system's cold prompt sounded in the ears of every captain still in this channel. Captain number 2144 has disconnected. Disconnected. In this cursed airspace, everyone knew exactly what those 4 words meant. A strange mood spread through the channel. Those captains who had just rushed into the massive structure, not yet able to marvel at the spectacle, were now like ducks with their necks squeezed, unable to say a word. At least 10 seconds passed. Captain 4355, damn. Captain 2187, really gone? Captain 3512, from start to finish, less than 3 minutes, right? That Li Gui, didn't he trigger some golden effect? And now he's just gone so suddenly? A chill ran up everyone's spine straight to their skulls. Just moments ago they were watching the show, laughing at Lin Feng's teasing duel and gangfight options. In an instant, that living person became a gray avatar. Too fast. So fast that they didn't even see the details of the battle, and it was already over. All they knew was that Li Gui unleashed a tremendous force at the last moment, counterattacked fiercely, and then nothing. It was a complete, ruthless crushing. Unbidden, everyone had the same thought, a bloody consensus highlighted, bolded, pinned in their minds. Don't mess with number 4198. At that moment, the avatar that made them fall silent. It lit up. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, cleaned up some trash. Everyone, how's it inside? The tone, relaxed as if asking, nice weather today, huh? In the channel, everyone shivered, instantly snapping out of shock. Captain 4355, reporting, boss. Inside is simply unbelievable. Captain 2187, boss, you're awesome. Boss, mighty. Wait a moment, I'm scanning. Captain 3512, oh my god, this place is literally heaven. Several captains rushed to reply, afraid that a single second delay would make them the next trash to be cleared. Soon, all sorts of pictures and scan data were shared in the channel. Lin Feng opened one picture. It was a scene that could make any sci-fi fan scream. They were inside an enormous, hollow cylindrical space. The surrounding walls were not solid, but a semi-transparent energy barrier flickering with countless streams of data. Through it, the cataclysmic storm outside could still be seen. In the center of the space, a pillar of energy, indescribably thick, as if piercing heaven and earth, slowly rotated, emitting soft and bright light that lit the whole space. Countless metal platforms of different shapes, floating like stars, revolved around the central light pillar in a mysterious trajectory. On the platforms, piles of all kinds of glittering supplies. On some platforms were anti-gravity ores, glowing a ghostly blue, like clusters of crystal. On some were bioalloy plates, full of complex patterns like neural networks. On others, neatly stacked energy rods, sealed in transparent containers, with liquid light flowing inside. Captain 2187, boss. I scanned it. There are more than 30 types of supplies. All high level. There's void lattice that can directly boost structure strength, 0-point fiber for making advanced modules, and super solid hydrogen fuel rods to directly replenish the energy core. Jackpot. This time we really hit the jackpot. Seeing the flood of messages in the channel, Lin Feng's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. Good heavens. This was no appetizer, this was a full feast. He quickly pulled up his plane's detail panel. After upgrading to LV6, the fabrication station automatically unlocked 5 brand new module blueprints, a luxury pick 2 out of 5 set. Module blueprints, selectable. Hive drone defense matrix, deploy 6 high-speed defense drones outside the fuselage to automatically intercept incoming missiles or small targets. Deep space resource refinement module, can refine basic minerals or materials into higher-grade alloys or energy blocks, with a 70% conversion rate. Phantom stealth field generator, consumes massive energy, making the plane enter optical and radar invisibility, duration depends on energy output power. Thunder hammer electromagnetic railgun, main weapon, fires ultra-high-speed electromagnetic shells, huge power, extreme penetration, but slow rate of fire, very high energy consumption. Subspace engine booster, passive module, permanently increases plane's 10% sublight cruise speed and jump activation speed. Besides, there were the flyers bought from the mysterious stall at the public hub, recording several special module blueprints. Like energy shield generator, auto-repair nanobots, and so on. Before, it was a case of clever hands with no rice, blueprints without materials. Now. Lin Feng looked at the supply names in the chat channel, corners of his mouth slightly rising. A happy trouble. With these resources, not just making 2 modules, even collecting enough to build all the blueprints he wanted was more than enough. Electromagnetic cannon could consider making 1. As Zhang Yunxian said, being handsome is a lifetime matter. Invisible force field, this can exist too. That Li Gui one was a low-end version, mine is the deluxe plus version, in the future hiding from people no, performing tactical evasion, it feels so good. Also drone defense, resource refining. Lin Feng felt like he suddenly had decision fatigue, his eyes were overwhelmed. Besides what was in front of him, there had been a huge batch of leaflets in the public hub, filled with countless blueprints. He calmed himself and typed in the group chat. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, very good, thank you for your hard work. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, the previous principle remains, take what you need, interfere with no one. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, wish everyone good luck. After sending these words, Lin Feng no longer paid attention to the praises in the channel about big shot righteous or big shot generous. Although he had just killed someone, Lin Feng's credibility in most captains' hearts actually became stronger. Because everyone clearly understood. Lin Feng, a person decisive in killing, but keeps every promise. He said he would only hit Li Gui, and really let the other 6 in. He said take what you need, and would absolutely not sneak attack behind the back. Dealing with such principled strong people is much safer than dealing with hypocrites with knives behind their smiles. Realizing this, the remaining 6 captains completely relaxed, spirits high, yelling as they rushed toward the floating platforms, frantically zero-cost shopping. He closed the chat box. Lin Feng's dark golden vehicle, alongside Mo Yoli's completely black fighter, hovered side by side outside the wind wall. Ready? Lin Feng asked in the private channel, headache relieved? Yes, no problem. Mo Yoli's voice was as simple as ever. Then let's go. Boom. The engines of both planes roared simultaneously, turning into streaks of light, diving into the seemingly all-tearing storm barrier. VRRRR. The fuselage began shaking violently. Terrifying tearing forces came from all directions, as if countless invisible hands were trying to rip the planes into pieces. Inside the cockpit, warning lights flashed wildly, emitting sharp buzzing. Lin Feng held the control stick steadily, eyes calm and unshaken. This level of turbulence, for him, was nothing. The penetration process lasted less than 10 seconds. Next second, all vibration and noise stopped abruptly. The whole world instantly fell into absolute silence. Outside the cockpits of the two planes, a dazzling, dreamlike sea of stars reflected. They successfully entered the interior of the megastructure. The central energy pillar piercing through heaven and earth, like a gentle sun, emitted light and heat. Countless floating platforms, like treasure-laden star rivers, flowed slowly. There was no wind, no sound, only serene, intoxicating magnificence. Lin Feng and Mo Yoli's planes, like two birds entering a mythical land, began slowly descending on these weightless spatial platforms. Chapter 0061 This is not human technology. Lin Feng controlled the plane, slowly flying around an energy pillar over 100 meters in diameter, the view outside the window making him feel his imagination was a little insufficient. Here there was no concept of up, down, left, or right. Floating metal platforms, some as big as football fields, some only the size of a round table, moved slowly in mysterious trajectories. Platforms were piled with all kinds of unheard-of materials. Some were pulse like hearts, some metal plates had data streams flowing on the surface, and some energy rods emitted light that even twisted the surrounding space. This work felt like stuffing an entire Dyson sphere project inside. Lin Feng even saw a huge platform in the distance, parking a mechanical wreck hundreds of times larger than their planes. The style of the wreck. Filled with a strange beauty of life and machine combined, its surface covered with honeycomb-like holes, obviously it had been scrapped for countless thousands of years. Whether it was a spaceship or some mining machine, it was impossible to tell, but that did not stop its magnificence. This place. Mo Yoli's cold voice rang in the private channel, with a rare trace of shock. Doesn't look like something humans could make. Indeed. Lin Feng deeply agreed. If humans had this technology, we would have colonized other planets long ago, no need to stay on Earth fighting over small resources. He remembered his experience in the chemical death valley, and the conversation with Chen Madao. By the way, Dr. Chen had a guess. Lin Feng dodged a drifting alloy fragment while controlling the plane, and spoke. He said Chemical Death Valley was a place he had worked at, and from this he guessed that every landing point we reached might not be some virtual scene, but real. There was silence on the other end of the channel for a few seconds. Mo Yoli's voice sounded again, a place so sci-fi is real? You mean, every time we are traveling through different worlds, or different dimensions? Almost certainly. Lin Feng looked at the huge mechanical wreck outside the window, his eyes deepened. When the plane jumps, have you seen the view outside the window? Very much like a wormhole model. Eternal Internet Cafe, abandoned chemical factory, Cold Moon Manor, the giant structure in the eye of the storm. These places, so different in style, with wildly different technology levels, could never be close to each other. If all these are corners of real worlds, then the plane's jump is a very high-dimensional technology, ignoring spatial distance. 4-dimensional? 5-dimensional? Maybe even higher, only then could such absurd things happen. Are there really gods? Lin Feng's mind formed a ridiculous thought. But a new problem came with it. A problem that made Lin Feng's scalp tingle. For what reason are they pulling people like us into this ghost place? If aliens are in control, then humans, such a limited skill and low-level evolved race, shouldn't be worth investing in. Unknown beings, unknown purposes. They were like fish in a fish tank, only able to passively accept feeding, knowing nothing about the outside world. Forget it, thinking about this is useless, too far. Lin Feng quickly cut off the thought, smiling at himself. Like wondering if the universe will heat death, just pure bored nonsense. He changed the topic and asked a more practical question. What about you? Reached LV.5, unlocked anything good? Chameleon Multifunctional Integration Module. Mo Yoli's answer was very straightforward. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Multifunction type? I thought you would choose pure attack or stealth module. In his impression, Mo Yoli, a lone wolf, should maximize her strengths. In the channel, Mo Yoli seemed to sigh, her voice full of helplessness. My ability has huge side effects. Every deep foresight gives me a splitting headache. Not suitable for long battles. So, I need more flexible ways to enter and exit the battlefield, not to fight head-on with people. Lin Feng immediately understood. He looked at Mo Yoli's jet, pure black on the radar, and a word suddenly popped into his mind. Barrel principle. A team's fighting power does not depend on the strongest, but on the shortest plank. Mo Yoli's ability destined her to be a top assassin, capturing information, hitting the right moment, striking deadly. Her endurance is the shortest plank. Once caught in a tug-of-war, or held by enemies, her fighting power would drop sharply due to the side effects of her ability. If Mo Yoli is a sharp surgical knife, able to dissect the enemy's full body weaknesses. But it might not suit a fierce fight. What about Lin Feng himself? He touched his chin and lowered his head, thinking deeply. Now he was no longer the lone wolf who had just entered the plain survival world. With so many people working with him and seeing him as the backbone, he had to be the one who could withstand pressure and create opportunities for the team, the ace. There was no need to do everything alone. In the team, his job was to cover weaknesses and strengthen the team's sustained combat ability. Be tough. Be strong. Have endurance. Make himself a chunk of rolling meat, so anyone who wants to touch them has to first weigh if their teeth are strong enough. In the communication channel, Mo Yoli saw Lin Feng silent for a long time, thinking he had some other idea. Was my choice wrong? No, very good. Lin Feng came back to his senses and smiled. Your choice is rational and suits you best. Using your strengths to the fullest is the best choice. After saying this, he stopped speaking and began controlling the plane to slowly turn, scanning around. On the other side of the communication. Inside Mo Yoli's cockpit, it was pitch dark, only the central control screen giving off faint light, illuminating her side face like ice and snow. She looked at Lin Feng's dark golden plane, and a very subtle ripple quietly appeared in her black eyes. She was not stupid. Lin Feng's previous thinking was clearly about team coordination. And now he didn't rush to pick up supplies, but expanded the scanning range, clearly, carefully selecting to take care of her. This man seemed to not care about anything. But his mind was actually delicate. His care would not be spoken rashly, but hidden in actions, in every decision detail. He even specially considered Mo Yoli's face. Mo Yoli's mouth seemed to twitch upwards for a moment, but it was so fast she didn't even notice. Chapter 0062 You handle crazy killing, I handle beautiful like flower. Lin Feng didn't rush in to grab everything. He leisurely hovered at the entrance of the giant structure, opened his portable control, and brought up the upgrade blueprint for the crafting table. Thunder God's Hammer Electromagnetic Railgun, Required Materials, Superconducting Coil, X5, High Energy Capacitor Array, X1, Void Lattice, X50 units. Ghost Invisible Force Field Generator, Required Materials, Optical Refraction Prism, X12, 0-point Fiber, X30 units, Mini Energy Stabilizer, X1. The supplies here were indeed a gold mountain, but not a wishing pool. He scanned around and found that Void Lattice and 0-point Fiber had rich reserves, but the Superconducting Coil and Optical Refraction Prism needed for core modules were not to be seen at all. Sure enough, wanting to get everything at once was impossible. Lin Feng muttered in his heart, skillfully opening the temporary group chat channel with the remaining 7 people. He started typing. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, everyone, making money? Question, who has Superconducting Coil or Optical Refraction Prism? I'll trade my Void Lattice, here, 1 for 3, 1 from me, 3 from you, not unfair, right? After sending the message, there was an immediate response in the channel. But the atmosphere was a bit strange. Captain 4355, boss, do you still need to trade with us? The words were cautious, even with a bit of disbelief. To them, a big boss like Lin Feng, whatever he wanted, wasn't it always taken directly directly grabbed? And now he actually wanted to trade? The style was wrong. Captain 2187, boss, I don't have what you need, but I just dug up a supersolid hydrogen fuel rod. If you don't mind, it's for you. Captain 3512, yes. Boss, I have bioalloy plates, take whatever you want. Just as making friends. For a moment, the channel changed style, from treasure hunting adventure directly to a tribute scene. Lin Feng looked at the screen, twitching his mouth. Did he really look like a bully collecting protection money? Captain 4198, Lin Feng, stop. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, I am a fair person, one thing is one thing. Killing Li Gui is because he wanted to kill me. Trading with you is because I need, and you also need, fair trade, no cheating. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, don't waste time on useless things, those who have goods say have, those who don't continue to make money, don't delay. These few words directly set the tone. Captain 4355, boss, clear and open. I have optical refraction prism, but only 3 pieces, I picked them in a ruin last time, I originally wanted to keep them for myself. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, 3 pieces are fine, even a small mosquito is neat. At my ratio, exchange 9 units of Void Lattice, trade? Captain 4355, trade. Must trade. Boss, where are you? I will come immediately. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, no need, open a temporary shared warehouse, authorize me, I will take it myself. After Lin Feng spoke, the other immediately sent a shared authorization. He controlled the ship, a precise hover, the belly extended a mechanical arm, took 3 prisms from the other's shared warehouse, and put in 9 units of lattice. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, clean and neat. After the trade, Lin Feng did not forget to at the other in the channel. Captain 4198, Lin Feng at Captain 4355, happy cooperation. In the future, if there is rare goods like this, you can find me first, price is negotiable. Captain 4355, okay, boss. No problem, boss. Connecting with a server top-ranking boss, this was a pure win. Others looked envious, and all said they would also try to see if any boss needs materials. Lin Feng had just finished a deal, Mo Yoli's private communication came in. The intelligence I saw, deep in the megastructure there is a core component of energy conduction optimization module, it is one of the required materials to upgrade to LV.6. I will go check. Her voice remained cold, concise and direct. Alone? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, not waiting for me? Aren't you busy being a cunning traitor? Mo Yoli's voice had a trace of faint teasing. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Okay, be careful. Call any time, I will arrive within 5 seconds. Communication cut off. The all-black fighter, without hesitation, engine nozzle lit with eerie blue light, like a black lightning, instantly accelerated, flying toward the deep central light column surrounded by countless floating platforms. That posture showed skill and courage. Lin Feng watched her back, really wanted to give a thumbs up. This girl, really A-level awesome. He withdrew his gaze, continued being a cunning traitor in the channel. Mo Yoli controlled the plane, skillfully weaving between huge floating platforms. Her foresight could not stay on in battle, but her instinct for danger far exceeded normal people. Which areas had unstable energy fields, which asteroid fragments' paths were threatening, she could almost react half a second in advance. Soon, she reached the area marked in the intelligence. It was a huge, honeycomb-like metal platform, full of pits big and small, with faint energy lights flickering inside. Just as she prepared to scan, friendly light dots appeared on the radar. It was several of the 6 captains from before, they also explored here. Seeing Mo Yoli's highly recognizable all-black fighter, they were obviously a bit cautious, but still greeted in the temporary channel. Captain 2187, is it Boss 0007? You also came here? Mo Yoli's style was few words, only replied one word. Captain 0007, Mo Yoli. At this moment, a female captain's avatar lit up, tone a little anxious. Captain 3512, several bosses, may I ask, what is the current market price of Type A stabilizer? I just saw someone posted 3 bottles in the trade channel. Offering a bottle for 5-star cloud coins, that's way too much. I just need this to upgrade my shield. As soon as she said that, someone immediately echoed her sentiment. Captain 2187, 5-star cloud coins? That's robbery. This thing is only about 3-star cloud coins at public hubs. It's pre-war now, people are already hoarding and raising prices. Captain 3512, yeah. It's driving me crazy. Buying feels wrong, not buying feels wrong. The channel filled with complaints. Mo Yoli's ship hovered above the hive platform, the central control light screen reflecting her cold side profile. She stayed silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly typed a line of words. Captain 0007, Mo Yoli, don't buy. Just 2 simple words, and the channel instantly fell silent. Captain 3512, huh? Big shot you mean? Captain 0007, Mo Yoli, the Formula 4, Type A stabilizer, is very simple. The core material is inert gas gel. When the next public hub opens, with more supplies flowing, 1 unit of gel only costs 0.5 star cloud coins and can make 1 bottle of stabilizer. At these words, the female captain finally let out a series of exclamation marks. Captain 3512. Captain 3512, is that even possible? Big shot, how do you know this? Mo Yoli did not explain further. Precognition fragments were unique to her, while the integrated information was shared within Lin Feng's team. Chen Madao, that tech nerd, had spent a lot of time calculating the optimal purchasing plan. She just casually mentioned it. But for the other captains, that one sentence was equivalent to a massive fortune. Captain 3512, big shot. Thank you. You are truly my savior. Otherwise, I would have wasted money. Captain 2187, big shot is beautiful and kind. Captain 4355, worship the big shot. Big shot, if you ever need anything, just call. We'll go through fire and knives, never holding back. For a moment, under Mo Yoli's avatar, the screen was full of messages of thanks and praise. This usually icy and solitary big shot suddenly seemed very approachable. Mo Yoli watched the lively scene in the channel, slightly frowning, feeling a bit uncomfortable. She ignored it, closed the channel, and started focusing on scanning the supplies on the platform. Half an hour later, Lin Feng's trading was almost done. Using a pile of void crystals, he got most of the urgently needed materials. He was about to head to meet Mo Yoli when the radar showed a sight that left him dumbfounded. Mo Yoli's black warship slowly flew out from the depths of the structure. Behind her, a grand procession of 5 ships followed. If you didn't know, you'd think it was some gangster boss patrolling with a group of minions. The ships escorted Mo Yoli to the entrance, and the channel was filled with waves of farewells. Captain 3512, farewell, Big Shot Yoli. Hope we meet again. Captain 2187, farewell, Big Shot Lin Feng. Farewell, Big Shot Yoli. Wishing both of you great success. After that, the ships politely tilted their wings toward Lin Feng and Mo Yoli's ships, then turned away satisfied. Lin Feng hovered in place, completely stunned. He connected to the private channel, his voice full of daze. What did I miss? Did you go inside to give a lecture? Or did you hold a fan meeting? What was going on? Where was the ice-cold beauty? Where was the lone wolf? She had only been inside for a short time, and already she had a following like a people's leader, naturally commanding respect. From the channel came Mo Yoli's very light, very faint laugh, like the first melt of snow. Nothing much. Her voice carried a rare teasing tone. Maybe it's thanks to you first playing the villain role so convincingly. Lin Feng. So I handle all the bloody battles, and you just look beautiful like a flower. Without comparison, there really is no hurt. Chapter 0063, The Sudden Azura Field. Buzz. The dark gold ship shuddered slightly, then returned to absolute stillness. Outside the porthole, the clouds and atmosphere that were visible moments ago stretched into countless brilliant streaks of light in just a few seconds. Ultimately, it completely vanished, replaced by an unfathomable darkness. Everyone had already left the giant structure's landing point, and now the airplane was cruising. Lin Feng leaned against the pilot seat, adjusting his posture. He looked at the energy output curve on the central screen, steady like a straight line on an electrocardiogram, and the green flight indicator light that represented absolute safety. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. The newbie protection period had long passed. This was something all pilots knew. As long as the airplane was parked at a landing point, it was a tin can that could be breached at any time. But what about when flying? When transitioning from one landing point to the next, the plane seemed to enter a completely independent, isolated subspace passage, separate from the outside world. In this space, there were no enemies, no meteors, no space storms. Nothing. Only absolute safety and loneliness. Wasn't this the legendary safety zone? Lin Feng stroked his chin, his mouth involuntarily curling up. As long as I retreat into subspace, danger can't touch me? Although this invincible state has a time limit and can only last between 2 landings, for the current pilot, it's divine protection. I can make use of this. He muttered to himself, no longer wasting time, and immediately stood up to head toward the manufacturing station. It was time, in the absolute safety of subspace, to give his ride an epic upgrade. He opened the personal central control and transmitted all the materials he had exchanged and collected from the giant structure, dumping them into the manufacturing station area. Superconducting coil, high-energy capacitor array, void crystal grid. Piles of rare materials, glowing with different lights, instantly piled up into a small mountain. Lin Feng took a deep breath and selected the blueprint he had been thinking about on the light screen of the manufacturing station. Module blueprint, Thor's hammer electromagnetic railgun. Confirm construction? Confirm. V-room. The entire manufacturing station erupted in a blinding white light. A massive energy field spread out, enveloping all the surrounding materials. The stacked, void crystal grids were the first to be activated, transforming into a silver metal torrent that shot upwards. In the center of the field, they were forcibly compressed and shaped, outlining the sinister contours of a heavy cannon. Next, 5 superconducting coils, like 5 spinning blue stars, howled as they flew into the cannon body, precisely slotting into the reserved grooves. Zizzes. Blue arcs instantly spread across the entire cannon body, emitting terrifying sounds. Finally, the largest, high-energy capacitor array, transformed into a mass of liquid gold energy, like molten lava, pouring down and covering the entire inner wall of the cannon tube, forming a dense and complex energy circuit. The entire construction process was filled with the beauty of violence. This wasn't manufacturing, it was forging. It was like an ancient titan, using stars and lightning to craft a divine weapon capable of tearing apart the heavens. The light, after 3 full minutes, suddenly shrank inward. Clang. A clear metallic collision sound. A grim cannon, with a dark body, a 5-meter-long barrel, and its surface covered in blue energy patterns, landed heavily on the manufacturing station. The cannon's mouth was so deep it seemed like it could swallow all light. A cold, deadly aura hit him full force. Ding! Thor's Hammer Electromagnetic Railgun, construction complete. Quality, excellent, blue. Type, main weapon module. Effect, fires superspeed electromagnetic projectiles, causing devastating physical penetration damage to the target. Trait 1, super electromagnetic acceleration, projectile speed reaches 20 Mach, ignoring most conventional physical defenses. Trait 2, energy overload, can consume double energy for a charged shot, increasing power by 100%, cooldown time 60 seconds. Note, handsome is a lifetime matter. Lin Feng looked at the attributes on the light screen, especially the last note, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This system really understands a man's taste. He reached out, gently touching the cold cannon, feeling the terrifying power contained within, his eyes full of excitement. With this thing, who would dare to mess with him in the future? One shot, and whatever, holy shield field, whatever alloy armor, all would turn to cosmic dust. The thought of battle stirred within him. At this moment, only 10 hours remained until the landing battle began. Lin Feng was in high spirits and opened the team's private chat channel to check everyone's status. As soon as he logged in, the channel became lively. Zhang Yunxian, big brother. You're finally out. Look at my baby. A picture was sent. In the picture, on the side wing of Zhang Yunxuan's plane, a brand new laser cannon flashed dangerously, its muzzle polished to shine. Lin Feng, not bad, it looks full of spirit. Zhang Yunxian, hee. Now who dares to mess with me, I'll hit them directly. Baiyu. Chen Madao, I've also completed the upgrade of the data core, the scanning range and analysis speed increased by 30%. Also, based on my previous database calculations, this landing battle's battlefield will likely be a high-gravity planet, so everyone should prepare mobility compensation modules in advance. Su Qingju, I'm ready, thanks for the reminder, Chen. Seeing everyone steadily improving their strength, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. A person's strength alone is not true strength, the growth of the team is the real path to power. At that moment, Luing popped up, sending a crying sticker. Luing, brother Lin Feng, I'm going to die. Lin Feng? Luing, I'm upgrading the mobility module, only missing the last, 0.5 fiber. The trading market has all hiked prices 3 times. These greedy merchants, they are terrible. I'm so angry. Lin Feng, how much is missing? Luing, only 10 units, brother, do you have them? I can trade with other things, or you can ask something too much. After sending, she also attached a flirtatious gif. Lin Feng looked at the screen, his mouth twitched. This streamer is too good at teasing, but he had no idea which part of her words were true or false. Previously countless fans surrounded her, but none gained anything from Luing, instead, they spent so much money almost going bankrupt. He didn't waste words and opened the trade panel directly. Lin Feng, open the shared warehouse, I'll give it directly. Luing, ah? No need to trade? Lin Feng, no, consider it a team benefit. The landing battle is almost starting, don't waste time on small things. Luing, 3Q. Luing, 3Q. Luing, 3Q. The next moment, Lu Ying's heart stickers flooded the screen. Luing, brother Lin Feng. You are my god. After the battle, I will definitely give you monkeys. Although everyone knew half of Luing was joking, the atmosphere in the channel became slightly awkward. Zhang Luyan, oh, is our big streamer Lu offering herself? Sneaklaugh.jpg. You Shuling, Mr. Lin Feng, you were so kind. Su Qingju. The usually silent Su Qingju quietly sent a few dots. Lin Feng could imagine her biting her lip, feeling a bit wronged but not daring to speak. However, the most shocking message was the next one. Mo Yoli, at Luing. The icy beauty, for the first time actively at someone. Mo Yoli, only 9 hours 55 minutes until landing. Suggest you use the time instead of playing with stickers to get familiar with the module you just upgraded. The words seemed emotionless. But that sourness almost leaked out of the screen. The whole channel instantly fell silent. Luing sent a tongue-out face, not daring to act more. Lin Feng looked at this scene, feeling a bit overwhelmed. A battle scene could happen even in a plain survival world? Ding dong. At that moment, a sweet and emotionless system notification sounded. Without warning, the voices rang out simultaneously in the minds of all the captains. The sound spread throughout the entire flight system. Attention all captains. Due to the detection of unknown spacetime disturbances, to ensure the successful execution of the landing battle, adaptive adjustments are now being made. The battlefield map, originally scheduled for release after landing, will be distributed to all captains across the server at this moment. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Map distribution. May good fortune be with you all. Buzz. Almost immediately after the system prompt sound ended, a brand new interface popped up on the central control screen of every captain. It was a massive, slowly rotating 3D star map. At the center of the star map was a yellowish planet, its surface covered with jagged canyons and crater rings. As the image zoomed in rapidly, the planet's surface details were magnified infinitely, eventually freezing into an incredibly detailed tactical map. What the heck? The map was sent early? Are we supposed to do tactical drills ahead of time? The public channel exploded in an instant. Lin Feng, who had just been tangled in the small internal team drama, suddenly sharpened his gaze. He immediately projected the map onto the cockpit's panoramic windows, and the bird's-eye view of the entire battlefield instantly filled his vision. The map's range exceeded everyone's imagination. The entire battlefield was divided into 3 large areas. On the east and west sides were 2 relatively flat landing zones, each marked with a prominent golden pentagram, representing the initial landing points of the 2 server captains. At the core of each landing point stood a glowing signal base station. The real meat grinder was in the center. It was a chaotic region, broken into pieces by countless deep canyons, steep mountains, and complex meteorite craters. 3 signal base stations stood like nails, irregularly hammered into the heart of this chaotic area. To reach them, one had to pass through several naturally dangerous passes. Each of these passes had a blood-red warning in the system, marked with extreme danger. At the very center of the map, at the intersection of all the mountains and canyons, was an enormous area shrouded in black mist. The map only marked 2 words. Nest. There was no further explanation. That area felt like a festering wound on the map, emitting a sense of ominousness and the unknown. In the public channel, discussions about the nest quickly flooded the screen. Captain 1233, nest? What is that? Sounds like a bad place. Captain 2580, no kidding, it's definitely a monster spawn point. Maybe there's a huge boss hiding inside, whoever kills it wins. Captain 0998, give it up, it might be a giant trap, whoever enters dies. I bet $5, it's filled with radiation or poison gas. Captain 3411, is there a chance it's the richest place for supplies? High risk, high reward. Speculations were running wild, but soon, players shifted their focus from the vague nest to more practical strategic locations, those treacherous passes. Captain 0366, Iron Fist Guild leader, ahem, everyone. The Iron Fist Guild has declared, the largest pass in the east, Peak of the Storm, is ours. Please show some respect. Captain 1776, Azure Dragon Guild leader, Iron Fist, your words are big. Peak of the Storm, that crucial choke point, and you think you can take it alone? Have you asked us, the Azure Dragon Guild? Captain 2401, stop arguing. The central Wailing Gorge is the key. Whoever controls that will directly threaten the 3 base stations. Our Sharp Blade squad will take it no matter what. For a moment, the public channel turned into chaos, with various teams dividing territories from afar, arguing fiercely. It was as if the war had already begun. The atmosphere in the team's private channel was equally fiery. Zhang Yunxian stared at the holographic map at the grandest and most perilous place, the Storm Peak, his eyes shining brightly. Zhang Yunxian, big brother. Everyone. Do you see it? That is the Storm Peak. Zhang Yunxian, that place is basically a natural fortress. One man can block 10,000. We must take it. Luing immediately followed, sending an emoji of cheering with flags. Luing, that's right, that's right. We are recognized as the #1 top team in the whole server now, of course we must occupy the best place. Let's plant our flag on the highest peak. Zhang Luyan, indeed, taking it means we can attack or defend, strategic advantage is huge. Even the normally calm Chen Modao, after quickly analyzing the map, gave his approval. Chen Modao, from the terrain data, Storm Peak, is the high point of the whole map, has the widest shooting view, and only one narrow entrance. Once occupied, it forms absolute defensive advantage, and can overlook most of the central area's movements. It's a place soldiers must fight for. The team's opinions were unprecedentedly unified. The strongest should occupy the best spot. This logic is simple, crude, and effective. However, Lin Feng remained silent. He just quietly stared at the map, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest unconsciously, seemingly thinking about something. Su Qingzhu noticed his silence and carefully sent a message. Su Qingzhu, Lin Feng, what do you think? The channel instantly went quiet, all eyes focused on the avatar number 4198. Lin Feng finally slowly typed a line of words. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, you are all staring at the passes, but ignoring the most basic question. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Zhang Yunxian scratched his head, full of confusion. Zhang Yunxian, huh? Question? What question? Big brother, we are the strongest, isn't grabbing territory natural? What question could there be? Captain 4198, Lin Feng, natural? Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, then why doesn't the system just give Storm Peak to us directly and send a banner saying server champion? Put. Someone in the channel couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Yunchuan's face instantly turned red. He knew Lin Feng wasn't mocking him, but the words left him speechless. Zhang Yunxian, a big brother, I didn't mean that. What I meant was. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, I know what you mean. But think, why did the system give this map in advance? Simply for us to grab the peak and play Ancient War Simulator? Lin Feng's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heated minds. Yes. The ultimate goal of this game was to occupy signal stations and gain points. Grabbing a pass that is easy to defend and hard to attack certainly gives huge tactical advantage. But if everyone fights fiercely over just these few passes, the way to gain points is far too simple. It doesn't make sense. The higher the average server level, the more complex the landing points should be. Chen Madao, you mean this landing battle has other elements, giving the map early encourages us to think more, not just fight over one point? Captain 4198, Lin Feng, probably. The landing battle isn't necessarily a war of occupation, it's actually a war of points. If you only focus on the stations and passes, you might lose the whole war. These words made everyone in the channel fall into deep thought. Mo Yoli's avatar lit up, only sending 2 words. Mo Yoli, and then? She knew Lin Feng had seen more than just this point. Lin Feng looked at the huge map on the viewport, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, look closely at the map. Besides those fixed passes and stations, isn't there something else on the map? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately zoomed in on the map, examining it inch by inch with care. Soon, Luing was the first to notice a clue. Luing, huh? What are these? So many tiny twinkling lights. On the vast map, especially in those complex canyons and meteor craters, countless faint points emitting white light were appearing and disappearing randomly. They were insignificant, easily covered by the huge, blood-red checkpoint markers. Zhang Yunxian, what is this thing? Random events? Su Qingzhu, looks like some kind of resource points. Lin Feng didn't tease them any longer and directly revealed the answer. He lightly tapped a white light point on the screen, sharing its detailed information to the team channel. Random refresh point, advanced supply box. Chapter 0065, Creepy Development. Random refresh point, advanced supply box. When these words were shared by Lin Feng in the team channel, everyone froze. Zhang Yunxian, what is this? Even a mosquito leg is meat, you mean? He looked at the tiny white points on the map, almost negligible, his face full of question marks. Compared to the majestic, blood-red warning checkpoints, these small white points were like pixel noise on the map, completely unnoticed. Luing, brother Lin Feng, you mean, instead of fighting for the big checkpoints, we should go pick up these tiny points? Her words reflected the thoughts of most people. Ignoring a full banquet to pick up crumbs from under the table? This didn't match their number 1 guild in the server bold image. Lin Feng looked at the reactions in the channel, not surprised at all. He leaned back in the pilot seat and typed a line slowly. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, look at the rules carefully again. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, Rule 5, advanced supply boxes will randomly refresh on the battlefield. Opening them grants a large number of points and rare rewards. He deliberately highlighted several keywords with brackets in bold. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, random refresh, a large number of points. Understand? The channel fell silent again. This time, it was not because of confusion, but because of thinking. The first to react was Chen Madao. His avatar flashed, and his tone carried a sudden enlightened surprise. Chen Madao, I get it. Chen Madao, fixed. And random. Chen Madao, signal stations and checkpoints are fixed. They are there, visible to everyone, juicy targets. Once a battle starts, everyone, especially large teams, will rush to these places first. Zhang Luyan, right, in the public channel, Iron Fist Guild and Azure Dragon Guild are about to clash over Storm Peak. Chen Madao, but advanced supply boxes are random. Their locations aren't fixed, their numbers aren't fixed, even their refresh times may not be fixed. That means they are full of uncertainty. Chen Madao seemed like he had opened his mind, thinking instantly clear. Chen Madao, I quickly calculated. Both sides start by occupying 1 station each, that's the base points. The real fighting points are the 3 stations in the middle. Chen Madao, suppose our server is as strong as the enemy, fighting back and forth, the final result is likely as holding 2 stations, then 1, or vice versa. The point difference is at most 1 station. If it reaches 2 stations, the result is decided. Chen Madao, so, the fierce central battle doesn't change the fundamental outcome. Su Qingzhu quickly added a word. Su Qingzhu, and the fight for stations will be brutal, a hard-hitting war of attrition. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, correct. Lin Feng's two words were like a hammer, finalizing the point. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, concentrating all troops in one place to fight a positional battle is a general's thinking. But we are not generals, we are junglers. Junglers? Put. Zhang Yunxian almost spat water onto the screen. This metaphor, too strange, yet too fitting. Luing, he brother Lin Feng, you are so naughty. We don't go to team fights, we go steal jungle monsters, right? Mo Yoli, correcting, it's scavenging. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, who cares what it's called, why not do it? A sly smile curled on Lin Feng's lips. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, let the Iron Fist Gang and Azure Dragon Club fight hard on the front lines. Let them bleed for one hill. We will just roam the complex canyons and crater fields. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, they fight theirs, we pick ours. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, when they painstakingly capture a base, they look at the scoreboard and see us garbage pickers far ahead. That expression will be priceless. Making quiet profits, this is the true path. His words struck like lightning, clearing the fog in everyone's mind. Zhang Yunxian, brother, I get it. I completely get it. Zhang Yunxian slapped his thigh in excitement. Zhang Yunxian, we are sneaky growing? Luing, exactly. Build high walls, store much food, slowly claim the throne. Su Qingzhu, this is the safest method. Even the usually silent Mo Yoli broke the silence with two words. Mo Yoli, agree. In just a few minutes, the team's strategy flipped 180 degrees. From fight head-on, seize the high point to sneak behind enemy lines, raid resource points. The style changed suddenly. Chen Matao, so, a new problem arises. Since supply boxes spawn randomly, how do we choose the first landing point and attack route? Doesn't this map lose much of its reference value for us? Captain 4198, Lin Feng, no, exactly the opposite. Lin Feng denied his view. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, this map gives us the greatest tactical freedom. He manipulated the central control screen, enlarging the map. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, our final tactic isn't set now. It's decided in the last minute before landing. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, when the plane enters the battlefield, everyone's radar turns on at full power. Scan the whole battlefield. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, where the high-level supply boxes cluster, we rush the nearest checkpoint. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, some small, inconspicuous checkpoints are perfect for early bases and supply points. Center on the small checkpoint, radiate outward, like locusts, consume all supply boxes. After he spoke, the team chat went silent. Everyone was stunned by Lin Feng's flowing, seamless tactical plan. Step 1, Step 2, Step 3. Even post-battle developments were considered. This is no longer just tactics, this is strategy. Zhang Yunxian, brother, my knees feel weak. Luing, brother Lin Feng, what is your brain made of? Too amazing. Chen Matao. Chen Matao didn't speak, he just looked at Lin Feng's avatar, eyes full of shock and relief. He remembered when he first met Lin Feng, just feeling this person was strong and thoughtful. Later, he thought Lin Feng was decisive and had leadership charisma. Only today did he truly understand. Lin Feng's strength isn't just in his overmodified plane, nor his exaggerated special abilities. It's in his brain. A brain that sees the essence through appearances, instantly grabs the key to victory amid complex information, a genius-like mind. Compared to teams still arguing over which hill to fight for, they are ahead by more than one dimension. With such teammates, with such a leader, what could possibly fail? Chen Matao let out a long sigh, his nerves, which had been tightly wound, relaxed like never before. He leaned back in his chair, his face revealing the first smile of relief since entering this survival world. Chen Matao, everyone. He solemnly typed 2 words into the channel. Chen Matao, the strategy is clear, what's left is up to us. Chen Matao, to be honest, I am completely confident in this landing battle. His words ignited the enthusiasm of everyone in the channel. Zhang Yunxian, that's right. Let's do it. I can't wait to hear them crying and begging for mercy. Luing, let's grab all the resource boxes, drive those big fools crazy. He. Chapter 0066, what does he really mean? The strategy of Lin Feng's team had just been decided when the long brewing storm on the public chat channel finally pointed its focus on him. Captain 0366, Iron Fist Group Leader, at Captain 4198, Lin Feng, Boss Lin Feng, can you come out and say something? The voice of the Iron Fist Group Leader was like pouring cold water into boiling oil, causing the entire channel to explode. Captain 1776, San Long Association President, yeah, Boss Lin Feng, everyone is dividing up territories. Can you give us a clear answer? Our San Long Association would also like to avoid any conflicts, so we don't end up disturbing the Dragon King Temple. Captain 2401, Shark Knife Team Leader, Boss Lin Feng, we all heard about the Li Gui situation. You are magnanimous for letting the other 6 go, very generous. We Shark Knife admire you. This time, in the landing battle, we absolutely don't want to be enemies with a strong person like you. For a moment, the tone in the public channel completely changed. The teams that were just moments ago fiercely arguing over a few passes, now all united in an unprecedented way, at Lin Feng, speaking with politeness, even with a hint of respect. No choice, they had no choice but to show respect. The death of Li Gui, number 2144, was no longer a secret. That was a top-notch level 6, equipped with optical refraction camouflage and ghost bombs, but he never even got a chance to scratch Lin Feng's plane before turning to cosmic dust. Even as saying spread around. Lin Feng and Mo Yoli surrounded the other 7 people. Behind the 2 surrounding the 7, the result was that 6 of them walked away unharmed. What does this prove? It proves that Lin Feng is not only strong, but also follows rules and has principles. With someone like this, either don't provoke them, or find a way to cooperate. Captain 0366, Iron Fist Group Leader, Boss Lin Feng, our Iron Fist Group still wants Peak of the Storm. As long as you don't fight us for it, after we win the landing battle, all rare materials in our group will be sold to you at half price, how about it? Captain 1776, San Long Association President, half price? That's not enough of an offer. Boss Lin Feng, as long as you don't take our San Long Association's Howling Gorge, we are willing to directly offer you 3 of our treasured purple quality module blueprints. We'll make the trade immediately after the battle. One enticing offer after another was thrown out, making the captains of the free agent groups practically drool. This isn't a battle, it's more like offering tribute. In Lin Feng's team's private channel, Zhang Yunxian looked at these conditions, nearly drooling, but his words were full of disdain. Zhang Yunxian, big brother, don't believe them. Not a single one of these people is any good. Zhang Yunxian, that Iron Fist Group Leader, last time at Airport Zero, broke his so-called good brother's leg just to grab a stall. And the San Long Association, I heard that during the exploration of the abandoned space station, they promised to split the loot with the team, but in the end, they screwed them over, leaving them with nothing but their underwear. He was revealing all the dirty secrets of these big teams, exposing their skeletons one by one. Luing sent an expression of covering her mouth while secretly laughing. Luing, wow, Xian, you're good. Didn't expect you to be a battlefield reporter. Su Qingzhu, you did a great job with the intelligence work. Chen Modao, this information is very valuable. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Zhang Yunxian felt a little embarrassed as the group teased him, scratching his head. Zhang Yunxian, hee. Professional habit. Zhang Yunxian, I used to work as a tour guide, my favorite thing was collecting all sorts of little rumors and telling them to tourists to liven up the mood. Just for fun, don't take it seriously. Lin Feng looked at the screen and couldn't help but laugh. This guy really is a talent. A tour guide? Probably a paparazzi reborn, right? Not going into intelligence work would be such a waste of talent. He muttered this in his heart, then calmed everyone in the channel. Lin Feng, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After saying that, he switched back to the public channel. Facing that series of gestures and temptations, he didn't respond immediately, but slowly typed a line of words. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, I understand all your good intentions. A simple sentence, yet everyone staring at the screen felt their hearts jump to their throats. Here it comes. The big boss is about to speak. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Lin Feng's next words. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, however, these things you give honestly, the appeal is not enough. Once these words came out, the entire public channel fell silent. The Iron Fist Leader and the Azure Dragon Guild President, their expressions probably froze. Not enough? Is this still not enough? Half-price rare materials, 3 purple blueprints. This was already their greatest sincerity. Just how big is Lin Feng's appetite? As everyone wondered if Lin Feng was going to ask for a lion's share, his next words left them all stunned. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, the landing battle hasn't started, making promises now is meaningless. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, the battlefield changes in an instant, who knows what will happen. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, we'll talk then. After these 3 sentences, Lin Feng's avatar had no further movement. Various inexplicable emojis flooded the public channel. All the big bosses of the team stared at Lin Feng's vague words, their minds in chaos. What does this mean? Did he agree? Or refuse? We'll talk then, does it mean his mood at that time, or the situation on the battlefield? Not enough appeal, does it mean they should offer more, or he just doesn't like it? Impossible to guess, completely impossible. Unknown is the scariest. In the Iron Fist command channel, the leader slammed a fist on the console, face dark. This guy, is he playing with us? A nearby team member carefully said, "Leader, could he be waiting to watch the tiger fight, letting us and the others fight to the point of mutual harm, then he comes to clean up the mess?" Upon hearing this, the leader's face became even uglier. In the Azure Dragon Guild's channel, the atmosphere was equally tense. The president rubbed his chin, eyes shifting. "Send orders, the original plan remains, occupy Wailing Gorge. But everyone, be extra careful, send a scout team, watch 4198's movements closely. Any abnormality, report to me immediately." For a time, on the entire server 127, every known team, because of Lin Feng's few casual words, became on edge and uneasy. Their originally clear battle plans were now covered by a huge shadow. That shadow's name, Lin Feng. At this moment, the instigator was leisurely leaning on the driver's seat, drinking a glass of ice-cold cola. He watched the stream of Big Brother is awesome emojis from Zhang Yunxian and Luing in the private channel, feeling very pleased. "Playing an open strategy with me? You're still too inexperienced." After confirming the team strategy, what he wanted was not those few fixed checkpoints, nor any bribes. Only if the entire battlefield is chaotic can he pick up the treasure boxes. Chapter 0067 Start. Target, Shattered Stone Pass. In the exclusive channel of the Temporary Strategic Alliance, silence reigned. Unlike the public channel, where teams quarreled endlessly over territory, here the atmosphere was oppressively heavy. Several avatars were lit, but no one spoke. After a long time, a captain with the codename, Prophet 0027. A line of text was slowly typed out. "Prophet 0027, have you all finished reading it? Share your thoughts." Immediately, someone responded. "Hawkeye 0256, I don't understand. Lin Feng's words are vague, like he's playing Tai Chi. What does he really want? Black Widow 0111, he doesn't want anything. Or rather, the things the teams gave him, he doesn't care about at all. This man, his ambition is much greater than we imagined. Tyrant 0013, humph, a bunch of useless fools. Who cares what he wants? Once the landing battle begins, let's gather all our strength and crush him first. To avoid future trouble." Tyrant's words were filled with malice. But this time, no one agreed with him. "Prophet 0027, Tyrant, put away your reckless bravado. How did Li Gue die? Do I need to remind you again?" Tyrant 0013. "Prophet 0027, Lin Feng's actions are illogical. He rejected everyone's kindness, gave up easily attainable benefits, and placed himself in a position that no one can understand. Prophet 0027, when things don't add up, something's wrong. Prophet 0027, I have a feeling. This guy, he might have discovered something none of us have noticed about the real rules of this landing battle." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the channel was shaken. Prophet 0027, so, my plan is simple. Prophet 0027, once the battle begins, everyone should abandon the original plan. Don't bother with Storm's Peak, don't touch Wailing Gorge. Prophet 0027, we only have one goal. Prophet 0027, follow him closely. Prophet 0027, wherever he goes, we go. Whoever he fights, we fight alongside him. If he's scavenging, we'll follow behind and pick up the scraps. I want to see with my own eyes, what exactly is he up to? Tyrant 0013, you mean we're going to be his little brothers? Prophet 0027, no. The prophet's avatar flickered for a moment, and there was a hint of depth in his voice. Prophet 0027, we are observing. If he really has value, then we'll make him a primary target for the future, and drain everything from him. You should know who's backing us, the Alliance. This landing battle is our best chance to expand our organization's power. Prophet 0027, and this Lin Feng, either he's our stepping stone, or he's our perfect prey. That night, no one could sleep. Excitement, nervousness, fear, anticipation, all kinds of emotions brewed in every corner of server 127. Some stayed up all night, wiping their cannons over and over, fantasizing about the slaughter they would bring tomorrow. Some were restless, repeatedly checking every module of their planes, afraid of the slightest mistake. And there were others, like Lin Feng, who turned off all communication, set the plane to deep cruise mode, and seized the last moments to rest and recharge. Time passed, second by second. Finally, when the clock pointed exactly to 12 p.m. That sweet, melodious system notification sounded, like a divine command, resonating in every pilot's mind. Server-wide notification. Server merge, landing battle, officially started. Forced jump process initiated. Buzz. A terrifying, irresistible force from the very fabric of space instantly enveloped every plane in cruise mode. The vast universe outside the windows was instantly torn and twisted, transforming into a chaotic, shimmering whirlpool. Every pilot felt like they were thrown into a high-speed tumble dryer, spinning uncontrollably. This feeling lasted for less than 3 seconds. When the vision cleared again, everyone realized they were surrounded by thick clouds that seemed to have no bottom. Soon after, a powerful gravitational force came, dragging the massive fleet of planes downward. Whoosh! Penetrating through the clouds. A sudden clearing. A massive, unimaginable, abandoned starport, floating in orbit like the skeleton of an ancient giant beast, quietly appeared before everyone. A jagged metallic canyon, broken star docking bays, giant rusted buildings, everything exuded a sense of post-apocalyptic desolation and grandeur. Although it had been studied countless times on the map, when witnessing the scene with their own eyes, the visual impact still made many of the captain's minds waver. However, what truly sent chills down everyone's spine was the distant sight. On the other side of the starport, there was also a vast landing area. At this moment, the clouds there were also being torn apart. Countless black light dots, like an ant swarm from a broken dam, crazily surged out of the cloud hole. 1,000 aircraft. It was a steel torrent that covered the sky and blotted out the sun. A terrifying force capable of suffocating anyone. Server 128, the blue faction, has arrived. Gulp. A series of gulping sounds echoed through the public channel. Captain 3301, brothers, I suddenly feel like my rocket launcher might not be enough. Captain 4256, don't say that, my legs are a bit weak right now. Their numbers may be smaller than ours, but it's only a little less, right? Captain 0366, Iron Fist Corps leader, why panic? Their server is about to go down, that's why they are merging factions, just a bunch of useless mobs. Our Iron Fist Corps can take down 2 of them. Before the battle even began, the momentum had already lost a third. Lin Feng only glanced faintly at the enemy aircraft in the distance before retracting his gaze. More people, the messier the situation, that's a good thing. He muttered in his heart, then immediately gave an order in the team channel. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, everyone, stop watching the show and focus. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, Chen Madao, it's up to you. In an instant, everyone's eyes in the team focused on Chen Madao's avatar. Understood. Chen Madao growled, veins popping on his forehead. His eyes, at that moment, sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. Countless streams of data, like waterfalls, surged and refreshed in his pupils. The brim of the cap he was wearing almost got blown off by the power of this force. Entrusted with such an important task by Lin Feng, his emotions were a mix of excitement and unprecedented tension. He knew that the first and most crucial step of the team was in his hands. Squeeze it out. He had to squeeze out every bit of his energy, every ounce of his computing power. All the aircraft's radar power was turned up to the maximum at this moment. A massive amount of information surged into Chen Madao's brain like a tidal wave, being filtered, integrated, and analyzed by his terrifying data core. Altitude was constantly decreasing. 20,000 meters. Just as all the aircraft were about to enter the combat height where they could fire freely, Chen Madao's voice, a bit hoarse from overcomputation, suddenly exploded in the channel. Found it. Coordinates, E7 area. That's where the highest density of supply boxes refreshes. The nearest pass to us is Shattered Stone Pass. Lin Feng had no doubts. He didn't even ask why. All units, turn. His voice was calm and decisive, transmitting to every team member's ear through the channel. Target, Shattered Stone Pass. Engine overload, full speed ahead. Boom. A muffled sound of an explosion. Lin Feng's aircraft, dark golden all over with a fierce cannon barrel, suddenly erupted with a dazzling blue flame from the tail nozzle. It was like a meteor breaking free from the pull of gravity, instantly breaking away from the main force and heading at an extreme angle toward the chaotic canyon area, leading the charge. The terrifying acceleration made all the captains of the 127th server, who saw the scene, almost have their eyes pop out. Holy cow! What speed is that? It's 4198. It's Captain Lin Feng. Where is he going? That direction doesn't seem to be Storm's Peak? Countless gasps and questions rang out. But the most shocked were the commanders in the blue faction's command channel. Report. We've detected an enemy super high-speed unit. It is breaking away from the main formation, single-handedly entering the central battle zone. Estimated speed over 15 Mach. Our radar almost couldn't lock onto him. Damn it. How could there be such a monster on the other side? Quick. Intelligence team. Analyze his target location. The faces of several team leaders from the blue faction instantly became incredibly serious. Such a powerful ace appearing at the start signals that this is definitely going to be a brutal battle. A few seconds later, the report from the intelligence officer came with a crying tone. Report, bosses. The target has been confirmed. He seems to be heading towards the godforsaken, Rocky Pass. The entire blue faction command channel suddenly felt like it had been disconnected. All the big bosses were collectively stunned. Rocky Pass? What the heck is that? We've mobilized our forces, ready for a showdown at the peak of the Purple Forbidden City, and this super elite soldier starts by running to some small dirt hill outside the newbie village? What's going on? Chapter 0068, The Troublemaker. The public channel of the Blue faction had completely turned into a mess. Report. The enemy scout is too fast. Our fire control radar can't keep up. He's heading for the Rocky Pass. What kind of place is that? Forget about him. Main forces. Quick. Seize Storm Peak. We can't let the people from Server 127 get the high ground. Countless commands and exclamations flooded the channel. Most of the pilots were caught in the confusion and excitement of the early battle. However, amid the noisy background of communications, the cockpit of an airplane painted in flashy yellow, with a tiger face painted on its wings, was a completely different atmosphere. Twahaha! A young man with slightly long, messy hair and a silver earring on his earlobe was laughing uncontrollably, slapping his thigh. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out. What a talent! Truly a genius! While laughing, the young man pointed at the holographic screen, showing the dark golden light dot charging toward the Rocky Pass at a breakneck speed. Look, look! Everyone else is rushing to grab those big landmarks, but this guy is going in the opposite direction, heading straight for some corner. Beside him, two smaller screens displayed his teammates' avatars. One of them, wearing black-framed glasses, looked scholarly. The other was a short-haired girl with a round face and a bit of baby fat. The glasses-wearing guy pushed his glasses up and calmly analyzed, from a tactical perspective, this choice is very brilliant. He avoids the main firefight zone, secures the first strategic point without any damage, and can immediately clear any possible supply drops nearby. The round-faced girl blinked her big eyes, full of curiosity. Captain, you're laughing so hard, could it be our plan is the same as his? Upon hearing this, the young man laughed even harder. He grinned widely, showing a mouthful of white teeth, with two particularly sharp tiger teeth standing out, giving him a mischievous, playful vibe. Bingo! You got it right. He snapped his fingers. Let those big fools play muscle wars on the front lines. The three of us will be scavengers on the battlefield today. Look for opportunities, find loopholes, and take advantage. The young man with tiger teeth shouted his motto loudly. 5,000 meters above the ground. The aerial battlefield had turned into a hell of steel and flames. Hundreds of planes, like a frenzied swarm of bees, were engaged in a brutal fight. Tracer rounds cut through the sky, leaving arcs of death. Missiles trailed long tails of smoke, chasing down their targets. Every flash of a laser cannon left a short but deadly beam in the air. The Iron Fist Group and Song Long Society, as the two main forces of Server 127, were currently engaged in the fiercest slaughter with several major Blue faction teams on the path to Storm Peak. Boom! A Blue faction plane was hit by 3 missiles simultaneously due to a positioning error. An orange fireball erupted in the sky. The dazzling light even outshone the stars in the sky. The wreckage of the plane shattered into countless burning fragments, like a shower of deadly meteors, falling toward the bottomless canyon below. Captain 7741, Blue Team, has been destroyed. The cold system alert popped up on every central control screen at once. The first one. In less than 5 minutes of battle, the first casualty appeared. This bloody alert hit the heads of all hot-blooded captains like a bucket of ice water. This is not a game. This is a war where you really die. Crazy roars echoed in the public channel. Captain 0366, Iron Fist Clan Leader, well done. Brothers. Charge. Show them the power of Server 127. Captain 1776, Azure Dragon Society Chief, Blue Scum. Your time to die has come. The brutality of war did not scare them, it only ignited the ferocity in everyone. The air battle grew ever more brutal. And below this chaotic battlefield, 3 unremarkable planes slipped silently away from the combat altitude like ghosts. It was the squad of the Tiger Fong youth. Captain, our current altitude is 3,000 meters, we've completely avoided the main battlefield. The glasses-wearing man's voice came over the comms, tinged with tension. Most of the ground supply boxes spawn at the bottom of the canyon. Should we find a place to drop down? The Tiger Fong youth looked at the explosion cloud on the screen, not a trace of fear, only a playful smirk on his lips growing stronger. He smelled opportunity. An opportunity 100 times more thrilling than grabbing a few boxes. No. He exhaled the single word lightly. Plan, adjusted a little. The round-faced girl froze. Ha? Adjust? We're not grabbing the boxes? Grab, of course we grab. The Tiger Fong youth chuckled, his 2 tiger teeth catching a sly glint in the cockpit light. But before grabbing trash, we kick the trash can first, so more garbage will fall out. The glasses-wearing man immediately realized, his voice full of surprise. "Captain! You don't mean to." "Exactly." The Tiger Fong youth pushed the joystick hard, the bright yellow plane roared, its nose turning, accelerating toward a direction no one expected. "Everyone is staring at those few broken peaks, the main battlefield is a mess. This is our best chance." His voice went through the channel, clear in the ears of his two teammates. "Let's give the battlefield a big gift. Blue team, temporary command channel." An intelligence officer monitoring the whole battlefield stared at the data panel, sweat pouring from his forehead. "Report. Fierce fighting in Zone A, our side lost 3 planes, enemy lost 5, advantage with us." "Report. Zone C, Hull Canyon, has been controlled by our Blackwater Legion, defenses are being established." Reports flew in rapidly. Suddenly, the officer froze. His eyes were drawn to 3 fast-moving green dots on the radar, representing friendly planes. He frowned and zoomed in on that map area. What are these 3 planes doing? Their path was very strange. They were neither heading toward any known checkpoints nor stopping at any supply zones. They were like sharp knives, moving straight, senselessly, into the central black area of the map, a place everyone silently considered forbidden. The officer's heart skipped. A terrifying thought rose in his mind. "No, it can't be." His voice trembled, fingers flying over the console, bringing up the map. When the 2 blood-red characters appeared on the screen, his face instantly turned pale as paper. "Nest. Crazy. They're crazy." The officer screamed in panic. The voice became sharp and piercing due to extreme fear. "Someone's heading towards the nest. Stop them quickly. Hurry." His warning was still a step too late. Almost at the same time he shouted. "Buzz." A wave of terrifying energy, beyond description, as if from the depths of ancient chaos, suddenly erupted from the nest area in the center of the map. The entire battlefield's radar screen was immediately flooded with blinding red alarms. Chapter 0069, The King of Chaos, Su Mingyu. The public channel of the Red Side server was also flooded with glaring red alarms. "Report. Ultra-high-intensity energy source detected. Coming from the nest direction. All units, attention. Retreat immediately. Repeat, retreat immediately. Disengage from enemy, blue side, contact." The leader of the Iron Fist Squad and the president of the Azure Dragon Society almost simultaneously gave the same command. The battlefield, where brains had just been shattered a second ago, now displayed an eerie harmony. Whether red side or blue side, thousands of aircraft, like the retreating tide, simultaneously pulled away, creating distance. The once thunderous battlefield communication channels instantly fell silent. Everyone nervously gazed at the ominous black area in the center of the map. It was as if an ancient giant beast had just flipped over from its slumber. Then, roar. A terrifying roar that words couldn't describe suddenly tore through the entire starport's sky. It wasn't a sound transmitted through radio, but a sonic wave directly affecting the mental realm. All pilots, no matter where they were, felt as though their heads were struck by an invisible giant hammer. With a buzzing sound, everything spun around. The pilots with slightly weaker strength even blacked out, almost fainting on the spot. What was that? Someone screamed in panic. In the nest, amidst the bizarre mountain peaks shaped like the ribs of a giant beast, a huge object slowly ascended. Its size was like a small mountain, covered entirely by a dark purple shell that seemed to be made of crystals. A pair of massive wings, like those of a bat, slowly unfolded behind it, each flap stirring a terrifying hurricane capable of shredding steel. The most chilling part was its head. It wasn't the head of any known creature, but a massive writhing, pulsating flesh made up of countless scarlet eyeballs, constantly converging and merging. Just a glance was enough to make one's sanity plummet. The offspring of Cthulhu and an alien? This little creature looks way too bizarre. Lin Feng frowned, silently complaining in his mind. After breaking free from the mountains, the monster didn't immediately attack, but instead looked up and let out another roar. Then, it violently flapped its wings. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom exploded behind it. Its enormous body, defying all logic, erupted with an unimaginable speed that didn't match its size, turning into a purple-black streak of light and piercing through the clouds. In the next second, it completely disappeared from all radar screens. It came suddenly and left just as suddenly. The entire battlefield fell into a state of confusion and helplessness. Just as everyone was still trying to figure out what happened, the sweet, sickening system notification rang out. Full server notification. Special conditions for the battlefield, Lost Starport, have been met. Hidden world boss, Star Bonewalker, has been awakened. New combat clause added. Only when the world boss, Star Bonewalker, is killed, will the battle end. The notification finished. The whole world was silent for 3 seconds. Then, it completely erupted. Pilot 3301, what the heck? Hidden boss? Is this something we can fight? With that size, I feel like it could kill an entire squad with a slap. Pilot 4256, stop talking. I just want to know, where did the boss go? System, at least give a coordinate. Pilot 0777, Luing, this is getting fun. Has it become PvPvE? Whoever finds the boss first will hold the initiative. Both sides' public channels were filled with crazy discussions and speculations. But in the blue team's channel, the atmosphere was even more bizarre. Amid the chaotic discussions, a seemingly insignificant message suddenly popped up. Captain 3451, wait a minute. Didn't 3 planes just head towards the nest? I think I saw them on the radar. They were yellow planes. This message was like a depth charge. Captain 8848, I remember now. It's that 9054. That crazy guy named Su Mingyu. He left the main force at the start, it must be him. Captain 7766, Su Mingyu? Again? What is this guy trying to do? In an instant, all the focus shifted to that bright yellow plane icon, with a tiger's smiling face painted on it. In the command channels of several major teams in the blue camp, the big shots were so angry they were about to grind their teeth to dust. Su Mingyu. You useless troublemaker who causes more harm than good. Who can contact him? Tell him to get back here right now. Can't contact him. This guy doesn't even pay attention to the chat box. The big shots angrily slammed their consoles. They weren't afraid of a godlike enemy, but they feared teammates who completely disregarded the rules. Just then, the avatar that everyone hated finally lit up. Captain 9054, Su Mingyu, oh my, why are all you big shots so angry? Is it menopause hitting early? He spoke with a tone that could literally make someone want to die from frustration. Captain 9054, Su Mingyu, instead of scolding me here, why don't you check the leaderboard? Maybe there's a surprise. His words reminded everyone. Without thinking, they all opened the leaderboard. The next second, everyone was stunned. On the leaderboard, 2 names shot up like they were on rockets, leaving everyone else far behind. First place, Captain 4198, Lin Feng, Red Team, points, 1250. Second place, Captain 9054, Su Mingyu, Blue Team, points, 980. The third place just broke 300. This gap was so huge, it left everyone dumbfounded. In the blue team's channel, a wave of curses erupted. Captain 8848, how dare you speak? Not only did you steal points for yourself, but you also stirred up the boss's nest, trapping all of us. Captain 7766, despicable. Shameless. This is an act of betrayal. Su Mingyu ignored these insults completely. His gaze was fixed on the name in first place on the leaderboard. 4198, Lin Feng? He grinned, his tiger teeth gleaming under the cockpit light, excited. Interesting. How did this guy manage to be faster than me? Su Mingyu rubbed his chin, deep in thought. He knew how powerful his special ability was. Although it only lasted for a short time, during that time, he was a god. His reaction speed and operation could reach an unbelievable level. But this 4198 was steadily surpassing him. Could they also be cheating? Just as he was thinking, a new change occurred. Alert! Alert! World boss sighting. It's coming down. Its target is Rock Fortress in Area D4. Brothers at Rock Fortress. Quickly retreat. A chilling warning echoed through the public channel. They saw the stellar skeleton walker, which had entered the clouds, suddenly dive down from another direction, its target directly aimed at a small pass occupied by the blue team. Captain 6543, help! Help! We're locked onto. We can't escape. Captain 6543, who's nearby? Who can come to save us? At Captain 9054, Su Mingyu. Su Mingyu. You're the closest to us. Su Mingyu, who was called out, glanced at the map. Rock Fortress was indeed only a canyon away from him. Instead of feeling any fear, his eyes immediately lit up, like a child who had just discovered a new toy. Oh ho! Delivered to my door? He licked his lips, then slammed the joystick forward. The bright yellow plane. A joyful roar burst out as the engine power instantly maxed out, charging straight toward the direction of Stonefort. Captain 9054, Su Mingyu, don't panic, I'll play with it. Upon seeing Su Mingyu really rush forward, the few desperate captains inside Stonefort felt a mix of emotions. And in the Blue Faction's command channel, a big shot watched the scene and sighed deeply. Sigh. Someone beside him asked in confusion, Boss, what's wrong? Su Mingyu is going to save someone, isn't this a good thing? The big shot forced a smile and shook his head. Of course, I know he's not a bad guy. But this guy is completely uncontrollable. His only standard for doing things is it fun? Am I interested? He's like a bomb that could explode at any time, you never know who will blow up next. The big shot leaned back in his chair, his face full of helplessness. I really don't know who in this world can control this troublemaker. Chapter 0070, Sea Monsters, Fight Monsters, Sea People, Fight People. The shrill alarm and explosive roars had become the main melody of the battlefield. But now, this melody mysteriously lowered in pitch. Starskull Walker, this giant beast, like an enraged mad bull, chased after Su Mingyu's 3 planes, crashing through the canyon, performing a thrilling cat-and-mouse game. Meanwhile, the main battlefield had fallen into a strange deadlock. The blue faction was completely thrown off balance by the appearance of the world boss, and suffered heavy losses in the initial chaos. At this moment, they could only be forced to pull back their lines, holding tightly onto their own signal base station and a few easily defendable choke points, becoming the proverbial turtles retreating into their shells. The major teams of the red faction attempted several strong pushes but were repeatedly defeated by the opponent's desperate ironclad defense. What's the rush? The leader of the Iron Fist group reassured everyone on the public channel. We hold one of the central base stations, and our score is growing every second. If we drag this out, they'll be the ones who lose. The president of the Azure Dragon Society also echoed. Exactly, the big picture is set. They won't be able to hold on for much longer. For a moment, the entire red faction was filled with an optimistic mood. Fighting had become as easy as punching in at work, even goofing off wasn't as relaxing. In the private channel of Lin Feng's team, the atmosphere was even more relaxed. Zhang Yunxian, big bro, are the blue faction guys like turtles? Their shells are pretty hard. Luing, they're definitely dying inside right now, watching their score get farther and farther away from ours. Chen Madao, the data shows that at the current rate of score increase in 6 hours, our total score will be 1.7 times that of theirs. There's no suspense in the outcome. Lin Feng leaned back in his seat, controlling his plane while casually searching the crater for scattered supply crates, occasionally glancing at the chat logs. He always felt that things weren't that simple. Since the system created Starskull Walker as a variable, it would never just let it be a mascot that chases players around. Suddenly, a change occurred. On everyone's central control screens, the usually steady and reliable scoreboard suddenly began to jump violently. A blinding data point shot upward like a rocket, crazily rising from a mid-ranking position to the top. Second place, Captain 9054, Su Mingyu, Blue Faction, score 980. This number started to skyrocket at an entirely unreasonable speed. 980, 1500, 2800, 4500. In just a few seconds, Su Mingyu's personal score surpassed Lin Feng, who had been holding the top spot, and it was still growing at a terrifying pace. The whole world seemed to have been muted. The next second, both public channels on the 2 servers exploded. Captain 3975, Red Faction, am I seeing things? Someone tell me this isn't real. That 9054 is definitely cheating. Captain 1124, Red Faction, system bug? This score is rising faster than my blood pressure. Captain 8848, Blue Faction, Su Mingyu? What did he do? Captain 7766, Blue Side, oh my god. What did he do to the boss? Everyone went crazy. Countless captains instinctively pointed their radar and high-magnification observation devices at the chaotic area on the map where the world boss was. Then, an image appeared on their screens that would be unforgettable for a lifetime. In the depths of the crisscrossing canyon, that flashy, bright yellow plane underwent an earth-shattering transformation. A dazzling, blinding golden light suddenly erupted from the bright yellow plane. The entire plane seemed to be covered in a flowing golden holy armor, and countless piercing energy arcs burst from its surface. Its speed and firepower were instantly enhanced to an unimaginable degree. Countless thick energy beams, like the wrath of gods, rained down from the golden plane, relentlessly and precisely striking the massive body of the Star Skeleton Walker. Roar! The world boss let out a painful, agonizing roar. Under Su Mingyu's furious onslaught, its indestructible dark purple crystalline shell began to shatter piece by piece. A huge wound, deep enough to see its bones, appeared on its chest. Purple-black blood, like a waterfall from a broken dam, poured out from the wound. A sharp-eyed red side captain, using all his strength, shouted 3 words on the public channel. Captain 3301, it's bleeding. These 3 words struck everyone's mind like a lightning bolt. Captain 0777, Luing, attacking the boss's wound will earn massive points. Captain 0366, Iron Fist Group Leader, damn it. We've all been tricked. This boss is the real point generator. Captain 1776, President of Azure Dragon Guild, taking the base is just basic points. The key to victory lies in the ownership of this boss. In an instant, everyone understood. Holding the base, slowly wearing down the enemy? That's a turtle's tactic. The real trump card lies in that bleeding behemoth. In Lin Feng's team's channel, it also exploded. Zhang Yunxian, what the hell? Is this kid in some Super Saiyan mode? He's too crazy. Su Qingzhu, his points are still rising. Too terrifying. Chen Madao, based on the data model, if he takes down the boss alone, just his points alone would be enough to turn the entire situation around. Everyone's emotions were like a roller coaster. The advantage they had painstakingly built was as fragile as paper in front of this unpredictable madman. In the channel, everyone's gaze instinctively focused on Lin Feng's avatar. Lin Feng remained silent. He simply watched the dazzling golden light show off on the screen, watching the terrifying points continuously rise. There was no panic on his face. Instead, there was a confident smile. He slowly typed a line of text in the channel. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, the previous strategy is all invalid now. When these words came out, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, everyone, set engine power to maximum, target, world boss. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, full speed ahead. The command was simple, decisive, and unquestionable. Everyone immediately began to turn their planes around, the engine's roar once again rising in pitch. Zhang Yunxian was excited but confused. Zhang Yunxian, bro, if we go now, aren't we just helping Su Mingyu fight the boss together? How are points calculated? Lin Feng looked at the scenery rapidly retreating outside the window, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing more playful. He typed the last sentence. That sentence made the adrenaline of everyone in the team's channel skyrocket to the highest point in an instant. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, remember, once we get there, hit the monsters we see. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, and if we see people, hit them too. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap exploded in everyone's minds. The previous sneaky development frustration was instantly swept away. Instead, what replaced it was an incomparable excitement and shiver. This is them. This is the first team in the entire server, with the fangs they should have. Zhang Yunxian, oh. Zhang Yunxian let out an inhuman, strange cry, pushing the throttle stick all the way down. Let's make it turn upside down. On the other side. Achoo! Su Mingyu rubbed his nose and muttered. Who's been talking about me? The golden light on his body slowly faded away at this moment, and he seemed to have been drained of all energy, collapsing in the driver's seat, gasping for air. 10 seconds of real man, 1 minute of soft shrimp, this aftereffect is still so strong. He grumbled while looking at his achievements, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. First place on the leaderboard, feels good. At that moment, the guy with glasses beside him hurriedly reported. Captain. The radar shows that a large group of red side units is rapidly approaching. The leader is number 4198. Lin Feng. Oh. Su Mingyu's eyes instantly lit up. He wasn't the least bit nervous, but instead, he licked his lips. His sharp tiger teeth gleamed with excitement under the cockpit's light. He had been keeping an eye on Lin Feng's movements, wanting to see what this guy, who could easily beat him, would do next. Now, he got his answer. Had ha. Su Mingyu grinned, his smile cunning and flamboyant. I've been waiting for you guys for half a day. Finally ready to come out and fight properly? Chapter 0071, the scope has shrunk. A dark golden flash of light tore through the chaotic battlefield. It was like a red-hot branding iron, ruthlessly plunging into the space between the Blue Side's camp and the world boss, leaving everyone far behind. A horse in the dust. The terrifyingly unreasonable speed left everyone stunned. In the temporary command channel of the Blue Side's camp, a wail of disbelief rang out. What is that thing? A cruise missile? Report. It's enemy number 4198. It's that Lin Feng. He's advancing solo. Stop him. Stop him quickly. We can't let him get close to the boss. The orders were given fast and urgent, but it was all useless. Too fast. Lin Feng's speed had completely exceeded the locking limits of their fire control radar. Watching the dark golden death flash get closer and closer to the boss, the hearts of all the big shots on the blue side sank. It's over. They had been worried about Lin Feng making a move at the start, but now at the critical moment of the boss fight, was he really going to steal it? Just when all the blue side pilots were panicking, something unexpected happened. The bright yellow plane, which had been relentlessly attacking the boss, suddenly stopped firing. Then, the shimmering golden light on its body slowly faded away, as if the tide had receded. The entire plane seemed to be drained of all its energy in an instant, its engine flames dimming slightly, and it quietly hovered in midair, creating distance from the massive Starbone Walker. Roar! The world boss seemed stunned for a moment. Its massive head, made of countless eyeballs, turned as if puzzled by the little one that had just been making it scream, now suddenly wilting. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. What is Su Mingyu doing? Why did he stop? No energy left? No, look at his position. He didn't retreat, nor did he dodge. It seems like he's waiting for that 4198 to pass? A shocking guess surfaced in everyone's mind. Could it be he wants to duel with Lin Feng? The moment this thought emerged, the entire blue side channel exploded. Is he crazy? What's with the personal heroism at a time like this? Yeah. First stabilize the boss's aggro. What if the boss escapes because of him letting go? However, amidst the voices of doubt, an old pilot, who had once fought against Su Mingyu, slowly typed a line. Pilot number 8848, you guys haven't really fought Su Mingyu, you don't know how terrifying he is. Pilot number 8848, just watch. The great show is just about to begin. His words made the noise in the channel fall silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two planes, one yellow and one golden, rapidly approaching each other. Su Mingyu slumped in the pilot seat, panting heavily, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. The aftermath of being a true man for 10 seconds was more intense than kidney exhaustion. But his eyes shone frighteningly bright, staring fixedly at the rapidly approaching red dot on the radar screen, his lips curling up to reveal two sharp tiger teeth. Come on, come on. Let him see what kind of person it is that can steadily overpower him. His focus was more intense than ever. By calculating the opponent's terrifying speed, he instantly figured out an accurate time. 1 minute and 27 seconds. In 1 minute and 27 seconds, the opponent would enter his perfect attack range. In the blue team's channel, the old captain seemed to have realized something and started typing rapidly to explain. Captain 8848, 2 kilometers. Remember this distance. Captain 8848, this is Su Mingyu's divine domain. Once any enemy enters this range, his suddenly explosive power will instantly activate. In those 10 seconds, he is invincible. When these words were spoken, everyone gasped in shock. 2 kilometers? Instantaneous explosion? Invincible? Hearing this, it sounded too freakish. In an instant, all the blue team captain's emotions shifted from despair to extreme tension and anticipation. Take him down. Su Mingyu. Take down the highly threatening 4198. Everyone held their breath and silently counted down in their hearts. Distance, 3 kilometers. 2.8 kilometers. 2.5 kilometers. On the radar screen, the red dot representing Lin Feng was charging towards Su Mingyu's position with unstoppable momentum. No slowdown. No change in direction. Like a precision-guided missile. It's coming. It's coming to 2 kilometers. Shoot him down. Countless people in the blue team channel shouted in excitement. Inside Lin Feng's cockpit, he looked at the yellow dot on the screen that was quietly waiting, a faint smile curling on his lips. Playing a level 999 instant kill boss here? Kid, you're thinking too small. 2 kilometers. Just when everyone's heart was in their throat, just as Su Mingyu's fingers were already on the attack button, ready to unleash a thunderous strike. V-Room. The dark golden plane made an unexpected move that no one could have predicted. The fuselage suddenly tilted. The tail engine nozzle erupted with an asymmetric burst of light. With an almost 90-degree extreme turn, it completed a terrifying right-angle drift at high speed, breaking all the laws of physics. The posture was graceful, as if dancing on the tip of a blade. What? Su Mingyu's pupils contracted sharply, and his finger, which was about to press the button, froze in midair. He turned? Why isn't he charging straight at me? Before he could process this, an even more jaw-dropping scene occurred. The moment the drift was completed, a row of dark cannon barrels suddenly extended from the side wings of Lin Feng's plane. The fire god cannon's muzzles fired tons of destruction in the next second. Da-da-da-da-da. The dense metal storm instantly ripped through the sky. Countless tracer rounds drew arcs of death, screaming toward the distance. The bullet trajectories cut through the air, making a cold arc, accurately bypassing Su Mingyu's plane. The target wasn't him at all. It was the world boss, who had just snapped out of his daze and was now roaring to the heavens, ready to pick a lucky spectator to send to the skies. Puff 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 puff. A series of dull, thudding sounds echoed. All the armor-piercing rounds hit their mark, with none missing, all precisely slamming into the huge wound on the chest of the star skeleton walker that was deep enough to see the bone. Roar! Old wounds mixed with new wounds. The intense pain made the world boss let out a howl that was 10 times more miserable than before. Purple-black blood, like a high-pressure water gun, sprayed out wildly. At the same time, on everyone's leaderboard, the long string of numbers behind Lin Feng's name began to jump up madly in the same unreasonable way. The entire battlefield fell into absolute silence. All the pilots, whether from the red side or the blue side, stared at this incredible extreme maneuver, watching the rapidly rising score, their minds blank. Su Mingyu was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the dark golden plane that perfectly brushed past the edge of his god domain, while crazily attacking the boss, and then disappeared into the distance. For a long while, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Not you. Are you going to hit me? Chapter 0072, you call this a coincidence? The booming sounds of the battlefield were as if someone had pressed the mute button. All the gunfire, as if in perfect agreement, ceased. Thousands of planes, regardless of red or blue, hovered in the air as if under a spell. Everyone's screens were locked on to that shocking scene. A dark golden streak of light, at an unbelievable angle, brushed past the maximum attack range of a yellow plane, while accurately pouring tons of ammunition into the hideous wound on the world boss's chest. One strike, far-reaching. The entire process was smooth and fast, to the extreme, showing off beyond measure. The red side public channel, after 3 seconds of dead silence, exploded in an instant. Pilot 3301, what was that just now? An illusion? I saw a light. Pilot 0366, Iron Fist Team Leader, that's Lin Feng's plane. What is he doing? Even the textbook didn't show such a flashy move. Pilot 0777, Lu Ying, brother Lin Feng is awesome beep. Broken voice. The blue side channel was in complete chaos, with whales everywhere. Pilot 8848, what's going on? How did he get past? Why didn't Su Mingyu fire? Pilot 7766, it's over. The boss's aggro was pulled away. Quick, look at the leaderboard. The points of number 4198 are starting to soar again. Pilot 3451, Su Mingyu. What are you doing? Are you in a daze? The entire battlefield, because of Lin Feng's one move, was plunged into massive chaos and division. And at the center of the storm, inside the cockpit of the bright yellow plane, the atmosphere had frozen to the point of zero. Team leader, do you think this could be a coincidence? The round-faced girl's voice rang out on the private channel, with a hint of uncertainty. His turning position, just less than 10 meters away from our 2-kilometer limit distance. This is too accurate, right? The bespectacled man pushed up his glasses, his tone serious. From the data, completing this level of extreme turning at that kind of ultra-high speed, and controlling the error within 10 meters theoretically, it's impossible. Coincidence? Impossible? Su Mingyu didn't say anything. He slumped in his seat, breathing heavily, his sweat soaking the short hair on his forehead. His fingers were still tightly glued to the golden attack button, his knuckles turning slightly white from the excessive force. The entire person was like a cheetah, ready to pounce but had been toyed with by its prey, exuding a dangerous aura that had been ignited. He stared hard at the radar screen, watching the dark golden dot that had already opened the distance and was slowly circling the boss while attacking. In his mind, only one thought was wildly echoing. He knows. He absolutely knows my attack range. That move just now was intentional. He is messing with me. A wave of unprecedented frustration suddenly surged up from his chest, rushing straight to the top of his head. Ha! Su Mingyu suddenly let out a low laugh, his sharp tiger teeth gleaming under the cockpit's light. He slowly sat up straight. You won't come looking for me? Then I'll come looking for you. The moment those words left his mouth, he hesitated no more. The golden button was pressed down hard by him. 10 seconds of True Man, activated. Boom! A blinding golden light burst forth again from the bright yellow plane. The whole plane, as if injected with the blood of gods, its engines let out a deafening roar, turning into a golden lightning, charging fiercely towards Lin Feng. However, the moment he pressed the button, the moment the golden light lit up. In the distance, the dark golden plane leisurely outputting, made a move that made Su Mingyu's eyelids twitch violently. It stopped firing. Then, without hesitation, without a trace of dragging, the rear engine flared violently, retreating at a terrifying speed. The reaction speed was so fast, it was like it had predicted all his moves in advance. This is not a coincidence at all. Su Mingyu shouted in the cockpit. This guy had been calculating him from start to finish. First, using extreme maneuvers to toy with him, angering him, forcing him to actively activate his ability to chase. You think you can run away? Su Mingyu gritted his teeth, pushing the throttle to the limit. With the 10-second True Man boost, his speed was a full double of Lin Feng's. Even if there was some distance between them, so what? 3 seconds. No, just 2 more seconds were enough. He could catch that damn guy, then with the most violent firepower, blow him and his plane into the most dazzling fireworks in the universe. Golden streaks drew a straight, deadly path through the sky. He watched the distance to the dark golden streak close rapidly. 3 kilometers. 2 kilometers. 1 kilometer. A victorious smile appeared on Su Mingyu's face. But then, a shadow so huge it could not be described, without warning, covered his plane. Su Mingyu instinctively looked up. The next second, his pupils shrank to the size of needle points. Above him, the world boss, Star Bonewalker, which Lin Feng had kite for a long time, had somehow already adjusted its posture. Its massive wings that blocked the sky suddenly folded, and its huge body, like a purple-black meteor, slammed down fiercely. Perfectly in the path he needed to chase Lin Feng. The head, made of countless crimson eyeballs, locked tightly on his golden shining plane, as if saying, "You enjoyed hitting me just now, huh? Now it's my turn." The smile on Su Mingyu's face froze. He looked at the wall made of flesh, armor, and eyes rapidly growing ahead, then at the dark golden streak that had escaped. His brain crashed for 3 seconds. Then he broke down. Aha! A roar shaking the earth and sky echoed in the private channel. Immediately after, a demonic sound that more than 4,000 pilots would never forget blasted through the public channel into everyone's ears. He actually maxed the public channel communication permission. The sound was like 50 megaphones tied together, bombarding your ears with 360-degree surround stereo. Captain 9054, Su Mingyu, Lin. Come out. What kind of hero are you? Despicable. Shameless. Dirty. Captain 9054, Su Mingyu, using the boss to block your way. Do you still have any dignity as a master? If you're brave, fight me properly. One-on-one. A duel between men. Captain 9054, Su Mingyu, what are you hiding for? Are you scared? You're a coward. Weakling. Turtle hiding in its shell. Captain 9054, Su Mingyu, I tell you, if you don't come out to fight today, you are my grandson. No. You are my great-grandson. Your whole family is my great-grandson. A storm of rambling words, like mental pollution, wildly hitting everyone's eardrums. The speed of speech burned like fire. The volume was so loud it distorted. The originally tense battlefield instantly became noisy. All the captains, red and blue alike, listened to this string of demonic sounds with total confusion. A few seconds later. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore in the public channel. Captain 3301, red, brothers of the blue side, can you control your guy? My headset is about to explode. Captain 8848, blue, don't look at me. I don't know him. Somebody cut his mic. Please. Captain 0366, Iron Fist leader, too loud. This is pure noise attack. Captain 4198, Lin Feng, at Captain 9054, Su Mingyu, friend, have you ever listened to crosstalk? Your fast speech is slicker than naming dishes. As Lin Feng's calm message appeared, Su Mingyu's demonic sound stopped immediately. 2 seconds later, he shouted back with even more volume. Captain 9054, Su Mingyu, you call that crosstalk? Your whole family does crosstalk. If you dare, don't run. Come out and duel. Watching the chaos in the channel, Lin Feng leaned back in the pilot seat and couldn't help laughing. This guy, he's wasting talent if he doesn't become a straight man in crosstalk. He silently complained in his mind, looking at the golden light point far away, tangled with the boss, dodging clumsily while still shouting insults. Now, step 2 begins. Chapter 0073, Unexpected Gain. In Lin Feng's team channel, the atmosphere was now extremely lively. Zhang Yunxuan's strange shout almost blew everyone's minds. Zhang Yunxian, oh. Big brother. Amazing. You're my real brother. That move just now was divine. Luing, brother Lin Feng, did you already know that blonde kid would chase out? You made him so mad he's doing crosstalk in the public chat. Su Qingzhu, so amazing. Su Qingzhu's words were as innocent as always, but admiration nearly spilled out of the screen. Lin Feng only smiled lightly. He looked at the radar, seeing the golden light point being chased wildly by the world boss, dodging while still spamming the public chat, calm in his eyes. Lin Feng, basic operation, don't overpraise. As soon as he said this, Zhang Yunxian shouted even louder. Zhang Yunxian, you call this basic operation? Big brother, teach me. I want to learn moves this flashy. Lin Feng didn't keep it a secret. He highlighted the avatars of 2 people on the team screen. One was Mo Yoli, the other Chen Madao. Lin Feng, this success isn't only my own credit. Lin Feng, Mo Yoli's prophecy fragment, gave me a vague vision in advance, letting me know Su Mingyu has a short burst ability, and that the world boss can be used as a wall. Mo Yoli's avatar flashed, still concise. Mo Yoli, I only provided possibilities. Lin Feng, also, Dr. Chen Mada's terrifying calculation power analyzed in real time the exact attack range Su Mingyu likes to use while I charged, with error no more than 10 meters. That's how the extreme drift happened. Chen Madao adjusted his cap, eyes under the brim shining with data streams, a hint of excitement in his voice. It's all because Lin Feng commanded correctly. Everyone suddenly understood. That brilliant move was backed by such precise planning and coordination. Mo Yoli's foresight, plus Chen Mato's calculation, executed by Lin Feng's monstrous skill. The combination of these three people was basically a bug. Zhang Yunxian, got it. Big brother shows, sister-in-law watches the future, strategist calculates. Our iron triangle is invincible. Mo Yoli's avatar darkened instantly. Who's your sister-in-law? Her mind was calm, even a bit tempted to shoot a freeze bomb at Zhang Yunxuan's plane. Lin Feng ignored Zhang Yunxuan's clowning. He looked at the chaotic battlefield far away, lips slightly curved. Lin Feng, the bait is set. Next, just wait to haul the net. He paused, then added. Lin Feng, by the way, I'm a bit interested in that Su Mingyu. Hearing this, Zhang Yunxian froze. Ah? Big brother, you're interested in him? That guy is our enemy. Aren't we supposed to capture him, along with the boss, later? Lin Feng shook his head. Lin Feng, don't you understand the essence of this landing battle yet? Lin Feng, the system notice was very clear, the final result of the landing battle is server merging. Lin Feng, that means, from the moment the landing battle ends, all of us, and everyone from server 128, will no longer be enemies. His words woke people from their dreams. Luing was the first to react, her voice filled with surprise. Luing, Lin Feng, you mean, you want to bring him over to our side? The entire teen channel fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned by Lin Feng's bold idea. That Su Mingyu, although he seemed a bit off mentally, his strength was real and terrifying. His burst abilities were like battlefield weapons. If we could bring him into the team. The image was too beautiful, no one dared to imagine it. Mo Yoli's avatar began flashing on and off again. Her brows furrowed tightly inside the cockpit. Bring that chatterbox into the team? No, my head's starting to hurt. I need to find a way to limit him to only 10 sentences a day. Or, just physically shut him up? On the other side. Boom! Su Mingyu piloted the golden plane, narrowly dodging a giant claw that the star skeleton walker had swiped at him, while swiftly launching a charged light cannon that hit the boss's knee joint precisely. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The massive limb of the world boss snapped off. Roar! The star skeleton walker let out a painful howl, its massive body staggered, nearly falling. Its movements became even slower. And after this final blow, Su Mingyu's score shot up sharply again, securely sitting in first place, leaving second place Lin Feng nearly a full point behind. High places are cold. But Su Mingyu was only filled with bitterness now. Because, just as he fired that light cannon, the golden glow enveloping his plane suddenly went out, like a candle burning out. A wave of overwhelming weakness immediately swept over his body. Damn, not a drop left. Su Mingyu slumped in his seat, feeling as if his body had been drained, and the entire plane began to give off an unbearable alarm. Engine power down by 80%. Weapon system overheating, forced to cool down. The body showed small cracks. The side effects of 10 seconds of true manhood were more torturous than the timely arrival of Ant Flo. He stared at the world boss in the distance, still fierce despite losing a leg, his teeth nearly grinding down. The cooked duck was right in front of him, but he didn't have the strength to eat it. If he kept fighting, forget about eating meat, he'd end up as the boss's snack. Retreat! Su Mingyu made a quick decision, pulling the control stick sharply, ready to leave the battlefield. As long as the Green Mountain remains, there's no fear of firewood running out. At worst, he'd leave the boss to that guy named Lin. Anyway, his points were far ahead, the advantage was his. However, the next second, his pupils suddenly jolted. The cockpit's alarm radar let out an ear-piercing buzz. He saw in his rear side, the area he thought was absolutely safe, a dark golden streak of light suddenly tore through the darkness, appearing silently in his sight like a top predator hidden in shadows. It was him again. Lin Feng. How did he end up here? Su Mingyu's eyelids started to uncontrollably twitch. Wasn't he supposed to be at the front battlefield, waiting for him to weaken the boss before coming to collect the kills? Why was he on his retreat path? A terrifying thought, one that made his whole body shiver, suddenly rose from the depths of his heart. This guy. From the very beginning, his target wasn't the boss. It was me. Chapter 0074, Don't Run, My Friend. The ear-piercing alarm sounded as if it would tear Su Mingyu's eardrums apart. Inside the cockpit, the red warning lights flashed wildly. His face, slightly pale due to weakness, was reflected in the dim light. Energy core output is below 30%. The integrity of the body structure is 81%, with 17 tiny cracks. Weapon system is forcibly cooling, expected time remaining, 47 seconds. Cold, mechanical system alerts pounded on his taut nerves like heavy hammers. So annoying. Su Mingyu clenched his teeth, forcefully pushing the last backup energy crystal into the energy compartment, buying himself a moment of relief. He felt like a man who had just run a marathon and was now forced to sprint 100 meters, every cell in his body screaming in protest. The aftereffects of 10 seconds of True Man were more deadly than he imagined. Behind him, that dark golden streak of light, like a hawk locking onto its prey, followed him at a steady pace, maintaining a distance that both trapped him and made him feel utterly suffocated. Just then, a soft, magnetic voice, one that made him grind his teeth in irritation, echoed through the public speaker channel. "Friend 9054 ahead, please stop your futile resistance." This voice even had a surround sound effect. Su Mingyu's eyelids twitched violently. This guy actually turned on the public speaker. "Are you still troubled by fighting alone? Still worried about no one supporting you in critical moments? Still helpless when you're exhausted and being chased?" Lin Feng's voice was full of charm, just like a late-night TV host selling fake medicine. "No need for 998, not even 888. Join us now and you'll gain a solid, reliable team, a group of beautiful colleagues, and a wise and capable leader. Action speaks louder than words. Quickly open the private chat channel and reply, 'I want to join to start your glorious life.'" Put. Su Mingyu almost spat out a mouthful of blood onto the control screen. At the same time, a private chat request popped up on his control panel. "Captain 4198, Lin Feng, requests to chat privately with you. Accept, decline." Without thinking, Su Mingyu slapped the decline button. But the next second, that pop-up appeared again. Decline. It popped up again. Decline. 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 Su Mingyu's fingers left after images on the screen, and he was about to go insane. Is this guy a demon? Physical pursuit plus mental harassment, is there no peace? Unable to bear it any longer, Su Mingyu angrily opened the Blue Faction's public chat channel, his fingers turning into flashes as he started to spam the screen wildly. "Captain 9054, Su Mingyu, where is everyone? Where are you all hiding? Anyone come help me out. Captain 9054, Su Mingyu, I'm the one who drew the boss for everyone. Is this how you treat the hero? Don't you have any sense of public duty? Captain 9054, Su Mingyu, that Lin guy is right behind me. Two brothers, just stop him for a moment. Once I recover, I'll take you flying. Captain 9054, Su Mingyu, hey. Answer me. Stop playing dead." He spammed the screen so fast that the entire public channel's information flow started to lag. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. "Captain 8848, big bro, can you slow down? You're spamming faster than the boss's health drops, we can't even see the command info. Captain 7766, help you? How can we help? Look up at the sky. Who has time to spare now?" Su Mingyu instinctively looked up. He saw thousands of planes in the high-altitude battlefield, circling the crippled star skeleton walker, unleashing frantic firepower, with energy beams and missile trails of every color turning the sky into a giant kaleidoscope. Everyone was fighting desperately for points. A bunch of heartless guys. Su Mingyu gritted his teeth in anger. "Captain 3451, it's not that we don't want to help, we really can't. That Lin Feng's team is too shady. Captain 3451, just now, 3 brothers from the Black Water Legion tried to help you." As the plane approached, a jet as black as a shadow burst out from the meteor's shade like a ghost, and 3 freezing bombs instantly shut down their engines. They almost crashed on the spot. In the meantime, another captain sent a battle report. "Captain 5566, same here. I saw with my own eyes, 2 members of the Iron Cross squad tried a pincer attack, but a laser cannon, thicker than my waist, shot straight from 8 kilometers away and forced them back. That cannon was fired by that guy called Zhang Yinxian. Captain 8848, and it gets crazier. That giant rock guy, thinking his plane's armor was thick, tried to charge and become your shield. Then someone in the enemy team channel said, hit the connection on the 3rd armor plate on his left side, and several missiles hit it precisely. Giant rock is falling now, cursing over the comms, saying he feels like someone stripped him naked." Reading one shocking report after another on the channel, Su Mingyu's heart sank little by little. Mo Yoli's ghostly ambush. Zhang Yunchuan's long-range heavy cannon. And that unknown, terrifying analyst who could instantly see every weak spot. Lin Feng's team was not the temporary ragtag crew he imagined. It was a team with perfect coordination, clear division of labor, and each person had extraordinary skills. How could he fight this? For the first time, Su Mingyu felt a deep, overwhelming sense of helplessness. While he was stunned, the temporary commander of the Blue Faction, a man with an avatar of a roaring lion, finally lost patience. His voice, full of suppressed anger, echoed across the public channel. "Commander, Blue, Su Mingyu. Shut up. Commander, Blue, this is war. Not your personal show. No one is obliged to pay for your mistakes. Commander, Blue, stop spamming immediately. Solve your own problem. Otherwise, I authorize all members to block your comms. The commander's words hit him like a bucket of ice water. The whole channel went silent instantly. Su Mingyu stared at the lines of blood-red warnings, his mouth opening, but he couldn't say a word. He had been abandoned. Abandoned by the entire server he was in. A wave of immense grievance and anger surged in his chest. He suddenly lifted his head and looked through the cockpit window at the dark gold plane trailing him at a steady pace. In its cockpit, it seemed like a pair of eyes full of amusement quietly watched him. As if enjoying a splendid monkey show. That bastard. Su Mingyu's sharp tiger teeth bared, like a cat ready to bristle. Chapter 0075, Surrender Without Killing, Treat Captives Well. The dark gold streak behind him clung like a persistent worm, neither far nor near. Su Mingyu felt his lungs about to explode. He desperately squeezed the last energy from his plane while frantically spamming the blue public channel for help, only to receive the commander's cold warnings and complete indifference from all members. The world is cruel, and people's hearts are not what they used to be. These guys, when I recover, one by one, I'll remember every single one of you. Su Mingyu muttered to himself, trying to ease his frustration. Just then, that voice he hated so much sounded again over the loudspeaker. Friends ahead, have you made your decision? Lin Feng's voice was still calm, like strolling in his own backyard. If you hesitate any longer, you won't get a drop of the boss's soup. I'm always fair, giving you two choices. Stop now, we sit down for tea and talk about life and dreams. B, I shoot you down, and then we sit down for tea. Su Mingyu's eyes twitched violently at the corner. Is this a multiple choice question? This is a death sentence. He took a deep breath, but his face pretended to show a bargaining, business-like expression, and he also turned on the speakerphone. Ahem, brother, it's not like we can't talk. Look, I'm still number one on the blue team's individual ranking, a key player. If I'm switching teams, there should at least be some sort of gesture, right? Forget about the 5 insurances and 1 fund, the year-end bonus. The most important thing is, how many ladies are there in your team? Are they good-looking? I don't have many hobbies, I just like chatting with pretty colleagues about work. He rambled on while keeping his eyes fixed on the corner of the central control screen, where the skill cooldown timer was ticking down rapidly. Only 30 more seconds. If he could delay it for 30 more seconds, he would be able to revive for 10 more seconds. At that time, the sky is the limit. Lin Feng seemed amused by his words, letting out a light laugh. No problem, we can negotiate the terms slowly. However, let's change the place. This spot is too open, not suitable for confidential talks. As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, Su Mingyu noticed that the other's flight path slightly shifted, leading him towards an area at the edge of the map. There, large patches of dark clouds hung heavily over the mountains, as if ink could never dissolve. Occasionally, there were flashes of lightning within the clouds, giving off a very ominous feeling. Su Mingyu's heart skipped a beat, but then he had a sudden flash of inspiration. Trying to lead me into a complex terrain, using the environment to trap me? Ha, naive. In a place with low visibility and severe electromagnetic interference, once the distance was widened, it would actually be easier for him to escape. His inner thoughts clicked loudly, but he pretended to cooperate on the outside. All right. Brother, you lead the way, I'll follow. Cooldown timer, 10 seconds. 9. 8. The 2 planes, one in front and one behind, plunged into the thunderstorm cloud area. Suddenly, everything around them darkened, with countless tiny electric snakes darting wildly outside the windows, making a crackling sound. The various instruments in the cockpit began to wildly jump out of control. 3. 2. 1. Now's the time. Su Mingyu's eyes sparkled with intensity. He pushed the control stick violently, and the bright yellow plane's engine immediately went into overdrive, like an arrow shot from a bow, charging straight into the deepest part of the clouds. 10 seconds, a true man, start. Goodbye. Once I find a place to hide, recover, and come back out, I'll settle the score with you all. Golden light was about to envelop his plane again. But just at that moment. Boom! A terrifying, deafening sound, far worse than any thunder before, came from behind him. Then, the entire mass of dark clouds seemed to have been poked like a hornet's nest, going completely insane. Warning! Detected ultra-high concentration plasma reaction. Chen Mada's voice echoed in Lin Feng's team channel, calm and quick. Zhang Yunxian, now. Fire the plasma induction missile. Got it. Zhang Yunxian chuckled, pressing the pre-prepared launch button. A special missile, trailing a blue tail, shot instantly into the clouds. The next second, a sudden change occurred. The missile seemed to become a massive lightning rod, causing all the ionized particles within several kilometers to explode in an instant. Crackling. Hundreds of terrifying bolts of lightning, as thick as barrels, descended from the sky like the wrath of gods, turning this airspace into a death trap of lightning. Su Mingyu's smile completely froze on his face. He could only see a blank, white space in front of him, unable to see anything. Then, a lightning bolt, as thick as reason-defying, struck his plane with pinpoint accuracy. Zzz. Amid the harsh sound of the electric current, all the instruments, screens, and indicator lights in his cockpit. In an instant, everything exploded. Sparks flew. The entire plane instantly turned into a hunk of metal, losing all its power. No way. Su Mingyu felt the intense weightlessness as the plane stalled and plummeted, releasing his final cry of despair in his life. Thunder God and Lightning Mother, I was just passing by, buying soy sauce. Boom! With a huge roar, a bright yellow metal lump, trailing thick smoke, fell from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground, plowing a twisted, several dozen meters long ravine. Cough, cough, cough. The deformed cockpit door was kicked open with tremendous force from the inside. Su Mingyu, covered in dirt and looking like he'd just been pulled out of a coal pit, crawled out, with only his 2 tiger teeth still gleaming white. Luckily the plane was sturdy, and he didn't die. He patted his chest nervously, about to take out the control panel to check the plane's damage and assess if it could still be salvaged. Suddenly, a roar of engines, coming closer and closer. Su Mingyu looked up sharply. He saw the dark clouds above being torn apart, and 1, 2, 3, 6 planes slowly descending, forming a perfect encirclement, trapping him and his pile of broken metal in the center. The dark gold, oppressive-looking plane. The plane carrying a massive cannon, fierce and intimidating. The pitch-black, ghostly plane, exuding a chilling aura. Each one emitted an aura that made his heart race. Click. The door of the dark gold plane opened. A tall figure slowly walked out from inside. The person wore a simple combat suit, tall and straight. His face wasn't anything extraordinary, but those eyes were deep enough to see through everything. He walked step by step towards Su Mingyu, looking down at him with a playful smile on his face. Hello, number 9054. Now, shall we have a good chat about life and ideals? Su Mingyu stared blankly at the face in front of him. He had imagined countless times what the person might look like, maybe a muscular man or a sinister old man. But he never expected it to be such a harmless-looking young person. All the calculations, all the plans, felt like a joke in front of this person. A wave of overwhelming defeat surged in his heart. But he still gritted his teeth, using his last ounce of strength to shout, I refuse. Why? You guys are bullying the few with the many. Why not a one-on-one duel? Lin Feng smiled. He didn't speak but simply nodded lightly behind him. Not far away, the door of a plane opened. Zhang Yunshan and Mo Yoli, one on the left and one on the right, pushed out 2 tightly bound figures. The 2 saw Su Mingyu and immediately showed expressions close to crying. Captain! Save us! Su Mingyu looked at his 2 captured teammates, then at the surrounding black barrels of the guns. The last string in his mind, called stubbornness, snapped. All his resentment and frustration finally converged into one word. Damn! Su Mingyu suddenly scratched the back of his head, his hair looking like a mess of bird's nest. He was about to go crazy. You're ruthless. Speak. What do you want to let my people go? 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, does that still count? Chapter 0076, recognizing the big brother doesn't seem like a loss. A standard, formal electronic agreement appeared on the control panel in front of Su Mingyu and his 2 teammates. The terms were clear, rights and responsibilities clearly defined. Party A, Lin Feng. Party B, Su Mingyu, and his teammates Zhou Kai, Lin Wei. Sign this, and from now on, we'll be one of our own. Lin Feng's voice was calm, with no sign of emotion. Su Mingyu looked at the agreement, then looked up at the surrounding black barrels again. His mouth twitched. This wasn't signing a contract, it was clearly signing a contract of servitude. He silently complained in his heart, but his hands were honest. I sign. He pressed the confirmation button first. Zhou Kai, the young man wearing glasses who looked refined, and Lin Wei, the one who had been hiding behind Su Mingyu. Some shy short-haired girls also followed and pressed their handprints. Ding. Team member change. Captain 9054, Su Mingyu, Captain 9055, Zhou Kai, Captain 9056, Lin Wei, have officially joined your team. The system prompt sounded, announcing the successful recruitment. Alright, now we're all brothers in the same boat. Lin Feng clapped his hands, signaling everyone to relax. Let's introduce our abilities and special aircraft features. Su Mingyu cleared his throat and immediately returned to his cheerful and sunny demeanor, as if the one who was just fried to a crisp was not him. I, Su Mingyu, aircraft Golden Mary, LV-5, specialty is high mobility surprise attacks. As for special abilities, well, you all saw it, 10-second real man, a real man never looks back at explosions. Behind him, the bespectacled Zhou Kai pushed up his glasses and seriously added. I'm Zhou Kai, Aircraft Guardian, LV-4, good at electronic interference. My special ability is Data Flood, which can invade the enemy's fire control system for a short period, causing temporary failure. The short-haired girl Lin Wei then softly said. Lin Wei, Aircraft Little Lucky, LV-4, is a logistics and maintenance aircraft. My ability is Rapid Mechanical Processing, which speeds up the operation of modules, including repairs. 1 high-explosive assassin, 1 electronic warfare expert, and 1 professional logistic healer. This configuration is quite solid. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Su Mingyu's eyes turned, rubbing his hands and leaning forward, his face full of smiles. Well, boss, now that we're all on the same team, how about we talk about the treatment? You know, insurance, housing fund. Before he could finish, a cold gaze fell on him like a tangible knife. Mo Yoli had quietly walked over at some point and was just staring at him, silent. But that gaze was colder than the Siberian cold wave. Su Mingyu's words abruptly stopped, the second half of his sentence stuck in his throat. He felt like he had been locked onto by a prehistoric beast, his body hair standing on end. Forget I said anything. He immediately backed down, retreating behind Lin Feng, lowering his voice and whispering. Big brother, who is this lady? Her aura is so strong. Lin Feng glanced at Mo Yoli's expressionless face, the corner of his mouth curling up in a sly smile. Oh, her? He said seriously. She's our number 127 server's top killer, nicknamed Black Widow. Her mastery with freeze grenades is extraordinary. She loves freezing enemy planes into ice sculptures and then blowing them up. Su Mingyu's face instantly turned pale. He stared at Mo Yoli's stunning icy face, his legs started to tremble uncontrollably. Killer witch? He had actually wanted to negotiate conditions with her earlier? Did he want to die? Mo Yoli's face visibly darkened. A private chat message suddenly popped up in Lin Feng's control center. If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I'll freeze you? Lin Feng cleared his throat and quickly corrected himself. Just kidding, trying to lighten the mood. He patted Su Mingyu's shoulder. This is Mo Yoli, one of our core members. Her ability is Prophetic Fragments, which means she can see fragments of the future. Although she's not a killer witch, her aura is truly powerful. Su Mingyu secretly glanced at Mo Yoli, still feeling a chill on the back of his neck. He muttered under his breath. This kind of strong, icy beauty is the hardest to deal with. She's just like my high school's beautiful homeroom teacher, one look from her and I'd want a hand in my homework. Talk about your plane. Lin Feng walked around the nearly scrapped Golden Mary, frowning slightly. Structure, materials, core modules, tell me everything. As soon as this topic was brought up, Su Mingyu's expression immediately became cautious, like a cat protecting its food. What's up? Let me make it clear first, the plane is my private property. You can't. He thought Lin Feng was going to raid his supplies, settling the loot. Lin Feng ignored him, just staring at the charred remains of the aircraft. A LV-5 plane, the material should be decent. What alloy was used for the main frame? Su Mingyu was reluctant, but still answered truthfully. Titanium alloy number 7, mixed with a small amount of memory metal to ensure maneuverability. What about the energy core? B-class pulse core, strong explosive power, but the endurance is a bit lacking. And the defense module? It has an energy deflection shield, but it got fried by lightning just now. Su Mingyu slowly revealed all his secrets, as if squeezing toothpaste, his heart bleeding. He could already imagine his beloved plane being torn apart by this group of people, reduced to a pile of parts. However, what happened next completely caught him off guard. After hearing his explanation, Lin Feng turned around and gave a series of instructions to his team members. Dr. Chen, calculate all the materials needed to repair this plane and make a list. Zhang Yunxian, you should still have some number 7 high-strength alloy plates in your warehouse, bring them out. Lu Ying, your manufacturing station should have spare energy circuits, bring those out too. Su Qingzhu, give me your backup cooling fluid. Everyone acted without hesitation, immediately getting to work. In no time, one box after another of precious materials were brought out from their respective planes, piled up in front of Su Mingyu. Su Mingyu was stunned. He stared blankly at the pile of rare materials, shining with metallic luster, and then glanced at Lin Feng. You guys are? What are you standing there for? Lin Feng shot him a look, his tone matter of fact. Fixing the plane. Now we're teammates, your plane is the team's fighting strength. We can't just let you go to the battlefield in a pile of scrap metal, can we? With that, Lin Feng walked over to the pile of materials and extended his right hand. Fusion. The next second, everyone's eyes widened. The pile of Titan alloy plates, energy circuits, cooling fluid, all the materials instantly turned into countless dots of different colored light, shooting straight into the sky. The light dots gathered, intertwined, and reformed in midair, creating a giant, high-temperature, liquid metal ball. Lin Feng's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, his mental energy quickly depleting. He controlled the huge metal ball like a skilled blacksmith, slowly and precisely covering the damaged body of the Golden Mary plane. Sizzle! The metal clashed with metal, making a harsh sound and releasing bursts of white smoke. In Su Mingyu's astonished gaze, the liquid metal perfectly filled all the cracks, reshaped the burned armor, and repaired the broken circuits. The whole process was smooth and fluid, full of a violent yet precise beauty. A few minutes later, the light faded away. A brand new plane, shining with a flashy yellow glow, appeared in front of everyone, perfectly intact. Repair complete. Aircraft structure integrity 100%. Energy core repaired to 85%. Su Mingyu looked at his beloved plane, then glanced at Lin Feng, who looked a bit pale, his mouth open but no words came out for a long time. For the team, not asking for anything in return, paying such a huge amount of resources. A warm current surged from his heart. He couldn't help but walk over to Zhang Yunxian, who was panting heavily, and nudged his arm. Buddy, can I ask? How did you guys end up together, following him? Zhang Yunxian wiped his sweat, grinned, and revealed a big white tooth. Me? Back when I was almost starving to death, Big Brother swapped 2 compressed biscuits for a broken mop. Not far away, Su Qingzhu heard this and also walked over with a gentle smile on her face. I was about to give up when Mr. Lin Feng bought my things at the most fair price. I survived because of him. Lu Ying also giggled and chimed in. Brother Lin Feng is my lifesaver. If it weren't for his bare meat, I would have been bullied by those top bosses long ago. Listening to everyone's banter, Su Mingyu fell silent. He looked at the man leaning against the machine, checking the repair details. At this moment, he truly understood. The man in front of him not only had the power to crush everything but also possessed the charisma and personality to make anyone trust him. Su Mingyu scratched his head. To follow such a boss. Seems like it's not a loss at all. Chapter 77, Bloodstained Harvest. The roaring sound was deafening. The entire battlefield of Lost Starport had turned into a hellish landscape of steel and energy intertwining. The world boss, Star Bonewalker, was covered in gruesome wounds, its purple-black blood splattering the sky like cheap ink. Its health had dropped below 5%, making it a tempting target everyone wanted a piece of. But at this moment, no one dared to approach easily. The threat on the battlefield had already shifted from the dying giant beast to every comrade nearby with ill intentions. Number 3301. Are you crazy? Why are you firing at me? Shut up. You just stole my supply crate. Don't think I didn't see it. Inside the red team channel, angry shouts of internal conflict rose one after another. The blue team wasn't doing any better. Commander! Our flank is being held by the red team's Iron Fist Corps. Requesting backup. Hold on. Everyone, hold on. We need to whittle down the last bit of the boss's health. Victory is right in front of us. The commander's voices were almost hoarse from shouting. Ammunition, energy, mental power, every pilot had been pushed to the limit, each one like a taut string, ready to snap at any moment. On the points leaderboard, the names at the top changed again and again, the top 20 being the core teams of both the red and blue sides. As for Lin Feng's name, along with his entire squad, they had long since sunk out of the top 20, forgotten by countless people in the corners of the battlefield. Standoff, anxiety, madness. Everyone was waiting for an opportunity, one that could deal the final blow to the boss while ensuring they could escape the chaos unharmed. Suddenly, a sharp sound that tore through the air without warning split the chaotic battlefield. The sound started weak, but within a second, it grew closer and exploded into a deafening sonic boom. What was that? A blue team pilot, in the middle of a fierce battle, instinctively looked at the radar. The screen was blank. The next second, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a shadow racing along the ground, brushing past the meteor belt at high speed. Then came the second, third. A total of 9 streaks of light. They moved like a group of ghostly sharks skimming the ground, in an incredibly low-altitude formation, bypassing the core of the ongoing crossfire. Then, under everyone's gaze, these 9 planes did something that made every pilot's scalp tingle. The noses of the planes shot up sharply. The 9 planes, like arrows shot from a bow, pulled up violently at a 90-degree angle, charging toward the sky. The terrifying overload was enough to make any ordinary pilot faint on the spot. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Radar's picking up something. It's the red team's planes. Only then did both sides' warning systems sluggishly emit the harsh alarm. It was too fast. So fast that everyone's dynamic vision and fire control radars couldn't keep up. When everyone finally saw the numbers and paint schemes on the planes, the entire battlefield fell eerily silent for a moment. The leading plane, dark gold all over and oppressive, had the number 4198. It was Lin Feng. The guy who had disappeared in the middle of the battle had reappeared. The red team was first stunned, then erupted in earth-shattering cheers. It is Lin Feng, the big shot. They are back. Beautiful. This move, circling around and cutting in, is simply divine. On the blue side, however, there was total silence. Everyone's heart suddenly sank. The temporary commander of the blue side, a man with the profile of a roaring lion, stared intently at the sudden appearance of the unexpected force, his pupils contracting sharply. His gaze passed over Lin Feng's dark gold plane, past Zhang Yunchuan's signature giant cannon, past Mo Yoli's ghostly black warplane. Finally, it was locked firmly onto the last plane in the squadron, a bright yellow one that was outrageously flashy. That bright yellow paint. The tiger smile painted on its wings. No. It can't be. The commander's voice trembled, and he suddenly opened a private communication channel, screaming wildly at a gray profile. Su Mingyu. Answer me. Where are you? Where are you right now? However, that profile remained completely unresponsive. The blood drained instantly from the commander's face. He couldn't believe his eyes. The one known as the strongest single soldier on server 128, the rebellious troublemaker, the one who should have been their blue side's sharpest spear. Su Mingyu. Why is he following behind that guy Lin Feng? Is he escorting the enemy? The moment this thought popped into his mind, the commander felt like his entire worldview had collapsed. On the battlefield, there was no time for anyone to think. Just as everyone was staring in shock, the bright yellow plane moved. Boom! Blinding golden light erupted again. Roar! As if feeling that familiar and terrifying aura, the world boss, already on the brink of death, suddenly let out a mournful roar as if it had been revived. 10 seconds of real man, activated. Su Mingyu's figure turned into a golden flash, instantly charging in front of the boss. At the same time, Lin Feng's voice rang out in the team channel, calm and emotionless. Focus fire, the boss's chest wound. Fire. Ta-ta-ta-ta-tat. Boom. 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 Led by Lin Feng's fire god cannon, the combined firepower of 9 planes poured out all at once, without holding back. A devastating metal storm, thick energy beams, icy frozen bullets. Countless attacks merged into a torrent of death, precisely and relentlessly pouring into the giant wound on the world boss's chest, already deep enough to see the bone. Puff 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 puff. That was the sound of flesh being torn apart, organs being crushed. Roar. Ugh. The world boss's pitiful scream suddenly stopped. Its head, made up of countless eyeballs, slowly lowered, incredulously looking at its chest that had been instantly emptied. The next second, its enormous body exploded with a thunderous crash. Purple-black blood and shattered armor turned into a grand, silent firework that brilliantly bloomed across everyone's screens. World boss, Star Bonewalker, has been killed. Final kill credit, Captain 4198, Lin Feng. Calculating score. The cold system prompt echoed in every captain's ear. Everyone's score rankings began to jump wildly in an almost crazy manner. Lin Feng, originally ranked outside the top 20, had his name, along with a long string of score digits, rocket up, crushing everyone to claim the top spot. First place, Captain 4198, Lin Feng. And under his name, another name also shot up from the middle of the leaderboard in a way that defied reason, firmly settling in second place. Second place, Captain 9054, Su Mingyu. The entire battlefield seemed to have been paused. More than 4,000 captains, from both red and blue sides, stared blankly at the final, frozen score list, their minds completely blank. What happened? What just happened? In the midst of this strange atmosphere. Content is blocked. A bright and cheerful, even slightly teasing voice, spread across the entire battlefield through the public loudspeaker channel. That voice came from the bright yellow plane that had just extinguished its golden glow. Ahem, ahem. Su Mingyu cleared his throat and, in a tone like a friendly neighbor boy chatting, said with a smile. Brothers and sisters of the blue side, uncles and aunties, listen to me for a moment. My boss, Lin Feng, as you have seen, is fierce beyond measure. As the saying goes, good birds choose trees to rest, wise ministers choose leaders to serve. Following my boss, there is meat to eat, soup to drink, and even gifts for holidays. He paused, and in an extremely sincere tone, gave his final suggestion. So, stop fighting. Surrender, keep some dignity. As his words fell. In the blue side command channel. Crack. A sharp sound. The blue commander looked at the figure laughing on the screen, unable to control his anger and humiliation, and snapped the ally control stick in his hands with brute force. Traitor. Chapter 0078 The Art of Surrender. In the public channel of the blue side, Su Mingyu's words urging surrender exploded immediately. The information flow, which had been buzzing due to the world boss battle, was now replaced by completely different emotions: anger, betrayal, and deep disbelief. But the most terrifying thing was that frustration spread on a massive scale, severely affecting morale. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot, the second effort weakens, the third fails. Now it was the stage of weakening turning into collapse. Pilot 8848, Su Mingyu. You traitor! We treated you well on the blue side, and yet you joined the enemy? Pilot 3451, we just wanted to save you. Is this how you repay us? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Pilot 7766, Commander. I request Su Mingyu be immediately removed from our server. Such a scoundrel does not deserve to stand with us. Line after line of blood-red accusations filled the screen like falling snow. The battle was already unfavorable to the blue side. Although they barely maintained the front using several key meteor belt choke points, it was only surviving by a thread. Su Mingyu, the sharpest dagger, was one of the few hopes they had to turn the tide. Now, that dagger was plunged into their own chest. So-called loyalty, stabbing for brothers, stabbing for women. Though Lin Feng was not a woman, succubi do not care about gender. The balance of elite combat power was completely broken. Facing the accusations of thousands, Su Mingyu, the one involved, remained unusually calm. He leaned sideways in the newly repaired pilot seat, crossed his legs, picked at his ear, blew dust off his fingers that wasn't even there, acting as if the wind is too loud. I can't hear you. TSK, these people don't have as many words to curse as I do. In Lin Feng's team channel, Lu Ying's voice, curious and charming, sounded. Lu Ying, handsome boy, being cursed by your own people, don't you feel any guilt? Sister even feels a little sorry for you. Hearing this, Su Mingyu grinned, showing two sharp tiger teeth. Guilt? What's that? Can you eat it? He snapped his fingers and suddenly looked energized. You don't know, our blue side server is something else, really exciting. He cleared his throat, like a storyteller about to speak. Take our commander, Roaring Lion, sounds mighty, right? Last time at the abandoned space station landing spot, he used his temporary command power to take the output of a rare module for himself. The unlucky guy was a newbie, exploded within 10 minutes, and lost the module. Isn't that infuriating? And the White-Blue Legion commander had unclear affairs with his deputy's wife, so the deputy, angry, led half the legion to defect to the enemy guild. That scene, TSK, more thrilling than any primetime family drama. One melon after another, each one more explosive than the last. Zhang Yunchuan's eyes went wide, constantly rubbing his hands, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. Zhang Yunxian, is there more? Is there more? Keep going. I love hearing this. Watching a serious post-war meeting almost turn into a giant melon-eating event, Lin Feng had no choice but to step in. He gently coughed twice and opened the public channel for everyone. The entire noisy battlefield fell silent for a moment after the number one pilot from the red side spoke. Ahem, hello to all the friends from the blue side. Lin Feng's voice spread clearly across the area through the loudspeakers, with no hint of mockery, his tone as calm as a casual chat. I am the captain of the red side, Lin Feng. I know everyone is feeling very emotional right now, but fighting and killing won't solve anything. Let's calm down and analyze the situation. He paused for a moment, then began his speech with clear and logical points. Your strongest assault pilot has already joined us, which is a devastating blow to your morale. The army is in disarray, continuing to fight is pointless. Furthermore, I must be blunt, your temporary command structure has serious problems. I think you all know this better than I do. Until level 10, there will be no officially recognized world organizations, and no authoritative command. Su Mingyu and I are operating independently, unregulated. Setting Su Mingyu aside, our team's coordination is enough to handle any form of charge from you. The battle just now already proved that. Moreover, the world boss is already dead, and the points ranking is almost settled. Continuing to drag this out is just a waste of time. After the landing battle ends, the servers will merge. We'll be seeing each other again, so why make enemies now? It'll be awkward later. Stop the war now, and you can preserve most of your points and resources. If you keep fighting, you'll only increase your losses. Finally, and most importantly. Lin Feng's voice slightly paused, and everyone held their breath. We all came out here to survive, to get stronger. Why fight to the death over a meaningless server honor, only to make a fool of ourselves for others to laugh at? His words were reasoned, not humble but not arrogant either. There was no boasting of victory, nor condescension, just the bloody reality, laid bare before everyone. In the blue side's channel, the curses gradually stopped. Many pilots fell into deep thought. Yes, what's the point of continuing? Just to serve those heartless leaders? For a moment, voices of surrender began to appear in the channel, quickly spreading like a virus. The face of the blue side commander, Roaring Lion, turned ashen in the cockpit. He knew that Lin Feng was right. But to just admit defeat, where would he put his face? Just as he was stuck in a dilemma, Lin Feng's voice rang out again, as if seeing right through his thoughts. Alright, I'll give the blue side a chance, and also give my people an explanation. You pick the strongest pilot and fire your strongest weapon at my plane. I won't dodge, I won't evade, I'll take it head on. If I get shot down, the battle continues, and I won't speak another word. But if I hold up... Lin Feng let out a light laugh. You'll surrender with dignity. How about it? These words caused an uproar in the entire room. Not dodging, not evading, taking a hit head on? What kind of confidence is this, or rather, what kind of arrogance? The first to speak up in Lin Feng's team was Chen Matao. Chen Matao, Lin Feng, don't be impulsive. The strength of dragon bone alloy should theoretically be enough, but we don't have real combat data. The risk is too high. Luing, brother Lin Feng, don't do it. What if? Lin Feng simply replied calmly in the team channel. Lin Feng, don't worry, I've got it under control. It's time to show our new friends our sincerity. His words were loaded with meaning. Su Mingyu and the others felt a chill in their hearts. The gaze towards the dark golden airplane became a bit filled with awe. This was not only a step down for the blue side, but also the ultimate intimidation for the new members who had just joined. On the other side, Blue Team Commander Roaring Lion Death immediately lit up upon hearing the proposal. This was a pie falling from the sky. If they win, not only can they immediately turn the tide, but they can also take out the strongest single soldier from the red team. If they lose, it's not because they were incompetent, it's because the enemy is too abnormal. Even in defeat, they would still have honor. This step down was simply perfectly executed. Good. Without a hint of hesitation, he immediately responded in a loud voice on the public channel. Captain Lin Feng is quick and to the point, I accept your challenge. We, the blue team, are betting everything on this shot. The agreement was made, and the atmosphere was instantly pushed to its peak. All eyes were focused on the blue team's camp. Countless people in the channel excitedly shouted, urging the commander. Captain 8848, hurry. Get the strongest attacker out. Giant Rock. Yes, you. Where's your destroyer heavy artillery? Captain 3451, no, send Thunder Snake. His charged plasma cannon has the strongest penetration. Captain 7766, stop arguing. Follow the command. Roaring Lion took a deep breath, preparing to point to the person he had already chosen in his heart. However, the next second, his expression suddenly froze. The entire blue team channel fell into a strange, eerie silence. Everyone realized a chilling problem. Right now. The person widely recognized as having the strongest single-shot attack in their server seems to be standing on the opposite side. Chapter 0079, Martial Arts Legend Unknown. Even the normally calm commander couldn't hold it together now. That's right, if Su Mingyu were still in the blue team, he would have confidence in breaking through any strong defensive mech. Without Su Mingyu, the blue team felt like a tiger without its teeth. Captain 8848, is there no one left? Anyone else not afraid to go up? Captain 3451, what do you mean go up? Didn't you see that freak Su Mingyu was recruited? If even he couldn't stand up, we'll just be feeding our heads to the enemy. Captain 1234, I'll go. My Star Shatter heavy proton cannon is charged. Just give me one shot and I'll break his turtle shell. Someone volunteered, but as soon as they finished speaking, someone else immediately poured cold water on them. Captain 5678, forget it, last time we fought pirates, your proton cannon took 3 minutes to charge, and when you fired, you missed and almost blasted our own teammate's rear end. Captain 1234, that was an accident. Captain 5678, you always say it's an accident. Roaring Lion looked at the chaotic argument in the channel and felt a massive headache. He tried to name a few ace captains known for their attack power, but either their planes were seriously damaged in previous battles or they went silent and refused to respond. No one was a fool. If even the 10-second tough guy Su Mingyu was defeated and surrendered quietly, what would happen to them if they went up? Besides becoming a new footnote on Lin Feng's glorious record, what else could they expect? Moreover, publicly embarrassing themselves in front of over 4,000 captains would be no different from social death. Even if they became strong in the future, they would be pointed at for life. The entire blue team camp fell into a weird silence, one that exuded an awkward atmosphere of appearing fearless on the surface, but actually deeply afraid. Just then, a strange ID posted an extremely brief message in the channel. Captain 6666, I'll try. The moment the message was sent, the dead silence in the channel seemed to be disturbed by a small stone thrown in. Captain 8848, who are you, buddy? Never heard of you. Captain 3451, 6666? Which legion are you from? I've never heard of you. The commanders of various teams quickly searched their databases for this ID, but without exception, they found nothing. An unknown nobody who had been lurking for a long time? As everyone wondered, and some even thought it was just a prank. An old captain's ID suddenly typed a line in the channel with trembling text. Captain 1001, wait. I remember this ID now. Do you guys still remember the last free fall point, the world event abandoned mine area? With this reminder, some captains with broad information channels suddenly recalled a nearly forgotten legend. That time, the final boss of the world event was a giant creature called crystal-backed burrowing worm, whose shell was so hard that even the top 3 legions of the server teamed up and spent half an hour trying to break through. Just when everyone was about to run out of supplies and prepare to give up. A seemingly insignificant, modified mining ship, like one pieced together from a junkyard, appeared ghost-like at the edge of the battlefield. Then, the ship's bow lit up with a faint light. No one saw what kind of weapon it was. All they knew was that after that light flashed, the indestructible, crystal-backed burrowing worm, its crystalline shell that could withstand battleship main cannon fire, was neatly and cleanly sliced in half from head to tail. A one-hit kill. Afterward, countless people crazily searched for the ID of that mining ship, and finally, they only found a number, 6666. From then on, this ID never appeared again. Ghost of the Abandoned Mine, this title, became an obscure legend among veteran players. The heart of the roaring lion started beating uncontrollably. With a hint of anticipation, he cautiously asked in the channel. Commander, Blue Side, sir, are you the ghost? Captain 6666, yes, my name is Wu Ming. 5 characters. The entire Blue Side faction instantly erupted. At the center of the abandoned starport, a vacuum zone with a radius of at least 5 kilometers was cleared. Thousands of aircraft, like spectators in the Colosseum of ancient Rome, formed a distant circle, all their gazes fixed on the 2 figures in the center. Lin Feng hovered in the air, silently examining his opponent for this battle. It was an aircraft with a very unique design. The main body of the aircraft was flat and narrow, like a crawling scorpion. On both sides of the nose, 2 large fan-like wings extended, and the joints between the wings and the body were covered with numerous weapon nests. The most striking feature was the high, segmented tail wing behind it, resembling a scorpion's tail. At the end of the tail, instead of a jet nozzle, there was a frighteningly large main cannon that flickered with a dangerous eerie glow. The entire aircraft exuded a sinister and deadly aura. This design is kind of cool. Lin Feng couldn't help but comment. He turned his head and asked in the team channel. Lin Feng, Mingyu, does your server still have such experts? Do you know them? Su Mingyu, no idea. How would I know? Some weirdos like to hide in silence, like a dull gourd, it's so boring. Su Mingyu's voice was as loud as ever. Beside him, Zhang Luyan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh softly. Zhang Luyan, indeed, not like some people, afraid others don't know he can talk, his voice can be heard even through 3 mountain passes. Su Mingyu's hair stood on end immediately. Su Mingyu, hey! What do you mean by that, Sister Luyan? A man's voice is loud and full of momentum, you know? It's part of personal charm. Besides, I was just livening up the atmosphere. Seeing that he was about to start another long-winded speech, everyone in Lin Feng's team tacitly covered their ears. Chen Madao, it's been analyzed. Chen Madao's calm voice interrupted Su Mingyu's noise. Chen Madao, the model of the opponent's aircraft is not recorded in my database, it should be a deeply customized modification. I'll temporarily name it Scorpion type. Its body structure is very unique, the traditional engine nozzles are very small, and the main power source seems to be small vector nozzles distributed throughout the body. Chen Madao, this design sacrifices extreme straight-line speed, but in return theoretically unbelievable lateral maneuverability. Mo Yoli, in my fragments of prophecy, there is no information about him. Mo Yoli's voice also sounded, carrying a rare trace of doubt. Mo Yoli, there are 2 possibilities. He carries some special module that blocks information scans. Or the result of this duel has no effect on the future. Hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened. No effect on the future? Doesn't that mean, win or lose, Lin Feng would remain completely unharmed? This confidence is too much. Lin Feng didn't think too much. He looked at the silent scorpion opposite him and opened the public channel. Ready? The strange plane opposite him, the cockpit indicator lights flickered, like a nod. A synthesized voice, electronically processed, without a distinguishable gender, spoke. Yes. Just as the words fell. The scorpion moved. But the action it took almost made all the watching pilots' eyes pop out. It didn't move forward, didn't move backward, didn't climb or dive. Without any engine thrust or inertia guidance, that flat plane just, forcefully yet smoothly slid hundreds of meters to the right. Like a bug in a game, as if the model was dragged directly by a mouse. The entire Red Camp's public channel was instantly filled with countless question marks. Pilot 2333? Pilot 6789, what kind of ghost movement is that? Drift in the drainage? Pilot 5544, damn it. Is his inertia stabilization system made by gods? The pilot shouldn't have been flung into a puddle of meat? Everyone was shocked by this scene, defying basic flight knowledge. Chapter 0080, that world-shocking shot. Wu Ming's plane moved. From below the fuselage and at the roots of the side wings, dozens of inconspicuous small vector thrusters simultaneously emitted pale blue exhaust flames. The next second, this grim-looking war machine, like a curling stone moved by an invisible hand, hugged the ground made of meteor fragments and began spinning around Lin Feng at high speed. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The speed kept increasing. At first, the watching pilots could barely track its flat, long shape. But soon, the figure became a blurred afterimage. Finally, under the gaze of thousands of pilots, the afterimage completely formed a gray-black ring, trapping Lin Feng and his dark gold plane tightly at the center. The hurricane created by the high-speed spin whipped up countless dust and rocks from the ground, forming a visible gray tornado wall that kept expanding. Ugh! A suppressed gag came through the public channel. Pilot 3451, I can't even watching from far away, I feel my 3D dizziness problem acting up, but this spinning is too unnatural. Pilot 8848, what kind of flight principle is this? Drawing a circle in place? Even Newton's coffin lid couldn't hold it. Pilot 7766, this speed feels faster than a bullet leaving the barrel. Not only the blue camp pilots, even some in the red camp, except a few in Lin Feng's team, were stunned. Su Mingyu's eyes widened, his mouth open enough to fit an egg. He rubbed his eyes hard, looked again, and finally shouted in disbelief on the team channel. Su Mingyu, what kind of interstellar joke is this? This lateral maneuver speed is even comparable to my 10-second true man speed. Is this possible? Impossible. He felt his area of expertise being challenged like never before. In terms of burst speed, Su Mingyu claimed second place, no one dared claim first. But the scene in front of him almost overturned his understanding. Luing, brother Lin Feng, this person is amazing. In the voice of the willow warbler, there was a trace of unmasked worry. At this moment, Chen Madao's calm voice rang out in the channel. Chen Madao, don't worry. This is an extreme design concept. In his eyes, colorful data streams surged continuously, analyzing every detail of the Scorpion with precision. Chen Madao, I've analyzed it. This Scorpion-type modified aircraft has almost completely abandoned traditional main propulsion engines, distributing all its energy to small vector nozzles around the body. Chen Madao, the consequence of this design is that its straight-line acceleration and maximum speed probably won't even match the slowest logistics aircraft in our team. Chen Madao, but in exchange, it gains theoretically the best lateral movement and turning capabilities. Zhang Yunxian was stunned after listening. Zhang Yunxian, Dr. Chen, speak in plain language. Chen Madao, to put it simply, it's a crippled aircraft, it can't run fast, but it can drift. In specific situations, like now in this one-on-one duel with the opponent standing still, its performance will be maximized. But in the ever-changing chaos of battle, once its weakness is exploited, this kind of aircraft can easily become a live target. Everyone suddenly understood. Chen Madao's words acted like a calming drug, soothing everyone's shock. Su Mingyu scratched his head, still a bit unconvinced. Su Mingyu, even so, this is too overpowered. At the center of the battlefield, Wu Ming sat steadily in the cockpit, his expression unchanged. His first plan was to attempt using super high-speed maneuvers to shake off the opponent's fire control radar lock. However, he was disappointed. No matter how he changed directions or accelerated, he could feel that the main axis of the dark golden aircraft was like a worm in his bones, precisely locking onto his body. The opponent's radar performance far exceeded his expectations. He couldn't shake it off. Wu Ming made a judgment in his mind and immediately executed the second plan. Find an attack angle. The Scorpion's flight path suddenly became completely irregular, no longer just drawing circles. It would suddenly stop, then sharply turn, and sometimes roll close to the ground. It was like a ghost dancing on the tip of a blade, trying to find a gap in the moment from the weakest part of Lin Feng's armor or the dead zone of the weapon turret's fire. However, he was disappointed once again. The dark golden aircraft just hovered quietly in the center of the storm. No matter how bizarre the Scorpion's movements were, Lin Feng seemed to have predicted his positioning in advance, steadily aiming at his cockpit. Perfectly, like a robot. Wu Ming's eyes finally showed a slight fluctuation. It was a solemn expression of encountering an equal opponent. But he remained calm. Because he still had his final trump card. A card that could erase differences in level, machine, and technique, and decide the final winner. Stand still and take a shot head-on? Arrogance comes with a price. A cold sneer flashed through Wu Ming's mind. He stopped any unnecessary maneuvers. The Scorpion returned to a stable high-speed orbit. The next second, Hum. A deep hum sounded from inside the scorpion's body. The segmented scorpion tail, raised high behind it, along with the terrifying main cannon at its tip, lit up. At first, it was just a faint white light. But soon, that white light began to absorb surrounding light energy like a tiny black hole. The starry light above the battlefield, the indicator lights on other aircraft, and the energy after explosions that hadn't yet dissipated. All the light was twisted, pulled, and transformed into billions of thin light threads, endlessly flowing towards that cannon's muzzle. Within a few hundred meters of the scorpion, the space became visibly dimmer. And that scorpion turned into a rapidly spinning circle around Lin Feng. The dazzling beam of light. This apocalyptic power-up scene made every watching captain instinctively hold their breath. In the blue team camp, the captain who had seen that shot from afar in the abandoned mining area was now staring at the light screen, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. Fear and fanaticism intertwined on his face, as if he were on a pilgrimage. It's that. His voice was hoarse and sharp due to overwhelming excitement, as he wildly typed in the public channel. Captain 1001, this is it. Exactly the same as last time. It's his signature move. Captain 1001, it's coming. It's coming. The legendary shot that can erase all material existence. Captain 1001, Annihilation Singularity Cannon. What? Annihilation Singularity Cannon? These 5 words were like thunder, causing the entire blue team channel to explode. Chapter 0081, this is science, and also mysticism. Annihilation Singularity Cannon? In the public channel of 128 Division, this name that sounded incredibly impressive sent waves of shock. The blue team captain's curiosity was instantly piqued. Captain 8848, what cannon? It sounds expensive. That old guy, quick, educate us on this. Captain 1001, voice trembling, educate? This thing can't be educated. It's mysticism. All I know is, after it fires, the target doesn't explode, doesn't get destroyed, it gets erased from this world. Completely disappears. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire blue team channel fell into 3 seconds of dead silence. Then came an eruption of excitement like a volcanic explosion. Captain 3451, erased? Concept level attack? My god. We have such immortals hidden in our server? Captain 7766, Wu Ming, big shot. From now on, you're my idol. Take down Lin Feng, that arrogant bastard. Show him what it means to be a human beyond humans. Captain 8848, annihilate. 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 The cheering was so loud it almost flipped the chat channel. Every blue team captain's face was filled with exhilarating excitement. In contrast, the red team camp felt as oppressive as a graveyard. The leader of the Iron Fist group, the burly man, stared at the apocalyptic energy charging on the light screen, his face pale, muttering to himself. It's over, we've really hit a brick wall now. Meanwhile, in the private channel of the Zero Airport Temporary Strategic Alliance, the atmosphere was completely different. Thor 0048, ha ha. Heaven is helping me. Lin Feng, that idiot, really thought he was invincible? Now let's see how he dies. Black Widow 0111, he's now stuck between a rock and a hard place. If he dodges, admitting defeat in front of over 4,000 people, how can he still be a leader? If he doesn't dodge, taking the shot head-on, there might not even be ashes left. Tyrant 0013, death. He must die. If he dies, we have the chance to split his team and resources. The messages were filled with unhidden schadenfreude and greed. In their eyes, Lin Feng was already a dead man. Boss. Quickly dodge. In Lin Feng's team channel, Zhang Yunchuan's voice was almost tearing apart. This thing is not right. It's too evil. Su Mingyu, usually carefree, now spoke in a panicked tone. Boss, stop playing around. I feel like even if I activate 10 seconds True Man and crash into it head-on, I'd still evaporate. Let's leave while we still can. Chen Emotao, the energy reaction has exceeded the threshold of my onboard detectors. This is not a conventional weapon. Theoretically, this energy density is enough to cause a collapse of the space structure. Lin Feng, you must evade immediately. This will cost you your life. Even the usually calm Chen Emotao had veins bulging on his forehead. A private message popped up on Lin Feng's central control screen. From Mo Yoli. It was only 2 words. You'll die. However, Lin Feng, in the eye of the storm, still hovered in place, unmoving. The warning lights in his cockpit had turned into a sea of red, the shrill buzzing enough to drive any ordinary person insane. But he just quietly watched the energy singularity that kept absorbing light. He furrowed his brow. Annihilation, singularity, sounds pretty intimidating. His heart was full of confusion. He felt it didn't make sense. A level 5 captain, no matter what black technology they obtained, shouldn't be able to instantly kill a fully enhanced level 6. This doesn't align with the step-by-step balance of this survival world. The world must operate with natural rules. As long as there are rules, there must be a way to break them. Lin Feng's gaze landed on the enemy's main cannon. Wu Ming's attack came from the plane module, not the captain's special ability. This meant its power would definitely be limited by factors like the plane's level, the energy core's output, and other hardware constraints. This cannon couldn't possibly create a black hole out of thin air. There must be a flaw. With that thought, a playful smile crept up on Lin Feng's lips. Looks like if I don't show my true skills, I'll really be treated like a soft persimmon. It's time to try something other than fixing planes and making things with my fusion ability. Just as his thoughts raced, Wu Ming moved. The world-shattering buildup finally reached its peak. The entire battlefield's light seemed to be swallowed by the cannon's muzzle, plunging into a strange, eerie twilight. The next second. Fire. A thin, hair-like, pure black beam of light. It was silent, yet fast enough to surpass everyone's visual limits. By the time people reacted, that black line had already crossed several kilometers, precisely hitting the head of Lin Feng's dark gold-colored plane. Z. A faint sound, like an ice cube hitting a hot iron. An unbelievable scene unfolded. Lin Feng's plane didn't explode or disintegrate. Where the black line hit, the indestructible armor simply vanished. A smooth, mirror-like circular hole appeared abruptly on the fuselage. Immediately after, the black line surged forward like a bamboo spear, piercing through armor, wiring, support structures, compartments. Wherever the black line passed, every piece of matter, disappeared as if erased by an eraser, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Warning. Structure integrity at 95%. Warning. Structure integrity at 90%. Warning. Energy circuit number 8 cut off. Warning. Structural strength continuing to drop. 85%. 80%. The central control system screamed in near collapse. The black line's target was aimed directly at the plane's core energy hub. Damn, it really is a conceptual attack. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. This thing directly erased matter from the dimensional level. This is getting out of hand. He didn't hesitate for a second, his mental power exploding in an instant. Fusion. He didn't even have time to open the warehouse and simply issued the most straightforward and brute force command. All spare materials. Fill everything in. Buzz. Inside the storage area, the stacked alloy plates, spare parts, energy blocks, everything turned into the purest flood of material, rushing toward the ever-expanding hole through the fusion ability's transformation. But it was useless. The rushing stream of material, as soon as it touched the black line, was like a cow entering the sea, devoured completely, without even causing a ripple. Structure integrity at 70%. A ruthless look flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Since I can't fill it, I'll just have to tear down one wall to fix the other. System. Disassemble all non-essential structures in the cabin. Convert them into basic materials. Fusion. The moment the command was issued, the scene inside Lin Feng's cockpit changed drastically. The partition in the backrest area, the decorative panels above, the metal floor beneath his feet, even the expensive ergonomic chair beneath his rear disintegrated into billions of light points in an instant. Even the alloy joystick he was gripping in his right hand. With a sharp crack, it broke apart, turning into a sky full of brilliant light. All the light particles gathered into an even greater surge, once again rushing toward the void. This time, there was finally a hint of effect. The speed of material annihilation visibly slowed down, just a little. But, just a little. The black line's advance remained steadfast and unyielding. Structural integrity, 55%. Antimatter annihilation effect cannot be contained. Still not enough. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly as his brain worked furiously. Conventional filling won't work. Does it have a limit to its devouring? Or is it that it needs not quantity, but quality? A wildly crazy thought flashed through his mind. What if, instead of blocking it, he fed it? What if he treated it like a greedy beast, feeding it its favorite food and forcing it to gorge itself to death? Once that thought appeared, it could no longer be stopped. System. Convert all non-essential structures into pure energy form. Not material, but energy. Merge. Break down all armor around the black line. Pour energy into it. Lin Feng issued an order that any captain would think was mad. He was going to actively dismantle his own most solid external armor to feed that destructive attack. Boom. Inside the aircraft, the backup energy lines let out a thunderous roar as massive amounts of energy were drawn out. At the same time, the armor around the Annihilation Void began to actively disassemble and liquefy under the effect of the merging ability, turning into a ring of golden, high-temperature liquid metal. Lin Feng controlled the liquid metal, like a skilled cake decorator, pouring it gently and precisely into the bottomless black void. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. This time, it was not a silent devouring. The ear-piercing sound, like high-voltage electricity passing through the air, reverberated through the entire aircraft. It worked. The black line's advance, for the first time, stopped. It seemed to have found the most delicious dish, greedily devouring the high-concentration energy and liquid alloy Lin Feng fed it. Structural integrity stabilized at 40%. Annihilation speed drastically reduced. The system's prompt sounded like heavenly music. It was the right bet. Lin Feng's heart filled with joy. You glutton. Today, I'll let you eat your fill. He held nothing back and pushed his mental power to the limit. Disassemble the dragon bone alloy too. Feed it all. Let it eat. I want to see whether your appetite is bigger, or if my assets are thicker. The dragon bone alloy, integrated into the aircraft's frame and forming its core structure, began to glow brightly. This was the most precious, most solid part of the entire aircraft. Yet now, Lin Feng hesitated not at all, converting it into feed, disassembling it into its most primal, energy-laden golden flow, endlessly pouring it into the black line. A miracle happened. The black light that had nearly severed the aircraft in half, after devouring a massive amount of dragon bone alloy energy, began to flicker wildly. Its color, once purely black, gradually became gray and mottled. Finally, with a barely audible pop, it went out. Like a cigarette but snuffed out by a finger. It's insane. Everyone stared blankly at the dark gold aircraft hovering in the air. Its fuselage had a terrifying gap, several meters wide, nearly cutting the entire aircraft in half. The edges were smooth enough to reflect a person's image, with countless broken cables flashing dangerous sparks inside. The whole aircraft looked like it had been gnawed by a giant beast, pitiful to the extreme. But it was still flying. It wasn't erased. It had stubbornly resisted that legendary fatal blow. Chapter 0082, Victory So Complete, A New Myth Born. A terrifying gap, several meters wide, nearly severed the dark gold aircraft in half. The broken line flickered with dangerous electric sparks, and the hydraulic lines sprayed out white mist. Through the gap, one could even see the shaking structure inside the cockpit. Miserable. It could be said that Lin Feng's plane was in the most disastrous state. But it still hung in the air, like a wounded lion refusing to fall. On the entire battlefield, thousands of captains, both from the red and blue sides, were staring at this scene, completely stunned, unable to speak. Wu Ming sat in the Scorpion cockpit, expressionless, but the eyes hidden behind his visor were already stirring up a monstrous wave. Arrogant guy. This was his first impression of Lin Feng. Standing still, taking a hit head-on, he had heard that too many times. Every person who said such words ended up becoming cosmic dust. There is always someone greater beyond the sky, someone stronger outside, and that's the truth he believed in. He thought Lin Feng would be no exception. But when the Annihilation Singularity Cannon started to charge up, the contempt in his heart wavered for the first time. 3 full minutes of charging time, in the ever-changing battlefield, was enough to become a fatal flaw. Because of this, he rarely used this move against agile targets of the same level. His past glorious achievements were made by using ultra-long-range shots to erase slowly moving map bosses with one shot, earning him the legend of the Wasteland Ghost. Against agile captains, as long as the opponent tried to escape, he had no chance of hitting them, let alone having the time to charge up for a long time. But Lin Feng did not run. Not even a single step. Was it foolishness? Or was it real confidence in himself? A hint of doubt flashed in Wu Ming's mind, but in the moment of firing, this doubt was replaced by absolute confidence. The moment the black line touched the target, he had already sentenced Lin Feng to death in his mind. The enemy must pay for their arrogance. However, the scene of the plane being completely erased, as he had expected, did not appear. The other plane, like steel being thrown into sulfuric acid, painfully dissolved, yet in an unbelievable way, it frantically self-repaired and filled itself back up. When he saw through the high-magnification enemy detection lens that Lin Feng's plane was actually starting to actively deconstruct itself, using its most core dragon bone alloy as fuel to feed the annihilation beam. Wu Ming was completely shocked. That wasn't just defense. That was within a fraction of a second, understanding the essence of his weapon, and immediately formulating the only possible survival plan, which was wildly extreme. What terrifying calculation ability, judgment, and audacity! This was no longer arrogance. This was the absolute confidence that belonged only to the strong, enough to crush everything. Wu Ming looked at the battered, almost falling apart dark golden plane, then glanced at the gray cannon icon on his central control screen, which had entered a 72-hour cooldown countdown. He knew that if he charged in now and used the conventional weapons mounted on his wings, he could easily take down this opponent on the verge of breaking. But he couldn't do it. His pride wouldn't allow him to. This shot, he lost. Lost in a way that made him accept it wholeheartedly. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, the menacing scorpion slowly turned its nose. An electronic synthesized voice echoed in the public channel, clearly reaching everyone's ears. I lost. As the words fell, dozens of vector nozzles simultaneously spewed out tail flames. The scorpion turned into a streak of light, leaving the battlefield without hesitation, disappearing deep into the distant asteroid belt. After Wu Ming left, the entire Blue Side camp's morale completely deflated. Captain 8848, he's gone? The great Wu Ming just left like that? Captain 3451, what's going on? The guy opposite is about to fall apart. Now is the best chance. Let's all rush in and tear him apart. Yes. Commander. Give the order. Let's charge and take him down, we still have a chance. Several main battle captains, like sharks smelling blood, wildly stirred up their emotions. The roaring lion's breathing also became heavy. His fingers hovered over the all-out attack command, his eyes flashing with greed and struggle. Reason told him this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But his body felt nailed to the seat, unable to move. In his mind, he replayed over and over the shocking scene just now, the dark golden plane, breaking itself apart in the destructive beam, using its own bones and flesh to fill the deadly void. What kind of will was that? What kind of fearless defiance of death was that? While he hesitated, a different voice appeared in the channel. Captain 1234, forget it. Captain 5678, yeah, if we keep fighting, it's meaningless. Captain 1001, ambushing someone who just faced the Annihilation Singularity cannon head-on? I can't do that. If it spreads, the people on server 128, how can we even show our faces? Captain 8848, are you crazy? This is war. Not a knight's duel. What talk of honor and morality? Captain 1001, this is not about honor, it's about respect. I respect him as a real man. If someone wants to ambush him now, I actually want to help him deal with the ambushers. These words hit the hearts of many, stirring countless ripples. Many Blue Side captains fell silent. Yes. It had nothing to do with factions. Purely they were captivated by that spirit. For a vague server honor, attacking a worthy opponent? Suddenly, it felt so meaningless. Roaring Lion looked at the channel, slowly lowered his hand from the command. He let out a long sigh, his whole body drained of strength, collapsing against the backrest. He knew the morale of the Blue Side was completely broken. Not broken by the enemy. Broken by one person's charisma. On the other side, the Red Side. Phew, that scared me to death. Big brother, you really play with my heart. In Lin Feng's team channel, Zhang Yunchuan's voice, trembling, was the first to sound. Su Mingyu, boss, if you play this big next time, can you warn us first? My heart is weak, I almost died on the spot. That cannon just now, I felt like I rushed up with 10-second true man, and not a scrap would have survived. Luing, brother Lin Feng, are you okay? Boo-hoo, we were so worried. Chen Madao, machine structure integrity at 38%, core energy zone slightly damaged, 8 main energy circuits broken, urgent repairs needed. But data cannot comprehend using matter and energy to counter annihilation effect, I can't analyze it. Usually calm, Chen Madao's voice carried a trace of excitement and trembling. Lin Feng looked at the cockpit, a mess everywhere, holes left from decomposition, even his own seat half gone, and could not help but bitterly smile. He had overplayed it, now repair costs would probably bankrupt him. Just as he wanted to calm everyone in the channel, suddenly a voice broke the battlefield silence. Lin Feng is awesome. Someone, he didn't know who, used all their strength in the Red Public channel to shout this. That shout was like a spark thrown into a powder keg. Instantly. Boom. A mountain roaring, sea-thundering cheer exploded from thousands of planes in the Red Side at the same time. Captain 3975, we won. We won. Long live boss Lin Feng. Captain 1124, what kind of godly move was that? Enduring it. That was enduring it. Oh my goodness, I feel like I can brag about this forever. Captain 0777, Luing, brother Lin Feng is the coolest. No arguments accepted. Captain 3301, from today, whoever dares to say a word against boss Lin Feng, I'll be the first to take a rocket launcher to his door to teach them a lesson. The tension and worry that had been suppressed for so long, at this moment, all turned into the most fanatical worship and joy. The cheers were like solid waves, sweeping across the entire starport. For this hard-earned victory. And also for this newly born myth, named Lin Feng. Chapter 0083. In the time of a meal, hero becomes loser. Landing battle ended. Begin settlement. The cold system prompt, like the final judgment, echoed in the minds of every surviving captain. On the red and blue side's central control screens, completely different settlement images popped up. Red side camp, a dazzling sea of gold. Congratulations to Server 127 for winning this landing battle. All captains of Server 127 gain War Blessing, buff status. War Blessing lasts 24 hours. During this time, all resource gathering efficiency increases by 20%, aircraft module upgrade success rate increases by 10%, spirit and stamina recovery speed increases by 30%. Extra reward, all participating captains gain one-time privilege, emergency return. Emergency return, when the aircraft is damaged over 70%, you can activate this privilege to forcibly teleport back to Public Hub 0 for repair. During teleportation, the aircraft is absolutely invincible. Only once. The entire red channel, after a brief silence, was instantly drowned in ecstatic joy like a mountain of waves. Captain 3975, we won. We really won. Full buff. Isn't this stronger than drinking energy drinks? Captain 1124, 24-hour luck experience card. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Quickly find a resource point and fill the fuel tank while the buff lasts. Captain 0777, Luing, long life brother Lin Feng. Brother Lin Feng is the best in the world. Sisters, spam the public screen for me. Captain 3301, everyone stand up. Salute the great Lin Feng. Without him, we would probably be singing Cold Cold now. In contrast, the blue side channel was full of gloom. Server 128 landing battle failed. All captains of Server 128 will suffer failure curse, debuff status. Failure curse lasts 24 hours. During this time, all resource gathering efficiency decreases by 20%, aircraft module upgrades have a 10% chance to fail directly, spirit and stamina recovery speed decreases by 30%. Every debuff property felt like a knife, stabbing the hearts of the blue captains. However, unexpectedly, there were not many curses or complaints in the channel. Captain 8848, sigh, we lost. Captain 3451, we deserved it. That Lin Feng is a real figure. Captain 1234, yeah, he even tanked Wu Ming's Annihilation Singularity Cannon, how can we fight? I admit defeat. Commander, Roaring Lion, don't lose heart. Everyone listen. The voice of Roaring Lion, a little hoarse, but extremely firm. Commander, Roaring Lion, this time we lost, I admit it. But we are not crushed. From now on, everyone stick together. At the next drop point, partners who land together act together. Share fortune, share trouble. Anyone who dares to fight within the group, I will be the first not to let go. These words stirred their courage. Captain 5678, yes. The commander is right. If we can't beat that one opponent, we can still stick together ourselves. Captain 1001, exactly. Be careful at the next drop points, don't land alone. 24-hour debuff, no room to play. A crushing defeat did not make them collapse, instead, it gave birth to an unprecedented unity. In some sense, ending the battle early avoided more useless deaths, perhaps the only comfort in failure. Huff. Lin Feng exhaled a long breath of foul air, his whole body like the bones had been emptied, collapsing in the half-left cockpit seat. The aftereffects of overexerted spirit surged like a tide, countless steel needles stabbing his brain, a wave of darkness. He looked at his aircraft. The terrible gap in the middle of the fuselage, like a fierce scar, constantly reminded him of the brutal fight just now. Various warning lights were still flashing tirelessly. In the central control system, the number representing the body structure had already dropped pitifully to 38%. At this state, not to mention fighting, even a slightly stronger cosmic storm could blow it apart. Really played a bit too wildly. Lin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. He opened the central control and without hesitation chose to activate the privilege he had just obtained. Do you want to use the one-time privilege, emergency return? Yes. Buzz. A soft white light instantly wrapped around his shabby, broken plane. Space began to twist and fold. The starport battlefield in front of him blurred and dissolved like a painting thrown into water. The feeling of weightlessness came. Lin Feng could no longer withstand the overwhelming fatigue, his eyelids sank, and he completely lost consciousness. He woke up in the scent of food, not knowing how much time had passed. He slowly opened his eyes, and what met them was no longer the cold metal cockpit, but an unfamiliar ceiling. Beneath him was an oversized soft bed big enough for 3 people to roll on, the air filled with a faint incense scent. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window was the eternal, busy yet orderly scene of Airport Zero. A warm ray of sunlight poured through the window, shining on a silver dining cart at the side of the bed. On the cart were exquisite meals. Golden brown roasted steaks, still steaming, next to bright-colored vegetable salad and a cup of blue energy drink emitting a strange aroma. Lin Feng's stomach growled uncontrollably. He struggled to sit up, feeling as if his body was hollowed out, every joint aching weakly. He picked up the knife and fork, paying no attention to etiquette, and devoured the steak. The meat was tender and juicy. After several big bites and half a cup of energy drink, a warm current rose from his stomach, quickly spreading to his limbs, slightly easing the exhaustion. "It seems you have recovered well, Mr. Lin." A cold yet pleasant female voice sounded in the room. Lin Feng paused mid-chew, raising his head. At some point, the airport female manager wearing a silver mask had silently sat on a chair by the bed, legs crossed, posture elegant. "We meet again. Honestly, quite unexpected." Her voice held little emotion, but her eyes behind the mask carried a hint of inquiry. "I'm quite surprised too." Lin Feng swallowed his food and shrugged. "I thought the next time we met, it would be at my own memorial." The manager's lips seemed to curl slightly. "You are very humorous." She paused, then pushed a virtual screen list in front of Lin Feng. "I have brought your condolences. Now, let's talk business. This is your plane's damage report and estimated repair list." Lin Feng's gaze fell on the list. The dense items made his eyes spin. Main structure keel alloy, dissolution damage, missing 0.8 standard units, repair requires. Main power circuits 8 to 15, annihilation fracture, repair requires high purity energy crystals. Outer composite armor, structural loss, needs special alloy replacement. The more Lin Feng looked, the more his eyelids twitched. Every material on the list was sky-high, only seen on the trading market but never bought. He struggled to move his gaze to the bottom, to the total amount. Hiss. Lin Feng drew a sharp breath, and the piece of steak just in his mouth flew out with a pft. Cough, cough, cough. Choked and red-faced, he ignored wiping his mouth and stared fixedly at the number. Estimated total repair cost, 745 nebula coins. 745. Lin Feng's face darkened immediately. "They're robbing me." Right now, with everything he had, counting all scraps, he only had a little over 40 nebula coins. This can't even cover the small change. Good lord, is he about to rack up an unpayable debt right after putting on the biggest act of his life? This script doesn't make sense. From battlefield hero to bankrupt fool, it only took one meal. This sudden rise and fall in life is way too thrilling, isn't it? The female manager watched his shocked expression, seemingly already anticipating this, her tone still calm and flat. "Considering the unique damage to your craft, involving conceptual annihilation effects, this price is already a special discount from our engineering department." Lin Feng's lips twitched fiercely. "Friendship? I think it's the brotherly betrayal price." Is it possible to pay in installments?" he asked tentatively, "or, how about payment in kind?" Under the mask of the female manager, a light laugh escaped. "Sorry, Mr. Lin, Airport Zero doesn't offer such services." "But..." She shifted her tone, "if you can provide some of the rare materials on the list, the cost can be significantly reduced." Lin Feng spread his hands, looking completely destitute. "Do I look like I have materials? To withstand that blast, I even melted the cockpit. Now, I have nothing left, completely penniless." "Then there's nothing we can do." The female manager stood up, seemingly ready to leave. "Until you pay the repair fees, your aircraft will be temporarily sealed. Of course, as a VIP client, this lounge can hold your spot for 72 hours for free." She said that and slightly bowed, turning to head toward the door. "Damn it." Lin Feng watched her back, a deep sense of helplessness washing over him. Now, this is really the classic tale of a hero who's defeated by a single coin. Just then. Beep beep. The wrist control on his arm suddenly emitted a soft sound. Lin Feng instinctively raised his wrist. A light screen appeared. He saw a strange ID in the chat box, sending him a message. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the ID, pausing for a moment. Then, when he saw the content of the message, he froze completely. The dimmed mood in his heart seemed to be struck by a spark, spreading like wildfire with the light of stars. "Captain 6666, I've seen your aircraft. The self-repair method is very interesting. Captain 6666, interested in making a deal? Chapter 0084, Broken and Rebuilt, the beginning of the Great Way." At Zero Airport, VIP area, in a private reception room that was not open to the public. Lin Feng leaned back on the soft sofa, carefully studying the young man sitting opposite him, feeling quite surprised. Wu Ming. In real life, he was completely different from the cold-blooded killer image Lin Feng had imagined. He was a young man wearing a wrinkled old shirt, with a bird's nest hairstyle on his head. Especially his excessively pale skin, clearly never seeing the sun for a long time, and the heavy dark circles under his eyes indicated his irregular sleep schedule. He looked like a perfect internet addict. Lin Feng looked at Wu Ming, and in his mind, the character L from Death Note kept popping up. The aura was simply too similar. A nerd, a mess, lacking energy. If it weren't for seeing his performance on the battlefield with his own eyes, no one would connect his real-life image to the toxic scorpion that wiped out everything with one shot, the wasteland ghost in the battlefield. Lin Feng picked up the energy drink on the table and took a sip, breaking the silence first. Go ahead, what deal do you want to discuss? Wu Ming raised his eyes, his gaze calmly meeting Lin Feng's. I've seen your aircraft. His voice, like his personality, was flat and weak, showing no fluctuation. Lateral maneuvering, below level 10, I have no opponents. But its straight-line flying ability is crippled. Wu Ming said it very bluntly. At low levels, this problem isn't obvious. But once it surpasses level 10 and enters a larger star domain. Facing more complex battlefield environments, my crippled machine becomes a live target. I can't catch up, nor can I escape. Lin Feng listened quietly without interrupting. He knew that since the other party had come to him, the real deal was yet to come. Wu Ming paused for a moment. It seemed like he was organizing his words, which was a very exhausting thing for him. Your plane was pierced by my annihilation singularity cannon. From a physical structure standpoint, it is already dead. But you brought it back to life in a way I cannot understand. In Wu Ming's eyes, for the first time, a strange light flashed, a look mixed with confusion and frenzy, like the top craftsman seeing the finest raw material. Repairing from zero means you can choose completely new materials, build entirely new structures, and even change its original design idea. It is like a blank sheet of paper. A sheet full of infinite possibilities. Lin Feng squinted his eyes, savoring it for 3 seconds. Suddenly a thunderbolt exploded in his mind with a deafening roar. Even his hand holding the cup tightened slightly, almost unnoticed. Wu Ming's words were like a key, opening a long-sealed door in his mind. Yes. All his previous modifications and upgrades were just patching on the original plane frame, adding bricks and tiles. Like following a car blueprint, slowly putting on F1 tires, then installing tank armor. But essentially, it was just an enhanced car. But now it is different. Wu Ming's cannon, though it almost sent him away, also completely shattered this car, leaving only some core parts and the original blueprint. Destruction also means rebirth. He could fully take this repair opportunity, this rebuilding opportunity, to break free from the constraints of the original body and create a truly new war machine, belonging solely to Lin Feng. All previous weaknesses and regrets could now be fixed, entirely depending on the next steps. Looking at Lin Feng deep in thought, Wu Ming continued in his straightforward tone. I need the complete data of your plane after reconstruction, including material ratios, structural blueprint, energy circuit layout, everything. In exchange, I can provide some repair materials, and give you one thing. It is another item I found in the same ancient ruins. It might be very useful for you. Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. Anything that could stand with the annihilation singularity cannon must be priceless. But he didn't answer immediately, instead asked back. Aren't you afraid I might sell some data or weaknesses related to your plane? Or use your weaknesses to attack you? Wu Ming shook his head. My path has already proven to be a dead end. Only by risking it can one find a way out. As for selling data. He looked at Lin Feng, his tone still calm. I believe a man who can withstand one of my shots wouldn't bother with that kind of thing. Goodness, even business flattery is coming. Lin Feng mocked inwardly, but a smile appeared on his face. Deal. He stretched out his hand. Wu Ming also stretched out his hand, they shook once, and immediately let go. The deal was done. Between two top pilots, a hint of tacit understanding arose, based on strength and judgment. Lin Feng pulled up the 3D map of his plane, which had only 38% structural strength left, eyes more focused than ever. Wu Ming was right. His plane was also a specialist, and an extremely biased one at that. First, the firepower. Except for a few basic defensive turrets and the long cooldown heavy weapon, Thunder God's Hammer, there was almost nothing offensively impressive. This made him in combat extremely reliant on the plane's defense and fusion ability to withstand attacks, then find opportunities to get close. Nicely said, it's steady, harshly said it's just an iron turtle that can only take hits. Against someone like Su Mingyu with explosive power but short endurance, he could still wear them out. But once facing a truly agile opponent, or someone with firepower strong enough to constantly break defense, he would fall into an extremely passive situation. Among all the captains, Lin Feng's plane is currently leading in every aspect. However, when compared to top-tier combat abilities, his plane is useless except for its toughness. It has no reconnaissance capabilities, no electronic warfare abilities, and no stealth capabilities. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of that Li Gui he had taken down. To be fair, Li Gui's plane level and performance were far inferior to his. But the opponent's use of optical refractive camouflage and ghost bombs was really dirty. If it had been in the asteroid belt, a complex environment, with the opponent at the same level as himself, one mistake and an ambush could succeed. Even with thick armor, if the core area gets hit a few times, the plane would be grounded on the spot. His defense is passive defense. And a real strong person should hold the initiative in their hands. Finally, the most core issue, the direction of development. During the landing battles, Lin Feng relied too much on the super toughness brought by Dragon Bone Alloy. All upgrade ideas were focused on how to become tougher and withstand more damage in the team. This led to his plane becoming a monster with a deformed attribute. Defense maxed out, leaving little room for other developments. Lin Feng's thinking gradually became clearer. This blank paper created by Wu Ming is truly a godsend opportunity. He can replan every area of the plane. The cockpit needs stronger battlefield information processing ability. Chen Madao's abilities must be maximized. The firepower system must be established. Long range, medium range, and short range, there must at least be a complete firepower configuration plan. Auxiliary functional modules also need to be on the agenda. Stealth, interference, powerful radar for enemy detection. Even if he can't master everything, he at least needs 1 or 2 ace abilities. As for defense, Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a confident arc. With the fusion ability, as long as there's enough material, he can create armor more freakish than Dragon Bone Alloy. This time, he no longer wanted a simple, mobile fortress. What he wanted was a fighter jet that combines firepower, defense, mobility, and functionality, a hexagonal warplane. Thinking about this, Lin Feng once again looked at the 745 Nebula coin repair bill that was priced sky-high. Earlier, he only felt heartache. Now, looking at it, all that remained in his eyes was a burning flame. This was no longer just a repair bill. This was clearly, breaking and then rebuilding, the beginning of a grand path. Chapter 0085, Late-Stage Social Cancer. Since data sharing was confirmed, Lin Feng didn't hold anything back and began reviewing his plane blueprints openly. In just a few minutes, a hint of life sparkled in Wu Ming's deadfish eyes. That was the look of a top craftsman when they saw a raw gem, mixed with admiration, confusion, and a hint of fanaticism. Your plane is very interesting. He held it in for a long time before finally speaking these words. Lin Feng smiled, seeing the appreciation in Wu Ming's eyes. The previous enemy, through technical exchange, had developed a mutual respect among experts. Wasn't that the perfect atmosphere? Lin Feng felt it was time to showcase his charm and recruit this top expert. He leaned forward, his tone sincere. Would you be interested in joining my team? In my team, we have the best analysts, the fiercest, fearless assault soldiers, and now, we just need someone like you, someone who can deliver the final blow. Lin Feng was very confident in his invitation. After the landing battle, no lone wolf player would refuse the chance to join a powerful team. However, I won't join. Wu Ming almost immediately blurted it out without any hesitation. Lin Feng's smile froze on his face. He couldn't believe his ears. The script didn't match. Normally, shouldn't the other party have shaken in surprise and then bowed in submission? Was it that his sincerity wasn't enough? Lin Feng cleared his throat and decided to step up his pitch. Wu Ming, I know you're used to working alone. But in this world, as you go further, the power of an individual becomes more insignificant. Join us, share resources, exchange information, and always have trustworthy teammates behind you. This is the true way, the path the main character should walk, and together we can build a broad future. He spoke sincerely, so much so that he almost got moved himself. Wu Ming lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. Not joining. This time, it was even faster, a lightning-fast refusal. Lin Feng's jaw muscles twitched violently. What the heck? Wait a minute, that dead fish-like dispirited look in his eyes. He understood. He completely understood. This guy in front of him wasn't some aloof, antisocial person. He was a born topic ender, the complete opposite of social genius. He was in the advanced stage of social cancer. A lone wolf like Mo Yoli was practically a communication genius compared to Wu Ming. Mo Yoli was simply cold by nature, but her mind was top-notch. She could clearly judge the pros and cons, make the most rational choices, and would never let things get this awkward. But Wu Ming was different. This guy's brain seemed to have never installed the emotional intelligence module. He seemed like a one-way diode, only able to receive information and give the most direct yes or no response, completely ignoring the current atmosphere and the emotions of the other person. Forcefully pulling him into the team? I must immediately extinguish this damn thought. This could be a disaster. Lin Feng instantly recalled a famous basketball case from before he crossed over. That Lakers team with the four kings, Kobe, O'Neal, Malone, Payton on paper, their strength was so overwhelming that the entire league should have handed them the championship ahead of time. But what happened? 1 + 1 isn't always equal to 2. Sometimes, it's even less than 1. Chemistry is a very mysterious thing. Wu Ming might be that kind of pure solo player. Forcing him into an already well-coordinated team wouldn't enhance the team, it would instead destroy the existing tacit understanding and balance, eventually leading to the team's collapse. This guy was a born lone wolf. Once he understood this, the awkwardness in Lin Feng's heart immediately dissipated, replaced by a helpless smile of both amusement and exasperation. He picked up his drink and took a sip, concealing his expression. All right, looks like I've been rejected. He changed the subject, and his tone became lighter. Let's talk about the details of the trade. Wu Ming nodded, seemingly unaware of the awkward atmosphere just now. He directly brought up a hologram. Pointing at Lin Feng's sky-high repair bill of 745 nebula coins and the long list of demands, he said, I will cover 1/3 of these materials. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Good heavens, 1/3? That's almost 250 nebula coins worth of rare materials. You have to know that, aside from Lin Feng, all the pilots are still below level 5, and the combined net worth of many teams' entire members probably doesn't even add up to this number. Wu Ming, who keeps a low profile, is this rich? It seems that the title of Ghost of the Wasteland Mine is not without reason. This guy usually doesn't make a sound, but it seems like he treats the entire server's rare mining areas like his own backyard. With Wu Ming's material support, Lin Feng was finally spared from having his plane stored away and being kicked out of the VIP lounge. When Wu Ming allocated the various rare alloys, energy crystals, and special components worth 250 nebula coins to Lin Feng under his name through the airport's transfer warehouse, the silver-masked female manager appeared in Lin Feng's room again. This time, her attitude was just as warm as when they first met, unlike the slightly distant and cold manner she had when she left last time. Mr. Lin, your preliminary repair resources have arrived. The engineering department has already set up the highest priority special repair team for you, and they are ready to start work at any time. This is the customized repair plan we've prepared for you, and you can suggest any modifications at any time. Moreover, this VIP lounge will be open to you for an unlimited time, and every meal will be specially tailored to your taste by our airport's 3-star chef. The female manager slightly bowed and handed over a more refined virtual menu. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, with a hint of a barely perceptible smile. Lin Feng looked at her and couldn't help but chuckle. Manager, your service attitude changes pretty quickly. He leaned back on the soft sofa, crossed his legs, and teased. You were all set to confiscate all my assets before, but now I'm treated like a god. Who wrote this program to train such human-like emotions? A half-joking complaint. If it were a regular NPC, it would most likely give the standard reply like, it's our honor to serve you. However, the female manager's reaction was beyond his expectations. Her body showed a very subtle stiffness. Although it lasted only a moment, it definitely didn't escape Lin Feng's eyes. Then, a faint laugh came from behind her mask, a mix of self-mockery and helplessness. Sorry to make you laugh, Mr. Lin. Her voice now had a noticeable touch of human warmth. After all, we still need to eat. Lin Feng's smile slowly faded. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the armrest of the sofa. This response, something feels off, too real. This was completely beyond the interaction logic of a high-level NPC. The phrase, we still need to eat, was full of life, like a real office worker, responding with the most genuine, down-to-earth reply when facing a customer's teasing. This female manager, could she actually not be an NPC? But if she was once a captain, how did she become the number 0 airport manager? What had she experienced before? Countless questions sprouted like vines. Lin Feng stared at her silver mask, which shut off all possible probing, and eventually suppressed his curiosity deep inside. Their relationship wasn't close enough to investigate such personal secrets. The road ahead is long, and one day the truth will come out. After confirming the handover checklist, Lin Feng and Wu Ming jointly arrived at the airport's highest standard private maintenance hangar. Cold metallic arms silently waved inside the massive hangar, sending pieces of rare alloys that glowed faintly into high-temperature furnaces, instantly vaporizing. On the other side, high-purity energy crystals were precisely cut, transforming into flowing light, injected into the fractured energy circuits. Materials and nebula coins flowed out like a burst dam, pouring out continuously. On the central control screen, the repair costs were skyrocketing like an uncontrollable heartbeat, making Lin Feng and Wu Ming's eyelids twitch. Even though Wu Ming sponsored a third, the remaining gap was still an astronomical figure. Lin Feng looked at the nebula coins vanishing from his account, feeling like his heart was bleeding. This isn't just repairing a plane, it's clearly lighting cigarettes with nebula coins, the kind where you light one and throw it away. It doesn't hurt this much even when you're cutting off your own flesh. Wu Ming stood aside, watching the complex reconstruction process, and on his eternally indifferent fish face, there was rarely a trace of pain. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder and weakly muttered 2 words. Take it easy. Lin Feng's lips twitched and responded gruffly to this social cancer phrase, thanks, next time I'll make sure you experience it too. Chapter 0086, Preparing a Big Surprise. The maintenance process was long and tedious. Lin Feng stayed in the hangar for a while, then returned to the luxurious VIP lounge. He slouched on the soft sofa and habitually opened the team chat channel. However, the channel was completely silent. Lin Feng was a little confused. Logically speaking, given the huge mess he had caused, seriously injured and bankrupt, he expected more of a reaction. These guys not sending an online check-in would be impossible to let go. He clicked on the member list. Zhang Yunxian, busy. Su Mingyu, busy. Lu Ying, busy. Chen Matao, busy. Looking through the list, apart from Yu Shuling's avatar being lit, everyone else, including Zhou Kai and Lin Wei who joined later, have a gray, busy, status next to their ID. Did these guys go off to play together? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Only friends can see detailed statuses, and adding friends in this world is something very cautious. Now that all members have unlocked the driving zone, this collective busy status feels unusual. He thought for a moment and opened Yu Shuling's private chat. Lin Feng, are you there? It was almost a second reply. Yu Shuling, I'm here. Lin Feng GE, how's your health? Are you recovering well? A series of concerns warmed Lin Feng's heart. He crossed his legs and tapped his fingers on the light screen, adding a bit of teasing tone. Lin Feng, I'm fine, not dead yet. But what about you guys? Why does it feel like you all vanished? After I go bankrupt, are you all planning to jump ship and look for other jobs? Lin Feng, especially you, Yu Shuling, comrade. Your thoughts need improvement. As the only free person in the team, not even checking in on the leader? Are you seeing me with nothing and planning to play both sides now? The message was sent out, and the other side stayed silent for a whole half-minute. Just when Lin Feng thought he had gone too far with the joke and made the little girl shut herself off, the message came back. Yu Shuling, no. Absolutely not. Yu Shuling, I really care about you. Truly. Every word carried a sense of panic, as if Lin Feng could see the girl on the other side of the screen desperately trying to explain. After she said that, it seemed like she also felt I really care about you was a bit ambiguous, and her avatar blushed slightly. Lin Feng chuckled. Lin Feng, alright, just teasing you. Tell me, what's really going on with them? Yu Shuling, well. Yu Shuling seemed a bit hesitant. Yu Shuling, don't ask, it's not a bad thing. You just fought such a tough battle, the most important thing now is to rest well and get your energy back. Don't worry about the team's matters for now. She deliberately kept some mystery, unwilling to tell the truth. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. This girl, though innocent, wasn't stupid. Since she said so, there must be a unified arrangement behind the team. Fine. Taking that blow from Wu Ming, just one nap wasn't enough. The overwhelming exhaustion hit again. Lin Feng yawned, closed the chat window, and lay down on the bed, falling asleep immediately. Meanwhile, at an abandoned orbital transfer station. A massive ring-shaped space station, like a stranded steel giant, quietly floated in the asteroid belt. Two planes, one all black and the other painted in bright, flashy yellow, cautiously flew between the shattered debris of the space station. Hey, I say, emoji. Su Mingyu's voice rang through the communication channel, full of strong curiosity. How do you maintain this plane? It's so pure black, did you use some high-end stealth coating? I heard there's a color called Van the Black. By the way, do you wax it? What brand of wax do you use? And your cannon, it looks plain, but why is it so powerful? Is it an electromagnetic cannon or a particle cannon? Where did you get the modification blueprints? By the way, how does your prophecy fragment ability work? Can you predict lottery numbers? In the communication channel, only Su Mingyu's chattering voice could be heard. On Mo Yoli's side, complete silence. If it wasn't for still seeing the black plane skillfully dodging space debris, Su Mingyu would almost have thought the other side had disconnected. Mo Jia? Mo Big Beauty? Give me a response, it's so boring talking by myself. Su Mingyu kept pushing. Finally, Mo Yoli's channel showed some movement. Not words, but an action. In Su Mingyu's cockpit, the alarm suddenly blared. A red locking frame, precise beyond measure, locked onto his plane. Immediately, a virtual light screen popped up, displaying a line of cold words. Warning, you have been locked by Ghost 0007, freeze bomb, energy reaction extremely dangerous. The playful grin on Su Mingyu's face froze instantly, cold sweat running down his forehead. He looked at the side of his plane, the black plane silently turned its cannon, the dark muzzle flickering a chilling light. At this moment, Mo Yoli's cold voice floated softly. I like to persuade people with reason. Su Mingyu swallowed hard, stiffly raised both hands in surrender. I was wrong, sister, I'll shut up, I'll be quiet like a mute. The locking signal finally disappeared. The world was finally quiet. After a while, Su Mingyu carefully changed the topic. Sister Mo, do you think if we try so hard, we can really gather enough repair resources for the boss? That's more than 700 nebula coins of material, even selling our whole team wouldn't be enough, right? This time, Mo Yoli spoke. Not enough. Her answer was direct and crushing. But this is a matter of attitude. Mo Yoli maneuvered the plane, skillfully diving into a broken cargo port, while speaking. Lin Feng alone faced the Annihilation Singularity Cannon, winning victory for the whole server. Now his plane is heavily damaged. If we let him bear all the loss alone, this team wouldn't need to exist. He can choose not to, but we cannot choose not to help. What we need to do now is not to show him how much money we gathered, but to show him that when he falls, all of us are willing to step up. That is what a team is. Su Mingyu listened quietly. The young man with tiger teeth showed a thoughtful expression. He suddenly felt that joining this team might be the best decision he ever made. Here, planes getting blown up was no big deal. As long as people are there, teammates are willing to help you. This feeling was really nice. Su Mingyu couldn't help but sigh. Joining this team is totally worth it. Benefits are crazy good. The boss is mighty, teammates reliable, I feel I can walk proudly. He started chattering again. Sister Mo, do you think next team event we should have a uniform paint? Paint it like our boss's dark gold color, so cool. And print a slogan, call it bankruptcy is nothing, dare to challenge and do it, what do you think? The blue veins at Mo Yoli's temple began to pulse happily again. Chapter 0087 Divine Gear formed, I want to ascend. The next day, Lin Feng was woken up on time by his biological clock. He quickly finished the luxury breakfast made by the 3-star chef, then rushed to the private repair hangar. Inside the huge hangar, it was already a busy scene. Dozens of huge intelligent mechanical arms crossed and waved silently in the air, dazzling electric arcs flashing, welding pieces of rare metal onto a brand new frame. In just one night, his plane, battered to only 38%, was completely dismantled. In its place, a new metal frame with a sense of power had taken shape. It looked like an ancient beast stripped of flesh, leaving only a fierce skeleton, quietly lying there, waiting for the moment of rebirth. The female manager with a silver mask appeared by his side at some point, her voice carrying just the right respect. Mr. Lin, at the current pace, your machine body is expected to complete the basic frame reconstruction in 48 hours. Our engineering department's chief designer guarantees that the repaired strength will be no weaker than before. Lin Feng nodded, and the stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. Professionals are indeed different. At this moment, Wu Ming, with his iconic messy hair, walked in yawning. He looked even more haggard than yesterday, with dark circles under his eyes, as if they had been smoked. This guy. Could he have stayed up all night analyzing my data? What a tech nerd. Lin Feng grumbled in his heart and handed over an encrypted data core. Here's the thing you wanted. Wu Ming took the data core and directly connected it to his portable control center. In his fish-like eyes, they were instantly filled with a massive flow of data. After a few seconds, the light in his eyes slowly dimmed, and his face was full of shock. He raised his head, looked at Lin Feng, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something. But after struggling for a while, it was still the same old line he always used. Interesting. Lin Feng couldn't even be bothered to respond. Talking to this guy is like having a conversation with a wall. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. An ear-piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the entire hangar. All the robotic arms that were working froze, as if the pause button had been pressed, and they all halted mid-air. A huge warning symbol popped up on the massive light screen in the center of the hangar. Warning, Maintenance Project A07 requires rare alloy number 3 serum silver essence, stock is 0. Warning, High Energy Conductive Liquid number 11 Hermes blood, stock is 0. A series of warnings about material shortages appeared one after another, flooding the screen. The maintenance was interrupted. The professional smile on the female manager's face instantly stiffened. She quickly walked to the control console, her fingers flying across the keys. After a moment, she turned around, putting a slightly forced apologetic smile back on her face. Sorry, Mr. Lin. Because your aircraft's repair plan is too advanced, it consumes our most premium reserve materials. Right now, there's a temporary shortage. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He looked at the female manager, and in his heart, he started counting down. Here it comes, the classic plot. Next, is she going to say, before you make up the costs for the materials, your plane will be temporarily sealed, and this lounge will be reserved for you free of charge for 72 hours? This trick is too familiar to him, he's been through it before. Just as the female manager took a deep breath, preparing to announce the verdict. Beep 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 beep. An even more urgent, even sharper alarm sounded crazily from the other side of the hangar, near the storage area's entrance. That wasn't a malfunction alarm, but a notification for incoming materials. The female manager, Lin Feng, and even Wu Ming all instinctively turned to look. They saw the giant transition light screen in the storage area flashing madly with green light. Lines of information were flashing through like a waterfall. Received a directed material transfer from Captain 1444. Serum Silver Essence X 80 units. Has been stored. Received a directed material transfer from Captain 0777. Hermes Blood X 30 units. Has been stored. Received a directed material transfer from Captain 9054. Yadman Alloy X 50 units. Has been stored. Received a directed material transfer from Captain 0007. 0-point Cooling Crystal X 12 units. Has been stored. Received a directed material transfer from Captain 0888. High Precision Battlefield Radar Blueprint X1. Has been stored. A series of familiar IDs flashed wildly on the screen. Zhang Yunxian, Lu Ying, Su Mingyu, Moyoli, Chen Madao. Behind each ID, there was a long list of sky-high priced materials that would cause a heart attack for an ordinary captain just by glancing at them. Then, an even more shocking scene occurred. The physical conveyor belts in the storage area started running at full speed, making a huge roar. Blocks of rare alloys that shimmered with metallic luster, crates of energy crystals filled with strange liquids, and even precision modules encapsulated in special force fields. Like a flood breaking through a dam, they poured out from the transfer ports. They were automatically sorted and piled in different areas. In just a few seconds, the originally empty material storage area was stacked into shining little mountains. The brilliance was so blinding that it was hard to open one's eyes. All the workers in the hangar were completely dumbfounded. The expression on the female manager's face froze completely. She stood there, mouth agape, staring at the mountain of materials piled up from the nebula coins, her brain seemingly crashing. Beside her, Wu Ming's reaction was even more exaggerated. This was the man who once shattered Starport with a single strike and remained unfazed even in front of Lin Feng, the ghost of the abandoned mines, and yet, his eyes were now as wide as copper bells. His mouth was slightly open, his jaw nearly dislocated. He stood frozen in place, motionless, like a statue struck by lightning, stunned beyond belief. Wow, the CPU is fried, totally fried. Lin Feng chuckled at the sight of Wu Ming's stunned face. He raised his wrist and opened the team chat channel. Lin Feng, alright, no more pretending. Be honest, and you'll get lighter sentences. Were you guys raiding the landing spots of server 128 while I was asleep? As soon as the message was sent, the channel erupted. Su Mingyu, boss, you're awake. How's it going? Was our surprise explosive enough? Zhang Yunxian, bro, you took the toughest blow for all of us, so we pitched in some ship repair money. It's the least we could do. Lu Ying, Lin Feng, big brother, this stuff is just a little something from us girls to help you recover, no need to be polite. Chen Madao, I've calculated it. These materials are enough to complete the basic repairs and give you more options when reconstructing. Yu Shuling, Lin Feng, brother, you must recover quickly. Looking at the warm messages flooding the channel, Lin Feng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He tapped the light screen and smiled. Lin Feng, alright, got it. Once I fix the plane, I'll take you all to blow something even bigger. I've got the bill for this one. Su Mingyu, yay! Long live the boss. I knew following you would lead to big rewards. Lin Feng, there's plenty of meat, but I'm afraid you might not have the teeth to chew it. He joked with a smile, closed the chat channel, and once again turned his gaze to the mountain of materials that nearly reached the ceiling. The supplies in the warehouse far exceeded the original repair plan's needs. He knew this was not just materials. It was trust, it was bonds, it was the entire team entrusting their backs to him. He turned and looked at the plane, which only had its skeleton left. Before, he only thought about how to repair it. But now, looking at the mountain of top-tier resources that could drive any pilot crazy, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Repair? No, that's too small a vision. In his eyes, a fierce fire burned. This was not just repair. This was clearly a godly outfit crafted by the heavens, a step to divinity. Chapter 0088, Explosive Effort. The woman wearing a silver mask and the man, also wearing a mask but with a chief engineer badge on his uniform, stood beside Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, the A07 Special Repair Team is fully on standby. The woman's voice was as professional and pleasant as always. This is our chief engineer. From now on, all reconstruction work will be fully handled by him. He has the highest operational authority at Starport S level and will meet all your reasonable needs. The man, codenamed Craftsman, nodded slightly toward Lin Feng without saying anything. However, his eyes, peering through the mask, were full of fervor for the pile of top-tier materials before him. A tech nerd, no doubt. Lin Feng nodded in return. Well then, I wish you smooth creation. The woman left behind a meaningful smile and gracefully walked out of the hangar, leaving the entire space to them. Wu Ming, arms crossed, standing with his messy hair, leaned against the far wall, waiting for the show to begin. "We can begin now," Lin Feng said to the craftsman. The craftsman nodded again, lifted his wrist, and gently tapped on his control panel. Buzz! The entire hangar instantly came alive. Dozens of massive mechanical arms woke from slumber, the lasers at their tips, high-precision welding guns, and material grippers all lighting up their work indicators, emitting a low, uniform rumble. Project A07, activate. Phase 1, main keel structure reconstruction, commence execution. A cold system voice sounded. The thickest mechanical arm precisely grabbed a piece of Adaman alloy and a piece of Ceril essence, smoothly sending them into the high-temperature furnace. A blinding light shone, the two top-tier alloys quickly melted into two different colored pools of liquid metal under tens of thousands of degrees. According to standard procedure, next was to mix them in a specific ratio and pour them into a mold. But at that moment, a sharp light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He spread his feet slightly, took a deep breath, and focused all his spiritual energy. Fusion. An invisible force, sensed only by him, instantly enveloped the high-temperature furnace. Inside the furnace, the two pools of liquid metal, originally about to mix, seemed paused in midair, floating strangely. Then, they began to rotate, stretch, and intertwine violently in a way that defied physical laws. Veins bulged instantly on Lin Feng's forehead. His mind felt like it had been inserted into an overworked central processor, countless data streams of material structures, energy ratios, and molecular sequences flashed wildly, almost overwhelming his consciousness. This was no longer simple 1 + 1 = 2. At the atomic level, the two top materials were being violently cracked and forcibly reorganized. What he wanted was not a mixture, but a completely new, unique creation. Merge for me. Lin Feng let out a silent roar. His spiritual energy poured out like a flood with gates opened. The feeling was like trying to forcibly squeeze together two high-speed spinning grinding wheels with his hands. Buzzing, stabbing pain, tearing. Put. A thin stream of blood slowly flowed from his nostrils. Far away, Wu Ming's pupils shrank sharply. Although he couldn't see the fusion process, he could clearly sense a subtle distortion of the energy field around Lin Feng. This feeling he had only experienced a similar one on the eve of activating his Annihilation Singularity Cannon at a fraction of its power. What the hell is this guy doing? The two pools of liquid metal in the furnace suddenly collided. All the light and energy collapsed inward in an instant, converging to the extreme. A new pool of liquid metal with a dark golden glow, surface flowing like a starry river, quietly floated in the center of the furnace. Ding! Fusion successful. Acquired, Memory Keel Alloy, X 1.2 Standard Units. Memory Keel Alloy, Special Fusion Creation. Has extremely strong structural toughness and energy conductivity, and can slowly self-repair its structure when suffering non-annihilating damage. Done. Lin Feng's vision went black, his body wobbled, almost sitting down hard on the ground. He forced himself to hold the nearby control panel, gasping heavily, feeling his entire mind emptied, leaving only a buzzing in his ears. This was more exhausting than the college entrance exam. No, compared to this, the exam was just kindergarten-level arithmetic. He wiped his nose blood with his hand, looked at the new alloy in the furnace, and a tired but excited smile appeared on his face. Worth it. Totally worth it. The chief engineer was obviously stunned by this sudden scene. The mechanical arm he controlled paused in midair, seemingly waiting for the next command. Use that new one. Lin Feng's voice was a little hoarse. The craftsman didn't hesitate and executed immediately. The new memory keel alloy was poured into the preset mold. A brand new main dragon bone, shimmering with dark golden light, full of power and beauty, was born. Wu Ming looked at the dragon bone, his head buzzing loudly. The wall was no longer reliable. He hurried over, uneasily, staring at the dragon bone, his lips moved. After a long pause, he muttered two words. Monster. Creating a completely new metal with even living characteristics out of thin air? The ultimate boundary of science is indeed theology. This is just the beginning. Lin Feng smiled weakly, taking the energy drink handed over by the attendant. For the next few hours, the entire hangar was in full swing. Stage 2, Energy Circuit Laying. Lin Feng grabbed a handful of high-purity energy crystals and a tube of Hermes blood. Fusion. His mental power was once again drained. This time, he failed. The energy conduction liquid created through fusion was highly unstable, like a pot of boiling water, ready to explode at any moment. Decompose. Lin Feng forced his remaining mental energy to deconstruct the failed product back into its original materials on a molecular level. This process was even more painful than fusion. He groaned, his face turning even paler. Hey, Wu Ming's voice came from the side, you can't do it this way. He pointed to the materials, speaking in a tired tone. The crystal's energy structure is solid lattice, and the conductive liquid is flowing chain. If you force them together, it's like trying to fit a square into a ring. It's bound to collapse. Try liquefying the lattice structure first, and then use the flowing chain to wrap it. While speaking, Wu Ming quickly drew a very complex energy structure model on the virtual screen. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he stared at the model. This guy actually knows his stuff, he might just be a genius. He immediately followed Wu Ming's idea and attempted for the second time. Fusion. This time, the process went incredibly smoothly. Ding. Fusion successful. Obtained 0. Superconductive slurry, x 1.5 standard units. 0. Superconductive slurry, a special fusion creation. Energy conduction efficiency is increased by 50%, with almost zero loss, and can withstand instantaneous ultra-high power shocks. Nice. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise. He was responsible for using the fusion bug ability to turn those wild ideas into reality. And Wu Ming, he used his analytical equipment to provide the most precise and reasonable theoretical support for these ideas. One came up with ideas, one provided the technology, and another was a fully automated top-tier construction team. This combination was like a player with hacks meeting the GM's favorite child, with a top-tier proxy thrown in for good measure. Once they confirmed this cooperation model, the repair speed of the plane nearly doubled. The outer armor of the body? Using Yadman alloy to fuse with Dragon Beast scales, creating Dragon Scale composite armor with an energy partial force field. Firepower system? Merging high-precision battlefield search radar blueprints with electromagnetic coil amplifiers directly modded into a brand new fire control system with targeting and charging acceleration functions. Stealth module? Mixing optical refraction coatings with phantom energy crystals, trying to create phantom optical camouflage that even thermal imaging cannot detect. Great effort, great miracles. As long as the imagination is big enough and the materials are sufficient, there is nothing that fusion can't solve. If there is, just add a Wu Ming. As the two worked tirelessly, time flew by. At noon, when the female manager sent the top-tier nutritious lunch, she found two people with dark circles under their eyes, bloodshot eyes, yet excited as if they just had a shot of adrenaline. Lin Feng's condition was especially terrifying. He looked like he had just been pulled out of water, his whole body soaked in sweat, his face as pale as paper, his lips even slightly purple. If it weren't for his personal panel still showing status, extremely fatigued, the female manager would have almost thought he was about to collapse. Mr. Lin, Mr. Wu, I suggest you take a rest. Her voice carried a hint of concern. It's fine, I can still push through. Lin Feng gulped down a whole vial of high-energy nutrition liquid, feeling a warm current surge through his limbs, slightly restoring his strength. He collapsed directly onto the sofa in the resting area, too lazy to speak, closing his eyes and falling asleep instantly. Wu Ming also silently picked up a nutrition meal, sitting aside, eating while madly simulating the structure blueprint to be modified in the afternoon on the light screen. Less than 2 hours later, Lin Feng was awakened by the alarm clock. Time could not be delayed. In just a few hours, other captains might have already raided a landing point. The gap would grow exponentially with time. He shook his still aching head and once again threw himself into this painful yet joyful creation task. 3 hours later. The last piece of Dragon Scale composite armor was precisely installed on the belly of the aircraft by a mechanical arm. The last drop of 0. Superconducting slurry was injected into the new energy core. All the mechanical arms in the entire hangar simultaneously stopped working and slowly retracted to their original positions. The harsh lights also softened. The world seemed to quiet down at this moment. Ding! A crisp, pleasant notification sound echoed through the vast hangar, like the bell signaling the arrival of a new era. S07 Project, Reconstruction Complete. Chapter 0089, What the hell was this transformed into? Rows of golden data cascaded down like a waterfall. Type, Survival Aircraft. Aircraft Level, LV.6. Aircraft Integrity, 100%. Basic Structure, Memory Dragon Bone Alloy Frame, Self-Repair Rate, 0.05% per minute. Outer Armor, Dragon Scale Composite Armor, Energy Resistance plus 80%, Physical Resistance plus 65%, Energy Subderivative Feature. Energy Core, 0. Superconducting Reactor, Energy Output Efficiency plus 50%, Energy Cap Limit plus 2000. Propulsion System, Spectral Vector Engine, Maximum Cruising Speed, 7 Mach, Instantaneous Burst Speed, 15 Mach, Maneuverability, EX. Fire Control System, Composite Locking System, Multiple Locking Limit, 32, Locking Speed plus 100%, Ballistic Prediction Feature. Stealth System, Spectral Optical Camouflage, once activated, 95% of conventional radar and thermal imaging cannot detect. Special Module, Heart of Fusion, Passive, all module energy consumption reduced by 10%, Active, forces fusion of all modules' energy for a brief period to perform an overload attack, cooldown time 24 hours. Overall evaluation, you've created a monster. It shouldn't exist in this era. Lin Feng looked at the final system evaluation and nodded with satisfaction. These stats were like a rocket-powered ascension. Especially that EX-level maneuverability, which didn't even have a specific value, and was crudely covered up with 2 letters. The meaning was clear: don't ask, it's unreasonable. Mr. Lin. The chief engineer seemed incredulous, turning around to deeply look at Lin Feng through his mask. How did you do it? How did you make the repaired aircraft surpass the original by so much? Lin Feng patted his shoulder and turned to share a smile with Wu Ming. Half an hour later, Lin Feng was piloting his new ride, jumping into a new airspace. Meteorite Mine Area 79. This was a no-man's land formed at the junction after the merger of 2 servers. At this moment, a heavy fighter plane, painted with a blood-red skull and as large as a mobile fortress, was hovering at the entrance of the mine district, showing off its power. More than 10 small planes, like hyenas smelling blood, surrounded 3 planes that were clearly from scattered players. Boss, these poor guys don't have much loot. Don't talk nonsense, even a mosquito is still meat. Hand over all the ore. Otherwise, we'll send you back to the spaceport. A cocky voice shouted from the communication channel. It was obviously the leader of the raiding team, who was lounging in his luxurious cockpit, enjoying the scene. He was one of the top players from the original server 128. After the server merged, he quickly gathered a group of men, thriving in this border area. As he enjoyed the thrill of bullying the weak, the radar in the cockpit suddenly gave a faint alert. A green dot appeared on the edge of the radar without any warning. Who's the blind fool? Didn't you see this place is taken over by us, the blood skeletons? He frowned and casually ordered a subordinate, go, drive him away. Yes, boss. A small plane immediately turned and charged aggressively toward the green dot. But the next second, something strange happened. The green dot on the radar, in a way completely impossible to understand, instantly moved horizontally for over 1,000 meters. It passed right around the intercepting plane. What's happening? The intercepting pilot was stunned. He straightened up, staring hard at the radar screen. Illusion? Radar malfunction? He immediately switched to optical view. In the distance, among the stars, a dark golden streak floated lazily, slowly approaching. Its speed was not fast, but... Lock onto it, the leader ordered. Boss, we can't lock it. The voice of panic came from the radio channel. Its flight path keeps changing, our fire control system can't calculate the lead at all. Damn it! It's flying in a straight line. Cold sweat ran down the leader's forehead. He watched as the dark golden plane floated toward them at an almost walking pace, its number hidden by some strange material. The most advanced fire control radars of his dozen planes seemed to have gone mad, the lock-on frame jumping wildly around the plane, unable to settle. When the psionic optical camouflage is active, it slightly distorts the surrounding light in space. This distortion is hard to see with the naked eye, but enough to make any optical or radar-based targeting system completely blind. Fire! Shoot freely! Bring it down! The leader roared in rage. A dozen planes spat flames, the dense barrage instantly covering the airspace. But the dark golden plane only did a very simple move. A side slip. The body seemed weightless, as if ignoring inertia, drifting lightly hundreds of meters to the left. All the fire passed by its shadow, not even touching its shield. The blood skeleton pirate's radio channel exploded in chaos. What kind of devilish move is this? Lin Feng sat in the cockpit, even taking a sip of his drink leisurely. Not bad, this mobility, I'll never worry about flashy moves again. He didn't even glance at the small fry, flying straight into the heart of the mining area. From start to finish, he didn't even unlock his weapons. Ignoring them. This was the ultimate contempt. Watching the dark golden plane vanish at the entrance of the mining area, the pirate leader's forehead veins bulged, he had never felt such shame. Meanwhile, in a hidden airspace tens of thousands of kilometers away. A fully black reconnaissance plane, blending into the darkness. The captain, nicknamed Eagle Eye, was using a special talent to share the view from a plane he had placed elsewhere. He saw everything that had just happened. From the appearance of the dark golden plane, to it ignoring the lock-on, to the incredible side slip and the hidden number. Eagle Eye's expression grew very serious. He had witnessed Lin Feng in a landing battle, single-handedly resisting Wu Ming's Annihilation Singularity Cannon, and finally shooting it down. From that day on, he listed Lin Feng as the highest-level threat. For this, he spent huge resources to set countless eyes at the borders of the new server. Just to keep track of Lin Feng's movements immediately. He thought that after taking that kind of attack, Lin Feng's plane would be paralyzed for a long time. But now. How long has it even been? Not only did he repair the plane, but he even built a more outrageous war machine. If it weren't for the serial number, I almost wouldn't recognize that as Lin Feng. On the light screen in front of Eagle Eye, the battle just now was slowed down countless times, and countless data streams began to parse rapidly. A few seconds later, several blood-red warnings popped up on the screen. Warning, target maneuver mode cannot be analyzed. Warning, target energy reaction model exceeds database limits. Warning, target armor material unrecognizable. Comprehensive threat assessment cannot calculate. A string of warnings made Eagle Eye's face extremely ugly. He rubbed his eyes stubbornly, replaying the video again. Seeing that miracle-like sideslip, he finally could not hold back, punching the console. What a joke. His voice carried a slight tremble. That guy, what exactly did he put into his plane? Chapter 0090 Boss, did you go robbing? Ding, cruise test finished. Hearing the prompt, Lin Feng put the drink aside, ending this one-sided friendly exchange. He focused back on the light screen in the cockpit. After the aircraft was repaired, besides the full attribute boost, 2 completely new special module slots were unlocked. Lin Feng's fingers lightly swept across the screen, pulling up the module list. Module 1, Resource Exploration Sonar. Effect, can perform deep scans of landing zones, marking high-value resource points in 3-dimensional maps. Scan accuracy and range are affected by the power output of the energy core. Module 2, Team Shared Storage. Effect, opens an independent, team-bound cloud storage space. Team members can access resources anytime, anywhere. Permissions are set by the administrator. Initial space, 1,000 cubic meters. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. One for the map hack, one for the portable bank. Now it really became an RPG game. He installed both modules without hesitation. The installation process completed in seconds. Lin Feng immediately activated Resource Exploration Sonar. Hum. An invisible wave centered on the plane swept across the entire asteroid mining area in an instant. The next second, on the main screen of the cockpit, a stereoscopic star map appeared, detailed down to every single asteroid. Most areas on the star map were gray, representing ordinary iron ore. But deep inside the mining area, a core zone previously blocked by pirates suddenly lit up with dozens of glaring light points. Gold represented rare metals, blue represented energy crystals, and a few flickered with rainbow light, unknown substances even the system could not immediately identify. This wasn't a mining area at all. It was clearly an unexploited treasure mountain. No wonder that group of blood skeletons wanted to block this place, they had already discovered its wealth. Too bad, now this place had changed hands. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. Just worrying about how to repay debts, and someone had already brought a gold mountain to his mouth. This service was really thoughtful. He was about to drive the plane deeper when the radar alarm rang again. A dozen light points were rushing out from the jump exit at high speed, surrounding him aggressively. Leading them was the heavy fighter with the blood-red skull he had seen before. A communication request popped up almost at the same time. Lin Feng picked it up casually. Who are you? Have you lost your mind? The Blood Skull leader's voice was arrogant, with a hint of bluffing behind the aggression. Do you know whose territory this is? Dare to run wild here, do you not respect the blood skeletons? Lin Feng leaned back in the pilot seat. He leisurely watched the other side. The opponent's detection ability clearly couldn't see the number on Lin Feng's plane, so they could only probe with words. But Lin Feng could clearly see the opponent's strength evaluation on the screen. To be honest, he was a bit itchy. Oh? Then according to your opinion, how should I treat you? Should I burn incense, take a bath, fast for 3 days, and offer up your skulls, lighting 3 sticks of incense morning and night? The opponent was clearly choked. He probably didn't expect that this lone wolf, flying a strange plane, not only wasn't afraid but also had the leisure to banter. Stop talking nonsense. The leader's voice grew darker. Considering you have some skill, I'll give you a chance. This minefield is something we, the Blood Skulls, have set our eyes on. You should leave immediately, and we'll let the previous incident slide. Otherwise. He paused, his tone filled with threat. Our brother's cannons are not for show. Lin Feng smiled. He extended 3 fingers. I'll give you 3 counts to make your people disappear from my sight. What? 3. Lin Feng's tone was flat, as if speaking of something trivial. Kid, are you crazy? Do you really think with just yourself? 2. The cold countdown cut the leader off mid-sentence. He could feel that the other side wasn't joking. It was pure, emotionless disregard, as if he and his proud team were nothing more than bugs blocking the way in Lin Feng's eyes. The feeling of humiliation surged to the top of his head. Get him. Turn him into dust. The leader was finally enraged, screaming hysterically. Over a dozen planes instantly scattered, forming a standard encirclement, and the dark barrels all lit up with the glow of energy reactions. Lin Feng looked at the red dots on the screen representing enemy planes and gently shook his head. He opened his team's chat channel and sent a message. Everyone, get ready for a surprise. After sending, he closed the channel and gripped the controls. The battle was exactly what Lin Feng wanted. If the opponent were one of those polite, reasoning types, things would actually be more troublesome. The reason was simple. When repairing the plane, his teammates had sent him piles of materials, and he owed the whole team a debt. And now, this was the perfect moment to return the favor. 1. The final number dropped. The dark golden plane instantly disappeared from its original position. Target lost. It's off the radar. The Blood Skull's communication channel fell into chaos. The next second, the pilot of a speed-heavy reconnaissance plane was left dumbfounded. Because the dark golden plane appeared out of nowhere on the side of his cockpit, less than 10 meters away. Fast. This was no longer just fast. It was literally teleportation. He instinctively reached for the control stick to evade. But just as his hand began to rise, the dark golden plane had already completed the turn, accelerated, overtaken him, and disappeared again from his sight. The entire process was fluid and fast, so much so that he couldn't even see a trace of afterimage. EX-level maneuverability, for the first time, revealed its unreasonable ferocity in combat. He's there. On the other side, a heavily armed attack gunship locked onto Lin Feng's position and immediately opened fire. A massive energy beam, with a destructive aura, shot straight toward him. However, Lin Feng couldn't even be bothered to dodge. The surface of the dragon-scale composite armor instantly activated a near-imperceptible energy deflection field. That beam, capable of melting through regular alloy armor, slid off as though it had hit a perfectly smooth mirror as soon as it touched the fuselage, bizarrely brushing against it and flying off into the distance, leaving a deep, bottomless scorch mark on a nearby meteorite. Not a scratch. How is this possible? The gunboat pilot's eyes nearly popped out. His main cannon, it didn't even break through the enemy's shield? Just as he froze in disbelief, Lin Feng's counterattack arrived. Compound lock system, activate. Multiple target lock complete. Inside the cockpit, alarms blared loudly. The gunboat pilot watched in horror as his weapon system, power system, shield generator, all critical modules, were simultaneously locked by 8 red targeting boxes. What kind of damn fire control system is this? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The rapid-fire pulse cannons mounted under Lin Feng's plane wings fired a short burst. 8 thin beams of energy struck the 8 locked modules with perfect precision. After a series of heavy explosions, the heavy gunboat instantly became an iron coffin floating in space. All functions were paralyzed except the communication system. Damn, is this plane too advanced? Could it be a high-level plane from another server? Impossible, unless there's a bug in plane survival world. Right now there are only over 4,000 players on the merged server, all below LV.6. Although the Blood Skeletons were not famous before the landing battle, through these past skirmishes they had become an experienced team, having seen many powerful planes. Some could kill in one shot, some had firepower that ignored defense, some fired so densely you couldn't dodge, some were too fast to catch, but all had limits at their level, only enhancing one aspect. But Lin Feng's plane didn't follow the rules, others could only choose one, he wanted them all. Fast? No one could catch him. Strong firepower? Couldn't pierce his defense. Strong defense? Couldn't withstand his cannon. How could you fight like this? Don't panic. The Blood Skeleton leader's voice became sharp with fear. No matter how strong he is, he's only one person. Focus fire. Stop him. My Skull Crusher will be charged soon. His mount, a heavy fighter, began gathering terrifying energy at the muzzle of its main cannon. The rest of his subordinates, hearing their leader, seemed to find courage, turning their guns without hesitation to pour fire on Lin Feng, trying to buy their leader charging time. For a moment, the starry sky flashed with light, bullets flying everywhere. Lin Feng looked at the heavy fighter charging up and nearly laughed. Wants to duel him? Probably not fully awake. Instead of dodging, he flew straight through the barrage. Special module, Heart of Fusion, activate. Buzz. An indescribable force erupted from the core of the plane. Energy core, engines, fire control, even stealth energy, all forcibly extracted, compressed, fused. The entire dark golden plane seemed like a supernova about to explode, its surface flowing with destructive dark red arcs. Fire. The Blood Skeleton leader finished charging, his face twisted as he pressed the fire button. A thick energy torrent, many times larger than the gunboat's, roared outward. Almost simultaneously, Lin Feng pulled the trigger. A finger-thick, concentrated dark golden beam flashed from his cannon. 2 beams of vastly different power collided boldly in space. The thick energy torrent, upon touching the dark golden beam, was like snow on a hot iron, unable to hold even a second, pierced right through. The dark golden beam cut like a blade, instantly spanning kilometers. The cockpit of the Skull Crusher was hit precisely. The brutal expression on the Blood Skull leader's face froze forever right there. Boom! The huge heavy bomber was torn apart by an irresistible force from the cockpit, exploding into a dazzling space firework. The smaller planes froze in shock for a full 3 seconds after the leader was instantly killed. Then, no one knows who reacted first, but someone screamed and turned around to run. The remaining pirate crew members woke up as if from a dream, scattering in all directions, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs, leaping away at the fastest speed to escape this hell. Lin Feng did not pursue. He quietly hovered in front of the explosion's ashes, opened the team channel. Lin Feng, cleaned up, let's get to work. After speaking, he activated the team shared storage feature and set all team members' permissions to the highest level, piloting the plane deep into the mine area, glowing with countless flashing lights. At the same time, in the team chat channel. Su Mingyu, what did the boss say? What surprise? What cleanup? Luing, brother Lin Feng is so mysterious, I'm so looking forward to it. Chen Madao, based on his login time, he must have repaired the plane and arrived at a new landing point. Just as everyone was discussing, a series of system prompts suddenly flooded everyone's chat screen. Ding! Team member Lin Feng donated to the shared warehouse, Silver Essence X 80 units. Ding! Team member Lin Feng donated to the shared warehouse, High Purity Energy Crystal X 120 units. Ding! Team member Lin Feng donated to the shared warehouse, Yadman Alloy or X 200 units. Ding! Team member Lin Feng donated to the shared warehouse, Zero Cooling Fluid X 50 units. The prompt sounds were like a frenzy, one after another, never stopping. Everyone was stunned by this sudden material rain. After a long pause, Su Mingyu finally sent a series of ellipses. Su Mingyu. Su Mingyu, did I see wrong? Boss, did you go to the neighboring server to raid? Chapter 0091, you do it if you can. The deep blue data stream silently gathered in the dark virtual meeting space. 8 blurred humanoid light figures quietly sat on both sides of a circular conference table, representing some of the top predators of this server. This was the Temporary Strategic Alliance of Zero Airport. The core members of the alliance had only 8 slots, changing periodically. To join, one had to earn the approval of the codename 0001 and display enough power to make everyone wary. At this moment, the holographic screen in the center of the space repeatedly played a video. In the footage, a dark golden aircraft moved like an elegant ghost dancer, strolling through dense barrages. An unbelievable sideway move dodged all the fire. A bizarre force field that completely ignored lock-on made more than a dozen fire control radars become decorations. This is the situation. The captain, codename Eagle Eye, seemed a little tense, his voice carrying a lingering seriousness. According to my intel, this plane is Lin Feng's new ride. How long has the landing battle passed? He not only repaired the nearly scrap aircraft, but also modified it to be almost untraceable. He paused, as if searching for the right word. A machine that completely exceeds the known LV.6 strength limits. At the end of the video, the dark golden light beam that evaporated the Blood Skull leader, along with his plane, was frozen. The meeting space immediately erupted in discussion. Eagle Eye, what's your overall threat assessment? A hoarse voice broke the silence. Impossible to calculate. Eagle Eye gave an answer that made everyone present raise their eyebrows. My analysis model couldn't even analyze his sideways move. Error occurred. After running dozens of times, I reluctantly concluded that the target maneuver mode exceeds the level limit. Ha! A laugh, unmasked and dismissive, rang out from the corner. A figure, more solid and robust than the others, slowly stood up. His codename was Pancher, pilot number 0628, and his real name was Su Tao, the latest member recruited by the Alliance. Violating the laws of physics? Eagle Eye, I think you're scared out of your mind. People doing intelligence work, their courage is really as small as a hummingbird's bladder. Su Tao's voice was full of arrogance. I admit, Lin Feng did perform well in the landing battle. He took on Wu Ming's hidden trump card with some skill. But so what? He scanned the room, his tone laced with obvious disdain. He won, but he was also ruined. While we hurry to develop, he can only hide in public hubs fixing planes. There's a term for this: one side loses, and the other side gains. He's already been left behind. As for this video, Su Tao contemptuously pointed at the light screen. It's just some flashy, useless tricks. Beating up rookie pirate groups is fine. But when it comes to a real fight between equals, there are only 2 things that matter: level and firepower. As far as I know, he's still only at LV.6, right? As for me, Pancher's light shadow puffed out his chest, a powerful energy wave flickering for a moment. I'm already at LV.7. My special ability, you should have seen the data. It's like accumulating power and then bursting forth, with each upgrade giving me more battle power than an average pilot. Right now, fighting him at LV.6 is like an adult kicking a kindergartner. Do we even need to talk about maneuvering modes? His words not only dismissed Lin Feng, but it seemed like he categorized all the other core members in the room as ordinary pilots. The atmosphere immediately became somewhat subtle. Oh? Pancher, you're this confident? A charming female voice with a hint of amusement rang out. It was the pilot with the codename Black Widow. But Eagle Eye's intelligence is always quite accurate. What if Lin Feng has hidden some card we don't know about? Hidden card? Su Tao sneered. In the face of absolute power, any hidden card is just a clown's trick. Well said. A cold, venomous voice joined the conversation, like a snake's hiss. It was the pilot with the codename Prophet. I agree with Pancher's view. The lowest logic in this world is level suppression. All the fancy stuff is meaningless in the face of data crushing. He shifted his tone, adding a hint of provocation. Our alliance has always believed in strength and action, not empty words. Since Pancher is so confident in his power and has such profound insight into the situation, I assume he already has a foolproof plan to deal with this serious threat, right? Well, that was a deadly mix of praise and provocation, delivered seamlessly. If Lin Feng knew this, he'd probably give this Prophet guy a thumbs up. He's clearly wasted not getting into multi-level marketing. Su Tao had indeed fallen into the trap. His solid light shadow took a step forward, his voice booming like a drum. Strategy? What strategy is needed to deal with him? Give me the coordinates of his next landing, and I'll go crush him alone. A few light shadows in the meeting space let out barely perceptible chuckles. Black Widow's charming voice rang out again, laced with teasing, as if she enjoyed the show. Ah, but the coordinates are hard to find. In the plain survival world, locating someone who's deliberately hiding their tracks is very difficult. Unless. She intentionally drew out her words. You're willing to use the treasure you handed over when you joined the Alliance, the one you swore on, the plane tracking beacon? Su Tao's light shadow visibly stiffened. Plane tracking beacon, a one-time item, can ignore any interference and forcefully lock onto a pilot's current landing coordinates. It's a special rights item, worth almost as much as half a top-tier configured plane. It was his treasure, hidden deep away. Seeing his hesitation, the Prophet immediately followed, his tone turning understanding. Of course, we can understand. After all, that thing is priceless. Using it on a mere LV.6 would be such a waste. If Lord Rock feels unsure, it's fine. We can take our time, plan carefully. After all, safety is the most important thing, and caution ensures a long journey. But, some opportunities, once missed, are gone forever. And some people's reputations, once seen as empty words, are hard to recover from. Heart strike. Every word was a heart strike. These words were like a poisoned dagger, ruthlessly stabbing into Rock's proud self-esteem. I'm unsure? I only talk big? Boom. A surge of anger erupted in Su Tao's chest. Who said I'm unsure? It's just a tracking beacon. I'll use it. Watch closely. Not only will I find him, but I'll drag his plane wreckage back as a trophy and hang it on this meeting room wall. He was completely blinded by rage. At that moment, a deep, authoritative voice, carrying a sense of rule and power, finally echoed in the meeting room. It came from the figure who had been sitting in the main seat, unmoving from the start. Number 0001. Very good. Just 2 words, but they instantly silenced the noise in the entire space. All the lights and shadows instinctively turned towards that direction, filled with awe. This alliance needs someone as decisive as you. Number 0001's voice was emotionless, yet carried an undeniable power. Rock, since you've made up your mind, I grant you a blessing. When you engage with the target, I will grant you divine protection. It will last for 10 seconds. During this time, your energy core output will be increased by 300%. 300%. What does that mean? It's like suddenly having 3 more identical planes, with all their power focused into one. Forget about fighting at LV.6 Lin Feng, even taking on a mid to high level team would be more than enough. Even the Prophet and Black Widow didn't expect number 0001 to invest such a huge amount. Su Tao's light and shadow, after a brief pause, began to tremble violently. With this power, what does he have to fear? Lin Feng? A thing of the past. Thank you, leader. Su Tao's voice became sharp with excitement as he deeply bowed in the direction of number 0001. Please wait for the good news. I will return with his head to report. After speaking, his light and shadow, without hesitation, vanished with a sharp pop into data streams. Inside a cockpit, a burly man suddenly opened his eyes, his face still showing traces of wild excitement. He opened the storage compartment and took out a pulsating, metallic heart-like device. It was the dimensional tracking beacon. A flash of pain crossed his face, but it was quickly replaced by killing intent and greed. As long as he could kill Lin Feng, take the materials from his plane, and earn number 0001's favor, what was this little loss? Fortune favors the bold. Su Tao growled, his large hand suddenly clenching. Crack! The beacon shattered with a snap. A causality line, invisible to the human eye, instantly pierced through space, crossing an endless distance, pointing to a corner of the plane survival world. Chapter 0092, Everyone levels up, yet the ranking falls behind? In Lin Feng's team chat channel, the transfer of shared warehouse materials finally stopped. Lin Feng, what I owed you all before, I'm paying back now. The warehouse access is open to everyone, take what you need, and quickly improve your combat power. After that, he said no more, quietly hiding both achievements and fame. The team looked at the massive pile of materials in the warehouse, almost overflowing, and then at Lin Feng's casual words. A surge of emotions overwhelmed them. They had only gathered a bit of material to help the boss fix the ship. In return, the boss handed them back a mountain of gold. What kind of godly boss is this? Su Mingyu, brothers, stop dawdling. The boss has spoken, let's all get moving. If anyone wastes the boss's goodwill, I won't stand for it. Let's get to work. With a shout from Su Mingyu, everyone snapped out of their stupor. The next second, the team channel was flooded with fresh system messages. Ding! Team member Su Mingyu extracted Yadman Alloy Raw or X30. Ding! Team member Mo Yoli extracted 0-degree cooling liquid X10. Ding! Team member Chen Mato extracted Type 3 Standard Energy Shield Blueprint X1. With the influx of massive top-tier resources, everyone's aircraft modifications and upgrades took off like rockets. Next, a series of even more thrilling notifications began to ring out in the channel. Congratulations! Team member Zhang Yunxian's ship level increased to LV.5. Congratulations! Team member Lu Ying's ship level increased to LV.5. Congratulations! Team member Chen Mada's ship level increased to LV.5. Congratulations! Team member Su Mingyu's ship level increased to LV.6. Unlocking new module slots. Congratulations! Team member Mo Yoli's ship level increased to LV.6. Unlocking new module slots. In an instant, the entire team channel nearly turned into a massive upgrade celebration, sparkling with gold and glowing with auspicious energy. All the core members broke through the LV.5 barrier. Su Mingyu and Mo Yoli, who were already top-tier members, stepped straight into the LV.6 threshold. Su Mingyu, hooray! LV.6. I swear the air inside the aircraft even tastes sweeter. The boss is amazing. Voice cracks. Mo Yoli, thanks. Lin Feng, no need to thank me, it's the least I could do. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction as he looked at everyone's improvements. It was then that Chen Mato suddenly sent a message. Chen Mato, boss, there's something off. Our team's overall strength ranking has dropped to 3rd. At these words, the festive atmosphere in the channel immediately froze. Su Mingyu, what? 3rd? Are you kidding me? We all upgraded, our power surged, and we're still ranked lower? Lin Feng, overall ranking? What's that? Having been busy repairing the ship these last 2 days, with little sleep and constantly using his fusion ability, Lin Feng had been somewhat disconnected from the world and had no idea about this. Su Mingyu immediately took over, seemingly particularly concerned about this matter, typing out a long message. Su Mingyu, boss, you don't know? It makes sense, you've been in seclusion. Here's the deal, just yesterday, the system unlocked a new team overall strength ranking based on the power level of our 2 servers. Su Mingyu, any team with more than 5 members can voluntarily register for the leaderboard. The system gives an overall score based on factors like average level, ship configuration, number of special modules, recent battle achievements, and a ton of other data, then ranks the teams. Su Mingyu, the most important thing is, this ranking is recalculated every 3 days. Teams on the list get basic resource rewards, and the top 3 teams get double rewards, plus a special item called Permission Beacon. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Lin Feng, Permission Beacon? Su Mingyu, yes. This thing. According to the system, as long as any member's level breaks LV.8, the team can use the beacon to activate a special permission for 24 hours squad coordination jump. Su Mingyu, what this means is, we can form a team of up to 5 people and drop into a completely new, unexplored landing point. Imagine, 5 of us exploring a new map together, the efficiency, the safety, it's unimaginable. This is the ultimate goal for all top-tier teams right now. Su Mingyu's explanation made Lin Feng instantly understand the key point. Multiple people team landing. This is not just a matter of efficiency and safety, it will completely change the whole game's way of playing. Solo exploration is always full of uncertainty. But a 5-person team with perfect coordination can handle almost all sudden situations, and even challenge those high-difficulty landing points that were unthinkable before. This thing must be in our hands. Lin Feng, so, why did we fall to 3rd place? Su Mingyu, sigh, isn't it all because of you, boss? Su Mingyu sent a wronged expression. Su Mingyu, you wanted to win the landing battle, the plane was almost destroyed, and repairing it took nearly 3 days. During these 3 days, our team's overall score was almost kept up only by us few, the core combat power missing, score naturally could not rise. Su Mingyu, while we were stuck, those top teams were not idle. They crazily farmed landing points, plundered resources, their levels skyrocketed like riding a rocket. Now the first-ranked Cha Alliance and second-ranked Fireworld, their teams already have LV.7 captains. Although our whole team upgraded now, the average level still lags behind. Winning the landing battle made the team's cohesion reach its peak. And now, the massive resources Lin Feng brought back further gave everyone's strength a qualitative leap. Now, an extremely clear goal is right in front of them. Everyone's fighting spirit was ignited. Zhang Yunxian, big brother, let's do it. Whatever you say to fight, we will follow. We can't let those guys look down on us. Luing, yes. That's Cha Alliance, just from the name it seems tricky, let them know who is the real ace. Su Mingyu, boss, give the order. My tigers are almost starving mad. Seeing the channel full of excitement, Lin Feng's mouth curved into a slight smile. He was starting to get fired up himself. Lin Feng, all engines upgraded, now the jump navigation choice should have changed, right? Chen Matao, yes. Now each time we jump, the system gives 3 optional landing points to freely choose. Everyone immediately sent screenshots of their landing points to the channel. 3 to 5 could choose the same landing point. This was undoubtedly good news. Lin Feng, good. Everyone summarize your chosen landing points, those who can be together, group together, jump immediately. Get the levels back. At his command, he prepared to start the whole team's grind hard mode. However, Su Mingyu sent another sad expression. Su Mingyu, boss, we want to go but most of our jump engines are still cooling. That last wave of team upgrade used up all energy. Su Mingyu, should we wait a bit? Lin Feng was stunned. He looked at his jump countdown, because his new 0-point superconducting reactor was highly efficient, the cooldown time had been greatly shortened, he could leave any time. He quickly scanned the team list. Behind most avatars, indeed hung a gray clock icon representing cooling. Only 2 people were exceptions. Yu Shuling and Su Qingju. Yu Shuling, brother Lin Feng, my plane is a logistics repair type, low energy use, jump cooldown is fast, can leave now. Su Qingju, I need too. Su Qingju's messages were always so simple. Lin Feng thought a moment, then made a decision. The main force cannot move together, but the 3 of them can, then they must lead the pace first. Lin Feng, okay. Su Mingyu, you all recover quickly. Yu Shuling, Su Qingju, and I, team up and leave first. Su Mingyu, okay. Boss, you all go. We will catch up as soon as possible. Yu Shuling, yes. Su Qingju, received. After a simple division of tasks, Lin Feng closed the chat channel. He turned his gaze toward the landing point selection question in front of the cockpit. He reached out and gently tapped the heading selection panel. 3 distinctly different light screens instantly unfolded before him. Chapter 0093, The Silent Place. 3 distinctly different light screens unfolded before Lin Feng. Option 1, Transit Station. Type, Resource Point, Medium Danger. Environment description, an abandoned space colony transit port, containing a large amount of recyclable metal components and electronic parts, but with signs of unknown biological activity. Option 2, Blood Red Coliseum. Type, PvP zone, extremely dangerous. Environment description, captains entering this area will be forcibly divided into 2 factions for indiscriminate combat. Destroying enemy ships will earn points, with rewards distributed according to the final rankings. Option 3, The Silent Place. Type, Special Rule Exploration Point, Unknown Danger. Environment description, a sound-sensitive monster attacked this small town, leaving behind a large amount of supplies. Blood Red Coliseum? Lin Feng stroked his chin. Isn't that just a battle royale mode, simple and brutal, just go in and fight? But right now, most of the team is on cooldown, and only I have high output. We'd easily get focused fire from other full teams, it's too risky. The abandoned spaceport is stable, but its resources are too basic to really help the team right now. His gaze finally landed on the 3rd option. The Silent Place. The name made his heart stir slightly, he felt like he had heard it somewhere before. Special rules, unknown danger, monsters. These words looked scary, but they also represented special rewards. This one. Lin Feng said in the team channel. Yu Shuling, I trust brother Lin Feng. Su Qingju, mm. The two women had no objections. Lin Feng made his choice. The engines of the three planes hummed simultaneously, turning into three streaks of light and disappearing into the jump channel. When their vision cleared again, an eerie scene unfolded before them. It was a vast, scattered rural town. Countless small and large low-rise buildings formed a unique street scene. The architecture style was full of North American rural charm, with a leisurely vibe. However, there was not a single living thing on the radar, no people, not even a sound. The entire town felt like a silent movie that had the mute button pressed. Just then, a sweet, somewhat nauseating system prompt sounded simultaneously in the cockpits of the three. Welcome to the silent place. The special rules of this area are as follows. 1. All captains, after landing, are advised not to make any sounds over 50 decibels. This includes, but is not limited to, communications, shouting, or even coughing. 2. If any excessive noise is made, you will be marked by them. 3. Once marked, do your best to stay alive. We wish you an enjoyable exploration. After the rules were broadcast, Yu Shuling's face instantly turned pale, and she subconsciously covered her mouth with both hands, even breathing more lightly. Su Qingju also tensed her body, frowning, her eyes filled with vigilance. Lin Feng leaned back in the pilot's seat, his expression a bit strange. Well, it really is that silent place. I've seen the movie. They didn't even bother changing the landing point setting, just copied it, huh? Although the rules sound scary, for me, as long as I follow some tips that netizens have summarized, it shouldn't be too dangerous. After all, in the movie, to create thrilling moments, they had the main characters set as a pregnant wife and her family, basically filling the place with traps. We three don't have that kind of ridiculous setup, we can totally be the quietest people on the whole map. Lin Feng glanced at the radar. Including the three of them, there were a total of 9 green dots representing other planes in this airspace. It seemed like a lot of people chose this map. Lin Feng, don't panic. Follow me. Shut down all unnecessary systems, switch to the lowest power silent cruise mode, and do not attract monsters when landing. Yu Shuling, Got it. Su Qingju, understood. The two women saw Lin Feng's message, and their anxious hearts calmed a little. As long as he was there, even the most dangerous situations seemed to have a core of support. Lin Feng controlled the plane, like a ghost, silently slipping into the clouds. He was a little far from the two women, and at this environment, resource exploration sonar could not be used, because the sonar itself would emit excessive sound waves. They could only rely on the most primitive optical search and eyesight. They had only been inside for less than 5 minutes. Suddenly, an abnormal change. On the radar, 2 green dots that had been wandering far away suddenly changed direction and rushed straight toward Yu Shuling's plane at extreme speed. Their engines clearly had not switched to silent mode, leaving 2 glaring trails on the radar's energy sensing. Beep. 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 In Yu Shuling's cockpit, the sharp close-range alarm blinked wildly. She jumped in fright, quickly sending a text warning in the public channel. Captain number 2890, friends ahead, please keep a safe distance. You have triggered my warning system. However, the other side did not care at all. The two planes, one left and one right, formed a standard pincer formation, speeding up instead of slowing down, approaching with fierce momentum. Their attack intent was clearer than ever. Yu Shuling's heart jumped into her throat. What was going on? Under these rules, making such a loud noise, were they crazy? At the same time, inside the cockpits of the two planes, there was an excited conversation. Ha ha ha. Found her. Number 2890. The beauty from Lin Feng's team. Yes. I've read the landing battle analysis. This woman is pure logistics, almost no fighting power. She is definitely the softest target in their team. One scar-faced captain licked his cracked lips, eyes full of greed. A member of a top team, the loot on her must be scary. After this, both our planes can get new modules. The tall thin captain also chuckled. Big brother is right. But there are 2 more planes in that direction, one is her teammate Su Qingju, the other's number is hidden, looks a bit strange, could it be Lin Feng himself? Impossible. The scar-faced captain firmly denied. Lin Feng's plane was almost destroyed in the landing battle, probably crying at the airport now. Besides, look at that dark gold plane, its shape is so strange, completely different from Lin Feng's before. Definitely a lucky solo player with special modules. Hee hee, big brother is wise. The tall thin one relaxed, grinning cruelly, then we will start with this little girl. Let her know, hugging a big thigh does not help, when it's time to be robbed, she will still be robbed. They dared to act so boldly because they were sure Yu Shuling would not fight back. In this silent place, whoever fired first would trigger the death alarm. They wanted to use this rogue tactic, close in on Yu Shuling, and then use body collisions, electromagnetic interference, and other non-noise methods to forcibly stop her, then slowly finish her off. Watching the two enemy planes getting closer, Yu Shuling's forehead broke out in fine cold sweat. She instinctively wanted to fire back, but thinking of the terrifying rules, she gripped the launch button tightly. What to do? Firing was not an option, not firing was also not an option. She could only watch helplessly as the two, like hungry wolves, pounced on her, the lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Just when she was about to despair, Lin Feng's calm text message appeared in the team channel. Lin Feng, don't panic. Lin Feng, keep moving forward, do nothing. In just 2 short sentences, it seemed to carry a magical power that calmed the heart. Yu Shuling saw the message, bit her teeth hard, and really stopped all evasive moves, letting her plane coast forward on its inertia. Su Qingzhu's plane silently moved forward dozens of meters, putting Yu Shuling's support plane behind her own. The two robbers saw this scene and became even more smug. Ha ha ha. They chickened out. They really don't dare to make a move. Such foolish girls, still playing sisterly bonds. Soon we'll pack you both up and take you away. They already saw these two planes as their prey in the bag. Chapter 009 For those who touch me, must die. Now, as most pilots had reached the LV.5 threshold, this cruise time before landing was no longer a safe sightseeing trip. It became the best time to start a fight. After all, once landing, combat returned to the primitive level of pilots fighting with their own bodies. But in the air, a plane with superior performance was the absolute king. Su Qingzhu's plane suddenly accelerated, cutting in front of Yu Shuling's support plane, and the weapon pod under the wing clicked open, revealing the black cannon barrel. A cold warning was sent through the public channel. Pilot 1989, Su Qingzhu, stop approaching immediately. Or I will treat it as a hostile attack. However, this deterrent looked so ridiculous to the two robbers. Oh, trying to protect your bestie? So touching. Fire then, fire. I bet your gun has no bullets. The communication channel was filled with shameless laughter. They were sure Su Qingzhu wouldn't dare to act. In this silent land, firing was like ringing the monster bell, it was suicide. Even if Su Qingzhu and Yu Shuling survived until landing, being surrounded by a flood of monsters meant no chance of taking off alive. Su Qingzhu's fingers hovered on the fire button, knuckles turning slightly white from the force. She knew very well that even if she risked attracting monsters by firing, she might not kill in one shot. The enemy's plane was clearly a modified combat model, far more agile than hers. If the first round of fire was dodged and a dogfight began, they would have no way out. Trapped, no way forward or back. This helplessness made her almost want to bite through her silver teeth. At that moment, an alarm sounded in Yu Shuling's cockpit. An invisible, chaotic airflow wrapped around her plane like a ghost. Warning! Strong turbulence interference detected. Flight attitude correction system overloaded. Ah! Yu Shuling screamed, feeling the joystick in her hand as if taken by an invisible giant hand, the plane violently shaking, the course in chaos. This was the enemy's special attack module. Ha ha ha! Got her. This girl's plane is finished. Once she loses control, we'll crash into her and force her to stop. Scarface and the tall thin man laughed triumphantly. However, what they didn't expect happened. Yu Shuling's seemingly weak support maintenance plane, after shaking violently for over 10 seconds, suddenly popped out 4 small auxiliary stabilizing wings on both sides. Buzz. A soft energy field instantly wrapped the plane. The once chaotic plane miraculously, bit by bit, stabilized. Although still shaking, the course finally didn't completely collapse. Support planes may be useless in everything else, but in body stability and anti-interference, they were absolutely professional grade. I held it. Yu Shuling could hardly believe it, her small face full of surprise. This girl's eggshell is pretty hard. Scarface paused, then sneered, it's okay, do it a few more times, see how long her energy can last. No matter how thick the blood, it can't survive constant bleeding. The tall thin man immediately increased the power of the interference module. Even stronger turbulence swept over again. Yu Shuling had just stabilized the aircraft body, but it plunged into violent shaking again, the overload alarms in the cockpit ringing endlessly like death bells. Her small face turned pale from the immense mental pressure, her forehead drenched in cold sweat. She knew she couldn't hold on much longer. Su Qingzhu also saw this, her heart burning with anxiety, yet completely helpless. Just as the two robbers thought victory was assured, ready to watch their prey's last struggle, a strange scene occurred. At the edge of their radar, that dark gold plane that had always kept a safe distance, almost ignored by them, the green light point representing an unknown number, flickered. Yes, without any warning, it vanished into thin air, then reappeared at another coordinate several kilometers away within fractions of a second. What the hell? Is the radar broken? The tall, thin one instinctively tapped the screen. However, in the next second, the green dot flickered again. This time, it covered an even greater distance. The third time. The fourth time. That grinned, like a constantly teleporting bug on the screen, in a way completely defying the laws of physics, made several ultra-long distance flickers in a row. Tens of kilometers were erased in just 2 or 3 seconds. Not good, the scar-faced man finally realized something was wrong, roaring in panic, "Get out of the way!" But it was too late. A streak of dark gold light, like lightning tearing the night sky, appeared on their flank without warning. Its speed was extreme, even leaving a visible fold in space across the starry sky. EX-level maneuverability, combined with the instant burst of the psionic vector engine, revealed its unreasonable ferocity. Lin Feng sat in the cockpit, ice cold. He didn't even use weapons, just gripped the control stick, slashing sharply at a highly tricky angle. The tall, thin one who was still boosting interference power didn't even have time to react. His final sight was a rapidly enlarging, flashing dark gold wing glinting with metallic cold light. That wing was like a red-hot blade, capable of cutting through everything. Shoo! The tall, thin man's plane was cleanly split in two from the middle. The cut was smooth as a mirror. The severed fuselage, due to internal energy loss of control, flew hundreds of meters in a parabolic arc under inertia. One strike, instant kill. The remaining scar-faced man was stunned. The surreal scene before him looked like movie special effects rather than reality. What was that? Teleportation? Impact? A plane, using its wing, to split another plane? What kind of devil operation was this? Not even sci-fi films dare show this. After 2 full seconds of shock, his modified special detector finally captured the full data stream of the dark gold plane at close range, deciphering the number distorted by the psionic optical camouflage. Captain number, 4198. When this number appeared on the screen, the scar-faced man's mouth formed an O. 4198. Lin Feng. The one who, in the landing battle, single-handedly resisted Wu Ming's annihilation singularity cannon and led the server to victory. The man all top teams listed as the highest level threat. Wasn't he supposed to be at the airbase, worrying over a pile of scrap metal? How long had it been? He not only repaired the plane, but modified it into this ridiculously extreme killing machine? Run. That was the only thought in his mind. He couldn't even speak a threat, frantically trying to turn the plane and use all stored energy for spatial jump. However, his action halted in the next second. Because the dark gold ghost had completed its second flicker, silently hovering directly in front of his cockpit. Less than 20 meters away from him. He knew he didn't even have a chance to run. The instinct to survive made him make a foolish choice. With trembling hands, he opened the public chat channel and used all his strength to send a text message. Captain 3411 at Captain 4198 Big Brother. Brother Lin Feng. I was wrong. I didn't know you were here too. I thought blindly to grab the supplies. Spare my life. I am willing to compensate. All the supplies are yours. He tried to trade begging and profit for a slim chance of survival. But how could Lin Feng stop? He had everyone. Captain 4198, remember, anyone who touches me must die. Boom. The scar-faced plane split in two from the front, as if struck by a single blade. Clean and sharp. Both halves silently fell down quickly. In the team channel, Lin Feng sent a message. Lin Feng, it's fine now. Watch the new drop points I sent you, keep the original forward speed, and try to stay far from where the two planes fell. Seeing this message, Yu Shuling and Su Qingzhu felt a huge sense of safety rise in their hearts. Yu Shuling, brother Lin Feng, thank you. Well, you scared me to death. Su Qingzhu, thanks. After closing the channel, Lin Feng just pushed the engine when suddenly his eyes sharpened. He seemed to see a light dot on the radar, but it disappeared immediately, like an illusion. Chapter 0095, you could hear the heartbeat. 3 planes landed silently in 3 different blocks. The instant the landing gear touched the ground, not even an extra scrape was heard, as if feathers had fallen on snow. The cabin doors slid open. Lin Feng was the first to jump down, landing on his toes, almost without a sound. He wore a light combat suit, tight-fitting, showing smooth muscle lines, holding a tactical short knife gleaming coldly in his hand. Su Qingzhu and Yu Shuling also landed one after another. Su Qingzhu wore a sharp black combat suit, neatly tying her long hair at the back of her head, holding a silenced pistol, eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. Yu Shuling looked nervous, wearing a white logistics uniform, closely following the two, holding a multifunction detector, her small hands white at the knuckles from gripping tightly. The 3 exchanged a glance, said nothing, strictly following the rules given by the plane's alerts. All communication was done through the text channel on the wrist tactical terminal. Lin Feng, keep formation, I go front, Qingzhu rear guard, Shuling in the middle. Watch your step, avoid anything that might make noise. Su Qingzhu, received. Yu Shuling, aha. I will be careful. Lin Feng made a forward gesture and stepped first. His steps were light, each one landing precisely on solid concrete, deliberately avoiding scattered stones and dead leaves. The atmosphere was more oppressive than studying in a library. At least in a library, you could hear pages turning and pens scratching. Here, even the wind seemed strangled. The whole town was in a strange suspended state. On the streets, a few dusty cars were parked crookedly, doors wide open, as if the owners had fled in extreme panic. Shop windows were shattered, goods scattered on the floor, but there was no sign of looting. In a children's park, swings gently swayed in the breeze, making faint creak sounds, which stood out in this absolute silence. They felt like walking in a horror movie with the mute button pressed. Everyone kept their breathing light, the sound of heartbeats amplified in their ears. Yu Shuling was clearly experiencing this for the first time, tightly pressing her lips, eyes fixed without blinking on Lin Feng's back. It seemed that only in this way could she feel a trace of security. She nearly stepped on an empty can on the ground several times, but it was discreetly flicked away by Su Qingju's toes behind her. Su Qingju's expression remained cold, but her attention was divided, 3 parts on the surroundings, and 7 parts on Lin Feng and Yu Shuling. Time passed second by second in this extreme tension. 2 hours later. Lin Feng slowed down in front of an intersection, raised his hand to signal to stop. His gaze locked on a massive building at the end of the street. It was a large supermarket. It was at least 4 stories high, with a faded Walmart sign still remaining on the wall. In such a small town, such a large building seemed out of place. What caught attention even more was that the entire supermarket was surrounded by a 3-meter-high concrete wall, with barbed wire strung along the top. This was clearly a defense structure built by the survivors after the apocalypse. Lin Feng found the place. Yu Shuling, such a big supermarket. It must have a lot of supplies inside. A glimmer of joy flashed in Yu Shuling's eyes, and the long-held tension finally relaxed a little. Su Qingju, the wall is very high, and there is no door. Su Qingju pointed out the problem sharply. The wall surrounded the supermarket tightly, and the only entrance, a heavy iron door, had already been welded shut. Lin Feng, regular methods won't work. Let me go up and check the situation first. He walked to the edge of the wall and looked up at the structure. The surface of the concrete was smooth, but at the corner of the wall, there was a drain pipe extending up to the top, looking fairly sturdy. It was time to show some real skills. Lin Feng cracked his wrist and took a deep breath, then suddenly exerted force with his body. He pushed off from the wall with both feet and, like a monkey, nimbly sprang up, his hands accurately grasping the drain pipe. Then, using both hands and feet, his movements were coordinated and rhythmic, climbing quickly and smoothly in a flowing, almost unbelievable way. Not a single extra movement was made, and not a sound of metal scraping was heard. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. Yu Shuling below watched, her mouth slightly open, her beautiful eyes filled with wonder. Lin Feng, brother, so amazing. Even Su Qingju, who was usually so cold, revealed a slight trace of admiration in her gaze. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Feng had silently climbed over the top of the wall. He crouched on the top, first scanning the situation inside with caution. The yard was empty, with several empty delivery trucks parked there. The supermarket's glass door was tightly shut, and everything seemed as dead as it was outside. After confirming it was safe, he made a hand gesture to the 2 women below. He unbuckled a roll of high-strength nylon rope from his waist, secured one end to the wire mesh on top of the wall, and tossed the other end down. Lin Feng, Qingju, go up first. Su Qingju, okay. Su Qingju didn't hesitate. She grabbed the rope, her movements as agile as ever. Although not as effortless and graceful as Lin Feng's, she quickly climbed up. Finally, it was Yu Shuling's turn. She looked at the swaying rope, her face a little pale, clearly lacking climbing experience. Yu Shuling, I'll try. She gathered her courage, imitating Su Qingju, using both hands and feet to begin climbing. But her physical strength couldn't keep up, and her coordination was much worse. She struggled badly, her body swaying in mid-air, almost losing her grip several times. Come on, Shuling. Su Qingju quietly cheered her on from the top of the wall. Yu Shuling gritted her teeth, exerting all her strength, slowly inching upward. Finally, her hands reached the top of the wall. Lin Feng and Su Qingju immediately stretched out their hands, grabbing her arms from left and right, and pulled her up with all their strength. Just as she was about to climb over the wall, an unexpected accident happened. Yu Shuling slipped under her feet and missed her step. Ah! A sharp, suppressed cry of surprise escaped her mouth. Her body lost its balance instantly, and she fell backward. Su Qingju's face changed, and instinctively, she tried to grab her, but the falling force was too great, she couldn't hold onto her alone. At this critical moment, Lin Feng moved. He released his grip on the rope, leaned forward, and stretched his long arm to directly wrap around Yu Shuling's soft waist. Then, with a sudden force from his waist and abdomen, he pulled the falling Yu Shuling up, pressing her tightly into his arms. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. When Yushuling came to her senses, she had already fallen into a firm and warm embrace. The world seemed to stop at this moment. At the tip of her nose, there was a faint scent of sweat and sunlight, mixed with a masculine aura. In her ears, the steady and powerful sound of his heartbeat, thump, 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 like drums, pounding in her heart. Through the thin combat suit, she could clearly feel the warmth of his chest and the sense of security that came from the strength of his muscles. Yushuling's mind buzzed, and it instantly went blank. She froze completely, not daring to move at all. Good heavens, is this the classic opening scene of a romance drama? Lin Feng looked down at the stunned girl in his arms, feeling no ripples in his heart, even a bit amused. He could feel the softness and warmth of her body, the scent of the girl mixed with a faint fragrance of fear, drilling into his nose. The feeling was nice. Yushuling's cheek rapidly turned a charming shade of red, visible to the naked eye. The red color spread from her neck all the way to her ears, making her snow-white skin look like fine jade with a hint of blood, delicate and breathtaking. Her heartbeat completely lost its rhythm, pounding against his chest, almost leaping out of her throat. She could feel Lin Feng's arm, like an iron hoop, wrapped around her waist, the burning heat almost seeming to melt through her clothes. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at this moment. And this scene was fully captured in the eyes of Su Qingju, who stood nearby. She watched Lin Feng holding Yushuling in his arms, watched Yushuling's delicate, dependent appearance, and watched the distance between them so close. An indescribable emotion suddenly surged from the bottom of her heart. Sourness. And a trace of anger, one that she hadn't even realized herself. The joy of just climbing over the wall instantly vanished, replaced by an inexplicable irritability. Su Qingju's hand holding the rope unconsciously tightened. Her knuckles turned slightly white from the excessive force. She suddenly turned her head away, no longer looking at that disturbing scene, her gaze directed at the dark supermarket door in the courtyard, colder than the night itself. Be careful. Lin Feng's calm voice broke the ambiguous silence. He released his arm, supporting the still wobbly Yushuling to steady her on the wall. Thank you, brother Lin Feng. Yushuling's voice was so soft it was almost a whisper, her head almost buried in his chest, not daring to look him in the eye. It's nothing. Lin Feng's reaction was very calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. He turned around, nimbly leaping down from the 3-meter-high wall, bending his knees slightly, and landing steadily. Lin Feng, come down, it's safe here. Su Qingju didn't even glance at Yushuling beside her, grabbing the rope and moving even faster than before, almost sliding down. When she landed, it made only the faintest sound. Yushuling took a deep breath, trying to calm her wildly beating heart, and clumsily slid down after her. The three of them finally entered the supermarket courtyard completely. Lin Feng, take a rest, then get ready to go in. He turned to look at the two girls, but found the atmosphere a bit off. Yushuling kept her head down, cheeks still flushed, fingers twisting and turning in front of her. Su Qingju stood at the farthest point from him, back to them, radiating a low-pressure stay-away aura. What's going on? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. These two girls, one looks like she succeeded in being confessed to, the other looks like she failed. Could something have happened between them when I wasn't paying attention? The steel male brain clearly could not understand the complex feelings of girls. He shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. The urgent task was to explore the supermarket ahead. He walked toward the supermarket's main door, and Su Qingju and Yushuling immediately followed, restoring their cautious stance. The entrance was a double automatic glass door, long without power, could only be pulled open manually. Lin Feng grabbed the door handle and slowly applied force. The door did not move an inch. Locked? He frowned, drawing a tactical short knife from his waist. Chapter 0096, Going on Adventure Requires Using Your Brain. The supermarket glass door was locked from the inside, reinforced with a thick U-shaped lock, clearly left by end-of-the-world survivors. Lin Feng weighed the tactical knife in his hand. The blade flickered with a cold light. He chose not to violently break the lock, that would make a huge noise. His eyes scanned the connection points of the frame and lock, finding some inconspicuous screws. He aimed the knife tip at the cross slot of the screw, wrist steady, began to turn. 1 turn, 2 turns. The process was so quiet only the slight friction of metal remained. Yushuling behind him watched with sparkling eyes, small hands clenched into fists at her chest. Brother Lin is amazing, he can even pick locks. Su Qingju silently watched Lin Feng's focused side face, and his hands so steady it was unreal. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes, then quickly returned to icy cold, continuing to watch the surroundings. A few minutes later, with a faint click, the whole lock was completely dismantled by Lin Feng and placed gently on the ground. He pushed open the glass door, a stench of dust, rotting food, and disinfectant hit them. The three entered in single file. Inside the supermarket, the light was very dim, only the emergency indicator lights glowed green, barely outlining the shelves. Some abandoned shopping carts and products lay scattered on the floor, but overall it was tidy, no signs of fighting. Lin Feng, split up. Shuling, collect food and drinking water, prioritize can and vacuum packed. Xingzhu, come with me, we go to the second floor, see if there are medicines and batteries. Lin Feng, keep communication, report immediately if anything is found or unusual. Yu Shuling, got it. Su Qingzhu, Yu Shuling, like a little hamster given orders, immediately pushed a cart, happily ran into the food section, and began sweeping the shelves efficiently. Lin Feng and Su Qingzhu walked one after the other, silently moving along the stopped escalator toward the second floor. The second floor was for daily necessities and clothing, darker than the first floor. The two moved in sync, Lin Feng scouting and handling obstacles, Su Qingzhu always on alert, gun pointed at any shadow where an enemy might appear. Her silence was like an iceberg, but her actions gave Lin Feng the most reliable back. Soon, they found a first aid kit in the pharmacy section on the second floor, filled with bandages, antibiotics, and some common medicines. Besides that, on the electronics shelves, they found several high-capacity solid-state batteries. These were hard currency. Su Qingzhu, good haul. It was the first time she actively sent a message since entering the supermarket. This is just the appetizer. Lin Feng's gaze landed on an iron door deep in the supermarket marked staff only. Behind that was the real treasure. They returned to the first floor. Yu Shuling's cart was already half full. She was standing on tiptoe, struggling to reach a box of compressed biscuits on the top shelf, her little face flushed bright red. Lin Feng walked over, said nothing, just casually reached out and took the box of biscuits down, placing it in her cart. Yu Shuling's face instantly blushed even more, she lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Thank you, Lin Feng Ge. Let's go, to a good place. He led the two girls to the iron door of the staff passage. This door was locked too. Lin Feng used his old trick, cleanly removing the lock with a short knife. Behind the door was a narrow corridor, at the end of which lay the supermarket's back warehouse. The moment they pushed open the warehouse door, all three froze. A strong smell of oil mixed with metal hit them. This was not a warehouse for ordinary goods. In the huge space, metal boxes marked with federal military logos were stacked neatly. Some large metal parts were covered with dustproof cloth, with a corner peeking out, looking fierce. On the tables along the walls, many precise repair tools and analytical instruments were arranged. Clearly, this was a small military supply transfer station. Oh my god, so many advanced materials. Yu Shuling covered her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. Su Qingzhu also rarely widened her eyes, hurrying to a nearby open box. Inside the box were bundles of fibers glowing with a faint blue light. These are sublight conduction fibers, the core materials for making advanced fire control radars. This box alone could sell for at least 300,000 credit points. Lin Feng felt a ripple stir in his heart. He walked to the wall and turned on a supply scanner that still seemed to work. Buzz. A blue beam swept across the entire warehouse. Soon, a virtual screen appeared above the device, lines of data flashing quickly. Detected, Type 3 Standard Energy Shield Blueprint, X1. Detected, Crystalline Polymer Battery Pack, X12. Detected, Mech Neural Connection Gel, X5. Detected, Zero-Point Coolant, High Purity, X8. The list on the screen seemed endless. Any single item here, taken casually, would drive a normal pilot insane. And here, they were piled like cabbage. Good grief, this wasn't a supermarket, this was a hidden bonus level at the end of a newbie village. Lin Feng couldn't help but think, in movies the main characters struggle just to find a jar of peanut butter, here they opened an armory straight away. Sure enough, people's joys and sorrows are not shared. The three immediately started working, categorizing these precious materials, preparing to send them to the teen warehouse. Time flew by in their busy work. By the time they scanned half the supplies, the sky outside the warehouse had turned completely dark. In the supermarket, the last bit of light was swallowed by darkness, only the spotlight above them still worked. Let's stop here for today. It's unsafe at night, we'll find a place to rest. He turned off the scanner. We'll listen to Lin Feng Ge. By the way, I found some self-heating rations in the food area on level B1, we can have dinner there. Her tone carried a small proud excitement. Good. The third floor is the furniture section, we'll spend the night there. Sleeping on the bed in a model room felt like returning to civilization, a classic ritual of post-apocalyptic survival. The three went to the food area on level B1. This used to be a food court, now completely empty. Yu Shuling skillfully carried a few boxes of self-heating rations from a corner, and thoughtfully brought clean bottled water. She tore open the heating packs. The smell of food quickly spread through the empty space. Lin Feng leaned against a pillar and sat down, eating unhurriedly. Yu Shuling sat not far from him, taking small bites, but her eyes kept secretly glancing at Lin Feng, a faint blush still on her cheeks. Su Qingzhu chose a spot farthest from them, back to them, quietly eating her portion, as if separating herself from everything around. In the air, a subtle atmosphere spread. Lin Feng naturally noticed. He glanced at Yu Shuling, like a frightened rabbit, then at Su Qingzhu, who exuded a "don't mess with me" aura. What's happening? Did I miss some plot? One shy, one angry. Is this the legendary battlefield of love? Hiss so terrifying. The thought process of a straightforward man clearly couldn't understand these complex young girl feelings, so he wisely chose to eat in silence. At that moment. Tat tat tat. A sudden, loud burst of gunfire came from afar, tearing the silence of the small town. The sound echoed in the empty underground space, sounding extremely sharp. The three froze at the same time. Yu Shuling's small face turned pale instantly. Su Qingzhu stood up abruptly, gripping the gun in her hand. Lin Feng frowned. Who is brave enough to shoot in a place like this? Afraid monsters won't find the way, so they turn on navigation themselves, huh? Lin Feng, let's go check. The three quickly packed up and returned to the first floor as fast as possible. They reached the broken shop window and looked outside. Far on the dark street, two glaring car headlights cut through the night like sharp swords. A military jeep was crashing wildly down the street, the machine gun on top constantly spitting fire, hitting buildings on both sides and sending sparks flying. The huge roar of the engine and the gunfire sounded like the loudest fireworks ignited in the darkness. Yu Shuling, are they crazy? Yu Shuling's voice was trembling. Su Qingzhu, fools. Su Qingzhu's comment was brief and sharp. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Through the night vision, he could see three people in the jeep, judging by their gear, a squad leader. Brave, but brains didn't follow. Even more ridiculous happened. The jeep drifted on the street, turned its head, and charged straight toward the supermarket where they were. The two bright headlights, like the eyes of death, locked onto them. Lin Feng, they're coming here. Su Qingzhu, trying to lure the monsters here. Almost at the same time, answering the huge noise here, from all directions came hair-raising roars. Not one roar, but a whole crowd. Like hundreds of beasts with glass shards in their throats, roaring at the same time with the most primal, hungry cries. The sound came from afar, quickly approaching. Boom! Before the three could react, the jeep roared up the steps in a suicidal move, smashing the supermarket's front glass violently. Crash! Countless glass shards exploded, under the car lights like a dazzling rain of death. The jeep rushed into the supermarket hall, braked sharply, tires screeching on the smooth tiles, finally stopping in the center of the hall. The doors opened, and three men, excited yet terrified, tumbled out. Quick! Quick! Block the door. They're coming! A blond youth at the front pointed at the smashed door, screaming hoarsely. But Lin Feng's gaze had already passed them, toward the deep darkness outside. In the darkness, pair after pair of crimson eyes lit up. Dense, like lanterns lit in hell. Hurry! Block the door. They're coming! His two companions were in a panic, struggling to push nearby heavy shopping carts, attempting to pile them up in front of the door that had been smashed open. However, Lin Feng and his two companions had already looked beyond these frightened fools, their eyes fixed on the pitch-black darkness outside the door. In that darkness, pairs of crimson glowing dots flickered on one after another. At first, there were just a dozen pairs, then dozens, and finally, they became so dense that they merged into a single mass, like an army from hell lighting up billions of guiding soul lanterns, casting a sinister blood-red glow across the entire supermarket entrance. Along with this, came the unbearable sound of claws scraping against the ground, and deep, guttural growls mixed with hunger and savagery emanated from countless throats. This was no simple animal howl, it was a symphony composed by death itself. The temperature inside the supermarket seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. It's over. A slightly chubby man next to the yellow-haired one looked at the red sea of stars outside the door, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his face drained of color. What are you scared of? The yellow-haired man kicked him violently, though his own eyes were filled with fear. He forced himself to turn toward Lin Feng and the others, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Come over and help. If you don't want to die, get moving." At this moment, another of the yellow-haired man's companions, a tall, thin man with glasses, stared at Lin Feng's face, as if suddenly recalling something, his pupils rapidly shrinking. His voice trembled violently with excitement. It's you. Captain 4198. You're Lin Feng." At this, the yellow-haired man and the chubby one froze. They turned their heads quickly, their eyes locking onto Lin Feng like two powerful spotlights. Lin Feng. This name was now known by almost everyone in the captain's circles across two servers. The absolute core of the landing battle. A legend who single-handedly turned the tide of the war. They had watched countless recordings of that battle and analysis posts. They were incredibly familiar with this face. In the depths of despair, it was as if a divine light suddenly shone through. The fear on the yellow-haired man's face was instantly replaced by ecstasy. He nearly danced with joy as he rushed forward. Lin Feng, big brother. It's really you. This is great. We're saved. He spoke incoherently, his gaze toward Lin Feng like that of a devout follower who had just seen a god walking among humans. Big brother, hurry. Those beasts outside are about to charge in. You have to act, just like in the landing battle, kill them all. The chubby man also scrambled to his feet, his face wearing a fawning and expectant smile. Yes, yes. With Lin Feng here, what are a few monsters to us? Once you act, it will be a piece of cake. In their eyes, the script was already written. The legendary hero Lin Feng was here, and next would surely be an exhilarating personal show where he would charge out like a war god, exterminating the monsters without leaving a trace, and they would just shout 666 from behind. However, Lin Feng's reaction completely short-circuited their brains. He didn't even look at the monsters outside the door. Instead, he calmly turned around and said to the two women beside him. Shuling, Qingzhu. Take down the model room from that furniture store and use the sofas, mattresses, and wardrobes to block the door for me. The air instantly froze. The ecstasy on the yellow-haired man's face froze, and the fawning smile on the chubby man's face also solidified. They doubted whether their ears were malfunctioning. Block the door? With what? Sofas? Mattresses? What kind of operation is this? Are we playing house with kindergarten kids? The yellow-haired man's mouth twitched as he asked in disbelief, Lin Feng, big brother, what did you just say? Lin Feng glanced at him, his gaze like he was looking at a clueless child. I said, block the door. After receiving the confirmed answer, the yellow-haired man completely lost it. He felt like he had never been so humiliated and insulted before, a wave of anger shooting straight to the top of his head. Block the door? Are you crazy? Blocking the door with those broken things? Are you joking? The monsters outside can tear those things apart with one swipe. He pointed at the door and roared with a hoarse voice, You're Lin Feng, the hero who won the landing battle. How can you be so cowardly? You should pick up your weapon and fight, not hide here like a coward, playing with building blocks. The fat guy also chimed in, Yeah, boss. You can't do this. We brought the monsters here because we trusted you. This remark only made Lin Feng's eyes turn cold in an instant. Su Qingzhu and Yu Shuling's delicate faces turned frosty. It was intentional. They were trying to divert the disaster and use them as shields. Lin Feng laughed in anger. He didn't waste any more time with these strange-minded people, just giving Su Qingzhu a glance. Su Qingzhu understood immediately. Click. A faint sound. The silenced pistol in her hand was raised, the dark muzzle steadily aimed at the yellow-haired man's forehead. Yu Shuling also reacted quickly, raising her gun and pointing it at the other two. Cold killing intent instantly enveloped the entire hall. The screams of the three yellow-haired men came to an abrupt halt, as if their throats had been grabbed by someone. Shock and confusion filled their faces. A gun? Pointed at us? This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Heroes were supposed to protect us, then unite against the enemy, right? What do you want to do? The yellow-haired man's voice trembled. Su Qingzhu didn't speak, only showing her attitude through her actions. She took a step forward, the muzzle of the gun unwavering. The sharp pressure from her aura made the three men feel like they couldn't breathe. Lin Feng, make them retreat to the warehouse area, don't let them interfere here. A message popped up on Lin Feng's tactical terminal. Su Qingzhu nodded, her cold words slipping out of her mouth. Step back. Or, die. Facing her emotionless eyes, the yellow-haired men had no doubt that if they said one more word, she would really pull the trigger. The immense fear overwhelmed all their anger and unwillingness. They retreated step by step, stumbling under the pressure of two pistols, and made their way deeper into the supermarket. Until their figures disappeared into the shadows behind the shelves, Su Qingzhu finally lowered her gun. Yu Shuling had already sprinted to the third floor. Soon, the heavy furniture was pushed down the stairs by her, making loud thuds. Lin Feng walked to the door, which had been twisted and deformed from the impact. Outside, the monstrous roars were already near, and the foul stench hit his face. He wasn't the least bit flustered. He calmly stretched out his hands and placed them on the concrete walls on either side of the doorframe. In the distance, the three yellow-haired men, who had just been driven away, were hiding behind a shelf, secretly watching what was going on here. What exactly is he trying to do? Is he really going to use furniture to block the door? The fat guy whispered. I think he's just a useless fool. The landing battle was just a fluke. Now his true colors are showing, the yellow-haired man cursed through gritted teeth. The glasses guy adjusted his glasses and stared intently at Lin Feng's actions. He felt like something wasn't quite right. The next second, an unforgettable scene unfolded before their eyes. Lin Feng's palms began to glow with a faint, wave-like light. Hum. An invisible force field rapidly spread from the center of his palms. The metal doorframe, shattered by the jeep, began to twist, deform, and merge in a way that defied the laws of physics. The broken steel bars, as if alive, twisted and stretched, reweaving themselves into an impenetrable metal net. The shattered concrete blocks seemed to come to life, turning into flowing mud, swiftly filling every hole and crack in the wall. The entire process was quiet and eerie. There was no deafening roar. Only metal and rock made a faint buzz as they reformed. Less than 30 seconds. The originally huge gap, large enough for a truck to pass through, was sealed off before their eyes by a flawless, half-meter-thick wall, shining with a metallic sheen. The wall seemed to grow out of thin air, blending seamlessly with the surrounding building structure, leaving no trace of a crack. The three young men with yellow hair stared with their mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What is this? Magic? A miracle? The fat man rubbed his eyes and pinched his own thigh hard. The sharp pain told him this wasn't an illusion. Behind the glasses of the man, his expression shifted from shock to frenzied worship. He murmured, This is the power only a god can possess. After doing all this, Lin Feng seemed to simply dust off his hands and turn to walk back. He even had the leisure to help Yu Shuling, who had just pushed over a large sofa, place the sofa in front of the newly formed wall. Add a coffee table and some potted plants, and it could almost be a welcome to my home cosplay. Just as he turned around. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly came from outside the wall. The entire supermarket building shook violently. Dust fell from the ceiling. Obviously, the monsters outside had launched their first round of attacks. The three young men with yellow hair, hiding in the distance, were so scared they trembled, clutching each other. It's over. They're going to break through. Boom! The second impact followed immediately. The force was even more terrifying than the first. The surface of the wall even showed a faint, barely noticeable crack. The three young men with yellow hair had already closed their eyes, beginning to write their wills in their minds. However, Lin Feng didn't even turn his head. He just sent a message to the two women. Lin Feng, let's go, we haven't finished our late-night snack. After sending the message, he really took Su Qingzhu and Yu Shuling back to the dining area on the basement level, as if the impacts that could shake the building were merely some neighbor doing renovations. Boom! 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 The impact sounds continued for a few more moments, each one sending a chill through the three young men. But oddly, the wall, which looked like it was hastily built, withstood all the attacks with unwavering strength. Then, just as they thought the next moment would see the wall shattered, the impact sounds suddenly stopped. The entire world returned to a suffocating silence. The scene they had expected, monsters breaking through the wall and tearing them apart, did not happen. Outside, it was deathly quiet. What happened? The fat man trembled, asking. Did they leave? The young man with yellow hair couldn't believe it. The man behind the glasses mustered his courage and slowly moved to the second-floor window of the supermarket, cautiously sticking his head out to look outside. The next moment, he saw the most unbelievable scene of his life. Outside the supermarket, the monsters that had been raging just moments ago were now like aimless creatures, spinning around in confusion a few times, then, unbelievably, they began to disperse in twos and threes, fading back into the darkness. It was as if they had decided that there were no living beings worth attacking inside the building. They just gave up? The man behind the glasses' mind went blank. Chapter 0098, The 10th Person. In the basement-level dining area. The open self-heating meal packaging emitted an enticing aroma of food. Beef, rice, and vegetables mixed together, releasing steam that was nothing less than a heavenly blessing for those struggling to survive in the apocalypse. The three men who had just narrowly escaped death from the gates of hell had stomachs that betrayed them, rumbling loudly in unison. The young man with yellow hair and the fat man both stared intently at the leftover meal boxes from Lin Feng's group, their throats working as if they were about to drool. Big brother. The fat man rubbed his hands together, forcing a flattering smile on his face, cautiously asking, could you, maybe, give us a bite? We haven't touched rice or water for a whole day. Yu Shuling felt her heart soften and instinctively wanted to take some rations from her supplies. But a hand reached out, gently stopping her action. It was Lin Feng. He didn't even look at the three men, he just calmly finished the last bite of rice in his own meal box, then neatly stacked the empty box aside. After doing all this, he lifted his eyelids and his gaze fell on the three men. His eyes were very plain, without any emotion, yet made the three men feel as if a precise human scanner had seen through them inside and out, every thought exposed. Want to eat? Lin Feng spoke, his voice soft, but in the empty underground space it was exceptionally clear. Yes. The fat man and the yellow-haired one nodded crazily like chicks pecking rice. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, but his tone suddenly shifted, but before eating, I have a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, this food will be all yours. If not. He did not continue, but the unspoken words brought a pressure colder than any direct threat. Beside him, Su Qingzhu quietly stood up, walked behind the three men, her right hand casually resting on the gun at her waist, sealing all their escape routes. The faces of the three yellow-haired men immediately turned ugly. Boss, what do you mean? The yellow-haired one spoke with some aggression. We at least lured the monsters here, helped you. Before he could finish, he felt a cold gaze fall on him. Su Qingzhu's eyes were like two knives tempered with ice. The yellow-haired man instantly shut his mouth, swallowing the last half sentence, helping you create a defense opportunity. Then he realized, the other party was not negotiating with them at all. This was an interrogation. First question. Lin Feng raised one finger. You should be very clear about the rules of the silent place. Why did you still drive that broken jeep, making such a loud noise? Don't tell me it was for a joyride. Hearing this question, all three men's faces showed a mixture of fear and bitterness. The fat man opened his mouth, seemed to want to say something, but timidly closed it again. The yellow-haired one looked angry, as if recalling something very unpleasant. Finally, the tall, thin man wearing glasses, who had been silent, pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, and with a hoarse voice spoke. Because we were being chased. Chased? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Chased by monsters, so you turned on concert mode, afraid they would lose track? No, the glasses man shook his head, his eyes full of unresolved fear. Not chased by the monsters here. It was another captain. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, Su Qingzhu, and Yu Shuling all froze for a moment. Mutual attacks between captains were nothing unusual in this no-man's land. But using such a near-suicidal method just to chase someone? This was not just ruthlessness, it was madness. Second question. Lin Feng did not probe further, continuing, since it's a captain, why not deal with it in the sky? Why wait until landing to play this inefficient ground chase game? The glasses man gave a bitter smile, a smile uglier than crying. Because we simply couldn't beat him. In the sky, our planes were like paper in front of him. He paused, as if recalling that terrifying scene, his body trembling slightly. He was a madman, a complete madman. His plane was modified in a terrifying way. We three couldn't even cause him any trouble, only flee in panic. We used all our energy just to barely make it to landing. We thought that after landing, following the rules here, he thought he could temporarily escape. After all, no one would dare make a big noise here. But we were wrong. That guy, he doesn't care about the rules at all. After he landed, he directly drove that military jeep and attacked our hideout in the most brutal way. Machine guns, grenades, he used everything that could make noise. When Yu Shuling heard this, she couldn't help but gasp softly. Using grenades in a place like this? What's the difference between that and lighting a ton of explosives right under your feet? He just wants to use the monsters here to clear us out. The man with glasses' voice rose in excitement, then quickly dropped due to fear. We were forced to run away in a car. And then, we thought of you. His gaze landed on Lin Feng, his eyes turning extremely complicated. We saw the direction where you landed. We know who you are, Captain 4198, the hero of the landing battle. We thought, maybe only you, in this whole silent land, could possibly fight against that madman. So, we brought him here. Luring the disaster eastward? Lin Feng's tone revealed no trace of joy or anger. So I'd become the final defense line? They're trying to pull all the filthy things toward me, huh? Huang Mao, holding his neck up, as if trying to cover up his guilt, argued forcefully, it wasn't something we could avoid. We did it to survive. Besides, with your strength, there's no way you can't handle him, right? Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with him. He was more concerned about another question. One last question. His eyes sharpened, including the three of us and the three of you. This map has a total of 9 planes that landed. Who is the person you're talking about? Before the landing, he had seen it clearly on the radar. Including him, Su Qingzhu, Yu Shuling, and the 2 robbers he killed in one shot, plus another 4 green dots maintaining a safe distance, there were a total of 9 units in the airspace. Huang Mao and the others should be among those 4 dots. So, who is the one chasing them? When he heard this question, a near-absurd confusion appeared on the man with glasses' face. We don't know. Don't know? Yes. The man with glasses nodded with difficulty. Before we landed, we checked the radar too. Just like you said, there were only 9 planes in the airspace. But, less than 10 minutes after we landed, he appeared. He seemed to come out of nowhere. The 10th person. These 4 words made Lin Feng's pupils shrink slightly. He exchanged a glance with Su Qingzhu, and both saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. If what the man with glasses said was true, things were about to get bizarre. An enemy not on the radar? Is he a special player with some kind of super invisibility technology, or does this map itself hide a mechanism that they don't know about? At that moment, Virum a faint, yet unavoidable low resonance suddenly came from the ground beneath their feet. Then, the empty water bottle on the dining table began to shake slightly. The three of them instantly changed color. An earthquake? No. Boom. A dull, extreme roar came from the faraway ground. The sound seemed to come from deep within the earth, piercing through thick rock layers and concrete, carrying an irresistible aura of destruction, and heavily smashing onto everyone's chest. The entire -1 level space shook violently. The ventilation ducts on the ceiling creaked under the unbearable weight, and dust and debris fell like rain. What happened? The fat man was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, his face as white as paper. Huang Mao and the man with glasses were also horrified, clutching the table beside them so tightly that they barely managed not to fall. Yu Shuling's small face also turned pale. He unconsciously leaned closer to Lin Feng. Su Qingju immediately raised her gun, her eyes vigilantly scanning the only exit. Only Lin Feng, after the initial tremor, suddenly lifted his head and listened intently. Boom! The second explosion followed closely. This time, the sound was clearly closer than before, and even clearer. The tremor was also more intense. The items on the shelves rattled loudly, a few emergency lights flickered twice and went out, making the already dim space even darker. A huge, invisible sense of oppression, along with the explosion sound, was rapidly approaching from the distance. It's that guy. The man with glasses suddenly screamed in terror as if remembering something. It's him. He's here. He found us. The fat man's face had drained of all color, his lips trembling, unable to say a complete word. The yellow-haired man was even more terrified, his legs weak, his gaze vacant, completely losing the ability to think. The explosion sound meant the footsteps of death were drawing near. Boom! 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 The explosions began to ring in a steady, rhythmic frequency, one after another. Getting closer and closer. Each explosion made the earth tremble once. Each explosion meant the terrifying hunter had come one step closer. It was like a relentless siege beast, cutting a death path toward here with the most brutal and unreasonable force. Everything along the way, whether buildings or streets, was being leveled to the ground. Su Qingju's face became incredibly serious. She could tell that the points of the explosions formed a precise straight line, and the end of that line was exactly where they were, in this supermarket. Su Qingju, he's coming. Yu Shuling, what should we do, Lin Feng? Should we hide first? On the tactical terminal, the two women's messages popped up consecutively, each carrying a subtle hint of tension. Lin Feng did not reply immediately. He closed his eyes, as if feeling each explosion's tremor with his body, rapidly constructing a dynamic map in his mind. The distance, 3 kilometers. 2.5 kilometers. 2 kilometers. The enemy's speed was astonishingly fast. No, wait. This wasn't artillery. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in his gaze. The rhythm of the explosions was too stable enough to be certain it was advancing at a constant speed. Boom! A muffled, extreme roar once again came from the distant ground. This time, the sound seemed to explode right beside their ears, shaking the entire underground space, causing a buzzing sound. The ventilation pipes on the ceiling groaned under pressure, dust and debris falling like rain. It's here. This is the sound. He found us. The man with glasses, as if remembering some terrifying memory, screamed hoarsely. He curled up, clutching his head, his body trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. He's been hunting us like this. With explosions. Bombing his way here. The fat man and the yellow-haired man were also pale, their lips trembling, unable to say a single complete sentence. Fear, like an invisible tide, instantly submerged them. Yu Shuling's little face turned pale as well, instinctively leaning closer to Lin Feng, gripping her multifunctional detector tightly. Su Qingju immediately raised her gun, her eyes scanning the only exit to the first floor, emitting a cold, sharp aura. Only Lin Feng, after the initial tremor, not only did not panic, but instead closed his eyes again and listened attentively. Boom! The third explosion followed closely. This time, the sound was clearly closer than the previous one, even clearer. The tremor was even stronger. The cans on the shelves rattled loudly, a few emergency lights flickered twice. Directly extinguished, making the already dim space become even more gloomy. A huge, invisible pressure, along with that explosion sound, is rapidly approaching from afar. It's over, we are dead for sure. The fat man collapsed on the ground, tears and mucus flowing together. Lin Feng, however, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Not right. This explosion rhythm is too steady, so steady like a metronome with a set program. He stopped the two women beside him who were about to enter battle state. Don't rush. His voice was as calm as always, as if it had a kind of power that could calm people's hearts. This is not artillery fire, more like footsteps. Footsteps? The three yellow-haired group were stunned when they heard this, then looked at Lin Feng with eyes like looking at a madman. Big brother, you call this footsteps? Who in your family walks and can cause an earthquake? Godzilla? However, Su Qingju and Yushuling had no doubt at all, they had almost blind trust in Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng said it is not artillery fire, then it must not be. Boom! 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 The explosion sound began to sound one after another with a fixed, very rhythmic frequency. From far to near. Each explosion made the earth shake once. Each explosion meant that the terrifying hunter moved one big step closer here. The whole supermarket building began to shake violently, goods on the first floor shelves fell like rain, making crackling sounds. On that wall made by Lin Feng with the Yi Fusion ability, dense cracks like spider webs also began to appear. The wall can't hold anymore, the glasses man pointed at the entrance direction, his voice already changing tone. All follow me. Lin Feng no longer hesitated and decisively gave the order. Go to the third floor. I need to see clearly what kind of ghost thing is outside. He took the lead, turned around and rushed toward the stairs, his movements clean and neat, without any delay. Su Qingju and Yushuling immediately followed. Although the three yellow-haired group were scared out of their guts, the instinct to survive made them not dare to fall behind, they also scrambled and crawled to follow. The group rushed to the third-floor furniture market at the fastest speed. Through a floor-to-ceiling window that had been shattered for the most part, everyone saw a scene they would never forget in their lifetime. On the street. A huge giant thing, 10 meters tall, was stepping with heavy steps, slowly walking over. That was a walking mech painted all over with a fierce pattern of dark red and black intertwined. Its shape was full of violent aesthetics, each step of the thick mechanical legs made the hydraulic rods burst out a dull roar, and when the foot stepped on the cement ground, it would directly explode a big pit nearly 2 meters in diameter. That rhythmic explosion sound was indeed its footsteps. On the mech's body, various types of weapon modules were mounted, the dark cannon muzzles and missile launch nests emitted an aura of death. Its head had no cockpit, only a huge red electronic eye like a cyclops, coldly scanning everything around. Good guy, this size, is it a Zaku or a Gundam? Simply a walking demolition office. Lin Feng could not help but complain in his heart, but his eyes were more serious than ever before. He finally understood why the three yellow-haired group were chased so miserably. Facing this level of ground unit, the flesh-fighting ability of ordinary pilots was simply a joke. Not to mention fighting, they probably don't even have the qualification to scratch it. Me mech. The fat man looked at the steel giant outside the window, his eyes rolled back, foam came out of his mouth, and he fainted directly from fright. The yellow hair and the glasses man were not much better, both of them collapsed on the ground, their crotch quickly became wet, giving off a bad stinking smell. They completely broke down. At this moment, that huge walking mech stopped at a place less than 50 meters in front of the supermarket. The huge mechanical single eye lit up with a dazzling red light. Start scanning the entire supermarket building. A voice, processed by an electronic synthesizer, full of malice and mockery, boomed through the loudspeakers, echoing in the night sky. Captain 4198, I know you're inside. The voice echoed through the empty town, its sharpness making it especially grating. I was just chasing a few little mice, but I never expected to catch a big fish like you. The hero of the landing battle? Today, let's see what you're really made of. With the words falling, the mech slowly raised its right arm. At the end of that arm was not a mechanical hand, but a terrifyingly wide energy cannon, the same width as the body. Hum. At the muzzle, a deep blue energy rapidly gathered, emitting a heart-pounding hum. The voice from the loudspeakers carried a hint of cruel, cat-and-mouse playfulness. I'll give you 10 seconds, come out by yourself. Otherwise, I'll turn you and this tin can into cosmic dust. The cold countdown rang out in the night sky. 10. 9. 8. Each number sounded like a heavy hammer, striking everyone's heart with force. The yellow-haired guy and the bespectacled man had completely lost the ability to think, left only with unconscious twitches and whimpers. Su Qingju and Yushuling's expressions turned grave, they knew very well that in the face of such firepower, the supermarket was no different than paper. However, at this critical moment, Lin Feng's eyes were unusually calm. He didn't even glance at the mech outside the window, but suddenly turned around and rushed toward the employee passage leading to the back warehouse. His voice clearly reached the ears of the two women. Quick! Grab all the high-level materials we found. Chapter 0100, Last-minute struggle on the battlefield. The countdown reached 5. Su Qingju and Yushuling moved like two swift shadows, rushing out from the warehouse passage. They held and carried all kinds of rare materials, glimmering with metallic sheen or energy glow. What do you need these for? Su Qingju's voice was hurried, but there was no hint of doubt, only pure inquiry. Lin Feng didn't turn his head, his gaze fixed firmly on the steel giant outside the window, his words like four thunderous explosions. Upgrade on site. The air seemed to be sucked out in that instant. What? Upgrade? On site? Not only did the terrified yellow-haired trio freeze, but even Su Qingzhu and Yu Shuling, who trusted him completely, were utterly stunned. Their brains crashed for 2 full seconds. What kind of operation is this? Sharpening the knife before battle? No, this was literally forging iron under the enemy's cannon. Are you looking for death, handing the knife to the god of death yourself? Upgrading on site, even in a game, this would be reported as cheating. Lin Feng thought wildly in his mind, but his expression remained as calm as an ancient well. The yellow-haired youth finally snapped out of his shock, pointing at Lin Feng, his voice twisted by fear and anger. You're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. What's the use of upgrading now? By the time your plane arrives, we'll be reduced to dust. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, Su Qingzhu and Yu Shuling said not a word. They just exchanged a glance and without hesitation, dumped all the precious materials in their arms onto the ground in front of Lin Feng. Their actions spoke louder than words. Trust, without needing any words. 4. 3. The cold countdown continued. Outside the window, the energy cannon on the dark red mech had compressed the deep blue light to its limit, forming a glowing sphere the size of a fist, yet containing destructive energy. The air around it distorted due to the intense energy concentration. 2. 1. The countdown ended. Boom. There was no deafening roar, only the dull sound of energy being released. A beam of energy as thick as a barrel shot out. With a long tail of flames trailing behind, it tore through the night sky, arriving with an unstoppable force, howling through the air. Where the beam passed, the air was ionized, emitting a mournful zzz sound. Aya! The 3 yellow-haired men screamed in agony, hugging each other, desperately closing their eyes. Just as the beam was about to reach the supermarket, Lin Feng moved. He didn't retreat, instead, he took a step forward, placing both hands firmly on the cracked wall that he had made himself. Give me, solidify. Buzz. Fusion ability, extreme activation. This time, he held nothing back. At the center of his palm, an invisible force field wildly expanded. In the first floor hall, all metal objects, the twisted shelves, scattered shopping carts, the ventilation pipes on the ceiling, and even the steel bars in the walls, were forcibly drawn out in that moment. Countless metal objects turned into streams of silver, mixed with stripped concrete fragments, rushing toward Lin Feng like rivers flowing into the sea. They squeezed, deformed, and fused together. In the blink of an eye, a 2-meter-thick composite armor giant shield, gleaming with a metallic shine, filled with a rough and violent beauty, took shape out of thin air. Almost the moment the giant shield was formed, the energy beam arrived. Boom! A terrifying explosion that could shatter eardrums erupted in the supermarket hall. The entire 4-story building let out a cry of unbearable weight, violently shaking. The shockwave, like a level 12 hurricane, swept away everything that wasn't fixed on the first floor, and glass shards scattered like a torrential rain. The giant shield, hastily made, turned red instantly under the direct impact of the energy beam, and countless cracks spread like a spider web on its surface. It howled, it trembled. But it stubbornly held on. 1 second. 2 seconds. The power of the energy beam finally dissipated, vanishing into the air. And the extremely compressed composite armor shield had completed its mission, breaking apart with a crisp crack sound, turning into molten iron and dust that fell to the ground in a shower of sparks. It blocked it. It really blocked it. The 3 yellow-haired men in the distance stood dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold before them, feeling as if their worldview had been completely overturned. However, Lin Feng didn't have time to feel emotional. Now is the time. Taking advantage of the brief cooldown of the opponent's cannon, he suddenly raised his wrist, and the control interface popped up in an instant. On the interface was the 3-dimensional structure and upgrade interface of his dark golden airplane. All materials, transfer. With his command, all the advanced materials piled up on the ground instantly turned into flowing points of light, disappearing. In the next second, these materials appeared on the manufacturing platform inside his airplane, kilometers away. Detected, sublight-speed conduction fiber. Detected, crystal polymer battery pack. Detected, neural connection gel for the body. Detected that all materials required for the upgrade have been met. Do you confirm the upgrade of the body to LV.7? Lin Feng's eyes erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. His finger slammed down on the virtual screen, pressing the flashing red, confirm, button. Upgrade it. The moment he pressed the button, in the darkened district far away, the dark golden airplane that had been silently hovering suddenly exploded with a blinding light. A dazzling upgrade beam shot into the sky, tearing through the thick night, like a divine miracle descending, lighting up the entire sky in the darkness miles away. Inside the supermarket, everyone was stunned into silence by this sudden heavenly phenomenon. And inside the cockpit of the dark red mecha, the pilot, looking at the radar, saw the energy readings suddenly spiking and fell into a brief daze. Upgrade? In a place like this? After realizing it, an overwhelming fury surged to his head. Bastard! Do you think I will still give you a chance? The angry roar echoed through the loudspeakers, spreading far and wide. The mecha's shoulder hangar opened with a click, revealing a dense array of miniature missile launch nests inside. Each beehive-like hole glowed with a dangerous red light. Fire coverage mode. At the same time, on Lin Feng's personal control interface, a progress bar was slowly moving. Mecha upgrade in progress? 1%. 2%. At the end of the progress bar, cold system text clearly displayed. Estimated completion time, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Lin Feng stared at the mecha outside, which showed its fangs like a demon, but his heart remained calm. This is harder to bear than waiting for a bowl of instant noodles. Chapter 0101, Squeezing the Last Value. The mecha's shoulder hangar slowly opened, like a demon spreading its ribs. Inside were the dense, beehive-like launch holes, each deep hole glowing with ominous red light. A miniature missile array. Lin Feng's pupils slightly contracted. The energy cannon shot earlier, he barely blocked it with extreme operations and his fusion ability. Now, this saturation attack could easily erase this 4-story supermarket and its foundation from the map. Resisting head-on would mean certain death. Wow, is this really a plan to press the F key and send me straight to the funeral car? Lin Feng sarcastically complained in his mind, but his face remained unchanged. The upgrade progress bar had just reached 15%. He still had over 4 minutes to buy. In this split second, Lin Feng suddenly turned around, his movements so fast it looked like a ghost. He grabbed the trembling yellow-haired guy by the collar. The yellow-haired guy was startled by the sudden move, nearly losing his soul. Meeting Lin Feng's cold, emotionless eyes, his legs went weak, almost kneeling on the spot. On your junk jeep, besides the machine gun, is there anything that can make a big noise? Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it was like an ice-cold knife, piercing straight into the yellow-haired guy's ears. The yellow-haired guy stammered, his mind blank. The fat guy next to him reacted a bit faster. He remembered something and nervously raised his hand. Yes. There's a few military sonic decoy bombs in the car's trunk. We were going to use them to lure away a bunch of monsters. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Feng's eyes instantly brightened. Sonic decoy bombs. This was like being given a pillow when you were sleepy. Where? His voice left no room for argument. The fat guy, trembling, took out a silver metal box the size of a palm from his pocket and handed it over. Lin Feng snatched it without even looking, shoved the yellow-haired guy away, and like a cheetah, rushed toward the broken floor-to-ceiling window on the 3rd floor. Outside the window, the dark red mecha's missile array had completed its lock-on, and all launch holes lit up with red light, signaling imminent launch. The shadow of death had already enveloped the entire building. Lin Feng hesitated not at all. He locked onto a distant street at the other end, a similarly abandoned office building. Gathering all his strength into his arm, his muscles instantly bulged. Just as the mecha's missiles were about to leave their nest. Whoosh! The metal box in his hand flew like a stone thrown from a catapult, drawing a perfect parabolic arc, whistling toward the target hundreds of meters away. Bang! The box hit the glass curtain wall of the office building with pinpoint precision, shattering on impact. The next second. Buzz! An inaudible, high-frequency sound wave spread from the office building like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly expanding outward. The sound was inaudible to humans, but in the perception of the monsters, it was like setting off a sun right next to their ears. Almost at the same time. The deep darkness surrounding the supermarket came alive. Pairs of crimson eyes lit up again. Not just dozens, but not a few hundred pairs, but thousands and thousands. They surged out from every street, every corner, every building's shadow, merging into a boundless, endless sea of crimson stars. Then came the spine-chilling screeching. The screeching was no longer the low growl from before, but filled with the fury of destruction that could shatter the heavens. Like a legion of hell, blowing the horn for an all-out assault. They're coming, they're coming. I'm playing in tower defense mode, and now it's the summoning beast wave. Lin Feng watched the scene outside the window, his heart unshaken. He even had the leisure to silently say to the mecha, which was about to launch its missile, "Friend, good luck." At this moment, the mecha's driver was also startled by this sudden change. But the arrow was already on the bowstring, and he had no choice but to fire. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of miniature missiles, trailing long tails of smoke, shot toward the supermarket building like an angry swarm of bees. However, in their path, a black torrent had already surged into the sky. Countless monsters of various shapes, as if anti-gravity, clung to the walls, charging towards the missile rain in a suicidal formation, one after another. Boom 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 boom. A series of violent explosions erupted in midair. Blood and flesh flew, severed limbs and broken arms shot into the sky. The power of the missiles was weakened layer by the monster's flesh and blood, and in the end, only a few missiles remained, causing only a few large craters on the supermarket building's outer wall, without shaking its structure. The mecha driver was completely dazed. Before he could react, the endless monster wave had already shifted its target from the source of the sound wave to him, the big lightbulb with the closest proximity and the strongest energy response. Roar! Thousands of monsters, like a black tsunami, madly rushed towards the mecha he was in. Damn it! The driver's desperate roar came through the loudspeaker. He had no choice but to abandon the attack on the supermarket and turn his cannon towards the monster wave beneath him, pouring firepower into it. Lasers, machine guns, grenades. The sound of explosions, roars, and the harsh noise of metal being scraped by sharp claws instantly intertwined into a symphony of death. The once invincible heavy mecha was now trapped in the vast sea of the People's War. On the third floor of the supermarket, the yellow-haired trio stared blankly out the window at the scene of chaos, their brains completely frozen. They opened their mouths but couldn't make a sound. What is this? Summoning monsters to fight the mecha? Is this really a tactic humans can come up with? Su Qingzhu and Yushuling were also in shock, their eyes looking at Lin Feng, the trust in them turning into near worship. Lin Feng bro, how many more tricks does he have up his sleeve? But Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the reactions of the others. He just calmly glanced at the portable control on his wrist. The upgrade progress bar was steadily advancing forward. 45%. 62%. 81%. Time passed in seconds amidst the brutal battle outside. Though the mecha was powerful, under the endless siege of monsters, the energy shield began flickering, and the thick armor was covered with vicious claw marks and wounds. Finally. At the moment when the progress bar hit 99%. Ding! A crisp and pleasant system prompt rang in Lin Feng's mind. Congratulations! The mecha has been upgraded to LV.7. New module unlocked, mental sensing remote control system. The clear system prompt was like heavenly music in Lin Feng's mind. It's done! He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the chaotic battlefield outside the window, where fire and screeches filled the air, and a cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Friend, your performance in the first half was spectacular. Now, it's my turn. Without any hesitation, he turned around to face the tense and anxious people around him. With a gun in hand, Su Qingzhu and Yushuling said, "Cover me, don't let anyone get close." After saying that, he directly sat down cross-legged in the messy furniture market on the third floor, with his hands flat on his knees and his eyes closed. This action stunned everyone. What is he doing? Meditating while sitting? In the distance, the chubby man hiding behind the shelves asked in disbelief, his voice barely audible. He's crazy, I think he's completely lost it. Huang Mao gritted his teeth, feeling that Lin Feng's current actions were nothing short of the ultimate insult to the life-or-death crisis at hand. Even Su Qingzhu and Yushuling were full of confusion in their hearts. But they didn't ask. The two of them just exchanged a glance, then stood one on each side, like the most loyal guards, shielding Lin Feng in the middle. Their gun barrels pointed warily at the surroundings, their eyes sharp and cold. In the next second, Lin Feng's consciousness seemed to be violently pulled from his body by an invisible giant hand and, at faster-than-light speed, plunged into endless darkness. Weightlessness, spinning, and traveling. When his vision refocused, he was already sitting in the cockpit of a dark golden plane hovering several kilometers away above the block. Chapter 0102, now, it's my turn. Oh, this feeling. Lin Feng looked at his hands, a strange sensation between reality and illusion. He could clearly feel the cold metal texture of the control stick, and could hear the humming of the energy core running steadily. The plane now seemed like an extension of his own body. The cockpit interior had also undergone a complete transformation. The main display screen, which was originally pitch black, now lit up with a new UI interface. On the left was the plane's 3D structural diagram, where the damage and energy status of each part were clearly visible. On the right was a long list of dazzling weapons. Weapon system self-check complete. Poisonous Sting Close Defense Pulse Laser Cannon, fully charged. Hive Mini Missile Array, ammo count 128-128. Heaven's Wrath High Energy Particle Beam Cannon, fully charged. Death Rain Cluster Bombs, ammo count 4 out of 4. Special Module, Heart of Fusion, Cooling. The arsenal is quite impressive. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, his consciousness immediately locking onto the chaotic battlefield below. Outside the supermarket. Inside the cockpit of the heavy mecha, the pilot madman was already drenched in sweat. Damn it! Damn it! How are these bastards still not done? He cursed as he controlled the mecha, firing the Vulcan cannon on its shoulder, blasting the monsters that pounced at him into bits. But the monsters were just too many, like an endless wave of black, continuously charging forward. The mecha's energy shield was flickering, already dropping below 30% of its critical value. Its thick armor was also covered in grotesque claw marks and corrosive acid. He knew he had been set up by that 4198 number. If this went on, before the opponent could even strike, he'd be torn apart by this group of monsters. He had to break through. He gritted his teeth and controlled the mecha to concentrate all its energy into the leg engines, preparing for a forced overload charge, intending to break a bloody path through. At that moment. Beep, 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 beep. Inside the cockpit, the sharp, high-priority radar warning alarm suddenly blared without warning. What's that? Madman's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked up. He saw, in the sky above, which had turned dark red from the smoke of battle, a dark golden dot had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. That dot was silently and rapidly rising at an anti-physical angle. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. It was like a ghost lurking in the deep sea, silently rising above its prey, showing its cold fangs. Thinking of running? Up in the kilometer-high sky, a trace of mockery flashed through Lin Feng's consciousness. Did you ask me? With a thought. Below the dark golden plane's wings, dozens of weapon pods, driven by hydraulic rods. Quietly it began. The black muzzle, like the eyes of death, locked onto the chaotic battlefield below. It's that plane. It has finished upgrading. The madman's pupils shrank sharply, a chill shot from his spine to the crown of his head. He finally understood why number 4198 dared to play live upgrade under the cannon. It turned out, the other side never intended to fight him on the ground. From the start, this was a complete dimensionality reduction strike. Fear instantly gripped his heart, and he reflexively wanted to maneuver his mech to evade. But, it was too late. The next second, divine punishment fell. Swish, 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 swish. Dozens of slender but deadly energy beams, like an upside-down meteor shower, tore through the night, pouring down with thunderous force. Yet, what shocked the madman most, was that the beam's target was not his mech. With surgical precision, they pinpointed the monstrous horde surrounding the mech. Boom! 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 Where the beam struck, the raging monsters instantly evaporated, vaporized. With just one volley, a 50-meter radius around the mech was cleared into a vacuum. A perfect escape route, without a single monster in the way, suddenly appeared before the madman. Was this a mistake? Or a show of power? The madman's brain froze for a moment, but his survival instinct left no time for thought. Opportunity. This was the only chance. Without hesitation, he immediately drove the battered mech, pushed the engines to full power, and rushed madly toward the cleared path. I give you a chance, and you can't handle it. High above, Lin Feng's mind was calm like a still well. Watching the mech rush like a runaway dog toward a death trap, he quietly pressed another virtual button in his mind. Death Rain Cluster Bombs, deploy. The madman, charging at full speed, did not notice that above him in the sky, 4 inconspicuous black dots were silently falling like free-falling objects. When the 4 dots fell to 300 meters, their shells suddenly opened. Inside each dot, dozens of smaller sub-bombs split out, like dandelion seeds, instantly covering hundreds of square meters below. That area was exactly the escape route the madman's mech was about to enter. No! When the radar sent another death alert, the madman finally realized something was wrong. He jerked his head up, looking through the cockpit window, and only saw red glowing raindrops falling across the sky. His face drained of all color instantly. That was not an escape route. It was a carefully prepared grave. He wanted to stop, to turn, to retreat. But the mech's inertia was so great, he was like an out-of-control heavy truck rushing toward a cliff, only able to watch himself plunge into the death rain. Boom, 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 boom. A series of apocalyptic explosions erupted on the ground. The violet blasts merged into a towering mushroom cloud of fire and shockwaves. The earth trembled, the whole town groaned under this terrifying power. On the 3rd floor of the supermarket, the already shattered glass floor-to-ceiling windows were completely smashed by the shockwave. The wind blew in violently, tossing the 3 blonde-haired men about. They stared dumbfounded at the rising flames in the distance, their minds blank. Is this Lin Feng's true power? This was no longer a battle. This was judgment. The smoke from the explosion slowly cleared. On the ground remained a giant crater over 50 meters wide, charred black. At the center of the crater, the once invincible heavy mech now lay like a toy dismantled by a naughty child. It tragically flipped onto the ground. One of its mechanical legs was completely blown off, half of its body covered in molten marks, and countless electric sparks crackled between the broken circuits. The energy shield had long been completely shattered. Cough, cough. Inside the cockpit, the pilot, known as Madman, was bleeding from every orifice, struggling to regain control of the mech and stand it up again. But all the operating systems only fed back to him a blinding red alert. Warning! The body damage exceeds 85%. Warning! Energy core output is abnormal. Warning! The transmission system is severely damaged. He had lost. Lost completely. Just as he was falling into despair, a shadow covered his cockpit. He struggled to lift his head. There, hovering in the air above him, not more than 20 meters high, was a dark golden aircraft, silently like the Grim Reaper seated on a throne. Beneath the aircraft's belly, a terrifyingly large main cannon slowly emerged. The black barrel emitted an oppressive, suffocating aura of destruction, locking onto his cockpit with cold, unfeeling precision. Chapter 0103, you call this LV.6? The black barrel locked precisely onto the damaged mech on the ground. The air was thick with a destructive aura, like an invisible shadow that enveloped the scorched crater. On the public channel, Lin Feng's voice echoed, indifferent, as though reading a judgment that had long been written. Surrender, or die. After a brief silence, suddenly, a manic laughter erupted from inside the mech's cockpit. Ha 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 ha. Surrender? The pilot, Madman, laughed hoarsely, yet full of extreme arrogance and mockery. Captain 4198, I admit, you are ridiculously strong. But do you think this will defeat me? Lin Feng's consciousness floated in the cockpit, showing no response. He simply calmly watched the information pop up on the screen. ID, Madman. Pilot number, 0932. Level, LV.6. Oh. Is this when you start showing your health bar after being knocked down? Lin Feng felt no ripple in his heart, even feeling a little amused. As if sensing Lin Feng's silence, Madman's laughter grew more unrestrained. He shouted each word slowly, I'm the one sent by the Temporary Strategic Alliance to take your damn life. While you were hiding and repairing your plane these past days, I've already reached LV.6. Do you really think I have no trump cards? Before his words even finished, something unexpected happened. Boom! The already battered and sparking dark red mech suddenly erupted in a massive surge of blood-red energy. The energy, like solidified blood, wrapped around every inch of the mech's armor, sizzling as it corroded the surrounding ground into a charred black. On Lin Feng's aircraft's detector, the opponent's performance data began skyrocketing in an unreasonable fashion. Warning! The target mech is overloading. Energy output efficiency increased by 300%. Body response speed increased by 200%. Special ability, Blood of the Berserker. Roar! With a sound like a beast's roar, the broken mech suddenly leaped from the ground. Its remaining mechanical leg exploded with terrifying force, its massive body turning into a red streak, moving faster than imaginable. Immediately afterward, all the remaining weapon systems on the mech, whether it was the shoulder-mounted Vulcan cannon or the laser emitter on its arms, locked onto the aircraft in the sky, beginning their final, desperate barrage. Die! Die, you bastard! Madman's roar reverberated through the communication channel. Countless beams and physical projectiles wove together into an impenetrable curtain of death, raining down on Lin Feng's aircraft. However, in the face of this desperate counterattack from the dying mech, Lin Feng's eyes remained unshaken. He didn't even consider dodging. He simply issued a calm command in his consciousness. Fusion Heart, activate. The next second, the dark golden aircraft's black barrel of the main cannon. Blinding light erupted. This time, it was no longer just the gathering of energy. At the deepest part of the cannon, a pitch-black singularity, like a tiny black hole, quietly formed. Immediately, all the modules on the plane, whether engines, shields, or weapon systems, had their energy forcibly drawn out by an irresistible force, transforming into streams of colorful energy, madly pouring into the singularity. Compression. Extreme compression. A destructive ghost energy light sphere, containing all the energy of the entire plane, rapidly took shape at the cannon's mouth. The space around the light sphere visibly twisted because of the high concentration of energy. On the ground, the man firing frantically also noticed the energy waves that made his soul tremble. The madness and confidence on his face instantly froze. In their place came endless shock and fear. What is that? What kind of thing is that? That level of energy, no captain at this stage should be able to possess it. No, impossible. His attacks abruptly stopped, leaving only unconscious murmurs. At that very moment, Lin Feng pressed the launch button. There was no earth-shattering roar. The whole world seemed to lose its sound. A thick, indescribable energy stream, mixed with dark gold and ghostly blue destruction, instantly tore the night sky and devoured everything along the way. On the madman's face, pale under the extreme light, written with horror and despair, his last consciousness barely left a shattered message in the communication channel, full of endless regret and unwillingness. LV.7, how possible? The energy stream vanished in a flash. When the light faded, the ground showed a crater over 50 meters in diameter, now doubled in size. At the center of the crater, nothing remained. The heavy mecha, activated with blood of the Berserker, along with its pilot, had been completely erased from this world, leaving no trace. As if it had never existed. Supermarket, 3rd floor. A dead silence. When Lin Feng, sitting cross-legged, trembled slightly and slowly opened his eyes. Su Qingzhu, Yu Shuling, and the 3 survivors in the distance instinctively stepped back half a step. Their eyes on Lin Feng were filled with extreme complex emotions. There was shock, awe, but more, a fear from deep in their souls, facing unknown power. They could not see what had just happened. But they could guess. The walking steel beast, descending like a disaster, had been dealt with. By this man, in a way they could not understand, casually erased several kilometers away. This remote system is quite tiring. Lin Feng stretched his stiff neck and stood up from the ground. Operating with mental sensing used far more spiritual power than he had imagined. He lifted his eyes, looking past the complex expressions of Su Qingzhu and Yu Shuling, landing on the 3 men already huddled in fear in the distance. Blonde, fatty, and glasses, the 3 shivered as Lin Feng's gaze met theirs, like ice water poured through them. They pressed together, not daring to breathe. Lin Feng spoke calmly, his voice not loud, yet clearly reaching each of their ears. "All right, now it's your turn." Fatty fell to the ground with a thud, bawling as he kowtowed. Boss, have mercy. We know we were wrong. We won't dare again." Blonde and glasses also looked pale, their legs weak, almost kneeling with him. They were truly scared. This man had gone beyond their understanding of the word strong. In front of him, even the thought of resisting was a luxury. Lin Feng watched their ridiculous appearance, feeling a bit speechless. "Take us to your plane." He paused for a moment, then added. "As a reward, these spoils, you get 10%. Hearing this, the fat man kneeling on the ground suddenly lifted his head, his face full of disbelief. "What? Not killing us? And sharing the spoils with us?" The blonde and the glasses guy were also stunned. They looked at each other, wondering if the shock had made them hear things. Lin Feng was too lazy to waste words with them, turning to walk downstairs. "Follow." Su Qingzhu and Yu Shuling exchanged a glance and immediately followed. Until the 3 of them disappeared at the stair entrance, the 3 blondes finally woke up from their dream, scrambling after them, afraid that if they were late, this unpredictable killing god would change his mind. Chapter 0104, Striking a Windfall. The night wind swept through the empty street, lifting a few pieces of waste paper that rustled with a shush sound. The 3 blondes walked in front, their steps light, as if treading on clouds, each step feeling weightless. Fear had completely drained their courage. The man behind them, Lin Feng, was only one person, yet like a silent army, the pressure he gave made their backs shiver. No one dared to look back, no one dared to speak. The atmosphere was so oppressive it could squeeze water out. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Lin Feng's heart was calm, even a bit wanting to give them a banner saying "Best Guide Party." Soon, they arrived under an abandoned apartment building. The blonde pointed to a garage covered by a camo net, his voice trembling. "Boss, our plane is inside." Lin Feng nodded, speaking to Su Qingzhu and Yu Shuling beside him. "You 2 return to our plane first, leave this to me." The 2 women exchanged a glance, asked nothing, and immediately turned away. When their figures disappeared around the corner, Lin Feng slowly walked to the charred, mountain-like mech wreck. He raised his wrist. A pale blue light screen instantly popped out. Scan, transfer. An invisible scanning beam shot out from his portable control, enveloping the entire mech wreck. Start scanning. Detected, Dragon Bone Grade Composite Armor, X-175 units, severely damaged. Detected, Super Poly Energy Core Fragments, X-3 units. Detected, Neural Connection Conductors, X-8 units, recyclable. Detected, High-Strength Servo Motors, X-12 units, 75% damaged. A string of high-end material and module names Lin Feng had never heard, refreshed on the light screen like a waterfall. Wow, this is like a zero-cost upgrade, even taking out the boss's production line. Lin Feng looked at the luxurious material list, feeling happy. He chose to transfer everything without hesitation. However, the system popped up a red warning. Warning! Cargo Bay 2 capacity reached 98%. Not enough space, transfer cannot complete. Lin Feng paused slightly. Right, previously for upgrades, he had emptied almost the whole supermarket back warehouse. Cargo Bay 2 was already packed full. He looked at the estimated volume of the mech wreck on the light screen, needing at least half a cargo bay to fit. This was a bit awkward. A happy trouble. But for him, this was not a problem. Lin Feng tapped his finger, switching the light screen to another interface, Team Shared Warehouse. He selected lower value basic supplies in Cargo Bay 2, like compressed biscuits, bottled water, ordinary ammo, etc. Transfer to Shared Warehouse. Confirmed transfer complete. Almost instantly, a large space was freed in Cargo Bay 2. After doing all this, he once again aimed the scanning frame at the pile of steel wreckage. Transfer. This time, there were no obstacles. The three yellow-haired men were crouching at a distance, not daring to breathe. They watched, wide-eyed, as Lin Feng merely raised his wrist, and then, the pile of mecha wreckage, several times larger than their jeep, just vanished before their eyes. No light, no sound, it just disappeared abruptly, illogically, erased from this world. Gulp. The fat man struggled to swallow, feeling his throat dry as if it were about to catch fire. The glasses-wearing man pushed up the frame on his nose, his eyes under the lenses full of confusion, as though his worldview was going through a massive quake. What kind of godly skill is this? Is it a space ability? Still in shock and unable to snap back to reality, Lin Feng had already finished dealing with the mecha and turned to walk toward the supermarket that had been destroyed in the crash. The same action was repeated once again. Starting scan. Target, military-grade canned food X350 boxes. Target, high-energy nutrient liquid X80 boxes. Target, medical kits X200 pieces. Target, 7.62mm rifle ammo X50 boxes. As Lin Feng kept confirming, the entire supermarket stock seemed to be moved layer by an invisible giant hand. The yellow-haired trio had completely numbed. They stared at the miracle unfolding before them, their brains abandoning all thought. How foolish were they to provoke such a monster? A few minutes later, Lin Feng walked out of the supermarket, satisfied. He glanced at his personal control panel, and the capacity of the two cargo holds had soared to over 95%, filled with all kinds of rare materials and military supplies glowing with light. This haul was a big win. He stepped in front of the three, who were already huddled in fear. The fat man thudded to the ground, kneeling and kowtowing. Please spare us. We didn't recognize the mountain, please let us go. The yellow-haired man and the glasses-wearing guy's legs turned to jelly, their pants trembling uncontrollably, almost kneeling too. Lin Feng looked at their comical state, speechless. He couldn't be bothered to waste words and directly raised his wrist to operate his personal control. The next second. Clang. A large pile of cans, compressed biscuits, bottled water, several rifles, and ammunition appeared out of nowhere in the empty space in front of the three, forming a small mountain. The agreed 10%, this is yours. Lin Feng's voice had no warmth. Take it, and get out. The three stared blankly at the suddenly appearing supplies. What? You're not going to kill us? And you're really giving us the spoils? The yellow-haired man suddenly looked up, his face filled with disbelief, his mouth opening as if he wanted to say something, but found himself unable to utter a single word. Lin Feng had already turned around, walking in the direction of his plane, leaving only a cold, indifferent figure and a warning. Next time someone dares to set their sights on me, they won't be so lucky. It wasn't until Lin Feng's figure disappeared completely at the end of the street that the yellow-haired trio finally snapped out of their stupor. They looked at the pile of supplies on the ground, enough to live comfortably for a long time, then glanced at the direction Lin Feng had gone, their faces filled with the relief of surviving and a deep, soul-shaking awe. Quick! Quick, let's go! The three no longer dared to stay even a second longer. They scrambled to the garage, started their dilapidated jeep, and with one press of the gas pedal, they fled the place, forever imprinted in their memories. In the night sky, three planes took off in sequence, leaving the silent land and entering the jump channel. Inside Lin Feng's cockpit, he leisurely leaned back in his seat and brought up the team chat channel. Looking at the chat log where Su Mingyu and the others were haggling over materials, his lips curled into a faint smile. He opened the team shared warehouse and viewed the massive list of basic supplies just transmitted in. Then, he slowly typed a line of words and sent it to the team channel. The loot is divided, everyone gets a share. Chapter 0105 Everyone upgrades their guns. Lin Feng's message exploded in the Deep Space Team's private channel like a deep sea bomb. The channel went quiet for a moment. Then, Su Mingyu's signature, powerful, strange scream almost broke the screen. My God! Boss! Did you go rob the headquarters of the 10,000 Worlds flights? Or did you take their production line cleanly? At that moment, he was flying his own plane, circling over an abandoned industrial planet, fighting wit and courage with the mechanical guards on the ground for some scattered special steel for half an hour, exhausted like a dog. Then, he saw the list of supplies in the shared warehouse that was so long it could not fit on one screen. Dragon Bone Grade Composite Armor, severely damaged, X175 units. Super Polymer Energy Core Fragments, X3 units. High-strength servo motors, 75% damaged, X12 units. Military-grade canned food X350 boxes. High-energy nutrient liquid X80 boxes. Su Mingyu rubbed his eyes, then pinched his own thigh hard. Hiss. It really hurt. This was not an illusion. He looked at the few lonely pieces of steel in his cargo hold, not even adding up to one full unit, then looked at the luxurious ocean of supplies in the shared warehouse, and a huge sense of gap surged in his heart. The gap between people is sometimes bigger than between a human and a dog. He sighed from the heart. In the channel, others bubbled up one after another, various amazed emoji flooding the screen. Zhang Yunxian, bow to the boss. GIF, brother Feng, do you still need a pendant? The one that says 666. Yu Shuling, brother Lin Feng, you are not hurt, right? Worried.jpg. Su Qingju, safety is what matters. Even Mo Yoli, who usually wrote very little, unusually typed a line, these materials, where did you get them from? Between the words, a hard-to-hide doubt appeared. Lin Feng looked at the lively channel, his mouth slightly up, and typed back, pick them up on the way, don't be polite, use them freely. These words were lightly said, yet made everyone in the channel fall silent. Picked up on the way? Boss, do you misunderstand the word picked up? If this is picked up, then what we worked so hard to gather must be called begging on the street. Just as everyone was still digesting this huge information, Chen Madao, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke. There are many supplies, but distribution is a problem. Especially the modules and core fragments taken from that mech, their value is very high. If distributed incorrectly, it will cause waste. His words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly cooling the excited people. Indeed. Good steel must be used on the blade. How to distribute these top resources to maximize the team's overall strength is a skill. Lin Feng was waiting for these words. Old Chen, you are the expert, this matter is yours. Lin Feng directly threw the distribution right to him. According to each person's plane type and combat style, make the most optimized upgrade plan. Whatever is needed, take directly from the shared warehouse. Chen Madao did not refuse, only replied with one word. Okay. The next second, he entered work mode. He shared a real-time dynamic table in the team channel, listing each member's current plane configuration, level, and potential upgrade path. Countless data streams flashed at his fingertips like the most precise computer, starting to calculate the optimal solution. Su Mingyu, your rogue plane type is for explosive rush, high-strength servo motors, and neural connection conduits. Go to you first. Combined with your collected materials, you can directly reach LV.7, shortening your special ability cooldown. Mo Yoli, your phantom plane type needs extreme precision and stealth. Here is the ultra-converged energy core fragment, which will boost your energy weapon's instant output power. The remaining materials are enough to level it up to LV.7. Su Qingju, your barrier model focuses on defense, and I've refined some dragon bone grade composite armor for you. The remaining materials will be used to upgrade it to LV.6 and replace the energy partial shield module. Yu Shuling. Zhang Yunxian. Chen Madao's voice was calm and professional, clearly outlining every precious resource assigned. In the team, no one had any objections. Professional, trustworthy. Soon, the meticulously calculated upgrade packages were transmitted to each person's aircraft manufacturing platform via the shared warehouse. Received. Su Mingyu was the first to shout out. Looking at the materials on the manufacturing platform, gleaming with an enticing luster, his eyes sparkled. Brothers, I'll upgrade first to honor you. Wait for me to swap my bird gun for a cannon. Buzz. A brilliant upgrade light column rose from Su Mingyu's aircraft. Then, Mo Yoli, Su Qingju, Yu Shuling, Zhang Yunxian, one by one, upgrade lights of varying strength began to shine in different airspace. The scene was spectacular. Congratulations! The aircraft has been upgraded to LV.7. 10-second true manned module strengthened. Cooldown time reduced from 60 minutes to 45 minutes. Su Mingyu looked at the prompt on his central control panel, excitedly punching the console. Nice! He could feel his aircraft had undergone a complete transformation. Meanwhile, in the team channel, good news kept coming in. Mo Yoli, LV.7, completed. Su Qingju, LV.6, new shield module installed. Yu Shuling, LV.6, logistics module efficiency increased by 30%. Zhang Yunxian, LV.6. Ha, I'm also a level 6 boss now. In just a few minutes, the team's overall strength underwent a qualitative leap. And all of this was most directly reflected on the leaderboard that all pilots could see. Team Comprehensive Strength Leaderboard. Su Mingyu immediately pulled up the leaderboard and shared it in the team channel. The originally third-ranked, Deep Space, team's score was rapidly skyrocketing at a visible speed. 12,500. 15,800. 19,300. 21,700. The rank was skyrocketing like a rocket. In an instant, they surpassed the originally second-ranked, Iron Fist. And it was still climbing at a terrifying speed, almost reaching the high and mighty top position, Oracle. Charge! 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 Beat them, and we will be number one. Su Mingyu shouted excitedly in the channel, as if he had already seen the throne beckoning them. The atmosphere in the team was jubilant. However, they didn't know. At this very moment, in another completely different exclusive channel, the atmosphere was almost suffocatingly still. Temporary Strategic Alliance. This secret organization, consisting of the top pilots from the server, was now shrouded in an eerie silence. In the member list, the ID, Maverick's avatar had turned gray and was unselectable. And on the Team Comprehensive Strength leaderboard, the glaring, skyrocketing rank of Deep Space slapped every member's face like a loud slap. After a long pause, an ID member named Hawkeye0256 cautiously typed out a line of text. God Master. Maverick failed the mission. No one responded. Everyone knew what Maverick's failure meant. It meant that pilot number 4198 not only survived, but had devoured all of Maverick's resources, resulting in a terrifying boost in strength. After another dozen seconds passed, the avatar of the one always at the top of the list, number 0001, ID, Godmaster, finally lit up. He didn't say any unnecessary words. He slowly typed a line of text and sent it to the channel. That line was as cold as ice, without a trace of warmth. Plan change. Activate hunting. Chapter 0106, The Provocation of the Top Spot. On the Team Comprehensive Strength leaderboard, the name, Deep Space, finally stabilized, with a score of 21,700. Like a vast chasm, it left them far behind all the other teams ranked after third place on the leaderboard. Second. We are second. Su Mingyu's strange yell echoed in the team channel, full of uncontrollable excitement. Just a little bit more. Brothers, push harder. Next time before the settlement, we will make sure to kick that one called Oracle off the throne. Zhang Yunshan joined in the cheering. Absolutely. Following Brother Feng, 3 days hungry 9 meals no, 3 days leveling 9 times. First place isn't in reach? The atmosphere in the channel was full of joy. This leap in strength from everyone upgrading their gear made all of them brimming with confidence. Even the normally calm Su Qingzhu had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Lin Feng leaned on the driver's seat, leisurely watching everyone brag and chat, saying nothing. At that moment, buzz. A golden system announcement with a special permission mark suddenly popped up on all Captain's central control screens without warning. The announcement was not long, but every word carried a suffocating, high-handed arrogance. Server-wide announcement. Publisher, Oracle, Team, Captain 0001, Godmaster. Content, Beijing time tomorrow at 12, the next jump special resource point, Fallen Star Mine, will be fully reserved by us, Oracle, Team. Any unrelated teams or individuals are forbidden to enter this area. Violators will be killed without mercy. Also, this announcement is specially addressed to Deep Space Team. Especially some newcomers who only got here by luck and cheating, better stay in the safe zone, otherwise. The fate of Rogue, today will be your tomorrow. At the end of the announcement, the ID, Rogue, now gray, was highlighted in blood red font, like a shocking scar. The entire public channel fell into a strange deathly silence the moment the announcement appeared. Then, came a roar like mountains collapsing and seas raging. Oh my god. This is the top of the leaderboard openly declaring war on number 2? So arrogant. Naming us directly, not even showing face. Fallen Star Mine? Isn't that one of the known highest yield resource points with the most points? Oracle plans to swallow it whole, giving no one a chance. This will be a show. I wonder if Deep Space, number 4198 dares to accept. In the exclusive Deep Space Team channel, the previously happy atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Everyone saw the announcement. Dead silence. A silence lasting over 10 seconds. What kind of nonsense is this? Su Mingyu exploded first, his signature energetic voice now full of anger, almost spitting out of the screen. Reserved? Who does he think he is? Does he own the multiverse flights? Naming us directly? Is he on drugs or didn't check the calendar before leaving home? I'm going to the public channel to blast him. He was about to switch channels, but Lin Feng stopped him in time. Don't rush. Lin Feng said only 2 words, his tone calm as if speaking about something completely unrelated to himself. Brother Feng. How can we not rush? This is rubbing our faces in the dirt. Zhang Yunshan was furious. If we swallow this anger, how can we survive in the server later? Su Qingzhu and Yushuling said nothing, but both looked at Lin Feng's avatar, a trace of worry in their eyes. He was the top of the leaderboard, and the leader of the mysterious organization, Temporary Strategic Alliance, his strength unfathomable. This public provocation surely came from absolute confidence. Watching everyone's indignant reactions in the channel, Lin Feng's lips curved slightly, a hint of playful smile appearing. Oh, they can't sit still? Looks like my friend, Rogue's delivery has been received, and the review is very dissatisfied. He slowly typed a line. He is not provoking. He is forcing us. At these words, everyone was stunned. Chen Mata was still the first to react. He pulled up a document and shared it in the channel. Falling Star Mining Area, a special resource contested landing point. Its feature is a vast space and complex terrain, but inside it will randomly refresh a super rare resource called Hermes Crystal. Each crystal is worth massive points and nebula coins. The most critical thing is, the point output of this landing point is 3 to 5 times that of a normal landing point. If we don't go this time, and let them take all the resources alone, then before the next ranking settlement, the points gap between us and them will widen to a nearly impossible level to catch up. Chen Mata's analysis was calm and thorough. So, this is not a simple provocation, this is an open plot. He set the battlefield in front of us. If we go, we must face their carefully prepared ambush. If we don't go, it is equivalent to automatically giving up the chance to fight for the top rank. The channel became quiet again. Everyone understood. This was a trap that could not be avoided. The opponent used their top rank and information advantage to boldly set a trap, forcing them to jump in. After a long moment, Su Mingyu said a little dispiritedly, "Then what do we do? Knowing it's a trap, do we still have to jump in?" Everyone's eyes focused again on Lin Feng's avatar, waiting for his decision. Lin Feng did not make them wait long. In the team channel, he only typed one sentence. The sentence was simple, direct, but carried an unquestionable decisiveness. Everyone, prepare to jump. Target, Falling Star Mining Area. If he wants war, then we fight. All captains' eyes in the server focused on the next jump selection interface. In the public channel, countless people discussed and guessed the Deep Space team's final choice. I think Deep Space will avoid the fight. After all, the other side is top rank and clearly has an ambush. Charging in head-on is too unwise. I think so too. A gentleman takes revenge slowly. We can develop first, then reclaim the field later. Nonsense. Who is number 4198? That is someone who can take down Madman alone. He will chicken out? I don't believe it for a second. Exactly. Fight. Must fight. I want to see gods clash. Amid all this boiling discussion, the jump countdown began. 10. 9. 8. Everyone held their breath, eyes unblinking, staring at the top 2 names on the ranking list. Below the name of the Oracle team, the cursor representing the destination lit up first, unsurprisingly locking on the option with the flashing red danger sign. Falling Star Mining Area. Now, all the pressure was on Deep Space. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. 3. 2. 1. At the moment the countdown hit 0. Below the Deep Space team's name, the cursor lit up. No hesitation, no pause, in a resolute forward posture, it precisely landed on the exact same spot as Oracle. Falling Star Mining Area. At this moment, the entire server's public channel completely exploded. They chose. They really chose. My God. King versus King. Are they going to play the final match early? Crazy. All crazy. Now there's a good show to watch. Countless exclamation marks and emojis, like a tide, flooded the chat interface. The 2 top teams of the server, in the most direct, strongest way, announced to everyone. A peak battle deciding the strongest in the server was about to happen. The azure light of the jump channel wrapped all the ships. Inside Lin Feng's cockpit, it was silent. He leaned on the seat, fingers tapping the armrest rhythmically, eyes calm, like a deep well with no waves. As if what awaited was not a life-or-death ambush, but an easy, ordinary outing. Just then, an encrypted private message appeared. Suddenly, it popped up from the central control screen. The sender was Mo Yoli. Lin Feng opened the message. The content was only a short sentence, yet it made his pupils shrink slightly. Be careful, my premonition is very bad. This time the enemy is not just the Oracle team. The deep blue glow of the warp channel outside the porthole slowly faded, like the tide retreating. In the next second, a magnificent yet deathly silent cosmic scene crashed into everyone's sight. Ahead was a vast, endless asteroid belt. Countless rock fragments of various sizes, under the light of a decaying red giant star in the distance, showed a strange dark red color. Among these asteroids floated several long-abandoned, broken-ring space station remnants, like the skeletons of ancient giant beasts, silently telling of past glory. Is this the meteorite mining area? The scenery is nice, perfect for shooting an apocalypse-themed MV. In the team channel, Su Mingyu whistled, his flashy bright yellow plane standing out sharply against the dead silence of space. Zhang Yunxian echoed, yeah, it feels like any rock can be a backdrop. Later I'll take some cool shots for my judge. However, in this brief moment of ease, Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Something was wrong. Chapter 0107, The Trap in the Meteorite Mining Area. Mo Yoli's warning was still in his ears, and this airspace was unnaturally quiet. The calm before the storm usually means a bigger storm is coming. Classic scene. Lin Feng's thought just flashed in his mind. Beep 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 beep. A shrill, maximum threat locking alarm suddenly exploded in all the cockpits of the Deep Space team members without any warning. Almost at the same moment, dozens of energy beams and physical shells of different colors burst out from the seemingly empty shadows of the asteroids from all directions, weaving an impenetrable net that completely covered the airspace where their 7 planes were. Ambush! Su Mingyu's strange shout carried a tone of both shock and anger for the first time. This was not a test, nor an encounter. This was a premeditated, all-out strike leaving no space for escape. From the start, the enemy planned to trap them all here. Activate full-power shields. Keep formation. Lin Feng's voice, cold like ice that never melts, instantly suppressed the rising panic in the channel. Hum. All 7 planes simultaneously lit up their shields, Lin Feng's dark golden plane acting like a fixed pillar, stubbornly standing in the densest fire. Boom 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 boom. Fierce explosion light spheres bloomed one after another outside the shields, violent shockwaves turning surrounding asteroid fragments to dust. After the first wave of attacks, everyone's shield energy dropped to varying degrees, with Yu Shuling's support plane falling below 70%. Before they could catch a breath, Chen Madao's calm yet heavy voice came over the channel. Radar data is in. Situation not optimistic. He shared a radar scan with everyone's screens. Around them, dense red dots emerged from all directions of the asteroid belt, forming a perfect circular encirclement. Among them, 4 of the brightest dots were highlighted with special markers by Chen Madao. Besides the number 1, Oracle, there's 4th, Iron Fist, 5th, Skyblade, 7th, Iron Wall. A total of 4 top 10 elite teams have surrounded us. This news hit everyone's heart like a giant stone. Mo Yoli's premonition had come true. This was not a fair king versus king duel at all. But it was a carefully planned siege. A net of heaven and earth aimed at their Deep Space team. In the public channel, a cold, metallic voice rang out leisurely, filled with a sense of superiority and mockery. Lin Feng, Captain 4198. Welcome to the graveyard I prepared for you. The owner of that voice was none other than the leader of Oracle, the Oracle Lord. Are you getting cocky? Su Mingyu's anger was instantly ignited. He controlled the plane, and the engine nozzles erupted with angry flames. What kind of skill is it to send 4 against 1? Come out and fight me one-on-one. Oracle Lord chuckled lightly, his tone full of ridicule. All's fair in war. To deal with rookies like you, who got lucky enough to climb up, the most respectful way is to crush you in the most foolproof manner. Now, the game begins. With his words, the encirclement began to slowly tighten. Dozens of planes, like a pack of sharks sensing blood, pressed in from all directions. A dense net of firepower formed again, this time even more intense and deadly than the previous ambush. They seemed determined to use absolute numbers and firepower to slowly exhaust Lin Feng and his team to death here. This isn't working. Our shields won't last much longer. Su Qingzhu's voice was tinged with urgency. We have to break through. Chen Madao quickly analyzed, but their encirclement has no clear weak spots. No matter which direction we break out from, we will be hit by fire from at least 3 directions. This was a deadlock. A trap set with absolute strength, a legitimate and bold plot. The atmosphere in the team channel was stifling to the extreme. Everyone's eyes instinctively focused on Lin Feng's avatar, waiting for their pillar of support to make the final decision. Inside Lin Feng's cockpit, there was silence. He looked at the shrinking encirclement on the screen, his eyes calm, as still as a deep well. 4 against 1? It looks like numbers are on their side, but as long as it's not a solid block, there must be a gap. Hit the snake in the 7 inches, capture the thief by catching the king. Too bad the turtle shell is too tough, so we'll just have to break one of its claws first. His fingers flew rapidly over the virtual keyboard on the console, sending clear commands to every member's screen. Everyone, follow my orders. Lin Feng's voice, at this moment, seemed to have a magic power that could calm everyone's hearts. Give up on evasion, concentrate all energy on the engine and weapons systems. Su Mingyu, Mo Yoli, form a cone-shaped assault formation with me. You lead the way, I'll be in the middle, and Mo Yoli will follow behind. Everyone else, follow behind us to form the second attack echelon. Target. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the 4 top teams on the radar map, finally landing on the Iron Wall team, known for its defense. Straight ahead, Iron Wall. Give me 3 seconds, and we'll break through them. This command stunned everyone for a moment. Break through, Iron Wall, known for its strongest defense? And within 3 seconds? This sounded like a fantasy. But no one raised any objections. Received. Understood. Leave it to me. Su Mingyu, Mo Yoli, Chen Matao. Everyone, at the same time, gave the most determined responses. Roar. Su Mingyu let out an excited roar. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. 10 seconds, real men, activate. Boom. The bright yellow plane suddenly erupted with dazzling golden energy flows. The whole plane seemed to transform into a burning miniature sun, with performance data soaring to a terrifying peak in an instant. You guys, stay close. Su Mingyu laughed heartily, leading the charge like an arrow leaving the bow, turning into a golden meteor, charging straight toward the firepower net ahead. Behind him, Lin Feng's dark golden plane followed closely, all its weapon pods under the wings opening, unleashing the most ferocious firepower without holding back. Mo Yoli's phantom was like the calmest assassin. She did not fire, but released a large number of countermeasures, while the main cannon's freezing beam, with an unimaginable precision, kept striking the densest part of the enemy's trajectory, tearing a fleeting gap through the barrage. What are they trying to do? Force a breakthrough from the front? The captain of the Iron Wall team, looking at the 3 fearless light points rushing on the radar, showed a trace of disdain on his face. Too naive. Everyone focus fire. Let them know what a real Iron Wall means. In an instant, at least 20 aircraft simultaneously aimed their guns at that golden meteor. However, in the next second, the disdain on his face completely froze. The speed of that golden meteor exceeded his imagination. He had not even fully locked on, yet the enemy had already reached the front. Su Mingyu's plane, in an almost suicidal posture, violently crashed into the shield wall formed by the 2 front heavy defense ships of the Iron Wall team. Boom! A violent explosion comparable to a main cannon duel erupted in space. The 2 heavy ships, known for their toughness, had shields like paper, instantly shattered. The thick armor was dented and deformed, the whole plane rolled out of control. A gap was brutally opened. Now! Lin Feng's voice came at the perfect moment. Already poised, he poured all firepower precisely through the gap. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The Hive micromissiles swarmed like locusts, the Stinger pulse lasers tore the space apart. The Iron Wall team's proud dense defense formation was completely shattered at this moment. Before they could react, Lin Feng's plane cut through the gap like a blazing blade through butter. Then Mo Yoli, Su Qingzhu, Chen Mata, all members of the Deep Space team, like a flock of geese, followed their lead, rushing out through the torn gap. The whole process was smooth and seamless. From Su Mingyu launching the attack to everyone breaking out of the encirclement, it took exactly 3 seconds. When the other 3 teams like Oracle and Iron Fist reacted and turned their guns to intercept, the Deep Space team had already exited the core of the encirclement, speeding toward the depths of the asteroid belt. The public channel was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by this lightning-fast, extreme breakout, unable to speak. They had imagined countless possibilities, but never thought the enemy would use this most fierce, most unreasonable method to tear a hole in their strongest point. Trash. The voice of the Divine Lord carried a hint of anger for the first time. Chase them. Don't let them escape. The 4 teams awoke as if from a dream, quickly regrouping and frantically pursuing Lin Feng and the others. Huff huff, thrilling. So thrilling. In the Deep Space Team channel, Su Mingyu's voice was filled with post-survival excitement. His plane's shield energy was below 10%, the body covered in burn marks from explosions. The others were in no better condition, almost everyone wounded, energy heavily depleted. The enemy is catching up. Zhang Yunxian shouted anxiously, watching the rapidly approaching red dots on the radar. Although they had broken through, they had not truly escaped danger. If caught again, the consequences with their current state would be unimaginable. Don't panic. Lin Feng's voice remained calm. Enter the asteroid belt ahead as planned, use the complex terrain to maneuver against them. At that moment, Mo Yoli's cold voice suddenly sounded, carrying an unprecedented warning. Lin Feng, be careful. That greatest threat is about to make a move. Almost as soon as her words fell, a wave of energy, far more terrifying than any enemy before, like an abyss, rose from the pursuing forces behind, crossing the distant space, coldly and precisely locking onto Lin Feng's plane. Lin Feng turned back sharply. In the very center of the pursuers, behind a massive shadow of a meteor, a flagship appeared, entirely silver-white, shaped like a judgment angel. That was the seat of the God Master. Chapter 0108, The Authority of the God Master. The all-silver flagship floated silently behind the shadow of the asteroid belt. Its shape was unlike any known warship, more like a floating judgment hall in the universe. Smooth lines outlined angelic wings, and the pure white armor was engraved with complex and gorgeous golden patterns, radiating a sacred and cold aura. It just stayed there, neither attacking nor moving, like a king watching his arena with indifference. Ignore it. Clear out those small fry first. Su Mingyu's roar exploded in the team channel. He controlled his newly enhanced bright yellow plane, pouring all leftover energy from 10-second True Man into the main cannon. A golden beam, condensed to its extreme, like a holy sword tearing through the night, shot across the distance, hitting the bow of the silver-white flagship precisely. But what happened next froze the breath of every member of the Deep Space team. The terrifying blast, enough to instantly vaporize a LV.6 mecha shield, when it hit the silver-white flagship, was like a drop of water on a red-hot iron plate. No explosion, no shockwave. Only a faint sizzle, and the golden energy beam was completely neutralized, decomposed, and annihilated by a silver halo, rippling like waves, almost invisible to the naked eye. Not even a ripple was raised. What a joke! Su Mingyu's signature scream carried a tremor of disbelief for the first time. Seeing the 4 blood-red words attack ineffective on his control screen, he felt his worldview being hammered by an invisible heavy mallet. What is this made of? Vibranium? A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, but his expression grew even graver. This was no longer just strong defense, it was a higher-level force, almost at the level of rules. At that moment, the cold, metallic voice spoke again over the public channel, calm as if stating an unbreakable truth. I said, welcome to the grave I prepared for you. Within my sacred protection domain, all your attacks are meaningless. The man called the Godmaster spoke with supreme indifference and mockery. Before the words ended, the core at the bow of his silver-white flagship, like a jewel, suddenly lit up. Hum. A soft but irresistible silver halo spread rapidly from the flagship. Where the halo passed, Iron Fist, Skyblade, Iron Wall, all allied enemy planes instantly shone with the same silver halo as the flagship. Radar data updated. Chen Mada's calm voice carried a trace of shock. All enemy units, energy resistance increased 1000%. Physical resistance increased 800%. Their shield strength instantly increased at least tenfold. These numbers hit everyone's hearts like a 10,000-ton rock. The battlefield was completely unbalanced. This was no longer a battle, but a one-sided, hopeless war of attrition. The game is truly starting now. The God Master's voice was like the final verdict. The next second, within the shrinking encirclement, dozens of planes opened fire at the same time. Countless beams and shells, without the slightest hesitation, formed an impenetrable death barrage, madly pouring towards the 7 planes of the Deep Space team. Boom! 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 The attacks from Lin Feng's team hit the enemy planes, which were surrounded by a silver halo, like scratching the surface through thick boots. But each attack from the enemy was seriously consuming their shields and energy. Shield energy 81%. 72%. 63%. Yu Shuling's logistics plane, being the weakest link in the team's defense, had its shield energy pouring out like a waterfall. Shuling! Get behind me! Su Qingju shouted lowly, controlling her bastion model, suddenly shifting sideways, her heavy plane acting as an indestructible shield, firmly blocking in front of Yu Shuling. Several laser beams hit the bastion plane instantly, and even with the strong defense of Dragon Bone-class composite armor, the wing joints still exploded with a burst of dazzling electric sparks, emitting thick black smoke. This won't work. Zhang Yunxian was sweating profusely, will be drained to death. It was a deadlock. A trap set with absolute, unreasonable power, a brilliant conspiracy. Against absolute defense, any tactic seemed powerless. In the team channel, the atmosphere was suffocating to the extreme. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. This is the end. At this moment, Lin Feng's voice echoed in the team channel. The voice was calm but carried an undeniable determination. Everyone instinctively looked at him. The dark golden plane, which had been dodging in the midst of the gunfire, suddenly stopped all evasive maneuvers. All the weapon compartments under its wings closed. Even the engine power was visibly decreasing at a noticeable speed. Boss, what are you? Su Mingyu was stunned. Lin Feng did not answer. His consciousness was highly focused. An icy command was issued in his mind. Fusion Heart, activate. Forcefully extract all module energy for an overloading attack. Boom. The next second, that dark golden plane seemed to turn into a star set alight. Energy circuits activated on the plane's surface with unprecedented brightness, dazzling light almost blinding everyone's eyes. No matter the engine, shield, radar, or fire control system, all the energy contained in them was forcefully extracted by an irresistible force and transformed into a flood of colorful energy streams, wildly rushing toward the special module in the center of the plane fusion heart. The main cannon's barrel flared with light. In the deepest part, a pitch-black, micro-black hole-like singularity quietly took shape. All the energy streams were frantically devoured, compressed, and recompressed by this singularity. A sphere of dark energy, containing all the energy of the plane, rapidly took shape at the barrel. The space around the light sphere twisted like water waves due to the extreme energy concentration. This terrifying energy fluctuation, enough to make one's soul tremble, instantly swept across the entire battlefield. All the enemy planes that were firing froze for a moment. In the cockpit of the silver-white flagship behind the asteroid belt, the God Lord's calm, calculating expression, treating all life as ants, completely disappeared for the first time. What replaced it was an extreme seriousness, along with an unmistakable hint of surprise and suspicion. What is that? That energy level. That pure, almost eradicating destruction aura. It should not be a force that the captain at this stage could touch. Overloading attack, ready. The system's cold, emotionless prompt sounded in Lin Feng's cockpit. His aiming mark passed through layer after layer of bullet rain, crossed over countless enemy planes, and firmly, exactly, locked onto that silver-white flagship high above like a god. Come. Let me see whether your so-called authority is harder, or my fusion is stronger. The two most top powers in the whole server were about to crash into each other in the most original, most savage way. Victory or defeat would be decided in this one move. Chapter 0109 The Fusion Cannon That Bet Everything. In outer space, that battlefield which had been noisy and chaotic, now fell into a strange, suffocating stillness. All communication channels were cut off. All gunfire stopped. The eyes of thousands of pilots, whether enemy or friend, passed through broken meteors and spaceship wreckage, and focused on those two energy points that were brewing an end-of-world storm. On one side, in front of that silver-white flagship of God Lord, there was a 12-wing light shield built from pure energy, holy and mighty, as if it could block all harm in the world. On the other side, at the main cannon mouth of Lin Feng's dark gold plane, there was that black singular point that kept swallowing light and even twisted the space around it. Come then. Let me see whether your turtle-style energy wave is stronger, or my spirit bomb is more fierce. Lin Feng's mind was calm like an old well. He even still had the mood to make a joke in his head. He could clearly feel that the energy of every module inside his plane was being crazily pulled out and compressed by Heart of Fusion, with an efficiency never seen before, and all of it was poured into that dark energy light ball. Every corner of the plane body was letting out a cry from being too overloaded. This was an attack that bet everything. If it did not succeed, then he would die with honor. Witness the holy light of God, then turn into dust, mortal. The voice of God Lord sounded through the public channel, still carrying that coldness from high above, like a judgment. He had absolute confidence in that 12-wing blazing angel's guard that he had gathered. This was the strongest form of his power of authority. It was an absolute defense on the level of rules. He did not believe that in this server there was any power that could break through it. Lin Feng did not answer. All his mind and spirit were gathered onto that energy that was about to explode. At the instant when the energy compression reached the critical point, a cold command exploded inside his mind. Fire! Boom! No! There was no sound at all. A destruction light beam mixed with dark gold and dark blue shot out fiercely from that black singular point. It made no sound, created no burst of light. It was as if its very existence itself was the denial of sound and light. It was like an absolute nothingness. It tore open the curtain of the universe. Wherever it passed, even space itself was erased, leaving behind a black trail with no bottom. The next moment, the destruction light beam crashed fiercely into that holy 12-wing light shield. The world-shaking explosion people expected did not happen. The whole battlefield, the screen of every person, was covered by a pure pale white taken to the limit, as if it wanted to drag the whole world into nothingness. There was no sound, no shock wave. There was only dead silence. At the center point of the collision, space looked like glass hit by a heavy hammer, showing web-like, countless crack marks. Time seemed to be stretched without end at this moment. 1 second. 2 seconds. Crack. An extremely tiny cracking sound came. Yet it clearly rang inside every person's heart. On that light shield made from the 12-wing blazing angel, which looked impossible to destroy, a tiny crack appeared. Then, the second. The third. The cracks spread crazily like a plague. No. This is impossible. On the face of God Lord, which had always kept calm and cold, for the first time, and also the last time, there appeared the extreme shock and disbelief that only mortals had. His proud authority, his holy protection, that he saw as the power of a god. Unbelievable, it really cannot resist this utterly pure force of destruction. This is not a battle of energy levels. This is a clash between existence and nothingness. His authority builds defenses within the rules, but Lin Feng's shot aims to erase even the rules themselves. Boom! The 12-winged light shield completely collapsed, turning into countless silver specks, like scattered stardust. The pillar of destruction did not weaken at all, unstoppable, violently striking the magnificent silver-white flagship. Sizzle! Like a red-hot iron pressing into butter. The flagship, which gathered the top technology and resources of the servers, was pierced from the bow by the pillar of destruction without any resistance. The strong armor, complex structures, precise modules, the moment they touched the beam, were directly disassembled, vaporized, completely erased from this world. A huge hole over 10 meters in diameter, its edges smooth like a mirror, stretched from the bow to the stern. Countless electric sparks, like brilliant fireworks, erupted wildly from the breach. But it was not over. The pillar of destruction, having pierced the flagship, continued forward, sweeping over allied ships behind that had no time to react. Any plane touched by the beam's edge, no matter how strong the shield, no matter how thick the armor, had only one fate: instant evaporation. Not a single fragment remained. Just wiped clean, erased from the radar screen. Retreat, retreat quickly. The God Lord's shrill roar, full of endless fear, exploded across the temporary strategic alliance channel. At the final moment when the flagship was pierced, he activated an extremely costly emergency jump program. Amid violent space fluctuations, that battered, smoke-belching silver-white flagship, along with a few surviving enemy ships, became a streak of light, disappearing miserably into the depths of the asteroid mining area. The entire battlefield returned to silence. No, it should be called dead silence. Whether members of the deep space team, or the distant enemy ships affected, or captains watching through various channels, all were trapped in collective speechlessness. Everyone's mind crashed because of that earth-shattering scene. They stared at the empty space, as if erased by an eraser, then at the dark golden plane floating in the center of the battlefield, drained of energy, drifting slowly. The plane looked battered, engines off, armor covered with scorch marks from energy overload, like a cold steel corpse. Yet in everyone's eyes, it looked like an undefeated war god, resting after a creation-ending battle. Silence. After long silence. Gulp. Su Mingyu swallowed hard, his talkative nature seemed unplugged, unable to say a word for a long time. Just what was that just now? A planet destroyer cannon? Did boss put a planet destroyer cannon on the plane? Inside him, a level 12 earthquake shook his heart. Others in the channel were no better. Under Chen Madao's glasses, his eyes flickered with unprecedented frenzied data streams, trying to understand the principle of that shot, yet realizing it was all in vain. In Mo Yoli's cold eyes, a rare ripple appeared. After a long time, Zhang Yunxian finally muttered in the channel, like talking in a dream. I declare, from today, Brother Feng is my god. The battle was over. In a way no one expected. That earth-shattering shot not only crushed the God Lord's alliance but completely shattered everyone's hope of luck. In the public channel, all the forces that had been fiercely discussing the battle were now completely silent. They finally understood that the gap between themselves and that man could no longer be bridged by skill or equipment. It was a gap of dimension. Amid this strange silence, buzz. A golden system announcement covering the whole server slowly popped up. Server announcement: the Battle for Fallen Star Mining Area has ended. Victoria side, Deep Space, Team. Team overall strength ranking, data refreshing. All captains instinctively pulled up that ranking list. The once high and secure top, Oracle, team, saw the points behind their name drop like a falling star, and their rank even fell out of the top 10. Meanwhile, the name of Deep Space, Team rose slowly in a burst of dazzling golden light, finally freezing at that unique position symbolizing supreme honor. First place. Congratulations to Deep Space, Team, reaching the peak of the server. The last line of the system announcement struck like a heavy hammer, decisively marking the arrival of this new era. Yet, as the creator of all this, Lin Feng had no time to care about it. His aircraft, due to the overload attack of Heart of Fusion, had completely exhausted all energy, and its internal structure was seriously damaged, entering a forced sleep protection state. For at least 24 hours, this aircraft would become an immovable iron coffin. That recoil this shot is stronger than I imagined. Lin Feng smiled bitterly, feeling the alarms from every part of the aircraft signaling near collapse. At that moment, on his personal panel, a special message he had never seen before, marked with a circle of splendid golden dragon patterns of the official seal, popped up quietly, ignoring all system delays. The content of the message had only a brief line of text. Captain number 4198, congratulations. You have successfully attracted the attention of the Multiverse Flight's Board of Directors. Chapter 0110, Invitation from the Throne. The personal control device shook urgently, forcibly pulling Lin Feng from the deep forced sleep of his consciousness. He opened his eyes wearily, the weakness from the aircraft's energy depletion wrapping his limbs like a tide. The cockpit was pitch black, only the control screen on his wrist persistently flashing a halo of golden dragon patterns he had never seen. That light carried no cold mechanical system prompt, but instead a solemn and majestic aura. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He tapped open the message. No text appeared. Instead, a grand, solemn voice seemed to echo directly into his soul. The voice was neither male nor female, without emotion, yet full of unquestionable authority, completely different from the usual mechanical system voice. Congratulations, Captain number 4198. As the top player of server 128, you have proven your excellence and earned the qualification to step into a higher dimension. Throne Trial has been opened for you. Along with the voice, a golden virtual invitation made of countless intricate runes slowly unfolded before Lin Feng. Trial name, Throne Trial. Trial type, Solo Challenge, Exclusive Subspace. Trial rules, you will face 3 unknown tests alone to evaluate your comprehensive abilities. During the trial, the outside world's time flow is nearly static. Failure penalty, if you fail in the trial, you will permanently lose the right to challenge again. Trial reward. Seeing the reward line, even with Lin Feng's self-control, his breath froze for half a second. On it, only a few simple words, yet like a heavy hammer striking his heart. Reward, Authority Fragment X1. Authority. That word again. In Lin Feng's mind, the image of Divine Lord's silver flagship spreading 12-winged light shields flashed instantly. He forcibly endured the image of the fusion cannon. That kind of unreasonable, absolutely defensive power, which seemed almost at the level of the rules, left a deep impression on him. That is the power of authority. Wow, I just saw the genuine performance of authority, and now you're sending me an experience card? A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, but his eyes became incredibly sharp. This is no longer a simple upgrade of equipment or levels, this is a key to another life level. Without hesitation, he immediately took a screenshot of the invitation and threw it into the exclusive channel of the Deep Space team. At the same time, he specifically at DMO Yoli. Has anyone heard of this thing? The channel fell silent for a moment. Then, Su Mingyu's signature, lively voice exploded like a firecracker that had just been lit. My god. Boss. What kind of heavenly treatment is this? The server's top-ranked exclusive customer service lady is giving you special treatment? Throne Trial? Just the name sounds incredibly powerful. At that moment, he was humming a tune, driving his bright yellow plane, having upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon, leisurely collecting rare gases in a small asteroid belt, living a very comfortable life. Then, he saw the shining golden invitation. Zhang Yunxian quickly followed up with a bowing emoji. Worshipping true god. GIF, brother phone, you must be the legendary chosen one, right? While we're still in the newbie village fighting wild monsters, you've already received a hidden quest from the main god. Yu Shuling, brother Lin Feng, is this trial dangerous? Worried.jpg. Su Qingzhu, single-player challenge, failure results in permanent disqualification, the risk is very high. In the team channel, everyone chattered, astonished, envious, worried, various emotions intertwined. This invitation was like a window, allowing them to glimpse the vast and more dangerous sky beyond the peak of the server. As everyone was discussing it passionately, the always silent Mo Yoli finally typed a line. My prophecy fragment has never touched this level. But my intuition is screaming, telling me that this thing called Fragment of Authority has a value beyond measure. It might be more important than everything we've ever obtained combined. Even the usually calm Chen Madao spoke up at this moment. From the information description, this seems more like a qualification certification. Once passed, gaining authority might allow access to the true core of this world. Boss, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The channel fell silent, everyone waiting for Lin Feng's decision. To go, or not to go? Lin Feng leaned back in the cold pilot seat, staring at the rows of red alarms on his central control screen. Aircraft structural integrity, 17%, about to disintegrate. Energy core, shut down. All functional modules, forced hibernation. Estimated minimum repair time, 48 hours. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, showing a bitter smile. Let me fly a plane that just got pushed out of ICU to fight a swarm of F-22 fighter jets? The organizer's heart is darker than coal. In its current state, participating in the trial wasn't even a choice, let alone passing the 3 challenges. He would probably be sent back home before he even finished the opening remarks of the first challenge. This was not a multiple-choice question, it was a death sentence. His gaze returned to the golden invitation. At the bottom, there were 2 options. Start the challenge immediately. Accept and delay the challenge. Without hesitation, Lin Feng's fingertip landed on the second option. With his confirmation, a new system prompt appeared below the invitation. You have accepted the invitation for the Throne Trial. You will have 72 hours of preparation time. After 72 hours, the trial will begin automatically. Countdown, 71 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Looking at the countdown, Lin Feng's tense nerves finally relaxed. 72 hours. 3 days. That was enough. This precious 72 hours wasn't just a buffer period to repair the plane. It was even the golden time for him to digest all his previous victories and let his strength undergo a qualitative change again. He sent this result to the team channel. Su Mingyu immediately sent a chest-beating emoji. Boss, don't worry. For these 3 days, the server's security is in the hands of our Deep Space Patrol team. No one will dare to cause trouble. Zhang Yunxian also chimed in, yes. Whoever dares to set off a trap, we will loop the video of Brother Feng's earth-shattering cannon for them to see. The atmosphere in the team became relaxed and lively again. Lin Feng looked at the lively channel, a faint smile also appearing at the corner of his mouth. He was about to close the chat interface and focus on studying the repair plan. At that moment, a private message from Chen Motto suddenly popped up alone. Boss, while you were handling the invitation, I did a deep data mining on the diary left by Yuan. The result is quite interesting. About the captain you mentioned before called by Yuan, we seem to have a new discovery here. Chapter 0111 The coordinates left by Yuan. Chen Motto's private communication request popped up a notification on the central control screen. Lin Feng's mind, just relaxed, instantly tightened again. He connected the communication without hesitation. What discovery? Speak quickly. Boss, don't rush, the report will be sent to you immediately. Chen Motto's voice was as calm as always, showing no emotional fluctuation, but Lin Feng could feel a subtle excitement hidden under the calm tone. The next second, a professionally formatted analysis report marked with the highest confidentiality was sent to Lin Feng's personal terminal. Lin Feng opened the report. What appeared before his eyes was a waterfall-like stream of massive data and complex comparison charts. At the beginning of the report was a high-definition scan of Bai Yuan's diary. Next to the scan was Chen Motto's deep analysis of the diary's content using his special eyes. Handwriting pressure analysis, ink composition spectrum, word usage frequency, grammatical structure fingerprint. Wow, this is analyzing a simple diary like a ransom note at a crime scene. A trace of ridicule flashed in Lin Feng's mind. Chen Motto was literally a walking human supercomputer. This meticulous and almost obsessive analysis ability amazed him. Boss, look at the third part of the report. Chen Motto's voice sounded at the right moment, guiding Lin Feng's eyes. I built a personal language fingerprint model for Ms. Bai Yuan and connected it to the central database of the public hub for a full-range fuzzy match. So, guess what I found? In the team channel, Su Mingyu, already curious because of this private message, couldn't hold back first. Old Chen, stop keeping secrets. Speak now or fart now, you're killing me with suspense. Did you find Bai Yuan Sr.'s treasure map? Zhang Yunxian joined in the teasing, definitely. Bai Yuan Sr. is obviously a master, what she left behind must be extraordinary. Brother Feng is about to take us flying again. Chen Motto ignored their jokes and shared the core part of the report directly to the team channel. It was a mission link. A bounty mission marked as, archived, encrypted, unknown publisher. The mission's release time showed it was long ago, so long that most captains hadn't even activated team features at that time. This mission, since its release, no one has ever been able to accept it, nor crack its encrypted information. Over time, it was classified by the system as a dead file, sinking to the deepest part of the database. Chen Motto explained. However, the anonymous information of its publisher, after my data fingerprint comparison, has a 99.9% similarity with Bai Yuan's diary. In other words, this task was posted by Bai Yuan. This discovery instantly made the channel lively. Su Mingyu, Sr., are you playing a puzzle game? And making it so mysterious. Mo Yoli, it seems she is using this way to filter out those who can find her. Su Qingzhu, what she wants to find may not be a person, but someone who holds a specific key. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the preview interface of the encrypted task. All the content of the task was covered by heavy mosaics, only one line of golden, aphorism-like unlocking hint floated at the top. Only those who hold the token of the stars can reveal my coordinates. Token of the stars? Su Mingyu scratched his head, what is that? Sounds like some rare gem? Or some mythical equipment? It's like a role-playing game. Next step I have to slay a dragon and pour dragon blood on the token to unlock it? Lin Feng's inner thoughts were as scattered as always. But his actions showed no hesitation. Almost the moment he saw the word stars, something appeared in his mind. That card he had stored at the deepest part of the storage, cold to the touch, with a unique texture. Zodiac card, Virgo. Everything connected together. Bai Yuan had specially mentioned this card at the end of the diary. And this card was the only key to solving the ultimate puzzle she left behind. Everyone, the moment to witness a miracle has come. Lin Feng sent a message in the channel, then pulled out his portable control. With a thought, the card, matte black with the Virgo star map outlined in silver, appeared in his palm. He did not hesitate at all, directly activating the scanning function of the portable control, aiming the pale blue scanning beam at the zodiac card in his hand. Buzz. A faint humming, as if from the eternal star sea, rang in the cockpit. The silver star map on the zodiac card suddenly lit up under the scanning beam. The tracks representing the stars seemed alive, flowing slowly, emitting soft and mysterious light. At the same time, the public bounty task interface in front of Lin Feng also changed drastically. The heavy mosaics began to melt and collapse rapidly, like ice and snow scorched by the blazing sun. The real content hidden under the encrypted information appeared clearly, word by word, before everyone's eyes. The task interface did not show the specific coordinates or star map everyone expected. Instead, there was a text more like an assignment. Task type, token delivery. Task publisher, by Yuan, verified. Task requirement, the captain who holds this token, Zodiac card Virgo, shall bring it to Forgotten Terminal, enter, Stardust Bar, and deliver it to a bartender named Old Ghost. Task reward? Note, Old Ghost only recognizes the token, not the person. The task was simple and clear, yet it led to a bigger mystery. Forgotten Terminal? Su Mingyu's voice was full of confusion. What place is this? I've never seen this name in the warp options. Zhang Yunxian also echoed, yeah, sounds like a landing point, but my navigation database can't find this entry at all. Everyone in the channel checked their navigation panels. Result, nothing. Whether safe exploration points, dangerous resource zones, or newly discovered warp routes, none of them were called Forgotten Terminal. This place seemed to appear out of nowhere, not existing on any known star map. Chen Madao's colorful data stream rushed wildly in his eyes, and a few seconds later, he gave a conclusion. My database has no relevant information either. There are two possibilities. First, this is a hidden landing point that requires special conditions to trigger. Second, this is an unconventional area outside of the regular flight path, which cannot be reached through normal space jumps. Mo Yoli's cold voice also carried a hint of seriousness. My intuition tells me it's the second one. This meant that a whole new and the most troublesome problem had been placed before Lin Feng. He had found the door leading to the White Kite's clues, and had the key to open it. But the problem now was, he didn't even know where this door was. It's like a hidden level in a game. The guide says, please go to Atlantis, but there's no such place on the map, not even a teleportation point. Lin Feng leaned against the pilot's seat, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest, his gaze calm, but his mind was racing. A place that cannot be reached through normal jumps. Did this mean a whole new, higher-level method of jumping was needed? His gaze unconsciously swept over the pile of wreckage from the Divine Lord flagship in the hangar. Perhaps, the answer was hidden there. Chapter 0112, Infrastructure Maniac. The cold metal wreckage reflected fragmented light under the repair hangar's lights. Lin Feng walked around the pile of trophies he had dismantled from the Divine Lord flagship, his fingertips lightly brushing across a piece of melted silver-white armor. The touch was cold, and the internal structure was as intricate as a work of art. The Forgotten Station. In his mind, this name hovered like a ghost. A location that didn't exist on any known star maps, a coordinate that couldn't be reached through normal jumps. It sounded like one of those hidden maps in games, unlocked only after special pre-tasks. And the task left by the White Kite was the pre-task. The constellation card was the ticket. But the problem was, even the direction to the ticket booth was unknown. If the regular way doesn't work, then we have to take the unconventional path. Lin Feng's gaze finally landed on the wreckage before him, representing the highest technological level of servers. The Divine Lord was able to bring the flagship to the asteroid mining area, which meant he had the ability for long-distance, precise jumps. The kind of spatial fluctuations from an emergency battlefield departure far exceeded the performance of regular jump engines. The answer was very likely hidden in here. He immediately called up the control panel and targeted the largest and most intact piece of the navigation module wreckage, initiating a deep scan. Analyzing target module. Data structure analysis failed. Insufficient permission level. Warning, unknown encryption protocol detected, forced decryption will cause module destruction. A series of bright red warnings popped up on the control screen. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. No wonder it was the right of the top-tier whale investor, even the scrap parts had such an attitude. He tried connecting the module to the backup port of his own ship, attempting physical-level data reading. The result was even more direct. Warning, module severely damaged, protocol incompatible, unable to recognize. Alright then, you want to be difficult? A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, and a wild glint appeared in his eyes. Since regular methods weren't working, he would have to resort to the crowd's favorite, brute force cracking. If forward installation didn't work, then reverse engineering it would. Everyone, don't disturb me for the next 12 hours. He sent a message in the team channel and immediately shut down all external communications. The entire repair hangar was left with only the deep hum of the equipment running. Lin Feng took a deep breath, walked to the large navigation module wreckage, and placed his hands steadily on it. His eyes slowly closed. Fusion. Boom. A wave of spiritual energy, far greater than any fusion before, erupted like a flood that had just broken through a dam. In an instant, it surged from the depths of his mind, violently rushing into the metallic creation before him. Buzz buzz buzz. The heavy wreckage seemed to be injected with life, beginning to tremble violently, the intricate energy circuits on its surface flickering unpredictably. Lin Feng's face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. The veins on his temples slightly bulged, and a thin layer of sweat soon soaked the hair on his forehead. The internal structure of this thing was 10,000 times more complex than he had imagined. Countless microscopic runes and energy nodes he could not comprehend formed an indestructible maze, wildly resisting and devouring his mental power. This was no longer fusion, it was a struggle. A war using his mental will to forcibly dismantle the top-level technological crystallization of the server. Open for me. Lin Feng let out a roar in his mind, unleashing all his mental power without reservation. Crack! A crisp shattering sound, as if from the level of the soul, rang out. The solid internal structure was finally torn open, leaving a gap. Immediately, a crushing chain reaction followed. The entire navigation module wreckage lost all physical form in an instant. It was no longer metal, no longer crystal, but transformed into a brilliant data galaxy made of billions of light points, wrapping Lin Feng completely. Countless unfamiliar formulas, complex schematics, and unheard-of quantum leap theories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. It was a forced knowledge infusion. Lin Feng felt his brain like a 1G USB forcibly filled with 100 terabytes of data, on the verge of burning out from information overload. He gritted his teeth, keeping the last shred of clarity, frantically filtering, organizing, and reconstructing this enormous data flow. He did not know how long it lasted, maybe an instant, maybe a century. When he felt about to be completely submerged by this sea of data, all the light suddenly contracted inward. Finally, in front of him, it condensed into a semi-transparent virtual blueprint glowing with faint blue light. Fusion successful. Acquired, Advanced Navigation Planning Module, Incomplete Blueprint, X1. Lin Feng swayed, barely steadying himself by holding the nearby console. He opened his eyes, bloodshot, like he had been pulled from water, his whole body drenched in sweat. But he could not care about that. His gaze locked tightly on the blueprint before him. The blueprint structure was extremely complex, far beyond any diagram he had seen, many key parts showing blurry, missing data. Clearly, a single wreckage was not enough to parse the complete module. But it was enough. He quickly browsed the material list required to make this blueprint. Required materials list. Superconducting Energy Circuit X300. Spatial Stabilizer, Advanced, X3. Zero-Point Compression Crystal X50. Memory Dragon Bone Alloy X200 units. A long list of materials, most extremely rare top-tier resources. Luckily, he had copied from the Madman old base and seized much loot from the Godmaster Alliance. His inventory was richer than ever, so gathering them was not too hard. Lin Feng's gaze went down, finally landing at the bottom of the list. There lay the module's core, also the only part he had never heard of. Core Component, Star Map Calibration Core X1. He clicked to see the details of this core component. The next second, he froze. The material needed to make the Star Map Calibration Core was only one thing. That line of words seemed to carry a fated kind of power. Material, Constellation Card X1. The hangar was silent. Lin Feng stared at the line, and a few seconds later, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably lifted, finally forming a low, suppressed laugh. Ah, so that's how it is. He suddenly realized. Everything, it all connected. The riddle left by Bai Yuan was, from the very start, a clever closed loop. Forgotten Terminal is a hidden place that cannot be reached by normal means. To get there, one must surpass the usual, Advanced Flight Route Planning module. And to make this module, the most crucial core is the Constellation Card. The Constellation Card is both the token to unlock the mission and the ticket to the destination. Good heavens, I just call it good heavens. Senior Bai Yuan is playing a chain trap, the token itself is the key, this is a physical level entry by proof, no doubt about it. Lin Feng's inner thoughts were extremely lively, the previous fatigue swept away, replaced by the thrill of solving the ultimate riddle. He immediately opened the storage compartment and took out the two cards he had treasured for a long time. One was a black card with the Scorpio star chart, from a trade with Wu Ming. The other was a black card with the Virgo star chart, left behind by Bai Yuan. The two cards lay quietly in his palm, radiating a mysterious and cold aura. Now, a new problem arose. Creating the Star Map Calibration Core consumes one constellation card. Which one to use? Virgo was the token left by Bai Yuan. If he used it just like that, what if the bartender called Old Ghost at Stardust Bar didn't recognize it? But Scorpio was obtained through his trade with Wu Ming, equally significant. Headache, I have a hard choice coming. This feels like choosing between protecting the big or protecting the small. Ugh, what a terrible metaphor. Lin Feng rubbed his brows and fell into deep thought. At that moment. Beep beep. A soft sound interrupted his thoughts. A private message request popped up on his portable control device. The sender's avatar was a young man with messy hair and dark circles under his eyes. ID, Wu Ming. The message content was as simple as always. Has your plane been repaired? I have news about the other constellation card. Chapter 0113 The Quiet One comes to trade again. Wu Ming's message request popped up as a prompt on his portable control device. Lin Feng leaned against the cold pilot seat, sliding his fingers between the Scorpio and Virgo cards, weighing pros and cons. Seeing the messy-haired avatar, he raised an eyebrow. Speak of the devil, and he appears. This friend, top killer and part-time #1 hacker, always shows up at the moment you need him most. A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, and he casually accepted the message. Something? His voice was as concise as ever. Are you repairing the hangar? Wu Ming's hoarse voice came through, with that unique, permanently half-asleep tone. Yes. Wait for me. The call ended swiftly. Lin Feng put down the constellation cards and stretched his stiff muscles from repairing the aircraft. He walked out of the cockpit into the spacious repair hangar. Now, it looked more like a top-level tech disassembly center. The silver-white wreckage taken from the Deity Master flagship was neatly categorized and piled in different areas. Each piece contained technology beyond the current server average, shining with enticing brilliance. Soon, the hangar's alloy doors silently slid open. That familiar figure appeared at the entrance. Still the wrinkled old shirt, hair like a nest where birds could live, pale skin, and dark circles under the eyes made him look like a programmer who had pulled all-nighters for a month. Lin Feng looked at him. The image of Detective L crouched on a chair eating dessert always came to mind. This look, if you said it's Neo from the Matrix who just unplugged the system, people might even believe it. Wu Ming walked in, his gaze did not immediately fall on Lin Feng. But he was drawn to that pile of Divine Lord flagship wreckage. His steps paused, and in those usually lifeless eyes, a rare glint appeared, like a hungry wolf spotting fresh meat. But he quickly withdrew his gaze, walking up to Lin Feng, speaking succinctly. Another constellation card, there's news. He didn't tease, just raised his wrist and projected a complex holographic data model from his portable console. It wasn't a simple picture or text. It was a dynamic three-dimensional star map with the entire server as background. On the map, thousands of points of light moved in different trajectories, each representing a captain. Among them, a trajectory marked in bright red stood out. After the landing battle, I intercepted and analyzed all captains' jump data and combat energy fluctuation models. Wu Ming's voice was steady, like he was stating an academic paper. I found that a captain numbered 0999, several of his jumps were accompanied by extremely unusual spatial disturbances, with energy release patterns differing from normal units by over 30%. He pointed lightly at the holographic model. The red trajectory instantly enlarged, and a series of dazzling analytical charts popped up beside it. I cross-checked this abnormal data with the energy sample of the Scorpio card you gave me before. The similarity reached 92%. Wu Ming looked up at Lin Feng, giving the final conclusion. He is the holder of Sagittarius. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He had to admire Wu Ming's skill. This guy was basically a walking human Skynet, able to pick out the exact target from a sea of data. Where is he now? Lin Feng asked. Uncertain. Wu Ming shook his head, switching the data model. He is cautious, and each jump's landing point is irregular. But based on his resource consumption and action patterns, the most likely next supply point is only one. On the holographic star map, a galaxy marked in dark purple was highlighted. Multiplayer free exploration point, Shadow City. Type, extremely dangerous. Environment, a city destroyed by war, floating in an anomalous gravity zone. The city has strong internal signal interference, a complex environment, a natural hunting ground. An arena built for PvP players. Lin Feng immediately understood the place's nature. Exactly. Wu Ming looked at Lin Feng, calmly presenting his offer. I can help you track his signal in real time, lock his exact position after he enters Shadow City, and even create a one-on-one opportunity for you. In exchange, his gaze shifted again to the dark gold plane undergoing magical modifications behind Lin Feng, and the pile of top-tier wreckage beside it. I want a complete backup of all final module data from this upgrade you are performing. His tone was calm, but deep in his eyes burned the hot desire only a tech genius could have. It was a pure possessiveness for unknown technology. Lin Feng laughed at his words. He extended a finger and shook it lightly. Not enough. Wu Ming frowned slightly, seemingly not expecting Lin Feng to refuse. You want information about the constellation card's whereabouts, and in return, take my core data fused with Divine Lord flagship technology? Lin Feng's smile carried a teasing note. Wu Ming, this deal isn't very profitable for you. Trying to get something for nothing? Friend, your abacus beads are almost hitting my face. Lin Feng muttered in his heart, then threw out his counter-proposal. If you want the data, fine. But not a cold, lifeless backup, you have to participate personally. Wu Ming was stunned. What do you mean? My plane will undergo a transformation in the next 60 hours, a complete overhaul. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the wreckage, excitement gleaming in his eyes. I need a top-notch technical advisor, especially for data compatibility and protocol cracking. He looked at Wu Ming and spoke slowly, word by word. I want you to be the technical director for this transformation project and participate in every step of it. In return, you'll have full access to all the new technologies and first-hand research rights. Of course, as an additional condition, you'll have to help me get that Sagittarius constellation card. Lin Feng's offer hit Wu Ming's heart like a heavy hammer. A static data backup and personally participating in and leading a groundbreaking technological revolution, the temptation between these two options is simply not on the same level. For someone like Wu Ming, a tech enthusiast, the latter was the ultimate, irresistible temptation. For the first time, there was a violent emotional fluctuation on his usually poker-faced expression. His eyes, always half-closed, suddenly snapped open, and an unprecedented, supernova-like intense light burst out from them. His breath even became somewhat rapid. Deal. Wu Ming almost immediately squeezed those two words out from between his teeth, without hesitation. His voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly, due to his overwhelming excitement. Lin Feng extended his hand. Wu Ming also reached out his hand, and the two palms tightly gripped each other in midair. At that moment, the server's top pilot and the server's top tech enthusiast formed a secret agreement that could change the entire server landscape. This was no longer just a simple transaction. It was a true, powerful alliance. In the time that followed, the repair hangar completely turned into a mad scientific research base. With Wu Ming, the top hack joining, Lin Feng's plane transformation plan advanced at a speed that could only be described as rapid. No, this navigation module's base protocol is encrypted with base 17, directly connecting it to our system would cause data chaos. Leave it to me. Wu Ming sat down on the floor, connected the module to his personal control system, and streams of data surged in his eyes like waterfalls. In less than 10 minutes, he threw over a decrypted data packet. Done. I've translated it into a language we can use. The blueprint for this advanced flight path planning module is missing 3 data points in the energy circuit. After replacing them with conventional materials, the efficiency is only 70%. Don't use conventional materials. Lin Feng picked up 2 different rare alloys, his eyes narrowing slightly. I'll create a brand new heart for it. Fusion. A flash of light, and a perfect composite material that perfectly matched the blueprint, with energy conduction efficiency even surpassing the original design, appeared in his hand. One was a top-tier engineer with the divine skill of fusion, a mind full of countless creative tricks. The other was the server's strongest brain, a top hacker who could crack any data barrier. When these two came together to work on infrastructure, the chemical reaction was explosive. The repair and modification of the plane advanced at an unprecedented speed. The Advanced Flight Path Planning module, integrated with the Godlord technology, was successfully created after consuming a Scorpio constellation card and was perfectly installed into the core area of the plane. The new armor, optimized energy pipelines, and the data interfaces lubricated by Wu Ming. 70 hours flew by in a blur as the two of them worked tirelessly. When the final screw was tightened, and the last line of code written on Lin Feng's personal control system, the Golden Throne trial invitation, the light burst forth. The final countdown began, ticking rapidly in seconds. 10, 9, 8. Lin Feng took a deep breath, standing in front of the dark golden plane, which was reborn and radiating a breath of new life, his eyes filled with unprecedented confidence. Come on, let me see what surprises this so-called throne has. Chapter 0114, Stepping into the Throne. In the maintenance hangar, the last screw was precisely screwed into the aircraft's body by Wu Ming using a magnetic tool. He lifted his head, his poker face as unchanged as ever, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, and a stream of data that only he could see surged within his vision. Structural integrity of the aircraft, 100%. Energy core, fully loaded. Advanced Flight Path Planning module, activated. Comprehensive performance evaluation, 17.8% beyond the current server's theoretical limit. Wu Ming pushed up the non-existent glasses on his nose, muttered 2 words. It's done. Almost at the same time, the control screen on Lin Feng's wrist flashed, and the gorgeous golden invitation glowed brightly, with the final countdown numbers starting to tick rapidly in seconds. 3, 2, 1. Lin Feng took one last look at the dark golden plane, which had undergone a complete transformation and radiated new life, a confident smile playing at the corner of his lips. He sent the final message in the team channel. Wait for me to come back. Su Mingyu replied immediately with a funny emoji, adding the text, Boss, don't worry, I got it covered at home. Don't forget to take that throne apart and bring it back as a decoration. Zhang Yunxian followed up, Brother Feng goes on an expedition, nothing will grow. Gif. Mo Yoli's reply was as simple as ever, stay safe. Chen Motto sent a data report. I have recorded all known parameters before you enter. We look forward to the new data you bring back, as it will be an important sample for our understanding of the world's rules. Lin Feng smiled, his gaze falling on the golden invitation, and without hesitation, he pressed the Enter Trial option. V-Room. The entire world seemed to be thrown into a high-speed rotating washing machine. Space, time, light, everything was twisted, stretched, shattered, and then reassembled. This sensation was far more intense than any previous space jump. When the spinning sensation finally disappeared, Lin Feng found himself floating in a vast, pure white space. There was no up, down, left, right, no reference points, and even no gravity. He stretched out his hand, seeing only a half-transparent outline made of light, his consciousness body. His plane, his powerful body, were not here. He had been stripped of all external tools, leaving only himself. Starting alone, equipment all given? Hope the organizers have some sincerity, don't just hand me a wooden sword and ask me to slay dragons. A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, still maintaining absolute calm. At that moment, a grand, solemn voice, as if directly resonating from deep within the soul, echoed in this pure white space. The voice was neither male nor female, devoid of emotion, but carried an unquestionable authority. Welcome, you, the one who ascends. Throne Trial First Stage, the Road to Creation. As the voice fell, a large pile of the most primitive materials appeared out of nowhere in front of Lin Feng. Several rough iron ingots, a few dull plastic sheets, and a few rolls of copper wire that gleamed with metallic luster. That was all. Rules: please create a controllable micro-aircraft within 30 minutes using all the materials in front of you. Mission: fly the aircraft you create and successfully pass through the 3 barriers ahead. A semi-transparent countdown panel appeared in the top right corner of Lin Feng's vision. Countdown, 29:59. 3 barriers? As Lin Feng thought of this, the white space barrier in front of him rippled like water waves, then became completely transparent. The scene behind the barrier made his eyebrows raise slightly. It was an incredibly complex and malicious 3D racetrack filled with challenges. The first level was the laser cage. Hundreds of scorching laser beams formed a constantly shifting, contracting grid maze. Any contact would instantly disintegrate the machine. The second level was the turbulent corridor. Chaotic energy storms rampaged here, forming countless unpredictable whirlpools and countercurrents, enough to tear any clumsy aircraft into pieces. The third level was the gravitational abyss. Dozens of gravity traps, either strong or weak, were scattered irregularly throughout the space. They would distort light, disrupt flight paths, and one wrong move would get you caught and crushed into a pancake. Wow, this difficulty, this could be a PhD thesis project at an aerospace university, right? And it's a hellish difficulty final project. Lin Feng quickly flashed a sarcastic thought in his mind. This first challenge was not just a simple combat test. It tested creativity, a comprehensive understanding of aerodynamics, energy circuit design, material science, and a whole range of other knowledge. It was also the most essential application of the fusion talent ability. Time was passing, second by second. But Lin Feng didn't act immediately. He simply hovered quietly in front of the pile of basic materials, closing his eyes. His brain, at this moment, was like a supercomputer running at full power. Countless sketches, complicated structural models, energy circuit paths, aerodynamic simulation data were generated, calculated, rejected, and reconstructed in his mind at a speed faster than light. Before taking action, he was designing every part of this aircraft, from the first component to the last screw, entirely in his mind. 5 minutes later. When the countdown reached 2400 hours 58, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying flash of light flickered in his eyes. He moved. His hands, like 2 top artists in perfect harmony, extended simultaneously and pressed toward the chaotic materials. Fusion. Buzz. An invisible force erupted instantly. The rough iron ingots, under the influence of his left hand, instantly melted into a silver liquid metal flow. The dull plastic sheets, under the influence of his right hand, transformed into thin, flexible, slightly glowing white films. Next, the 2 streams of material, under his willful control, began to intertwine, spiral, and merge in a rhythmical manner. The aircraft's frame, wings, tail fin, individual components were printed out at a speed visible to the naked eye. This wasn't a rigid assembly, but a seamless process of growth, as if the aircraft were growing like a living organism. In just 3 minutes, a prototype of a small aircraft, with a wingspan of no more than half a meter, streamlined in shape, and resembling a metallic swallow, quietly floated before him. The entire process was smooth and flowing, full of violent yet extreme beauty. Lin Infrastructure Maniac Feng, online. He didn't stop, immediately starting to handle the copper wires, preparing to build the internal nerves and blood vessels of the aircraft energy circuits and control systems. Another 10 minutes passed. When the precise energy circuits were perfectly embedded into the aircraft's body, Lin Feng's movements finally paused. He had encountered a bottleneck. A fatal bottleneck. This aircraft was still missing the most crucial component, a heart. A power core capable of providing it with immense power and precisely executing all his commands. He tried to fuse a traditional microengine using the remaining iron blocks and copper wires. He failed. The materials were of too low a grade and simply couldn't withstand high-intensity energy operations. He tried again, changing the structure and using plastic as an insulator to create a more stable energy battery. Once again, he failed. The energy output efficiency was miserably low. Not to mention navigating through the turbulent corridor, it would be difficult even to take off. Time had already reached the final 10 minutes. On Lin Feng's forehead, for the first time, a bead of crystal-clear sweat appeared. The conventional way of fusion seemed to have reached its end. He looked at the nearly perfect work in front of him, and then at the countdown closing in. Could it be that the first stage would end here? Chapter 0115 The Heart of Fusion. In the pure white space, time mercilessly flowed. Countdown, 9:58. Before Lin Feng's conscious self, more than 10 oddly shaped, burnt-smelling metal lumps were piled up. These were all his failed works. He had tried to build the most basic electromagnetic engine using iron ingots and copper wires, but the materials were too weak, melting immediately when powered. He also tried to use plastic sheets as insulation to build a chemical energy battery, but the output power was shockingly low, crossing 3 barriers was impossible, and even flying from the ground depended on luck. You want me to make an Apple phone with Nokia parts? Organizer, come out, I promise I won't kill you. A trace of complaint flashed in Lin Feng's mind, but the mental fatigue surged like a tide. Every fusion consumed immense mental energy. And every failure was like a small hammer lightly tapping his tense nerves. He looked at the nearly perfect metal swift in front of him, then at the countdown, his brow slightly furrowing. The aerodynamic layout of this aircraft was the optimal solution he derived by combining his understanding of aerodynamics with countless classic aircraft designs from his past life, calculating tens of thousands of times in his mind. Its skeleton and flesh were perfect. But it lacked a heart that could drive everything. A strong, stable, efficient power core. The conventional path seemed to have reached its end. Could it be that the first stage would end here? Just as this feeling of frustration was about to spread, a flash of light like lightning tearing through the dark suddenly cut through Lin Feng's mind. A module deeply buried in his memory clearly appeared in his consciousness. It was the unique module on his own plane, also the foundation of all his power. Heart of Fusion. Wait. Lin Feng's consciousness shuddered violently, as if struck by electricity. Heart of Fusion, its function is to forcibly merge all modules' energy and perform an overload attack. He had always regarded fusion as a material-level recombination and reconstruction. Like a top blacksmith forging iron ore and carbon into refined steel. But the existence of Heart of Fusion revealed a whole new possibility to him. If the object of fusion from the beginning was not just visible, tangible matter? If what he needed to fuse was not iron blocks and copper wires, but something more fundamental, energy itself? The moment this thought arose, it spread like wildfire through his entire consciousness. I am such an idiot. Fixed thinking can kill. Guarding a gold mountain as bricks, that must mean people like me. Lin Feng could not help slapping himself in his mind. He had always been using iron, copper, and plastic as bricks to build a house called engine. But now he suddenly realized he could directly use mental power as cement, and energy particles everywhere in space as sand and stone, to print a stronger, more perfect house. This was no longer craftsmanship, but the authority of a creator. Realizing this, all his previous fatigue and anxiety vanished. In their place came an unprecedented excitement and shiver. He slowly closed his eyes. He no longer looked at those failed metal lumps, nor did he care about the countdown that had already entered the final 5 minutes. His entire mind was completely immersed in the perception of energy. He no longer touched any physical matter. His hands slowly came together in front of his chest, as if holding an invisible ball. Come. He summoned all of his remaining mental energy and let out a low shout in his mind. Buzz. Those originally stable and silent free-floating energy particles, as if hearing the call of a king, began to crazily gather toward Lin Feng's palm. They transformed into invisible beams of light, forming a vortex of light that spun faster and became brighter. Lin Feng's face grew pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. His mental energy poured out like a flood that had been released from a dam, and the consumption of directly controlling the energy for fusion was far more terrifying than fusing physical matter by 100 times. But he didn't care at all. At this moment, his consciousness became the most precise carving knife. In the center of the vortex of light, he began to visualize and construct a miniature, closed-loop energy circuit. It was not a physical circuit connected by copper wires, but a purely energy-formed, self-circulating energy structure. Mental energy was the only glue that could bind these violent energy particles together. This process required godlike control over the flow of energy. A little too much, and the structure would collapse due to energy overload. A little too little, and the structure would fail to form because of insufficient energy. It was like building a sandcastle with floodwaters, a difficulty that was nearly unimaginable. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. When the countdown reached the final minute, the light in Lin Feng's palm had already become dazzling to the extreme. Form. He suddenly pressed his hands inward. All the light rapidly collapsed toward the center in that instant. Finally, all the fury and brilliance disappeared. A miniature energy core, no larger than a fingernail, radiating a soft blue light with billions of stars seemingly flowing stably within, quietly floated in his palm. It was like a captured, docile star. It was the heart of this spacecraft. Countdown, 0:59. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Ignoring the intense dizziness caused by the exhaustion of his mental energy, he carefully cradled the newly formed heart and placed it into the core chamber of the metal swift's reserved space. Buzz. A light and pleasant hum sounded. The entire spacecraft seemed to have been infused with a soul. Energy lines preset on the body of the machine were instantly illuminated, and soft blue light spread along the smooth lines all the way to the tips of the wings. It was alive. A wonderful feeling, like being connected by blood, as if controlling his own limbs, surged to his heart. He didn't even need any control interface. With just a thought, this metal swift could perfectly execute all of his commands. Take off. Whoosh. The metal swift turned into a blue streak of light, steadily floating in mid-air, agile and full of power. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth finally curved into a confident smile. All right, warm-up's over. Now, it's showtime. His gaze turned toward the deadly racecourse formed by lasers, turbulence, and gravity traps. Countdown, 0:30. Lin Feng's mind moved. Whoosh. Hundreds of scorching laser beams formed a constantly moving, contracting death maze. If it had been any previous failure. Afraid that the moment it enters, it will be cut into countless pieces. But this metal swallow, with a heart, shows unbelievable flexibility. Sometimes it flips sideways at high speed, passing through the gap between two laser beams at the limit. Sometimes it performs a cobra maneuver, pulling upward at an impossible angle at the last moment as the laser net contracts, narrowly avoiding danger. Its flight path is not just dodging, it is like dancing a brilliant ballet on the tip of a blade. In just 10 seconds, it easily breaks through the laser prison. Next comes the second barrier, the turbulent corridor. Chaotic energy storms rage here, countless deadly whirlpools able to tear steel apart. The metal swallow does not slow down at all, diving straight in. It no longer tries to fight the storm, but flows with the storm. When it meets a huge suction whirlpool, it instantly shuts off the engine, letting itself be sucked in, then at the moment before being torn apart, using the whirlpool's centrifugal force, it suddenly fires the engine, like a stone shot from a slingshot, bouncing out at even greater speed. The whole process is full of wild intelligence and ultimate control. Countdown, 0:10. The final gravity abyss has arrived. Dozens of invisible gravity traps twist the light, disturbing the path. Here, the test is no longer speed and agility, but prediction and decisiveness. Lin Feng's mind focuses intensely, he even closes his eyes, no longer relying on sight, but sensing the invisible gravity waves through his connection with the vehicle's core. Left 3, up 5, half power. Right 7, dive, full power. Under his control, the metal swallow performs a series of strange moves that break the laws of physics. Sometimes it wobbles like drunk, sometimes it acts like a precise billiard ball, using the edge of a gravity trap to rebound beautifully, propelling toward the next safe point. On the death chessboard, it walks the only path toward victory. 5, 4, 3. The finish line is right ahead. Lin Feng pours all energy into the engine. Give me charge. Buzz. The metal swallow's tail flame bursts many times, turning into a blue comet cutting through the darkness, passing through the victory light screen at the last moment before the countdown reaches 0. Countdown, 0:01. Countdown, midnight. Lin Feng exhales deeply, the mental exhaustion hitting like an avalanche, but he smiles. He won. At this moment, that grand and solemn voice echoes through the space again. Level 1, Path of Creation, passed. Overall evaluation, excellent. Now, prepare for the second trial. Before the words finish, the pure white space is suddenly dyed with a thick, inescapable blood color. The surrounding walls melt like wax, replaced by an endless crimson universe seemingly made of blood. Cold, violent, destructive energies rise from all directions. Images of enemies Lin Feng knows well, radiating terrifying pressure, slowly appear in the bloody void. A raging brown bear wielding a giant axe. The rogue piloting a heavy mech. The flagship God Lord, spreading 12-winged light shields and radiating divine aura. Even Wu Ming's deadly, scorpion-like vehicle. The grand voice, with a trace of mockery, slowly announces the name of the second trial. Feast of Destruction. Chapter 0116, Feast of Destruction. The pure white space is soaked in a thick layer of blood color. Like throwing a white cloth into dye, the crimson spreads from all boundaries, quickly devouring all light, finally turning the whole world into a boundless blood prison. Cold. Tyranny, filled with the aura of destruction, rose from the void. A grand and solemn voice now carried a hint of ominous mockery. Second trial, the Feast of Destruction. Rule, survive the endless siege, and crush all enemies you have ever defeated or been defeated by. The moment the words fell, all around Lin Feng, images of terrifyingly oppressive enemies began to solidify, slowly emerging from the void. To the front left, the ferocious brown bear wielding a massive axe that had once overwhelmed him with pressure, its crimson eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. To the front right, the heavy mech painted with a grotesque pattern, inside the cockpit sat the very madman he had blown up with a single shot. Behind, the deadly vehicle known as Wu Ming's Scorpion, its rear annihilation singularity cannon pulsing with a chilling light. And above, the largest shadow cast downward. The magnificent silver-white spaceship, spreading 12 winged light shields, exuding a sacred and untouchable aura, was the flagship of the Godmaster. Each one was his former opponent. Each one represented a grueling battle. Now, they were gathered in one place. Wow, is this an all-star brawl? Or a one-time reckoning to settle all past accounts at once? A trace of sarcasm flashed through Lin Feng's mind, but his gaze was sharper than ever. At the same time, he realized he was back in the cockpit. The dark gold plane before him was the final form he had modified with Wu Ming, all performance data exactly matching reality, down to the last detail. Warning, all hostile targets detected with energy fluctuations 30% higher than database records. The system prompt appeared in time. The version updated, even the past bosses got stronger, huh? This patch is working hard. Lin Feng was not nervous, instead, a curve of interest spread across his lips. If it were just a simple repeat of past battles, it would be too boring. This was more interesting. Boom. No pre-battle declaration, no unnecessary words. The battle erupted without warning the moment all the phantom images solidified. The Godmaster flagship immediately deployed the sanctuary field, silver halos enhancing all friendly phantoms, instantly boosting their defense. Wu Ming's scorpion tail cannon began charging, a tiny singularity exuding the aura of destruction was forming. The madman mech roared forward, opening all shoulder missile bays, dozens of micro-missiles trailing flames, attacking like a swarm. The raging brown bear stood tall, the massive axe burning with blood-colored energy fire. From hundreds of meters away, a single swing sent a huge blood-red axe shadow tearing through space, howling. From all directions, up and down, left and right, every space was filled at the same time with deadly attacks. It was a net of death woven from shells, missiles, energy, and blades, leaving no corner untouched. The density and strength of the attack far surpassed the siege at the meteor mine. Faced with this saturation assault that could crush any ace pilot, Lin Feng remained extremely calm. His hands on the controls became a blur of afterimages. The power of the psycho-energy vector engines was instantly pushed to the limit. The dark gold plane did not retreat, instead like an arrow swimming upstream, plunging straight into the densest barrage. Under Lin Feng's control, the craft showed unimaginable maneuverability. A side roll, the belly of the plane skimming the edge of the blood-red axe shadow, the intense energy even turning the belly armor slightly red. A sudden, lightning-fast Z maneuver sliced through a gap among dozens of tiny missiles. His flight path was not about dodging, it was using the most extreme, most precise movements to tear apart this web of death. First target, Madman. Lin Feng's target was clear from the start. Pick the soft one to squeeze. Among all the enemies, Madman, S-Mech, though looking fierce, was actually the most fragile point of breakthrough. He piloted the plane, drawing a strange arc through the barrage, instantly circling to Madman, S-Mech at the side rear. Looking for death. Madman, Phantom roared, his mech spinning sharply, chainsaw sword roaring, striking downward. But Lin Feng never intended to fight him up close. At the moment the opponent turned, Lin Feng gently clenched his left hand in the void. Fusion. This time, he fused not matter, but a concept. Centering on his plane, he forcibly merged the invisible, violent residual battle energy and cosmic dust around him into a temporary, structural fusion. Buzz. A semi-transparent hexagonal energy shield, made of chaotic energy and physical dust, instantly unfolded in front of the plane. The chainsaw sword struck hard on the shield. With a piercing screech, the shield shattered in less than half a second. But that was enough. Using this half-second buffer, Lin Feng completed his fire control lock. Goodbye, friend. He whispered. Under the wings, the electromagnetic railgun shot two dazzling blue beams, striking precisely the cockpit and energy pack of Madman, S-Mech. Boom! A massive fireball exploded in the blood-red space. The first enemy was out. Yet, the danger was not gone. Behind, Wu Ming's poison scorpion annihilation singularity cannon had finished charging. The tiny, ever-collapsing singularity radiated a terrifying gravity, even beginning to warp the surrounding light. If it hit, even Lin Feng's current machine could not withstand it. Taking it head-on was the worst option. Dodge? Under the singularity's gravity lock, success chance was less than 10%. Brother Wu Ming, your cannon is strong, now it's mine. In Lin Feng's mind, a crazy plan instantly formed. As the saying goes, use others' skills to counter them. He did not flee, instead, he yanked the joystick, piloting the plane straight at Godmaster's flagship. This move caused all Phantom AIs to experience a momentary logical chaos. The Poison Scorpion targeting system faithfully followed Lin Feng's trajectory, and the destructive main cannon slowly moved its barrel. And Lin Feng, like a top bullfighter, just before the bull hit, made the most thrilling, most brilliant dodge, brushing past the flagship's flank by the smallest margin. Timing was measured to milliseconds. Fire! The AI of Poison Scorpion issued the attack command. The singularity, capable of erasing all matter, became a jet black streak aimed at its original target, Lin Feng. But on its path now stood a massive object. Godmaster's flagship. Warning! Detecting extremely high-risk friendly attack. The flagship's AI blared a sharp alarm, the 12-wing light shield immediately unfolded, trying to block the backstab from its own side. Yet the Annihilation Singularity ignored most energy shields by principle. The black streak pierced through the gorgeous shield without slowing, crashing into the flagship's hull. No explosion, no fire. Only a strange, scalp-tingling annihilation. The flagship's thick silver-white armor. Like it was erased with an eraser, a huge chunk vanished into thin air, leaving a smooth, mirror-like gap. The flagship's entire energy system instantly fell into chaos, the massive hull sparking with electricity, beginning to slowly fall out of control. 2 birds with 1 stone. No, 3 birds with 1 stone. Without the blessing of the protector field from the Yi Godmaster, the silver halos on that furious brown bear and the other minor phantom beasts instantly disappeared, their defenses reverted to normal. Alright, now, the field is much cleaner. Lin Feng piloted the plane, hovering in midair, like a chess player who had just cleared the board. His gaze fell on the brown bear phantom, furious after the Godmaster fell. Warm-up is over, it's time for you to see the difference between a pay-to-win player and the son of the version. He slowly lifted the plane's nose, and from the main cannon, a destructive sphere of energy, fused with dark power and electromagnetic force, began rapidly gathering. From this moment, the battle truly entered his rhythm. A rhythm belonging to a hunter. 10 minutes later. The entire blood-red space fell silent. The last brown bear phantom was pierced through by a thick column of energy, its huge body disintegrating in midair, turning into countless data fragments, vanishing into nothingness. On the ground were the burning wrecks of various machines. In the sky, only the dark gold plane remained, hovering quietly. Not a single decent scratch was on its body. From the moment he dealt a heavy blow to the Godmaster flagship using borrowed knife to kill, the outcome of this battle was already determined. Without the blessing of the protector field, the remaining phantoms were no different from lambs awaiting slaughter in front of Lin Feng's current strength. This was a thrilling, one-sided massacre. It was also a perfect transcendence of all his past battles. The moment the last enemy vanished, that grand, solemn voice, with a trace of subtle approval, echoed through the space again. Stage 2, Feast of Destruction, passed. Overall evaluation, perfect. As the words fell, the thick, inescapable blood red faded like a retreating tide. The space returned to pure white. Then, at the very center of the space, the ground silently cracked, and a staircase made of pure light slowly rose, spiraling upward. At the end of the staircase, mist swirled, and a throne of supreme authority, empty of any presence, was vaguely visible. It seemed to be the end of this trial. Chapter 0117, Fragments of Authority. The blood red faded, the world returned to pure white. The dark gold plane, identical to one in reality, hovered quietly, not a single decent scratch on its body. The grand, solemn voice, with a trace of subtle approval, echoed through the entire space. Stage 2, Feast of Destruction, passed. Overall evaluation, perfect. As the words fell, the pure white ground at the center silently cracked. A staircase made of light spiraled upward, slowly rising. At the end of the staircase, mist swirled, and the outline of a throne radiating supreme authority was faintly visible. There was the end of this trial. Lin Feng piloted the plane, landing smoothly at the start of the staircase. He stepped out of the cockpit and looked up at the staircase reaching into the clouds. He stepped onto the first stair. Buzz! An invisible pressure instantly enveloped his whole body, as if 100 kilograms of weight had suddenly been added. Lin Feng paused, then continued upward without changing his expression. Second step, third step. With each step upward, the pressure doubled. Halfway up, he felt like he was carrying a small mountain, each step requiring all his strength. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds under the heavy load. Sweat soaked his clothes. But this pressure was not just physical, it also weighed heavily on his mind. Countless chaotic images began flashing before his eyes. There was the confusion he felt when he first entered this world, the life or death struggle against monsters, and the determination in his heart when he clashed with the God King alliance. These images tried to disturb his mind, evoking the fear and exhaustion buried deep inside him. Yet, Lin Feng's steps remained steady, without a hint of disorder. His eyes were as clear as ever. "You want to use mental attacks? Friend, with the experiences of 2 lifetimes combined, I've seen more films than you've seen pilots. This little scene is nothing." He blocked out all the illusions, focusing all his attention on the steps beneath him. One step, then another. When he stepped onto the final step, all the pressure and illusions retreated like a wave. His vision suddenly cleared. A massive throne made of unknown crystals stood quietly above the clouds. It was empty, yet it seemed as if a king sat upon it, overlooking the myriad worlds. A grand voice rang directly in his mind. "Ascendant, speak your wish. Wealth? Power? Or immortality?" Lin Feng walked up to the throne but did not answer immediately. He looked around, there was nothing on the cloud other than the throne. He raised his head, as if conversing with the void. "Who are you?" The grand voice fell silent for a moment, seemingly not expecting him to ask this question. Lin Feng pressed on, "What is the truth of this world, or rather, what is the truth behind these worlds connected by flights? Wealth, power, immortality." These things were undoubtedly tempting, but for Lin Feng, they were nothing compared to the answer to one question. That is, what is the truth behind all of this? After playing this game for so long, shouldn't I meet the GM or at least see the server's backend code? Otherwise, this game has no flair. The grand voice spoke again, this time without any emotion. "You need not know of my existence. The truth of the world will be clear to you once you gather all 12 pieces of the power fragments. Now, accept your reward." As the words fell, light gathered on the throne. A fragment of crystal that constantly shifted in shape slowly appeared. It sometimes transformed into a nebula, with stars being born and dying inside. Sometimes it turned into runes, containing the ultimate truths of the world. Other times, it became pure light, as if it were the origin of all things. The fragment slowly floated toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng extended his hand. His fingertips lightly touched the fragment. Boom! The fragment instantly transformed into an indescribable torrent, crashing into his third eye. It was not just information or energy. It was rules. It was definition. It was the source code that made up the very foundation of this world. Countless data nodes were simultaneously ignited and detonated deep within his consciousness. Lin Feng's body stiffened in place, his eyes losing focus. He saw how matter was defined as matter, how space was defined as space. He understood that his previous fusion was nothing more than the reorganization of matter within the framework allowed by the rules. And now, it seemed he had touched the permission to modify the rules. He didn't know how much time passed. Lin Feng's personal information panel began to refresh wildly in his vision. Under the Talent Abilities section, a brand new attribute, radiating with a rainbow glow, appeared. Power, everything returns to 1, fragment January 12th. Description, you can specify any 2 non-living substances and forcibly perform conceptual fusion on them. After fusion, the core concept of one substance will be forcibly assigned to the other substance. Note, using this power will directly consume your mental origin. Please use it carefully. Lin Feng stared at the description, completely stunned. Force of conceptual fusion? To assign the core concept of one substance to another? A countless number of unbelievable thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. What if he gave the concept of steel strong to a piece of paper? Would that paper then become a divine weapon with the hardness of steel? What if he gave the concept of air invisible to his plane armor? Wouldn't his plane then achieve true physical invisibility? Good grief, I really mean good grief. This is no longer physics, this is metaphysics. Theology. This move upgraded a top engineer directly into a server GM in one step. Lin Feng's heart was hit by a storm, a feeling of unprecedented power filling every cell of his body. This is the power of authority. A power above all skills and talents, at the level of rules. At this moment, the entire trial space began to shake violently. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the pure white walls. The throne in the clouds also began to become illusory. A grand voice sounded one last time, carrying a trace of etherealness. Trial ended. Waiting for the day you gather all the fragments, conqueror. The next second. The whole world shattered with a roar. Lin Feng's consciousness was pushed violently by an invisible hand, abruptly bounced back into the real world. Inside the maintenance hangar. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He still kept the posture from before entering the trial, standing in front of the dark golden plane that had undergone a complete transformation. Wu Ming sat on a toolbox beside him, and seeing him open his eyes, only gave him a faint glance. Back? Lin Feng moved his somewhat stiff body, the overwhelming feeling of mastering rules receding like a tide, sinking back into the depths of his soul. But he knew it was not an illusion. He immediately brought up his personal panel. The 7-colored attribute authority, all things unified, fragment 1/12, lay there quietly, proving that everything that just happened was real. He succeeded. He not only survived the trial but also brought back an ultimate reward capable of overturning the entire server's understanding. This trip, totally worth it. Lin Feng suppressed his inner excitement, preparing to share the gains with Wu Ming. At this moment. Beep. 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 A rapid, almost insane alarm blared from his portable control panel without any warning. A red communication request labeled extremely urgent was flashing wildly on the screen, the glaring red almost overflowing the display. The sender's avatar was a young man with tiger teeth, but his expression was extremely anxious. Su Mingyu. Chapter 0118, The Shadow City's Call for Help. Inside the maintenance hangar, the air seemed to freeze. The ear-piercing alarm was blaring frantically from Lin Feng's portable control panel, the blood red flashing on the screen reflecting his calm face in a bright red glow. Su Mingyu. An extremely urgent communication request. Even in Wu Ming's perpetually sleepy eyes, a rare flash of surprise appeared as he glanced at the wildly flashing avatar on Lin Feng's wrist. Your friend seems to have a bad sense of timing. Lin Feng ignored Wu Ming's teasing, lightly tapping the light screen with his fingertip to connect the communication. Speak. His voice was as always simple and direct, as if the thrilling throne trial had been nothing more than a casual walk outside. Boss. Help. Through the communicator, Su Mingyu's signature, full of power voice was now filled with harsh gasps and energy noise, like he was using the device as an oxygen mask. We found that Sagittarius. But, it seems we accidentally poked a hornet's nest. This guy isn't alone, he has 2 helpers, we can't hold them. Almost at the same time as Su Mingyu spoke, a shared battle view was transmitted to Lin Feng's screen. The screen shook violently, filled with dazzling ripples caused by the energy shield being struck. In the background, a huge, ruined city floated within an area of strange gravity. Twisted skyscraper wrecks stood silently like steel tombstones in the dark universe. This is the Shadow City. On screen, 3 planes painted in uniform dark red were launching a storm-like assault on Su Mingyu's team. The lead plane was the one Wu Ming had marked before, pilot number 0999. Its shape was like a coiled leopard ready to pounce, with dense rapid-fire energy cannons hanging on both sides, firing at a terrifyingly high rate. Light blue energy barrages, like a fine net of death, pinned Su Mingyu's flashy bright yellow plane down, forcing him to awkwardly dodge using the ruins. Boss, did you see that? This guy's firepower is like it costs nothing. My 10-second reel man has been used and is in cooldown, I'm exhausted. Su Mingyu's cries came through the communicator. Lin Feng's eyes swept across the entire battlefield. The situation was even worse than Su Mingyu said. The wings of Su Mingyu's plane were already scorched and damaged, clearly gaining no advantage in previous attacks. Emoyoli's jet, completely black, continuously fired freezing rounds, trying to slow the enemy and give Su Mingyu a chance to breathe. But her shield energy had dropped below 10%, at a dangerous red line, ready to break at any moment. Chen Mato and Jokai's support planes could only hide far away, using electronic interference and long-range locks, offering minimal support. This was a standard battle on the verge of collapse. Just came out of a trial dungeon, didn't even drink a drop, and immediately jump into an emergency rescue? Did I get the protagonist script, or the firefighter script? Lin Feng thought bitterly, but his eyes turned cold and sharp. Hold on. He said only 2 words and decisively hung up the communicator. Need help? Wu Ming asked softly, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. Though a question, data streams were quietly running in his half-closed eyes, clearly in pre-battle mode. No. Lin Feng shook his head. No need to use a big knife to kill a chicken. He turned and strode toward the dark gold plane, which had undergone 70 hours of magical modification and total transformation. This was no longer mere repair and upgrade. Merging the technology crystallization of the Godmaster flagship, after Wu Ming's top hacker protocol cracking and data optimization, plus Lin Feng's new understanding of fusion abilities. This plane had evolved into a terrifying war machine, even unfamiliar to its creator. Lin Feng's figure moved like an afterimage, flashing into the cockpit in an instant. The cold pilot seat felt familiar, his long fingers elegantly gliding over the console, like a pianist performing a brilliant piece. Hum. The plane's energy core emitted a low, pleasant roar, massive power instantly surging to every corner of the aircraft. Inside the cockpit, countless screens lit up in sequence, complex data streams refreshing like a waterfall. Lin Feng did not touch the usual warp engine start button. His gaze fell on the center console, a new slot glowing with ghostly blue light. This was the core interface of the Advanced Flight Route Planning module. He took from storage the Scorpius constellation card, a symbol of killing and control. Without any hesitation, he firmly inserted the card into the slot. Boom! A flow of information, far larger than any previous ones, instantly surged into his brain. On the main control screen, the once flat star map came to life in that moment. It was no longer a two-dimensional image, but a highly intricate, highly realistic three-dimensional holographic universe with the entire server as its backdrop. Thousands of light spots, representing the captains, moved along different trajectories within this universe. Lin Feng's consciousness seemed to instantly transform into a god, gazing down at this starry sea made of data. His thoughts moved, directly locking onto the precise coordinates of the Shadow City that Su Mingyu had just shared. The green light spot representing Su Mingyu's team, and the three red light spots representing the enemies, were instantly magnified within the vast star map, clearly presented before his eyes. A cold system prompt appeared immediately. Valid constellation card detected, Advanced Route Planning module, has been activated. Target coordinates locked, Shadow City, T789, U431, Z990. Space parameter calibration in progress? Calibration complete. Warning, performing ultra-long distance pinpoint jump, expected to consume 90% of the current total energy of the craft. Confirm execution? 90%. This meant that when he arrived at the battlefield, he would almost be in an empty energy state. This was undoubtedly a gamble. But the corner of Lin Feng's mouth lifted into a confident arc. Do I need energy to defeat you? Confirmed. His voice echoed powerfully in the vast maintenance hangar. In the next second, the entire dark golden aircraft was enveloped by a visible space ripple. It was not the usual light from the engine exhaust during a conventional jump. Rather, the entire craft's surrounding space was violently distorting and folding, unable to bear the terrifying energy contained within. Wu Ming's usually unchanging poker face finally showed a look of horror. The data flow in his eyes had completely turned into garbled text and red warnings. Warning! Unresolvable space disturbance detected. Warning! Energy index exceeds theoretical limit. The roar reached its peak. The dark golden aircraft disappeared without any acceleration after a violent and extreme space distortion. Not even a trace of it was left behind. As if it had never existed. Only the lingering energy waves in the maintenance hangar, caused by the forcibly torn space, remained unsettled for a long time. Shadow City. In the ruins between the abandoned buildings, the battle had reached a white-hot stage. Mo Yoli. Left wing. That guy has circled around. Su Mingyu let out a shout, piloting his heavily damaged aircraft, forcing a difficult roll to narrowly avoid a series of deadly energy blasts. His shield was flickering like a candle in the wind, unstable. Understood. Mo Yoli's voice was as cold as ever, but anyone could hear the hint of exhaustion within it. Her pitch-black aircraft executed a beautiful sideways slide, and the freezing cannon beneath her wings shot out a thick mist of ice, attempting to block the enemy aircraft that had circled around. However, the enemy's coordination was too seamless. At the moment Mo Yoli made her turn, the most powerful 0999 captain on the front battlefield seized that fleeting opportunity. Chapter 0119, Conceptual Fusion. Above the ruins of Shadow City, a space rift looked like a sinister scar, yet to heal. Lin Feng's dark golden aircraft, exuding a terrifying pressure, hovered in front of this scar, like a king returning from the abyss, looking down upon his battlefield. 3 dark red enemy aircraft instantly turned from hunters to prey. Their radar systems were completely overwhelmed by the tsunami-like alarm sounds. The light spot on the screen, representing Lin Feng, was dark red, emitting a deathly aura strong enough to make any pilot's soul tremble. It's number 4198. Lin Feng. One of the wingman pilot's voices, changed by extreme fear, was so sharp it sounded like a chicken with its neck being squeezed. How is he here? Didn't the intelligence say his plane was still under maintenance? Another wingman fell into chaos, boss. What do we do? This energy response, this is definitely not the level of LV.7. This is absolutely LV.8, maybe even higher. The so-called boss, captain of number 0999, had a face as serious as possible. He stared hard at the sleek, deadly dark gold aircraft, the pressure from the enemy's craft even giving him the illusion of difficulty breathing. But after all, he was a battle-hardened captain, and the shock in his heart was quickly replaced by a fierce determination within a few seconds. What are you panicking for? He yelled sharply over the channel, forcing the morale of the troops to stabilize. We are 3 against 1. Even if he is LV.8, taking all 3 of us firing together will still make him peel like an onion. Don't forget our mission. Form a triangular attack formation. Focus all energy on the main cannon, and bring him down from the sky. Under the forced command of number 0999, although the two wingmen were terrified, they immediately followed the orders. The three dark red aircraft quickly adjusted their positions, forming a triangular attack formation, with their black, dark cannon muzzles aimed directly at Lin Feng, who was hovering in the air, motionless. V-room. Three powerful energy beams quickly gathered at their muzzles, filling the air with a scorching and dangerous atmosphere. On the team channel, Su Mingyu's exclamation echoed at the right moment. "Boss! Be careful! These guys are going all out. This is their concentrated fire tactic, it's very powerful. I just got hit by this." Yoli's reminder was even simpler: energy response is extremely high, don't take it head-on. Inside Lin Feng's cockpit, however, everything was calm. He looked at the three red dots on the screen that had already locked onto him, his face not showing even the slightest change. He simply rested his chin on one hand, watching his opponents gather energy, as though he was admiring a fireworks show completely unrelated to him. 3 against 1? Sounds brave. A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. But it seems like you haven't updated your version patch. Don't you know I just downloaded the paid DLC, and it's the GM permissions trial version? The next second. Fire. With a command from number 0999. 3 massive energy beams, capable of instantly vaporizing steel, came in a triangular shape from 3 different angles, sealing off all of Lin Feng's escape routes and roaring towards him. Faced with this world-destroying, saturation-style attack, Lin Feng didn't even touch the joystick. He simply slowly raised his right hand, his 5 fingers spread open, as if he was about to touch the entire battlefield with his palm. His gaze pierced through layers of space, accurately locking onto the leading number 0999 aircraft. Boom! The 3 energy beams precisely hit Lin Feng's aircraft. However, the earth-shattering explosion that was expected did not occur. Just before the beams made contact with the dark gold body, a thin, almost translucent shield, yet seemingly containing the entire universe's ethereal energy, quietly appeared. The 3 violent energy torrents collided with the shield as if 3 streams rushing toward a dam, not even creating a ripple before being completely absorbed and annihilated. The entire process was silent and without any sound. This is impossible. Number 0999's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his proud concentrated fire attack actually failing to even break through the enemy's shield? This was no longer a difference in levels, this was a crushing difference in dimensions. Just as he was falling into massive shock, he heard a voice that seemed to resonate directly in the depths of his soul. The sound came from Lin Feng. "Alright, your performance is over. Now, it's my turn." Lin Feng's right hand gently grasped the air. In his mind, he gave the first and most unreasonable command since his return. Authority, activate. Designated targets, outer armor of Unit 0999, and meteors in the battlefield. Execute, conceptual fusion. Buzz. A wave, indescribable by any instrument, undetectable by any device, emanated from Lin Feng's will, sweeping across the entire battlefield in an instant. The next second. A bizarre scene unfolded, so strange that it made every observer's scalp tingle. The aircraft, Unit 0999, which was preparing to recharge for its second time, had its outer armor, made of high-grade alloy and flashing with dark red metallic sheen, suddenly lost all of its metallic properties. The smooth, high-tech metallic surface, as if accelerated by billions of years of time, rapidly became rough, dull, and revealed countless crater-like depressions and rock textures. In just 1 second. A fighter jet, representing the pinnacle of industrial achievement, had its shell turned from sturdy alloy into a thin layer of stone, identical to the floating space debris surrounding it. What? My plane. What happened to my armor? Unit 0999 screamed in horror as the armor status indicator inside the cockpit went wild. He could clearly hear a series of agonizing crack sounds coming from the exterior of the aircraft. The petrified armor couldn't withstand the immense stress from high-speed flight. Crack. Crack. Accompanied by a dense cracking sound, the rock-like shell that had just been created began to peel off and crumble like eggshells. Dark red stone fragments flew everywhere, revealing the exposed, unprotected complex internal pipelines and structural frameworks. Unit 0999's plane, under the gazes of all the onlookers, was stripped of its outer shell and turned into an iron frame running naked at high speed in space. Alright, the shell is gone, now it's time to deal with the snail meat inside. A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He didn't even use the main cannon or fire any missiles. He simply pressed the most basic button on the weapon control console with the calmest motion. Secondary weapon, rapid fire machine gun. Da 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 da. 2 chains of fire, composed of solid projectiles, burst out from the underside of the dark gold-colored aircraft's wings, tearing through the dark universe, precisely spraying toward the now unprotected iron frame. In the stunned, shocked, and incredulous gaze of Unit 0999 and all the onlookers, the machine gun bullets, which were originally only used to scratch the enemy's armor, now showed their terrifying power like divine weapons. They easily tore apart the fragile aircraft structure, blowing up the internal energy pipelines, control modules, and hydraulic systems one by one, like cutting tofu. A series of internal explosions occurred within Unit 0999's aircraft. Fire erupted from every crack in the aircraft. No. Unit 0999 barely let out a desperate scream before he and his cockpit were completely engulfed by a massive fireball. From Lin Feng's strike to the end of the battle, it took no more than 5 seconds. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The remaining 2 wingmen stared blankly at the fireball slowly spreading on the screen, their minds completely blank. They couldn't even understand what had just happened. That was not a battle. That was divine punishment. It was the Creator casually erasing a work they were not satisfied with. Run, run fast. One of them was the first to snap out of extreme fear and let out a shrill scream. He suddenly yanked the control stick. He didn't even dare to have the thought of counterattacking, driving the plane, turning around, and heading away from Lin Feng at the fastest speed of his life, fleeing madly. The other person also seemed to wake up from a dream, flustered and hurriedly turning the plane around, wishing they could push the engine's power to its maximum. In the team channel, Su Mingyu's voice, a bit stuttered due to excessive shock, finally sounded. Boss. Boss. What was that, just now? He swore, after playing games for so long and fighting so many battles, he had never seen such an absurd attack method. Turning someone else's alloy armor into stone? Was this a battle mech anime mixed with immortality? This causal weapon was too unreasonable. In Emoyoli's communication channel, a faint sound of breath was heard, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Then, she typed in the team channel. Received. Reassessing Captain's combat power. The previous power ceiling is now the floor. Chen Madao, like a scientist discovering a new continent, spoke with a tone full of enthusiasm. It's recorded. Everything's recorded. This phenomenon, it defies at least 17 known laws of materials science and energy conservation. Boss, the data you brought back is a goldmine. Lin Feng ignored the chaos in the team channel. He looked at the 2 enemy planes fleeing in panic but had no intention of pursuing. His gaze fell on the wreckage of the cockpit of 0999, which was about to explode completely. Want to run? Fine. But first, leave the ticket. With a thought, a soft beam of traction light shot out from below the plane's belly, precisely covering the still sparking cockpit. Just before the explosion completely engulfed it, he steadily pulled it over. What he wanted was a live capture. And that star sign card of Sagittarius, which he had to have. Chapter 0120, Another Star Map. In the maintenance hangar, dim lights outlined the cold silhouette of the dark golden plane. Inside the cockpit, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like one could squeeze water out of it. The captain of number 0999 was now slumped on the cold metal floor. His once neat combat uniform was now covered in stains and damage, looking as though he had just been pulled out of mud, a complete mess. His body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes vacant, not daring to look up at the man sitting in the pilot seat. Fear, like an invisible vine, tightly squeezed his heart and throat. Just a few minutes ago, he had witnessed a miracle, or rather, something even more terrifying, enough to overturn his more than 20 years of understanding. Alloy armor turned into stone. An indestructible fighter jet, torn apart like paper under a basic machine gun fire. This was not a battle, this was erasure. It was a higher dimensional existence casually cleaning up a creation it was dissatisfied with. Star sign card, hand it over. Lin Feng's voice broke the silence in the cockpit. He did not get up, not even turning around, just calmly looking out of the porthole at the dark universe, his tone as flat as if asking about the weather today. But this flat tone, in the years of 0999, was more terrifying than any fierce questioning. He shuddered, his body shaking violently, and he scrambled to search through his storage space. It's here. Sir. I'll give it to you right away. He practically crawled to Lin Feng's pilot seat, trembling hands holding a card high above his head, his posture as humble as possible. Lin Feng's gaze finally shifted away from the porthole and landed on the card. The card was matte black, neither gold nor jade in material, with silver three-dimensional lines outlining a star map of a person holding a bow and arrow. At the center of the star map, representing the position of the arrowhead of the bow, was a crystal the size of a grain of rice, emitting a sharp white light. Sagittarius. Lin Feng extended 2 fingers, lightly pinching the card, and gently traced the three-dimensional starry trajectory on its surface with his fingertips. The card felt icy to the touch, its texture heavy. It was the real thing. When 0999 saw Lin Feng take the card, he seemed to lose all strength, collapsing back onto the ground, panting heavily, awaiting his final judgment. He was already prepared to be shot or thrown out of the cabin. However, the anticipated death did not come. Lin Feng played with the card in his hand, seemingly casually asking, "Who are you? Why are you collecting this?" This question caused 0999 to freeze for a moment, a trace of confusion appearing in his dazed eyes. He isn't going to kill me? He still wants to ask questions? Standard procedure: search the body first, then ask questions, and finally decide whether it's braised or steamed. Very professional. A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, but on the surface, he remained unfazed, quietly waiting for an answer. Instinct for survival made 0999's brain start to spin wildly. He realized this might be his only chance to survive. He dared not hide anything and, like beans spilling from a bamboo tube, he spilled everything. We are members of an organization called Star Hunters. His voice became slightly shrill from fear and excitement. Our organization's mission is to collect all 12 Zodiac cards at any cost. Our leader, we call him Star Lord, and he says that once we gather all 12 cards, we will unlock the ultimate secret of this world. Star Hunters? Star Lord? Lin Feng's eyebrows raised slightly. They've even started a collectors association? Collecting 12 cards, does it summon a dragon or offer a free 1-year video subscription? 0999 didn't notice Lin Feng's inner thoughts and desperately wanted to prove his worth, continuing, the Star Lord's strength is unfathomable, and he's recognized as one of the strongest on our server, number 128. There are many hunters like me under him. This time it was a bounty mission issued by him, saying that you might possess more than one Zodiac card, which is why. He dared not continue, glancing secretly at Lin Feng's expression. Lin Feng's face remained unchanged, but his fingertips lightly tapped on the Sagittarius card, producing a soft tap, tap, tap sound. Each sound felt like a heavy blow, striking at 0999's heart. How did he know I had a card? Lin Feng asked again. I don't know. 0999 shook his head rapidly like a rattle. The Star Lord's intelligence network is spread throughout the entire server. He always has his own channels. We, his subordinates, are just responsible for executing orders. Lin Feng nodded, seemingly accepting this explanation. He stood up, slowly walked in front of 0999, and looked down at him. The cabin's lights cast his long shadow onto 0999, like an insurmountable mountain. Alright, your value ends here. Lin Feng's words made 0999's heart plummet to the depths of despair. It's over. In the end, I'm going to die. He closed his eyes, his face filled with despair. But just then, he heard the energy lock binding his hands and feet emit a soft click. He opened his eyes in shock, realizing that he had regained his freedom. Lin Feng had already turned his back to him, and a cold voice came from behind. Get back. Tell the one called Star Lord. This card, along with the other two I have, are now in my hands. If he wants them, let him come and take them himself. 0999 stood frozen in place, standing for 3 full seconds before finally understanding the meaning of those words. He let me go? Not only did he let me go, he also asked me to deliver a message? To the Star Lord who makes the entire server tremble in fear. Carry out the most direct and arrogant provocation. A massive, post-survival joy instantly overwhelmed him. He didn't even have time to think about Lin Feng's motives, nor did he consider how to report back when he returned. He simply scrambled to his feet, crawling and rushing toward the cockpit door. Thank you for sparing my life, my lord. Thank you. He ran, stammering his thanks, as though he feared Lin Feng would change his mind in the next second. Watching his clumsy escape, Lin Feng's lips finally curled into a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. He opened the team channel, which was buzzing with activity at that moment. Su Mingyu, boss. What was that godly move just now? Turning iron into stone? Did you go study immortality techniques at the throne trial? Please, share the secret manual. Mo Yoli, a forced rewrite at the conceptual level, hard to understand, but incredibly powerful. Chen Madao, all battle data has been recorded. Boss, the research value of your ability evolution this time might be higher than all the loot we captured combined. Zhou Kai, Captain, the 2 escape pods have already jumped away. Should we track them? Lin Feng sent a message, no need to chase. The one called 0999, I spared him too. Su Mingyu immediately sent a string of question marks, huh? Spared him? Boss, you're too merciful. Someone who tried to kill us should be hung outside the plane as decoration. Chen Madao immediately understood Lin Feng's intention, no. The captain's playing a strategic move. He's forced the hidden hunter into the open. From now on, the initiative is in our hands. Lin Feng smiled and did not explain further. He closed the channel and turned his attention back to the card in his hand. On the cabin table, 3 cards were placed side by side. On the left, the card representing mystery and control, the Scorpio. In the middle, the card representing purity and order, the Virgo. On the right, the card representing sharpness and the distant, the Sagittarius. The moment the third card was placed down, an abrupt change occurred. V-room. The three cards seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, emitting a low, resonating hum. They automatically floated up, and the edges of the cards lit up with a soft silver glow, like three precisely cut puzzle pieces that clicked perfectly together. The glow faded. What appeared before Lin Feng was no longer three separate cards but a single, complete black panel 3 times the size of the cards. On the panel, the star maps of Scorpio, Virgo, and Sagittarius were connected, forming a much larger and broader starfield. What shook Lin Feng even more was that in this newly formed starfield map, countless stars and faint nebula trails, never seen before, also appeared. They were like countless secret paths hidden beyond the main road, leading to the unknown depths of space. This is, buy one get two, with a puzzle game sequel? The organizer really knows how to play. This thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, and he reached out to grab the new panel. Just as his fingertip was about to touch the panel, his Scorpio card, used to activate the Advanced Route Planning module, suddenly emitted a scorching heat without warning. Lin Feng froze. He lowered his head and precisely focused on the Scorpio card. In the center of the card, the dark red crystal representing Antares began to pulsate rhythmically, flickering bright and dim, just like a living heart. It was not a random flicker. Instead, it was a regular pulse, as though it were transmitting some kind of message. 1 pulse, 2 pulses, 3 pulses. Lin Feng's eyes followed the pulse's guidance, slowly moving to the newly formed massive star map. His pupils suddenly constricted. He discovered that deep in the unknown starfield formed by 3 constellations, a coordinate point that was originally dull and almost imperceptible was now perfectly synchronized with the pulsation frequency of Heartstar 2, flickering alternately between light and dark. Between the two, there seemed to be an invisible thread, stretching across an unimaginably vast distance, tightly connecting them. It was not a response. It was more like a silent call, spanning light years. Chapter 0121, The Call of the Star Map. Inside the dark golden bridge, the air was filled with a strange sense of burning impatience. The black map board, formed by stitching 3 constellation cards together, quietly floated in mid-air. In the Scorpio region, the dark red crystal representing Heartstar 2 was now like a heart that had been awakened, emitting a scorching heat, flickering rhythmically between light and dark. "Boss, is this thing sending Morse code?" Su Mingyu leaned in, curiosity written all over his face. He even tried to scan the flashing light with his built-in translator function, only to get a string of jumbled characters. All conventional detectors are giving no readings. Chen Mo pushed up his glasses, his eyes filled with flowing data, yet he couldn't analyze this abnormal phenomenon. "This is not any energy or information transmission method we know." Wu Ming also walked over from the corner, and for the first time, a rare enthusiasm flickered in his eyes, the kind that only appeared when a tech geek faced a century-old problem. Lin Feng didn't speak. He could feel that the flashing frequency was not random, but a guidance, a call that crossed distant space and time. He slowly closed his eyes and tried to extend his mental power, like an invisible probe, carefully reaching out, attempting to establish a connection with that pulsation. However, just as his mental power was about to touch the map board, buzz! A vast, starry-like information barrier violently bounced back. Lin Feng let out a muffled groan, feeling a sharp, needle-like pain in his forehead as his consciousness was violently bounced back. "Damn, the firewall is pretty strong, even blocked my mental power connection." He opened his eyes and rubbed his aching temples. At the same time, he keenly noticed that the flashing frequency of the Heartstar 2 crystal was becoming more rapid, and the temperature was rising, as if the internal energy was being rapidly consumed. If he didn't find a way to crack this, the clue would likely be permanently cut off due to battery depletion. Conventional methods had reached their limit. Scanning was ineffective, mental power probing was rejected. "Looks like the door to physics is closed, so I guess I'll have to go through the metaphysical window." Lin Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp. He took a deep breath and gave an order in his mind. "Authority, activate." The next moment, he made a decision that astonished everyone present, including Wu Ming. He was going to forcibly merge 2 completely different concepts. Designated Target 1, My Perception. Designated Target 2, the star map information contained in the 3 cards. Execution, Conceptual Fusion. This was no longer a material-level reorganization. It was forcibly formatting and unifying his personal subjective perception with the objective information represented by the star map, on a rule-based level. Buzz! An invisible fluctuation, undetectable by any instrument, instantly spread from Lin Feng's body. Under the astonished gaze of Su Mingyu and the others, Lin Feng's body stiffened in place, his eyes lost their focus. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's consciousness was as if forcibly pulled out of his body by an invisible hand, and thrown into a torrent of endless starlight. He was no longer looking at the star map. He himself had become a part of the star map. His consciousness instantly crossed distances that could not be measured in light years, sweeping past burning stars, passing through magnificent nebulae. Finally, his sight stopped at a shattered and chaotic cosmic forbidden zone. It was a ring-shaped star region. Countless remnants of huge planets, like toys smashed by giants and myths, formed a death zone stretching across the sky. Space there was torn apart by powerful gravity, forming countless visible time-space turbulences, like scars of the universe. Destruction, chaos, end. All negative energy radiated from that star region. Hoo-ha! Lin Feng's consciousness was suddenly bounced back into his body. He staggered, supporting himself on the console with one hand, breathing heavily, cold sweat covering his forehead. Those few seconds of perception fusion just now consumed his mental core even more than a high-intensity battle. Boss! Are you okay? Su Mingyu quickly stepped forward to support him. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling he was fine. He lifted his head, a trace of shock still in his eyes, but more was excitement. He hurried to the holographic star map, extending a trembling finger, pressing hard on a vast blank area outside regular routes, marked as Unknown Danger Zone. It's here! With his action, a simple model based on the scene he had just seen appeared on the star map. That shattered, graveyard-like ring-shaped star region. I will name it. Lin Feng looked at the death zone, slowly saying, broken star ring. In the team channel, astonishment spread. Oh my god, boss, you actually out-of-body traveled and brought back a map? Su Mingyu's tone was full of disbelief. Chen Mato immediately began mobilizing all computing power to analyze the coordinates and environmental model Lin Feng marked, his expression becoming grave. Just as the team felt thrilled by this new discovery, the always silent Mo Yoli suddenly turned pale. She raised her hand, lightly pressing her temple, her cold voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. My prophecy. She closed her eyes, trying hard to see the chaotic fragments in her mind. It tells me there is the fallen throne. Fallen throne? The word instantly chilled the atmosphere on the bridge. It echoed the end of the throne trial, carrying an ominous, sorrowful air from the past. Before anyone could ponder the meaning, Chen Mao's analysis results came out. He looked up at Lin Feng, his expression unusually serious, reporting word by word. Boss. Based on the environmental data you provided, I simulated the structural strength, shield threshold, and energy output of the deep space. The conclusion is. He took a deep breath, revealing a number that sank everyone's hearts. With our current ship configuration, forcibly crossing the energy storm on the outer rim of Broken Star Ring and safely reaching the internal stable zone, the success rate is less than 10%. The air on the bridge became heavy. On the holographic screen projected by Chen Mao, the glaring success rate number, less than 10%, poured cold water over everyone's enthusiasm. Not even 10%? Su Mingyu plopped onto a nearby equipment box, scratching his head, all excitement gone from his face. What's the difference from rushing in to die? Should we go to the trade market to get a top-level energy shield module? I don't believe spending money can't fix this. This only treats the symptoms, not the root. Chen Mao pushed up his glasses, the streams of data in his eyes flowing calmly. The energy storms at the edge of the Broken Star Ring are not continuous damage, but high-frequency spatial tears. No matter how strong the shield, it cannot withstand cuts at the rule level. Our problem lies in the plane's body. It is not hard enough, and also not slippery enough to survive that environment. For a moment, everyone was silent. It seemed like an unsolvable problem. They had just completed a major upgrade, and it was impossible to make a qualitative leap in such a short time. Yet, amid the dullness, Lin Feng chuckled lightly. He walked slowly to the crafting table and gently placed the blackboard that was pieced together from 3 constellation cards, emitting a faint light, onto the table. He turned back and looked at everyone. Change the parts? No. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone clearly, carrying a confidence that shook the soul. My idea is, we change the skeleton. Change the skeleton? Everyone froze. Su Mingyu jumped up directly. Boss, you're not joking, right? Change the skeleton? That is the same as tearing the plane apart and building a new one from scratch. The risk is too high. If we fail, we won't even have a metal shell to go home in. Risk? Friend, we started with a broken plane, all equipment scavenged, and survived till today because of risky investments. Lin Feng's mind flashed a hint of complaint, but his face remained calm. He did not explain too much, knowing that no words could shock as much as seeing it with their own eyes. He took from the storage space a fist-sized high-strength alloy and a standard energy crystal. He placed the 2 items side by side on the crafting table. As everyone, including Wu Ming's eternally sleepy eyes, focused on them, Lin Feng slowly raised his right hand. In his mind, he gave a command. Authority, activate. Target 1, high-strength alloy plate. Target 2, standard energy crystal. Execute, conceptual fusion. Buzz. An invisible wave, beyond everyone's comprehension, swept over the 2 items from Lin Feng's palm. No blinding light, no violent explosion. A strange scene occurred. The silver high-strength alloy plate, its metal surface, as if alive, began to show countless faint blue lines like biological meridians. The energy crystals silently transformed into the purest energy light, greedily absorbed and devoured by the blue lines. The whole process was terrifyingly quiet. A few seconds later, the energy light completely disappeared. On the crafting table, only a new piece of metal remained, dark blue all over, with mysterious energy circuits on the surface. It lay there quietly, yet seemed to breathe, each breath making the surface energy circuits flicker. This. Su Mingyu's eyes almost popped out, stammering as he pointed at the metal. It seems alive? Not just alive. Chen Madao's voice was full of unbelievable shock, the data stream in his eyes now a raging waterfall. Warning. Unknown material structure detected. Warning. Material has dual concepts of solid metal and high-energy conductor. Analysis failed. Logical conflict. Wu Ming appeared at the crafting table as if teleporting. He reached out, touching the new metal carefully like a pilgrim, feeling an unusual warmth and power in his fingertips. On his eternally expressionless face appeared, for the first time, a crazy fascination like a tech nerd facing the ultimate problem. Not scientific, this is completely not scientific. He muttered, his gaze obsessed. It does not follow the law of energy conversion. This is not just physical restructuring. This is rewriting the definition. It directly grants the metal the core concept of conducting energy on the rule level. Wu Ming suddenly raised his head, staring at Lin Feng fiercely. His eyes seemed like they were trying to see through him completely. What did you actually gain in the throne trial? Lin Feng didn't answer his question, he simply picked up the new living metal and weighed it in his hand. Now, do you still think that reconstructing the plane is a crazy idea? Inside the bridge, there was a deathly silence. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with the kind of gaze one would reserve for a god. If the previous ability of fusion was the skill of top-tier engineers, then what Lin Feng showed now, authority, was the power of a creator. It was a miracle. My god. Su Mingyu murmured, Boss, I take back what I said earlier. Forget changing the framework. If you said now you want to turn this plane into a hen that lays eggs, I'd believe it. The team's morale was completely ignited in that instant. All doubts and worries vanished in front of this unreasonable living metal. Lin Feng looked at the fiery eyes of the team, nodding in satisfaction. He placed the stitched star map back in the center of the manufacturing platform, his voice firm and powerful. I announce that the Starship Reconstruction Plan is officially launched. Our goal is not to make temporary repairs, but to create a brand new, unique exploration vessel. It will use these 3 star maps, stitched from constellation cards, as its keel and navigation core. It will use this entirely new living metal as its flesh and bone frame. It will become the ultimate vehicle for us to conquer the broken star ring, and even explore all the unknown corners of this world. From today, it will have a brand new name. Lin Feng scanned the crowd and said each word slowly. Deep space. Deep space. Su Mingyu was the first to raise his arm and shout, his eyes filled with fiery excitement. The others were also burning with passion. This was a crazy plan, but also a great one, a magnificent blueprint worthy of being recorded in the history of the entire server. And they would be the co-creators of this miracle. Alright, the mobilization meeting is over, next up is task allocation, let's start the intense infrastructure work. Lin Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and immediately began the division of labor. Chen Madao, Wu Ming, the 2 of you come with me, and we'll quickly draw the complete design blueprint for the deep space, and calculate all the required material lists. Yes, boss. Understood. The 2 technical cores immediately took their orders. Su Mingyu, Moyoli, Zhou Kai, your task is to acquire all the materials based on the list, no matter the cost. Whether it's raiding the trading market or scavenging from short-term landing points, I just want results. Mission accepted. Su Mingyu slapped his chest, already itching to get started. Moyoli nodded slightly, her eyes sharp. Yu Shuling, Lin Wei, you 2 are responsible for logistics support and dismantling, maintaining existing modules, ensuring all usable old parts are in optimal condition. The 2 girls also nodded firmly, their faces filled with seriousness. The team, like a finely tuned war machine, began to operate efficiently under Lin Feng's command. Soon, the initial materials list, created by the 3 technical experts, appeared on the light screen. The dense list of items, almost all marked as extremely rare, made Su Mingyu's scalp tingle. However, everyone's gaze focused on the very first item at the top of the list, highlighted in red. Core requirement, Ultra-High Compatibility Authority Amplification Core X1. Description, a special energy core capable of carrying and amplifying the power of authority, providing a continuous rule-stabilizing field for the living metal frame. Upon seeing this, Su Mingyu furrowed his brows tightly. Authority Amplification Core? What is this thing? Never heard of it, can it be bought in the trading market? Chen Mo Tao shook his head, his face serious as he added a note behind it. Known source, God Lord Flagship Wreckage. Chapter 0123, The Whisper of Gods Remains. Inside the massive repair hangar, the air seemed to be sucked dry, leaving only an invisible oppressive force from a higher being, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. In the center of the manufacturing table, a huge, irregular metal wreckage lay silently. It was the core part of the God Lord flagship. Even though it had long lost its former glory and turned into cosmic debris, there were still faint energy streams slowly moving across its silver-white hull, like the dying breath of a giant beast, emitting a heart-stopping aura. This is the new heart material they had prepared for the deep spaceship. Energy circuit structure, non-standard matrix arrangement, using at least 3 types of spatial folding technologies we haven't mastered yet. Wu Ming's eyes, which always seemed like they could never wake up, were now filled with a waterfall of data streams, looking like an octopus that discovered a new land, with dozens of thin data lines extending from his control panel, connecting to various ports of the wreckage. The logical firewall has 17 layers, each with its encryption algorithm self-iterating. It's practically a living maze. He kept spitting out terms that Su Mingyu and the others couldn't understand, his expression a bizarre mix of extreme confusion and pathological obsession. Lin Feng didn't disturb this tech geek who had already entered a divine state. He simply stood with his hands behind his back in front of the wreckage, closed his eyes, and without any instrument, used only his spiritual power, like the most precise radar, scanning inch by inch the remains of the once strongest enemy. He could see that beneath the layers of complex structures, a core emitting silver light, shining like stars, was irregularly pulsating. It was tightly bound by countless energy force fields, exuding an aura of unwillingness and violence. Taking the enemy's ashes as fertilizer, now we're going to take the enemy's heart out for a transplant. Am I being too environmentally friendly as the protagonist? A trace of self-mockery flashed through Lin Feng's mind. A few minutes later, Wu Ming removed the connector from his head, and for the rarest time, a hint of frustration appeared on his eternal poker face. He shook his head. No. The physical level can't be cracked. Wu Ming pointed at the complex structure diagram simulated on the light screen and explained, this core is protected by a concept lock at the rule level. Any attempt to forcibly crack it from the outside will trigger its self-destruction protocol. Unless, we can get its key. Su Mingyu leaned over and scratched his head. Key? Didn't that thing turn to cosmic dust along with the God Lord? So, the conventional methods won't work. Wu Ming looked at Lin Feng, his eyes questioning. The only way is to unreasonably bypass this lock directly from the rule level. Everyone's eyes focused on Lin Feng. Among the people present, the only one who could unreasonably do this was him. Leave it to me. Lin Feng's answer was clear and concise. He stepped forward slowly, under the nervous gazes of everyone, placing his right hand gently on the cold, battle-scarred wreckage. He took a deep breath and activated the newly understood ability. Authority, activate. Humming. A wave of invisible energy spread instantly from the center of his palm. This time, he didn't integrate any material. His spiritual power, under his will, split into countless invisible tendrils, thinner than spider silk, spreading outward. They didn't touch the sturdy alloy shell, but like mercury spilling, they carefully seeped into the gaps of the energy circuit, cautiously penetrating into the wreckage's interior. This was no longer the disassembly of an engineer, it resembled a delicate, exquisite microscopic surgery happening at the atomic level. Lin Feng's forehead soon began to sweat in tiny droplets. His complexion also turned pale at a visible speed. The mental energy consumption of this operation was far more terrifying than fusing substances. His mental tendrils, with every advancement, had to avoid countless energy nodes that were like traps, cracking layer upon layer of constantly changing logical algorithms. The 17 layers of firewalls were like 17 constantly shifting mazes of data blades. A slight mistake, and his mental energy would be instantly shredded, potentially triggering an energy meltdown within the entire wreckage. Time passed, minute by minute. The atmosphere in the hangar was stifling to the extreme, and Su Mingyu and the others even lowered their breathing, fearing they might disturb Lin Feng, who was performing this divine operation. In Wu Ming's eyes, the data stream was no longer surging but was completely boiling. He was synchronizing, recording, and analyzing the path of Lin Feng's mental energy infiltration at his fastest speed. For him, this was an unprecedented feast of technical knowledge at the level of rules. Almost there, so close. Lin Feng felt his brain turning into a lump of mush, and the objects before his eyes started to double. Just as his mental energy was about to be completely exhausted and his consciousness blurred. The ends of his billions of mental tendrils finally broke through the last barrier, lightly touching the core that was emitting silver light and imprisoned within. Found it! He felt a surge of joy in his heart and, without hesitation, wrapped his mental energy around the core, preparing to forcibly pull it out of the energy shackles. But at the very instant his mental energy fully made contact with the core. A cold, weak, yet incredibly authoritative foreign voice suddenly and unexpectedly erupted deep within his soul. The one who holds authority. The voice seemed to come from ancient times, with a metallic, grinding quality, filled with exhaustion and resentment. You cannot escape. You will become the target of all hunters. We will eventually merge. This sudden mental shock made Lin Feng grunt, his body swaying violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. Good heavens! Even dead, you left me a voicemail? A cursed email, too. Lin Feng's heart tightened, and he instantly understood what had happened. This was the lingering spiritual mark of the God Lord, left in the core. He didn't have time to think about the meaning of that message and immediately activated the last remnants of his mental energy, like the sharpest scalpel, to cut off the connection with the spiritual mark, then abruptly pulled outwards. Crash! Accompanied by the crisp sound of something like glass breaking, the long-imprisoned silver core was finally peeled from the layers of shackles by Lin Feng. It turned into a streak of light, flying out of the wreckage and quietly floating before Lin Feng, pulsing restlessly, emitting an energy fluctuation far purer and stronger than before. Lin Feng staggered back 2 steps, bracing himself on the manufacturing table, gasping heavily, his face as pale as paper. Boss! Su Mingyu and Chen Moda rushed forward to support him. I'm fine. Lin Feng waved his hand, raising his head, his eyes still showing a trace of lingering fear, but more than that, there was excitement. He looked at the hard-earned, authority amplification core before him, and his heart suddenly cleared. Between authorities, there is mutual attraction, mutual devouring. This not only explained why the God Lord had so much hostility toward him in the past. The story revealed an even harsher truth about this world. So this isn't some heroic, youthful adventure, but rather a dark game where you raise poisonous creatures. The last one standing is the Poison King? Interesting. He suppressed the waves in his heart, temporarily burying this shocking information deep inside. Now, it wasn't the time to think about these things. The most crucial core component was already in hand, everything was ready. He stood upright, scanning around at the team members whose faces were filled with concern, taking a deep breath, and declared in a voice that left no room for doubt. The Starship Transformation Project, Phase 2. The harmonization ceremony begins now. Inside the maintenance hangar, hundreds of rare materials emitting various colored lights surrounded the dark golden old plane in the center. They piled up like mountains, forming a spectacular, almost ritualistic circular array. The air was thick with a mixed atmosphere of anticipation, tension, and fervor. Every member of the team held their breath, their eyes fixed on the man at the center of the arena, the one about to direct this miracle. Lin Feng stood there, calmly scanning the surroundings. On his left was a black panel made of 3 constellation cards pieced together, shining with starlight. On his right, the silver, authority amplification core, freshly detached, was pulsating with restless energy. And in front of him was his companion throughout the journey, the dark golden plane that had witnessed all his growth. Everything is ready, just need the ignition. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll see with this one. If it blows up, we're all cosplaying space junk. A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, but his gaze quickly became intensely focused. He took a deep breath, his voice soft but clear enough for everyone to hear. The ceremony, begin. As his words fell, he stretched out both hands, pressing gently toward the dark golden old plane. Step 1, strip. V-room. The old plane trembled, its surface covered in dragon-scale composite armor, as though an invisible hand was gently peeling it away, piece by piece, and floating in midair. Next, the 0-point superconducting reactor, the phantom energy vector engine, the composite locking system. Every module, big or small, was precisely dismantled and separated under Lin Feng's will, like the most meticulous surgery, and arranged neatly on the hangar floor. Finally, only the most primitive metal frame, made of memory dragon bone alloy, remained, quietly floating there. This was the beginning of the plane, the carrier of all its stories. Step 2, forge the bones. Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the stitched-together star map. He extended his hand, drawing the black panel that carried the secrets of 3 constellations, and it turned into a streak of light, actively merging into the spine of the metal frame. ZZZT. At the moment of contact, dazzling starlight erupted from every crack in the dragon bone frame. The entire frame seemed to have gained a soul, emitting a vast and ancient aura. Countless silver star patterns spread and grew on the metal surface like living creatures. But this new birth also brought intense conflict. 2 completely different energy systems clashed like water meeting fire, causing violent rejection reactions inside the dragon bone. Beep. 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 The hangar's alarm system was instantly triggered, the ear-piercing buzzing filling the air. The dragon bone frame began to tremble violently, as if it would collapse at any moment due to the pressure. Energy structure conflict. Boss, the dragon bone can't hold on much longer. Chen Motao's eyes flashed with a flurry of data streams, his tone carrying a rare hint of urgency. Wu Ming, data. But Lin Feng remained unusually calm, not even turning around, he shouted loudly. Coordinate axis 77.4, energy threshold correction to 17.3. Hurry. Its structure is self-iterating. Only a 0.3 second window. Wu Ming's eternally unchanging poker face was now covered in sweat, and the data streams flowing through his eyes seemed on the verge of becoming tangible. He spoke at a speed beyond human limits, rapidly listing a series of complex parameters. Received. Lin Feng's eyes locked onto the coordinate point in space that Wu Ming had called out, and with a sharp wave of his right hand, the silver authority amplification cord shot through the air like a returning swallow on command, transforming into a silver lightning bolt and precisely embedding itself in the designated spot on the dragon bone framework. Buzz. A deep, low hum seemed to emanate from the very beginning of the universe. Centered on the core, a gentle yet domineering silver force field spread instantly, like the soft touch of a deity, calming all the violent energy clashes inside the dragon bone. The alarm stopped abruptly. The violent vibrations also ceased. The dragon bone frame, radiating with dazzling starlight, finally stabilized completely, quietly floating in the air, exuding an aura that was both divine and powerful. Su Mingyu let out a sigh, only to realize that his back was already soaked in cold sweat. My goodness, that moment, I felt like my heart skipped a beat. This isn't just building a plane, this is like disarming a nuclear bomb. Lin Feng ignored his complaints. After stabilizing the dragon bone, he entered the most critical phase. Step 3, shaping. He spread his 5 fingers, pointing to the piles of living metal on the ground that he had processed in advance with authority. Under his will, the dark blue new metal, like a living liquid metal torrent, rose from the ground, automatically adhering to the sparkling dragon bone. The next scene shocked everyone present, challenging their perception. This was no longer cold industrial assembly. This was the evolution of life. The metal torrent wrapped and intertwined like muscle fibers, building a new ship body filled with streamlined beauty and strength. The shape of the ship was no longer that of a traditional airplane, but instead more elongated and elegant, with a sharp prow like a blade. The wings on both sides of the ship's body resembled the wings of a mythical dragon, full of visual impact. Su Mingyu. Energy conduction pipeline number 3, connected to the main engine interface. Lin Wei. T7 type sensor array, calibrate and install it below the ship's bow. Yu Shuling. The interface for the logistics module has been reserved, hurry up. Lin Feng calmly gave instructions while controlling the fusion of the main structure. The team members immediately sprang into action. They controlled robotic arms to transport disassembled, well-maintained old modules and newly purchased parts to the designated positions. Everyone was involved in this great creation. Each person had an expression on their face that mixed excitement and pride like never before. They were forging their own miracle by hand. Time flew by in the tense and orderly busyness. A few hours later, when the last piece of outer armor was seamlessly connected, dazzling light exploded from the new ship's body, causing everyone to instinctively close their eyes. When the light faded, a brand new creation, one that would drive any pilot mad with excitement, quietly floated before them. It was almost twice the size of the original plane, its entire body exuding a deep dark gold color, as if the color of the starry night had been fused into the metal. The ship's surface no longer had cold paint but was covered in countless naturally formed silver lines, like the traces of stars in their orbits. These lines slowly flowed, as if the whole ship was breathing. Its shape combined the cold precision of technology with the elegant beauty of art, every line exuding a sense of speed and power. It was no longer a survival plane. It was a real starship in every sense. It is complete. Su Mingyu murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting the outline of the new ship, filled with wild fervor. From today on, it will have a brand new name. Lin Feng looked at his masterpiece and spoke slowly. Deep space. Deep space. Su Mingyu was the first to raise his fist and shout, and the others were equally fired up. Lin Feng raised his hand, opened the portable control, and brought up the brand new attribute panel for Deep Space. Name, Deep Space. Type, Exploration Starship. Hull level, LV.8, Growth type. Hull integrity, 100%. Core keel, triple constellation star map, navigation accuracy max, space resistance plus 200%, special sensitivity to unknown routes. Outer armor, living concept alloy, high-strength self-repairability, can absorb and convert some energy attacks. Energy core, authority amplification reactor, energy output efficiency plus 300%, energy limit plus 5000, slight amplification of authority type abilities. Propulsion system, curvature warp engine, normal cruise speed, Mach 9, can perform short-distance space warp. Fire control system, causality lock system, after locking, attacks are certain hit, can be interfered with by same or higher level rule-based abilities. Special Module 1, Gravitational Singularity Anchor, creates a miniature singularity to forcibly bind all targets in a specified area. Special Module 2, Concept Fusion Furnace, can put different substances into the furnace for concept-level fusion and recombination, creating new matter, success rate linked to Captain's ability. Captain, Lin Feng. Looking at this series of luxurious and even extreme attributes, even Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This was no longer just upgrading weapons. This was jumping straight from the era of cold weapons into the age of myth. If you show this panel to anyone, they'd believe it's the ride of a god. Who would dare mess with me after this? I can just concept fuse their plane and toilet. While the whole team was immersed in immense joy and shock. Beep beep beep. In the bridge, the newly completed ship radar suddenly blared an urgent alarm. Chen Maodao's face changed, and he rushed to the console. Boss. He pointed at a rapidly enlarging red dot on the radar screen, reporting gravely. There is an unidentified high-speed signal source, coming straight from the direction of Shattered Star Ring, toward us. Chapter 0125, Uninvited Guest. Inside the bridge of deep space, the brand new air circulation system emitted a barely audible low hum. All modules were in perfect standby, soft indicator lights flowing across the consoles, everything full of the order and beauty of future technology. Amid this calm, a sharp alarm suddenly cut through the air. Beep beep beep. The piercing buzz instantly tightened everyone's nerves. Boss. Chen Maodao's voice rang first, his eyes streaming a waterfall of data at unprecedented speed. The ship radar has detected an abnormal signal. Position, outside the Shattered Star Ring, about 700 cosmic units from us. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge holographic tactical star map unfolded in the center of the bridge. On the star map, a green light point representing an unknown identity was frantically fleeing in a messy, irregular trajectory. Behind it, 7 or 8 red light points flashing danger, like bone-eating worms, were relentlessly chasing, constantly firing dense networks of fire, making that space alternately bright and dark. The signal strength of the green point was visibly weakening. Zoom in on the images of those red points. Lin Feng sat in the brand new captain's chair, his expression completely calm, and issued the command. In the next second, the red points' images were magnified to the extreme. It was a strange creature, a form that lay between an insect and a jellyfish. Its entire body was made of unstable energy, semi-transparent. With every flicker, it would disappear from its original spot and instantly reappear at another location, performing short-distance space jumps. Database match complete. Chen Maodao pushed up his glasses, his tone serious. The target is Void Fly, a cluster species that feeds on spatial energy. Their jumps are completely random, making it impossible to predict their trajectory, a nightmare-level opponent that conventional fire control systems can't handle. Su Mingyu leaned closer to the screen, whistling. Hey, isn't this the legendary ghostly one? If it latches on, I fear the shield energy will be drained dry. Just then, the public distress channel crackled with a loud shriek mixed with intense electrical noise. This is Captain 0628 of the Pancher. We have encountered a swarm of void flies, requesting any friendly units for support. Repeat. Requesting support. My shield is about to give out. The voice was filled with urgency and a faint trace of barely noticeable despair. Su Mingyu's eyes instantly lit up, rubbing his hands together, an excited look on his face as he turned to Lin Feng. Boss. Someone just delivered a target right to our doorstep. A freshly minted ship, it's about time it sees some action, right? We've got to help. The new car just rolled out of the 4S shop, got a test at 0 to 100 acceleration and emergency braking performance. A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, but his face remained expressionless. He stared at the one-sided chase on the tactical star chart, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest, as if weighing the pros and cons. A few seconds later, he raised his eyes. Chen Maodao, lock in the geometric center coordinates of the enemy swarm. Coordinates locked. Wu Ming, prepare the main cannon's energy supply. Wu Ming, who had been silent all along, silently nodded. A glint of excitement flashed in his ever-drowsy eyes, like a tech enthusiast encountering a new toy. Lin Feng's lips finally curled into a mischievous arc. Then, let's see how powerful our new toy really is. He paused for a moment before giving an unfamiliar command that startled most people present. Activate Gravitational Singularity Anchor. V-Room. A module, normally perfectly integrated with the ship's hull, quietly unfolded beneath the belly of the deep spaceship. No earth-shattering light, no world-destroying energy cannon. An invisible wave, undetectable by the naked eye, expanded instantly at superluminal speeds, covering the distant battlefield with perfect precision. The next moment, something unbelievable happened. In the distant battlefield, those few void flies, who had been joyfully jumping through space and toying with the Pancher, seemed to have collectively slammed into an invisible wall. Their flickering figures were forcibly yanked from subspace midway through their jumps, their bodies frozen in midair. Their semi-transparent energy bodies were twisted by an invisible gravitational force, as though they were low-quality images with poor signal. You want to play Blink, huh? Let me show you the taste of silence and confinement. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. On the bridge, Su Mingyu's eyes nearly popped out. He stammered, pointing at the screen. What is this divine operation? The legendary immobilization technique? Words commanding the laws? Even Moyoli, who had been silent until now, showed a trace of shock in her icy gaze. This was a forced intervention at the level of rules. Lin Feng ignored the awe of those around him, his command brief and efficient. Zhou Kai, lift the communication interference in the target area. Main cannon system, energy fully charged. Wu Ming's voice came through at the perfect moment. Good. Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the immobile living targets on the screen, his tone as calm as if commanding a cleanup. Main cannon, full salvo. Clear them out. Boom. 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 The three-barreled main cannons on both sides and the top of the deep spaceship. 3 beams of energy, brighter than the sun, cut through the dark universe, striking with unmatched precision those void moths trapped by gravity. No explosion, no sound. The energy bodies of the void moths, at the instant they touched the beams, were like ice and snow under the blazing sun, instantly vaporized and evaporated, leaving not even a trace of energy. From activating the gravity singularity anchor to the last void moth disappearing. The whole process took no more than 15 seconds. The battle was over. Inside the cockpit of the rockship, it was a mess. The captain, Su Tao, strong as a bear, now slumped in the captain's seat, breathing heavily, gasping. His ship's energy shields were below 3%, alarms blaring, several consoles smoking. Just seconds ago, he thought he was dead for sure. But now. He stared at his ship's tactical screen in shock. On the screen, those void moths that chased him with no escape had vanished without a trace. As if they had never appeared. He didn't even see how they attacked, yet the battle ended in a way he could not understand. Was this an illusion? While he was frozen, a soft but irresistible blue beam enveloped his ship. It was a tractor beam. His damaged heavy ship was pulled steadily and slowly toward the mysterious dark gold starship. Su Tao's heart leapt into his throat. Luck? Or disaster? Was this a rescue, or had he just escaped wolves only to fall into a tiger's mouth of another danger? A communication request popped up at the right moment. Su Tao's Adam's apple moved, and after fierce inner struggle, he chose to answer. A young and calm face appeared on the screen. The face stared at him, eyes as deep as the universe itself. Su Tao's gaze instinctively flicked to the captain number displayed on the communication interface. 4198. A number he had never heard of, unknown on any leaderboard. But the power this ship displayed, overwhelming and almost miraculous. A storm of emotion surged in Su Tao's heart, looking at Lin Feng, then at the unfamiliar number on his radar, his face full of caution, confusion, and a touch of awe, his voice hoarse. Who are you? This space sector should not have a ship of your level. Chapter 0126, Intelligence of the Rock. On the bridge's holographic communication screen, Su Tao's strong face was extremely complex. Caution, confusion, shock, all mixed into a trace of unavoidable awe. His voice hoarse, each word squeezed from his throat. Who are you? This space sector should not have a ship of your level. Facing the question, Lin Feng calmly leaned on the new captain's seat, hands crossed, tone plain as if stating the weather. Deep Spaceship Captain, Lin Feng. The name fell like a deep bomb in a calm lake. Su Tao's bronze bell eyes widened, pupils contracting violently. Lin Feng. Captain 4198. The man who single-handedly crushed the combined fleet led by the Godmaster in the meteorite mining zone, ending the undefeated myth of the temporary strategic alliance. The legendary number 1 on the server. He was here? And piloting a brand new starship, completely different from intelligence reports. Su Tao's pride was utterly crushed in that moment. He had thought that by reaching LV.7 and joining the powerful temporary strategic alliance, he was already someone with a significant presence in the server, yet he never expected that after barely escaping from the broken star ring, he would bump into the most untouchable figure in the server. Looks like my reputation is already enough to make an impression. Nice, save me a lot of self-introductions. A hint of sarcasm flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He looked at the other person's ship, still emitting black smoke, and extended an invitation. Your ship has taken quite a hit. If you don't mind, we can temporarily dock with my ship. My team has professionals who can provide emergency repairs. These words made Su Tao freeze again. He couldn't understand Lin Feng's intentions at all. A friendly gesture? An attempt to win him over? Or some sort of cat-and-mouse game? Boss, why are we letting this guy on board? He's from the Temporary Strategic Alliance. Su Mingyu's voice came through the team channel, filled with caution. Don't worry, Lin Feng's voice was calm, a nearly falling apart alliance member can't stir up much trouble. Also, I'm very interested in what he brought out from the broken star ring. Su Tao's mind was in turmoil. His rationality told him to refuse immediately and get as far away from this disaster as possible. But looking at the series of red alerts on his ship's status panel, he knew that in the current state of the Rock of Ages, not only would they be unable to return to the safe zone, they might not even survive the next jump. A few seconds later, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Alright, I accept your help. When the airlock door of the docking passage made a soft hiss and slowly opened, Su Tao's palm was already sweaty, gripping his weapon tightly. He was ready for any ambush. However, the moment he stepped inside the deep spaceship, he froze in place. There was no narrow corridor, no tangled wires, and no overwhelming stench of engine oil and sweat. What greeted his eyes was a spacious, surprisingly bright corridor. The floor was made of some unknown self-illuminating material, and the walls were a seamless, dark golden metal, cold and smooth to the touch, with not even a single visible seam. The air was filled with a refreshing scent, processed by a high-level filtration system. Is this really a private ship? The interior layout and technology level were more impressive than any military-grade warship he had ever seen. Yu Shuling, controlling several small maintenance robots, passed by him, giving a polite nod before heading straight through the docking passage to begin scanning and repairing the Rock of Ages. Su Tao mechanically followed behind Lin Feng, like a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time, his eyes completely overwhelmed. He saw a gigantic and intricate manufacturing station, still glowing with the energy residuals left from fusing living metal. He saw the ship's on-board restaurant, the clean and tidy tables and chairs, and even a small fully automated bar. He even looked through a porthole and saw an independent medical bay, comparable to a small hospital. With every new sight, his shock deepened, and the pride of a high-ranking captain was ruthlessly stripped away, leaving only a strong sense of defeat and disbelief. Was he really playing the same survival game as Lin Feng? This was the difference between a luxury cruise ship and a canoe. Sit. Lin Feng sat down at a table in the restaurant, motioning for Su Tao to do the same. Su Tao snapped out of it, pulled out a chair across from Lin Feng, and sat down, his movements stiff. Lin Feng didn't beat around the bush, he got straight to the point. You came out of the Broken Star Ring. Tell me what happened inside. Su Tao fell silent. He stared into Lin Feng's calm eyes, feeling as though all his thoughts were completely visible to the other man. After a long pause, he took a deep breath, as if making the final decision. In a deep voice, he spoke. Before saying this, let me first clarify my identity. I am the newest member recruited by the Temporary Strategic Alliance after the defeat of the Lord of Gods, codename Pancher. As soon as this identity was revealed, the atmosphere in the restaurant became subtly tense. Not far away, Su Mingyu and Zhou Kai's eyes sharpened. But Su Tao seemed unaware, raising his head and staring directly at Lin Feng, speaking each word clearly and slowly. But you saved my life just now. Although I, Su Tao, am not a good person, I do understand the principle of repaying kindness. So, I will repay this favor with everything I know. Listen closely, the Broken Star Ring is not only filled with creatures like the Void Flea. Su Tao began to explain in detail. His voice was deep, and a chaotic and dangerous star domain unfolded slowly before Lin Feng's team. Inside the Broken Star Ring, there are three main forces. The first force is the Scavenger Alliance. They are the largest and most chaotic group, like a pack of space hyenas, surviving by scavenging the remains of ancient warships. They are not very dangerous, but they are quite troublesome. The second force is the Skull Crusher Pirates. A group of true madmen who burn, kill, and rob without mercy. Their leader is called One Eye, a ruthless character. It is said that his flagship was an upgraded warship salvaged from a relic site with powerful firepower. I was ambushed by them, which led to the pursuit by the Void Flea. The third force. Su Tao's face revealed a rare, solemn expression. Is the Guardians. No one knows who they are or where they come from. Their ships look ancient, but their technology is terrifyingly advanced. They never initiate attacks, but anyone who tries to approach the core area of the Star Ring will face their devastating strikes. They are like loyal tomb guardians. Everyone in Lin Feng's team listened very carefully to these words. This first-hand information is invaluable and will help them avoid countless deadly dangers. Besides these three forces, there are also many natural death traps inside the Star Ring. Su Tao brought up his personal control panel and sent a simple star map marked with various dangerous areas to Lin Feng. For example, the Ghost Route, which is filled with high-speed moving invisible meteors. Then there's the Magnetic Storm Nebula, where all electronic devices malfunction. I was caught by the pirates because I accidentally entered the Magnetic Storm Nebula. Lin Feng looked at the information, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. This Su Tao is indeed a man of honor. The last question, Lin Feng raised his head, his gaze burning with intensity. How much do you know about the Fallen Throne? Upon hearing this term, Su Tao's body stiffened noticeably. He gave a bitter smile. That is the root of all the chaos. It is said that the Broken Star Ring is the relic of an ancient god battle, where a supreme existence who wielded authority fell there. And his throne was left in the deepest part of the Star Ring. The three forces are actually competing for the key to the throne. It is said that whoever sits on that throne will inherit the power of the fallen existence and directly gain authority. Authority. This word made Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. He finally understood what Mo Yoli's prophecy and the star map's guidance were pointing to. At this moment, Yu Shuling walked over and reported softly, "Boss, the core engine of the Pancher has been repaired, and the external armor is 70% restored. It's enough for him to return safely." With the exchange of information complete, and the repairs finished, Su Tao stood up and gave Lin Feng a solemn fist salute. "I've repaid the favor." He turned and walked briskly toward the docking passage, without any hesitation. Just as he was about to step out of the door, he stopped, did not turn around, but left behind a cold sentence. "Lin Feng. Next time we meet, we will be enemies. Godmaster may have lost, but he has already reported all your information, including the secret of your authority, to the highest levels of the Alliance. Now, the Alliance has issued the highest level kill order against you. Take care of yourself." Chapter 0127, Set Sail, Broken Star Ring. Su Tao's heavy spaceship, named Rock, finally became a tiny point of light in the distant Starsea, then completely disappeared into the deep darkness. Inside the bridge of the deep space, the atmosphere did not relax at all because the enemy left. Instead, a special aura mixed with heaviness and excitement spread, like the last calm before a great battle. Everyone's eyes, without speaking, gathered on the young figure at the captain's seat. They were waiting for an order. Lin Feng did not speak immediately. His fingertips lightly tapped on the new console armrest, making a rhythmic soft sound. On the light screen, the simple star map transmitted by Su Tao was being rapidly compared with Mo Yoli's prophetic information and 3 constellation cards, forming a mysterious map. Good, the enemy NPC has delivered a beginner's gift pack, with a detailed map and monster distribution. This service attitude is far better than some game companies. A hint of teasing flashed in Lin Feng's mind, but his expression became even more focused. After a moment, he raised his head, his gaze sweeping over every team member. "The meeting begins," he announced briefly and clearly. Everyone basically knows the situation. Broken Star Ring is our next target. There is the Fallen Throne, and possibly the answers we have been looking for. But, he shifted, his tone sharp, it is also a dragon's den and tiger's lair. He reached out and drew several areas on the star map highlighted in red. Scavenger Alliance, a group of fence-sitters, not to be feared. Skullbreaker Star Pirates, a pack of mad dogs, avoid if possible. And that mysterious guardian, enemy and ally unknown, is the biggest variable. Not to mention, Temporary Strategic Alliance has issued the highest level kill order against us. Their people are very likely already inside waiting for us. Su Mingyu rubbed his hands, his tiger teeth shining with excitement. "Boss, stop analyzing, just listening makes the blood boil. We've upgraded from bows to star destroyers. Forget the Alliance or star pirates, we just crush everything directly, right? Rash man." Wu Ming's forever sleepy eyes glanced at him, squeezing out 2 words from his throat. "You don't understand, this is called strength over skill." Su Mingyu objected stubbornly. "Quiet." Lin Feng interrupted their usual bickering. His fingers slowly moved on the star map, finally pointing to the mysterious area marked as the Guardian Territory. "Our goal is not to go there to fight a server domination match. Head-on confrontation is the dumbest choice." His voice was calm and clear. According to Su Tao's information and Mo Yoli's prophecy, the clues to the throne are most likely in this area. So, our plan is. Lin Feng's eyes became deep. Infiltrate. Avoid all main fleets, like a surgical knife, precisely cut into the core, take what we want, and leave silently. This plan made everyone feel the danger and excitement. Chen Mada pushed his glasses, streams of data were rapidly flowing in his eyes, drawing complex formulas and navigation plans beside the main star map. "Boss, the plan is feasible. Based on existing information, I have planned the theoretically most hidden route." He pointed to a winding green dashed line on the star map, passing through several dangerous areas. "But this route requires us to first cross an area marked by Su Tao as extremely dangerous, the Ghost Passage." Chen Madao's expression became serious. That area is full of high-speed invisible meteors, and the detection range of regular radar is compressed to the extreme. Every maneuver allows less than half a second to react. This is a hell-level test for the ship's mobility and the captain's piloting skill. Hell level? Su Mingyu whistled, his face not showing fear, but even more excitement. Just hearing it is thrilling. "Boss, isn't this the 3rd exam course prepared for our deep space? We must score full marks." "I am confident." Lin Feng looked at the deadly route, his eyes calm and self-assured. He stood up, looked around at everyone, and gave the final pre-launch orders. "All crew, enter launch status. Chen Madao, handle navigation and real-time route calibration. Wu Ming, handle weapon systems and energy allocation. Su Mingyu, Mo Yoli, Zhou Kai, handle left and right fire readiness and target search. Yu Shuling, Lin Wei, handle logistics module and damage monitoring." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison, taking their positions, and the bridge instantly became a high-speed, precise war machine. Lin Feng took a deep breath, hands firmly gripping the control stick before him. A strange, indescribable feeling, a union between man and ship, spread through his entire body from his palms. He could feel every breath of the deep space, hear the steady and powerful heartbeat of the energy core. This was no longer a cold machine. It was an extension of his body. Deep space. His voice echoed in the bridge, carrying undeniable authority and unwavering determination. Launch! Hum! A deep and mighty roar came from the depths of the ship. The brand new curvature warp engine activated, the wing-like structures on both sides of the hull slowly unfolded like dragon wings, countless silver star patterns on the dark golden hull lit up one by one. The next moment, this brand new starship carrying everyone's hopes shot blue flames from its rear, turning into a streak of light tearing through the darkness, rushing fearlessly toward the magnificent yet deadly cosmic wonder ahead. The Broken Star Ring. ****. The starship's speed was pushed to the extreme. In just over 10 minutes, in front of deep space appeared a huge storm belt made of violent energy, like a heavenly curtain. Colorful energy turbulence twisted and collided like raging serpents, each impact causing small space tears, forming fleeting black cracks. This was the outer edge of the Broken Star Ring, a deadly barrier enough to make any conventional ship hesitate. Energy shields activated. Crossing the energy storm belt. Chen Mao's calm voice sounded. The ship began to shake violently, and outside the viewport was an apocalyptic scene. However, the expected shield alarm did not sound. The dark golden living concept alloy hull of deep space, upon touching the energy turbulence, had its star patterns suddenly light up. A large part of the violent energy was guided and absorbed by these patterns, flowing through the hull and finally into the energy core, converting into its own energy reserve. Warning! Hull integrity decreased by 0.3%. Tip. Energy core charging efficiency increased by 15%. Looking at the data on the console, Su Mingyu's mouth formed an O. My goodness, this isn't losing health, this is taking hits while charging. Safely passing through the energy storm belt, everyone's confidence soared to the peak. But the real test was just beginning. Ahead, entering the ghost passage. Chen Mao's tone sharply rose, high-precision scanning array activated. All units, avoid hazards. As he finished speaking, the main screen on the bridge was instantly covered with countless rapidly flashing red alert points. Outside the porthole, what originally seemed like an empty expanse of space suddenly turned into a perilous battlefield. A meteor the size of a truck appeared out of nowhere less than 500 meters in front of the deep spaceship, charging toward them with destructive momentum. Hard left rudder. Boost side vector thrusters to 300%. Lin Feng's eyes were terrifyingly calm, and his hands instantly turned into shadows. The massive body of the deep spaceship performed a maneuver that defied all laws of physics, making a small, fighter-like drift, narrowly avoiding the invisible meteor. The gravitational wave caused by the meteor made the ship suddenly dip. Before anyone could even breathe a sigh of relief, 3 more meteors appeared at tricky angles, completely blocking the forward path. This isn't flying a spaceship, it's playing rhythm lightsaber hell mode. Lin Feng inwardly complained, yet his hands never stopped moving. He yanked the control lever back with force, simultaneously activating the ship's vertical engines. The ship's bow suddenly lifted, like a giant whale leaping out of the water, making a near 90-degree vertical climb, squeezing through the gap between the 3 meteors. Inside the bridge, everyone gripped onto the nearest fixed objects, their hearts nearly jumping out of their throats. This was no longer just piloting skill. This was art. A waltz danced on the edge of Death's Blade. Time passed second by second in this heart-stopping, extreme maneuver. It was hard to tell how much time had passed, but when the deep spaceship finally broke free from the last meteor storm, everyone felt a sense of utter exhaustion. However, when they lifted their heads and looked out the porthole, all their fatigue and tension were instantly replaced by a shock that came from the deepest part of their souls. In front of them was a vast, silent, yet magnificently desolate cosmic scene. Huge remnants of planets, as if broken by the hand of a god, quietly floated in the void. Beneath the shattered crust, the already solidified dark red lava core was still visible. Massive space stations, comparable to cities, flickered with cold metallic gleams under the starlight, like abandoned steel tombs. Further out, countless wrecks of ancient civilization warships formed a silent, deathly river that spanned across the starry sea. This was the inner region of the Broken Star Ring. A forgotten battlefield of the gods in history. As the entire team was immersed in this grand shock, preparing to head to the Guardians area as planned. Boom! A violent explosion flashed without warning in a nearby scrapyard made of abandoned warship wreckage. Chen Motao's face changed slightly, and he immediately zoomed in on the tactical image of that area. Boss! He pointed at the screen, his voice serious as he reported. A small scavenger ship is being attacked by at least 5 star pirate ships. Radar shows that the star pirate ship's markings are the skull insignia of the Skull Crusher pirate group. In the distant starry sky, the small-scale conflict had already come to an end. The green light spot representing the scavenger ship had its signal strength weakened to a mere flicker, likely to disappear at any moment. Meanwhile, the 5 pirate ships adorned with menacing skull markings, like a pack of hyenas toying with their prey, slowly closed the encirclement, wearing down the scavenger ship's last shield with scattered cannon fire. "Boss, shall we take this job?" Su Mingyu rubbed his hands, his mouth stretching into a grin that showed his sharp teeth, his face full of eager anticipation. "This is like a moving target. Our deep spaceship just came out, and we have to find a place to test if the cannons are working. When you see injustice, shout out, and you might even get some oil." "Wait, no, that's not quite right. This is intelligence gathering. This business doesn't sound like a loss." A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, but his face remained as calm as ever. He sat in the brand new captain's seat, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest in a rhythmic pattern. A few seconds later, he lifted his eyes, his gaze calmly sweeping over the tactical star chart. "Save them, ask about the situation." His voice was steady and clear. "We still have no information about this area. Any bit of information could be crucial. Chen Matao, lock in the route, we're heading over." "Understood." Chen Matao's eyes flickered with streams of data as he quickly mapped out the optimal entry route. The deep space didn't intend to hide its movements in the slightest. V-room. The curvature jump engine let out a deep growl, and the dark golden ship cut through the dark universe in a graceful yet fierce arc, like an arrow leaving its bow, heading straight for the chaotic battlefield. "Ha ha ha. Old man, stop struggling. Hand over the treasure you dug out from Relic A7, and I might leave you with a whole corpse." A rough laugh echoed wantonly through the Skull Crusher pirate group's public communication channel. Inside the cockpits of 5 pirate ships, the pirates wore cruel and greedy smiles, as if they already saw the wealth about to be theirs. At that moment, all the pirate ships' radar systems suddenly erupted with sharp, ear-piercing alarms. "Warning! High-energy reaction detected. It's approaching at high speed." "What's that?" The pirate leader, a burly one-eyed man with a scarred face, suddenly stood up from his seat and looked out the porthole. What he saw was a dark golden streak of light tearing through the darkness at an utterly unreasonable speed. In just a few seconds, it went from a distant speck of light to a clearly outlined, oppressive-looking new starship. They had never seen this ship's design in any database. The long and graceful body of the ship, wings like those of a mythical dragon, and the slowly flowing silver patterns on the hull, resembling the tracks of stars. It didn't look like a Cold War machine, but more like a piece of art from ancient gods. But this very piece of art made all of their hearts miss a beat, and a cold shiver, born from the instinct of life, shot up their spines to the top of their heads. Where did this rogue come from? The one-eyed leader paused for half a second, then his face twisted into a grimace, and he yelled fiercely, "Open the public channel. Connect us." He grabbed the communicator and roared at the mysterious starship. "Hey, friend. We're from the Skull Crusher pirate group doing business here. If you don't want trouble, turn around and get out now, and we can pretend we didn't see anything." What answered him was silence. That dark golden starship simply hovered silently at the edge of the battlefield, like a giant watching ants. "Good opening line, quite professional for a villain, but the lines are a bit old-fashioned, minus 10 points. Inside the bridge of the deep space, Lin Feng didn't even bother to reply himself. He just turned his head and, with a calm tone, instructed Wu Ming, who was next to him. "Use the newly installed electromagnetic pulse cannon, calm them down." Wu Ming's poker face remained unchanged, but a flicker of excitement like that of a tech nerd encountering a new toy flashed through his sleepy eyes. He silently nodded and gently tapped a few keys on the control panel. Executing. The next second, a module that usually blended perfectly with the ship's body silently unfolded beneath the bow of the deep space. There was no world-shaking light cannon, no world-destroying energy. An almost invisible light blue arc of energy, like ripples on the surface of water, swept across the entire battlefield at sublight speed in an instant. Zzzzzzz. An unimaginable scene unfolded. Those 5 still swaggering space pirate ships seemed as if an invisible giant hand had pressed their power buttons at the same time. All the indicator lights on their hulls went out instantly, the flames from their engines cut off, even the communications channels inside the cockpits turned into a dead silence full of static. The 5 space pirate ships became 5 floating, lifeless steel coffins in the universe. This. The pirate leader, One-Eye Dragon, stared in horror at the pitch-black control panel before him, his mouth open wide enough to fit a fist, only able to make ho-ho sounds, like a broken bellows. His brain had completely crashed from this incomprehensible scene. What kind of godly power was this? Words become law just by speaking? Lin Feng ignored the pirates who had lost all threat. His gaze shifted to the battered scavenger ship that had survived the fire. "Zhou Kai, send them a communication request." "Yes." A gentle blue tractor beam shot from the belly of the deep space, precisely enveloping the scavenger ship that could fall apart at any moment, pulling it slowly and steadily closer. Moments later, the communication connected. On the holographic screen appeared an old face, full of wrinkles and furrows. It was an elderly man with gray hair and a scruffy beard. His clothes were full of grease stains and holes, but his cloudy eyes now shone with relief and unspoken gratitude for surviving the disaster. He looked at Lin Feng, lips trembling for a long time, finally squeezing out hoarsely, Thank you for your help, respected strong one. I am called Barn, I have nothing to repay. You're welcome. Lin Feng cut off his politeness and went straight to the point. It seems you got into some serious trouble. Those space pirates, why are they chasing you? At the mention of the pirates, Barn's face immediately showed a mix of fear and anger. He sighed and began telling his story. Alas, it was my greed that caused all this. Barn had lived as a scavenger in the shattered star ring for decades. 3 days ago, in the ruins of an ancient space station marked Ruins S7, he accidentally pried open a sealed secret chamber. Inside the chamber, he did not find the rare materials or energy blocks he expected, only an ancient metal disc placed on an altar. He thought it was just a worthless antique and casually pocketed it. But on his way back, he was spotted by a patrol ship from the Skullshard pirate gang. They seemed to have some special detection device and demanded that he hand over the metal disc. Only then did Barn realize he might have uncovered something extraordinary. He naturally refused to give it up, which led to the life or death chase just now. It's this thing, Barn said, trembling, taking out something wrapped in tattered cloth, carefully unwrapping it. A metal disc about 30 centimeters in diameter, made entirely of some unknown bronze material, appeared on the screen. Its surface was carved with extremely complex, star-like mysterious patterns, and at the center was an ancient emblem, like some kind of totem, impossible to understand. It looked ordinary, but exuded a solemn and ancient aura, completely out of place with the chaos and decay of the shattered star ring. I have lived in the star ring all my life and heard some legends. Barn stared at the disc, his eyes full of complexity. The emblem on this matches exactly the sign of the mysterious guardians from the legends. To them, this thing could be a very important token. He looked up at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. Honorable strong one, this thing is a hot potato to me, only bringing danger of death. If you don't mind, I am willing to give it to you, hoping you can take me to a safe scavenger camp. A main quest item delivered to my doorstep, and it's an NPC that can trigger a storyline automatically. This is a pretty good deal. Lin Feng understood in his heart. He nodded. Okay, I accept your offer. At Lin Feng's gesture, Barn used the small material transfer channel to send the metal disc over. Lin Feng extended his hand and caught the heavy disc. It felt cold to the touch, carrying a unique metallic texture. But just as his fingertips made contact with the intricate patterns on the disc's surface, a sudden change occurred. V-Room. A faint but clear resonance suddenly came from the 3 connected constellation cards deep in his storage space. It was as if a long-dormant dragon had been quietly awakened by a call from its source. Lin Feng's pupils subtly contracted for a moment. This token, indeed, had some unknown, deep connection with the constellation cards. Chapter 0129, The Revenge of the Star Pirates. Inside the deep spaceship's bridge, Lin Feng's fingertips gently brushed over the ancient metal disc. The cold touch traveled through his skin, carrying a sense of weight accumulated over years of time. He slowly pushed the disc toward the black map made from 3 connected constellation cards. As the two were only a few centimeters apart, an invisible gravitational force suddenly appeared. V-Room. The metal disc and the black map seemed like long-lost lovers, automatically attaching and merging with a faint hum, fitting perfectly together. In the next second, the light flickered. The incomplete star map was significantly completed. Countless new star trajectories appeared and lit up on the map, all pointing toward an unknown space shrouded in dense energy mist. Very well, the puzzle game has unlocked a new map. Hope it's not some paid DLC zone. A thought flashed in Lin Feng's mind. Just as he was about to have Chen Mata record the new coordinates, a sharp alarm unexpectedly tore through the comm of the bridge. Beep. 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 The screeching buzzing sound instantly made everyone tense up. Boss. Chen Mata's voice was calm but urgent, his eyes filled with data flowing at unprecedented speed. Radar alarm. Over 30 high-energy signal sources are rapidly encircling us from all directions. Identity recognition, it's the main fleet of the Crushed Skull Star Pirates. As his words fell, the central holographic star map showed that the deep spaceship's light spot was completely surrounded by dense red skull marks. Some of these signals even had a strength far surpassing the patrol ships they'd encountered before, reaching the level of heavy warships. The enemy has activated a wide-area spatial interference field. Zhou Kai's face changed as well. He pointed at the array of red warning lights on the control panel. Our curvature engine is locked, we can't perform short-distance jumps. This was a carefully set, all-encompassing trap. Hey, did these guys poke a hornet's nest or something? Why did they gather so many people? Su Mingyu whistled, his face not tense but rather filled with a bloodthirsty excitement. Boss, give the order. It's perfect timing to show these clueless guys what Deep Space Express, mission guaranteed really means, only this time we're delivering destruction. Lin Feng didn't respond to his eagerness. His gaze swept quickly over the holographic star map, his brain working like a supercomputer, analyzing the battlefield situation. Head-on confrontation was definitely the worst choice. The enemy outnumbered them by dozens of times, and even if the deep spaceship was strong, it was only a matter of time before energy ran out. His gaze finally fixed on the left side of the star chart, a section marked as high-density asteroid belt. That was the only way out. The art of war says, if you can't win, run. If you can't run, find a corner and hide to ambush. Lin Feng's lips curved into a playful smile, his voice steady as if commanding a drill, clearly reaching everyone's ears. What's the rush, just a bunch of rabble. Chen Moda, heading to C7 asteroid belt, push engine power to 120%, charge in. Wu Ming, release all swarm jamming drones, stir up this water as much as you can. Su Mingyu, stop looking like you're ready to fight, your task is to stand by. When I give the signal, your 10 seconds need to be used at the most critical moment. Received. Understood. Got it. Mission guaranteed to be completed. With each command given, the entire team instantly shifted from a combat-ready state into a finely tuned, high-speed war machine. The deep spaceship suddenly jolted, its tail emitting a brilliant blue flame, like a giant dragon awakening, charging fiercely toward the only hope for survival. Ha ha ha. Boss, the fish is in the net. Inside the flagship of the Star Pirate fleet, the Cyclops watched the dark golden starship charging toward the asteroid belt on the screen and let out a cruel laugh. Think you can hide in the asteroid belt and fight guerrilla warfare? Naive. He waved his hand and sneered. All warships, cover the entrance of C7 asteroid belt with fire. Force it out. I want to see whether its turtle shell is hard, or we have more shells. Boom. 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 In an instant, dozens of pirate ships fired simultaneously. Hundreds of energy beams and physical shells formed a dense, impenetrable wall of death, lighting up the space as bright as day, with countless asteroids exploding into dust under the bombardment. Yet, the deep spaceship danced like the finest dancer. Its massive body, under Lin Feng's brilliant maneuvers, performed a series of moves that defied all physical logic. A side drift barely avoided 3 incoming homing missiles. A vertical climb squeezed through the gap between 2 giant asteroids crashing toward it. The starry patterns on the ship's surface glowed, absorbing and transforming some unavoidable energy surges, reducing the energy shield's consumption to a minimum. In the end, before the Star Pirate's incredulous eyes, the deep spaceship, like an elusive fish, dove straight into the asteroid maze, disappearing without a trace. Damn! The Cyclops angrily slammed his fist on the console. Surround the asteroid belt. I don't believe it can hide forever. The Star Pirate fleet did not dare to follow rashly. They could only surround the entire asteroid belt, continuously bombing it indiscriminately, trying to force the deep spaceship out. Time passed second by second in the tense standoff. Inside the deep spaceship's bridge, however, the atmosphere was unusually calm. Lin Feng's eyes, like a hawk, were fixed on the radar screen, scanning the constantly moving red dots, looking for any cracks in the enemy's formation. Opportunities are waited for. Finally, a Star Pirate command ship, seemingly trying to expand its reconnaissance range, carefully approached an exit of the asteroid belt after a few probes. Now's the chance. Su Mingyu. Lin Feng's voice roared like thunder. Signal received. Su Mingyu's long-suppressed battle spirit exploded in that moment. Let me show you what 10 seconds of a real man looks like. From the shadows of the asteroid belt, a fighter jet, painted with bright yellow tiger stripes, slipped out like a ghost. The moment it burst out of the asteroid belt, Su Mingyu pressed the red button. V-Room. The whole plane seemed to be injected with divine power, golden light erupted from its surface, and the power of all weapon systems instantly overloaded to 500%. Die for Grandpa. Su Mingyu let out an excited roar, pouring all firepower, missiles, machine guns, energy cannons onto the defenseless command ship at the same moment. The command ship's shield didn't even last a fraction of a second. Under the storm-like attack, it shattered layer by layer like paper. The next second, a huge, silent fireball suddenly expanded in the vacuum. The command ship, along with all the space pirates inside, instantly vaporized. After completing this, Su Mingyu's plane immediately turned around and dove back into the depths of the asteroid belt before the enemy could react. The whole process flowed like water, fast as lightning. In the space pirates' communication channel, there was dead silence. Everyone was stunned by the sudden, godlike strike. The explosion of the command ship was like pushing the first domino, causing chaos and stir in the pirates' tightly formed encirclement. And Lin Feng was waiting for exactly this moment of chaos. All units, prepare to break through. Lin Feng's eyes were sharp like knives, both hands steady on the control stick. Target, the enemy flagship. Let's give them a big gift. The engines of the deep space ship roared again. This time, it was no longer fleeing, but like a sword from its sheath, charging out from the other end of the asteroid belt. The pirate fleet was completely thrown into disorder by this sudden change, formation in chaos. Lin Feng seized the chance, directing the deep space ship like a hot knife cutting through butter, tearing through their defense line unstoppable. The triple main cannons roared deafeningly, each volley hit the enemy ship's energy core, causing violent chain explosions. In just a few breaths, more than 5 pirate ships turned into fireworks in space. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The one-eyed pirate's terrified roar finally echoed on the public channel. The remaining pirate ships, as if pardoned, turned their heads and clumsily activated their jump engines, fleeing the space that terrified them. The battle was over. Yet, before the team could cheer, Chen Mado's face grew serious again. He pointed at the radar screen, reporting in a deep voice. "Boss, we have new guests." On the screen, 2 entirely new signals, far stronger than the previous pirate fleet, were slowly approaching their position from different directions. Chapter 01303 Standoff. On the tactical star map, the 2 massive signal sources finally stopped moving. They were like 2 ancient beasts awakened, one left and one right, squeezing the deep spaceship in the center, forming a silent yet deadly pincer position. Inside the bridge, the air seemed drained, leaving only the faint hum of instruments. Everyone's breathing unconsciously slowed. Left Fleet, signal identified as temporary strategic alliance warships, 12 in total. Flagship signal strength on the same level as the pre-defeat God Master seat. Chen Mado's voice was calm without a trace of emotion, but the fast-flowing data betrayed his inner unrest. He then turned to the other side. Right Fleet, unidentified. 7 ships in total, no match in the database. Hulls are creamy white, structures more like artworks than war tools. But their energy reaction is extremely dangerous. On the holographic screen, images of the 2 fleets, completely different in style, were enlarged to the extreme. The temporary strategic alliance fleet was standard Ironblood style, black paint, fierce rams, dense external turrets, each ship radiating strong. The unhidden killing aura was like a pack of well-trained steel evil wolves. And the other fleet was completely the opposite. Their ship lines were smooth and elegant, entirely made of a white material similar to bone china, with no visible seams, and not a single exposed cannon. On the ship's body, only some mysterious runes glowing with soft blue light slowly flowed, full of sacredness and solemnity, as if they were not here to fight, but to attend a grand ceremony. On one side was ultimate violent aesthetics, on the other side was ultimate mysticism. They together locked the deep space ship as the center of the storm. "Hey, this formation is really big." Su Mingyu rubbed his hands, forcing out a relaxed smile, but his slightly tight knuckles still betrayed his inner nervousness. On one side are old enemies, on the other side are gods from who knows where. "Boss, which plane's hornet's nest did we poke?" Emil Yoli's cold eyes fixed tightly on the white fleet, her brows slightly furrowed. Wu Ming, who had been silent, also rarely showed a trace of seriousness in his ever-tired eyes. He could sense from that white fleet a dangerous aura on the level of rules, originating from the same source as his Annihilation Singularity cannon. The 3 fleets quietly hovered over the battlefield, littered with star pirate wrecks. No communication, no shouts. The darkness and deathly silence of space at this moment turned into the heaviest pressure, pressing down on every member of the deep spaceship. Finally, the suffocating silence was broken by a voice full of malice and arrogance. A communication request forcibly cut into the deep spaceship's public channel. On the screen appeared a face Lin Feng knew all too well, and hated even more. Lu Wanxiang. He sat in the captain's chair of the temporary strategic alliance flagship, his face full of cat-and-mouse mockery and venom. "Lin Feng, we meet again." Lu Wanxiang's voice was like a poison knife, scraping painfully against the eardrums. "I have to admit, you are very good at hiding and jumping around. But your luck ends here." He pointed a finger through the screen at Lin Feng, his tone full of unquestionable command. "Give me back the things you got from that scavenger. Then, I can apply to Lord God Master to let you die in your repentance with less pain." Standard villain opening. First praise the hero's ability, then announce the hero's death, finally propose a condition the hero cannot accept. Very professional, but no originality. A flash of complaint crossed Lin Feng's mind, but his face remained expressionless. He didn't even bother responding to Lu Wanxiang's shouting. Because at that moment, another communication request, gentle yet impossible to refuse, overrode Lu Wanxiang's signal. A soft blue screen unfolded. Inside the screen was not a specific person, but a constantly changing nebula made of light. An ethereal, gentle female voice, as if containing no human emotion, slowly sounded, echoing in everyone's mind. "Guests from afar, please ignore the roars of those barbaric creatures." The voice seemed to carry a calming power, easing the originally tense atmosphere on the bridge. "The token has chosen you, this is guidance from the sanctuary. I am the guide of the Guardian, sent to invite you. Please follow us to the sanctuary, where all the answers you wish to know will be revealed." These words left all of Lin Feng's team stunned. One was fierce, naming and claiming the stolen things. One was gentle and polite, issuing an invitation. A completely different attitude, but the core goal, however, pointed directly at the metal disc that Lin Feng had just obtained, belonging to the Guardian. Lu Wanquan's face immediately turned incredibly ugly, his face, twisted with rage, forced its way into the communication channel once again, roaring. You trickster! Lin Feng, don't listen to her nonsense! Hand over the item to me, it's your only way out. Guest, the Guardian's voice remained calm, please make your choice. The price for defying Destiny's guidance might not be something you can bear. A naked threat. A warning wrapped in sugarcoating. Two massive forces, like two invisible hands, pressed down on Lin Feng at the same time, pushing him directly into the eye of the storm. Boss, which side do we help? Su Mingyu's voice came through the team channel, dry and difficult, asking. This question was also in the hearts of everyone. Choosing to help the temporary strategic alliance would be like making a deal with the devil, the outcome was predictable. Choosing to accept the Guardian's invitation would also be an unknown future, no one knew what awaited them in that so-called sanctuary. It seemed like an unsolvable deadlock. On the bridge, everyone's gaze gathered on the young figure in the captain's seat. Lin Feng didn't respond immediately. He leaned back in the brand new captain's seat, his hands crossed in front of him, calmly watching the opposing sides on the light screen, his gaze as deep as the universe itself. One wants to take my job directly, the other wants to invite me to work for them and bring my job along. This choice question is a bit too low level. A thought flashed through his mind. Sure enough, there are no multiple choice questions in the adult world, only application questions. Too bad, I've always liked making my own questions. A few seconds later, under the increasingly impatient gazes of the two forces, Lin Feng finally moved. He slowly raised his hand and closed the two bickering communication channels. The whole world returned to silence once again. Then, he opened the public broadcast system of the deep spaceship, ensuring that his voice could be heard clearly by every ship in this space. The corners of his mouth curved into a playful arc, his voice flat but carrying a tremendous force. Sorry. Only children make choices. I don't want either. This answer left both Lu Wanquan and the Guardian stunned at the same time. They had anticipated any of Lin Feng's choices, whether it was to ally, resist, or bargain. But they never imagined that he would give such an answer. This was no longer arrogance. This was complete disregard. Just as they were bewildered, Lin Feng's voice rang out again, this time issuing an order to his team. Chen Madao, lock the course. His finger gently tapped the star map, pointing towards the mysterious space shrouded in fog, the same space previously indicated by the constellation card and token. Target, Sanctuary. Hum. The engine of the deep spaceship erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Before either fleet could react, this brand new dark gold starship shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, tearing through the darkness with a brilliant streak of light, charging into the gap between the two fleets. Lu Wanquan and the Guardian's voices almost simultaneously echoed in their respective channels. Stop him. However, it was all too late. Lin Feng's voice, filled with unwavering resolve, left the last words for this battlefield through the public broadcast. The place I want to go, I'll go there myself. Chapter 0131, Breaking into the Mist. Lin Feng's calm yet earth-shattering answer was like pouring cold water into a boiling pot of oil, causing the entire battlefield to momentarily freeze in an eerie stillness. The sneer on Lu Wanquan's face froze. The hollow female voice of the Guardian fleet also stopped. They had imagined all of Lin Feng's reactions, to join them, to submit, or to struggle like fish in net both destroyed, but they alone did not expect that he would give such an answer. An answer that completely treated both of them as nothing. This was no longer arrogance, but taking their threat and invitation as a boring joke. Very good, it seems my answer made them all fall into a state of CPU overload, not bad, this is exactly the effect I want. A trace of dark playful thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He did not give these two forces any time to recover from shock. At the same moment his voice fell, his command had already been sent through mental connection, synchronously delivered to every module of the deep spaceship. Chen Madao, lock the course. His finger lightly tapped on the star map, accurately pointing to that mysterious airspace covered by thick fog, previously indicated together by the constellation card and the token. Target, Sanctuary. Engine power 150%. Burn up all our energy for me. Buzz. From deep within the hull of the deep spaceship came a roar like an ancient dragon waking up. The zero-point superconducting reactor ran wildly with never-before-seen efficiency, and the brand-new curvature jump engine burst with blinding, dazzling light. Before the two massive fleets could make any reaction, this dark gold starship carrying everyone's hope shot out like an arrow breaking free from the bowstring, turning into a stream of light tearing through the darkness, fiercely rushing toward the narrow gap between the two fleets. Stop him. Lu Wanxiang and the Guardians' voices almost at the same time screamed hysterically in their own communication channels. The two fleets, after reacting, instantly poured out their fiercest firepower. On one side was the violent and dense energy cannon fire of the temporary strategic alliance, like a steel storm, full of destructive violent beauty. On the other side were the precise energy beams shot by the Guardians' fleet, like blue spears of light, silent yet carrying a terrifying power that could break down matter structure, full of deadly elegance. Two completely different attacks, yet at the same time, together wove into a net of heaven and earth, completely sealing all routes of advance for the deep spaceship. My god! Boss is going to play a death sprint on the fire line. So exciting! In the team channel, Su Mingyu looked at the apocalyptic scene outside the window, and instead of fear, his eyes shone with excitement. Shield energy consumption rate has exceeded warning threshold. It is rapidly dropping. Chen Mata's calm voice sounded, the data flow in his eyes already turning into a waterfall, estimated in 7 seconds the shield will completely fail. Enough. Lin Feng's eyes were calm like a 10,000-year ancient well, both hands turning into shadows over the control stick and console. Facing the saturated attack that could instantly vaporize any standard fleet, the huge body of the deep spaceship, under his control, performed a series of extreme maneuvers that completely broke common sense of physics. A rapid side slide, the hull almost brushed past several tracking missiles, using the shockwave of the missile explosions to complete a second acceleration. Then came an unbelievable Cobra maneuver, the huge bow suddenly lifted, narrowly drilling through the gap between two crossing Guardian light spears. The dark gold star patterns on the hull surface kept lighting up, absorbing and redirecting the unavoidable energy after waves, turning them into its own energy reserve, greatly slowing down the shield consumption rate. Subject 3 Hell Mode, full score passed. Lin Feng crazily mocked in his heart, but his hands were steady like a rock. He wants to rush into the lost mist. Is he crazy? For the first time, that ethereal female voice in the Guardian Fleet's channel carried a trace of doubt. Lu Wanxiang was even more furious. Use the tractor beams. Pull him out for me. Even if it tears him apart, pull him out. Several powerful tractor beams instantly locked onto the deep space, the massive pulling force making the ship suddenly sink, its speed dropping sharply. Gravity Singularity Anchor, activate. Create an instant repulsion field. Lin Feng's voice had not a trace of emotion. Received. On Wu Ming's eternally sleepy face flashed a hint of technical mania as he pressed the brand new button. Below the belly of the deep space, a newly installed module suddenly lit up, and an invisible gravity ripple instantly spread out. A strange scene appeared. The tractor beams that had firmly locked onto the deep space seemed to be roughly pushed aside by an invisible hand, instantly deviating from their original path. And the deep space, taking advantage of this powerful repulsion, shot forward like a stone from a slingshot, its speed soaring again. In the eyes of all the members of the two fleets, filled with disbelief, this dark golden starship did not slow down at all, like on a pilgrimage, resolutely plunging into that thick energy mist that represented taboo and death. Put. Like a red-hot iron plunged into cold water, the deep space completely vanished the moment it entered the mist. Inside the bridge, at the same moment, drastic changes occurred. SSSHHH. All the holographic screens were instantly covered with dense snow-like dots, all communications, scans, and detections from the outside were completely cut off. Outside the porthole, there were no more sparkling stars, only a chaotic, gray-white thick mist where one could not see a hand in front of the face, and even light could not penetrate. The whole world seemed to consist only of their ship. A sense of ultimate isolation, loneliness, and oppression instantly enveloped the entire bridge. Boss, we seem to be completely cut off from the outside. Zhou Kai's voice carried a hint of dryness. Don't panic. Lin Feng's voice remained calm. He released the control stick, leaned back in the captain's seat, and pointed at the central console. There, only one thing was still working normally. The complete star map, pieced together from 3 constellation cards and the Guardian token, emitted soft and steady starlight. Countless new star trajectories slowly flowed on the map, eventually all pointing to a single spot deep within the mist, providing them the only course in this lost place. Outside the lost mist. The two huge fleets, the temporary strategic alliance and the Guardians, both tacitly stopped at the edge of the mist, not daring to move even an inch. Lu Wanxiang's face was pale as iron, his fists clenching loudly. Bastard! Bastard! This madman! He roared at the communications officer, analyze the energy structure of this mist. How long before we can find him? The communications officer replied tremblingly, report sir, the energy interference in this mist is too high. Any detector entering will fail immediately. If forced in we will likely get completely lost inside until our energy runs out. Lu Wanxiang angrily kicked the control console, but in the end did not dare to issue a pursuit order. The lost mist, within the shattered star ring, is a place even the skull-shattering star pirates, the kind of madmen, dare not step into lightly. Elsewhere, inside the Guardian flagship, the atmosphere was equally heavy. Master Guide, should we go in? A subordinate asked softly. The ethereal female voice was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. No need. Since he can gain the recognition of the token, perhaps he really can find the way through the mist. Her voice carried a trace of complex emotion, even she had not noticed. Transmit my order. The fleet is stationed here. I want to see with my own eyes how this variable will ultimately affect the temple. The two originally imposing and large fleets were blocked outside by a dense mist. They could only watch as Lin Feng, the biggest variable, completely slipped from their control, like a wild horse that broke free from its shackles, charging straight into the most core area of the chessboard. How long the deep spaceship had been sailing through the mist, no one knew. Here, the concept of time seemed to become blurred. The bridge was unusually quiet, with only Chen Mota's voice, according to the star map's guidance, continuously announcing course correction instructions. This feeling, it's like sitting on a green train, passing through an endless tunnel, the kind with no signal. Lin Feng leaned back in the captain's seat, bored, thinking to himself. No one knew how long it had been, but when everyone started to feel a bit numb, the chaotic mist ahead finally began to thin. A faint ray of light broke through from the end of the mist. Boss! We're almost out. Su Mingyu's voice broke the silence, tinged with uncontrollable excitement. Everyone perked up, their eyes simultaneously turning toward the porthole. The deep spaceship burst out of the thick mist, like a giant whale leaping from the water. In the next moment, when they saw the scene in front of them, the entire bridge fell into a deep silence. Everyone's breath stopped at that moment. What lay before them was a vast, lifeless, yet magnificently grand cosmic painting, beyond any description in words. One giant temple after another, comparable to small planets, silently floated in the void. They were made of some pure white colossal stone, with intricate and sacred carvings on their surface, as if telling the glorious epic of a lost civilization. Countless corridors made of light connected these floating temples, forming an unbelievable floating city in space. The entire architectural complex was enveloped by a faint, golden halo, like the sigh of a god, full of solemnity and sanctity, yet with a hint of indescribable sadness. This is the temple. A place forgotten by history, the abode of the gods. And right in the center of this magnificent complex, under the protection of all the temples, a huge, broken throne, made from the shattered remains of stars, silently floated there. It seemed like a scar on the entire universe, or like a tombstone for this sacred land. On the throne, there was no one. But a faint light flickered rhythmically and stubbornly on the armrest of the throne. As if it had been waiting for a visitor who was billions of years late, through endless years of solitude. One after another, massive temples, comparable to small planets, floated quietly in the void. They were made from some pure white giant stones, their surfaces intricately carved with sacred, enormous reliefs, seemingly telling the grand epic of a lost civilization. Countless corridors of light connected these floating temples, forming an incredible airborne city floating in space. The entire complex was shrouded in a faint golden aura, like the sigh of a god, filled with majesty, holiness, yet also carrying an indescribable sense of melancholy. This is the temple. A place forgotten by history, the home of the gods. On the bridge of the deep spaceship, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stopped breathing, staring blankly through the huge panoramic window at the monumental scene before them, a breathtaking painting that could completely overturn their understanding. My God, have we reached the southern gate, or accidentally entered Olympus? Su Mingyu's Adam's apple moved, and he struggled to utter a sentence, breaking the silence. His tiger teeth, always gleaming with a fighting spirit, were now too shocked to retract. The total mass of the building complex cannot be estimated, and the material structure exceeds the database's range. Chenmo pushed up his glasses, and the data flow in his eyes had completely boiled over, almost spilling out of his eye sockets. Boss, according to the energy field analysis, the existence of this building complex itself is distorting space. We might have discovered a new level of civilization. Wu Ming's poker face, unchanged for millennia, rarely showed a sign of surprise as his sleepy eyes widened slightly, staring intently at the distant, sacred halo. Lin Feng said nothing. His gaze passed over the majestic temples and landed directly at the center of the building complex. Under the guard of all the temples, a huge and broken throne, made of shattered star fragments, was quietly floating there. It seemed like a scar on the universe, or perhaps a gravestone for this sacred land. The throne was empty. But a faint light, rhythmically and persistently, flickered on the armrest of the throne. It seemed to be waiting for a visitor who was late by billions of years, in the endless lonely years. Wow, this is no small feat, this seems like they brought an entire civilization's myth here. Just wonder if they're charging admission. A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, and he immediately issued an order. Deep space, move forward. Target, central throne. His voice was calm but carried an undeniable determination. Yes. Shen Mote immediately responded, starting to control the spaceship. The brand new starship, illuminated by the golden halo, moved slowly and solemnly toward the core of the building complex, like a traveler on a pilgrimage. The closer they got, the stronger the ancient, desolate, and majestic atmosphere became, almost suffocating. Just as the deep spaceship was less than a kilometer away from the broken throne, an anomaly suddenly occurred. Buzz. A violent, soul-deep buzzing sound erupted from the depths of Lin Feng's storage space without any warning. In the next second, 3 cards were pulled out by an invisible hand, tearing through space, appearing suddenly in the center of the bridge. Scorpio, Virgo, Sagittarius. The 3 connected constellation cards were shaking violently, and the silver starry tracks on the card surfaces emitted an unprecedented dazzling light. They were no longer cold cards, but 3 awakened, yearning souls. Boss, this. Su Mingyu was startled by this sudden change. Lin Feng didn't answer, his entire focus had already been drawn to the changes in the 3 cards. The 3 cards spun rapidly in the air, eventually forming a stable triangular formation. Then, 3 solid light columns shot out from the center of the cards, crossing the final distance and accurately striking the broken throne. Boom! Lin Feng's head felt as if it had been struck by an invisible giant hammer, and everything went black in an instant. An irresistible and enormous flood of information surged along the connection of the 3 light columns, rushing into his spiritual world in a wild, unreasonable manner. Inside the bridge, the team members saw Lin Feng's body suddenly shake, his face turning pale, and his eyes losing focus. Boss! Lin Wei cried out in alarm, wanting to step forward but was stopped by Mo Yoli. Don't touch him. Mo Yoli's face was equally pale, her voice trembling slightly. His spirit is connecting with the throne. If we interfere, he'll be shattered into pieces. At this moment, Lin Feng could no longer hear any sound from the outside world. His consciousness was pulled into a chaotic spacetime made of light, shadow, and memory. He saw in the endless void, countless starships a million times larger than the deep spaceship, engaged in an extremely brutal war. Every moment, ships the size of moons were pierced and exploded, turning into a dazzling fireworks of the universe. He saw a towering golden giant, holding a giant axe that could split the galaxy, fighting a black giant beast entwined with countless stars, wildly struggling in the void. Every clash between them caused space to collapse, destroying entire galaxies. Wow, is this the server opening animation CG? The scene is even more thrilling than some Hollywood blockbusters. Lin Feng's consciousness body frantically commented in the flood of information, trying to maintain the last thread of clarity. The scene suddenly shifted. He saw a complete and flawless throne, a million times more magnificent than the one before him. On the throne sat a humanoid figure made of light, whose face he could not see clearly. Suddenly, the figure lifted its head, as if crossing the barriers of time and space, locking eyes with Lin Feng, who was spying on everything. With just one glance, Lin Feng felt his consciousness almost crushed and evaporated by the supreme majesty in that gaze. Then, he saw the light humanoid emit a silent sigh. The throne began to collapse and shatter from within, at the sound of that sigh. 12 dazzling streams of light, containing different primal rules, shot out from the collapsing throne, like 12 meteors, tearing spacetime and flying in all directions of the universe. 12 streams of light, so this constellation card set is a collection. I have to draw all of them? This game designer's KPI is ruthless. The illusion ended abruptly. Thud. Lin Feng, as if drained of all strength, fell back onto the captain's seat, chest heaving, gasping heavily. The 3 constellation cards had also exhausted their energy, their light dimmed, and slowly floated back into his hands. Boss, are you okay? Su Mingyu rushed over first, face full of worry. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling he was fine, just feeling dizzy from overexerting his mental energy. The brief illusion had been short, but the amount of information contained was enough to overload any ordinary person's brain. He finally understood. The so-called constellation cards were not cards at all. They were the scattered cores of authority from the ancient throne's destruction. They were fragments of the world's most primal rules. Just as he was about to organize his thoughts and tell the team about this shocking discovery, a clear, solemn female voice, empty of any human emotion, suddenly resonated in the mind of everyone on the bridge without warning. Outsider, stop your vile spying. The secret of the throne is not for you to touch. The voice carried a power as if words were law, causing a momentary disorder in the bridge's energy systems. Chen Madao's face changed, immediately operating the console. Boss. An unknown signal source forcibly invaded our mental link channel. First checking IDs, now mental intrusion, no manners at all. Lin Feng silently complained, forcing himself to lift his head despite mental exhaustion. On the bridge's main screen, snowflake-like pixels flickered, then a clear holographic image appeared out of nowhere. It was a woman wearing pure white, luxurious priest robes. Her form was surrounded by a soft, moonlight-like halo, making her exact appearance unclear. But the innate majesty and sacred aura, like a god overlooking all beings. Through the screen, it was clearly conveyed. As soon as her image appeared, her gaze locked directly onto Lin Feng in the captain's seat, as if she had already known that he was the core of the ship. You have awakened a memory that should not have been awakened. Her voice was still ethereal, yet carried a hint of an undeniable warning. Now, immediately turn the ship around and leave the range of the temple. Otherwise, you will face your end here. Lin Feng had already confirmed from the previous illusion that the constellation card was the key to repairing the throne and controlling this place. In the face of this mysterious guardian leader's warning, he did not retreat. Instead, he leaned back in his chair and examined her with a scrutinizing gaze. He slowly spoke, his voice not loud but clearly reaching her ears. What if I still want to get involved? This sentence caused the figure, bathed in soft light, to pause noticeably. She seemed to have not expected that a mere mortal, after glimpsing that forbidden history and receiving her direct warning, would not show fear but instead pose such a direct challenge. The atmosphere on the bridge dropped to freezing point in an instant. Su Mingyu and the others nervously gripped the weapon controls, ready to fire at Lin Feng's command. The female figure remained silent for a long time. Long enough that Lin Feng thought she might take action directly, but instead, she let out a soft, complex sigh. Sigh. With that sigh, the soft halo surrounding her slowly faded, as if retreating with the tide. A face, stunningly beautiful but also carrying a hint of time-worn weariness, both familiar and unfamiliar, clearly appeared in front of everyone. Lin Feng's pupils, almost imperceptibly, contracted sharply. Su Mingyu couldn't help but exclaim, Bai Yuan? Yes. The figure that appeared on the screen was none other than the mysterious female pilot, Bai Yuan, who had left behind the Virgo constellation card and diary, leading Lin Feng to this point. But the Bai Yuan in front of them had long shed the struggles and disarray described in the diary. Instead, she radiated an almost divine authority and indifference. She gazed at Lin Feng, her cold eyes seemingly reflecting the birth and death of stars. She spoke in a tone Lin Feng had never heard before, one tinged with exhaustion and helplessness, and said softly. Because you are not ready to face the truth of it all. Chapter 0133, The Truth of Bai Yuan. That stunningly beautiful face appeared without warning, clearly displayed on the main screen of the deep spaceship's bridge. It was both familiar and unfamiliar. Familiar because Lin Feng had drawn this face countless times from the yellow diary at Hanyu Manor. Unfamiliar because the face before him bore an air of weariness and indifference that seemed to be as old as the universe itself, something no struggling pilot could possess. Su Mingyu's exclamation shattered the stillness in the bridge, like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Bai Yuan? What a joke. The newbie village guide turns out to be the final boss of the last region? This plot is not following the usual path. Lin Feng's thoughts raced, but outwardly, he remained steady in the captain's seat, showing no sign of unusual behavior. His gaze met Bai Yuan's on the screen. Bai Yuan's cold eyes, seemingly reflecting the rise and fall of stars, lingered on Lin Feng's face for several seconds. It seemed as though she saw through the turbulent thoughts beneath his calm demeanor. Some things are not meant to be known by too many people. Bai Yuan's voice rang out again, still ethereal, but now with a touch of human texture. Lin Feng, can I speak with you privately? She sent a private communication request. Lin Feng did not hesitate. Sure. He cut off the main screen's image and transferred it to the independent screen in front of him. In the team channel, Su Mingyu couldn't hold back any longer. Boss. What's going on? Is this really the white kite who left the diary? How did she turn into some kind of goddess? And why is she being so mysterious? Everyone, be quiet. Lin Feng's voice sounded in the team channel, steady and powerful. Stay alert, wait for my message. He briefly ended the team communication and focused all his attention on the light screen in front of him. On the light screen, White Kite still stood silently. She looked at Lin Feng, and in her eyes, which seemed to see through everything, there was a trace of complicated emotion, appreciation, scrutiny, and a hint of barely noticeable fatigue. Before you ask your questions, let me answer the biggest one in your heart. White Kite spoke first, her words clear and unhurried. I am indeed White Kite. But I am not the White Kite you knew. She paused, as if organizing her words. You can understand it this way, the one who stayed at Cold Moon Villa was my past. And now, I am the guardian, the gatekeeper of this sanctuary. Lin Feng's fingertips gently tapped on the armrest. He didn't interrupt, just quietly listened. I was once a candidate just like you, struggling to survive in countless worlds, chasing the secret of the constellation cards, and I came all the way here. White Kite's tone carried a touch of nostalgic melancholy. But I failed. In the final trial, I couldn't sit on that throne. As a result, my soul was forever bound here, becoming part of the sanctuary, my duty being to guide and test new candidates like you. The diary and constellation cards I left at Cold Moon Villa were a bait, a screening mechanism. Only those who can break through countless obstacles and find their way here are qualified to know the real truth. Lin Feng finally spoke, his voice calm as he asked, what truth? After all this build-up, it's finally time for the main storyline CG. White Kite's expression became more serious than ever. She raised her hand and gently swiped through the void in front of her. A vast dynamic star map unfolded in front of Lin Feng. In the star map, countless light points representing worlds were being devoured at a visible speed by an ever-expanding, pure nothingness. Where this nothingness passed, the stars extinguished, space collapsed, and everything turned into absolute silence. This is the truth. White Kite pointed to the terrifying nothingness, her voice low. Its name is Guishu. It is not any known life form or civilization. It is a phenomenon, a cancer of the universe, consuming all planes. The 10,000 Realms flight survival game you experienced is not some divine joke, but the last line of defense established by an ancient civilization before its destruction. Its real name is the Swordbearer Program. Lin Feng's pupils slightly contracted, almost imperceptibly. Swordbearer? Yes. White Kite nodded. The purpose of this program is to select the strongest, most resilient, and most potential souls from countless worlds on the brink of destruction, to train them and make them the swordbearers capable of fighting against Guishu. And this sanctuary is the central control room of the Swordbearer Program. That broken throne is the master switch of the entire defense system. To restart the system, a swordbearer recognized by the system is needed, who must collect the 12 constellation cards scattered across various worlds. These are the 12 fragments of power, and fuse them with their soul, ultimately sitting on the throne to rebuild the defense of the world. In an instant, all the mysteries were revealed. The significance of the constellation cards, the existence of the throne, White Kite's identity. Lin Feng had always thought he was playing a cruel survival game, but he never imagined. He had already found himself on the front lines of a battlefield that would decide the fate of countless worlds. The scale, it suddenly expanded. From a chicken game straight to the cosmic captain fighting Thanos, huh? Lin Feng calmly processed the massive amount of information and asked again, what is needed for the repair? Bai Yuan gave him a deep look, then replied, collect all 12 zodiac cards, and merge them with a candidate who possesses authority, to jointly sit on the throne. She deliberately emphasized the words, possesses authority. Obviously, she knew that Lin Feng had already obtained the first fragment of authority during the previous trials. You are the one with the greatest hope in this generation, Bai Yuan's tone carried a hint of expectation. However, just as her words fell. Beep. 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 The entire bridge was suddenly drowned in a sharp, ear-piercing alarm. Chen Mo Tao's voice, filled with unprecedented seriousness, forcefully cut into Lin Feng's private channel. Boss. Something's wrong. The lost fog around the temple has been forcibly torn apart from the outside by an extremely powerful force. Lin Feng's face changed, and he immediately switched back to the main screen. Outside the porthole, the chaotic fog that could swallow even light was now being violently torn apart as if by invisible giant hands. Cracks in space, twisted and fierce, spread throughout the fog. Soon after, a massive joint fleet, far exceeding any previous enemies, appeared outside the temple like a horde of demonic legions emerging from hell. Black and ferocious, temporary strategic alliance, standard warships. Star Hunter, attack ships painted with strange totems. A dense swarm of red dots, like drops of blood in clear water, instantly dyed the entire tactical star map red. At the very front of this joint fleet, a flagship, larger than all the other warships and entirely painted in a magnificent silver, radiated an oppressive, suffocating aura. A cold, haughty voice, as if a divine decree, echoed across the entire temple's domain through the wide area channel. Bai Yuan, your guidance ends here. The throne, and all the keys, will belong to me, Lord of the Gods. On the bridge of the flagship, a man dressed in a silver robe, with a handsome yet somewhat sinister face, sat on the throne. His gaze seemed to pierce through endless space, directly landing on the deep spaceship, and resting on Lin Feng. Clearly, the secrets he knew were far more than Lin Feng had ever imagined. Lin Feng's expression darkened completely. He finally understood, this was no longer a competition for resources between teams, nor a battle for rankings within the server. This was the final competition for the Swordbearer candidate qualification. He looked at the joint fleet brimming with killing intent on the screen, slowly turned his head, and looked at Bai Yuan in the light screen, saying calmly, it seems some truths can only be fought for. Bai Yuan looked at the unhidden battle intent in Lin Feng's eyes, and the everlasting indifference on her face finally melted, revealing a faint smile that seemed almost pleased. The trial has only just begun. She raised her hand, and a soft blue light shot from her fingertips, merging into the deep spaceship's fire control system. Ding! You have obtained temporary command authority of the Guardian Fleet. All Guardian units will follow your orders. As the system's prompt sounded, the white temples, floating in the void around the sacred temple, began to glow with soft blue light on their surfaces. Beams of light gathered, forming elegant and deadly white warships, silently arranging themselves behind the deep spaceship, all gun barrels pointed outward. Above the temple, the three forces were at each other's throats. The final battle, which would decide the fate of this world and countless others, was about to begin. With the cold and indifferent decree of the God Lord, the entire desolate holy temple space seemed to be instantly ignited like a powder keg. Fire. There was no hysterical roar, only two words, so plain to the extreme. However, just as his voice fell, the enormous joint fleet, composed of the Temporary Strategic Alliance and Stellar Hunters, which could block out the sky, moved. Boom! Thousands of light beams and physical shells erupted simultaneously from the cannons of over 100 fierce warships. On one side was the pure, unreasonable steel storm of the Temporary Strategic Alliance, with each energy beam filled with the fury and destructive desire to shred everything. On the other side, the attack ships of the Stellar Hunters, painted with bizarre totems, fired dark purple energy projectiles like twisted poisonous snakes. These flew silently, carrying an eerie property capable of corroding energy shields. Two completely different types of attacks, at this moment, with the same target, merged into a deathly torrent that could instantly vaporize any standard fleet, rushing toward the lonely dark gold starship in the center of the Holy Temple and the recently awakened white temples behind it. The apocalyptic scene illuminated the entire void as if it were daylight. Guardian Fleet, deploy the Holy Shield. The ethereal voice of Bai Yuan rang out in the command channel of the deep space vessel, carrying an ancient and unchanging calmness. Buzz. Around the Holy Temple, countless mysterious blue runes suddenly lit up on the surface of each floating white temple. Soft blue light shot up into the sky, interweaving and converging in front of the deep space vessel, eventually forming an enormous, unparalleled, semi-transparent honeycomb-shaped energy shield, enveloping the entire Holy Temple complex. Boom! 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 The next second, the destructive wave of attacks slammed into that massive holy shield. The violent energy ripples spread out, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Ripples appeared on the surface of the holy shield, and those dark purple energy projectiles fell on it, making a sizzling corrosive sound, causing the shield's glow to flicker. But, in the end, it withstood this earth-shattering first wave of volleys. My goodness, this defense, did they bring the entire southern gate here? In the team channel, Su Mingyu whistled and exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. The situation is not optimistic. Chen Madao's calm voice followed, with data flowing faster than ever before in his eyes. The energy consumption rate of the holy shield has exceeded the threshold. The Stellar Hunter's attacks will continue to weaken the shield's structural strength. After at most 3 more volleys, the holy shield will collapse. As expected, there is no invincible defense, only VIPs with insufficient recharge. The enemy is the typical RMB player bringing a gang of underlings to ruin the place. Lin Feng's thoughts flashed through his mind. His eyes showed no fluctuation, his gaze like the most precise radar, rapidly scanning the enemy's massive formation. He knew very well that passive defense was just waiting to die. Since they have set the stage, we can't just watch. Lin Feng's voice, through the team channel, clearly reached everyone's ears, as calm as though commanding a drill. Su Mingyu. Here. Su Mingyu's voice carried an uncontrollable excitement. Your opponent is the ace squad of the Stellar Hunters on the left wing. Do you see the lead machine painted like a peacock? They are the key to breaking the shield. Take them down, no problem? Problem? Of course no problem. Boss, just watch, I'll make sure to pluck all the feathers off that peacock. Su Mingyu let out an excited tiger-like roar. Wu Ming. Wu Ming replied briefly. Right wing, the flagship of the Temporary Strategic Alliance. Do you see that heavy battleship with the rock mark? That is Su Tao's ship, their mission is frontal fire suppression. Your Annihilation Singularity Cannon, I want you to wipe it off the battlefield. Received. In Wu Ming's eyes, a flash of tech-nerd frenzy appeared. Mo Yoli, your prophecy works with Wu Ming, make sure his shot does not miss. Shen Madao, Zhou Kai, you handle electronic warfare, stir the waters of this battlefield as muddy as possible. Lin Wei, be ready for field repairs anytime. Understood. Received. Got it. With each command given, the whole team instantly switched from combat readiness to a high-speed precise war machine. As for me. Lin Feng's lips curled into a playful arc, his hands firmly gripping the brand-new control stick. I will have a good talk with the host of this party. His gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield, locking straight on the silver flagship hovering at the back of the Allied fleet, like a king overlooking everything, the seat of the Godmaster. Deep space, attack. At Lin Feng's order, the huge holy shield precisely split open a seam. The dark gold new starship, like a sword unsheathed, charged out fiercely. Boss, the fish is out of the net. On the Allied fleet's communication channel, a Star Hunter commander let out a cruel laugh. All fleets, focus fire on that dark gold ship. Turn it into cosmic dust. However, the deep space, the moment it broke through the shield, did not rush straight into the enemy formation. It made an incredible vertical climb, instantly leaving the height of the main battlefield, and then, several beams of light separated from its hull. Su Mingyu's fighter painted with bright yellow tiger stripes, like a fierce tiger freed from chains, roared toward the left-wing Star Hunter fleet. Wu Ming's scorpion-shaped vehicle silently slipped into the shadow of a meteor and disappeared. And the deep space itself activated psycho-optical camouflage, the whole hull twisted in space, vanishing from sight. Want to play hide and seek? The Godmaster's cold voice rang out again, with a trace of disdain. Nothing can hide in my domain. He slowly raised his hand, closing it in the void. Buzz. The whole battlefield space shook violently, and the positions of all invisible units were marked with a faint silver glow on the Allied fleet's radar. Nothing could hide. Found you. The ace pilot of the Star Hunter sneered, flying his splendid plane with 5 wingmen, locking onto Su Mingyu tightly. The two sides engaged in a dazzling dogfight in the void. Although Su Mingyu's piloting skill was superb, the opponent was an ace with numerical advantage, and for a moment he was suppressed, facing deadly danger. Hey, who are you underestimating? You really think I only know how to run? Hit by a stray cold shot on his shield, Su Mingyu was completely enraged. Let me show you what a real man in 10 seconds looks like. He slammed the red button. Buzz. The whole plane seemed injected with divine power, its surface erupted with dazzling golden light, all weapon systems instantly overloaded to 500%. Die. Su Mingyu let out an excited roar. The plane performed an extreme Pugachev Cobra maneuver, and at the moment it brushed past the enemy ace, unleashed all firepower, missiles, cannons, energy beams, everything. The ace pilot's pupils instantly widened. He never dreamed that a plane he was crushing would suddenly erupt with such terrifying firepower. His shield did not even last a tenth of a second. Under that storm of attacks, it shattered layer by layer like paper. Next second. A silent, massive fireball suddenly expands fiercely in the vacuum. The ace pilot, along with his magnificent plane, is instantly vaporized. After accomplishing all this, Su Mingyu immediately turns around, diving back into the protective range of the holy shield before the opponent's wingman can react, leaving behind a taunting, arrogant remark. Next. Almost at the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Wu Ming's scorpion has quietly circled to the rear of Boulder Su Tao. Mo Yoli. Wu Ming softly calls out in the channel. Left front, 3 o'clock direction, there is a 50-meter diameter meteor. 3 seconds later, his shield will experience a 0.01 second energy dip due to the main gun salvo at that angle. Mo Yoli's calm voice comes through. That's enough. A glint flashes in Wu Ming's eyes as the vicious scorpion tail behind the scorpion rises high, the barrel at its tip begins to gather a dark energy that seems to devour all light. Annihilation Singularity Cannon, fire. An invisible gravitational ripple precisely penetrates the battlefield, locking onto that meteor. In the next second, the meteor is silently and completely erased from the universe, without an explosion or any light or shadow, just vanishing out of thin air. And the aftershock of the annihilation ray precisely pierces Su Tao's flagship's shield at that 0.01 second moment, hitting the engine cluster at the back. Boom! Su Tao's flagship trembles violently, its entire energy system immediately collapsing, turning it into a floating target in space. Nice job! A round of applause echoes in the team channel. However, just when everyone thought the tide of battle was starting to turn in their favor, a streak of light, fast beyond belief, tears through the battlefield. The deep spaceship, forced out of its invisibility, shakes violently, its shield value dropping by 10% in an instant. It's the flagship of God Lord, personally making its move. Got you, little mouse. The voice of God Lord drips with mocking, like a cat playing with a mouse. His flagship doesn't use any conventional weapons, just a silver, sharp tip at the front of the ship, glowing with an unsettling light. Lin Feng's face finally shows a trace of seriousness. He can feel that the power being used by the opponent is the same as his own, belonging to the authority power. Looks like the warm-up is over. Now, the real main course begins. Lin Feng, instead of feeling nervous, actually feels a surge of excitement. He was just worried about finding someone to test his newly gained power. Since you're so eager, let me send you a big gift first. A hint of madness flashes in Lin Feng's eyes as he activates authority. Everything returns to 1. His target is not God Lord as flagship, but a heavy cruiser from the Temporary Strategic Alliance, which is wildly firing. Targeting, T3 type heavy cruiser weapon system, and its own energy core. Execution, conceptual fusion. A bizarre scene unfolds. The captain of that heavy cruiser, shouting hoarsely to fire, is horrified to discover that all of his ship's turrets are suddenly rotating 180 degrees, their black barrels now aimed directly at his own ship's bridge. No! What's happening? The fire control system is malfunctioning. He lets out a desperate scream. But it's all too late. Boom! All guns fire, blasting at itself. In an instant, the heavy cruiser is completely exploded from the inside by its own most violent fire, turning into a magnificent firework in the cosmos. Amid the shockwave of the explosion, a card glowing with a soft light is tossed out. Constellation card Taurus. The deep spaceship's tractor beam had been waiting for this moment, steadily pulling that card into its grasp. The entire battlefield falls into a moment of eerie silence due to this sudden, completely incomprehensible scene. Even God Lord's flagship pauses its attack. Seemed like he was analyzing exactly what had just happened. Lin Feng looked at the fourth constellation card in his hand, a deeper smile on his lips. The battle had just begun. And the advantage of the battle seemed to quietly tilt toward him. Godmaster looked at the friendly warship on the screen, torn apart by his own cannon fire, and for the first time, the playful pride vanished from his handsome face, replaced by an extremely dangerous, cold murderous intent. He slowly spoke, word by word. Interesting. It seems, without showing real skill, you cannot be kept. After his words fell, his magnificent silver-white flagship began to glow with an ominous, dark red light, like fresh blood. A power of authority, stronger, more evil, full of violence and destruction than before, swept across the battlefield like an invisible storm. Chapter 0135 The whole family should be together. Above, Godmaster's flagship, space tore apart like a curtain. A giant eye made of red-black energy slowly opened from the crack, overlooking the entire battlefield. The eye had no pupil, only a deep spiral that seemed capable of devouring souls. When it stared down, a terror from the deepest instincts of life gripped the heart of everyone on the battlefield. Got it, the final boss transformed into Phase 2, now with an evil god's skin. This art style, clearly for money whales. A thought flashed in Lin Feng's mind, but his hands on the controls tightened instinctively. He could feel that the pressure from that eye was completely different from the authority, power he had just obtained. His authority could pry the rules. But this eye twisted the rules, filled with chaos, madness, and ominous energy. On the bridge, Su Mingyu could not help rubbing his arm, feeling goosebumps rise. This guy, what the hell is he doing? I feel uneasy all over, like forgetting homework with the teacher watching. Energy readings are climbing geometrically. Chen Madao's voice showed clear shock for the first time, this energy structure no record in the database. It is corrupting space. Godmaster's handsome yet evil face showed a sick, enjoying everything smile. He enjoyed the brief shock on Lin Feng's team's faces, enjoyed the Guardian's fleet being ready. He slowly raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers toward Lin Feng. A cold voice, as if from the depths of the nine hells, echoed in the mind of every enemy. Authority, silence all things. Buzz. Something strange happened. On the deep spaceship bridge, the green lights flashing, weapons ready, instantly turned a glaring red. What's happening? Su Mingyu tried to fire to cover the flank, but the weapon panel in front of him turned gray. He pressed the fire buttons frantically, but the ship did not respond. Boss. Weapon systems all offline. Cannot activate. Not only him, Wu Ming's Scorpion Annihilation Singularity Cannon, just gathering a bit of energy, immediately went out. Zhou Kai's electronic interference module also became useless junk. Even the recently awakened Guardian fleet around the temple, glowing with holy light, their elegant and deadly gun muzzles all dimmed at once. In an instant, all of Lin Feng's attack units became toothless tigers. His authority is deprivation. On the display, Bai Yuan's clear face showed, for the first time, the emotion called horror. He altered the rules of this space, temporarily depriving us of the concept of attacking. This power connects to the abyss. He betrayed himself, in exchange for this corrupted power. Wow, this went from an action game to a horror game in an instant? Starting off with a weapon surrender, no martial ethics at all. Lin Feng's face darkened completely. He finally understood, the authority of the Ji God Lord was not earned through trials. He had taken another shortcut. A path that opposed the entire world, a poisoned road of self-destruction. Now, the game is over. The God Lord's voice carried a trace of joyous judgment as he issued the final command to his combined fleet. Erase them, inch by inch, from this universe. Understood. Lord God. The channel of the combined fleet erupted in a frenzy of enthusiastic replies. The next second, the one-sided slaughter began. Having lost their ability to attack, Lin Feng's side was reduced to sitting ducks. The temporary strategic alliance and stellar hunters combined fleet no longer held back and unleashed the most insane artillery fire without restraint. The giant holy shield held up by the Guardian fleet, having lost its counterattack support, lasted less than 10 seconds before shattering like glass struck by a hammer under the endless storm of artillery fire. Boom! 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 One by one, the elegantly designed Guardian warships didn't even have time to dodge before being directly pierced and detonated by the violent energy beams, transforming into heartbreaking blue fireworks in the cosmos. The White Kite fleet was vanishing at an astonishing speed. Shield energy critical. 30%, 20%, we can't hold out. Chen Mo Tao's voice was urgent but still clear. The body of the deep spaceship shook violently. Even with its superior performance and Lin Feng's godlike piloting, they couldn't fully avoid the saturated attack, and the shield value was rapidly dropping at a dangerous rate. Boss. Think of a way. If this keeps up, will be turned into space barbecue. Su Mingyu was sweating profusely, desperate. This was an unprecedented despair. It wasn't about not being able to win, it was that they didn't even have the qualifications to connect to the power source. As they watched yet another Guardian warship explode not far away, breaking into brilliant fragments. On Bai Yuan's face, the eternally indifferent expression was finally replaced by a look of determination. She deeply glanced at the direction of the deep spaceship, at the young man sitting in the captain's seat, whose eyes still showed no signs of panic despite the dire situation. The corner of her mouth seemed to show a faint smile, one that could almost be mistaken for comfort. "Candidate, your journey has only just begun." Her voice rang in Lin Feng's mind for the last time. The next second, the Guardian flagship she was aboard, the most magnificent white starship that looked like a divine chariot, turned around. It didn't flee, nor did it make any useless evasive maneuvers. Instead, the engines roared to life, and pure white flames, like the fires of a soul, burned around it, charging boldly towards the huge, ominous red-black eye in the sky. "Herald Lord!" All the surviving Guardian units let out incredulous exclamations. God Lord's smile also froze for the first time. He hadn't expected this gatekeeper to choose such a brutal method to stop him. "Stop her," he barked. Countless artillery shells immediately concentrated fire on the burning flagship, but in front of that pure white flame, all the attacks melted away like ice and snow. This was the light of burning souls and rules. "Lin Feng, this is the last chance I can secure for you." Bai Yuan's voice, like a sigh through time and space, echoed in the public channel. "Please, make sure, sit on that throne." Boom! A pure white sun suddenly erupted in the center of the battlefield. The magnificent flagship. With a self-explosion, he violently crashed into that enormous red and black pupil. The white purifying light collided madly with the red and black corrupting power, annihilating each other. The giant eye in the sky let out a silent scream of pain, and cracks appeared in its enormous pupil. The everything-silenced field that shrouded the battlefield, stealing all concepts of attack, temporarily faltered under the violent impact. "Boss! The weapon system is back online." Chen Madao's voice sounded first, filled with uncontrollable excitement. "How long can it hold?" Lin Feng's voice was cold and terrifyingly calm, with no emotion detectable. "At most 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, waiting for him to give the counterattack order. Su Mingyu was ready to activate 10 seconds True Man, to fight the God Master with all his might. However, Lin Feng's next command shocked everyone unexpectedly. He did not order a counterattack, not even glance at the flagship of God Master temporarily stiffened by the broken field. His gaze, like an eagle, swept across the chaotic battlefield. "Wu Ming, Mo Yoli, cover the left wing. Su Mingyu, Zhou Kai, clear the right side trajectory. Chen Madao, max all tractor beam power, I'll designate the coordinates." His fingers became a blur over the tactical star map, wildly pointing at the faint lights scattered across the battlefield from exploded warships. "No need to rush revenge, first collect all the deliveries, that is the real task." Buzz! The deep spaceship's engines roared again. It did not charge at any enemy, but moved through the battlefield with a strange pace no one understood. Several strong tractor beams shot from the hull, like precise tentacles, pulling in the faint lights floating among the warship debris one by one. Constellation card Gemini. Constellation card Cancer. Constellation card Leo. It turned out that among the previously destroyed Temporary Strategic Alliance and Star Hunters warships, there were several holders of constellation cards. In this precious 30 seconds, Lin Feng chose to do one thing. One thing more important and more insane than revenge. He was going to clean the battlefield. He wanted to collect all the scattered puzzle pieces into his hands. He's gone mad. The Godmaster, recovering from the shock of the broken field, saw the deep spaceship's strange actions and roared in furious desperation. He finally understood what Lin Feng intended. He wanted to gather all the keys under his very eyes. Kill him. At any cost, the Godmaster shouted madly. The combined fleet aimed their fire at the deep spaceship again, but Lin Feng's team had formed the strongest defensive formation, buying every single second. The deep spaceship moved like a graceful battlefield scavenger, dancing among fire and explosions. When the last Aquarius constellation card was steadily pulled into the cabin by the tractor beam, 12 constellation cards gathered together in the bridge of the deep spaceship. Buzz! Without any command, the 12 cards exploded with unprecedented dazzling light at the same moment. They flew automatically into the air, circling Lin Feng at the captain's seat, slowly rotating, as if performing an ancient coronation ceremony. And the failed everything-silenced field once again shrouded the battlefield at that moment. Chapter 013612 Star Maps Unified. The pure white sun formed from Bai Yuan had not yet lost its afterglow. The red and black giant eye perched in the sky had its cracks rapidly healing, visible to the naked eye. The shock and anger on Godmaster's handsome face was quickly replaced by an even colder, more brutal killing intent. He was angry for the gatekeeper's self-sacrifice, and furious that this tiny ant dared to defy his will. Nice fireworks, but what a pity, utterly meaningless. The voice of the God Lord was like a freezing wind that froze everything, resounding throughout the entire space. He raised his hand again, and the giant eye that was about to heal, once again locked onto the battlefield. Authority, silence of all things, return. Buzz. That terrifying domain, which stripped away all concepts of attack, like an invisible tide, swept over once again. The weapon system, which had just recovered for less than 30 seconds, once again fell into a deathly silence. Inside the bridge of the deep spaceship, all the green attack indicators that had lit up suddenly turned gray, indicating paralysis. Here it comes again. Is this guy a recorder or something? Su Mingyu looked at the malfunctioned weapon panel once again, so angry that he almost crushed the control stick. This time, they didn't even have a chance to struggle. Game over, it's time to end. The expression on God Lord's face once again appeared with that sickly pleasure, as if a cat playing with a mouse. He issued the final judgment to his own overwhelming fleet. Crush them. Understood. Lord God Lord. In the fervent response, hundreds of warships aimed their cannon mouths at the deep spaceship and the remaining scattered Guardian warships behind it. The one-sided slaughter was about to begin. However, just at this critical moment, a bright yellow stream of light, without warning, crossed directly in front of the deep spaceship. It was Su Mingyu's fighter jet, painted with tiger stripes. Then, Wu Ming's scorpion-like vehicle silently slid to the side of the deep spaceship, blocking a key shooting angle with its battered body. Shen Mote, Zhou Kai, Lin Wei. Each member of the team moved their planes at this moment, without words, without communication, as if they had practiced it 1,000 times. They piloted their planes, already riddled with wounds from the previous battle, and surrounded the deep spaceship in the center, forming a fragile, tiny, yet determined steel wall. They answered with their actions. Want to touch our leader? You have to go over our wreckage first. You guys? On the captain's seat of the deep spaceship, Lin Feng looked at the resolute figures outside the porthole, and deep within his eyes, a long-suppressed emotion surged violently. Boss. Don't worry about us. Do what you need to do. Su Mingyu's voice sounded on the team channel, this time, without the usual teasing, only a firm determination. Even if we sacrifice these broken scraps of metal, you can melt and forge us better ones. What's there to be afraid of? Exactly. Zhou Kai also shouted, Boss, fly without worry, we'll take the responsibility if something goes wrong. Really? Everyone is acting like they're about to be executed. I bet if someone didn't know, they'd think they're performing some kind of epic tragedy. A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, but the curve at the corner of his mouth unconsciously rose. He knew there was no turning back, and he could never betray this trust. His gaze fell upon the center of the bridge. The 12 constellation cards gathered together, slowly rotating around him, their light growing brighter, as if performing an ancient and sacred coronation ceremony. They were urging, calling. Lin Feng could feel that these 12 cards contained a vast power, enough to overturn the entire world. But harnessing this power was also a gamble. Once started, it couldn't be stopped. Either rise to the heavens, controlling the stars. Or soul scattered, never to return. I'm betting. Lin Feng's eyes showed no hesitation. Slowly, he stretched his hand toward the center of the glowing ring formed by the rotating constellation cards. Isn't it just drawing cards? 12 draws for a guaranteed SSR. If I don't go for it now, it would be a crime against my main character face. Merge. He activated the most important, and also the biggest stake, merge of his life. This time, what he merged was not matter. It was rules, it was concepts, it was the very essence of the world represented by these 12 cards. Boom! Lin Feng's spiritual world felt as if a supernova had just exploded. His authority, all things become one, was like a black hole, madly pulling at the power of the 12 constellation cards, trying to force them to knit together. Outside, inside the deep spaceship's bridge, a shocking phenomenon also appeared. Around Lin Feng, 12 huge, ghostly silhouettes made of starlight lit up in sequence. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer. The totems of the 12 constellations, like 12 ancient gods, slowly emerged behind him, finally forming a huge, rotating star ring radiating supreme majesty. The entire sanctuary space violently shook under this power. Even the distant, ruined central throne hummed, as if resonating with this newborn power. What is that? The smile on the God Master's face completely froze, his eyes filled with doubt as he stared at the terrifying power emanating from inside the deep spaceship. He had a very bad premonition. Forget it. Focus fire. Turn him to atoms. Now. He roared hysterically. The Allied fleet's cannons poured down like a torrential rain. Boom. 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 Lin Wei's logistics ship, already poor at combat, was the first hit by multiple beams, the shield shattered instantly, and the whole plane rolled out with black smoke. Xiao Wei. Su Mingyu's eyes widened with rage, wanting to rescue her, but more cannon fire had already engulfed him. His plane's wings were blown off, alarms ringing non-stop in the cockpit. Cough cough boss, my limited edition skin looks like it's about to become extinct. Wu Ming's Scorpion took a main cannon shot with its toughest back armor, the whole ship blown flying, crashing on meteors and pieces. Everyone, with their lives, was buying Lin Feng even just a single precious second. Lin Feng could feel it. Through the team link, he could clearly feel each partner's absolute, burning will. These wills became the purest fuel, poured into his spiritual world. Give me merge. Lin Feng roared from the depths of his soul. The 12 huge constellation silhouettes, as if receiving the final order, collapsed inward, all pouring into his body. The light faded. The 12 rotating constellation cards also disappeared. In their place was a single creation rune, made of countless star paths, too complex for any words to describe, deeply engraved onto the very essence of Lin Feng's soul. The next moment, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. In his pupils, it seemed the entire universe was being born and dying, endlessly cycling. Ding! Detected 12 authority shards collected. Authority, all things become one begins final evolution. Evolution successful. On his personal panel, the authority text flashed violently before finally settling as Authority, creation merge, complete. At that very instant, the all things silent field covering the battlefield, which had made everyone despair, burst like a popped balloon, quietly and completely disappearing. The Godmaster felt like struck by lightning, his body shuddered, the giant eye in the sky painfully closing. He could feel the link between himself and return void forcibly cut by an older, more domineering rule. No, this is impossible. What power is this? He roared in terrified disbelief. He knew he had to kill Lin Feng before he fully mastered this power. The God Lord frantically mobilized all the remaining energy of his flagship, preparing to unleash his final strike. However, on the captain's seat of the deep spaceship, Lin Feng didn't even glance at the relit weapon panel. He simply raised his hand slowly. With a light, casual gesture, he pointed at the distant, magnificent silver-white flagship. That seemingly ordinary finger calmly pointed at the God Lord's flagship. It was like a traveler casually pointing at the distant scenery. However, this ordinary gesture caused all the blood to drain from the God Lord's handsome face in an instant. A vast and indescribable fear, originating from the very core of life, flooded his heart like icy seawater. He didn't know what that force was, but he knew that he must give everything before this finger fell. Die! The God Lord let out a hysterical roar, pouring every last ounce of reason into this final madness. The ominous dark red glow around his magnificent silver-white flagship began to collapse inward at an unprecedented speed, all gathering into the massive, evil red-black eye at the ship's prow. That giant eye was no longer a mere illusion, but had solidified into substance. It seemed to be a corner of the void, the embodiment of the cosmic cancer. A beam of dark red destructive light, pure in its essence of pollution and end, shot out violently, enough to make the very space itself mourn. Where the beam passed, all tiny cosmic dust and asteroid fragments were not vaporized, but directly erased from the level of existence, turning into absolute nothingness. This was the final strike he made, overdrawing the contract with the void and betting everything. In the United Fleet, all the pilots who witnessed the scene felt as if their souls were about to be sucked away and torn apart by that beam, instinctively retreating. On the bridge of the deep spaceship, Su Mingyu's tiger teeth were forgotten as he felt his heart gripped tightly by someone. Boss! Lin Wei let out a short, startled cry. However, facing this attack capable of ending everything, Lin Feng's expression showed no change. He didn't even look at the beam. His gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, landing on the Chi God Lord's twisted face, contorted in madness. Then, his thin lips parted, uttering a few words. His voice was not loud, but it seemed like the highest decree of this universe. I declare, energy and stillness merged. The moment the words were spoken, a strange, extreme scene occurred. The dark red beam of light, carrying endless destructive power and causing space itself to scream, suddenly stopped. Without warning, it froze in midair, defying all laws of physics. It was as if time had been pressed on pause. No, it was more than a pause. It turned into a piece of art. A sculpture made of pure destructive energy, frozen in a forward motion, a transparent red-black masterpiece. Then, under the stunned gaze of everyone, crack! A faint sound. A tiny crack appeared on the surface of this artwork. Immediately, the crack spread like a spider web, rapidly engulfing the entire piece. Bang! It silently shattered, turning into billions of harmless glowing specks, slowly dissipating into the cold void of space. There was no explosion. No shockwave. Nothing. It was as if the world-ending strike had been nothing more than a boring illusion. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Everyone in the United Fleet had their minds completely shut down by the incomprehensible scene before them. The madness on the God Lord's face also froze completely, and in its place, a new expression emerged. It was an unprecedented confusion and fear. What is that? What happened? Why is this happening? My dear maternal uncle. What is going on? Magic? This must be high-level magic, right? Su Mingyu swallowed hard, struggling to say something. He felt like his worldview was being rubbed against the ground repeatedly. Chen Meteo pushed his glasses up, and the data stream in his eyes had completely turned into a scrambled mess, constantly flashing bright red, error, cannot parse. Well, this is what they call word becomes law. So, in the future, if we argue, wouldn't it be invincible? If I say you're ugly, will you really become ugly? This power needs to be used carefully, it could make you lose all your friends. Lin Feng had a thought of sarcasm flash through his mind, but his face remained calm. He looked at the man in the flagship in the distance, who was now completely stunned, and raised his hand once again. At this moment, the God Lord finally woke up from his stupor. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. He frantically turned the ship's bow, cranked the engine to its maximum power, trying to escape from this man who filled him with endless fear. However, Lin Feng simply raised his finger again. This time, he didn't even blink. I announce, your spaceship and dust fusion. Another bland declaration. Then, a scene even more bizarre and terrifying than before unfolded. The God Lord's flagship, made of the top-tier technology, luxurious and powerful silver-white ship, began to turn into sand from the bow, inch by inch. It wasn't an explosion, it wasn't disintegration. It was simply turning into sand. The hard alloy armor, the complex energy circuits, the sophisticated weapon systems, everything, at an unstoppable, visibly rapid speed, lost its original physical properties and turned into the most primitive, harmless cosmic dust. The God Lord watched in terror as the control panel in front of him, and the place where his hands touched, all began to crumble like sand sculptures. He could feel the deck beneath his feet disappearing, and the captain's seat behind him collapsing. In just 3 seconds. A powerful flagship, representing the pinnacle of server battle power, had completely turned into a huge cloud of dust, silently and completely, under everyone's gaze, shimmering slightly under the starlight. Only the most core part, the cockpit wrapped in an emergency life support field, remained, exposed alone in the cold void. Ah! Only at this moment, the God Lord's terrifying, inhuman scream, distorted by extreme fear, finally came from the cockpit. He had completely broken down. This power had gone beyond his entire understanding of battle. This wasn't a battle. This was a god's erasure of a mortal. It was an author's dimensional strike against his own characters. No matter how strong you are, all I need to do is move my pen, and you'll disappear from this world. The other members of the joint fleet, staring at the dust cloud that was once the flagship, were so frightened they forgot to even run. Many even began to dry retch uncontrollably, a physiological reaction from the intense mental shock. Lin Feng ignored the minor players. His gaze landed on the lonely cockpit, surrounded by the life support field. He had no intention of killing the God Lord. A living, completely broken enemy was more valuable than a dead one. He wanted this person to become an exhibit, a warning. A warning to all those like him, who tried to shortcut and meddle with power that wasn't theirs. Lin Feng's lips parted for the 3rd time. I announce, your freedom and cage, fusion. Buzz. Golden chains made of pure light appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the cockpit. They interwove, closed, and finally formed a seamless, divinely radiating spherical cage, trapping the cockpit that held despair and madness. The battle was over. There were no earth-shattering clashes, no explosive blasts lighting up the sky. Only 3 simple announcements. And a silent, rule-based erasure. Lin Feng slowly withdrew his hand, not even glancing at the imprisoned God Lord for the last time. His gaze passed over the United Fleet, now completely devoid of fighting spirit, like startled birds. It moved past the fragments of the divine temples floating in the void. Finally, it rested in the very center of this sacred temple space. On the huge and broken throne, forged from shattered stars. He knew that the moment he sat down, he would inherit all of this. And face the ultimate truth behind the world's flight, a cruel game that spanned countless epochs. Inside the deep spaceship's bridge, there was a profound silence. Su Mingyu's mouth was agape, Chen Mato held his forehead, and Wu Ming's eyes, usually half-closed with sleep, were wide open like bronze bells. They stared at the back of the person sitting in the captain's seat, and for a moment, they felt a strange distance. It was as if the person sitting there was no longer their companion, their boss. But a true god. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the commotion behind him. He stood up, took a step by step, walking toward the hatch leading outside. Alright, the tutorial for the newbies is finally over. Next, let's see what the paid content of this game is really like. The cold, stone-like texture reached Lin Feng's fingertips. The throne before him, made from shattered stars, was like an ordinary stone sculpture floating in the universe for billions of years, desolate and lonely. Around him, the members of the Deep Space Team, as well as the captured, battle-weary fleet members, held their breath and focused on the scene. Everyone knew that when the man sat on that throne, an era would end, and a new, unknown era would begin. Lin Feng withdrew his hand, not hesitating anymore. He turned around, brushing off non-existent dust from his robes, and sat down on the huge, broken throne. The moment he sat down, the entire sacred temple space fell into a strange, absolute silence. Then, boom! A vast, indescribable force, originating from the very source of the world, erupted from the throne, like a floodgate bursting open, instantly filling Lin Feng's limbs and body. His authority, creation fusion went wild under the influence of this force. Buzz! Centered around the throne, a dazzling golden halo expanded outwards, like a supernova explosion, instantly sweeping across the entire sacred temple space. Where the halo passed, miracles were happening. The shattered white temple fragments floating in the void seemed to be rewound like a tape, countless pieces turned into flowing light, swiftly flying backward along the path they had come, reassembling and rejoining. The sinister cracks on the surface of the temple buildings quickly healed with the soothing golden light, visibly healing and smoothing out like new, radiating a soft and sacred glow. Even the wreckage of the Guardian warships destroyed in the earlier battle began to reconstruct, starting from the most basic particles, and one by one, new, elegantly deadly white warships were reorganized behind the deep spaceship. In just a few seconds, the entire sacred temple had been renewed. It was as if the brutal battle that had just taken place was nothing but a dream that never happened. Wow, this special effect, the budget is burning. It's like buying a house with full decoration, including all furniture and appliances. This service can definitely get a 5-star rating. A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He could feel that he had established a bloodline-like connection with this sacred temple, with this space. He seemed to need only a single thought to make everything here change according to his will. At that moment, a soft, neutral, emotionless will sounded directly in the depths of his mind. Arc system rebooting. Air permissions confirmed match 100%. Welcome, new wielder of the sword. Who are you? Lin Feng did not speak, he only sent the question in his heart. A fist-sized sphere of pure white light slowly appeared in the void before him. I am the navigation and maintenance AI of the Arc system, you can call me Zero. Arc? Lin Feng caught the keyword, wasn't it called Multiverse Flight? The Multiverse Flight survival game is only the outward name for phases 1 to 9 of the wielder selection plan, to make it easier for carbon-based intelligent life to understand. Zero's voice remained calm and flat, and this holy temple, along with all its subsystems, its true code name is Arkansas. Alright, I knew it. The newbie village is called Azeroth, and only when you reach max level do they tell you the full name is World of Warcraft, same old trick. Lin Feng leaned against the wide back of the throne, adjusted to a comfortable posture, and continued to ask, why select wielders of the sword? Zero was silent for a moment, seeming to access the highest level data. The next second, it projected a holographic image. It was a starry sky Lin Feng knew extremely well, a blue planet, a silver moon, and further away, the solar system. However, at the edge of the image, a pure, ever-expanding void was slowly consuming everything. Where the void passed, stars went out, space collapsed, and everything returned to absolute deathly silence. Gu Su. Lin Feng recognized it, Bai Yuan had shown it to him before. Yes. Zero answered, your universe, traced back one era before your timeline, had already been completely swallowed by Gu Su. You are not survivors. You are backups. Zero's next sentence made Lin Feng's pupils shrink slightly, almost imperceptibly. At the last moment before the old universe perished, the ancient civilization activated the Arc Plan. They extracted the most potential individuals from each civilization at different time points, complete information samples, including memories, souls, genetic sequences. Then, they stored these samples in the Arc system. You are those extracted seeds of civilization. And the so-called multiverse flight survival game is an ultimate trial, lasting countless eras, used to activate and select these seeds. In an instant, all mysteries had answers. Why everyone appeared on the plane out of nowhere? Why this game was full of illogical rules? Why the plane was bound to the captain's soul, and if abandoned, would suffer the so-called Guesu punishment? So we are not real people, only compressed files in a USB? This plot just fast-forwarded straight to the Matrix, huh? Lin Feng calmly processed this massive information, and asked again, what is the Guesu punishment? Not a punishment, but a return. Zero explained, the Arc system provides an independent existence anchor for each sample, allowing it to act as a physical entity. Once a sample chooses to leave the bound plane, that is, leave the system anchor, its existence information loses support, passively returning to the ultimate entropy state of the universe, which you understand as Guesu. Simply put, it's like the server deleting the account. Once deleted, the data goes back to the recycle bin, makes sense. Lin Feng nodded, then asked the last and one of the questions he cared most about. Mo Yoli, and those captains with single-digit numbers, what about them? They are the failures of the previous wielder selection plan. The answer from Zero confirmed Lin Feng's guess. In the final trial of the previous generation, several candidates reached the final stage, but they couldn't decide on a single winner. Instead, internal conflicts almost caused the system to collapse. As an emergency plan, the ARC system forcibly wiped their memories, using them as guiding seeds and casting them into this generation's trial. Their existence itself is a screening mechanism, and also a balance for the new generation of candidates. So Mo Yoli and the others were the failures from the last generation, their accounts wiped clean, thrown down here to accompany us repeaters for the college entrance exam? Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, feeling that this truth had a bit of dark humor to it. All the doubts had now been answered. Lin Feng leaned back in the throne, staring at the glowing orb before him, which represented the system's will, and remained silent for a long time. He had always thought he was playing a brutal survival game, but he never expected that he and everyone else were just part of a massive civilizational revival plan. They were not players. They were seeds. And he, Lin Feng, had passed all the tests, defeated all the competitors, and finally sat in this position. He had become the one, the only, qualified to decide the fate of all the seeds, the gardener. This scale, it suddenly jumped from personal survival to the continuation of civilization. The pressure is a bit much. As if sensing Lin Feng's emotions, Zero's voice echoed once again. As the new Swordmaster, you now hold the highest control authority of the ARC system. You will decide the ultimate fate of all civilizational sparks. As Zero's words fell, the space before the throne twisted, and a huge control console made of light, filled with a complex sense of technology, slowly rose. On the console, there were only 3 massive options, each glowing with different radiance. The first option emitted a warm, sun-like golden light, and it read: Return to the homeland. Option description: use all of ARC's creation energy to reshape a new homeland in a safe dimension, perfectly matching the environment, physical laws, and time flow of the mother planet Earth. All civilizational sparks choosing to return will have part of their memories reset and start a peaceful, stable life in this new home, in the form of rebirth. The second option emitted a deep, starry blue light, and it read: Stellar Expedition. Option description: transform the ARC into the ultimate expedition vessel and lead all willing civilizational sparks to leap into an unknown, brand new universe. You will become the pioneers of the new universe, exploring endless stars and establishing your own interstellar civilization. The third option, however, emitted a violent, blood-red light, and it read: Ultimate Revenge. Option description: transform the ARC into the most powerful war machine, gathering all forces to actively search for and counterattack the source of the Return to Ruin. This option will fully activate all of ARC's combat modules, but it also carries the mortal risk of facing off against the entire Return to Ruin. The 3 options represented 3 completely different futures. Would it be the choice of peaceful reconstruction, the unknown exploration, or the crazy revenge? The glowing orb, Zero, floated quietly, waiting for the final decision of its new master. Chapter 0139, A Person's Choice. On the massive control console before the throne, the 3 options shone like 3 stars, radiating completely different light, reflecting Lin Feng's calm face. Return to the homeland. Stellar Expedition. Ultimate Revenge. Each option represented a completely different, yet equally grand path for civilization. So after all this time, it turns out to be a cosmic-level life planning consultation service? And they even have 3 packages, A, B, C, with assignments included? A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, but he did not immediately make a choice. His gaze passed over the console made of light, and he looked down at the vast space of the temple. There, his companions, along with all the captains who survived this ultimate trial, were gathered together. Some were cheering for their survival, some were mourning their fallen comrades, and many others, overwhelmed by the immense truth, had confusion and helplessness written all over their faces. They were the spark, the backups, the data carrying the hope of civilization's continuation. But now, they were all living, breathing people. Lin Feng watched as Su Mingyu animatedly boasted about how heroic he had been, watched as Chen Mato adjusted his glasses, calming down a captain whose emotions were out of control, and watched as Wu Ming sat alone in a corner, his fingers tracing incomprehensible data in the void. The corner of his mouth unconsciously lifted slightly. The person who set this question has forgotten the most important premise. Slowly, he stood up from the throne, a symbol of supreme power. He no longer looked at the 3 options, but instead raised his hand. Authority, Creation Fusion. Lin Feng's voice was light, yet it seemed to resonate with the entire temple space. His target was not any enemy, but the cold, shattered remains of his companions that lay on this battlefield. Buzz. A golden, warm creation power spread from his palm. The next moment, a miracle unfolded, leaving all the survivors dumbfounded. Su Mingyu's bright yellow tiger-striped plane, with its wings blown off and cockpit filled with cracks, seemed to have the time rewind button pressed. Countless fragments turned into particles of light, rapidly gathering and reassembling. The broken wings grew back, and the cracked paintwork returned to perfection. Wu Ming's scorpion ship, which had been blasted into pieces, nearly reduced to just a skeleton, saw its scattered parts as if summoned by an invisible force, flying back to their places, seamlessly piecing together. Even the dents from the impact were instantly smoothed out. Lin Wei's little lucky transport plane, which had been emitting black smoke and had lost all power, was surrounded by soft light, and all the damaged circuits and structures were rapidly self-repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It wasn't just them. All the planes that had fallen in the final battle, sacrificed to protect him, belonging to the Deep Space Team members, were reborn in this golden rain of light. One by one, brand new and flawless vehicles quietly hovered in front of their owners, radiating a soft glow. Oh my goodness, this. Su Mingyu stammered, pointing at his beloved plane, which had been lost and was now restored to an even brighter state. He was so excited that his tiger teeth were trembling, unable to speak a complete sentence for a long time. Chen Motto adjusted his glasses, and for the first time, the data streams in his eyes flickered chaotically due to the unexplainable phenomenon. The equipment owed must be returned. The whole family should be neat and tidy, not a single one should be missing. Lin Feng looked at his companion's mixed expressions of surprise and joy, and a warmth flashed through his heart. After doing all this, he used the throne system to send all the truths he learned from Zero in the form of information streams to every survivor present, without holding anything back. In an instant, the cheers in the entire temple stopped abruptly. The immense shock froze the expressions of all the captains. Their world, their past, was all just data backup stored in the Ark? They only existed as trial subjects to select a sword bearer? After a brief silence, an even greater uproar and turmoil erupted. Some people broke down and cried, unable to accept that their lives had been nothing but a fake game. Someone was angrily roaring, questioning why their fate had to be arranged like this. Others, after a brief moment of confusion, had their eyes reignited with the light of survival. No matter the truth, they were still alive, and that was enough. Lin Feng quietly watched all of this, neither intervening nor comforting. He knew they needed time to accept everything. He turned and gave an order to the light ball next to him. Zero. Open a stable channel to New Earth for all those who wish to go home. They have the right to choose the life they want. Command confirmed. Constructing dimensional channel. On one side of the temple, a massive portal emitting soft white light slowly opened. On the other side of the door was a beautiful, vibrant blue planet. It was a perfect New Earth recreated by the system based on everyone's memory samples, free of any pollution or war. Really, can we go home? A young captain, tears streaming down his face, was the first to pilot his plane straight through the light door. Once the first went, the second followed. More and more captains, after going through this brutal survival game, chose to return to peace. They cast complicated looks at Lin Feng, filled with both gratitude and awe, and then flew resolutely into the door of light that symbolized peace. Lin Feng did not stop them, just calmly observing. Soon, the once crowded temple, which had thousands of people, became much emptier. Boss, aren't you going to ask for our opinion? Su Mingyu's voice came from behind. Lin Feng turned around and saw that all his core team members were standing behind him. None of them had walked toward the light door. Su Mingyu crossed his arms, curling his lips. Go back home to farm? Don't joke around, my engine hasn't had enough fuel yet. Besides, without you watching over us, what if we get bullied by old Wang next door? According to the data analysis, Chen Motto pushed up his glasses and calmly said, the exploration value of the unknown universe is far greater than a new Earth that has been set up, with no unexpected events. My database prefers the former. Wu Mingyan was succinct, simply patting the new shell of his scorpion ship with a look of fanaticism unique to tech enthusiasts. New materials, data, more. Lin Wei and Zhou Kai exchanged a glance and said with a smile, we're the logistics team, boss. Wherever you go, we'll follow. Otherwise, who's going to fix your plane? Mo Yoli looked at Lin Feng, a hint of fate-driven resignation in his cold eyes. My prophecy tells me that my end is not behind that door. Su Qingju and Yu Shuling didn't speak, just silently standing beside Lin Feng, their eyes already saying everything. Looking at the determined and trusting faces of his companions, Lin Feng was silent for a moment, then smiled. A genuine, relaxed smile from the heart. He turned and walked toward the throne again, toward the three still glowing options. Zero. He called softly. I am here, swordbearer. I won't choose any of these three options. Unable to understand. These are the system's preset, optimized paths for the continuation of civilization. Only children make choices. Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of amusement. Adults, of course, want them all. No, not just all. I'm a little greedier. I want the right to customize the rules. His fingers didn't touch any of the options but lightly traced the center of the console. A brand new command was forcibly written into the system's underlying logic with his authority of creation fusion. I choose to let the Ark return to its original name. From today, this place is no longer the trial ground for selecting swordbearers, but the interdimensional flight connecting all realms. Home, we will go and create the world that's best suited for us, expedition. We are going to freely explore every interesting universe. As for revenge. Lin Feng paused, the curve of his mouth growing wider. When we get tired of playing and want some fun, it's not too late to go then. From today, there will be no more trials, only the journey. The entire sanctuary, with his words, fell into a long silence. The core light of Orb Zero flickered violently at an unprecedented frequency, clearly undergoing an overload of computation. After a long time, its emotionless voice sounded again. Cannot understand. Your choice exceeds the initial setting. Redefining system logic. Logic reconstruction complete. Permission granted. Swordbearer Lin Feng, your new route has been opened. As the voice fell, the three options representing fate shattered with a roar, turning into countless points of light, eventually merging into a vast, new star map full of unknown galaxies and routes, slowly unfolding before Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a last look at the throne, without a trace of attachment. He turned, walking in long strides toward his deep spaceship, toward his companions. The throne is nice, but sitting too long, it becomes cold. The captain's seat with the control stick is warmer. Chapter 0140 My World. The brand new captain's seat carried a faint cool metallic touch. Lin Feng's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, eyes sweeping across the completely renewed bridge. Su Mingyu was excitedly playing with the brand new weapon panel of his tiger-striped fighter, humming an out-of-tune tune. Chen Mado pushed his glasses. On the light screen before him, countless data streams refreshed like waterfalls, conducting final checks on the deep spaceship's performance. Wu Ming stood like a ghost in the corner, eyes fixed on the main screen showing the vast new star map, a special tech lover's fanaticism sparkling in his gaze. Lin Wei and Yu Shuling were preparing celebratory drinks for the cruise departure, the air filled with a mix of relaxation and anticipation. Everything was ready. Past battles and struggles seemed to be sealed into history with the reboot of the ARC system. All systems self-check complete, performance indicators exceed theoretical peak by 12%. Chen Mado's voice came, with barely restrained excitement, "Boss, we can depart at any moment, to any corner of the star map." Yay! I can't wait to see that miracle garden. Su Mingyu raised his fist, eyes full of longing. Just the name makes me feel there will be many beautiful ladies. Lin Feng smiled and stood up from the captain's seat. He glanced around at his most trusted companions, then spoke, voice low, but the noise in the bridge instantly calmed. Wait. All eyes focused on him. Before we depart, there is one last thing left undone. Lin Feng's expression became calm, eyes deep. We cannot leave a trash heap that could explode at any moment to this universe. The bridge fell silent for a few seconds. No one was a fool, everyone immediately understood what he meant. Gu Su. The ultimate threat that devoured their old world, spreading like a cancer across the universe. Boss, you mean? Su Mingyu put away his playful smile, clenched his fist, his canine teeth faintly visible, eyes burning with fighting spirit. What do you want to do? Blow it up, or seal it? My 10-second true man this time is the enhanced version. Others also went on alert, thinking Lin Feng was about to lead them in the final, most grand battle. Lin Feng shook his head. No, we won't fight. His answer stunned everyone. Not fight? Then what will we do? Trying to reason with a bug that keeps multiplying is useless. Formatting could even fry the hard drive. At times like this, only the ultimate method of a programmer works. Turn it into a new function. A thought flashed in Lin Feng's mind, but he did not explain it further. He turned around, and under the puzzled eyes of his companions, walked again toward the throne that represented supreme authority. He did not sit, only gently placed his palm on the throne's cold armrest. Zero. He called in his heart. I am here, Swordbearer. The light orb Zero silently appeared beside him. Link my will with the entire ARC system at the deepest level. I need to mobilize all its energy, including the most fundamental creation rules. Lin Feng issued the order. Order confirmed. The voice of light orb Zero remained calm. Linking link complete. Swordbearer, your will now represents all of the ARC. Buzz. The entire cathedral space, this ultimate refuge created by ancient civilization carrying countless sparks of culture, at this moment, seemed to become an extension of Lin Feng's body. He could feel the energy flowing through every guardian warship, hear the breathing and heartbeat of every surviving captain, and even touch the fundamental rule lines that formed this subspace. He was about to do something unprecedented, something even the creators of the ARC never thought of, or dared not think. He slowly raised his other hand, as if to pierce the barrier of dimensions and touch the darkness that exists beyond all worlds, representing the end in nothingness. His voice, through the ARC system, echoed across the entire cathedral dimension. Authority, creation fusion. Everyone held their breath, sensing that they were about to witness a miracle. Lin Feng gave his final order, a declaration that could drive any god mad. Fusion Target 1, Arc System. Fusion Target 2, Gue Su Concept. At the moment the words fell, the core light of Orb Zero flickered violently at an unprecedented frequency, and its emotionless electronic voice first carried the urgency called warning. Warning! Warning! Extreme dangerous operation detected. This action will cause irreversible reconstruction of the Arc System's foundational existence. There is 99.99% unknown risk. System logic determines self-destruction behavior. Stop immediately. However, Lin Feng's will was iron-strong, unshaken. He knew exactly what he was doing. Gue Su is poison, but it is also part of this universe, the ultimate embodiment of the law of entropy. Purely destroying it would only create a new, stronger Gue Su. Better to channel than block. Since it cannot be eliminated, then accept it, change it, give it a new meaning. Execute. Lin Feng gave the final command. Boom. A silent yet immensely grand explosion erupted on every perception level. The entire Arc System, the magnificent cathedral, the tens of thousands of guardian fleets, along with the throne under Lin Feng's feet, at this moment, all turned into a pure, ultimate white light stream representing order and creation, shooting into the sky. And at the edge of all dimensions, that endless darkness, Gue Su itself, devouring countless worlds, representing chaos and end, seemed provoked by this creative power, also turning into a surging black tide, rushing forward. Black and white. Order and chaos. Creation and destruction. Two ultimate concepts representing the poles of the universe clashed in a grand collision in the soul of everyone, indescribable by any words. Inside the deep spaceship's bridge, everyone felt as if their thoughts were being pulled away. Su Mingyu opened his mouth wide but could not make a sound, feeling like a speck of dust watching two supernovas collide. On Chen Madao's glasses, the data stream had completely turned into a red mess of garbled code that meant collapse. He gave up analyzing, just staring blankly at the black and white interwoven creation scene. Wu Ming's eyes, always sleepy, were now wider than ever, staring tightly at the intertwining, annihilating, and recombining rules, as if seeing the universe's most original program code. This fusion on a conceptual level lasted for who knows how long. Maybe an instant, maybe 10,000 years. When all light and darkness finally scattered, when everything returned to calm. Everyone was shocked to see the temple was gone, the throne was gone, even the concept of the Arc System seemed completely erased. And in that space that once belonged to the return to void, a dark dimension representing absolute nothingness. A brand new, gorgeous, vibrant world slowly emerged. It was an abyss made of dark matter and negative energy. In the abyss, there was no more nothingness that devoured all, but instead sparkling crystal forests grew, strange long rivers flowed with pure energy, and antimatter continents floated, containing unknown minerals. The threat of destruction was gone. Instead, there was a treasure world full of endless opportunities and challenges, free for all explorers to roam. Lin Feng, with his own strength, had turned the universe's greatest cancer into the universe's richest new lifeland. After doing all this, he felt as if his whole soul had been hollowed out, and unprecedented fatigue surged. But looking at the brand new abyss world, a completely relaxed smile appeared on his face. He turned, step by step, walking from the void back to the bridge of the deep spaceship. He sat back in his captain's seat, looking at his partner's faces full of worship and shock. He smiled and spoke, his voice quiet but clear to everyone. All right, now, we can set off. Chapter 0141, The Last Captains. The temple could no longer be described with this solemn word. It looked more like an unprecedentedly grand cosmic party, or rather, a graduation ceremony about to split paths. Lin Feng, using his freshly acquired creation fusion authority, extravagantly turned the central plaza of the temple into a huge open-air airport and buffet. On long tables made of energy, all kinds of food were laid out. There was sashimi from deep-sea giants kept cold with antimatter ice crystals, grilled wings of giant spacebirds sizzling in zero gravity, releasing strange aromas. There were even sweet fruits made from pure energy that automatically separated the cores, and strange wines poured into cups that showed a sparkling galaxy scene. The surviving captains gathered in groups, faces full of rare, heartfelt smiles. They raised glasses, laughed loudly, talked about the past, and dreamed of the future. The air was full of the smell of grilled meat, the fragrance of wine, and a taste called hope. Farewell meal? No, it should be called the New Era Grand Opening Feast. Tickets required, old and new Earth rushing together, 5-star reviews get a bottle of 82 Nutrient Express. Lin Feng leaned by the deep spaceship's ladder, watching the lively scene, a slightly untimely thought flashing in his mind. He did not join the celebration, just quietly enjoyed this rare noise. At that moment, a crying figure suddenly leaped over and hugged his leg tightly. Big brother. Whoa, I've decided. I want to go home. It was Zhang Yinxian. This young man, who once tried to trade half a mop handle for 2 biscuits. Crying like a 300-pound child, snot and tears were all over Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, desperately holding back the urge to kick him away. A grown man crying like this, if someone didn't know any better, they'd think I owed him 8 million StarCloud coins and that I need to buy him a plane just to settle the debt. Alright, how old are you? Lin Feng helplessly patted his back. Zhang Yunxian raised his head, his eyes red and filled with longing. Big brother, I've made up my mind. I want to go to New Earth. I'm going to open the biggest travel company there, specifically developing all kinds of travel routes. I've even thought of the name, it'll be called Travel with Big Brother. Lin Feng. Such a business mind, it's a shame if you don't go for it. Go ahead, it's a good idea. Lin Feng smiled and genuinely wished him well. Not far away, the gentle young female Captain Zhang Luyan also walked over, bowing deeply to Lin Feng, her eyes slightly red. Captain Lin, thank you for giving us the chance to choose. We've really had enough of these days of fighting and killing. I also want to go back and see my parents, even if it's just a reconstruction of them in my memory. Safe travels. Lin Feng nodded in greeting. More and more people walked over, bidding farewell to Lin Feng. Most of them, after experiencing this brutally extreme survival game, chose to return to peace. They cast grateful, awe-filled, even slightly admiring looks toward Lin Feng. Because everyone knew it was this man who personally ended this nightmare and gave them the right to choose their own life. On one side of the temple, the huge light door leading to New Earth, opened by Lin Feng, was emitting a soft and warm glow. On the other side of the door was a vibrant blue planet, mountains, rivers, cities, everything perfectly replicated the best image of their home and their memories. One by one, captains piloted their newly repaired planes, and after bidding farewell to Lin Feng, they flew into the light door without hesitation. Each crossing felt like a new beginning. The sadness of parting started to quietly spread in the lively air. Watching one familiar or unfamiliar face disappear into the light door, Su Mingyu puckered his lips and muttered, honestly, everyone's acting like it's a life and death separation, you'd think they're performing some kind of epic tragic drama. Though he said this, a hint of unnoticeable loneliness flashed in his eyes. Lin Feng saw all of this with his eyes. He walked to the center of the square, picked up a glass of wine, and gently tapped the rim. The crisp sound gathered everyone's attention. Everyone. Lin Feng's voice echoed through the loudspeakers, spreading throughout the venue. There's no banquet that doesn't end, but I believe that every encounter during our journey has its meaning. For the friends who have chosen to return to peace, I offer my sincerest blessings. May you live in the new homeland without the fire of war, and enjoy tranquility. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the captains who had chosen to stay, their eyes filled with a hint of confusion and expectation. And for those who have chosen to continue exploring, I also have a proposal. Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Starting today, I will use system privileges to establish an organization that all explorers can share, the Deep Space Alliance. All members who join will be able to share star maps and intelligence, post bounty missions, and when encountering danger, send out distress signals to the nearest allies. We are no longer lonely survivors, we are explorers who support each other. Our journey is the endless sea of stars. After a brief silence, it was followed by thunderous cheers. Boss is awesome. The Deep Space Alliance. I like that name. Count me in. Ah, finally, an organization. No more worrying about being robbed by star pirates. Everyone who chose to stay had their eyes reignited with fiery passion. Lin Feng's decision. They completely eliminated the last trace of fear of the unknown in their hearts. They were no longer isolated individuals but a massive alliance with a common goal. Done, this is what we call corporate culture building. First, draw a pie, then provide benefits, and finally emphasize team spirit. I must be a management genius. Lin Feng silently gave himself a thumbs up and then downed the drink in his cup. He turned around and walked toward the deep spaceship. Behind him, his core team members, none of them missing, all followed closely. Su Qingju, Imoyoli, Yu Shuling, Su Mingyu, Chen Mao, Wu Ming, Zhou Kai, Lin Wei. Not a single one of them headed towards the glowing door that represented peace. Boss, aren't you going to ask for our opinion? Su Mingyu crossed his arms with a face full of reason. Lin Feng did not stop walking, only asking calmly, oh? What opinions do you have? Are you kidding? Going home to farm? Su Mingyu exaggerated, is my Tiger Strike paint job meant for plowing fields? My engine hasn't had enough of the strongest liquor yet. Besides, without you, boss, what would happen if those village dogs bully us? Chen Mao pushed his glasses, the lenses reflecting the light from the star map, and calmly analyzed, based on data model projections, the civilization evolution index that exploring the unknown universe can bring is far higher than repeating life on a new Earth with one parameter completely locked. My database cannot resist the temptation of the former. In the corner, Wu Ming simply stated, gently patting the brand new shell of his scorpion ship, his eyes filled with the fervor of a tech enthusiast. New materials, new structures, new data, more. Lin Wei and Zhou Kai exchanged a glance and smiled, we are the logistics and technical support team. Boss, your ship has been upgraded to a starship. Someone has to maintain it and perform system maintenance, right? We can't be out of work. Yu Shuling quietly stood beside Lin Feng, saying nothing, but her eyes, always filled with dependence, had already spoken volumes. Mo Yoli looked at Lin Feng, her cold eyes carrying a touch of faithful resignation. My prophecy tells me that my end is not behind that door. Finally, it was Su Qingzhu. She walked to Lin Feng's side, naturally linking her arm with his, gently resting her head on his shoulder, looking up at him with eyes full of tenderness and trust. My world is here. Looking at the determined and sincere faces of his companions, Lin Feng fell silent for a moment. Then, he smiled. It was a smile that came from unloading all burdens, a smile that was genuinely light and carefree. He looked around, at those captains who had already begun their return journey or were about to embark on a new journey, and at the companions by his side, willing to accompany him to the ends of the universe. He knew that this long survival game had truly ended. And a brand new age of discovery, belonging to them, was about to begin. He held Su Qingzhu's hand and strode up the gangway of the deep spaceship. The throne is nice, but sitting in it for too long makes you cold. The captain's seat controls, though, feel warmer. When he sat in his exclusive captain's seat and looked out the window, watching the last batch of ships heading to New Earth disappear through the light door, while more ships formed a huge fleet around the deep spaceship, waiting for their leader's command, Lin Feng's heart was filled with an unprecedented calmness and heroism. He no longer needed to think about survival, no longer needed to calculate his enemies, no longer needed to bear the fate of an entire civilization. Now, he was simply a captain. A regular captain, about to lead his companions to witness all the miracles of the universe. Su Qingzhu walked to his side, looking at the brand new star map slowly unfolding on the main screen, which contained countless unknown star systems and routes. Where's our next stop? Lin Feng smiled lightly, not choosing the star systems marked with rich resources or many ruins. His finger casually slid across the vast star map, finally pointing at a distant star system, never touched by anyone, glowing with colorful light, labeled unknown. Let's go here. His voice carried a hint of playfulness and expectation. Life is like a box of chocolates, you never know what the next piece will taste like. That's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Chapter 0142, Our Journey is the Stars and the Sea, Finale. Lin Feng's finger gently tapped on the huge holographic star map. It was a faraway star system, never marked by any known route, appearing on the star map as a dreamy, colorful swirl, so magnificent it didn't seem like something from the real universe. The cold, mechanical systems label appeared next to it. Unknown star system, codename, Miracle Garden. Su Qingzhu leaned on his shoulder, gazing at the dazzling star system. The flickering colorful lights were reflected in her eyes as she softly asked, "Are we going here?" Even the system marks it as unknown. It could be very dangerous. Her voice was soft, filled with concern, but more so, with complete trust. Lin Feng smiled, not retracting his hand, but instead gently holding her soft palm. Danger, he turned his head, looking into Su Qingzhu's clear eyes, teasing, along this journey, when has it not been dangerous? Back then, we fought for a few bottles of water and some instant noodles, heads cracked open. Now, well, it's an upgrade. At least we should fight for the ownership of a whole star system. Su Qingzhu burst out laughing, her worry turning into gentle ripples in her eyes. Yeah, along their journey, they had long been used to dancing with danger. But now, everything was different. No longer struggling for survival, but setting sail for exploration. The crew on the bridge also began to stir due to Lin Feng's choice. Miracle Garden? What a name! Su Mingyu was the first to leap out of his seat. He rushed to the star map, stretching his neck as if he could stick his head into the colorful nebula. With a name like that, does it mean it's full of fairies who don't need to wear clothes? Boss, I tell you, my taste is very diverse, whether they have pointy ears or wings, I'm in. As he spoke, he revealed his signature tiger-like grin, his face full of unmasked longing. This guy's thought process, besides battle, is always about girls. It's so simple it's almost touching. Lin Feng silently mocked in his heart. According to the current spectral analysis, Chen Mado pushed up his glasses on his nose. On the screen in front of him, the data stream was no longer a waterfall but had turned into a blank space representing unknown. However, this did not affect his calmness in the slightest. The probability of complex organic reactions in this star system is 47.8%. The energy structure is abnormal, and stable models cannot be established. Conclusion, it has high research value, but also means extremely high unpredictability. I recommend setting the first level alert status as the default cruising mode. In the corner, Wu Ming's eyes, which were always half closed, were now wide open, staring intensely at Miracle Garden on the star map. A sickly flush appeared on his pale face, like a tech geek who had just found a rare treasure. His fingers moved unconsciously in the air, muttering to himself in a voice low enough for only he could hear. Unresolvable energy structure, completely new physical rules, data, more data. Lin Wei and Zhou Kai exchanged glances, both seeing helpless smiles in each other's eyes. Looks like our workload is going to double again, Lin Wei said as she brought over a tray. On the table were several steaming drinks. Every time the boss chooses a place, it seems like a challenge to old Chen's database and Wu Ming's knowledge limit. You'll get used to it, Zhou Kai replied, patting a brand new detector, but then again, this is what makes it interesting, isn't it? If we mined at resources you can see the end of in one glance, how is that different from punching a clock at work? Yu Shuling followed Lin Wei, carrying a specially made drink, carefully walking to Lin Feng's side, holding it with both hands, and whispering, "Brother Lin Feng, have some drink." Her cheeks were slightly red, her eyes held a hint of shyness, but more was calmness and trust. The girl who once trembled in despair could now, on this starship full of hope, find her place and quietly prepare tasty drinks for everyone. Even Mo Yoli, usually cold like an iceberg, at this moment had rarely walked to the window, gazing at the deep universe outside. Her eyes, as if seeing the future, also showed a rare confusion when seeing the miracle garden, but soon turned into a relieved smile. She murmured softly, "In my prophecy, I cannot see its end." A meaningless sentence, yet Su Qingzhu beside her understood. Not seeing the end meant infinite possibilities. For Mo Yoli, who was once trapped by fate, this was the best ending. Lin Feng looked around at everyone on the bridge. Su Mingyu dancing wildly, Chen Mato analyzing calmly, Wu Ming lost in frenzy, Lin Wei and Yu Shuling gentle and considerate, Zhou Kai and Mo Yoli quietly supporting. And beside him, Su Qingzhu holding his hand with fingers intertwined. He felt his heart filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Once, he was just a lonely captain curled up in a tiny cockpit, calculating everything for the next meal. Now, he had the most trustworthy companions, this unique starship, and a ticket to the whole universe. Back then, we would fight over a few bottles of water or instant noodles. Now we're going to tour the galaxy in a starship. The ups and downs of life are even more thrilling than a roller coaster. The thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, and the smile on his lips deepened. He stood, holding Su Qingzhu's hand, and walked step by step back to his own wide and comfortable captain's chair. The throne was nice, but sitting too long would get cold. Here, he felt more at ease. He sat down, hands gently on the cold control sticks. The familiar touch felt like an extension of his arms, a vessel of his will. He did not order departure immediately, but activated the holographic communication, projecting his image to the bridges of all members of the Deep Space Alliance. Thousands of captains, adventurers who chose to embark on the unknown journey with him, all quieted down, watching their navigator. Around the deep space, ships of all shapes formed a massive escort fleet, like stars guarding their king. Lin Feng saw faces full of expectation and trust on the screen, knowing one era had ended, and a grander era would be opened by them together. He cleared his throat, his voice clear across the channel to every ship. "Everyone, I am Lin Feng. I know many of you are still confused about the future. We no longer need to fight to survive, so why do we set sail? My answer is, to see. To see a sunrise no one has ever seen, to see a forest made of crystal, to see a group of giant beasts singing in the nebula. Go to see the miracles that we once thought only existed in our imagination. The journey of the all-world flight may be filled with cruelty and struggle, but it has also shown us a world far broader than our homeland. Now, the shackles have been removed, the cage has been opened, and the entire universe lies before us, waiting to be explored, discovered, and named." His voice paused, his gaze became incredibly deep and bright. "So, my friends, my companions. Put away your confusion, check your engines, calibrate your course. Because our new journey, now, officially begins." After finishing, he turned off the communication. The entire escort fleet, after a brief silence, erupted in a roar of engine sounds like a tsunami. That was their silent response. Lin Feng took a deep breath, gripped the control stick, and issued the final command. His voice was no longer through the cold broadcast but echoed with a warm smile in the small bridge. "Deep space, follow my orders. Target, Miracle Garden. Engine power 120%, jump engine preheating. We, depart. Received. Received." Inside the bridge, all the companions responded in unison, each face beaming with bright smiles. The tail of the deep spaceship, the brand new ethereal energy vector engine, emitted a brilliant light, like fragments of stars. It slowly accelerated, gracefully leaving the protective fleet's embrace, like a king about to head to a distant land. Finally, under everyone's gaze, the front of the deep spaceship saw the space begin to twist, and a dazzling, unknown-colored jump wormhole slowly opened. Without hesitation, it dove in, transforming into a beautiful meteor, disappearing into the deep, starry sea full of infinite possibilities. Outside the porthole, the strange and wonderful jump passage unfolded, countless lights and shadows rushing past. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, feeling the smooth sailing of the ship, and for the first time, he felt completely relaxed. Su Qingzhu gently rested her head on his shoulder, and the two silently watched the light road leading to the future ahead, not speaking, but their hearts already understood each other without a word. Their story had no end. Because their journey was the starry sea. The end of the book.